I am a seasoned writer who has been writing novels for 10 years, my mind full of all kinds of wonderful fantasies. Yet in reality, I have been worn down by a mundane life until I lost my temper. Until that day, when I was playing PUBG at home and just won a chicken dinner. Suddenly my vision blurred, and when I came to, I found myself on an island full of ruins. Looking around at the chaos of black people, white people, and Asians, along with the familiar wreckage of a plane, I felt like I was dreaming. Immediately, a series of prompt sounds echoed in my mind: endless games, various rules, and even exclusive talents and skills. This is so similar to the time travel plots I've written before, but when it actually happens to me, I realize it's nowhere near as easy as it is on paper. Chapter 1, Infinite Game, Tenfold Rewards. Character, Lee Moo. ID, 088. Strength, 07. Average human value is 1. Agility, 09. Average human value is 1. Spirit, 13. Average human value is 1. Constitution, 1. Human average value is 1. Special lineage, none. Skills, none. Talents, none. Current location, Ruins Island. Character points, 0. Sitting amidst a pile of ruins, Lee Moo stared blankly at the sudden series of images that popped up before him. He was originally playing PUBG at home, just after winning a chicken dinner, when his vision blurred. When he came to, he was already here. Ruined Island? Character points? A tribute panel? Having experienced various novels, Lee Moo understood that he must have traveled through time, or been captured by some main god. He was not panic. Lee Moo knew panic was useless and was instead unusually calm. Where is this? How did I end up here? Who are you? I'm just an ordinary white-collar worker. Are you the ones who kidnapped me? Please, I beg you, let me go. Are you crazy? How would I know where this is? I just woke up too. I remember I didn't take a plane, so why is there a plane wreckage here? A gun. There's actually a gun here. Damn. It's just lying on the table, amazing. Hearing the sound, Lee Moo looked up. Only then did he realize that he wasn't alone here. On this vast ruin, there were no fewer than 100 people scattered around. Black people, blonde-haired, blue-eyed white people, and also yellow-skinned people like him. Looking at the structures and the plane wreckage in the distance, Lee Moo suddenly felt an unreal sensation. Why does this look so much like the island spawn point in PUBG? Bang! Ah! The harsh sound of gunfire echoed in the air, stirring up a chorus of screams, while the man who fired the shot was somewhat stunned, then overwhelmed with boundless joy. Ha, this is a real gun. So awesome. Real guns? Upon hearing this, some white and black people's eyes lit up, and they hurried over to grab some of the guns. There weren't many guns, very limited, but Lee Moo saw them clearly: M416, Kar 98K, M24, and even the Airdrop legendary sniper AWM. Just as the scene was in complete chaos, a clear, crisp voice rang out over the ruins. Ding! Detection confirms all players are fully awake. The infinite game officially begins. Ding! This world is selected from the PUBG game's Ruins Island map, which is your starting point. The mission of this game is to survive until the end, with no penalty for failure. Ding! Now announcing the game rules. Rule 1, on this island, there are electric grid danger zones. To avoid being electrocuted, all players must stay alive within the safe zones until only the last 10 remain. The game officially ends then, and the other 90 players will be eliminated. Rule 2, in this world, you can form teams with a maximum of 4 members. However, be aware that killing your teammates will also earn you points. Tip: in this world, you must not only watch out for enemies but also be wary of your own teammates. Whether it's an enemy or a teammate, a successful kill grants you 100 points. The ruins on the island's various districts contain all kinds of armor and guns. They are your means of survival. Only by successfully surviving until the end can you become a true infinite player. Ding! The infinite game officially begins. All players will board in 5 minutes. Players at the spawn point are invincible, and no combat is allowed in this area. Violators of the game rules will be erased. The crisp notification sound ended, and everyone present was stunned in place, including Lee Moo. The so-called no punishment in this world actually exists. If you can't survive, you naturally die. What punishment is there for someone who is already dead? Ding! As the 9999 player, congratulations on obtaining the only talent in the infinite game, Tenfold Rewards. Talent level rating, SSS. Ding! The PUBG Ruins Island is officially activated, and the basic beginner skills are now being distributed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining basic gun mastery, initial ability to use guns. Ding! Tenfold reward talent activated, upgrading basic gun mastery to advanced gun mastery. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the standard infinite player 10-slot inventory, with a maximum stack limit of 9 for identical items. Ding! Tenfold reward talent activated, 10-slot storage upgraded to 100 slots, maximum stack limit for the same item upgraded to 90. Ding! Attribute panel activated, your health is 100 points, health does not reset to 0, you will not die in the Battle Royale game, please always pay attention to your health. Chapter 2, The Terrifying Tenfold Reward, The Law of Infinite Space. Tenfold Reward? The only talent? SSS rank? The sudden surprise left Li Mu somewhat stunned. With this talent, he could easily achieve smooth progress, and even the veteran players would soon be surpassed by him. In such a brutal world, points or rewards are incredibly important. Now, his talent could actually multiply these things by 10 times? Li Mu was now experiencing this benefit firsthand. The so-called basic proficiency in firearms was probably designed to help beginners use guns more easily, so they wouldn't be fumbling with the safety after parachuting down. Now, with the tenfold rewards, his basic proficiency in firearms had turned into advanced proficiency. Li Mu felt as if he had transformed into a gun enthusiast with incredibly rich experience. The most straightforward way to put it is that beginner proficiency is roughly equivalent to a newbie with 1,300 points in PUBG. Someone who has played for a few days and knows how to shoot. Don't comment about new PUBG accounts having 1,200 points, the author knows. Advanced proficiency, on the other hand, is at least a master with over 2,500 points. Li Mu suddenly felt like he had entered a fish pond match. Wasn't this just handing out points on a silver platter? Moreover, his backpack capacity had been expanded to 100 slots. With a stacking limit of 90, how terrifying is that? The combined backpack space of everyone else in the match didn't even come close to his. He could now completely loot wildly after landing ammo, medkits, first aid kits, drinks, painkillers, nothing left behind. Bang! You son of a, what the hell are you talking about? Erase? If you have the guts, kill me. Bang! The sudden gunshot and curse startled Li Mu. Looking over, he saw a tall black man, about 1.9 meters tall, holding a Kar 98K, with smoke still rising from the barrel. Strangely, the black man was clearly speaking English, but to Li Mu's ears, it automatically turned into Chinese. Could it be for easier communication? But that's not the main point. Li Mu's gaze was fixed on the black man, his eyes filled with pity. Having been through countless novels, Li Mu knew very well not to fight against a main god, especially when still inexperienced. Otherwise, the result would definitely be death. Ding! Player 099 detected malicious rule violation, infinite space activated, annihilation. The cold beep sent a chill through Li Mu's heart. His eyes fixed tightly on the black man, eager to see what this so-called erasure really looked like. But it was simple and straightforward. The black man's right arm suddenly exploded, completely turning into a mist of blood. The sudden scene caused many around to scream in shock, while the black man's piercing wail echoed throughout the spawn point. Ah! This was not the end. Amid the black man's piercing screams, his left arm exploded again, turning into a blood mist that filled the air. Despite the agony, the black man had not fainted. No! It was not that the black man had not fainted, but under the power of some force within the infinite space, even though the pain exceeded the nerve's capacity to endure, he still bore the unbearable agony beyond the limit. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the black man's entire body kept exploding until the very last moment, when he died in boundless pain. This way of dying instilled an immense fear in everyone's hearts. The black man used his life to exemplify the supreme law of the infinite space for all. Ding! The number of people in this area is detected as 99, and the infinite space automatically fills the number of people. Amid the crisp prompt sound, a white beam of light descends, and after the light beam disappears, a figure appears before everyone's eyes. Ding! The number of players in the game has been filled. To ease the psychological burden caused to the players earlier, the game will officially start in 10 minutes. The long and dull 10 minutes ended, the prompt sound rang in everyone's ears, also ending this brief nightmare. Ding! The 10-minute preparation time is over, the game officially begins. The vision seemed to blur for a moment, and when Li Mu's sight cleared again, he was already seated inside the cabin. Ding! Attention all players, this voyage will head to the Ruins Island. You can parachute at any time along the flight path until the flight ends. Players who do not parachute will be forcibly removed. Ding! The tactical panel has been unlocked. The parachute assistance feature has been unlocked. Good luck to everyone. The crisp alert sound was somewhat mechanical. Li Mu came back to his senses and looked at the seatbelt tied around his body, not knowing when it had been fastened. Inside the cabin, 100 people were seated in 2 rows of chairs. Li Mu's gaze swept across, beginning to scrutinize his enemies. Among them were women in business suits, and even some successful men with big bellies. There were black, white, and people of various ethnicities. Most had expressions of fear on their faces, and Li Mu couldn't tell whether it was genuine or just an act. However, there were a few people who caught Li Mu's attention. One was a man with a fierce scarred face, wearing a black leather jacket, and the other was unremarkable in appearance but had various scars on his exposed arms. Li Mu thought those scars looked like gunshot wounds. Although he had never seen gunshot wounds before, these few people made him pay special attention. Li Mu would not arrogantly assume that everyone in this game was just ordinary people. What if he won the prize? Chapter 3, Teaming Up in the Cabin, Death is Right Before Your Eyes. Is anyone forming a team? I think I've played this map before. Didn't the rules say earlier? You can form a team of up to 4 people. In the dead silence of the cabin, a voice suddenly came through with a seductive charm. At a time when everyone was anxious and uneasy, this voice undoubtedly captured everyone's attention. Frowning, Li-Mu looked up at the woman speaking. Blonde hair, blue eyes, exquisite features, and a fiery figure worthy of the title Ocean Horse. Especially the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, which added a touch of enchanting allure. Seeing that many people were paying attention, Catherine's eyes showed fear and apprehension, and she said somewhat timidly, "I don't want to die yet, I want a few teammates, I'm just an ordinary person, I want to live, I promise I won't make a move." I don't know if women easily win favor, but combined with a hot figure and exquisite looks, being the embodiment of both devil and angel naturally attracts a lot of men's attention. The surge of hormones suppressed the fear in his heart, and many men greeted her, but Li-Mu withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention. He liked women too, but when it came to life and women, he chose life. Teammates are too unstable a factor. As long as he can survive, the infinite world has all kinds of women, so one more or less doesn't matter. Besides, a group of men surrounding one woman, would he go over there to be a simp? No matter how beautiful a woman is, in Li-Mu's eyes she is just a moving score. 10 times the reward killing one person is worth 1,000 points. In the infinite world, the strong rule: as long as you are strong enough, you won't lack women. In the infinite world, he still trusted the women from the dimensional world more, they were purer. Unlike the infinite world, once you step in, you're no longer pure and always have to be on guard. It's too exhausting. Without paying further attention to the women, Li-Mu opened the tactical panel. Judging from the flight route, the plane flew from the airport straight to S City. There were many possible landing spots, among which the most balanced were P City, R City, the school, and the school dormitory. They were places from which one could both attack and defend. No matter where the safe zone appeared, it was convenient to move around the map. Ding! The flight path is ready. All players, please note, the plane has reached the route and you can parachute at any time. The final destination is City S. Players who do not parachute by then will be forcibly removed. The alerts sounded inside the cabin. Li-Mu made up his mind he would jump at City P. City P has many residential areas. As long as he dives straight in, with his shooting skills, it would be both safe and stable. Just as Li-Mu was considering this, people around him began to disappear one after another. Many closed their eyes in fear and vanished from the plane, while a chorus of miserable screams echoed in midair. Character, Li-Mu. ID, 088. Strength, 07. Average human value is 1. Agility, 09. Average human value is 1. Spirit, 14. Average human value is 1. Constitution, 1. Average human value is 1. Special lineage, none. Skills, advanced firearms proficiency: rifles, light machine guns, sniper rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, pistols. Talent, tenfold reward. Possessions, none. Current location, Ruins Island. Character points, 0. Spirit rose by 0.1, probably an improvement brought by advanced firearms mastery. Closing the attribute panel, Li-Mu clenched his fist, feeling a bit fearful as P City approached. This is over 2,000 meters high. Looking down from the window, the houses were just tiny dots, not even clearly visible. Closing his eyes, Li-Mu gritted his teeth and groaned softly. Parachute! Bang! It felt like being catapulted out, with a fierce wind sweeping in, making it impossible to open his eyes. The high-altitude airflow made Li-Mu's face flap as if being cut by knives. He couldn't see anything and didn't dare to open his eyes. Li-Mu was afraid his eyes would dry out and go blind from the wind. Parachuting at high altitude without goggles and keeping eyes open was simply courting death. Ding! The minimum parachute deployment altitude has been reached. Open the parachute. Hiss! The parachute pack on his back automatically popped open. Li-Mu felt his whole body tighten, holding the controller with both hands, and the falling speed suddenly slowed down. The wind on his face was no longer fierce. He barely opened his eyes and looked at P City below, breathing a sigh of relief. He was worried about flying off course, which would have been unpleasant. There were still screams overhead. Li-Mu turned his head to look behind him. More than a dozen small black dots were falling toward the ground, apparently parachuting into P City. Not daring to be careless, following the sudden parachuting knowledge that popped into his mind, Li-Mu controlled the parachute and flew toward the ground. With both legs bent, he landed steadily on the ground. Li-Mu felt a bit unsteady, his legs somewhat weak. Without delay, he forced himself to run into a 2-story building. The sight of bullets and guns made Li-Mu somewhat pleased. Having a gun is the capital to survive. And the gun is his first stage of starting in the infinite world. Closing the door is a good habit in playing survival games. It not only blocks the view but also provides early warning. He ran forward and picked up the gun on the ground. His luck was pretty good. It was an AKM. This gun uses 7.62 bullets, deals high damage, but has strong recoil. Beginners can't handle it well, but for Li-Mu, it was not a big problem. Ding! Player 007 killed player 013 using an S686. Ding! The player who was killed will automatically return to the real world, erasing all memories of the infinite space, and die of a sudden heart attack 1 year later. One kill in Chapter 4, points multiplied tenfold. True death occurs, returning to the real world, dying of a sudden heart attack 1 year later. A sudden chill rises to the top of the head even though he had long been prepared. The actual arrival of the warning still left Limu feeling completely cold inside. He silently picked up the 60 bullets on the ground. There was no need to load them into the magazine himself, as the tactical panel automatically organized them, which also reassured Limu greatly. Ignoring the heaviness in his heart, Limu did not want to die, he wanted to live. The tenfold reward was destined to let him thrive in the infinite space. He had to survive. Everyone who stood in his way had to die. To live. Reloading while searching, the materials in this house were quite decent. On the right side of the floor, there was a quick expansion magazine and a silencer. With the silencer, Limu felt much more at ease. The damage of the AKM was as terrifying as its gunfire. As soon as it fired, it could be heard clearly within hundreds of meters. With the silencer, at least it was a bit more convenient. Face-to-face gunfight? That's impossible. You only have one life. Do you think this is a game? Pushing open the door beside him, a level 2 helmet and 2 boxes of 7.62 bullets lay quietly on the ground, with a grenade nearby. Putting the helmet on his head, Limu picked up 60 rounds of ammo and turned around to continue searching. Once he finished searching the entire second floor, the battle was about to begin. The first floor had 2 rooms, a kitchen, and a hall. After searching, Limu already had a level 2 helmet, level 2 armor, and 300 rounds of 7.62 bullets. It must be said, the ammo was quite sufficient. Not only that, Limu also obtained a 4x scope, as well as 3 first aid kits, 2 bottles of painkillers, 3 energy drinks, and most importantly, found another grenade. After searching downstairs, Limu did not delay and quickly went upstairs. Turning the corner, his gaze swept across and immediately stopped on a black gun. M24? Feeling delighted, Limu picked it up without hesitation and conveniently attached the silencer and 4x scope onto it. The M24 is a deadly weapon in PUBG. Aside from the Airdrop AWM, it's the most terrifying gun in terms of damage. One shot to a level 2 helmet is fatal, and even a level 3 helmet will be shattered, leaving very little health remaining. Like a swarm of locusts, Limu won't miss anything useful. It's worth mentioning that 1 box of bullets counts as 1 stack, otherwise, those players might be in tears. 1 backpack slot can only hold 9 bullets, which would make anyone cry. Just as Limu finished searching the entire second floor, dense gunfire suddenly rang out outside. His heart tightened, and Limu cautiously pressed against the wall, moving to the window and looking toward the direction of the gunfire. On the second floor of a building diagonally opposite, a white man was holding an M416 and firing in bursts. As for where he was shooting, Limu couldn't see clearly. It was probably blocked by an obstacle. Carefully lifting the M24, he aimed through the 4x scope at the white man's head. Without a helmet, blindly shooting this person was dead. Put. The sound was very faint, like a stapler. A 7.62 bullet pierced through, and through the 4x scope. Almost at the moment the trigger was pulled, he saw the blood splatter burst from the white man's head. Ding! You used the M24 to headshot and kill player 014, earning 100 points. Your kill count is 1. Please keep up the good work. The player with the most kills will receive an extra reward after the game ends. Ding! Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on earning 1000 points. Your current points total is 1000. Successfully secured a kill and earned 1000 points. Limu couldn't quite put his feelings into words. Watching the head explode like a watermelon in the quadruple realm, Limu lowered his gun and leaned against the wall. After his first kill, Limu's hands trembled slightly. He closed his eyes to calm down for a moment. When he opened them again, the tremors had mostly subsided. In this world, it's either you die or I perish, no mercy. To survive, he can only keep raising his gun and kill all the enemies. The gunfire in Peace City is not frequent. No one wants to die, and not everyone is as stubborn as the white men. It's very likely that those people are hiding inside their houses. Taking off his shoes and putting them in the backpack compartment, footsteps would reveal his position. Only by taking off his shoes could the sound of footsteps be minimized. Standing at the first floor doorway, Limu glanced at the windows on both sides but saw no figures. He opened the door and slipped out. Leaving the house exposed him to everyone's view, so Limu didn't dare to stay longer. He slammed open the door opposite, hugged his head with both hands, and rolled inside. This was the best way to protect himself. Rolling could reduce the area of injury and allow him to immediately aim his gun at the enemy once he stopped. During the roll, looking at the clean floor, Limu's heart tightened. Someone had searched here. Hiding behind the kitchen wall, Limu took out a Molotov cocktail and threw it directly into the room on the other side of the hall. Clack! The Molotov cocktail exploded, flames raging inside the room, the fire accompanied by thick smoke, yet not a sound. No one? Turning his head to look at the room near the stairs, Limu picked up a grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it over. Counting seconds? No way. If you don't want to get blown to bits, come out now. If you come out, I'll spray you down with my AKM. Boom! The grenade explosion shook the entire building. Just then, a terrified scream came from upstairs. Those downstairs, don't throw grenades. Let us team up. Team up. Chapter 5 Team up? Sorry, I just want to kill. Team up? When he heard these 2 words, Limu was still a bit stunned, but after realizing, he quietly took out a grenade from his backpack. In his building, a total of 7 grenades were found, and to be honest, in this game, nothing is abundant, but fragmentation grenades are almost everywhere. Others usually carry at most 9, since one slot can only stack 9 any more than that, and there might be no space left for other items. But Limu is different. How about 90 slots? How about stacking 90 grenades in one slot? Fragmentation grenades, smoke grenades, flashbangs, Molotov cocktails. Limu picks up whatever he catches, and he doesn't miss bulletproof vests or helmets either. At first, Limu was wondering, can you pick up bulletproof vests and helmets? After all, you can't pick them up in PUBG, but unexpectedly, you really can. Anyway, with so many slots, Limu was like a locust swarm. Passing through his building was spotless, and the kids across the street were enviously crying. At the stairwell, Limu pulled the pin, looked up the stairs, found an angle, and threw the grenade inside. Upstairs, Li Gang, wearing level 2 armor and holding a gun, nervously stared in the direction of the stairwell, his finger on the trigger, trembling with fear. He didn't want to die. He was alone and just wanted to survive. So, the first thing he did was express to the people downstairs his desire to form a team. In his view, in this game, the chances of survival were greater when teaming up. As for the so-called infighting within the team, he believed that as long as coordination was good, there shouldn't be any problems. When it came to coordination, he, as a salesman, considered himself pretty good at talking. Just as he thought it was feasible, a green, round, shiny object suddenly flew in from the doorway, bounced a few times, and rolled to the center. When he saw it clearly, his face instantly changed drastically. Although he lived in modern times and had never encountered a fragmentation grenade, he was not blind, so he naturally recognized what it was. But before he could take a few steps to run out, a huge roar sounded, a shockwave swept through, the entire building shook, and he was nearly knocked unconscious by the kinetic energy carried by the shockwave. His head was dizzy and foggy. In a daze, he seemed to hear someone coming upstairs. Suddenly, he snapped awake, knowing the other party was determined to kill him. Fear overwhelmed him as he struggled to get up. Ding dong dong. It seemed like something had been thrown up again. Li Gang was filled with fear. This time, he didn't dare to stand up. He lowered his head and tried to crawl to another room. He still had the basic knowledge he should have. As long as it wasn't a fragmentation grenade exploding under his feet, crawling should minimize the damage. On the tactical panel, that explosion had already reduced his health bar by more than half. Now, only 40 health points remained. Put. Ha! Buzz. A white haze filled his vision, and a piercing noise rang in his ears. Li Gang was stunned. The sharp noise left his mind blank, completely unable to think. On the stairs, Limu, the instigator, was also feeling uncomfortable. Even though he was separated by a wall and facing away, he still felt uneasy. The effect of the stun grenade was really intense. Without hesitation, once he felt a bit better, Limu grabbed his AKM and ran up to the second floor. Seeing the man lying on the ground, he raised the AKM and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang! Ding! You used AG to headshot player 033, earning 100 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on earning 1000 points. Ding! Dear player 088, your current kill count is 2. Keep up the good work. Killing one more person earned 1000 points. Limu felt a bit excited, but looking at the exploded head on the ground, he felt somewhat nauseous. The person he just killed wasn't wearing a helmet and was stunned by the flashbang. He didn't want to waste the level 2 armor, so naturally he went for a headshot. Opening this player's backpack, seeing 3 first aid kits, hundreds of bullets, and some drinks inside, Limu put everything directly into his own bag and also took the level 2 armor with him. Having tasted the sweetness of the flashbang the concussion grenade, Limu increasingly felt that throwable items were useful. After searching the second floor thoroughly, he picked up everything he could find. Looking at his own backpack, Limu shook his head. He was still too lax. He had to fill every inch of his backpack space. Taking out an energy drink and painkillers, Limu first boosted his condition to the max. His family has a mind, so drink up. After drinking, Limu felt that it was truly worthy of being a product from infinite space. His legs no longer ached, his waist no longer hurt, and even his slightly nearsighted vision turned into 24K titanium alloy eagle eyes. Ahem, just bragging a bit. But the energy drink really did work while his body felt much lighter. Bang! Whoosh! A series of whistling sounds rang in his ears, and the walls and floor were marked with bullet holes. Limu shuddered all over instantly. Someone was shooting at him. Chapter 6 Decisive. Just giving it away. So noob. 30 meters away, on the second floor of a 2-story building, Zhao Tianyi had been hiding here for a long time. As a modern young man, with how popular PUBG is, he naturally played it too. As a skilled player with 2,500 points, he deeply understood one thing: to survive, you have to hide. But the fight in the building opposite was way too intense, right? He thought about it, maybe he should try to mediate? Watching the grenades and stun grenades being thrown all at once over there, and they actually got a kill in the end, he immediately got an idea. Are these thrown explosives really that powerful? I have to try them out next time. But that guy is a bit too bold, standing openly by the window like that. With such a good opportunity, Zhao Tianyi felt that not shooting would be shameful, so he decisively raised his AKM and sprayed a burst at the target 30 meters away. Actually, he didn't want to use the AKM. This gun has a lot of recoil, which is the most obvious feeling when playing the game. But there were no other guns in the room. Well, there was a small pistol, but he didn't want to use it. Influenced by the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Zhao Tianyi subconsciously thought pistols were useless. He decisively pulled the trigger, and the moment the gunshot rang out, Zhao Tianyi's face turned green. This damn AKM doesn't just have strong recoil and muzzle shake, it has massive recoil. The muzzle was shaking up to the sky. Even though he tried hard to press down, the muzzle still flew upwards. As for the hand holding the trigger? Ugh! Why can't I control my hands? The harder I try with both hands, the more this gun shakes. I have to say, the AKM's rate of fire is really fast. Without an extended magazine, 30 bullets are gone in less than 2 seconds. Finally, it stopped shaking, and Zhao Tianyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course it stopped shaking. My brain feels like it's about to explode. Throwing the gun on the ground, Zhao Tianyi immediately wanted to curse. What a crappy gun. Shaking like this? As soon as Zhao Tianyi threw down the gun, he realized something was wrong. This was an infinite game. His whole body went cold. Zhao Tianyi looked across, staring at the dark muzzle of the gun, feeling as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. Bang! The sound was pleasant and melodious, like the dull click of a stapler. That was Zhao Tianyi's thought. He used to enjoy hearing this sound, but he would never hear it again. The skull exploded like a watermelon, and the uncontrollable corpse fell backward. Ding! Congratulations on using the M24 to headshot player 047, earning 100 points. The Tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on receiving 1000 points. Ding! Dear player 088, your current kill count is 3. Please keep up the good work. On the second floor, Li Mu put down his gun and breathed a sigh of relief. Just after being ambushed, Li Mu was startled. In those 2 seconds, there was really no time to react, but the gunfire stopped, and Li Mu didn't feel like he had been hit. Without thinking about anything else, he looked in the direction the gunfire came from. Seeing the man by the window opposite, Li Mu immediately took a sniper shot with his offhand. Having taken down another target, Li Mu felt he needed to reflect. He still wasn't cautious enough, which was why someone had seized the opportunity. Leaning against the wall, Li Mu looked at the bullet marks on it. The circle almost outlined him, but unfortunately, no shot hit. Li Mu thought the man opposite was still trying hard. At least it looked like he was making an effort to control the recoil. Truly a sunset glow. Beginner firearms proficiency? Judging by the sound, it seems like an AKM. It looks like even with beginner firearms proficiency, he still can't handle the AKM. If he's also a beginner, I guess it would be like this? Once again appreciating the benefits of the Tenfold reward, Li Mu, having recovered, turned and headed downstairs. He did kill someone, so he can't not loot the body. Those are all resources. There are quite a few houses in P City, and Li Mu didn't dare to cross the 30 meters directly to that building to loot. The people in P City aren't dead. If he tried, he'd probably be the one to die. Pushing open the door, Li Mu looked at the weapons and ammunition laid out on the ground, not daring to be careless. He had played games before and encountered many sneaky players. He threw in 3 grenades in a row, heard 3 consecutive explosions, and didn't hear any unusual sounds. Only then did Li Mu run inside. Anyone hit by a grenade would make a muffled groan. The silence meant there was no one on the first floor. As for the second floor, that was unclear. Picking up resources from the ground, Li Mu listened carefully to the sounds around him. He didn't want to be robbed. After searching the first floor, Li Mu stood at the stairway and threw a stun grenade towards the second floor. Whether there was someone or not, he decided to use the stun grenade first. You only have one life, and you must cherish it. While the sound of the stun grenade was still echoing, Li Mu quickly climbed upstairs. After checking several rooms and confirming no one was there, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a bit more hopeful inside. This is the central area of P City. There are several rooms on the second floor, all with windows. He can almost control the entire P City. As long as someone fires a gun, he can follow the sound to the room and mediate for them. He could set up a gun inside the room and shoot all those people dead, but Li Mu didn't want to take the risk of running outside. Bang! Notification: player 015 used an M416 to headshot and knock down teammate player 027. Ding! Player 015 used an M416 headshot to kill teammate player 027, earning 100 points. Chapter 7, Acting on Impulse? Extra reward points? Gunfire sounded on the right, and the notification from the tactical panel made Li Mu's expression darken. Killing a teammate actually grants points, and not fewer than killing others. As for himself, he wasn't worried about being exposed. The person he killed also had 100 points. The tenfold reward talent will not be reported on the tactical panel. He glanced over at the bedroom on the right. Li Mu held his gun, pushed open the door, crouched down, and carefully walked over. 50 meters away from Li Mu's building, on the second floor, time rewinds to 2 minutes earlier. Similar to Li Mu's previous situation, Wang Jiala finished searching his own building and naturally came over here. The game PUBG is very popular, and he usually plays it too. The first floor was very clean, and he was somewhat on guard, but the clear voice coming from upstairs changed his mind. Was it a girl? Asking to team up? If this were a game, he would naturally be eager to team up with a girl. Maybe something could develop? But this was not a game, he knew that very well. Feigning agreement to the girl upstairs, he consented to team up, gave her his number, and after forming a team through the tactical panel, Wang Jiala went upstairs. Of course, he did not let his guard down. Like Li Mu, he had ambitions and understood many things. Going upstairs, the girl looked pretty good. Big eyes, very fair skin, long straight black hair, and a nice figure. If she were outside, she would probably score around 70 points. He could tell the girl was very scared. Her big eyes were still glistening with tears. Seeing him seemed like she had found someone to rely on, but to survive and live better. When the girl approached, he raised the lowered gun barrel and pulled the trigger without hesitation. At close range, headshots are easy. The most important thing is that they are in team mode. After a headshot, there won't be a wound on the head, and the player can still be revived. Facing the fallen girl who was confused and pleading for help, no matter how she begged or what conditions she offered, Wang Jiala still showed no mercy. He fired several shots at her calf. The girl, who was not helped up, died unwillingly, and he successfully earned 100 points. However, not even sparing the dead, this is simply inhumane. The muzzle of the M24 sprayed flames, and the 7.62 bullet shattered the glass and almost instantly pierced Wang Jiala's throat. A headshot would cause a painless death, but the throat would not with the same fatal injury. Li Mu wanted him to feel that pain before dying. Thrown by the kinetic energy carried by the bullet, Wang Jiala fell to the ground, his limbs twitching involuntarily, eyes filled with a desire to live, and blood foam bubbling at the corners of his mouth. His throat was pierced. He was not dead yet, but death was only a matter of time. His tactical panel showed 0 health, and even using a first aid kit couldn't save him. Ding! You used an M24 headshot to kill player 015, earning 100 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on earning 1000 points. Ding! Congratulations on killing another player. Your current kill count is 4. Ding! You used an M24 headshot to kill player 015, inheriting 1/5 of that player's points. Congratulations on earning 20 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on earning 200 points. Killing someone can also inherit 1/5 of their points? Eyes lit up. With a tenfold reward, what if you encounter someone who kills a lot? That would be something. Even if it's just 1/5, that is still quite a lot. Immediately, Li Mu discovered another way to earn points. Chapter 8 Hesitation leads to defeat. All in all, Li Mu had already killed 4 people in Peace City. Counting him, that makes 5 people, and with that dead girl, that makes 6 people in total. He wasn't too sure exactly how many people had jumped in Peace City, but he knew there probably weren't many people left there. Retreating behind the wall, Li Mu opened his personal attributes. Character, Li Mu. ID, 088. Strength, 07. Average human value is 1. Agility, 09. Average human value is 1. Spirit, 14. Average human value is 1. Physique, 1. Human average value is 1. Special lineage, none. Skills, Advanced Firearms Mastery Rifle, Light Machine Gun, Sniper Rifle, Micro Submachine Gun, Shotgun, Handgun. Talent, Tenfold bonus. Items owned, M24 Sniper Rifle, AKM Assault Rifle, 600 rounds of 7.62 ammo, 12 first aid kits not padding. Current location, Ruined Island. Number of kills, 4. Player score, 4,200 points. All in all, he already had 4,200 points. Li Mu wasn't too sure how easy it was to earn points in the infinite space, but this amount shouldn't be considered small. Raising the M24, Li Mu looked into the distance through the 4x scope to see if he could spot any other players. After checking several rooms in a row, Li Mu didn't see any signs of people. He wasn't in a hurry running back and forth through a few rooms. He really didn't believe there was no one around. There were still nearly 80 people on the tactical panel. Hard work pays off. After waiting back and forth for nearly 10 minutes, Li Mu finally spotted a figure again on the right side. 10 minutes had passed, and the safe zone hadn't changed. The electric net as poison circle was moving very slowly, which gave Li Mu a bad feeling. Such a slow poison circle, and it's already been 10 minutes with the first safe zone still not moving. Could it be that this really requires running across the map? Glancing at the map's scale, it's not much different from the real island. If there's a vehicle, with the safe zone moving this slowly, everyone probably doesn't need to rush to escape the poison at all. But let's not worry about that problem for now. The important thing is to take down the enemy in front of us. These are active points after all. Raising the gun, the opponent was cautiously peeking out from the window under the quadruple realm, seemingly trying to see if the surroundings were safe, or maybe planning to run. Aiming at the opponent's head, just as Li Mu was about to pull the trigger, the opponent suddenly crouched down again, and instantly Li Mu felt uneasy in his heart. Pressing against the wall, Li Mu was a bit puzzled. Could it be that the person opposite had discovered him? Picking up the M24 and aiming again, Li Mu still didn't believe it. You have to stand up, right? You have to show yourself again, right? Just as Li Mu was aiming, the player on the other side, either out of patience or really planning to run, quickly lifted their head again. Under the off-white level 2 helmet was a dark-skinned head. Still a black guy? Li Mu didn't care whether he was black or white. After all, it was 1,000 points. He decided to shoot first and talk later. Put. A 7.62 bullet burst through the chamber, instantly blowing off the level 2 helmet along with the opponent's head. The firepower of the M24 is no joke. Ding! Congratulations on headshotting player 006 with the M24, earning 100 points. Tenfold reward talent activated, earning 1000 points. Ding! Esteemed player 088, your current kill count is 5. Looking at the dead black man, Li Mu suddenly remembered a popular phrase from before. Hesitation leads to defeat. Die. Recalling the time spent forging iron, Li Mu shivered involuntarily. Pacing back and forth between several rooms, Li Mu searched for players he could kill, but unfortunately, it seemed everyone was too scared and hiding. Li Mu had no choice but to go downstairs and search other rooms. Level 2 helmet and level 2 armor are really dangerous. Several people have already tried facing the M24, and the result is always the same: a headshot means instant death. He urgently needs a level 3 helmet now. He doesn't know if there are any level 3 helmets on this map, or if he really has to wait for the airdrop to get one. If that's the case, it would be really frustrating. Looking at the 2-story building across, Li Mu pushed the door open and rushed in quickly. In a situation where everyone is only proficient with basic firearms, it would be very difficult to kill him quickly, unless he runs into mercenaries, soldiers, or assassins from the original world. He just doesn't believe it. As long as I run fast enough, I don't believe you guys can actually hit me. With this idea in mind, Li Mu searched as he went along, and the contents of his backpack quickly increased. Speaking of searching houses, it's also a physically demanding task running around and bending over. If it weren't for the energy drinks keeping him going, he would have felt exhausted. Following the route marked on the map, Li Mu searched more than a dozen houses in a row, ransacking most of P City. What pleased him was that, true to being a resource point, he actually found level 3 armor, 3 full sets of level 3 armor. As for level 3 helmets, Li Mu also successfully confirmed that they do exist, but the drop rate is very low. He only managed to get one, which he is currently wearing on his head. With the level 3 helmet, Li Mu felt much more at ease. Forget about the M24, as long as there was no AWM, no one could one-shot him. At that moment, a sudden roar came from afar. Buzz. Looking out the window, Li Mu's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. Airdrop? Chapter 9, Airdrops drive people crazy. Airdrops in PUBG represent a huge opportunity: top-tier armor, top-tier weapons and attachments, plus the essential ghillie suit for sneaky players. With good luck, you can score big in one go. I'm not sure if Infinite Game deliberately encourages players to fight when the airdrop lands, but Li Mu even gave a warning at that moment. Ding! Dear player number 088, an airdrop is about to land in the W125 direction. The airdrop contains various top-tier equipment including a ghillie suit, level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, AWM, magnum bullets, 15x scope, M249 light machine gun, 14 Malawian kwaches, and more. If there was no alert, those who haven't played PUBG might still be wondering what exactly was dropped. Now that the alert is given, Li Mu is sure those players are definitely envious. The tactical panel provides detailed information about the guns and armor, such as the damage of the AWM and the defense effect of the level 3 bulletproof vest. This airdrop undoubtedly adds infinite possibilities for survival. When faced with the hope of survival, how many people can remain rational? Leaning by the window, Li Mu didn't move. Anyone who has played PUBG knows that the loot inside the airdrop is indeed powerful, but is it really that easy to grab an airdrop? Not at all. Every time you pick up an airdrop in the game, you never know how many teams are watching. Dying in the game is one thing, but right now, it's a matter of life and death. Li Mu's gear can't be called top tier. The M24 and AWM just lack a bit of damage. But for players without a level 3 helmet, in front of the M24, they're still just a little brother. Such a high-risk matter had nothing to do with Li Mu. On the contrary, he wanted to see if he could fish. He had already used the fourfold scope to scan the surroundings on the highway, and even farther away, there were no vehicles. Not even at the car spawn points or garages in P City did Li Mu see any cars. This confirmed that this was a map running game. No wonder the poison circle was shrinking so slowly. If it shrank faster, everyone would probably be electrocuted. He opened the tactical panel for a glance. The safe zone had already appeared. This was the second safe zone. Luck was on his side. P-City was still within the safe zone, but it was already on the edge. He feared the next safe zone would no longer include P-City. The safe zone is shrinking towards the airport side, and in at most half an hour, he will have to start moving ahead of the circle. The speed of the electric grid is not fast, but not slow either. At this rate, it will take a little over 3 hours to spread from S-City. With running, stopping, and a few skirmishes along the way, the time should be sufficient. Just as Li Mu was calculating the poison circle, faint footsteps suddenly came from a distance, very subtle. If Li Mu hadn't been on high alert, he probably wouldn't have heard them. Alert, Li Mu looked out the window and saw that a man had appeared on the grass at some unknown time. He was wearing a level 2 helmet, surprisingly a level 3 vest, and carrying an S686 and an AKM on his back. The man was very nervous and ran quickly. Through the fourfold vision, Li Mu could see the madness in the man's eyes. Maybe this is what a gambler looks like. He didn't rush to shoot. Shooting now would easily alert the enemy. Perhaps this person's head could be taken, but the players behind would probably be too scared to come out. Li Mu was waiting. Counting him, at least 10 people had jumped in P-City. Even with mutual fighting, excluding him and the man in front, there were still at least 1 or 2 others. With basic firearm proficiency, unless you rush face to face, it would be difficult to kill someone instantly. The sunset red shooting skills had already been demonstrated by someone. The airdrop was about 100 meters away, and the man was running fast. As he got closer and closer, when he was about 50 meters away, several footsteps suddenly appeared in P-City. Clenching the handle of the M24, Li Mu's eyes showed excitement. He knew these people couldn't hold back anymore. Bang! The sound of running mixed with gunfire. At the same time, gunshots came from the left, just tens of meters away, and from the right as well. No! There was more than one. There were at least 3 people in total, and counting the man in front, that makes 4 people. 4 people. 4,000 points. Li Mu's eyes were about to turn red. This was excitement. These 4 people were all points. Bang! The piercing sound of gunfire echoed for hundreds of meters around, the whizzing of bullets, and the desperate screams of the man shattered the peace of P-City. Crazy. Everyone's gone crazy. Whether it's the man running at the front trying to get the airdrop, or the players chasing and shooting from behind, they're all crazy. No one wants to die. Everyone wants good armor and good weapons. Only by getting the airdrop do they have a better chance to survive. With basic firearm proficiency nearly 100 meters apart, plus the recoil and muzzle shake, to be honest, even 3 people firing together didn't manage to hit the man in front with more than a few shots. At most some stray bullets grazed him. As the chase continued, 3 frantic players also appeared in Li Mu's sight. It was at this moment that Li Mu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened them. Holding his breath and focusing, under the fourfold realm, everything was so clear. The long barrel of the M24, the black silencer, looked like a fierce beast about to reveal its sharpness. His finger pulled the trigger, and in the next moment, golden fireworks exploded from the muzzle of the M24. Complete kill in Chapter 10. Points soar. Liang Hao is a supervisor at a small company in the real world. His salary is pretty decent, and he manages about a dozen people. Life can be said to be quite comfortable. But a death game called Infinite Game changed his life. Here, he is not a company supervisor. He is just a pitiful wretch trembling and struggling to survive. The experience of parachuting was the most thrilling thing in his life. Jumping, opening the parachute, landing, picking up a gun. He didn't want to die. He hoped this was just a nightmare. The harsh gunfire sounded like a battlefield engulfed in flames, with death lurking every moment. He was afraid. He was terrified. He wanted to survive. He hoped this was a nightmare. He wished the game would end so he could go home. He really did not want to die. The airdrop arrived. He had never played PUBG before, but he clearly understood the hints on the tactical panel. Top-tier armor, top-tier weapons. He desperately needed these. Only by obtaining them could he survive better. P-City was deathly silent. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, he couldn't hold it any longer. He left the safe house with a gun on his back, breaking into a sprint at a speed he had never reached before. His face was manic, and as the distance closed, the madness in his eyes grew even more intense. Bang! Harsh gunshots came from behind, along with roars. Bullets hit the ground or whizzed past him, creating a piercing sound that was the whisper of death. He went mad. His legs moved wildly as if they weren't his own, running faster than ever before, as if racing against life itself. Puff! The pain from behind filled him with terror, adrenaline raging through him. He roared and screamed. The airdrop was close. Even closer. Only 1 meter away. Finally, he reached the airdrop. Level 3 helmet. Level 3 bulletproof vest. AWM. 20 rounds of magnum bullets. Plus a ghillie suit. And a huge 15x long-range scope. This is the top-tier gear. Put. It seemed like there was a sound coming from behind, very faint, like the sound of a stapler? Put. This was his last thought. Airdrop, he saw it, very good equipment. It's a pity he could never use it again, nor would he have to live in fear anymore. He could finally return to the real world. Ding! Congratulations on using the M24 to headshot and kill player number 046, earning 100 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on receiving 1000 points. Ding! Dear player number 088, your current kill count is 6. Watching Liang Hao's head explode from the fourfold realm, Li Mu said nothing and pulled the bolt to eject the shell. This is a game of life and death, it's either you die or I perish. Mercy will only make you die faster. Only by killing others can he survive. He is neither a saint nor a Buddha, he is just an ordinary person who wants to live. The sound of the M24 sniper rifle was too quiet, and the three people caught in the frenzy didn't notice at all, or rather, the noise from their guns was too loud. No one cared about who exactly killed Liang Hao, they only knew that the airdrop was no longer in danger. Next, they just had to take out those looting the airdrop, and then the airdrop would belong to one of them. The chase turned into an intense firefight. The three relied on the broken walls, shooting at each other, with the harsh gunfire and smoke continuously echoing. From Li Mu's perspective, no matter how the three hid, they couldn't escape his sight. Under 4x scope, at a distance of just 50 or 60 meters, everything was perfectly clear. The crosshair shifted onto a black player's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mu instantly pulled the trigger. Put. Without any preparation, the black player's head exploded like a level 2 avatar watermelon. Ejected the bullet, shifted the muzzle, and aimed at another player again. Put. The distance of 50 or 60 meters passed in the blink of an eye, and another player fell. 2 players had died in succession, and the remaining player finally came to his senses. He had no kill notifications, which meant there was still someone lurking in the distance. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I can! Put. The white player who raised his gun in a surrender gesture had his head instantly blown apart, not even finishing his words. The headless body was thrown backward for a distance before falling to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on using the M24 to headshot and kill player 021, earning 100 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on receiving 1000 points. Ding! Honorable player 088, your current kill count is 7. Ding! Congratulations on using the M24 to headshot player 034, earning 100 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on earning 1000 points. Ding! Dear player 088, your current kill count is 8. Ding! Congratulations on using the M24 to headshot player 057, earning 100 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on earning 1000 points. Ding! Dear player 088, your current kill count is 9. In one battle, he wiped out 4 enemies, instantly bringing his kill count to 9. Li Mu took a deep breath, suppressing the joy in his heart, and looked toward the airdrop box in the distance, a flash of determination in his eyes. This airdrop, he wanted it. Chapter 11, Kill and Burn, Golden Belt all in hand. If there is anything that brings the most joy in the game PUBG, there is no doubt about it. Murder. Killing like a sneaky bastard. Fishing to kill. In short, just one word, kill. Every PUBG player enjoys one process, which is looting. Killing others, turning what belongs to others into your own, and adding a sense of achievement. This is the motivation for killing. In the Infinite game, it's the same, except the original intention becomes survival, and then living better than others, especially Li Mu with his tenfold rewards in hand. Li Mu is not a little cutie. Any PUBG player understands airdrop fishing, and some players who are not blinded by reason can also stay clear-headed. Opportunity is both a blessing and a curse. Everyone wants the good things, but there is only one chance who will get it. Li Mu wasn't sure if there were any hidden sober players left in Peace City. He wasn't in a hurry now. He gave himself half an hour, which was more than enough time to search the entire Peace City. If there were people, he would kill them along the way. If not, then all the supplies in Peace City would be his. The airdrop was there, it definitely wouldn't move, and he would constantly keep an eye on the situation around the airdrop. If there were still some fish biting, that would be even better. If not, he would finish looting Peace City and then leave after healing up. Most importantly, Li Mu suspected this was a big trap in the Infinite game. The airdrop had fallen on a vast plain, a perfectly flat and open area, clearly a death trap for anyone going to loot it. What disappointed Li Mu was that after more than 20 minutes of searching the entire Peace City, he hadn't seen a single living person. However, the supplies had increased quite a bit. After looting the boxes of the 4 people, Li Mu cautiously ran over to the airdrop crate. The moment he opened the airdrop, his heart couldn't help but surge with excitement. Geely suit. AWM. 15x scope. 20-round magnum. Level 3 helmet. Level 3 bulletproof vest. And an adrenaline shot. This is already the top setup. No hesitation, put everything into the backpack. Take the painkillers with a drink, energy instantly refilled, no more back pain, no more leg pain, running feels powerful. There are no cars in the entire Peace City. No cars on the roads either. You have to run to get into the safe zone. No more talk. The PUBG running simulator begins. While running, Limu keeps an eye on the tactical map. There are basically no urban areas south of Peace City, except for 2 small residential areas near the bridge. Seaside bungalows and a fishing village. According to the calculations, the distance is about 1,000 meters. Limu plans to stay at the seaside bungalow for a while. A tenfold reward talent can't be wasted. There are only 2 entrances to the airport. His side is the closest, but it doesn't rule out the possibility that someone might take a detour or jump to M City. He has no way to stop that, but he will definitely charge a toll for crossing the bridge. Killing and arson earn a golden belt. Robbing others is always the fastest way to get rich. Being in an infinite game, any saintly heart is better off just swallowing a gun and committing suicide. He didn't run straight onto the highway, that would be too dangerous. Who knows if a shot might suddenly come from somewhere, and he wouldn't even know it. Limu wasn't greedy either. He headed in the direction of the seaside bungalows. Along this route, there was a small residential area right next to the seaside farm. But despite his greed, he definitely wouldn't go to the seaside farm. Although it was close, it would take some extra time. Fully charged with energy, Limu's speed was still very fast. He covered the 700 or 800 meters in just a few minutes. Hiding far behind a rock and watching, Limu did not rush forward. The residential area was quiet. Some doors were open, others closed, but no bullet marks were found. There were only 2 possible scenarios in this situation. First, someone had already searched the place but didn't have the habit of closing doors, so it didn't create the illusion that no one was there. Second, some people were smart and knew to close doors, while others were foolish and didn't but without exception, everyone assumed there was no fighting going on, probably trying to survive and rank among the last 10 alive. No matter which kind it was, Limu had to take a chance. Killing was not what he wanted. He just wanted to live better than others. He could only go against the current, struggling to survive. Carefully feeling his way along the cover to the bottom of the house, Limu pressed against the wall and reached the door, quietly opening it. Entering the house, which was a building, the moment he opened the door, Limu saw the gathered resources on the floor. Someone has been here. The search wasn't thorough. There are still thrown objects and some scattered parts on the ground. They probably tried to save space in their backpack and didn't take everything, or maybe in their panic, they didn't clean up completely. Pulling out a fragmentation grenade, Limu wasn't sure if there was anyone on the first floor, so he decided to throw it first. At the very least, it would clear a safe hiding spot for him. Clink clank. The fragmentation grenade rolled in, and a few seconds later it exploded instantly, the shockwave and the force of the blast shaking the house. Taking advantage of this moment, Limu bent down and ran inside. Not sure if it was an illusion, but during the explosion, Limu heard a faint scream. Chapter 12, Everyone has a hero in their heart, who wears golden armor and rides on a 7-colored auspicious cloud. Everyone has a hero in their heart, even in this restless 21st century, this still holds true, just like Li Xinlan. She will never forget the figure that stood in front of her when she was 5 years old, the same young boy who used his not-so-broad back to create a haven for her in the face of a fierce big wolf dog. But reality is often harsh. As they slowly grew up, the poor boy and the rich girl inevitably faced opposition from their families. However, Li Xinlan's personality was not as fragile as her appearance suggested. Her young heart had been occupied early on. Faced with the boy's avoidance, she did not give up easily. She believed that sooner or later, she would make him understand her feelings. She could endure hardship and was not greedy for a luxurious life. Compared to material things, what she wanted more was a spiritual and emotional haven. She just wanted to stay by the boy's side. Unfortunately, it seemed that fate was deliberately making things difficult. When she excitedly went to find the boy, telling him not to stay at home playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the boy she had been thinking about suddenly disappeared right before her eyes as she opened the door. Before she could run over, she seemed to be implicated as well and slowly disappeared into the room. When she came to, she found herself in a place called the Ruined Island. Infinite game? Only 10 people can survive? Killing each other? This game rule filled her heart with fear, living in a peaceful society. Parachuting, opening the parachute, running into the building with weak legs, picking up some self-defense weapons with great fear, she stumbled upstairs and hid. She was scared, she was terrified, and every prompt on the tactical panel made her delicate body tremble uncontrollably. Here, people really could die. After dying, you can return to the real world, but your lifespan is only 1 year. Most importantly, you will forget what happened here. She was very afraid that if she died here, when she returned to the original world, she would continue like this until the day she died, never able to be with the man she cherished. Nearly an hour passed, and under this lingering fear, Li Xinlan felt each second dragged like a year. Every minute was so agonizing. Under the tension, everything around became exceptionally clear, such as the sound of insects chirping outside, and the sudden sound of a door opening downstairs followed by abrupt footsteps, and boom! Like a bomb exploding downstairs, the intense roar and the shaking of the building made Li Xinlan, who was tense all over, instinctively let out a short, quiet scream. Covering her alluring little mouth under her black bangs, her cute doll-like face was pale, and her big black eyes were filled with a look of fear. She was very scared there was someone downstairs. She didn't want to die. How she wished that at this helpless moment, the man in her heart would stand before her and shield her from the storm. Curled up, holding a gun pointed at the bathroom door, two big buns squeezed onto the gun handle, forming a jaw-dropping curve. Brother Li Mu, Xinlan is so scared, boo-hoo. Whimpering softly, she didn't dare make a loud sound. She was already prepared if anyone dared to push the door, she would pull the trigger. Downstairs, Li Mu had no idea that there was a little girl upstairs murmuring about him. After securing the supplies downstairs, Li Mu cautiously walked upstairs. He did hear voices upstairs. The scream was brief but definitely there. Judging by the sound, it seemed to be a girl. Was he going to kill a girl? He hadn't done that before, but to survive, he had to. There was no one here he could trust. His footsteps were unusually heavy. Li Mu didn't want to face it. He wanted to turn around and leave, but he couldn't. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. He didn't want any loose ends. What if someone survived here and got shot in the back during the final circle? Holding a stun grenade in his hand, Li Mu was already prepared. The moment he threw it in, he covered his ears. The stun grenade's flash couldn't reach him, but the piercing noise would make him very uncomfortable. Bang! A faint sound came, and Li Mu ran up to the second floor holding an AKM. His eyes scanned around. None of the doors were open, which meant he had to open them one by one. He was mentally prepared for this kind of door-breaking battle. He had done plenty of it in Peace City. He kicked the door, instantly pressing close to the wall. If there was anyone inside, they would definitely shoot the moment the door was broken in. This is probably the psychological state of modern people, continuing until a full magazine is fired. The second floor was quiet. Li Mu quickly peeked inside. No one was there. There were still 2 rooms left on the second floor. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. Kicked open the bedroom door again. No one was there. Stepping quietly to the bathroom, pressed against the wall, Li Mu twisted the doorknob and pulled the bathroom door open, then immediately withdrew his hand. Click. Ah! Go to hell! The moment the door was pushed open, the piercing sound of gunfire and screams of terror exploded on the second floor. Chapter 13 is huge. Really huge. What did you eat to grow so big? Da! Ah! Go to hell! Go to hell! Boo-hoo! Go to hell! The piercing sound of gunfire, the whistle of bullets cutting through the air, and the girl's screams and sobs echoed on the second floor. Click! The continuous empty clicks, the bullets were all spent, but Li Mu did not move, still leaning against the wall. There was doubt in his eyes, and his face wore an expression of uncertain surprise. Li Mu felt that this voice was really familiar. Holding the AKM, he turned around, the muzzle pointing at the girl curled up inside the bathroom. Her black twin tails and petite figure made Li Mu feel somewhat dazed. Apart from the M416 the girl was holding, she really looked just like the little girl in his real life who always gave him a headache. The girl was probably too scared. She didn't even realize the M416 was out of bullets and didn't switch weapons. Her finger on the trigger never loosened. Li Mu didn't rush to shoot either. If this were the real girl, the moment she fired, Li Mu could have choked himself to death. Xinlan? Holding on to a 1 in a million hope, Li Mu called out. Xinlan? The terrified girl's heart trembled. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Except for being a bit muffled, it seemed almost like her brother's. The adorable baby face lifted up, and the black, gem-like sparkling eyes under the bangs looked at the figure in the black helmet in front of her, feeling a bit confused for a moment. The person in front of her, aside from the black helmet, in both body shape and clothes, looked just like her brother Li Mu. She had even bought this outfit with her own hands. Li Mu was stunned. When Li Xinlan looked up, he recognized her immediately. At the age of 18 or 19, she still had a baby face, never seeming to grow up. In his memory, only Li Xinlan was this troublesome little girl to him. But the question is, how did Li Xinlan get into the infinite space? Brother Li Mu? Holding on to a 1 in 10,000 chance, Li Xinlan called out once, and when she saw the helmeted man nod, she was stunned. Just a moment ago, she was still thinking about Li Mu, and now he suddenly appeared right in front of her? The grievances, fear, and terror in her heart all surged up at this moment. The gun in her hand fell to the ground, and the wronged little girl instantly threw herself into Li Mu's arms. Woo, brother Li Mu, Xinlan is so scared. Her delicate body was trembling, and the girl's crying made Li Mu feel a bit heartbroken. His gradually cooling heart seemed to be warmed again. Putting the gun back into his backpack, Li Mu wrapped his arms around the little girl's slender waist and gently patted her back, comforting her. Don't cry, I'm not here, not afraid. Tell me, how did you also so unlucky to come in? Embracing Li Mu, heart blue dead not let go, as if let go Li Mu disappeared. Lifting his head and looking at the twisted black helmet, Xinlan's big, red eyes with aggression as he cried, said. Li Mu brother, take off your helmet, Xinlan want to look at you, helmet is so ugly. The helmet is so ugly. You first loosen me, let's go to the bedroom side, the toilet is too narrow, if someone attacked, a grenade to run have no place to run. Helmet can be taken off, this little girl has suffered, she wants to see, let her see, but the toilet is too unsafe, not even a window, when the time comes to jump out of the window escape cannot. Loose? No way. Loosening is absolutely not possible. This will do, it doesn't affect walking. Wrapping her arms around Limu's waist, the little girl came around behind him, her tone extremely firm. This is what Limu thought, God knows how this was eaten out. Breathlessly turning his head and walking to the bedroom with the wombat behind him, Limu leaned against the corner of the wall, and only then did he take off his helmet. Okay, it's off. Another rub, looking at Li Xinlan who shifted from behind to in front of him, Limu said this is not a joke. Provoking him is not a man or not. Looking up at the familiar face in front of him, Li Xinlan's heart was finally solid, the surprise of going from hell to heaven, the walk on the edge of death made this little lowly understand a lot of things. I'm being counter-walloped? For the first time in life, the interface do not, Limu's feeling is very good. In the past, the little girl had this idea, Limu was a little evasive, the reality is like this, like is not everything, the white rich beauty and the poor boy is not a TV drama that will end up with a good result. But now he does not have to care so much, the infinite world struggling to survive, he has not so much to worry about. 14 chapter grouping is impossible? Who farted? Li Xinlan said that just now it was really just a hot head, she thought it would scare Limu, after all, this brother, before, has been running away. Who little girl don't play with fire. Lifting his head, Limu's eyes are bloodshot, obviously he just wanted to kiss and be done with it, looking at her straining, Limu picked her up, now what is going on? Knocking on the heart blue glossy little brain, Limu pointed out the window and said, have you forgotten where this is? If I give it to you, you limp into the safe zone? Can you walk? Instantly calmed down, but the little girl was still a bit unconvinced. Who knows if you will still drag me, and I don't know if I can survive to the end of it, my skills are very poor, otherwise. Or else really eat me, right? When the time comes, I can block behind you, so that the chances of you surviving, brother Limu, will be greater. Dang. Egu. It hurts. Why did you knock me? Limu thought she had some good ideas, but this is what she ended up doing? Defend him from a gun? To keep him alive? Does he need that? Limu was touched by the little girl's thoughts, a woman's IQ is always brainless and negative during a relationship, but he was sure that he could live with Xinlan. Knocking you is to make you remember, can you remember without pain? I will take you to live, there must be 2 of us in 10 people, then eat every day, eat until you beg for mercy, you behave yourself now, understand? Don't do anything stupid. As long as you are obedient, brother guaranteed not to hide you also not to escape, how? Covering the small brain that was knocked painful, Heart Blue nodded, as long as Limu does not avoid her anymore, how to do anything, blocking bullets she dared, what else cannot? Taking out the level 3 head and level 3 armor from his backpack and handing them to Xinlan, Limu said. Change into these 2, it will be a lot safer. Looked at the 3rd level armor on Limu's body, see Limu also have, Heart Blue this only honestly took over the set on the body. What is your number? Now let's team up, that way even if you get knocked down, I can save you up, right? Do you have a medical kit or something? Drinks? Speaking of teaming up, Limu felt his face hurt a little bit, vaguely remembered that, at first, he seemed to have said that teaming up was absolutely impossible, and that he would not team up even if he was beaten to death, and that he only wanted to kill people. This is only not an hour face was beaten back, really too fast. And Heart Blue group on the team, Limu found that this little girl is really poor, think about the downstairs are not picking up much of the supplies, Limu understand. Limu brother, this helmet is so stuffy oh also a little heavy, cannot kiss with you. Limu. Where exactly is your focus? Shouldn't safety come first? Crying and laughing at Li Xinlan, obviously a death game, how suddenly became funny. Stop fooling around, with this helmet here, even if you get your head blown off you'll be fine, now I have something I want to ask you. Is there anyone else in this room? How many people have you seen? Asked a blank face, Li Xinlan thought for half a day, pointing to the next building and said. There is one over there, the rest do not know, but in the other house heard the sound of gunfire, seems to have killed someone. 4 buildings, and a small room to put goods, at least fell down 4 people? And a firefight? Walking to the window, Limu carefully looked outside and turned his head to Li Xinlan. Xinlan, you watch for me from this side of the window, if someone is aiming at me from the side diagonally across the street, you tell me in time, and I'll go and kill all the people outside. Startled by Limu's murderous words, go out? You'll get hit that way. Brother Limu, you. Listen, if we don't kill them, we will die, do you understand? Chapter 15 Heart? Master of Psychology? Holding the M416, Li Xinlan bit Herb's lip and watched Limu walk down the stairs. She didn't want Limu to take the risk, but she knew that she couldn't stop Limu, all she could do was to keep an eye on the buildings around her, and give Limu a warning in advance. Gripping the handle of her gun tightly, she wanted to help Limu, she couldn't panic, she had to keep an eye on the situation of several buildings at all times, so that she could ensure Limu's safety. On the first floor, replacing the red dot scope on the AKM, Limu took a deep breath, pushed open the door and walked out. He was going to the next building this time. The heart blue upstairs could help him monitor the two buildings on the opposite side. He had to remove the danger from this building next door before he could safely deal with the two buildings on the opposite side. Throwing the grenade into the kitchen through the window, Limu vigilantly watched the two buildings across the street, but at a distance of 20 meters, as long as someone on the window showed their head. With advanced firearms proficiency mastery, he was certain that he could instantly kill the other party. Boom! Muffled thunder boomed. Without hesitation, Limu quickly ran in. The first floor was empty, several rooms were open. Is the person on the second floor? Quickly walked to the entrance of the stairs, glanced sideways at the room next to him. There was no one, it was safe. Standing on the first step of the stairs, Limu pinched a fragmentation grenade and threw it up. Boom! The grenade exploded again. The roof of the building was shaken down with a large amount of dust, making the illusion of a quick step up the stairs. At the same time, a concussion bomb was thrown up again. Did not go up the stairs. This is a psychological warfare. Grenade explosion, footsteps upstairs. Upstairs if someone must aim at the stairway. This time the concussion bomb flew up. As long as looking at the stairway side, will certainly be blinded. Even if not blind, the concussion bomb exploded without preparation. The ear-piercing sound is enough to make people dizzy. In this case, even if not blinded, there will be visual illusions. That is, heavy shadow. The concussion bomb exploded. The ear-piercing sound echoed on the second floor. Even if he covered his ears, Limu was a little uncomfortable, not to mention the unprepared kind. Quickly run upstairs, do not even need to look. The sound of pain is Limu's best coordinates. Running along the sound, looking at the man who fell to the ground covering his eyes and screaming, Limu did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Ta! Ding! Congratulations on using AKM headshot to kill player number 056, gaining 100 points, 10 times reward talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding! Dear player number 088, your current number of kills is 10. Killing one person again, Limu sighed in relief. Next, the two buildings across the street. Standing by the window and aiming at the opposite side, Limu wanted to see if the opposite side would venture out. After all, this side had made such a big commotion. In the case of a normal person, there was no chance that he would look twice. In advance, I changed the M24, as for the AWM, that final round and then use it. Now I'm afraid it's a bit of a waste. Just when Limu aimed over there, at this time inside the opposite building, a brown-haired, blue-eyed foreign man is vigilantly leaning against the wall. The stairway is also placed a dead body. Brick usually liked to play with guns, and he was terrified when he was accidentally chosen by the infinite game, especially after landing on the ground. There was actually someone who jumped in with him. The other person also picked up the gun first. He could only turn around and run up to the second floor. Fortunately, there were guns upstairs as well, and his skillful technique saved his life. A quick change of bullets and then a fierce firefight extinguished the man who had caught up with him, and he was shot twice in a row, almost dying. Having eliminated the enemy, he had thought he was safe, and that he was in a safe zone, and he wanted to just hunker down and wait until it was over. But it wasn't long before explosions came from across the street, along with gunfire. His heart instantly lifted. It wasn't the end. After a moment's pause, the explosions soon came again, and he could hear them clearly. It was the sound of a grenade going off. The sound of gunfire raged. The panel soon came with an alert. His heart clenched. The person on the opposite side was dead? He didn't know what the exact situation was. He quietly poked out half of his head. His turquoise blue pupils reflected the complete picture. His sight swept across the second floor. A black hole in the muzzle of the gun instantly made his heart go ice cold. Plop! Fire appeared. A blood mist exploded in his eyes, and instantly his entire head exploded, and his body was lifted off the ground. Ding! Congratulations on using your M24 to kill player 028 with a headshot, gaining 100 points, 10 times the reward talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding! Dear player number 088, your current kill count is 11. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1/5 of player number 028's points, gaining 20 points, tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on obtaining 200 points. The tone disappeared. Limu secretly nodded his head. Is the one across the street the final winner of the gunfight that took place? Turning his head downstairs, there is still one last building left to search. Heart Blue's words can't be trusted in their entirety. She was so flustered at that time. How could she hear clearly? Turned around and did not find any enemies. Limu was relieved, and searched several buildings before returning to Shinlan's side. Looking at Limu's return, Xianlan lowered her head, her cute double ponytail hanging down in mourning. Limu brother Xianlan is so useless. 16 Chapter Rich Family, double airdrop descending. Heart Blue is particularly frustrated now. Limu let her help watch the opposite side, but she did not do a good job. The opposite side of the people are dead. She did not even find out how to die. She felt as if she half the role did not play. Touching Shinlan's head, what could Limu say? This can't be blamed on Shinlan at all. That foreigner was too cautious. He also just happened to find out. Can only say that foreigner was unlucky, just happened to be right with him. Don't be downcast, you are of great use. In case my brother is knocked down by someone else, then we can wait for you to save me. You are a strange soldier in my brother's hand. With you, my brother dares to fight with others. You see, the opposite side is alive. I am also alive, but the opposite side died. Brother still have you By the time you are able to save brother up, do you still think you are useless? Ha? Like this? Cocking his head, Shinlan was confused. Jedi, this game she really do not understand how. Of course, do not say, let's start to run the map, delayed for so long, the safe zone is afraid to brush, this game inside no car, all rely on running forward, you're first full of energy, painkillers on the drink to drink. Taking advantage of the effort of playing energy, Li Mu looked at his own attributes. Character, Li Mu. Number, 088. Strength, 07 average human value of 1. Agility, 09 average human value of 1. Spirit, 14 average human value of 1. Physique, 1 average human value is 1. Special blood, none. Skills, advanced firearms proficiency rifle, light machine gun, sniper rifle, miniature submachine gun, shotgun, pistol. Talent, tenfold reward. Possession, M24 sniper rifle, AWM sniper rifle, AKM assault rifle, 20 rounds of magnum bullets, 1,800 rounds of 762 bullets, 36 first aid kits not to make up the word count. Current location, Ruined Island. Number of kills, 11. Character points, 1,400 points. Current teammate, Li Shinlan. A total of 11 kills, 2 of which came with 400 points, more than 10,000 points. This is considered a huge amount of money for him, right? Looked at the tactics panel, the original 100 people, now is only 53 people left, but now is only the third circle, but think about it, half an hour to brush the circle, as if this speed is already considered slow. Looking at the map, the game has been going on for nearly an hour and a half, the poison circle has spread to the front of our city, and is shrinking towards P City. Li Mu felt that he still underestimated this poison circle. This poison circle and safe zone is accelerated with time, it is not at all a uniform speed, the higher the number of times the circle brushes, the faster the speed, and the refresh time of the fourth safe zone, surprisingly, is only 20 minutes. Looking at the safe zone, it was indeed as he thought, this safe zone was brushed towards the airport. Not being able to hesitate, Li Mu pulled up Shinlan, who had taken medicine, and turned his head towards the downstairs. Just as he walked out the door, a series of roars came. Li Mu turned his head to look, and an airplane flew over in the distance. Airdrop? Running to hide behind a hill, watching the plane fly all the way over, eventually dropping 2 small black dots a few hundred meters in front of him, Li Mu was instantly confused. I'm going, double airdrops? Looking at the place where the airdrops fell, Li Mu pulled up Shinlan and started running. Let's go grab the airdrops, this airdrop is ours. It's just that it might be dangerous. Danger also means opportunity. The place where the airdrops fell is very spooky, the junction of the seaside bungalows and the fishing village. This time the players of the 2 resource points can see, this is definitely a bloody battle. 2 airdrops, Li Mu didn't even dare to think about exactly what the fight would be like, but this airdrop might disrupt his plans. He had planned to collect the toll at the seaside bungalow, he just didn't know if he would catch up with the drug runners. This would be a real mess if 3 groups of people were to mix it up. Heart Blue is now a little confused, usually she is okay to run, but like this now open double fading let go of running, up to 100 meters will not work, now even ran 300 or 400 meters still half a point without gasping? This is the role of the energy drink, not only can run fast, but also do not have to worry about the body cannot keep up. Seemingly knowing what Shinlan was thinking, Li Mu said while running. How can you do that? Shinlan, squat down. However, in 2 to 3 minutes, Li Mu brought Heart Blue to a short slope, where the terrain was very good, and 2 short slopes protected him and Heart Blue in the center, preventing the possibility of being sneak attacked. The distant airdrop wobbled and landed, while a prompt appeared on all players' tactical panels and was marked with a striking red dot. Ding! Attention, the airdrop has landed, the coordinate point is 113 meters directly in front of you, and it contains top-grade weapons and defenses that can greatly increase your survival rate. Ding! Attention, the airdrop has landed, the coordinate point is 108 meters directly in front of you, it contains top-grade weapons and defensive gears, which can greatly increase your survival rate. With 2 consecutive prompts, each labeled with 2 airdrops, Li Mu was already able to imagine just how grueling the fight would be in a moment. 17 Chapter 17 A good girl, how do you say drive? The 2 airdrops almost attracted the attention of a large swath of people, no matter if they wanted to pick them up or not, everyone's line of sight looked in the direction of the airdrops. With his sight looking around, Li Mu took out his energy drink and said to Shinlan. Heart Blue, keep drinking the energy drink, let's run after drinking it. See the bungalow over there? Don't stop, run all the way, follow me, got it? Nodded and drank a bottle of drink, waiting for Li Mu to rush out of the short slope. Shinlan hurriedly chased after him. Airdrops move the heart, the short slope is still not too safe, and it is also a little far away, the housing area is relatively more secure, into the attack and retreat, and now it is estimated that no one pays attention to this side, and now do not run, I guess there will be no time to run in a while. A distance of more than 100 meters, with the support of energy drinks, even Heart Blue can run through in 20 seconds, the role of energy drinks is still very big. As Li Mu thought, until he rushed into a 2-story building with Heart Blue, he wasn't discovered by others, much less a firefight. Climbing up to the second floor, there weren't many rooms in the square area, just 7 or 8. It couldn't hinder his vision at all. Leaning on the side of the window, through the 8 times lens he picked up earlier, Limu looked in the direction of the fishing village. At this time, both the square area and the fishing village were very quiet, as if there was really no one. However, Limu didn't believe that there was no one on this side. Everyone was waiting for the first one to come out of the woodwork. Shinlan, you watch the direction of the fishing village, be careful, as long as people come out, tell me at the first time, I'll observe the P-City side. Got it, Shinlan will definitely fight with all his spirit. Having already lost someone once before, Shinlan decided that she must let Limu see her usefulness. Changed to 15 times the realm, black and thick is very powerful, separated by thousands of meters to see as close to the eye, even the distant hillside, woods, and even boulders can be seen clearly. Time passed, the poison circle is contracted to the P-City, this side of the airdrop is still no one moved, but Limu is not worried, and even the corner of the mouth also hooked up a smile. In the 15 times realm, Limu has already seen the players running wild on the road, should be forced from the S-City, our city, the school side. He does not believe that this side is about to be robbed of the airdrops, those people can still calm down. 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, a total of 7 people, seems to be organized, 7 people 2-2-3 run together, seems to be 3 teams of people. The last 100 meters, the 3 teams are basically more than 50 meters away from each other, before and after, even around, primary firearms proficiency, 50 meters want to hit people, or some difficulty. Suddenly appeared 7 people, this time the housing area and fishing village side can't help it, especially the housing area side, the closest, there are already people shooting. Bang! The crisp sound carried a powerful deterrent. Limu instantly heard that it was the sound of a 98K, only the sound of a sniper rifle would be so unique, and it was a single shot. Unfortunately, the accuracy is not how. 98K is considered to be the most difficult to use a sniper rifle inside. The bullet drop is very powerful, not a master is difficult to control this sniper rifle. Like a fuse, after the first person shot, the whole square is messed up, all corners are ringing sparse gunfire, there are continuous sniper rifles, and rifles. Regardless of whether they hit or not, they were all firing anyway, trying to thwart those who wanted to grab the airdrops. Through the 15 times realm, Limu could see the dirt splattered madly under the feet of those 7 players or in the distance, that was the smoke brought up by the bullets. Seeing that those players were getting closer and closer, but none of them were killed, the players in the room area got anxious. You guys are just going to watch others grab the airdrops? Why don't we make an agreement, who dares to take the lead and shoot? How about we set fire to that person together? How about we decide on the final drop based on our strength? The roar was so loud that it even overpowered the sound of gunfire, and instantly the gunfire in the room area stagnated, and after a few moments of silence, there was soon a response. Good. I agree. Soon everyone responded, but the authenticity, Limu did not want to speak, who believe who? Limu brother, quick. Quickly. It's coming out. Face black, Limu almost did not throw the gun or flying, cannot drive. I haven't done anything yet. Turning his head to look at Limu's speechless gaze, Shinlan's cute little face was dumbfounded, as if he understood something, and instantly erred like a big apple. I'm talking about the people on the fishing village side running out. I didn't say anything else. Limu. It's better if you don't say it, but you think even more crookedly when you say it. Walking to Shinlan's side, Limu looked in the direction of the fishing village. The most painful thing he had thought about before still happened, a 3-way melee. I guess he's going to lose a lot of heads. Heart blue, moving targets can't be hit, but fixed targets should be fine, right? Later, if I knocked down and didn't kill them, and saw them crawling on their knees, you can use your gun to point the death one by one, got it? 18 chapter Men and Women Match, work is not tired? Played Jedi survival people should know, in the case of the enemy his teammates, the kill mechanism is to see who in the end is knocked down, the head counts who. Of course, if someone who wasn't on a team killed the down player, the head naturally belonged to someone else. Limu had instructed this to prevent those who were teamed up, but of course, it wasn't to restrict Heart Blue and prevent her from killing. First of all, with Heart Blue's skills, moving targets so far away basically can't be hit. There is also, he killed people, but 10 times the reward points, then he gave Heart Blue points, to help her improve her strength is not good? For Limu's proposal, Shinlan did not have half an opinion, points, and so on, she really did not put on the heart. For Shinlan, as long as can help Limu, that is the happiest thing. Set up the M24, change the 15 times the realm, so little distance, with 15 times the realm is afraid to play a shot after the second shot to the sky, 4 times the realm this distance is the most suitable. Through the 4 times the realm to look at the direction of the fishing village, Limu looked, the number of quite a lot, there are 4 people, very tacit understanding of no infighting, 80% is a team, at this time is holding the gun to the side of the airdrops to run, while running, and shooting. P-City side is not weak, so close to the distance still brainless run, that is looking for death, must return fire. The housing area side also ran out 5 people, seems to be 2 teams, this next 3-way melee, adding up to a total of 16 people, Limu eyes are going to turn into the shape of points. 16 people If he killed them all, he could get 16 W points. Aiming at the fishing village side, the P-town side is too crowded to make a move. The housing area side is a gang. If his ass is stolen, won't he be exposed? Hitting the fishing village is the best. Even if it is knocked down, it will be thought that it is the people on the housing area side. After all, it is the bullets from this side. Aiming at a player with a level 2 head, Limu decisively pulled the trigger, the M24 with a silencer. That sound is simply negligible, especially in this battlefield where the sound of gunshots is ear-splitting. The running man's head exploded into a mist of blood. He was hit by the M24 headshot. Unless he had a level 3 head, he was properly cool. Ding! You used your M24 headshot to take down player 019. This player has teammates. You must kill all of your teammates or kill the down player again in order to gain points. Having anticipated this, Limu didn't care, pulling the bolt and moving his aim to another person once again. Beside Limu, seeing someone fall to the ground, Heart Blue's eyes lit up. Her chance to perform had come. For times the realm in hand, M416 single shot point blank fixed target. Even people who just know how to shoot can hit. Bang! 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 With a silencer, the sound of the M416 was still a bit loud, but nearly 100 meters apart, it was nothing. Ding! You finally killed player 019, gaining 100 points, 10 times reward talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding! Honorable player number 088, your kill count is 12. Pust. Shooting a shot again, another player was shot in the head while moving. Taking the time to look at Heart Blue, Limu praised. Heart Blue did a great job. Instantly, like a shot of chicken blood, Heart Blue's excited little face turned red, holding the M416 and continuously pointing a few more shots. Ding! You have finally killed player 027, gaining 100 points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding! Dear player 088, your kill count is 13. Having been killed by 2 people consecutively, the team on the fishing village side was stunned. It took less than 10 seconds to kill 2 of their teammates in battle. Fear makes people crazy, not to mention the 2 people who were already on the verge of sealing off their hearts, stimulated by all sorts of repression. Airdrops also don't want. 2 black players roared holding AKM to the Peace City, and the players in the housing area of the brainless sweeping shot. Black strong body can completely pressure the recoil of the AKM. This kind of gun. Under the frantic shooting, the people in Peace City in the housing area were actually suppressed and didn't dare to raise their heads. 2 people, with 2 AKM suppressed 12 people. This is not a joke. We must know that the horizontal afraid of rash afraid of life-threatening sparring, the hearts of the people, who dares to risk his head? But the suppression is short-lived. 40 rounds of bullets poured out. The 2 parties quickly counterattacked, and not even finished the fight, one of the blacks fell. The ones who were suppressed were the people from Peace City and the housing area. Limu was not one of them. Ta! The continuous point-blank shots were once again powerful, and Limu's side quickly received a prompt. Ding! You finally killed player 078, gaining 100 points, 10 times reward talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding! Honorable player number 088, your kill count is 14. Just as Limu was still trying to shoot, the last black player had already fallen, and it was unclear by whom he was killed. The fishing village direction was completely reunited, and now that it had turned into a battle between the 2 sides, Limu silently put away his gun. Brother Limu, are we not going to fight? No, we're still going to fight, but not now, you'll know in a moment. Chapter 19, you guys fight, I'm stealing chickens. Replacing the magazines, previously killing 3 players and using 3 bullets, even with the expanding magazines, there were only 4 bullets left. The next fight might not have time to change bullets. Limu didn't want to miss out on heads because of changing bullets. The reason we don't do it now is so that they can fight first. They won't get the airdrops until they finish fighting, and we'll take advantage of them fighting to sneak in and steal their heads. Do you understand? Taking advantage of the effort of changing bullets, Limu explained it to Shinlan, and all of a sudden the cute double ponytail legitimate Loli understood. Right, if there are any that I can't solve in time in a while, you can also do it, don't cheapen others. Well, Heart Blue knows. Shifting to another window, from here you could see the entire side of the battlefield, whether it was the housing area players lying on the short slope, or the 3 teams of players running poison from the Peace City side, you could see it clearly. The fishing village team was completely wiped out, only 2 parties were left. The atmosphere became more tense, facing the poison that was getting closer and closer in the safe zone that was refreshed again. They didn't dare to drag on. If they dragged on for another half an hour, it was time to eat the poison. Now the poison circle that was getting faster and faster. Who knew how powerful it really was? Behind the short slope, Lu Tianhao turned his head to look at a few temporary minions around him and opened his mouth to command. Can't wait, directly start fighting. If we wait any longer, no one will be able to run away by then. After saying these words, Lu Tianhao looked at another short slope dozens of meters away and shouted. Opposite, shoot together. The poison circle still has half an hour to come over. If you do not do it, I'm afraid that no one can get the airdrop. Good. Do it together. Get the opposite side of the response. Lu Tianhao raised his hand car 98K. Through the 8 times the mirror began to aim. Lu Tianhao, quite a wrist, in the real world is a triad boss, under the hands of more than 100 people, naturally have a flurry of lulling, coupled with the benefits, the two players who are not secure were lulled by him. Lu Tianhao, this person usually hobbies are not much, he does not take drugs, he knows that things scourge body, also do not like to gamble, the most is to play with women and drink, in addition to this, but also more like to read novels. This kind of novel similar to the main God game, he also read, suddenly came to the infinite space, he quickly adapted, alone, he looked around in the cabin, listed the benefits and harms, the two players also agreed. After landing, the three people together, really killed a few people, tasted the sweetness, the two players were more obedient, and the other team was kind of unexpected. Lu Tianhao, three people so fierce, the rest of the people naturally began to embrace the group, but unfortunately a little late, in the end there are only two people left, and as a result, these two teams occupied the seaside bungalows. 3 people on one side, 2 people on the other side, the combat strength is similar, who do not want to die. Lu Tianhao also did not force the two little brother to go to his death, if he really did that, this team is estimated to be instantly gone. Without the camaraderie accumulated over many worlds, this kind of death dealing will never be done. For times the realm of focus aimed at the head of one of the players, Lu Tianhao instantly pulled the trigger, but 70 to 80 meters away, the 98k bullets did not come down to the distance. Level 2 head face car 98k that several books are equal to none, was hit by the player, instantly fell to the ground. Suddenly Lu Tianhao face a happy, then is the face of a black. That player in the short slope behind, this folly simply cannot even see people, this is still a fart? Bad luck. Cursed, Lu Tianhao baby like holding car 98k, this is a god gunna, the second level of the head of a shot on the second, this kind of killing pleasure, he is very like. The second floor, Li Mu heatedly smiled, he is waiting for this, Lu Tianhao cannot hit, but he can ah. The second floor is high up, and you can just see behind the short slope. Plop! A slight sound came from the ground, the fallen player wasn't even helped up, and was instantly killed on the ground by a headshot. Ding! You have finally killed player 090, earning 100 points, the tenfold reward talent is activated, congratulations on earning 1000 points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1/5 of player 090's points, earning 20 points, the tenfold reward talent activated, and congratulations on obtaining 200 points. Ding! Dear player 088, your kill count is 15. Stealing the chicken successfully, Li Mu laughed until he couldn't stop laughing, as if he could already see Lu Tianhao's face as black as the bottom of a pot. Not to mention, Lu Tianhao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot right now. The knockdown tactics panel was prompted, his side dared to knock down for not more than a few seconds, and suddenly his head was robbed. This is simply a slap in his face, left and right horizontal pump ah. He was confused. Grass. Someone from the other side took the opportunity to steal my head. I'm pissed off. Chapter 20 is this 088 again? Lu Tianhao heart bitter a force, it is not easy to overplay, a shot hit, you say he is easy? The result is not yet happy it, the head flew, was robbed by others. His heart was dripping blood. The team that ran over from P City was also confused, especially Fong Yun who was helping player number 090, he almost peed in fear as he watched his teammate suddenly die a violent death in front of him. He and player 090 were the only ones in the team, now that his teammates were hanging and he was left on his own, wouldn't he be out of luck if he got another shot? Looking around the two teams, Fong Yun was afraid that they would suddenly steal him, he didn't have any more teammates, he was panicking in his heart, he didn't want to get together for the airdrop, he just wanted to get away from here. On the second floor of the room area, Li Xinlan looked at the players killed by Li Mu, her heart couldn't be happier, she didn't have any attachment to points and heads, as long as it was Li Mu's, she was happy. Withdrawing the bullets, inside the quadruple realm, Li Mu was naturally able to see the situation of the P-Town team, this was the benefit of the high ground, even if he was hiding behind a short slope, he could see clearly and understandably. Before he killed player 090, it was a two-man team, one dead, one left, in order to avoid the head to be robbed, Li Mu has to strike in advance, to destroy the single player. For times the realm of accuracy aimed at the panicked player, looking at him as if he was going to take advantage of the chaos to run towards the distance, Li Mu's mouth corner hooked up a disdainful cold smile. Since he ran over to join in the fun, he had to be prepared to die. Pulling the trigger, the player with the secondary head was instantly knocked out by the force of the 762 bullets inside the fourfold alignment, the secondary head couldn't protect his fragile head at all, and he was instantly killed. Ding! You used your M24 to kill player number 057 with a headshot, earning 100 points, and with the tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on earning 1000 points. Ding! Dear player number 088, your kill count is 16. The number of kills grew again, reaching a terrifying 16 people, the entire game totaled only 100 people off. Li Mu himself had wiped out nearly 1/5 of them. This was only the third circle. P City squad that came over was suddenly wiped out by one, leaving only 5 people, and all of a sudden both sides were evenly matched, except for Li Mu in the shadows, there were only 5 people on both sides of the enemy. P City team suddenly killed 2 people, the remaining 2 teams are cursing in their hearts, the opposite side is also too fierce? They killed their team right away. What the hell is this 088 doing? What the hell is this 088? It's too scary, right? The team on the P-Town side is cursing, but the team on the housing area side is a bit happy that they are downsized. This is their chance. Brother, what should we do? The poison circle is getting closer and closer. On the P-Town side, Li Mang looked at his big brother and couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. Listening to his brother's anxious voice, Li Chang's heart was also a little anxious. The three of them had been playing Black Boxing Underground, and as a result, they were suddenly transported to the infinite game. After a brief understanding, the three brothers understand that this is an opportunity. Infinite space sounds like a high-level awe. There are also so many black technology. Three brothers together, looking at the route, directly jumped the school dormitory. Not to mention, the three brothers dare to fight after jumping down hard with the primary firearms proficiency, hard to kill over the dormitory side of everyone. The three brothers naturally have no suspicion, a mother and compatriots, plus so many years of black boxing feelings, that is called a brother unity of heart, its power to break the gold. The whole dormitory area, the three of them killed more than 10 people, each person has more than 3 heads on the body. This comes and goes, the gun law instead also improved a little. Lao San, inside our brothers, your helmet is the best, it is a 3-level head, you probe out to attract firepower. The oldest three is called Li Yang. When he heard Li Chang's words, without saying a word, he picked up his gun and drilled out of the short slope. Ta! Perennial black boxing, Li Yang's arm strength is fierce. Even if the AKM shakes badly, he can control it. As for the accuracy, the firepower in the direction of P City is ferocious. Lu Tianhao's side is naturally not weak. He is worried that he cannot hit people. He has a number in his heart. Everyone is half a caddy, a burst of 70 to 80 meters apart to hit people? That is dreaming. On the contrary, his hand sniper rifle, that is who hit who died. Raise his head, the Car 98K in his hand raised. He is not afraid of being hit. The center of gravity is adjusted. After aiming, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! I have to say, 70 to 80 meters distance, 4 times the power of the Realm Car 98K is really don't too fierce. Li Yang only felt like a hammer blast on his head. The whole person was almost knocked out. Blood is also wildly fall. Just as Lu Tianhao got up, Li Chang, who had already prepared, also aimed at Lu Tianhao's head. Bang! A mist of blood exploded from his head and Lu Tianhao instantly fell to the ground, his blood level directly turning red. How come the opposite side is a level 3 head? Pitiful. Hurry up and help me. I will definitely give him a fight next time. Shoo. Poof. Chapter 21, Crumbling Players, Brainless Mang status on. Ding. You have knocked down player 044 using Car 98K headshot, please continue your efforts. Collecting his gun and crouching down, the tip on the tactical panel made Li Chang's heart very happy, but he was not too excited. This was only a knockdown, not a kill. Turning his head to look at his younger brother who was covering his head next to him, Li Chang said with concern, Lao San, how are you doing? Shaking his head, looking at his almost finished blood and the durability of his level 3 head seeing red, Li Yang said, it's okay, I can still take a shot with this 3-level head, but it almost shocked my head, and now I'm still a little nauseous. I'm taking medicine now. The opposite side of the sniper I also knocked down, just a little bit of a pity, cannot see the silhouette, cannot make up the grass. The head of the old man. Before the words were finished, Li Chang cursed angrily, and Li Yang, who was taking medicine, froze. What's wrong with big brother? With a constipated expression on his face, Li Chang held back his anger and said, you guys look at the tactics panel, horse, my head was robbed by that 088 again. Hearing Li Chang say this, Li Yang and Li Mang opened the tactics panel. Ding. Player 088 used the M24 to kill player 044 with a final headshot, gaining 100 points. The head was really robbed. Li Yang only felt a mouthful of blood rushing up to his throat without vomiting. He was shot, the head was robbed by someone else, and the three of them were giving someone else a marriage. This. Big brother, what to do now? Grimacing, Li Chang turned his head to look dozens of meters away and roared. Are you all dead men? If you don't make a move, we'll all wait here to be poisoned to death. When Li Chang yelled, the two-man team that ran over from the P City side was also startled, looking at the poison that was about to brush over. They didn't dare to watch the show anymore. Dragging it on would only be unfavorable to them. As long as the opposite side didn't come out and stuck them, they could poison them alive. Do you have any smoke bombs? We all throw smoke bombs together to rush over. The opposite side does not venture out, can only be rushed. The opposite side attrition, we have the advantage of the number of people. Gritting his teeth, Li Chang responded. Throw smoke. Everyone rushed together, separate points. On the second floor, Li Mu once again collected a head. His heart is happy. This feeling of sitting and collecting heads is really cool, especially when he just killed number 044. The person next to him almost didn't die from the shock of the exploded head. Character Li Mu. Number 088. Strength 07, average human value of 1. Agility 09, average human value is 1. Spirit 14, average human value is 1. Physique 1, average human value is 1. Special blood none. Skills, advanced firearms proficiency. Talent, tenfold reward. Possession, M24 Sniper Rifle, AWM Sniper Rifle, AKM Assault Rifle. Current location, Ruined Island. Number of kills, 17. Character points, 1, 7600. Current teammate, Lee Shinlan. Few, 17 people, another 1200 points, cool. Brother Lee Mu, look over there, they're throwing smoke bombs. Just as Li Mu was checking his personal panel, Li Xinlan's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and Li Mu hurriedly turned his head to look out the window. He only saw that there were suddenly several more pieces of white smoke on the main highway, and from his side, he could see the 5 players rushing out from inside the short slope. Looking at the tactics panel, the poison circle had almost crossed over to P City, and Li Mu instantly understood. This was unable to resist the urge to fight for his life. The smoke bomb on the highway wasn't just discovered by Li Mu, the team on this side of the housing area had also discovered it, and even if they were stupid, they knew that this was going to be a strong attack. Ta! There is no hesitation, no one wants to die. If the opposite side rushes over, there is no advantage of terrain, they are fewer people, they will definitely be exterminated by the opposite side. 4 people, 4 guns to the smoke inside a burst of mutiny, regardless of whether to hit the people, in any case, hit on the right. Smoke also kept throwing out new smoke bombs, looks like it is intended to use smoke bombs to directly burst face. In fact, this kind of big planes, this is no way out. If another place is okay, the big deal is to go around the road, but here is the bridge, there is no way to cross the bridge in the case of jumping into the sea? Out of his mind. Can you be sure there are no sharks in the sea? Can you swim? Can you swim across? There's no car, maybe there's a boat? The 4 guns kept sweeping. I don't know if it was luck or what, someone really fell in the smoke, but unfortunately the smoke was too big and Li Mu couldn't see the silhouettes, so he could only helplessly hold the M24 and fume. However, the smoke quickly dispersed. Thankfully, the player who fell to the ground and no one to help him up, it looks like the intention is to directly reckless past, kill people, and then go back to save, but well. With him Li Mu in, saving people is impossible to save people, can only become his points. Collapsed on the ground, Li Yang a little bit bitter, the second level of armor was even directly burst, the state of collapse cannot seal their own smoke, he now can only expect his 2 brothers quickly end the battle. However, this wish is destined to fall through, with a 762 bullet breaking through the air, his torso was immediately shot through, even with the body rolled out several meters. Inside the smoke, the news of their teammates' death in battle caused the 2 Li brothers to stumble in their footsteps, and then blood streaked across their eyes. Lao San. I'll kill you all. I'm going to kill you all today. Chapter 22, Melee. Points and kills are skyrocketing. Ding! You finally killed player number 081 and gained 100 points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1/5 of player number 081's points, earning 60 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on obtaining 600 points. Ding! Dear player number 088, your kill count is 18. Collecting the fallen heads, Li Mu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this dude to kill 3 more people, a bit fierce. The incompetent rage sound in the distance, Li Mu definitely can't hear it, more than 100 meters, the loudspeaker can't transmit so far off. But even if he heard it, Li Mu will not feel guilty, killing people is not his wish, but the infinite world, you do not kill others, others will kill you. Li Mu's creed now is, humanity, compassion, mercy all roll aside to play, he knew, let the tiger return to the mountain is to give others the opportunity to kill him. Ta! Die! All give me death. 088 where are you? I'm going to kill you. With a roar of anger, Li Chang holding Scar L rushed out. Scar L, this gun is different from the AKM, his recoil is relatively small, the muzzle is not so too shaky, it is considered to be a better gun. With a monstrous rage rushed out from inside the smoke, blood red eyes, tall size, really gave a few people on this side of the room with a strong visual impact, hard to scare a few people are frozen. Ta! Scar L madly poured out firepower. If it wasn't for the obstacles that covered them, if it wasn't for the guns not being too stable, these 2 players in front of Li Chang who were scared silly were probably going to be directly wiped out of the team. Years of black boxing, Li Chang's body's fury is not a joke, that fist has not seen a lot of blood. Bullets hit the body, stinging pain so that Liu Tianhao's 2 teammates back to God, hastily shot back, facing 2 people's fire, Li Chang simply cannot stand, immediately fell, but before falling, or one of the players knocked to the ground. Li Mang did not run as fast as Li Chang, and by the time he rushed out, Li Chang had already fallen. Handheld S686, before the equality of all beings, anyone is a spray, especially at close range, shotgun wide range of strikes, suddenly this player who was still standing is directly sprayed away. The 2 brothers of the Li family collected a head each, not being able to rejoice, Li Mang threw out a smoke bomb, intending to help Li Chang up first. The very moment he crouched down, before he had the chance to speak, his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Poof! Head burst open, splattered with blood. Looking at the headless body on the ground, Li Mang was dumbfounded. Above the 2nd floor, pulling the gunbolt, Li Mang did not have much expression on his face, 2 heads flew away in front of his eyes. It was not that Li Mang did not want to do it, but it was too fast, he only had time to exterminate Li Chang. Aimed at Li Chang, who was in stagnation, Li Mu did not hold back in his heart, he decisively pulled the trigger. Ding! You have finally killed player 082, gaining 100 points, tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1/5 of player number 082's points, gaining 100 points, tenfold reward talent activated, and congratulations on obtaining 1000 points. Ding! Dear player number 088, your kill count is 19. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed player number 083 with an M24 headshot, earning 100 points, the tenfold reward talent is activated, and congratulations on earning 1000 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 1/5 of player number 083's points, earning 100 points, tenfold reward talent activated, and congratulations, you have gained 1000 points. Ding! Dear player number 088, your current kill count is 20. The number of kills instantly soared to 20. It was too late to be happy. Li Mu instantly turned his gun. When looking at another battlefield, there were already 2 more corpses on the ground. Behind the short slope, a player was pulling up his teammate, and it looked like the firefight on this side was won by the team on the housing area side. Put! Pulling the trigger, the player who fell on the ground was instantly turned into a corpse before he could be helped up, and the player who was being helped up was also scared and crouched on his butt. The bullet was loaded, and looking at the player who was scared back to his senses, Li Mu once again pulled the trigger, drawing a perfect conclusion to this 3-way melee. Ding! You finally killed player number 055, gaining 100 points, tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1/5 of player number 055's points, earning 20 points, tenfold reward talent activated, and congratulations on obtaining 200 points. Ding! Dear player number 088, your kill count is 21. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed player number 048 with an M24 headshot, gaining 100 points, the tenfold reward talent is activated, and congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 1/5 of player number 048's points, earning 40 points, tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 400 points. Ding! Honorable player number 088, your current number of kills is 22. Raising his head and looking at the corpses all over the ground in the distance, Li Mu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Let's go lick the bag and get the airdrop. 023 Chapter S686 Before all beings are equal, who is not convinced? Who has opinions? On the side of the highway, there are more than 10 corpses lying all over the place, and it's not a big deal to look at them from a distance, but when they get closer, not to mention Xinlan, Li Mu feels a little nauseous and wants to vomit. I want to let the heart blue to go to the side and wait for him. The results of the little girl stubborn, hard, and he is the same, squatting down and began to collect the equipment. In fact, Xinlan like this, Li Mu is still very pleased. In the future the infinite space may be even more brutal. Now do not adapt to the words. In the future it is estimated that it will be even more difficult to adapt. More than 10 people have a lot of supplies, for Li Mu's backpack again added a large amount. Further away from the bag Li Mu gave up, the 4th circle has been brushed, completely fixed in the airport that island. Left him not much time, tactical panel, at this time counting him and heart blue, only 24 people left, he must go to find a better place into the safe zone. He didn't want to be blocked outside the safe zone. In that case, killing more people would be useless. No matter how many points there were, you had to have a life to spend them. Let's go get the airdrop. Pulling Xinlan, his soft little hand was as fluffy as a ball of cotton. I came to the side of the first airdrop, opened the airdrop box and took a look. M249 light machine gun, 200 rounds of 556 bullets, adrenaline hormone, 3 levels of head, 3 levels of armor, as well as 2 medical boxes. This airdrop can't be said to be good, but it can't be said to be bad either. The M249 gun is still very ferocious when swept up. Putting them all in his backpack, Li Mu once again came to the second airdrop. 3 levels of head, 3 levels of armor, AWM sniper rifle, 20 rounds of magnum bullets, 8 times the mirror, ghillie suit. This airdrop is not bad. This time he and heart blue 2 people have ghillie suit. When the time comes to enter the airport, when a plop on the grass, absolutely safe. Speaking of which, Li Mu also tried the legendary level 4 head and level 4 armor, that is, the pan, the results. That is a pit, AKM a gun up, directly is a pair of penetration, if really with a pot is estimated to be beaten into a sieve. Watching Li Mu once again take away all the things inside the airdrop, Xinlan was confused. She is not saying that Li Mu was greedy, but how many things had she picked up from start to finish? The 10 backpack compartments she picked and chose from were also full. How could Li Mu's side have a burst of cradling and still be able to fit it in by now? Looking at the stunned legitimate Loli, Li Mu said with a smile. My backpack is a bit bigger than yours, understand? She understood at once. She said that Li Mu's side was not quite right. If the backpack was a little bigger, then it would make sense. As for why it was bigger, she was too lazy to think about this question. Anyway, the benefits are Li Mu's. She cares so much for what, as long as Li Mu well on the line. Let's go, let's cross the bridge, be careful, you follow me. The poison circle is still shrinking, now has crossed the Peace City. Limu does not dare to delay, hit the energy pulling the heart blue began to run. The reason for this arrangement, Limu is afraid of someone on the bridge, his eyes and vigilance than the blue heart is higher, once there is danger can quickly react, replaced by the blue heart is not accurate. Bridge across the sea area has a length of about 200 meters, playing full of energy bars at all times, so that Limu was relieved that there is no one on the bridge to block the bridge hand tolls, is considered to be unfortunate in a million fortunate. All the way to touch the bridge to the fishing village, Limu heart vigilance, and the heart blue two people one in front of the other 5 meters apart, slowly pushed open a door. Walking in front of the heart blue, this is the heart blue request. The little girl's original statement is that she shoots vegetables, have her to play the lead, Limu must be able to destroy the team. Originally, Limu did not want to do this, but the little girl's temper is very stubborn, there is no way, Limu can only give her a S686. S686 has 2 bullets, close-range artifacts, within 10 meters as long as there is no bias, even wearing a 3-level armor will have to kneel. S686 in front of all beings are equal, regardless of whether you are a professional god or 3000 points of the gods, 2 rounds of spray down, unless it is a locked blood fairy, or all have to GG. Limu has instructed, push the door to go in, as long as you see people, do not have to think about it, directly shoot, hit the end of the matter. Crash into the door, see the door kicked, more fortunate is a few consecutive rooms no one, but flat out picked up a lot of things, until the heart blue opened the door of the 4th house, suddenly sounded the sound of gunfire instantly let Limu tense up. Ta! Bang bang! The distance is too close plus it's the doorway, being in level 3 armor instantly hit by 2 shots, Shinlan kept in mind what Limu said, holding S686 and pulled the trigger. 2 consecutive sprays went out, and the player inside the house looked like he had been hit by a truck, his ragged body flew straight out. Ding! Congratulations on using S686 to kill player 006, you have been rewarded 100 points, and your current kill count is 1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1/5 of player 006 points, earning 80 points. Listening to the beep, Heart Blue was a bit taken back. This was a kill? Behind Heart Blue, Limu, who had been anxious to break the window, was also confused. This is... Killed someone? Chapter 024, is it so simple to kill someone? Brother Limu? I killed someone? Shinlan is still a bit confused to this day, she just directly pulled the trigger and then the opposite side of the person died? Why is it so unrealistic? You did kill someone, and you killed a ruthless character who exterminated 4 people. Q panel Limu was also able to see, he and Shinlan blocked almost everyone on the bridge side, it is estimated that this person has jumped the bridge fishing village, and then one person extinguished 4 people. In the end, miserable equality of all beings S686 sanction, even if the first shot, cannot suffer the damage of the shotgun, which is wearing 3 levels of armor cannot carry the damage. 2 consecutive sprays said the gods. A ruthless character who killed 4 people. So powerful? How do I feel so simple original killing so simple? Heart blew a face of confusion, she would have thought that killing is very difficult to go to no one, did not think that she easily killed a, suddenly the little girl is a little confused, and even the heart is also a lot more out of the bottom of the air? Easy? Limu said that there is no F to say, for S686 this gun, within 10 meters, it is indeed very simple, as long as the hit, basically GG. Speaking of which, it seems like it's really quite simple too. Heart blue, I tell you, S686 this gun, within 10 meters invincible, spray whoever dies, but cannot hit the remote, you remember, there is also the bullet, only 2 rounds, but the damage is very sufficient, you do not want to be careless. The encouragement is to encourage, but there should be a reminder or to have, he does not want a heart blue self-confidence burst, and people automatic rifle or sniper rifle shooting, that can become a head. Limu brother, Heart Blue no, S686 this gun tactical panel has written, Heart Blue will not be careless, Heart Blue also want to always accompany brother it. Looking at the young girl, Limu is very happy, obedient girl is to save heart. The Heart Blue really obedient. The player things on the ground are collected clean, or the old tactics, Limu in the back, the Heart Blue in front, strolling through the entire fishing village, but also did not find a second living person, but found 4 corpses. Squatting in a house, Limu and Heart Blue 2 people against the medicine, taking advantage of this effort, Limu looked at the tactics panel. In these 10 minutes, the number of survivors had been reduced again, from the original 24 to 20, 4 dead at once, and as the safe zone got smaller and smaller, the situation naturally became more and more bleak. Character Limu. Number, 088. Strength, 0.7 average human value of 1. Agility, 0.9 average human value is 1. Spirit, 14 average human value is 1. Physique, 1 average human value is 1. Special blood, none. Skills, advanced firearms proficiency. Talent, tenfold reward. Possession, M24 sniper rifle, AWM sniper rifle, AKM assault rifle, M249 light machine gun. Current location, Ruined Island. Number of kills, 22. Character points, 2, 5800. Current teammate, Li Xinlan. After checking the current attributes, the number of kills was as high as 22, and the points were as high as 800. He didn't dare to say that the number of kills was the first, but in terms of points, he asked himself to be the second, and absolutely no one could say that he was the first. Throwing the energy drink bottle aside, taking out the previous ghillie suit, Limu and Shinlan glanced at each other, and the two of them directly put it on their bodies. The fifth circle has been brushed, the entire ruins of the island map, 80% of the places are covered by poisonous areas, only the airport that one frame is still inside the safe zone. He is now going to enter the safe zone with heart blue, the ghillie suit can effectively cover them, as long as they crouch and walk, no need to climb. Limu tried, can't even see it's a person from dozens of meters away. Push open the door, the two bent over and ran out. This speed is not fast, but better than safe. Limu's idea is almost close to the airport and then crouch walking, a little bit of moving into the security zone. In front of life, no amount of caution is too much. History, always written by the victor, and the one who is glorified is only the victor. Bending down and running speed is not fast, 600 meters or so, hard to run for 10 minutes, such as Limu they moved into the airport, has been the sixth safe zone. The more the safe zone comes to the back, the faster it refreshes. The sixth circle, the change is not big, only by the observatory side again contracted a little bit. Squatting beside Limu, looking at the map, Shilan asked in a small voice. Brother Limu, what should we do? Are we squatting here? Looking at the map, Limu was a bit of a problem. They were now outside the airport, going forward was the military base, it was all asphalt highway, there was no grass to cover it, the view was too empty. In front of them was the oil bar, right in front of them was the police station, left in front of them was the C-word building, no matter which side could see their side, going out rashly might become a target. In the case of the nearest grease bar, it was bare, and to go up there was to say to someone, I'm here, come and hit me. There's basically no cover. The only ones he could choose from were the police station and the C building, which could be described as pitiful. Thinking about it, Limu clenched his teeth and said, Go, let's go this way. Chapter 025 is finished. I swoon milk. Looking at the point marked out on the tactical panel, Heart Blue opened his little mouth wide, his big eyes glaring round as he exclaimed, Are we really going here? I'm afraid there's already someone inside. Limu marked the point as C building. In the Jedi survival game, this is the place where soldiers must fight, basically jump 10 people, there are 8 people will run this side. However, this is not a game, the specific number of people, Limu cannot say. Pixie building Limu is well thought out, the oil bar is too dangerous, even if you ascend to go, will be the crowd as a living target, in case of brush safety zone, the oil bar is not in the safe zone, run or no way to run. The police station side is even more dangerous, across hundreds of meters of unobstructed area, that is purely to send life. But this side of the C building is different, climb along the grass to the past, close to the back of the C building, there are 2 large trees, can completely act as a cover, and the back of building 1, full of grass, the 2 of them have ghillie suits completely do not whip off. Once successfully let him and Heart Blue touch in, by then all beings are equal as 686 in hand, 3 levels of head, 3 levels of armor, coupled with his advanced firearms proficiency, who can block? Even if it was a team of 4, Limu didn't put it in his eyes. Putting his thoughts in Heart Blue said, the little girl immediately understood, patted the Moonhun mouth and said, Don't worry, brother Limu, Heart Blue is your best meat shield. Before Shinlan collapsed, Limu's brother would definitely not be in trouble. Heart Blue originally developed on the superhuman first class, so a shot under, suddenly that waves, Limu a little dizzy, he found that he actually dizzy is, need to rely on a moment to slow down. Ahem, do not say, let's go over it, not necessarily have to let you as a meat shield, may not be you did not fall down before, I will be those people to solve the problem. Limu is very fortunate, he has a lot of inventory of level 3 armor and level 3 heads inside his backpack, even the rarest level 3 heads, he has 3. 2 from the 2 drop boxes, the unlucky ruthless character from the fishing village at the bridge who was sprayed to death by the equality of all beings contributed 1, counting these 2 that he and Heart Blue had brought with them, this was 5. Enough to use. As for the 3 levels of armor, this was more than twice as much as the 3 levels of head. Even if it was a matter of spamming defense, Limu would be able to spam this group of players to death. Filled up with energy, the 2 started climbing in parallel, the field of view pulled apart by 1 front and 1 back was too big, it was better to climb side by side, the chances of being discovered were relatively small. Just behind Limu and Shinlan started crawling, in the police station, 2 people were leaning against the window, implicitly watching the situation outside. Douglas, I didn't expect that our 2 killers would meet in this situation and form a team, have you thought about what will happen in the future? On the right side of the window, an ordinary-looking white young man, thrown into the pile of people absolutely cannot attract half a bit of attention inquiring, ordinary appearance, ordinary figure, in addition to the arm scars on the conspicuous point, white young man really cannot attract other people half a bit of attention. Opposite the ordinary-looking youth was a man who was the opposite of the youth. Black leather jacket, cold face, especially the hideous scars on his face added a few points of viciousness and coldness to the man. Listening to the white youth's inquiry, Douglas was silent for a moment and asked in return, What do you want to say? Doug's words were short and cold, the white youth didn't mind and remained relaxed. This place is not simple, we can no longer return points. It seems to be very useful. According to the introduction, theoretically it can be exchanged for a lot of incredible things. Don't you want to make a big difference? And this space is very dangerous, your strength and mine, you and I both know it in our hearts. In the future, we want to become a team like now? It's good for you, it's good for me. Can. Almost without consideration, the moment the white youth finished speaking, Doug's agreed. The statement remained short, seemingly sparing words. Get acquainted, my name is Jarek, Venomous Bee is just my code name. Seems to have known the answer of Douglas, for his consent, white youth, that is, Jarek did not have half a bit of surprise. Almost in the moment of Douglas opened his mouth, on the hand application out. Looked at Jarek's hand, Douglas put down the gun that he had been wiping, and gripped it. Pleasant cooperation. With a pleasant smile on his face, at this moment, the original ordinary Jarek seemed to be a little less ordinary, but it was only a flash in the pan. The alliance of the two killers inside the police station was not clear to Li Mu. If he was allowed to see it, he would definitely recognize that these two people were the two people he had once paid attention to in the cabin. The Li Mu who had paid attention to them in the first place had done so solely because their reactions were so different. When everyone was panicking, only these two people were calm. Bringing Xian Lan to the side of a tree near the outermost part of the C-word building without any danger, Li Mu was finally relieved. 026 Chapter Logging into Building 1, accidentally getting an infighting? Lying on the short slope behind the tree, looking at the building in front, Xinlan couldn't help but ask. Li Mu brother, what do we do now? Poking out his head, with the ghillie suit in place, Li Mu wasn't afraid of being seen, pointing to the windows of Building 1 facing the two of them and said. See those windows? Let's quietly run over, and then use the gun handle to break the glass, and then climb in. You knock on the edge of the one, I knock on the far side, I knock on the glass. After I break the glass, I will go to you. See what I mean? Nodded. Such a simple tactic, Heart Blue would understand it without thinking. With the two broken glass, if someone was there, they would definitely be distracted, which would create buffer time for her and Li Mu. Looking up at the major windows on the back of Building 1, not finding any silhouettes, Li Mu lowered his voice and drank. Go! Crossing over the short slope, Li Mu held his gun and bent over as he quickly ran towards the windows at the back of Building 1. Following closely behind, as Heart Blue was closer, he was the first to reach the window below. Gesturing to Li Mu, Heart Blue raised his gun and knocked it against the glass. Ka-la! The glass shattered with a crisp sound. On the other side, Li Mu also cracked the glass and turned his head towards Heart Blue's side. Doubling over into the C building, Li Mu sighed in relief. As long as they could come in safely, their chances of successfully surviving to the end had increased by half. Without delay, Li Mu quietly pushed open the door, quickly probed and looked at the corridor outside, didn't find any silhouettes, bent down and walked out. Hey, brother Li Mu, I'll walk in front. Behind, Xinlan didn't dare to speak loudly, and could only suppress his voice and follow Li Mu closely. Stop it, the tactics have changed, you are responsible for opening the door. See someone directly shoot, I will watch the front for you. This kind of building war distance is a little far, suitable for rifles, especially AKM, this kind of high-powered rifles. Didn't dare to refute. After Li Mu quickly ran through a door, Xinlan pressed against the wall and pushed the door open, instantly turning around and pointing his gun inside the room. After not finding anyone, quickly opened the door on the opposite side. Following this progress quickly, but did not find anyone, which is also expected by Li Mu. Under normal circumstances, there would be no one on the first floor. If there was, it would be the second floor. Without letting his guard down, standing at the stairway, Li Mu gestured a few times and said, Xinlan, you take the front, as usual. If there's someone, shoot directly, I'll fill in for you at the back. Nodded, crossing Li Mu, Xinlan holding S-686 stepped onto the stairs somewhat nervously. Up to the second floor, standing at the stairway, Li Mu looked sideways at the hallway. Some of the room doors were open, some were closed. Li Mu made a wink at Heart Blue. Heart Blue turned and walked out. Keeping two body positions with Heart Blue, moving almost in unison, he lightly came to a door and quietly pushed it open. Creak! Some old room door opened with some strange sound. Heart Blue looked inside, and suddenly his heart jumped. Wasn't it said that one person guards a room? Which one of you ran over here? Seemingly hearing the door slamming, the player inside the room hadn't realized the danger and slowly turned his head over as he spoke. Bang! Bang! Without hesitation, Heart Blue went up and sprayed twice, and the player in the room instantly fell to the ground. The damage of two S-686 rounds wasn't something to sneeze at. Behind Heart Blue, Li Mu's heart was flabbergasted, did not expect the first room to be occupied, crossed over to Heart Blue to patch up the fallen player, backhandedly pulled Heart Blue and hid behind the cabinet in the hallway. Grass! This is not even the end of the game yet and you guys are killing our people? A roar came from the front of the building, the door of the room was opened and a white-bearded man ran out clutching a gun, closely followed by 5 or 6 players emerging from the room. What's going on? Where did the gunshots come from? There were actually 2 teams in Building 1, Li Mu really didn't think about it, but since people were coming out, this was just right. He poked out half of his body, and changed the AKM in his hand into an M249. Why would he use an AKM at a time like this? A group of people are all in the hallway, direct mutiny is finished. Looking at the 6 people who suddenly came out of the room, the white-bearded man was confused. This building on their 2 teams, a total of 8 people, his teammates died. How to count his teammates in front of him? There are 6 people. Then who killed his teammate? Just when he didn't understand what was going on, a burst of gunfire came from behind him, and the bullets that came from all over the sky suddenly knocked the 2 teams out of their senses. Ta! M249 is a light machine gun inside the airdrop. 100 rounds of ammunition magazine can be said to be proud of the entire Jedi survival. 556 bullets damage, although lower, but the number of large bang bang. Heart Blue was also not willing to show weakness. The S686 in his hand also spewed out fireworks, providing cover for Li Mu and creating damage in the process. The 2 teams that were overwhelmed by the rain of bullets and nearly imploded were instantly taken by surprise, splattering large mists of blood on their bodies. Chapter 027, I Can't Trust You, All Out Building 1. Go back. All go back. We've been attacked. Hurry up and go back. Even hit by several shots, fortunately, the 3 levels of armor skin is thicker. Turn your head to drill back to the room, white-bearded man roared. The rest of the people are not stupid. Suddenly so fierce firepower, do not run and wait for death? Being caught by surprise, not everyone is a bearded man kind of 3 levels of armor. In Li Mu's sweeping shot, immediately there are 3 players were swept to the ground. Heart Blue, come out with me, you throw mines, don't stop, throw them all out. 100 rounds of 556 bullets still need to play for a while. In addition to the 3 who fell to the ground, the remaining 4 are more or less shot, but Li Mu is not assured, he must be fire suppression. As for the 3 players who fell to the ground, there are no spare bullets to make up. Grenade past all solve. Pulling out a grenade, Heart Blue didn't care so much, pulled out the string and threw it out toward the front. Looking at the grenades that flew over, the 3 fallen players showed a look of despair. No. No, 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 no. Don't kill me. Don't throw the grenade. Ta. M249 gunfire resounded throughout the C building, for bullets swooshing, ear-piercing sonic whistling sound to hear people's scalp numb, especially hiding a few players, playing first aid kit back to the blood or fearful. Boom. 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 Successive booms shook Building 1, large swaths of wall dust fell, Building 1 looked like it was about to collapse. Ding. You have used your M249 to kill player 004, earning 100 points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on earning 1000 points. Ding, esteemed player number 088, your current kill count is 23. Ding. You have used your M249 to kill player number 011, earning 100 points. With the Tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on earning 1000 points. Ding, honorable player number 088, your current kill count is 24. Ding. You have killed player number 014 with an M249 headshot, earning 100 points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on earning 1000 points. Ding, honorable player number 088, your current kill count is 25. The 3 fallen players were blown up into the sky, heads instantly came to hand. Li Mu walked while the M249 in his hand poured out firepower, focusing on sweeping towards the doorsteps of several players. 100 rounds of bullets, even if more, there is a moment to finish. With the bullets exhausted, Li Mu did not hesitate, directly throw the M249 on the ground, replace the AKM toward the front of the chargeover. After 9 grenades were thrown, Xinlan hurriedly changed to S686, along with Li Mu began to attack. Heart Blue, you stay alert for anyone who pushes the door out. If there is one, spray him to death. I'll break the door. I'll break the door. Running to a door, Li Mu kicked it open and threw the fragmentation grenade in his hand directly into it. No. 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 The white-bearded man had just heard the gunfire stop, and before he had time to counterattack, he saw the door being kicked open while a green fragmentation grenade was thrown in, and there was a desperate shout. Boom. Ding. You used the fragmentation grenade to blow up player number 045, gaining 100 points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding, honorable player number 088, your current kill count is 26. Reunited a team? Without stopping, Li Mu didn't look at the bearded man's corpse and kicked open the door in front of him to throw in a grenade once again. Boom! A muffled sound, knockdown prompt came, and the other room, see Li Mu, they are so ferocious, the remaining 2 people immediately panicked. Brothers have something to say, now there are not many people left, we just need to join forces, we can definitely kill others, when the last 10 people are left, the game will be over. Brothers, 2 of you, 2 of us, this player you knock down you can get killed, when the time comes we team up, is this okay? Inside the room, the knockdown player's face suddenly paled and roared in shock. How can you guys do this to me? You shall not die. Obviously being sold as a pitch, the fallen player was desperate. Not rushing to strike, Li Mu quietly took out a grenade and pulled off the pull ring and asked, "Are you guys serious? Are you sure you want to form a team?" Hearing Li Mu's words, the 2 players inside the room were instantly delighted and didn't dare to slow down, saying in a hurry, "We are serious, it's definitely not a lie. Alright then, I believe you guys, but As their door was opened, a fragmentation grenade rolled in. No! Boom! Ding! You used a fragmentation grenade to kill player 020, gaining 100 points, 10 times the reward talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding! Honorable player 088, your current kill count is 27. Ding! You used a fragmentation grenade to kill player number 099, gaining 100 points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding! Honorable player number 088, your current kill count is 28. Ding! You have used the fragmentation grenade to kill player number 087, gaining 100 points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Ding! Honorable player number 088, your current kill count is 29. Leaning against the wall and listening to the game beat, Limu exhaled a breath. But I can't trust you guys. Now you can sell others, tomorrow you can sell me. 28 chapters 3 men and 1 woman, licking dogs shall not house. Airport Building 2, 3 men and 1 woman are gathering together at this time. The equipment on their bodies are quite good. There are 3 levels of head and also 3 levels of armor, especially the woman among them, is more luxurious. Full set of defense gear, and holding an M24 sniper rifle. Catherine, the game will end soon. When we leave here, let's 2 of us form a team, right? At that time, I will protect you. How about we break into infinite space together? Beside the woman holding the M24, an Asian man with a level 2 head and wearing level 3 armor looked at the woman pleasingly. He originally had a level 3 head, but in order to be courteous, he gave it to the only woman in the team. Speaking of this Catherine, Kim Ho-eun said that he had never seen such a beautiful woman when he was growing up, and all those what Western stars before were simply weak. Golden wavy long hair, sexy and noble, delicate like a doll, like mixed race face, tall figure with exaggerated curves. What are you, a yellow monkey? Who would team up with you? Get lost, Catherine belongs to our brothers. On Catherine's right, 2 white strong men with angry faces stared angrily at Kim Ho-eun. Their stout figures and fierce looks instantly brought great pressure to Kim Ho-eun. Looking at the white brothers, Jin Ho-eun's face red with anger. He wanted to take the gun to raid these 2 white men. Before maybe he would be afraid of these 2 white men, but now everyone has a gun in their hands. Who is afraid of who? Who's afraid of them? Okay, don't argue, there are still 20 people left. The game is about to end. What are you guys fighting for? Why don't you just team up with 4 people? All you do is argue. The only woman in the team spoke up, and all of a sudden the 3 men were honest. Looking at the 3 men through the goggles of the 3-stage head, Catherine sneered in her heart. If it wasn't for the sake of final victory, she wouldn't have teamed up with these 3 idiots. She didn't intend to take these 3 men as teammates. In her eyes, these 3 men were all points, and now they were nothing more than temporary teammates. The men who could take advantage of her were either dead, or hadn't been born yet. Do you really think that the cheapness of Catherine, the famous queen of the killer world, is that good to take advantage of? Speaking of which, it seems that Douglas, the masked man, and Jarek, the poisonous wasp, were also inside the cabin. I just don't know if they were killed or not. Catherine, what are you talking about? Facing the white man's puzzled inquiry, Catherine was disdainful in her heart and shook her head, saying, Nothing, I am saying that my stomach is not comfortable. Wanna go to the toilet? You wait here, I will be right back. Do you need us to accompany you? No need, I am fine alone. Catherine just stood up. Suddenly next door to building 1 came a large number of gunshots, as if there was a fierce battle, and there was also the roar of grenades, which immediately attracted the attention of the 4 people. The opposite side, this is infighting? I didn't realize that before we even started fighting, that side had imploded, and it was better that they all died. Before Kim Ho-eun could finish his words for long, the roaring sound became even more intense, and consecutive prompts popped up on the tactical panel of the 4. Staring dumbfounded at the tactics panel, the string of prompts left several people dumbfounded. ACI bar, this 088 is so fierce, it's all swiping the screen. Before Kim Ho-eun could finish, the tactics panel was filled with another frantic stream of alerts, and several more people were blown up. I'm going. This is too fierce. Thunder God? 1 person wiped out 8 people? Shouting in shock, Catherine also frowned at the tactics panel, her heart a little shocked. 1 person blowing up 8 people, she didn't think it was a coincidence, or exactly was this 088? But she didn't have that much time to think about that right now. Her attention was focused on the upper right corner of the tactical panel above. Survivors, 12. There were still 12 surviving players. As long as she killed 2 more, the game would be over. Gazing at her 3 teammates, Catherine suddenly smiled, a wide smile under her helmet. At the airport, with her marksmanship, she had also killed a few people. The 3 pussies were easily fooled, and the 3 spermatic men believed whatever she said anyway. With a small green ball in her hand, gently pulling off the pull ring, Catherine set the fragmentation grenade down and quietly retreated, closing the door carefully behind her. 3,210. Counting down, just at the moment when the 0 fell from Catherine's mouth, an earth-shattering boom came, and a powerful destructive force blew the door panel away instantly. Chapter 29 Infinite Game Over, Chicken King's Terrifying Reward. You used a fragmentation grenade to blow up your teammate. Listening to the prompt in her head, under the helmet, Catherine smiled demurely. Grass. Where did that grenade come from? Kim Hoon, did you accidentally explode the grenade? ACI bar. How could it be me? Catherine, are you ready? Come and help us. With elegant steps, Catherine walked into the room and looked at her three teammates who had fallen to the ground, removing her helmet and instantly revealing a sultry and moving face. Mixed blood face, combining all the advantages of the East and the West, exquisite face, fair and smooth skin, without half of the coarse pores of the Westerners, azure-colored beautiful eyes deep and beautiful. Half squatting on the ground, the devil's curves could not be hidden even by the bulletproof vest, looking at the three people kneeling on the ground for a while. Catherine, quickly help us up, otherwise in a moment when someone comes we will be wiped out. Yes, the enemy threw the grenade up and blew down the three of us, it will definitely come up, Catherine has no time to delay. The disdain on Catherine's face intensified as she looked at the three men. Haven't you three idiots realized that I'm the one who threw the grenade? Team up with you guys? I don't want three pig teammates who only know how to fight over jealousy. Look at the tactics panel, as long as I kill the three of you, the game will be over, and I'll get 300 points for nothing. Catherine's words made the three of them fall into an ice cellar, struggling to crawl towards Catherine, pleading. Don't. Catherine, for the sake of my good to you, save my life, kill these two white people number is also enough, please Catherine, but I gave you all the 3 levels of head. Retreating 2 steps to avoid Kim Hoon's grasping hand, as if being touched is a kind of defilement. Taking out a grenade, Catherine didn't say any more nonsense, pulling off the pull ring and dropping it on the ground, turning around and walking out. Boom! Ding! You used the fragmentation grenade to blow up player number 074, gaining 100 points. Ding! Dear player 009, your current kill count is 6. Ding! You have used a fragmentation grenade to kill player number 030, earning you 100 points. Ding! Dear player 009, your current kill count is 7. Ding! You have used a fragmentation grenade to kill player number 100, earning you 100 points. Ding! Dear player 009, your current kill count is 8. As Catherine killed 3 of her teammates, the number of survivors on the tactical panel instantly changed to 9, while a beep sounded in the heads of all the surviving players. Ding! The number of survivors detected is less than 10, the infinite game has officially ended. Inside Building 1, Limu was collecting the resources of the 2 teams when the sudden prompts that came to him made him look confused, and looking at the 3 people who had blossomed instantly, Limu narrowed his eyes. The 3 prompts were all teammate kills. Sure enough, he was right not to team up with outsiders, or else he might have been the one in bad luck. Beside Limu, Xianlan was confused, it was over. She thought it was going to be a vicious battle. Ding! Dear player 088, congratulations on becoming the Chicken King of this infinite game, you have 27 kills, crowning the entire field. You are hereby allowed to bring out all the items you have obtained in this world, including skills and backpacks. Frozen for a moment, Limu was suddenly a bit thankful that he was the first in the entire game, otherwise his backpack was going to be gone, and the equipment that he had spent half a day's effort picking up was going to be gone as well. Ding! It was detected that the number of your kills reached 10, hereby rewarding you with 10,000 points. Ding! Tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 10,000 points. Ding! The number of your kills has reached 20. We hereby reward you with a 10% discount prop card, which allows you to receive a 10% discount when purchasing items from the Infinite Mall, and can only be used once. Ding! Tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on obtaining 10% off prop cards. Ding! Unbelievable, your kill count is as high as 29, close to 1/3 of the entire field, hereby rewarding you with a charisma boost of 10 points. Hint, the charisma attribute will make it easier for you to take in characters from the plot world as subordinates. Ding! Tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on your charisma boost of 100 points. The series of tips had blinded Limu, this reward was really generous. Even without the tenfold reward, for a newcomer, this reward was already very generous, let alone after it was doubled tenfold. If he can't rise like this, he'll just find a crooked tree and hang himself. Ding! All rewards have been distributed, all surviving players will be teleported to infinite space in 1 minute, please prepare yourselves. Hearing this prompt, Limu's heart jumped and he hurriedly said to Heart Blue. Heart Blue, quick, throw out everything in your backpack. Chapter 30, Vixen? Heart Blue who protects the pups. Ha! Oh! Heart Blue's side was also prompted that all the items on the player's body would not be retained after they left the ruined sea island, and when Limu said that, she instantly shifted everything out. Brother Limu, what are you doing? Didn't you say so? Can't take it away, you're doing this for nothing. Watching Limu keep taking everything away, Shinlan couldn't help but be a little strange. I'm not like you guys, I'm the Chicken King, I can take it back, and by the way take your level 3 head and level 3 armor down as well. Can you still do that? Throwing the defenses and stuff on the ground as well, looking at Limu taking everything away, and also taking off the level 3 defenses on himself, Shinlan asked with some confusion. Brother Limu, why did you take off your own? We'll be passing back to infinite space in a while. Who knows if everyone will meet up? If I'm carrying a helmet and bulletproof vest, isn't it obvious that I have a problem? Putting everything away, Limu let out a sigh of relief. Ding! The 1-minute preparation time has ended, and the teleportation will now begin. A blur in front of his eyes, Limu subconsciously grasped Xianlan's small hand. I don't know if he was nervous and scared. Xianlan similarly grasped him very tightly. The sight in front of his eyes became clear. Looking at a white space in front of him, Limu subconsciously tightened his grip on Xinlan's hand. When he felt the familiar softness, Limu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xinlan was still there. Turning his head to look around, several familiar figures appeared in front of him: the mixed beauty Catherine, the cold-scarred man, and the ordinary-looking white youth. As for the other few people, with a cowering and timid look, Limu had no interest in looking at them. After taking an emphatic look at Catherine, Limu didn't look at her as beautiful. Xianlan wasn't worse than her. A childish face with huge breasts can't be compared to a mixed-race beauty? What kind of joke is that? Limu remembered that when he was in the cabin, this woman had grouped up her teammates, and now that several strong men were dead, she was the only woman left? Are you kidding? Limu felt that the one who ended up blowing up his teammates was 80% this woman. LOL, what are you looking at, little handsome? Want to form a team? I'm afraid it'll be hard to break into the infinite space alone. How about it? Do you want to support each other? The bewitching and confusing voice matched with that devilish body and enchanting face. The killing power was simply not too great. Anyway, several other surviving men were attracted to the attention. The palms of his hands tightened, the petite figure blocked in front of Limu. Xianlan tigerishly stared at Catherine with the same viciousness as a mother hen protecting her cubs. No need. Brother already has a team member here. I don't want a vixen like you. Looking at the young girl who was blocking Limu, Catherine gave Limu an emphatic look. With her eyesight, how could she not see Limu's caution towards her and how much strength this young girl actually had? To be able to bring a little girl to kill and survive, this was not simple. Catherine was absolutely convinced that Limu was the 088 player. As the queen of the killer world, Catherine had a strong sense of smell. Every time the tactical panel pops up a prompt, she will have a calculation in her heart, in her memory, before and after adding up. This 088 killed at least 20 people. This is 20 people with guns, not 20 pigs. With this strength, this number 088 player was definitely not simple. Coupled with Limu's vigilance towards her, she had been able to affirm that the Limu in front of her was that number 088 player. The queen of the killer world, the 7th-ranked Douglas, the 5th-ranked Jericho, what the three of them hadn't managed to accomplish, was accomplished by someone else. How could this not make her pay attention? Ding! As a new player, the settlement space is available for teaming up. After that you will officially join the F-rank area of the infinite space. Your personal panels have been refreshed, so please keep an eye on them. Ding! The settlement space can stay for 5 minutes. The countdown is over. You players will be dropped into the F-rank area. Pulling heart blue, Limu ignored Catherine and turned his head towards the distance, no longer getting involved in this side of things. Limu's departure made Catherine a little disappointed. Limu was enough to get into her eyes. The difference between a good teammate and a pig teammate was huge, especially since Limu still had a kind of unknown charm on him that attracted her. Being pulled away by Limu, Xinlan was happy in her heart. Limu could pull her away without looking at that vixen, which showed that Limu still valued her. Being choked by Limu's little face, Xianlan didn't want to spread her hands. Lifting her little head, she printed towards Limu. Also, I didn't hint at Grandmaster Lu, don't talk nonsense. I just happened to kill 29. In addition, a discount card is only 10. It is impossible to top someone else's 100 games in one game. Since I dare to write so, I am sure that it will not collapse. Chapter 31 Infinite Space, Infinite Store. Limu could feel that Xinlan was a little nervous, and the small mouth was a little cold, but the softness and aroma made him a little mesmerized. Ding! The countdown has ended. The teleportation will now begin. Coming to his senses, Heart Blue didn't even know how he could be so bold. His little face and shrunk into Limu's arms. Having taken advantage of the situation for several minutes, Limu was happy, and his mouth was still recalling the aroma of the little girl. Ding! Honorable player, here is the F-level area, infinite game attached to your personal space 1. In the personal space, you are not subject to any harm. Outsiders cannot enter your personal area. Returning to his senses, still holding Heart Blue in his arms, Limu raised his head and surveyed his surroundings, with some absurdity in his eyes. The personal area in front of him was like an apartment building, with 3 rooms and a kitchen and such, and he wondered if he had been sent back to the real world. But the only thing that gave Limu a bit of an infinite space feeling was the white ball of light on the coffee table in the living room. Walking to the white ball of light with Xianlan, Limu tentatively put his hand on it. Ding! Dear player, given that this is your first time in infinite space, may I ask if you want to open the infinite store or if you need to strengthen your personal attributes? Strengthen personal attributes? Limu couldn't help but open his personal attributes. Character, Limu. Strength, 07F. Agility, 09F. Spirit, 14F. Physique, 1F. Hidden attributes. Charisma, 100 SSS. Gnosis, 14F. Luck, 15F. Overall strength rating, F. Special bloodline, none. Skills, advanced firearms proficiency. Talent, tenfold reward. Owned items, 10% discount prop card X10, M24 sniper rifle, AWM sniper rifle, AKM assault rifle, M249 light machine gun, level 3 helmet X5, level 3 bulletproof vest X12, fragmentation grenade X257, smoke grenade X189, concussion grenade X195, medical kit X13, first aid kit X157, 762 bullets X17841, 556 bullets X14510, magnum bullets X20. Character points, 13, 2800 points. Teammate, Lee Shinlun. Looking at a bunch of plus signs, Limu tentatively tapped it and a prompt popped up. Ding, is it consuming 100 points to boost 01 power point? 100 points to boost 01? This is really a bit pitiful. This is also him. If it were anyone else, I guess it wouldn't be able to raise it a few times, right? Without hastily spending points, Limu looked at the hidden attributes and didn't add a number. 80% of the hidden attributes can't be raised with points. Opened the Infinite Store. Ding. Detected that you are the first newbie player. The system attached to your Infinite Store 10% discount purchase rights. The use of the opportunity is limited to one time, after the use of all kinds of props to restore the original price. Another 10% discount? Limu's heart was happy, but I don't know if he can stack the 10% off props cards in his backpack. If he can, then. If it could, then his 130,000 points would be able to buy super props that could only be obtained with 10 million points. Ding. We are now randomly screening props for you. Screening props? Limu immediately froze, so it wasn't like the entire Infinite Store could be discounted by 10%? If he sifted through the garbage, wouldn't his discount be for nothing? Ding. Screening is complete. Do you want to open the 10% off store? Limu couldn't afford to mess with infinite space, so he could only admit that he didn't want a discount for nothing. Open it. A screen suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Looking at the wide array of store items, Limu wanted to hijack the Infinite Store. It was different from what he thought. There was no trash, all good stuff. It was just very expensive. Limu pondered that if it was an ordinary newbie king, he wouldn't be able to afford even a 1% discount, not to mention a 1% discount. Demon King Bloodline, potential SSS grade, price, 8 million points. Death Bloodline, SSS grade potential, selling price, 7 million points. Angel Bloodline, potential SSS grade, selling price, 8 million points. Dragon Bloodline, SSS grade potential, price, 6 million points. Remarks, after use, you can obtain a random Dragon Bloodline. Resurrection coin, can be used to resurrect teammates or yourself, selling price, 100,000 points, restricted to be rank and below. 9-turn golden elixir, SS grade, selling price, 3 million points, after taking it, it can raise 100 points of free attributes below SSS grade. Remarks, as long as there is still a breath left, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be recovered. Substitute puppet, price, 100,000 points. Remarks, after dropping blood to recognize its owner, it can defend you against one fatal injury and teleport you to a safe area within 10 kilometers. Look, it doesn't move for millions, less is 100,000 points, even if it's a 10% discount, it's still 800,000, who can afford this? If it wasn't for the fact that he has a tenfold reward talent, he would only be able to look on, and at most buy a resurrection coin, a substitute puppet or something. To be honest, Limu was envious of those talents with millions of points. How much he wanted to have one. It's not that he disliked human bloodlines, but humans don't count as bloodlines at all. Look at the bloodline there. It's empty. Humans don't count inside the bloodline. Big ball of light, may I ask, in the infinite world, are blood veins of any use? Chapter 32, Infinite Space where bloodline is honored. Infinite space is honored by strength. A high-level bloodline can boost your 4-dimensional attributes by a large amount, and an excellent bloodline can also provide exclusive skills, allowing you to progress faster and survive in the infinite world more easily. Blinking his eyes, Limu's heart was instantly in the right place. He just tried it. Raising personal attributes costs points. 100 points is only 0.1. This amount of points can't be prohibited to spend like this. And inside the Infinite Store there are skills, props and such. It looks like if you want to get powerful skills, you also need to buy them. Of course, this also requires points. Calculating this way, the bloodline could both enhance attributes and attach skills. It didn't even need to be thought about to realize the importance of the bloodline in the infinite space. Big ball of light, how is the grading of personal attributes calculated? How can I raise this F grade? Strength rating, based on 4-dimensional attributes, any 2 attributes reach the standard, can be upgraded to the corresponding level. The strength standard of the F level is any 2 attributes reach 10 points, every 100 points spent to upgrade 0.1 attribute. Any 2 attributes reach 10 points to be considered F grade? These 2 add up to 20 points, 100 points to 0.1 attribute, this if all with points, this at least 20,000 points? He sucked in a breath of cold air. 20,000 points is a huge amount of money. Do not look at his current points more than a horse. If there is no 10 times the talent, he is now only 10,000 points more than so a drop. In other words, I don't dare to spend the points to improve the attributes, but I have to prepare some props for the next world, right? Leaving the newbie world, players are all netted out, not to mention the gun, not even a bullet. If you buy something, you still have extra points to improve your strength? If a normal infinite player has 20,000 points, he won't be able to save up without 5 or 6 worlds if things go well. The most straightforward point, a handful of Desert Eagle in the Infinite Store to sell 200 points, a bullet 1 points, this is all money A level 1 bulletproof vest is 50 points, a level 2 bulletproof vest is 100 points, and a level 3 bulletproof vest is 200 points. Helmets cost the same. This full set of equipment down, low with 400 points a gun 100 bullets a level of defense set, medium with 500, high with 700, ask how many new players have 700 points? Even if it is a low match maybe some players are not enough, this next world can still live? Just F level is so horrible, Limu do not dare to think of the later levels, from F level all the way to SSS level, which is 10 levels off, he wondered, SSS level has anyone ever reached? That's probably all God level, right? Big ball of light, what about after F rank? Grade E requires dual attributes to reach 20 points, the other 2 attributes can't be lower than 10 points, and 200 points can raise 0-1 attribute. Level D requires dual attributes to reach 30 points, the other 2 attributes can't be lower than 15 points, and 300 points can raise 0-1 attribute. Grade C requires dual attributes to reach 60 points, the other 2 attributes cannot be lower than 30 points, and 600 points can upgrade 0-1 attribute. Grade B requires dual attributes to reach 100 points, the other 2 attributes cannot be lower than 50 points, and 700 points can upgrade 0-1 attribute. Grade A. Don't say it! Before the big ball of light continued to speak, Limu directly opened his mouth to stop it. This is too horrible, doubling the number of points to raise others don't have his talent. SSS grade? Not to mention SSS level, there is no A-level infinite player as a toss-up that at least experienced and survived more than 500 games, right? Limu does not think that infinite space is a nursery, just look at the island map to know, 1/10 of the survival rate, this 9 deaths With points in such short supply, could anyone really save up to buy a bloodline? Limu was skeptical. Big ball of light, let me ask you one more thing, blood veins are so expensive, the lowest is a C-class blood vein, priced at 50,000, so expensive, will anyone buy it? Blood veins don't need to be purchased in the infinite store, the infinite world can also be obtained, but the danger is unknown, there is a possibility of accidents, some missions can also get low-level blood veins. Nodded, so it makes sense, the infinite game is not without giving a little hope, but the blood veins inside the infinite world. I'm afraid it's not easy to get them. Taking a look at his points, more than 130,000, it seems that there are not many things that can be bought, he wants those SSS level blood veins very much, to be able to rate 3S is already proof of the potential, to say that he doesn't crave for it is a lie. Within these bloodlines, Limu fell in love with the Demon King bloodline, Angel or something, too bright, he was originally engaged in killing people, so bright does not match his nature. But the Demon King bloodline is too expensive, 8 million points, who can afford this, can anyone afford it? Even if it's discounted by 1, it's still 800,000. Silently glancing at the 10% discount prop card inside his backpack, Limu had a look of intent in his eyes. Big ball of light, I ask you, can this 10% off props card be used? Chapter 33, the landlord's family has no food left Poor Ding. Detected that the player has a 10% off props card, this props card and the newcomer king reward 10% off purchase of props do not conflict and can be used. Hiss. God knows how excited Limu was in his heart after this big ball of light finished speaking. The newcomer king's 10% discount reward directly turned the Demon King's bloodline worth 8 million points into 800,000 points, and now it could be stacked, and the Demon King's bloodline that could only be purchased with 800,000 points could now be bought with 80,000 points. Limu didn't even know how to express his inner excitement, 80,000 points. Buying a Demon King's bloodline worth 8 million points, if it wasn't for the newcomer king's one-fold reward, if it wasn't for the one-fold card that rewarded him for killing 20 people, he wouldn't have been able to buy an SSS-ranked bloodline at all After crushing the 10% discount prop card in his hand, a pleasant beep sounded in Limu's mind. Ding! Using one of the 1 discount prop cards, you can select any item to purchase and enjoy a 1 discount. Note that you can only purchase 1 item. The props card was originally a single, the whole store a discount, don't even want to think, but so Limu has also been. He's coming. Just when Limu intended to buy the Demon King's bloodline, suddenly swept the corner of his eye, seemed to see something, could not help but stop the action. Dark Bloodline Gift Pack, SSS grade, priced at 10 million points, it contains all the bloodlines of the Dark Forces, what are you waiting for? It's better to act than to act, buy a prospect for yourself and your teammates. Randomly refreshed, the Bloodline Gift Pack is unique. Bloodline Gift Pack? Teammates? Thinking of this, Limu couldn't help but exit the system store and look at the lawful lowly Li Xinlan by his side. This would seem like the little girl was also communicating with the big ball of light. Limu thought about it and opened the infinite store again. Limu, this person is more realistic. You are good to me, I will be good to you. You are not good to me, I will definitely get you killed. Shinlan, he has already internalized. Huge breasts, playful lowly, this if not heart that is eunuch. Not to mention that this little lowly 100 obedience, he does not want to be a single dog. The most important thing is that this bloodline gift package, his points are completely enough to buy down, just do not know how the bloodline will be. But the 3S level evaluation was there, it definitely wouldn't be bad. His finger lingered there for a moment at the dark bloodline gift pack. Limu didn't hesitate to click on it. Ding! The Dark Bloodline gift pack is priced at 10 million points, and after the Newbie King's 10% discount reduction, you need to spend 1 million points, and the 10% discount prop card you used was detected. You now need to spend 100,000 points. Do you want to buy it? Yes. Ding! Deducting 100,000 points, congratulations on obtaining the Dark Bloodline gift pack. The remaining points are 2,800 points. Instantly missing 100,000 points, Limu was a bit heartbroken. His eyes swept inside the Infinite Store, and finally Limu bought 3 substitute puppets. These 3 were a total of 300,000 points, and after a discount, 30,000 points. The purpose of buying the stand-in puppets was to withstand deadly attacks. Limu didn't despise infinite space because of the 10 times rewarded talent. One more life was always good. Looking at the only 2,800 points left, Limu suddenly felt that he was really poor. He hadn't even bought anything yet, and he was out of points. Exiting the Infinite Store, Limu turned his head and was instantly met with Xianlan's pitiful little eyes. Almost amused by this look from Xianlan, Limu couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Oh, Heart Blue only has 280 points, can't afford to buy anything, can only buy a 100 points 3-pronged military spike." Deep blow Heart Blue that called a grievance. The real world inside at least is a rich white beauty, never lack of money, the results in the infinite space inside, then the beggar is poor, can only buy a 3-pronged military spikes, too solid. Touch the Heart Blue soft hair, Limu comforted. "It's okay, there is a brother in it, you wait a while, brother, to give you something good. Open the backpack. Looking at the quietly placed inside the Dark Bloodline gift bag, Limu silently read. Open. Ding. You are using the Dark Bloodline gift pack and have detected that your team, including you, has a total of 2 players and are now starting to randomly screen Dark Bloodlines. Ding. Note that the Dark Bloodline gift pack only has 10 bloodlines, and if the number exceeds the number of uses, the Dark Bloodline gift pack will disappear. Limu. Originally, he was still searching to see if he could sell his bloodline to become rich, but as a result, he was instantly cut off from his back. On second thought, 10 million points, 10 bloodlines, truly quite a lot. Now Limu hopes that the bloodline is not too bad, at least also SS grade, right? Otherwise, S grade would be fine, don't randomize to below S grade, that would hurt too much. Just as Limu was praying, a beep came. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade Dark Bloodline, Phantom Bloodline. Limu? What's the point of him wanting a Phantom Bloodline? But SSS grade, this is definitely earned. Inside the store it sells for 600 W points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining. Chapter 34 Naiha, I have no culture, a line of the world. The second prompt came, Limu's heart instantly lifted up. The Phantom Demon bloodline he didn't like. If this bloodline was any worse, it would be a pitfall. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade Dark Bloodline, the Demon King bloodline. Racking his brain, even with a diploma from a higher university in his possession, Limu couldn't think of any other words to describe the excitement he was feeling inside right now. Even if I have a great culture, I can still walk the world. This is a SSS class Demon King bloodline. The Unlimited store sells it for $8 million, and he wanted to buy it in the first place, but now it's a freebie. This is considered whoring for nothing? Even if the back of this Dark Bloodline gift pack is all trash, it's definitely worth it. A Charmed Demon bloodline and a Demon King bloodline added up to 14 million points, which was worth far more than the price of the Dark Bloodline gift pack. What's more, he only spent 100,000 points, it's blood money. In front of Limu, Heart Blue Lolita looked at Limu's reddened face, and her entire body was shocked. Brother Limu, are you alright? In fact, there is nothing to give. Heart Blue is also fine, you do not get excited. Heart Blue do not want anything. Heart Blue little Loli now panicked, now she can only Limu this one loved one, or her man. He does not want Limu out of anything, not just props. She doesn't want it. Being shaken back to God, looking at Shinlan this kind of scared and nervous appearance, Limu quickly consoled. It's okay, brother really has something good for you, you wait for me to get it for you. Confirmed Phantom Bloodline user as Li Shinlan. Ding! Phantom Bloodline user confirmed as teammate Li Shinlan, now starting to inherit Bloodline. As the tone fell, a purple pillar of light fell, instantly enveloping the bewildered Xianlan. What is this? Brother Limu I. Without even finishing his words, watching Shinlan slowly float up, Limu understood that this was receiving the inheritance of the bloodline. Not being able to look at it more than once, Limu hurriedly confirmed the belonging of the Demon King bloodline. Use the Demon King bloodline. Ding! The Demon King bloodline inheritance is now starting, and the user is Limu. The same purple pillar of light fell, and the bloodline belonging to the Demon King began to boil inside Li Mu's body, and a massive amount of inheritance knowledge was stuffed into his mind. Under the baptism of the bloodline, Li Mu's body strengthened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his four-dimensional attributes were constantly pulsing. Strength, 071152235. Agility, 09115211353. Spirit, 142,346. Physique, 123,457. The four-dimensional attributes were frantically refreshed, and in just a few minutes, the collective reached more than 5 points, and it didn't stop there. Opposite Li Mu, Heart Blue was also undergoing changes, her long black hair gradually turning pink, and she even had 2 more cute devil horns on her head. Ding! The Devil King inheritance has been completed. Your bloodline awakening level is 1100. Please make more efforts to raise the awakening level of your bloodline. Bloodline enhancement will bring you a sizable attribute boost. The purple pillar of light disappeared. Li Mu opened his eyes. He felt completely different now from before. Clenching his fists, he felt that even an elephant would have to be smashed to death with this punch. The feeling of weakness in the aftermath came from inside his body. It was like being hungry, the kind of being very hungry. Unsteady on his feet, Li Mu suddenly fell down from a meter high in mid-air. Like an instinct, before he hit the ground, Li Mu instantly adjusted his landing posture, and his double fade stood firmly on the ground. Ah! It's going to fall down. Li Mu hadn't yet understood what was going on. When a sudden shriek came, Li Mu hurriedly looked up and saw that Heart Blue was just like her, but it seemed that a pair of small pink wings had disappeared. Standing smoothly on the ground, Heart Blue curiously looked at her legs, obviously a little puzzled as to how she fell down without incident. The filler inheritance allowed the two bodies of Li Mu and Xinlan to react instinctively, but to skillfully utilize it, they still needed battles to hone it. Heart Blue, are you alright? Walking over to Xinlan's side, looking at the little loli that was obviously very different from just now, Li Mu didn't know how, but his heart was suddenly a little hot. But just as this thought rose, a coolness came to his mind, and he instantly came to his senses. Ding, you have received a slight charm from your teammate Li Xinlan. As the king of all demons, you are immune to this attack. Li Mu. Chapter 35, Terrifying Gains from Bloodline, even eunuchs can't top it. Can't top it, but also have to top it. Looking at a confused Heart Blue loli, Li Mu only felt a little fishy odor inside his nose. 80% is on fire. Heart Blue, how are your attributes now? Show me. Oh. Heart Blue, who was in a daze, heard Li Mu's words. Although she felt a little hoarse, she didn't feel anything wrong. She just felt that she was standing next to a big fireplace. Character, Li Xinlan. Strength, 5. Agility, 55. Spirit, 64. Physique, 52. Overall strength rating, F. Special bloodline, Phantom SSS. Bloodline awakening level, 1100. Skills, Charm Demon Transformation, Eye of Charm, Primary Recovery. Talent, Charm SS. Possession, none. Character points, 280 points. Captain, Li Mu. Charm Demon Transformation can change into a charmed demon body. Four-dimensional attributes are increased. Strength is enhanced. Duration is determined by the degree of bloodline awakening, currently 5 seconds. Charming eyes can cause illusions to the enemy. No need to look directly at them. Duration depends on the strength gap between the two sides. Primary recovery, as a higher demon, even if the bloodline awakening level is very low, it still possesses the recovery ability that demons are proud of. Raising the bloodline awakening level can upgrade the recovery power. This additional bloodline was just like a plug-in. The four-dimensional attributes were greatly increased, at least 17 or 18 points, right? How many points is this? Nearly 20,000. There is also an additional talent, 3 skills. This bloodline is really powerful, and the money really wasn't spent in vain. This is still only 1% of the bloodline awakening. If it was 100%, what would happen? After reading Heart Blue's attributes, Li Mu couldn't care less about being shocked and hurriedly opened his own attributes. Character, Li Mu. Strength, 68. Agility, 63. Spirit, 66. Physique, 67. Hidden attributes. Charisma, 100 SSS. Gnosis, 40. Luck, 21. Comprehensive strength evaluation, F. Special bloodline, Demon King Bloodline SSS. Bloodline awakening level, 1100. Skills, Demon King Transformation, Hell Demon Flame, Dark Demon Ball, Primary Recovery. Talent, Tenfold Reward. Possessed items, Dark Bloodline Gift Pack 810, Replacement Golem X3, 10% off Props Card X9, Guns and Ammunition will not be written, preventing said water word count. Character points, 2,800 points. Teammate, Li Xinlan. Demon King Transformation. As the noble Demon King of Hell, you can transform into the Demon King's original body with enhanced four-dimensional attributes. The duration is determined by the degree of bloodline awakening, currently 5 seconds. Hell Magic Flame. As the Supreme Monarch of Hell, you can summon the Magic Flame of Hell to burn the souls of your enemies. If your soul is not extinguished, the Magic Flame will not stop. Note, if there is too big a difference in strength, the Magic Flame will not work. Dark magic sphere. Gathering the power of the Demon King in your body, you form a sphere of energy that can cause great destructive power. Primary recovery. As a Hell's exalted Demon King, even if the degree of Bloodline Awakening is very low, it still possesses a horrifying recovery ability, and upgrading the degree of Bloodline Awakening can upgrade the recovery power. Almost stunned by his own luxurious attribute layout, these 4-dimensional attributes were raised to more than 6 points in unison. Adding up, this was more than 20 points, earning more than 20,000 points for nothing again. And these skills, worthy of being an SSS bloodline, the leader of the Hell Demon Realm, the exalted monarch, even the initial skills went out by one more. Brotherly Moo, show me yours. I don't know yours yet, quickly show me. 36 Chapter Phantom Bloodline Awakening Enhancement Way? Li Mu had a dream. In the dream he reigned supreme, lifting his hand between the stars and rivers to break, surrounded by the beauty of the crowd, for him to pinch the shoulders and pound the back, tasting the xiaojiao to make jade. That kind of pleasure makes him cannot help but move. Aha! Brotherly Moo, you don't move, you wake up. Xinlan's bloodline has actually increased. The slight shaking in the seductive voice made Li Mu wake up. Wrapping his arms around Xianlan in his arms, Li Mu then remembered what he had heard earlier and couldn't help but ask. You said the bloodline has been elevated? What happened? Lying on Li Mu's body, after a sound battle, Heart blew lazily. The demonic little face is full of herbaceous halos after overly. The Bloodline Awakening degree has become 2100, and the time to transform is a little longer, becoming 10 seconds. Listening to Heart Blue's lazy voice, Li Mu was immediately confused. What is this situation? Looking at his own bloodline, it was still 1100. Why didn't he raise his? Heart Blue, what's going on with your bloodline? I'll take a look first. Open the attributes of the Heart Blue. All the indicators have not changed, only the blood vein there became 2100. Li Mu clicked on it, suddenly appeared some introductions. After reading, Li Mu was confused. Phantoms live on men's essence, so every phantom is a juicer, and raising the level of Bloodline Awakening is also very simple, just juice it. For example, the current Heart Blue, juiced once, Bloodline Awakening degree 1, but the latter is not so much, 2100 want to raise, must be his bloodline also reach 2100, and also need 2 times to do so. Of course his 1100 Bloodline Awakening degree is also possible, but it needs to be 4 times, to fill it with quantity, and this awakening degree goes up in multiples. 3100 needed 4 times, 4100 needed 8 times, 5100 needed 16 times, and they were all at the same level of Bloodline Awakening degree. Otherwise, the lower it was, the more times it needed. Patting the Heart Blue's petticoat, Li Mu opened his mouth and said, "Your bloodline, do you understand now?" Nodding her head, Xinlan was now confused. This phantom demon bloodline was also too. Blinking her big, gradually bewitching eyes, Xinlan knobbed her body and said in a delicate voice, "Li Mu brother, in the future, Xinlan can all count on you. A bloodline matter, please. God knows what's going on with this phantom bloodline." The well-behaved and simple little lowly has turned into the seductive look now, which is killing him. Turning over, another war was fought. Xinlan is to say later, now so sleepy, don't. Really don't? Then oh bully, then the last time. More than an hour later, Li Mu this is fully dressed out of the residence. As for the Heart Blue, 2 exercises she has been sleepy. What chimera juicer encountered him this Demon King have to honestly submit. Li Mu also just realized that the infinite space is not just to stay in the residence. The next infinite game will be opened a week later. Within this week, can be free to move around. Of course, it was inside the infinite space. F-rated areas were considered newbie villages. Every player's residence was a safe area that could not be entered without permission, and without entering the game, players could move freely in the F-ranked area, trading and such. Walking through the streets, Li Mu was in a world of his own. The F-rank area was like a normal city, only endlessly far away, and outside of the city was a heart-palpitating darkness. Hey friend, by the looks of you, are you a new player going through the game for the first time? Just as Li Mu was looking around, a friendly voice came over. Turning his head to look in the direction the voice came from, a round, fat man was sitting on a chair looking at him, and those glittering eyes made Li Mu think of the word trader. He was worried that he didn't know what was going on in infinite space, so since someone was greeting him, he might as well pry for information. Walking over to Fatty, Li Mu pulled a chair and sat down, asking curiously, "By the looks of it, old-timer? I don't know what guidance. I do not dare to teach, introduce, in the next Shangguan Xian from Haoyang Star. As for the occupation, it is a seller of information. Little brother, you first time, there should be a lot you want to know, right? It's not expensive. 10 points per question. How's that? Haoyang Star." Li Mu is confused. Aren't you from Earth? You're not from Earth, are you? Do you think a phantom demon must be inferior to a demon king? You guys have a misunderstanding, don't you? There is also too much difference between the protagonist and the main character. The gap will become bigger and bigger in the future. You want to play the object-type heroine? How to write the writer's heart has a number, but also have their own ideas, do not need to be dictated by the side, written in 4 different. 37 chapters of the Earth? Never heard of it, the world of darkness. Friends, what do you think? Say something on 10 points is not expensive anymore, the information that must be asked for, but it's very useful. Returning from his daze, looking at this fat man in front of him, Limu suddenly came up with an idea.
Is this the legendary alien? There's no green skin and big head or anything, and this Shangwon is really out of character. Sure he's not teasing him? Let me ask, F-class area, what planet are there people ah?
I listen to your words as if you are not from the same planet as me. Seemingly thinking that Limu would ask this question, Shangwon Qian shook his fat head and said, your question is basically every newcomer will ask, old brother I do not want you points, to give you said. This infinite game how to come, not clear, after all, we are a group of soldiers, but as far as I know, as if the entire F-class area, all players are from the major life planets, such as me, Haoyang star, and what the Tiandang star, the star of the sun and so on.
By the way, friend which planet are you from?
Looking at the curious Shangwon Qian, Limu had nothing to hide, I'm from Earth.
Earth? Shangwon Qian was dumbfounded, he had never heard of it, is it a new planet?
Looking at Shangwon Qian's dumbfounded look, Limu understood in his heart, it was probably because this fat man had never heard of this planet. Could it be that he was one of the first players on Earth? Friend, this is the first time I've heard of this planet of yours, it should be a new life planet found by Infinite Games, do you have anything you want to ask?
Older brother here can basically give you an answer.
Looking at Shangwon Qian who put down his bold words, Limu really has so much he wants to ask. When you first come here, information is very important. Pointing to the dark sky in the distance, Limu asked,
what is that situation?
Why is the sky outside the city all dark? It always feels ominous. Turning his head to look at the dim gray sky in the distance, Shangwon Qian's small eyes that were squeezed up by fat meat flashed with a touch of scorn and opened his mouth. That is an ominous place, the abyss of death, but it has great opportunities. Your attribute bar, look at it, right? Enhancing attributes requires consuming points, but going outside to kill monsters in the darkness can give you important items to enhance your attributes. So even though the outside world was dangerous, there were many people who weren't afraid to die and rushed out.
Eyes looking towards the distant sky, Limu suddenly came to have some interest. Killing monsters can get things that can enhance attributes? Something that can enhance attributes, have you ever seen it? What does it look like? Do all monsters drop them?
Even with the tenfold reward, Limu wouldn't mind having a lot of points, and with the attribute enhancing alternatives, he could save a lot of points. Rubbing his obese fingers and gesturing a money gesture, Shangwon Qian hemmed and hawed, looking particularly lewd. Friend, the messages needed to spend money to buy, before has told you a lot, plus before, count your 3 questions, 30 points, not expensive, right? 30 points compared to these messages, indeed not expensive. Limu also did not stingy, directly traded over 30 points. Having gotten the points, Shangwon Qian was happy with a smile on his face and continued. Regarding items that can enhance attributes, this is very simple, kill the monsters outside, inside their heads, there will be a crystal core. A crystal core can enhance 0-1 attribute, but not all monsters have it, it needs to depend on luck and strength.
How?
Looking at the movement of the dead fat man wording his fingers, Limu once again traded 10 points. Monsters in the darkness, some low strength, there will be a crystal core inside the head, but most of them are not, but those powerful monsters, the head is basically all inside the crystal core, the weak can only take their chances, and the strong, directly kill strong monsters can be.
After shaking his head and finishing, looking at the contemplative Limu, Shangwon Qian heatedly smiled and asked, friend, is there anything else you want to ask?
Raising his eyes to look at the fat man in front of him, Limu asked,
how many worlds have you experienced, old brother? Are those worlds difficult? Also, in this F-rank area of ours, is the mortality rate high?
After saying that, Limu traded 30 points again.
Collecting the points, Shangwon Qian looked at Limu as if he was looking at the gold master's father. It's only been a few minutes, it's 70 points.
I experienced 4 worlds, those worlds some are difficult, some are simple. Old brother also asked others, our F-level area worlds are not very difficult.
But the mortality rate is very high.
For example, the Wasteland world, Grand Theft Auto world, Walking Dead world, Alien world, the power system is not too high, but the death rate is incredibly high. It's either a zombie siege, alien monsters, or a siege. In short, the danger is high and the death rate is high.
Hey, buddy? What's wrong with you? Limu was confused. Wasteland? Grand Theft Auto? The Walking Dead? Alien? Why does this look so much like Earth movies and games? Chapter 38, Surprise, Killing Intent, Catherine's Shock.
Now Limu was excited in his heart, he felt that his points really weren't spent in vain. If it was really what he thought, and the infinite games were all games, movies and such from Earth, he really had a great advantage. Spending 30 points again to ask a few questions, Limu had already determined his thoughts. This 30 points was not spent unjustly. He asked Shangwon Qian in detail, the worlds experienced in the F-level area, no doubt, all of them were the Earth's movies, anime, games and so on, but all of them were relatively low-level kind. But without exception, all are very high mortality rate of the game, such as The Walking Dead is a survival game, the specified time to survive without death, you can get points, will also release the mission reward is also quite good.
But with all the zombies in the mountains, is it really that easy to survive? Li Mu after graduation is a kind of upmaster, often posting some video commentary, so he knows more about the movie, game or anime.
Let's say The Walking Dead, this is the American version of the zombie TV series. There are no supernatural powers, completely ordinary people, but also shows the horror of the zombies and the despair of the end of the world. It can be said that the whole TV series is either on the run or on the way to escape. How many people died in the protagonist squad? As for the aliens, that rating is indeed a bit high, and the terror of the aliens lies in the fact that they are born to be killing weapons. Terrifying breeding speed, super growth speed, and that silent assassination. There is also the strong adaptability of the aliens, and their blood has a strong corrosive. Even the materials of the spaceship cannot block the strong corrosive. This kind of world, the mortality rate is simply not too high. Li Mu itself is very well understood, only to understand its horror more and more, coupled with the enhancement of the spiritual attributes. Originally some forgotten memories become clearer, repeated deliberation, and more able to discover the horror of which did not find. Lifting his head to look at the sky outside the city, Li Mu decided that within this period of time, he would have time to take Shinlan to have a look and try to see if he could gain something.
Friend, are you planning to go hunting outside?
Seeing as you're so bold, I'll give you a free piece of information, old brother. When the light of the city is about to dim, don't hesitate to come back as fast as you can. The night is coming, and there are great terrors in the dark world. Looking at the serious expression on Fatty Shangwan's face, Li Mu nodded and stood up to walk in the direction he came from. Eyes swept over the streets that were not much populated. It was hard to imagine that inside the whole area, all the people came from various planets. As for the sparsely populated traveling in a hurry, it should be to go to the darkness outside the city to improve their strength. Infinite space, no strength people will only slowly towards death. Want to live, we must constantly struggle to survive in the cracks. Who looks like there are 10 times the reward talent. If you don't work hard, you will also be surpassed by others. Go back to see if Shinlan has rested well, ready to go outside to see. Walking at a fast pace, just as Li Mu Xin was in a hurry to go back, a petulant laughing voice came from the right. LOL, little handsome boy, in such a hurry, what are you going to do? Stopping his footsteps, Li Mu frowned at the direction the voice came from. Devilish figure, angelic face, and exuding a breath that made people's mouths dry all over. How could Li Mu not recognize it? This was clearly the woman who survived on Earth. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't make a move within the city, Li Mu would want to kill this woman right now. This woman was like a time bomb. He couldn't even fathom what this woman was from, and she was also an Earthling. If she is an Earthling, it means she will know the plot. Li Mu doesn't want anyone other than him to know the secret. If a person is not for himself, it would be chronic suicide to let the enemy get stronger. Catherine's side was also a bit surprised. When she saw Li Mu before, it gave her the feeling of an ordinary person. Now she even felt a killing aura on Li Mu. And with this oppressive feeling, as if she was about to suffocate, as if she would be killed in the next second, Catherine was instantly on guard. She had guessed before that Li Mu was that Chicken King, although she didn't know how the reward would be. Just by looking at Li Mu's aura now, she could tell that it definitely wasn't simple. She had killed 8 people in the game, earning a total of 800 points, and after netting a knife, she didn't even have a pocket knife. She was facing the same dilemma of not having enough points at the Great Light Orb, and raising a 0-1 attribute surprisingly required 100 points, and all of her points combined weren't enough to raise 1 point of attributes. After buying a level 3 defense gear, a Desert Eagle and 100 rounds of bullets plus a 3-pronged military spike, she now had half a point left.
But what about the man in front of her? How many times had he strengthened his attributes? How many times did he have to strengthen his attributes to give him this sense of oppression? The same were all players. How could there be such a big difference? Chapter 39, Li Mu's Young Conspiracy, The World Outside the City. LOL, little handsome boy, why are you looking at people like that, like you want to eat them? How to say it is also a female killer with the title of queen. Catherine quickly reacted, giggling, like she didn't notice anything. I do want to eat you up, the kind that doesn't even spit out the bones. Saying these words, Li Mu stared at Catherine closely, his clenched fists slowly relaxing. Li Mu knew that he couldn't kill Catherine inside this safe area, however. Thinking about the situation outside the city, Li Mu opened his mouth and said, to give you a piece of advice, in the world outside the city, there are crystal cores inside the monster's head, and each one of them can raise 0-1 attribute, so it's up to you whether you go or not. After saying this, Li Mu walked away without looking back. He knew that Catherine would be skeptical, but it didn't matter. This was a young plot on his part. The outside world can become stronger. Do you go or not? If you don't go, you will slowly wait for death, but if you go, you won't necessarily live. The dark night is coming, the outside world has a big terror. This sentence Li Mu but remembered very clearly, but Catherine no? At least for the time being, she didn't know. How terrifying is the outside world of the Black Knight Roar? Li Mu was not clear, but killing Catherine should be enough. The most important thing is that he also has to go to the outside world with Shinlan. If he encounters it, Li Mu will not hesitate to lay down his black hand. Still the same sentence, man is not for himself, this woman is very dangerous, keep it as a scourge. Watching Li Mu leave without looking back, Catherine's vigilant heart slowly relaxed. Although she knew that Li Mu couldn't possibly kill her, she still had some fear in her heart.
That aura was too strong, making her feel like she couldn't breathe. She didn't even dare to imagine how strong the current Li Mu was. As for the advice before she left, frowning her willow brows, Catherine looked at the players in the distance who were traveling in a hurry, at most leaving a stunning glance on her, and turned her head towards the outside of the city. She wanted to see if there were any players who had left the city, to confirm with her own eyes whether what Li Mu had said was true or not. She could feel Li Mu's vigilance and murderous intent towards her, and it was no surprise that the news was definitely correct. She just didn't know if there was any danger.
Monster? Crystal cores? Boosting attributes? This was indeed a great temptation for her.
As an assassin, she had extraordinary strength, agility, physique and spirit. Her four-dimensional attributes were all above 1 point, and even the weakest strength was as high as 13. Infinite Space's strength attribute adopts the average value, taking the high to make up for the low. 1 point of strength's hitting force is 50 kilograms. As a female, able to rate 13, a full 65 kilograms of strength, already very scary. From the appearance, Catherine's body is concave and convex, and there are no obvious muscle lines on her arms. Who would know that the strength of this female assassin's punch is as high as 65 kilograms? I'm afraid that if she was caught off guard, a player with 2 or even 3 attributes would be killed, right? After all, what an assassin does is assassination work. Tracking and stealth is a necessary course for an assassin. Following a few players all the way out of the city, the moment she stepped out of the city, Catherine had a very uncomfortable feeling, like she was cursed by something. Looking at the players who slowly walked away in front of her, Catherine lowered her head and chased after them. She wanted to see what in the world these people were going to do. Before going out far, Catherine saw the so-called monsters, like creatures that were demonized inside the game.
Insects? Skeletons? And zombies?
These monsters were roaming in the darkness, and the squad of players in front of them were just like fighting and upgrading monsters inside the game, luring monsters around and then killing them, and every time they killed a monster, they had to knock their heads open to look for something, like they were looking for something.
Crystallized nuclei? Catherine remembered that Li Mu said so. The crystal core could raise 0-1 attribute, which was equivalent to gaining 100 points. In that case, the points could still save some.
Taking one step to follow, Catherine realized that these players didn't dare to run too far. The darkness was like an abyss where new monsters could always keep coming out to kill. Inside these monsters, not every one of them could get a crystal core. As far as Catherine could see, quite a few players had killed 40 or 50 monsters during their advancement, without obtaining a single crystal core. And those players didn't look half annoyed. They looked like this kind of thing was very rare. The obtaining of crystal cores didn't seem to be easy either. It looked like 100 points wasn't that easy to obtain, and these monsters weren't weak, with thick skin and strong attacks. Catherine then saw that a demonic monster slapped a player, and the player whose strength was still above hers spat blood and fell back, thinking that he had suffered a light injury. However, there would be rewards for giving. After killing the demon monster, the player who touched the corpse pulled out a crystal core with a faint red glow with a face of surprise. It was a crystal core that could enhance attributes. 40 chapter outrageous explosion rate. Catherine is working on it. Everyone's attention shifted over, even the injured players were no exception, excluding the players who were fighting. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene it would be like for the entire outer area, hundreds of meters of players to look in one direction in unison. There was envy and fire in everyone's eyes, while the player who pulled out the crystal core hurriedly ran to the injured player and fed the crystal core. There was more herb halo on his face, and his breath was obviously enhanced, until the crystal core disappeared into thin air. The surrounding fiery gazes gradually dispersed, as well as the faint killing intent. Killing and seizing treasures seems to be a common occurrence in this outer area. Catherine even believes that if the crystal nucleus has not been served just now, perhaps a fight would have broken out by now. The figure was hidden into the darkness. Since she had already confirmed Li Mu's claim, Catherine naturally wouldn't hesitate any longer. Looking for a place with fewer people, her figure flashed rapidly, and a skeletal soldier was smashed to the skull with little to no resistance. It was just a pity that there was no existence of crystal cores, which made Catherine a little disappointed, but thinking of those previous teams who killed dozens of monsters without obtaining crystal cores, Catherine put away her disappointment, reversed and fell back. The three-pronged military spike in her hand quickly stabbed into the head of one of the zombies. Just as Catherine was busy killing monsters, Li Mu had also returned to his residence. Obviously, he had only eaten twice when he went out, and now he wanted to eat again, but thinking of the main event, Li Mu shook his head, walked over and patted Heart Blue's petticoats, calling out, "Little lazy piggy, wake up. If you sleep again you'll turn into a little piggy spirit. If you don't get up, I'll feed you some more delicious food." The moment he woke up, the charm physique also squeezed, but Li Mu so often and then once more Heart Blue fell to sleep dead past. Oh, bullying. Heart Blue up is just well. Looked at the Heart Blue climbed up to wear clothes. White jade like delicate body slowly disappeared in front of the eyes. Li Mu feel hot inside the nose. This is simply too tempting. After getting dressed, Shilan explored his little head and got tired of Li Mu's side, asking in a delicate voice, "Is there anything important about brother Li Mu?" Touching Shinlan's little head, Li Mu bought 2 3-pronged military spikes from the Infinite Store and handed them to Shinlan along with the level 3 defense. "In a moment, we're going to go outside the city to kill monsters, and inside those monsters' heads there are crystal cores, which can enhance their attributes, understand?" The eyes are bright, heart blue and not stupid, naturally understand what Li Mu said is the meaning. She knows how difficult to rise attributes, 100 points only 01 attribute, she has eaten enough poor people's losses. Now, although the attributes are quite good, Li Mu will not be careless. Infinite space people's hearts are unpredictable, maybe the monsters are not powerful, but the back of the cold arrows have to be prevented. Helmet and bulletproof vest can effectively deal with sneak attacks, is also a guarantee. Fully dressed, put the three-pronged military spikes, Li Mu led the two people of heart blue to leave the residence, and quickly darted towards the outskirts of the city. Leaving the city area, the darkness attacked. The body is obviously a little heavy, but does not affect anything, looking at like a monster attack like the constant emergence of monsters, as well as the group to kill monsters of players. Li Mu pulling the heart blue, running to a remote place. First try the strength of these monsters, and then see how lucky they are, and then try to go deeper afterward. With Li Mu's current strength of over 6 points on average, killing these monsters with more than one attribute point was simply not too easy, and he could kick them to death, and Heart Blue's side also utilized the powerful bloodline power of the charmed demon. Purple herb color beautiful eyes swept through, a demon lost its mind, killing each other, dozens of monsters killed together, there are constantly monsters died tragically, soon this area will be cleaned up. Taking the three-pronged military spike all broke open the head, let Li Mu disappointed is not a crystal core, this is how much? More than 100, right? This explosion rate is not only low, simply low to the hair. Crystal cores that could raise 01 attribute were simply too rare, there was no way. Li Mu didn't want to waste time, called on Xayanlon, and headed towards the depths. In another direction, Catherine half kneeling on the ground, more than an hour, she is already exhausted, surrounded by the bodies of one-hit kills everywhere, counting, there are nearly 200. Despite her exhaustion, Catherine was still very excited, her palm spread out, a red crystal core was emitting a faint light in her hand. After going through all the trouble and killing 195 monsters, she had finally obtained her first attribute enhancing crystal core. Hey, pretty girl, want to team up? How about that crystal core as a pitch? 41 chapters you continue to skin. Go back to the day you meowed. Taking Heart Blue, the two of them advanced all the way towards the dark abyss. Li Mu remembered that Fatty Shangguan said that the stronger the strength, the higher the explosion rate, and Li Mu realized that the monsters seemed to be divided into regions. 13 attribute monsters an area, 46 attribute is an area, and those monsters, surprisingly, are crawling out from the ground. Did not go too deep, the central area. Li Mu stopped, too deep then, it seems a little dangerous, once surrounded by monsters, if there are still players with evil intentions to make trips, unless the transformation, or not good to run out. And this area neither looks too easy, nor too difficult, it's kind of okay. Kicking a zombie away, he bullied his way up, and the three-pronged military spike in his hand penetrated the zombie's head at a tricky angle. Frowning, the zombies in this area, the head seems to become a lot harder, he needs to use some force to penetrate the zombie's head. Behind him, there was a sound of wind, stooping down to avoid it, the three-pronged military spike backhandedly nailed over. A skeleton's head was shattered, bones scattered all over the place, the dull soul fire slowly dissipated. Turning his head to look at Heart Blue's side, even though he was already mentally prepared, seeing a bunch of demons lined up to be sent up and have their heads penetrated by Heart Blue one at a time, Li Mu wondered if he had pitted himself by not choosing the charmed demon bloodline. Shaking his head, he threw this dangerous thought aside, his Demon King bloodline was the most powerful. Speaking of the Demon King bloodline, Li Mu turned his head to look at the demons in the distance, stepped on his feet, and began the legendary attraction of monsters. Under the windy walk, large groups of monsters were lured, and one by one, they followed Li Mu, hissing with a fishy odor, constantly chasing after him. Dozens of monsters were attracted with a great sound. Li Mu kept looking back, and after he felt that it was almost time, the power of the Demon King in his body was attracted, and a black magic ball gradually coalesced in his hand. With tyrannical dark energy, as soon as the black energy ball poo appeared in space, it set off faint ripples, and a grand demonic might instantly spread out, and the demons that were chasing after it even briefly stopped in their tracks. Not knowing how strong this dark magic ball was, Li Mu felt that the magic power in his body was instantly extracted by 1/3. Raising his hand, he flung the dark magic ball out, and the pitch-black colored energy ball instantly flew into the group of monsters with dead magic power, and the terrifying energy fluctuation instantly exploded. Boom! The earth shook, smoke and dust rose in all directions, earth and rocks splashed, smoke rose for several feet, and the shockwave from the explosion transformed into a ring-shaped wave of air that spread out towards the surroundings. In the distance, Heart Blue was startled by the big commotion over here, and almost couldn't even control the monster in front of him. Patting the grandiose big bun, Heart Blue looked at Li Mu's side, his big eyes dumbfounded. This was also too powerful. At the place where the dark magic ball exploded, a 3-meter-sized pit appeared in front of him, the earth and rocks crumbled, and dozens of corpses around him fell to the ground in tatters. Li Mu was also startled by the power, this power, it was comparable to the power of several high-explosive grenades exploding together, right? I didn't expect that a casual strike would be so terrifying, 1/3 of the magic power is really powerful. Grasping the three-pronged military spike, Li Mu walked to the side of these corpses and began to check one by one to see if there were any crystal cores. Right in the middle of Li Mu's constant disappointment, Heart Blue's excited voice suddenly came from behind him.
Wow! Brother Li Mu has it. Got it. Your sister. You're the one who got it. In his heart, he spat, but Li Mu knew that Xinlan was talking about digging up the crystal nucleus, and in his heart, he was a little bitter. He wasn't lazy either. How come he didn't even see the shadow of a crystal core? Just as Li Mu's heart was aching, the three-pronged military spike suddenly received an obstruction. Ding! The crisp sound made Li Mu froze. Could it be? A few times to dig out the insect corpse head inside the faint red light emitting the nucleus, Li Mu heart mixed feelings. Finally his sister head off. It's really not easy. Wow! Brother Li Mu, there's another one. There it is again. Black lines all over his head, Li Mu clenched his fists. You damn intentionally it. Turning his head and glaring viciously at Xinlan, especially those two big buns, Li Mu hatefully said. When I go back, I will say you meow. Instantly a shrinking head, the Heart Blue looked at the two crystal cores in his hand, the small face is bitter, as if the skin is too much. Checked all the corpses, Li Mu was very pleased, 68 corpses, he finally obtained 2 crystal cores, it is not bad, at least 200 points, stay at home, there are no points to send to the door. Turning his head to look into the depths of the darkness, over there, zombies, skeletons, bug monsters, and other strange-looking magical creatures were coming this way. Just as Li Mu was planning to move on with Xianlan, messy footsteps as well as shouting curses suddenly came from behind him. Bitch, you stop right there. Killed our people and still want to run? There's an intermediate level area ahead, I'll see where else you can run to. 42 chapter Hello we meet again. Running in a sorry state, Catherine didn't expect the other party's strength to be this strong. After killing nearly 200 demons she was already exhausted, how could she easily give away the crystal nucleus that she had obtained with great difficulty? Faking to give away the crystal core, the three-pronged military spike in her hand pierced through the neck of a player in between, and then when she wanted to take advantage of the other party's lack of reaction to kill a second person, she was unsuccessful. Not only that, she was also kicked out, her stomach felt like it was in knots, but this kick added to her escape. Avoiding the monsters that surrounded her by virtue of her stance, Catherine ran through the group of monsters in a sorry state, only the more she walked, the colder her heart became. As she went deeper into the dark area, the monsters became stronger and stronger, even she was a bit unable to dodge them. If it wasn't for her killer's instincts, she might have been knocked halfway to the ground. Her body seemed to be heavier, the sound of drinking and cursing coming from behind her made Catherine's mood even heavier. An intermediate area? A more powerful monster area? Raising her head, Catherine was surprised to see that man, the man who won the Chicken King in the same game as her. She remembered meeting on the street during the day, and he tried to kill her. As an assassin, Catherine's perception of killing aura was extraordinarily sharp. Looking at the corpses everywhere under Li Mu's feet, Catherine despaired. There were wolves behind her and tigers in front of her. She was afraid that there was no chance of surviving today. Now Li Mu was surprised. He didn't expect to block this woman here. To say the least, it was really all for nothing. Looking up at the players chasing after him in the distance, Li Mu smiled. It seemed that he was not the only one who wanted to kill her. As for the reason, it was just a matter of seeing color or wanting to guest rob a bandit. But speaking of which, I wonder if there would be a 1/5 reward for killing someone in this area. If there was. Squinting his eyes, it was so hard to earn points now, and the new infinite world would still take 6 days to open, so if it worked, this would be a way to earn extra money. The three-pronged military spikes in his hand glowed with a cold, chilling light. Li Mu took a step towards Catherine. Behind Catherine, slowly catching up with a few players see Li Mu, and the surrounding corpses, one by one, there is a scornful light in the eyes, also no longer chase, all retreated back. Somewhat disappointed, Li Mu also wanted to kill all those players to try to get points, but unfortunately ran too fast. If you chase, it is not quite worth it. See you again. Speaking of which, we seem to be very destined, but 2 days, 4 times, right? Half kneeling on the ground, Catherine no longer has the strength to run. Peak and face raised, exquisite face is called God's masterpiece. The devil's body is not the least bit inferior to get the phantom bloodline of the Heart Blue. I want to know, why are you so insistent on trying to kill me? Ever since the settlement space there, I can feel your hostility, and even today you deliberately lured me out. Your killing heart is still so strong. Gasping for breath, exhausted, every time I breathe my chest feels like a steel blade is scraping it. The reason is really no reason. In this infinite space, one more person, one more danger, because it is very likely that when you are weak, you will be stabbed. The most critical thing is that you, this woman, give me a great sense of crisis. You should not be an ordinary person. In fact, as an assassin, Catherine understands this better than Li Mu. Any person who is alive is a potential enemy. She is also trying to kill everyone all the time. It's just a pity that she doesn't have that strength. I don't want to die, I'm not willing. I want to know, how can I survive? What do I need to do? I can swear, the vilest of oaths, that I can be loyal to you. I have a lot of skills, I'm the top 3 assassins on Earth, I'm proficient in all kinds of fighting arts, firearms, I can help you, give me time, I'll be your most capable arm. I have to say, this offer is very attractive, it's just that.
palm cupped on Catherine's neck. The skin is very smooth, very delicate, half like a Westerner. To be honest, this kind of special thing killed. Li Mu is also very sorry, just keep a threat around, really too unsafe. Your words are very attractive, but I am sorry, you still have to die. The more valuable you are, the more threatening you are in my eyes. Today you can be loyal to me because you are afraid of death. One day, you will also defect to others. As much as 6 points of strength lifted Catherine up like carrying a straw, resistance and struggle couldn't play a half-hearted role. As long as Li Mu exerted a little bit of force, he could crush her neck.
Wait a minute, I have something to say.
Last words? Grabbing Li Mu's arm and struggling, Catherine suffocated her face and opened her mouth.
There are slave contracts inside the Infinite Store that I can sign. I don't want to die. Chapter 43, Surprised? Surprised?
Playing with me, you're still young.
Slave contract? If there really is this contract, it's not impossible for the woman in front of him to keep a life.
Li Mu will not be blindly arrogant. 10 times the reward is indeed powerful, but for the infinite world, no amount of respect is too much. Those who despise the infinite world end up dying a miserable death. Heart Blue, you come here. According to your previous method, it shouldn't be difficult to charm her, right? Hearing Li Mu's call, Heart Blue walked up, a faint purple light flickering in her eyes, while the gaze of Catherine, who was being pinched by Li Mu, struggled for a moment and gradually became godless and empty. Letting go of Catherine, Li Mu opened the Infinite Store, searched for a while, and actually found the slave contract. Slave contract, priced at 10,000 points, can force a player to become their slave, restricted to a single attribute F rank or below, not valid for plot characters. 10,000 points for a player with a single attribute of rank F or below, is it worth it? And it's not valid for plot characters. This thing was a chicken rib. 10,000 points used to raise attribute points, which was a full 10 attribute points. As long as one wasn't brain dead, they wouldn't waste the points on a player of this level, unless there was some reason why they couldn't give it up. Glancing at Catherine in her godless state, Li Mu understood in his heart that this woman was counting on him. After all, could a player have 10,000 points? As long as it was slowed down a bit, she would have a chance to convince him. It is a pity that other people spend 10,000 points is not worth it, but he is worth it. The Infinite Store 10% discount opportunity is gone, but he still has a 10% discount prop card. Maybe compared to that, the one discount prop card would be a bit of a loss when used here, but thinking about what he could get on Catherine in the future, it wouldn't necessarily be a loss.
Just like starting a company to make money, wasn't it always a matter of hitching money into it and getting something in the end?
Of course, it's quite possible to hit the skids, but with 1,000 points plus a 10% off prop card, Li Mu felt that he could still afford to spend it. The most important thing is that slave contract slaves can't kill their masters. If the master dies, the slave will also die. With this restriction, he's not really afraid of Catherine playing tricks.
Redeem slave contract, use 10% off prop card. Ding!
Deducting a 10% off prop card, deducting 1,000 points, currently remaining 1,500 points. Looking at the contract scroll that appeared in his hand, Li Mu nodded to Heart Blue, signaling her to withdraw her control over Catherine. Heart Blue's spiritual attribute of up to 64 completely crushed Catherine. If Heart Blue didn't remove the charm, Catherine was afraid that she wouldn't be able to wake up. It wasn't that Li Mu hadn't thought of controlling Catherine in this way, but this way was too undesirable, a complete puppet without any semblance of sanity. This wasn't what Li Mu wanted. The figure shook a few times. After Catherine came to her senses, she immediately looked at Heart Blue with vigilance. She had just been unable to control her body. The feeling was as if her body no longer belonged to her. She had received specialized mental training, anti-hypnosis, anti-various hallucinogenic drugs, so much so that her spirit was as high as 17, but as a result, she didn't have the power to fight back half the time. What in the world is this young girl in front of her?
The slave contract you want, sign it now.
Turning her head to look at the slave contract held in Li Mu's hand, Catherine was confused.
Wasn't a slave contract 10,000 points? This man still had 10,000 idle points? This man was a devil, right? Just how many points did he have? Just as Li Mu thought, Catherine mentioned that the slave contract was just a reprieve. Who would want to be a slave?
10,000 points she still didn't believe Li Mu had. When the time came, just slowly gained trust, no matter if it was a backhanded slash or a complete integration into the team.
As a result,
you are crazy.
10,000 points for this slave contract? Is it bad for you to strengthen your attributes? Are you going to backtrack?
Watching Catherine's face go green and white for a while, Li Mu suddenly had some pleasurable feelings in his heart. Basing happiness on other people's pain was simply awesome.
Could it be that the Demon King bloodline was influencing his character? It must be, right?
He wasn't this kind of person. Li Mu couldn't help but start excusing himself. Staring closely at Li Mu, the pleasure on this man's face was so close to writing the word happy on his face, but she had no choice. Not signing was death, and she didn't doubt that after she refused, Li Mu would kill her outright. This man, he really could do that kind of thing. Dropping her own blood on the contract, the slave contract turned into dots of starbursts and eventually formed 2 hexagram star formations, one branded on her brow, one branded on the back of Li Mu's hand, and then gradually disappeared. After the slave contract was planted, Li Mu suddenly had a feeling that he could easily control Catherine's life and death, and everything was at his whim. Suddenly becoming someone else's slave, Catherine sighed, with some indescribable feelings in her heart. When she was on Earth, her reputation in the dark world made people scared. Now that she came to the infinite world, before she had the chance to develop, she became a slave body. The world changed. It was really fast.
Chapter 44. Give me back my touch. Tell me, why are those people after you? Seeing color? Then you killed them by surprise? And what is your identity? You're no ordinary person with your four-dimensional attributes.
Having a slave contract, Limu could check Catherine's attributes at any time, and the overpowering four-dimensional attributes almost made Limu think that she had spent points to strengthen them. However, with a 3-level set plus a 3-pronged military spike and a large-caliber Desert Eagle, Limu really didn't believe that she could get much more points, and this pile of skills wasn't simple.
Character, Catherine. Master, Limu. Strength, 13. Agility, 16. Spirit, 17. Physique, 14. Comprehensive Strength Evaluation, F. Special Bloodline, none.
Skills, Military Combat Master, Assassination Master, Firearms Proficiency Advanced, Stance Advanced.
Talents, none.
Possessions, Level 3 Helmet, Level 3 Bulletproof Vest, 3-pronged Spike, Desert Eagle, 05 Caliber Bullet X93, Crystallized Core X1.
Character points, 100 points.
Looking at this pile of skills, and then looking at all the equipment that was bought, Limu really didn't believe that she had the extra points to strengthen, plus all these skills, and had a pit in her brain to think that she was just an ordinary person. I was an assassin on Earth, my strength is not bad. As for those people, they wanted to rob my crystals and wanted my people, I backhandedly killed one of them, but it's not bad, got a fifth of the points. Saying a bit about what happened before, after thinking about it, Catherine raised her hand, her palm covered in stained blood spread out, revealing a crystal core that had been preserved for a long time.
Here, I still have 100 points here. Catherine actually didn't want to hand these things over, but now that she had become Limu's slave, it seemed that slaves didn't have a good end, right?
Instead of being forced to hand them over, it would be better to just do it. Catherine felt that there was already no way out in sight, so maybe it would be good to die before. Looking at the crystal core that was placed in Catherine's hand, Limu picked it up and placed it in front of his eyes to look at it carefully and asked,
"How many monsters have you killed?"
The crystal core was taken away. Catherine's heart was still a little disappointed and frustrated. Hearing Limu's question, she opened her mouth and said,
"Nearly 200, 195 or 196 came to forget."
The crystal nucleus with a faint red light is like a beautiful jewel, not stained with half a bit of dirt. This is the crystallization of power. Raising his hand and pinching Catherine's chin, looking at her suddenly wary gaze, Limu threw the crystal core into her mouth. I don't want what you've earned by your own efforts. If one day you sincerely want to give it to me, maybe I'll consider it. It was too late to speak. The crystal core turned into energy and surged into her body. At the same time, an enhancement sounded in Catherine's mind. Please select the attribute you need to enhance. Agility. Ding, your agility attribute has increased by 0.1 and is currently 17. It was like her body had become lighter. Catherine felt some joy in her heart. Her efforts were not in vain after all. Returning to her senses and looking at Limu in front of her, Catherine realized that this man didn't seem to be as annoying as she had imagined. Not knowing what was in Catherine's heart, gazing at the city side, where the light seemed to have dimmed a bit, as far as the eye could see, there were even some people with blood chi flying back from the deeper area.
It's time for us to go back.
Having just tasted the benefits of boosting her strength, Catherine frowned and whispered, "The injuries on my body don't matter, I can still work on it for a little while longer." Catherine saw Limu looking at her side, and thought that he was concerned about her body, and her heart that had been trained to be as tough as steel seemed to be a little touched, and more, Limu didn't seem to be so detestable.
What does it have to do with your injury? What are you daydreaming about? If you don't leave again, you'll be ready to die outside.
By the way, I forgot to tell you, what I said to you before on the street is still missing a part of what I said. When the light in the city is dimmed, it is the moment when the darkness of the outside world arrives, and there is a great terror. Looking at Limu who passed by mistake, Catherine froze.
How what wasn't so hateful was a lie, what wasn't so annoying was a lie, caring was a lie, this man was just a.
Thanks to her, she was still a bit touched.
It's all a lie. She was deceiving herself and others. Seeing Limu and Xin Lan walking away at a speed she couldn't understand, Catherine's eyelids fluttered. What the hell kind of speed are these two people? Her 17 agility was going to eat dust. How many points did these two people have? The darkness is like an abyss devouring the earth. The ominous atmosphere is getting thicker and thicker. The body seems to be a lot heavier. It is not easy to step into the city. Catherine turned her head to look. Her heart is a little shocked. The world outside completely turned into a darkness. A scream and wailing sound is chilling, horrible chewing sound, bone-breaking sound, huge roaring sound, like there is some kind of horrible creatures roaming around. Catherine didn't even dare to imagine what the world in the darkness would be like without coming back early. Don't look, let's go back together. Catherine, you're with us. Chapter 45. I'm sour, I'm really sour.
Now that Catherine has become his slave, no matter if it's going out or whatever, it's convenient to live together. Removing the kitchen and such, 3 rooms and 1 hall is completely livable. For this, Catherine had long been prepared and didn't say anything, until she returned to Li Mu's residence for the two of them. Catherine was instantly sour.
This is where you guys live? 3 rooms and 1 hall? With a kitchen and a bathroom?
Thinking about where she lived, there was only a very small place to sleep, and there was also that bathroom and kitchen even squeezed together. Catherine was sour to the core. The bathroom was bigger than where she lived.
Don't you live in a different place than us? After all, we're 2 people, bigger is normal, right?
Li Mu had never seen it before and didn't dare to comment on it, so he asked in a somewhat ambiguous way.
Bigger is normal?
Your home restroom is bigger than the place where I live. Gesturing with both hands and pointing to the restroom, Catherine said with a black face.
Nah, the place where I live is this big. Li Mu.
Looking at the restroom, Li Mu suddenly felt that it was the gap that was a bit big and quite miserable.
Looking at the kitchen side, Li Mu suddenly remembered, today seems to have not eaten, it also did not feel hungry. Is it possible that the attributes have been enhanced, hunger delayed? Do you know how to cook?
If you can do it, go and cook, Shinlan, and I have to digest the crystal core.
Catherine can still cook, and did not say anything more, bored head toward the kitchen.
Pulled the heart blue sat on the sofa, just one person 2 crystal nuclei. After taking the crystal nuclei, the prompt sounded, Li Mu 2 crystal nuclei attributes all added to the power above. Ding, increase 0.2 points of strength, your current strength attribute is 7 points.
Strength surged through his body until it subsided before Li Mu exhaled a breath.
At the same time, Heart Blue also opened his eyes, and a purple light flickered in his eyes.
Heart Blue, what did you add?
Aya added spirit, it's 66 now. Phantom Demon seems to be majoring in spirit. Nodded, Phantom Demon seems to be using spirit to control others, or create illusions or something like that to make the enemy kill each other. As for strength, physique, agility, it seems that they are not considered strong points. Catherine cooks quickly, Li Mu does not give comment. Western style he still cannot eat, can only say it's okay, not difficult to eat. Catherine also said that she wants to learn the oriental recipes. After eating, Li Mu sat on the sofa, and Heart Blue and Catherine also sat next to him. To talk about the information I learned today, first of all, there are still 5 days left before the next Infinite game starts, and secondly, compared to other players, we have a great advantage. I learned today that the F-class area, all of them are aliens from various life planets, and although they all have the size of a human, they are not Earthlings. The most important point, the world of the Infinite game, selected from our Earth's games, anime, as well as movies. These worlds, such as The Walking Dead, Grand Theft Auto, Busan, Alien, you guys understand now? Even if this information is not said, Heart Blue and the girls will know about it in no time. Now it's just a reminder, so that they don't act out of place. Hearing Li Mu finish, Heart Blue and Catherine were both obviously surprised. If that was the case, they had a really big advantage. Knowing the plot and not knowing the plot were 2 completely different things. Looking at the 2 women's expressions, Li Mu knocked on the coffee table, attracting the 2 women's attention before continuing. Tomorrow we will continue to go to the outer area to kill monsters and improve our strength. About killing people and grabbing points, this matter I have thought about. The reason why the outside world is quiet, there must be their rules, otherwise it is impossible to be so harmonious all the time. What we need to do is to brush without fear, encounter the ungrateful, directly kill, do not take the initiative to cause trouble, but to send to death absolutely come, understand? Nodded, the Heart Blue and Catherine are not stupid. The outer area, so many people in harmony to fight monsters did not fight. There must be rules constraints, otherwise kill people to get 1/5 of the points. No rules have long killed crazy. Infinite space does not have any recreational activities. After discussing the matter, Li Mu took Shinlan and left, and seeing Li Mu and Shinlan leave together, Catherine's face could not help but have more herb halo. Everyone is an adult, there is no recreational activities and still left so early. She didn't need her brain to think about it to know what to go for. 46 Chapter Catherine's Progress, Li Mu's Doubt. The next day, refreshed Li Mu brought Xianlan out of the bedroom. Looking at the top of the dark circles, full of grudges Catherine, Li Mu touched his nose. It seems that yesterday's movement is a little big. Heart Blue was also pretty face herb. Catherine, this look, obviously was disturbed by the battle between her and Li Mu. After eating, Li Mu once again took Heart Blue and Catherine to the dark area, and did not intend to go deeper. Li Mu still hunted in the central area. As for Catherine, she worked on the border between the outer area and the central area. The 3 points of attributes was a difficult one for Catherine, but it was also a channel of enhancement. Attribute points didn't have to be raised by points and cores. High-intensity exercise and life and death tribulations would also slowly raise the attributes. Otherwise, how could there be people with high and low initial thinking? Taking in Catherine, Li Mu didn't intend to raise idlers or use them as cannon fodder after they couldn't be used. His 1,000 points didn't come from the wind, not to mention the 10% discount prop card. If he didn't see Catherine's potential, Li Mu wouldn't have used the 10% discount prop card at all. At the very edge of the outer area, Catherine was constantly dodging the attacks of the demons, the 3-pronged military spikes in her hand accurately stabbing at the zombie's head at various tricky angles. It was just that her strength was too low. The defense of a zombie with up to 3 points of physique and strength attributes was not something she could easily break through. If it wasn't for the zombie's agility wasn't high and the attack was deadly, Catherine would have been killed, but even so, under a single blow of up to 3 points of strength, Catherine would have vomited blood and been injured. 3 points of strength is 150 kilograms, 150 kilograms of strength concentrated in the size of a fist. If not for Catherine's knowledge of unloading techniques, a slap down, she would have been directly slapped to death.
150 kilograms is 300 pounds. A slap on the ground could make a pit.
Catherine's side was in danger. Li Mu was also watching with fear, afraid that Catherine would be slapped to death if she wasn't careful. However, Li Mu could feel that Catherine was making progress. Under the devilish training, if there was no progress, I was afraid that Catherine wouldn't live long. Devils can't reason with you, and won't play any one-on-one fights. Once it touches the alert range, the monster will take the initiative to attack. And under the siege of 2 zombies and 1 skeleton soldier, Catherine went through 1,000 hardships. 3-pronged military spikes repeatedly stabbed in the head of a zombie. The original sturdy defense finally broke. Poof! In a muffled sound, Catherine quickly drew back. The fishy-smelling big hand slapped through, not hitting Catherine, but slapping the already dead zombie to the ground. After eliminating 1 zombie, the remaining 2 were much easier, and with that strange stance, it took over 10 minutes for Catherine to eliminate the other 2 demons. Taking a breath and relaxing, Catherine couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, lifting up her shirt and looking at the bruised and blackened palm print on her back, her eyelids jumping. It was this one hit that almost left her without the power to fight back. A double 3-point attribute demonic creature was still too terrifying. Bending down to collect the loot, to Catherine's delight, in the corpses of these 3 fiends, there was a crystal core that boosted attributes. A day of fighting, Li Mu was watching. Catherine had been in danger, but the harvest was equally rich. Li Mu had calculations. This day, Catherine killed 43 demons and obtained 7 crystal cores. This kind of explosion rate was simply amazing, but on his and Xinlan's side, the harvest for the day only added up to 5.
This couldn't help but make him a little puzzled. Was his and Xinlan's luck that bad? Li Mu always felt that there might be an article here.
The 7 crystal cores Catherine took directly. The strength and agility respectively raised 0.2 points of attributes, and the last 3 points, Catherine raised all of her physique. Strength was equal to attack power, agility was equal to speed, and constitution represented physical strength and recovery speed. Don't underestimate this slight boost. 0.7 attributes spread down, 3 magical creatures. The current Catherine was clearly at ease. Returning to the city area ahead of schedule with the 2 girls, Li Mu had a bit of a question he wanted to ask Fatty Shangwan. He always felt like he wasn't asking anything less. In front of Shangwan Fatty's stall, Li Mu pulled out a chair and sat down. Seeing Li Mu come over, Shangwan Fatty's small eyes turned, swept over Catherine and Xinlan, and smiled lewdly. Brother Day, I didn't expect you to be very good at it. It looks like you're doing well, and you've come to take care of old brother's business again. But it's true, it's only 2 days ago. Li Mu followed by 2 beautiful women. This is obviously a good mix. Infinite space. Where to find such obedient and beautiful girls? Ignoring this lewd fat man, Li Mu asked with a stern face. Fatty, let me ask you, is there any pattern to the crystal cores of those magical creatures that explode outside? Chapter 47, Shangwan Qian's shock, rules of the dark region. The rules? Shangwan Qian's small eyes narrowed as he looked at Li Mu and asked. You feel it out too? Li Mu. It's really there. You know? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I wasted 2 days. Li Mu's face is black. If I knew the law earlier, to gain so little? Rubbing his fingers, Fatty Shangwan heatedly smiled and said to Li Mu with a wink. You know the rules, but I didn't tell you before because this message is more expensive, and considering you're a new player, I didn't mention it. Although you spent 100 points, I think you might not have enough points. Speaking of points, Shangwan Qian was much more serious. The message is more expensive? Li Mu frowned and asked. Exactly how many points, and are you sure the message is true? Li Mu still had 1,500 points, and Heart Blue still had 280 points, so he felt that 1,780 points should be enough. Then out a finger, Shangwan Qian said with some seriousness. 1,000 points, the information you take away, to ensure that the validity of the real, otherwise this stall has long been smashed. 1,000 points? Li Mu was also startled. Before the news, but only 10 points, this fat man will not be a pit, right? Seeing Li Mu did not say anything, Shangwan Qian was not disappointed. 1,000 points, only those large forces in the F-level area can take it out without blinking. To know, there are people who can't even get 1,000 points in a game. Let's trade, I hope you don't lie to me. Cluelessly looking at Li Mu, Shangwan Qian was dumbfounded. What is it? Trade? He didn't hear it wrong, did he? The eyes that were about to be squeezed out by the fat were wide open. Shangwan Qian looked at Li Mu with some surprise. He remembered that this dude had already spent 100 points with him. Then look at the equipment on the body, 3-level bulletproof vest, waist and desert eagle, even hanging grenades, this line of work on 500 or 600 points. He didn't believe that Li Mu didn't have enhanced attributes, and now he could even take out 1,000 points to buy information. He was confused. What's this dude doing here? How can he be so rich? The whole time he was dumbfounded, until he looked at the 1,000 points that were traded over. Shangwan Qian reacted to it. This brother is really ing rich.
He traded 1,000 points without blinking. This is a big fade-off. If you're not going to be able to get me to do this, I'm going to have to give you a fat spotlight.
Looking at Li Mu's vicious look, Shang Wenxian shivered, hemmed and hawed, and once again resumed his lewd appearance.
Hi. Am I a person who would lie to people, old brother? Come over here, I'll tell you.
Looking at the careful fatty, Li Mu frowned and put his ear over. This information is only known to those large teams or squads in the F-rank area. About the dark area outside, the burst rate is fixed, although it is said that it depends on luck, but it's not exactly true. You should have played the game. The higher the level, the lower the rewards for killing monsters, you should understand, right? On the contrary, killing monsters at a higher level always has a lot of good stuff, and the same goes for the outside world.
Don't look at so many people in the outer area, but how many powerful players have you seen?
Truly powerful players are in the depths. The same level monster burst rate normal. The lower the burst rate is also naturally lower. The more level fighting, the burst rate will naturally increase accordingly. After saying that, Shang Guanshan retreated back, and Li Mu also sat upright. Now he understands. No wonder his burst rate in the outer area is so low. No wonder Catherine burst 7 crystal cores from 43 demons. So there is this layer of relationship. By the way, and then free to give you a message, the outside world, there is the rules of the outside world. Feel free to fight monsters and upgrade is good. This is everyone's tacit approval, but there is no need to worry about those who mess with the door.
Nodded and didn't say anything. It was the same as what he thought.
Taking Xinlan and the girls back to their residence, Li Mu didn't rush to refine the crystal cores, but saved them. These crystal cores might be of great use. A night without words, Li Mu remembered to close the door this time. The next day, Li Mu took Xianlan to the deeper depths, while Catherine continued to stay in the outermost area. The result of the test was not bad. In a few consecutive days, Li Mu and Xianlan obtained a total of 48 crystal cores, which seemed like a lot, but spreading it out, it could only be said to be okay. As for Catherine, this female assassin didn't let Li Mu down. In 4 days, she obtained 22 crystal cores, and the life and death ordeal even boosted her strength and agility by 0.1 attribute for both. The 22 crystal cores were taken, and according to the distribution of 8:8:2:4, Catherine's 4-dimensional attributes were instantly renovated. Character, Catherine. Master, Li Mu. Strength, 24. Agility, 28. Spirit, 19. Physique, 21. This kind of improvement was undoubtedly fast, but today, Li Mu didn't take Xianlan and the girls out because the week was up and the new Infinite game was about to start. Chapter 48, A Mission with Pits Everywhere, Codename ASS. Ding! Dear player Li Mu, the Infinite game is about to begin, please get ready. Silently waiting, the beep suddenly sounded. Turning his head to look at Heart Blue and Catherine, realizing that they were similarly looking at him, Li Mu nodded without saying anything. A burst of white light spread out from within the large orb of light, and the voices of the three instantly disappeared into the couch. After his vision blurred for a moment and he came to his senses, his eyes looked around, and the dark environment made Li Mu frown slightly. The dark forest, the dim sky, it seemed to be a night, and at the side were Catherine and Heart Blue, who had also come to their senses. It wasn't just the three of them in this forest, there were likewise a dozen or so people who were nervously looking around at the moment. The crowd wasn't just them. In a place 7 or 8 meters away, there was likewise a team of people. Fine combat armor, all kinds of complete equipment, and holding standardized guns in their hands, they seemed to be a fine combat squad. Just as Li Mu was sizing up his surroundings, the players a few meters away were likewise sizing up Li Mu's side. It couldn't be helped, Li Mu's side was too noticeable. The Phantom Goblin Heart Blue, the combination of Angel and Devil Catherine, it was hard not to be noticed by such two superb women. Which game world is this? Do you guys have any thoughts? The darkness is like Alien, but Alien is in outer space, and it's also more like Grand Theft Auto, but that's not quite right. I wonder if this is The Walking Dead. It didn't seem to be a squad, discussing amongst themselves, while at the same time, their gazes kept looking towards Li Mu's side. Hey, friend? Want to form a team? Do you have information about this world? Not paying any attention to these people, Li Mu looked around, always feeling as if there was something familiar about this place, especially that group of people, which seemed to be. Ding! The Infinite game is officially launched. This world is the Resident Evil world, and we will now start issuing missions. Task 1, follow the task force and survive until the end of the world line, i.e. escape from the hive, rewarded with 1,000 points, no penalty for mission failure. Task 2, ensure that Alice and Matt survive until they leave the hive, reward points 500 points, mission failure deducts 1,000 points, insufficient points, erase. Task 3, kill no less than 10 zombies, no reward for task completion, 500 points deducted for task failure, insufficient points, erase. Ding. Tip, each zombie killed will earn 5 points. Ding, the task is issued. Now start to issue the standardized equipment, MP5 submachine gun, 60 rounds of spare ammunition, contingent combat uniforms, number ASS, not within the jurisdiction of the contingent, can move freely. The system's tone fell, and there were suddenly more black combat clothes as well as guns and magazines on the ground. Picking up the clothes, Li Mu gave Catherine and Heart Blue a wink, and the three of them directly put the combat uniforms on their bodies, along with the guns and ammunition. Ding!
The game space will be connected to the Resident Evil world in 3 seconds. 3210. Ding.
The Infinite game officially connected to the Resident Evil world. The space around them seemed to have changed in some way, and the distant contingent seemed to have noticed Li Mu on their side, their sights looking over in unison. Li Mu ignored it. He was now looking at the missions issued by Infinite Game. The first one seemed simple, but was actually the most pitiful. No punishment is the biggest punishment. If you can't escape and face a bunch of lickers, you'll be damned if you can survive. As for Task 2 and Task 3, this is a proper life who always have 1000 points on their body? As long as a task cannot be completed, sorry, you have no more. 3 missions, you can see the cruelty of the Infinite Game. Basically everywhere is death, and zombie movies, it happens to be the highest mortality rate. It's almost time, although we are both ordered by the Emperor Corporation. However, the division of labor is different. You are responsible for the cleanup, while we are responsible for the technical and escort work. Now it's time to move. Lifting his head, looking at the contingent members who did not know when they came over, Li Mu did not say anything. The few people over there should have interceded. All of them should not run around in a while. Mission 2 is not simple, it's definitely a pit. The 2 protagonists who could obviously escape even needed protection? Li Mu does not believe that the Infinite Game will send 500 points for nothing, not to mention Alice's unarmed battle with the lickers. When he first started to watch it, Li Mu felt that it was a bit mysterious. But the plot needs just as fun to watch. But now, 80% is not going to work if you do not save. It is estimated that it is really going to GG. Let's go, now 80% to attack the villa. Whispering a sentence, watching the black captain commanding the contingent to run forward, Li Mu hurriedly chased after them. Following the contingent, Li Mu 3 people did not get together with those players, not fast and not slow to follow, until entering the villa, with the plot to capture Alice and Matt after. Looking at the open basement door, Li Mu 3 people looked at each other. The plot began. 49 Chapter Li Mu's Analysis, The World of Resident Evil Latent Crisis. The contingent of people walked in front, with Alice and Matt in the group, and the players followed closely behind. Forking off a distance with these 2 teams, Li Mu looked at the 2 women beside him, Heart Blue and Catherine, and said in a low voice, "I've studied the Resident Evil series before. The underground hive researchers plus some mechanics are about 500 people, which means we're facing a siege of 500 zombies. However, there are still 2 uncertainties. One is a zombie dog, the other is a licker. The number is to be determined. The licker has the greatest threatening power. You should also understand. Remember to be careful." Nodding cautiously, Heart Blue spoke. Heart Blue understands. Master, Catherine also understands. As the slave with the least status, Catherine naturally didn't dare to give Li Mu the slightest bit of dissatisfaction and hurriedly answered. In these few days, she had seen how powerful Li Mu was, especially that black magic ball. Its destructive power was simply terrifying, which also made her originally not very honest heart obey a lot. Women were born to fear the strong, and killers were even more so. Seeing the 2 women nodding, Li Mu pondered for a moment and said again, "There is one more important point to note. Be careful of the AI Flame Queen."
Flame Queen? That little lowly intelligence?
Thinking of that little red lowly projection, Heart Blue couldn't help but be a little puzzled. His face sank. He hadn't felt anything when he watched the movie before, but when he pushed it carefully, the problem was serious. The Flame Queen had almost played the entire task force to death, and Li Mu all suspected that Alice was actually the compulsion, the details of which could be seen a few parts later.
Has Alice ever escaped control?
Not really. Almost every one of them has to be captured and then let go in various ways, just like at the end of the first one, in an infinite loop. The lickers are fake, even everything is fake. Raccoon City is nothing but a plan, a conspiracy, and all the people here are sacrifices. The plot appears to change, everything will be unknown. Li Mu guessed that the underground hive must be dangerous, definitely will not be a simple task, and the infinite world is not a nursery, nursing home. The purpose is to get them players. The same as raising compulsion, 9 deaths. Don't ask so much. In short, don't treat this world as a movie. The plot may be useful, all of them believe that they will definitely die a terrible death. You guys follow me closely, especially you Catherine. Turning his head and staring at this female assassin who had just been taken in for a few days, Li Mu warned,
"Don't let my cultivation and points go to waste."
"Yes, I know." Taking a deep breath, Catherine nodded and said. Catherine wasn't stupid. In these few days together, she had not only seen Li Mu's power, but also somewhat understood Li Mu as a person. Not a spermatozoa, although he would fight soundly with Heart Blue in the middle of the night every day, but his brain was clear and decisive. He wouldn't be tempted by female color. Even if it wasn't for the slave contract, she would have been killed a few days ago. Although she was usually put out to pasture, but the killer's keen perception let her know that Li Mu never left too far away, obviously observing whether she was qualified to train or not. No one would be willing to be a slave. Catherine also had ambition. She could see that Li Mu was extraordinary. As for Heart Blue, Catherine's assessment was that she was a woman of good fortune. All kinds of extraordinary are given by Li Mu. Li Mu must have a big secret on him.
Let's go and follow.
Boarding the train, looking at the crowd sitting down, Li Mu made a wink at Heart Blue, and at once the 2 women nodded slightly. Those who have watched Resident Evil know that there are T-virus agents on the train, and Li Mu's three people naturally understand that. Just at this time, a muffled sound suddenly came from the carriage. Turning his head to look, it was another plot character, the culprit who caused the biochemical virus to leak, Spence, and the T-virus potion, which was at the end of the train. Bypassing a group of plot characters, Li Mu walked towards the back of the carriage, and seeing Li Mu suddenly make a move, a dozen players instantly surrounded him.
Do you know something?
We are all players, what news is there? Why don't you share it? We all don't want to die, the zombie world is the most dangerous, don't force us to make a move. Looking at the group of players gathered up, Li Mu has a cold light in the bottom of his eyes. I don't know the news, but I am a person who is naturally careful. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I advise you to check the front side of the car, live in peace and think of danger, understand? One more thing, you guess 3 high explosive grenades explode here, how many of you can survive? Hearing the 4 words high explosive grenade, at once a group of players were scared and continuously backed up. One by one, their eyes looked at Li Mu grimly, while Li Mu naturally stared fearlessly at each other.
Humph. Let's first check the train for any other dangers, the front of the car, the roof of the car, go and take a look. 50 Chapter Hidden Quest, Li Mu with a thick face and a black heart. Watching a group of players turn their heads in the direction of the front of the train, Li Mu laughed coldly in his heart, turned his head and looked at the two of them with heart blue, and whispered. The points from killing zombies are too little, and the points from lickers are probably not easy to earn. With a glint in their eyes, Shilan and Catherine nodded and didn't say anything, but they all understood Li Mu's meaning. With Li Mu blocking on this side, plus being threatened, that group of players naturally didn't dare to come over to touch the bad luck. Instead, the contingent's people looked at Li Mu and his group with some strange looks. Captain, I always feel that these people are not quite right.
Don't worry about that much, our task is to check what exactly happened in the hive and also to close the Flame Queen.
Sweeping his sight around, the black captain gave a warning and didn't look any further.
At the end of the train, Li Mu stood by the railing, his sight swept through and eventually found the T-virus potion that Spence had hidden in the corner. The moment his palm touched it, a beep sounded in Li Mu's head.
Ding!
Congratulations on completing the hidden quest and obtaining the T-virus potion box, rewarding you with 1,000 points.
Ding! Tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points.
Spirit shock, Li Mu just want to obtain T-virus potion, this thing they do not use, but used to sell points is certainly possible, but did not expect to complete a hidden task, plus 10 times the reward talent, instantly is 10,000 points to hand. This points come really, too fast, 10 times the reward talent powerful
Beside Li Mu, Xian Lan looked at his face and couldn't help but ask nervously. Li Mu brother, are you okay? Sideways look at the heart blue, charming little girl let the mood of Li Mu eating finger, bad smile. Good, I want to eat you. Stinky brother.
Ran a glance at Li Mu, Xinlan did not have to think to know that Li Mu must have gotten the benefit. On the other hand, looking at Li Mu and Xinlan flirting, and then look at the black backpack, Heart understand, I'm afraid Li Mu is to get the system's reward, Heart cannot help but some envy. Receiving the black backpack into the backpack space, Li Mu didn't rush to see how many potions were inside, and turned his head to walk back to the carriage. The road to the hive wasn't far, and the train was quick until it stopped on a platform. Watching everyone get off the train, Li Mu glanced at the time and said, we only have 2.5 hours, all pay attention. In addition, not only to be careful of the zombies, but also to be careful of those players. If you have the opportunity, directly strike, here dead is dead, there will be no chance to pick up.
Heart blue, use your ability well, this is the silencer, you guys take it.
Handing the silencers that had been prepared long ago to Xinlan and Catherine, Li Mu took the lead and walked down the train. The platform was filled with some cargo boxes. Bypassing these boxes and following the contingent to the entrance of the hive, looking at the woman Rain cutting the door open, the black captain turned his head to look at Li Mu and his group and said,
everyone in the ASS contingent, it's your turn to do it. A group of players, you look at me, I look at you, know that you cannot salty down, can only hold a submachine gun toward the door, at the same time did not let go of Li Mu. 3 people. You 3 also follow. With a good gas mask, Li Mu lifted and faded and walked over. The danger definitely won't be there. If there is danger when you enter the door, the plot behind can't unfold at all. The real danger lies in the closing of the Flame Queen as well as the zombie crisis after the closing. Walked into the small door. When the lights opened, suddenly the dim underground appeared a strange scene. Many people curiously looked out of the window, tall buildings, and even has the sound of police car sirens. You have to know that this is a few hundred meters deep underground.
For this point has long been known clearly. Li Mu did not have the heart to listen to those people explain, quietly waiting for the next step. As in the plot, the elevator had been scrapped long ago. Li Mu's group of players took the lead, continuously descending several flights of stairs, bypassing the laboratory, and finally arriving at Restaurant B. More than a dozen members of the contingent looked at the huge pile of containers in front of them in a daze, completely unaware of what was going on, while the players were even more confused. Only Li Mu and Catherine both glanced at each other, both understanding each other's meaning. This is indeed Restaurant B, but in a different sense, and inside these containers, all of them are filled with the most terrifying creatures in Resident Evil 1, the lickers. Speaking of liquors, Li Mu's expression was also a bit grave. These monsters possessed great strength, agility, and most importantly, as long as they were allowed to eat living people, their strength would increase dramatically. Just look at the destructive power of the liquor Puichi. The steel plate was blown away. This kind of strength, only at least 5 points or more, that is, 250 kilograms, or else that thick steel plate, it is impossible to hit such a big hole. Just as Li Mu was observing the containers, the black captain opened his mouth and said, "Everyone from the ASS contingent, the search and inspection tasks are taught to you. JD, Rain, you guard the prisoners, the rest of you come with me and shut down the Flame Empress." Chapter 51, Power Outage, Assault in the Dark. Splitting up the troops, the twist of Restaurant B, the crisis of the zombies appearing, and the root of all the dangers to come. There was a fine light flashing in his eyes. Li Mu pulled the two of them, heart blue, around the steel container, toward a three-sided aisle. On the player's side, seeing Li Mu and his trio's movements, a group of players immediately leaned over. Noticing the movements of the group of players, Li Mu brought Heart Blue and Catherine to sit down against the wall, and all of a sudden the players who had followed him over were confused. Gloomily looking at Li Mu's trio, Lu Mang's face was very unpleasant. Before, Li Mu did not cooperate many times, and was also counter-threatened, which made Lu Mang's mood is very bad. In the F-ranked area, the zombie-type game world is basically the highest mortality rate. No matter how many bullets there are, they can't hold the tide of corpses. The zombies that roam the mountains will be consumed alive even if they are strong. Li Mu's trio's abnormality, he can be sure. These three people definitely know what information. Watch these three people. If there is any wrong situation, report in time. If they play any tricks, directly take down. Pay attention not to be blown up by the grenade. Next to Lu Mang, a few teammates nodded. Looking at Li Mu's three gazes were equally unfavorable. For them, not sharing information is intentionally killing them. Previously, if it wasn't for the fear of those grenades, and the fact that they didn't want to be alerted by the plot characters, they all wanted to strike. After instructing a few of his team members for a bit, Lu Mang wandered around the group of players, not knowing what to say, and a group of players frequently looked over to Li Mu's side with a murderous aura in their gazes. On the wall, Catherine swept a glance at Li Mu and whispered, "Those people are hitting on us, they're probably going to lay their hands on us. Should we make the first move?" The players, Li Mu had long seen the situation, shook his head, pointed around and said, "Now is not the time. Wait for the zombies to come out, then take advantage of the chaos to make a move. This is not a Jedi game. There will be no hints for killing people. As long as they have someone to fall, do not hesitate." Hearing Li Mu's instructions, Heart Blue and Catherine nodded without a trace. Their eyes looked at the group of players. Their eyes were similarly covered with killing machines. The infinite world was like this. In order to survive, either you kill me or I kill you. Inside the game, there was always more than one enemy. In the long wait, suddenly the light above the head flashed a few times, and instantly went dark, and it was in this instant, in the darkness, Li Mu's hand did not know when there was a black weapon. Long body, black barrel, infrared scope, is clearly in the Jedi survival world residual M24 sniper rifle. There was no need to command at all, as Li Mu gently leapt onto the steel container. Heart Blue and Catherine simultaneously dodged to the sides. Plop! Like the ringing sound of a stapler with flames suddenly flashed, and in the darkness, a silhouette fell towards the ground with a muffled grunt. The sudden darkness after the flashing lights instantly put the group of players on alert. What's going on? How did the lights suddenly go dark? All be careful. In the darkness, Rain disdainfully looked at the panicked players and spoke. "This is a power outage brought about by shutting down the Flame Empress. It will be fine in a minute at most." It was also when Rain finished his words that the sound of falling to the ground suddenly came. Plop! What's going on? What happened? Grass! What happened to you, Chandin? A dozen lines of sight looked at the fallen player in unison, and the originally disdainful Rain's face became serious. Grass! Where are those three people? Angrily cursing, a group of players looked in the direction of the corner but found no trace of Li Mu's three people. The restaurant darkened, but nothing can be seen, at least within 6 or 7 meters is still able to see clearly. It seems like we don't need to report to you guys where we're going, right? Bringing Heart Blue and Catherine out from the other side, Li Mu's face expression remained unchanged, but his heart was happy. At this moment, the system's beeps were still echoing in his mind. Ding! You have killed infinite player Qian Ding. You can obtain 1/5 of his points. Congratulations on obtaining 100 points. Ding! Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 1000 points. Killing a person actually gained 1000 points? Li Mu almost had to laugh his ass off, although there was the effect of the tenfold reward talent, but this Qian Ding was also considered rich. 1/5 of it actually had 100 points. This kid went out on a mission and even left 500 points in advance for backup? It looked like it was to prevent mission penalties. Unlike Li Mu's happiness, Wu Yong wasn't so happy. In 2 seconds, his teammate suddenly died for no apparent reason. How could this not make him annoyed? Especially with Li Mu's look, Wu Yong was even more skeptical whether Qian Ding was secretly killed by Li Mu, just that he had no evidence. The sound of the M24 silenced sniper was too low. Looking at Li Mu with a grim gaze, as he staggered past, Wu Yong gritted his teeth and warned, "Don't be too complacent. I will clean you up sooner or later." Chapter 52, a foot down so you cannot pick out the key. Roll. The momentum is not weak at all. In the face of Wu Yong's threat, Li Mu lifted his leg and kicked over. A powerful kick instantly sent Wu Yong flying out. Boom! Restaurant B originally had many obstacles. Being kicked away, Wu Yong simply did not expect Li Mu to make a sudden move. His robust body instantly dented a metal container. Poof! The back and forth blast caused Wu Yong to instantly receive a heavy blow, and a mouthful of bruised blood instantly splattered on the ground.
What are you doing? How dare you make a move? Brother Yong, are you alright?
The scene was instantly in chaos as more than a dozen players instantly raised their guns and stared angrily at Li Mu.
Inside the task force, Rain and a few others looked dumbfounded. It's normal to kick someone off, but that seems to be a steel container, right? A piece that big was dented in? This is really a kick that can't even be gouged down. This kind of power, is it still human?
Coldly sweeping his eyes over these players, his sight finally stopping on the few players who were helping Wu Yong down, Li Mu coldly grunted. You all should be clear about the rules. I don't want to get my hands dirty and kill people, but I won't spoil a wild dog barking wildly, especially when the object of the barking is a male lion. Face changed dramatically. More than 10 players are not little cute. Wu Yong just threatened words they know in their hearts. In the infinite world, everything is strength is honored. Rashly anger a strong person is not a wise choice. Just now that kick they did not even see clearly. Instantly Wu Yong was kicked flying and seriously injured. To know that Wu Yong is a team leader, the strength attribute of 5 points of the strong, placed in the F-class area, is also regarded as a third-rate strong. This is such a powerful Wu Yong, but was kicked by the man in front of him. This man at least agility, strength attribute has 6 points, right? 6 points of agility. This has almost crushed everyone's nerve line. They do have more guns, but also to hit not that 6 points of agility can dodge bullets. Bullets are not easy to dodge, but dodge them easy But where shooting always need to have movement, and the direction of the muzzle, 6 points of agility plus, enough to avoid their hand speed. Simply put, their hand speed cannot catch up with Li Mu's movement speed. One by one, the players looked at each other. The guns in their hands also dropped their muzzles intentionally or unintentionally. The iron rule of the infinite world: the strong are honored, the weak threaten the strong. It is really considered to be a great life if you didn't die. Being supported by a few teammates, Wu Yong looked at Li Mu with fear. Just now that kick can really let him wander from the ghost gate. Now think of the hardest chilling. Heartbreakingly took out a bottle of potion. Wu Yong raised his head and drank it down. The zombie world is too dangerous. In the case of serious injuries, he will certainly die, and this bottle of potion, he spent 500 points to buy a healing potion, can recover 30% of the injuries. The healing potion was drunk. The injuries in his body were obviously much better. Wu Yong apologized to Li Mu. I'm sorry, sir, it's Wu Yong's arrogance. I hope that you, sir, will not remember the small man's fault. If not for the zombie world is too dangerous, just now that foot, you have to dog life. Coldly snorted, Li Mu did not give the slightest bit of face. The strong should have the temper of the strong. In the infinite world, the more tolerant you are, the harder you will be bullied. People are bullied for being good. People's wives are ridden. It's horses that are ridden for being good. This group of players are just cheap. If they don't hit them hard, they won't know who is the father. Being scolded so much by Li Mu, the group of players hurriedly nodded their heads and smiled, while in their hearts, they secretly cursed Li Mu. The lights flickered for a while, and after the power went out for a few moments, the lights that were originally pressed down once again illuminated the entire area. Lights could bring a sense of security, and everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief when the lights came on. Clank! Ding 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 ding! Not knowing where a strange sound suddenly came from, like metal hitting the ground, the strange sound instantly put the players who had just relaxed on guard. The sudden power outage was already not a good sign. Coupled with this strange sound, almost everyone had a bad premonition. 80% of the time, it's the zombies that are coming. Shilon, come with me, let's go over there and take a look. You guys don't just stand here, go around and see what the situation is. Pretending to say a sentence, Li Mu turned his head and left, while the players standing in place also knew that they could not delay, spread out and walked carefully in all directions. Standing behind a steel container, looking at the zombies that were slowly appearing from afar, Li Mu knocked on the steel petri dish behind him and suddenly said, "The liquors in here are the top priority. Maybe we can give those players a big surprise too." Chapter 53, Tidal Wave of Zombies, 10 times the rewards of the power. Surprise? The essence light in Catherine's eyes flashed. Her sight couldn't help but look towards Heart Blue, who hadn't been controlling those magical creatures in the dark area before. Taking a deep breath, Catherine hadn't considered the liquors. That one was a bit distant for her. The liquors were too fast. She was just giving away food when she went up. She could only brush the zombies to gain points. At most, counting the zombie dogs again, this trip can be quite a lot of points. The only thing that makes her a bit embarrassed is that she has too few bullets. She has to save them. The Desert Eagle still had 93 bullets, and the MP5 only had 60 rounds in 2 magazines. It was stretched to the limit, but with the game world over this time, she would be in a much better situation. Raising the MP5, she looked at the zombies coming over, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Suddenly, the recoil of the MP5 submachine gun was perfectly controlled by Catherine, and it seemed that in order to save bullets, she had been firing at point-blank range, with great accuracy, and almost every shot was able to explode the zombies' heads. What's going on?
What's happening? Grass. We've got walkers on our side. Fire. 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 The walkers are coming around.
The screams of the players continued to come from the center area, where Rain was confused, and JD looked at each other in complete confusion as to what was going on.
Walkers? What the hell was that?
Just as the two of them felt something was wrong, Rain suddenly saw a silhouette lunging behind JD and hurriedly called out,
"Watch out!"
Pushing JD out of the way, the figure that suddenly appeared pounced on Rain, its bloody mouth instantly biting into her arm. Leaning against the side of the petri dish, Limu didn't squeeze together with Catherine. Restaurant B was in all directions, looking at the other aisle area. Limu's MP5 in his hand kept sweeping. For Limu, MP5 is not a good thing. The area of 60 rounds of ammunition, used up and thrown well, his backpack inside the gun bullets more than enough.
Suddenly,
flame with gun hot bullets shot out. The number of zombies is too many. Limu do not even need to deliberately aim. A piece of zombies fell to the ground.
Ding!
Congratulations on killing one zombie, you have gained 5 points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated, you have gained 50 points. The current number of kills is 1.
Ding!
Congratulations on killing one zombie, gaining 5 points. Tenfold reward talent activated, gaining 50 points. Current number of kills is 10.
Ding! Congratulations on completing mission 3, no reward for mission completion. Ding!
Congratulations on killing one zombie, gained 5 points. 10 times reward talent activated, gained 50 points. Current number of kills is 47. Midway through, an invalid prompt was suddenly inserted. Limu rolled his eyes. Not giving rewards, you still prompt a hairline.
Click.
MP5 constantly came empty ringing sound. 2 magazines used up. MP5 also completely into the waste. Limu threw his hand thrown out. Under the powerful force, instantly smashed down several zombies. 60 rounds of bullets killed 47 zombies, 150 points. This is 2,350 points. This points really come too fast. Of course, everything was supported by the talent of Tenfold rewards.
Retreat! Retreat! The warriors of the ASS troop should go. The Flame Empress has released all those monsters.
Just as the players were happily collecting their points, Kaplan ran over from the side of the main control room with Alice, who had disappeared for a long time, more than a dozen of them when they went over, but there were only a mere 3 of them when they came back. Turning his head to look, Limu knew that this was all played out by the Flame Queen's organs, but it was indeed necessary to retreat at this time. These containers holding the liquors were too unstable. Limu remembered that the reason why a liquor was the first to awaken seemed to be because the flying bullets broke the petri dish, which led to the liquors that were the first to run out in the back. Now that so many players are shooting mindlessly and indiscriminately, they might have damaged a few petri dishes. It's better to follow the protagonist's team to retreat first, and the plumbing pipe side is more suitable for brushing zombies.
Heart Blue, Catherine, let's go!
Shouting out, Heart Blue and Catherine came back to their senses and hurriedly followed Limu as they walked and retreated. Emptying the bullets and looking at the MP5 in her hand that had turned into scrap metal, Catherine felt some regret in her heart, but more than that, she was excited. A total of 60 bullets, she easily killed 60 zombies, gained 300 points, and also completed mission 3, but unfortunately there was no reward. Grasping the Desert Eagle in her hand, Catherine didn't shoot rashly. The Desert Eagle's bullets were only 93 rounds, she had to save them. Speaking of bullets, Catherine looked enviously at Heart Blue. At this time, Heart Blue was holding an S686 in her hand. This was simply a god gun, a spray down. Several zombies were beaten into a sieve. She remembers, this S686 is given by Limu, and this gun, it seems to be from the Jedi Inside Out. This firepower, even the liquor's face-to-face collision is also gone, right? Inside biochemistry too, Alice's spray burst head is really not a lot to do. A liquor, at least 50 points, right? Now Catherine looked at Heart Blue, her eyes were full of envy. Chapter 54, Are we envious?
No, we're not. We are very envious.
Heart Blue's marksmanship, to be honest, is not good. M416, AKM, these guns are not suitable for her. Give her to use is also a waste of bullets, but S686 is different. All beings are equal in marksmanship. As long as you don't hit the sky, you can hit anywhere within 10 meters, especially zombies that don't move very fast, but the effect is as Limu thought, it's very impressive. Holding the M416, Limu retreated and cleaned up the zombies behind him. To say Matt is considered lucky, there are Limu and the players to clean up the zombies. His handcuffs were unlocked early. But let Limu attention is Ruan. Even with the player's hands, she was still bitten by the zombies, but the palm of the hand into the arm. Notice this, Limu 3 people and even players away from Ruan. Knowing that being bitten by a zombie will turn you into a zombie, Limu is not sure if it will be the same as the plot, so be careful.
Ta! Bang! Bang!
Gunfire crossed. The zombies in the distance were hard to approach under the crushing of more than 10 lines of fire. Behind Limu, Kaplan was trying hard to parse the code of the elevator. I don't know if it's a lack of mental fitness. Kaplan, the computer clerk, has a bit of a shaky hand and keeps pressing the wrong password, and JD, who's also on the same team, empties his bullets and pushes him to the side with a handful of bullets. Tell me the password. Seeing here, Limu already knew the result behind. In fact, so many people in, there is no need to take the elevator, because the elevator is not able to fit nearly 20 people. Just like the plot, the elevator door opened, JD was instantly engulfed by the zombies, and without a way to retreat, Kaplan took the lead and ran towards the main control room. Fighting and retreating, the zombies are still too slow, not long to be completely thrown off, all the way back to the main control room. After eliminating the last zombie in front of him, Limu quickly replaced the magazine, the tone in the air only a little stop.
Ding!
Congratulations on killing one zombie, gained 5 points, tenfold reward talent activated, gained 50 points, current number of kills is 81. Speaking of which, this moment's harvest was not as good as the previous MP5, but the bullets consumed were more, all because everyone was gathered together, and there were often things that happened where the bullets went out and the zombies were already dead. However, Limu does not have any pity, he has enough bullets, 556 bullets and 11,000, but this group of players? Limu didn't believe how many bullets they still had. In infinite space, bullets were also valuable, such as Desert Eagle bullets, 1 point apiece. Although they were specially made, it was enough to prove that bullets were expensive. Inside the main control room, since the door was closed, the zombies couldn't get through at all. Limu and the others were all sitting here resting, and a group of players had a worried look on their faces.
Brother Yon, do you have any bullets left over there? Old Mao, do you have any more bullets?
I still have one clip on my side, but I'm about to run out of bullets, there are too many zombies. I don't have many bullets left either. If I encounter such a large pile of zombies again, I'll be in trouble. I didn't expect it to be zombies this time, I'm underprepared.
Not only were the players out of bullets, Rain and Kaplan were also checking their respective ammo. Even Rain threw his emptied gun on the ground. A gun with no bullets was better than a burning stick, except for the added weight. On Limu's side, Catherine was also checking her ammo with some care. Just now she shot 4 magazines with 28 bullets, now she only had 65 bullets left, but the harvest was equally small, adding up to only 73 zombies. Looking at Catherine, who was so frugal that she was close to breaking a bullet in half, Limu shook his head and took out an M416 from his backpack and handed it to her. Looking at the gun Limu handed over, Catherine froze, her delicate face had a look of surprise, knowing that this was not only a gun, but also 2 40-round magazines, adding up to a total of 120 rounds of ammunition. What was her status? Limu's slave, now she could get this treatment, before she envied Heart Blue. Take it, save me from saying that I'm mistreating you and not letting you grow. I know you're a female assassin, I don't need you to open your heart up, at least don't trip and drag your feet. Nodding in silence, Catherine put the Desert Eagle in her gun pouch and took the M416 and 2 magazines that Limu brought her. Thanks. Without speaking, Limu leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. He didn't need to do anything right now. Follow the plot, Kaplan and Alice's side would naturally have a result. On the player's side, a group of people's eyes were going green. Everyone is almost out of bullets. Limu this guy has bullets even if it's not enough, even sent out AM416 plus 2 magazines, which adds up to 120 rounds of bullets off. Inside the infinite store, these would be worth 260 points. 200 points gun, 60 points bullets, 556 bullets general cargo, 1 points 2, can say as long as there is a gun, bullets are not a problem, they use basically M416. 260 points of stuff off. Said to send, simply do not regard the points as points off.
55 chapter players said lemons are so sour, Catherine's confusion 5 more.
What? That is 120 rounds of ammunition off.
To say that it was given away, even if it was to kill 60 zombies, that's 300 points, plus its own value, that's the same as giving away 500 points.
I'm impressed. Is it okay to pick up girls like this? I'm jealous. Why am I not a girl? I also want someone to give me M416 and bullets for nothing.
I don't ask for much, just give me 120 rounds of bullets. This kid is really rich. How many bullets have been shot out in this moment? In our planet by the rich second generation show, Infinite Space is also by the Tycoon show. Really, your sister has no way to live. A group of players are talking, looking at Limu's side of the gaze that called it envy and jealousy, almost come up to grab the bullets, but think of Limu a kick flying Wu Yong's strength, all calm down. On Limu's side, Catherine touched the M416 in her hand, and her gaze was a bit complicated. She was originally a female assassin, her heart is naturally cold. For Limu, she naturally should hate. After all, forced to become a slave, a person's heart will hate. But these days down, Limu intentionally or unintentionally are taking care of her, just also gave her these weapons and bullets. She is now a little confused. She didn't know if she should continue to hate Limu, expecting that one day she would be able to turn around and get rid of Limu's control, or even kill her. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She was the top 3 female assassins in the assassin world, and her honorable title was queen, but she would have a time when her heart was soft and hesitant? Shouldn't her heart be completely cold? What was going on now? Looking up at Limu, the man's eyes were closed, and the side of his face that remained only carried an indescribable charm that seemed to sink in after looking at it for a long time. Shaking her head, Catherine hurriedly retracted her eyes, a little scared in her heart. She was interested in this man? Are you kidding? Catherine was skeptical. This was only a few days of acquaintance? Such a small favor could wipe out her hatred?
And she's attracted to him? What kind of fantasy is this?
Catherine could not have imagined that Li Mu's charisma attribute is 100 points, although it is not the kind of love in a single look, but under the influence, not to mention the frozen heart, the stone block will be softened for you. Li Mu did not think about this, after all, charm this thing, who always think about that, Li Mu obviously rely on the ability to eat, and not rely on the face. Li Mu's side is very quiet, but the contingent side has already made a scene. A whole team of people are currently only left with the injured Rain and Kaplan. Their mission was just to shut down the Flame Queen and then see if there are any survivors. As a result, almost all of them were wiped out and monsters appeared that they couldn't understand. A few plot characters kept arguing and finally brought the battle to Li Mu and the rest of the players.
What the hell do you guys know? You guys call that thing a zombie? Tell us what you guys know.
Constantly walking around, Rain looked at the players and asked with suppressed anger. In fact, the players were also confused. They only know that this is Resident Evil 1, is the world of zombies. The rest do not understand. They didn't dare to anger Lei En now. After all, the plot team was left with these only seedlings. If they couldn't escape, but they would die. One of the laws of the infinite game, don't interfere with the movements of the plot characters, don't make random suggestions, or change the direction. The situation of 9 deaths may become 10 deaths. We are not sure, we are just the troops responsible for cleaning up. The task given by Emperor is to clean up the corpses that have been revived by the virus. They are called zombies, and now we should be thinking about how to escape. Opening his eyes and looking at Rain, Li Mu calmly said. He couldn't say no. Counting on this group of players was basically cool.
Duong. Duong.
The average attribute of up to 6 points or more made Li Mu's 5 senses very sharp. His eyes looked towards the way he came. Li Mu's eyes narrowed. The sound was liquor. Turning his head with a serious face, he scanned the main control room. Not surprisingly, Alice and Matt had already disappeared. They should have gone to the lab side inside the plot.
Li Mu's sudden abnormality made everyone startled. All of them looked at him nervously. What's wrong? What did you find out? I think I heard something?
These words were spoken by Wu Yong, and several captains inside the players likewise had somewhat unsightly faces. They also seemed to have heard it.
Alice and Matt disappeared normally, but it was all in the plan. It's just that this group didn't even see it?
Li Mu could not help but roll his eyes.
In the end, what's going on? Rain asked with a somewhat grave expression on his face.
Out came a big scary guy, but now there is something important. Turning his head to look at the group of players sitting in the corner, Li Mu's tone was grumpy. A group? Where's Alice?
Where's Matt? Where did it go?
It's a blessing in disguise that you guys survived.
Bunch of losers. Don't go looking for them yet. Chapter 56, Finding Alice. Thanks to the zombie dog for the points. Alice? Matt? Matt?
Being scolded by Li Mu, the players carried fire in their hearts, only to look around but didn't find Alice and Matt's figure. At once it was like they were doused with a pot of cold water. Nothing was left of the fire. Alice and Matt were the main characters. The mission required that these two people must be brought out alive. Now the two people suddenly disappeared. Once they died, the high penalty of 1,000 points. If they didn't have it, they would be directly wiped out.
Quickly! Go find them. Grass. Everyone, don't spread out. Look for them one squad at a time.
Lane and the others were confused. It's just that they lost 2 people.
Why are they so excited? Are these people responsible for protecting people?
Watching a group of players run towards the lab side, Li Mu called on Heart Blue and Catherine to chase after them.
Li Mu 3 people's strength is the worst is Catherine, but up to 28 agility is almost 3 times the speed of a normal person. A second 10 meters to understand?
Looking at Li Mu's group of people disappearing rapidly at speeds that were difficult for normal people to understand, Leian's few people only felt an autumn wind blowing through them, and all 3 of their figures were a lot more depressed.
Should we still follow them? It took a long time for Kaplan to ask this. It seems like they can't even eat the dust.
Chase, the 3 of us are too dangerous.
Speaking in a deep voice, Lahane ran in the direction of the laboratory with his head smothered.
The hive's lab area was large. Li Mu took the 2 of them with Heart Blue and quickly traversed the area. Alice and Matt were the ones he intentionally didn't bother with. The team was too large. Li Mu wanted to cut down on some of them ahead of time.
Played the League of Legends? No. Replenishment, which is not as fast as killing people to get money? Infinite game is also like this. A zombie is only 5 points, but kill a person?
Look at the player in front of you. 1/5 of it is 100 points.
After 10 times the reward, it's 1,000 points. It's the same for killing. Why don't you find the one with more points?
Brother Li Mu, it's this way. The dog cage. Stopped in his tracks, looked at the direction that Xinlan pointed. Dozens of dog cages were smashed open. These should be the place where the zombie dogs were born, and Alice was also in distress here.
Chase up and take a look.
The zombie dog is a member inside Li Mu's plan. This kind of zombie dog is aggressive, fast and stealthy. The general player is careless. It is likely to be bitten to death, especially if the number is still a lot. This side, our footprints, should be Alice's. Running not much farther, looking at the shoe prints on the ground, Heart Blue whispered.
Continue to chase.
Pushing open the door, looking at the corpse of the zombie dog on the ground in front of them with its head broken off, Lee Moo's trio didn't stop. Running out a few tens of meters, not far away, they saw Alice, who was confronting the three zombie dogs. The sound of footsteps broke the calm. The three zombie dogs looked at Lee Moo's side in unison, and what they ushered in were 3 bullets.
Bang! With Lee Moo's current agility, these 3 zombie dogs didn't even have the time to react and were instantly shot in the head. Ding!
Congratulations on killing 1 zombie dog, gain 20 points, tenfold reward talent activated, gain 200 points, current number of zombie dogs killed is 1.
Ding! Ding!
Congratulations on killing 1 zombie dog, you have earned 20 points, the tenfold reward talent has been activated, you have earned 200 points, and the current number of zombie dogs killed is 3. Instantly 600 points came into her account. Seeing the 3 Lee Moo people come over, Alice couldn't help but sigh in relief. Just as she lowered her head, she suddenly saw Lee Moo raise his gun at her.
Bang!
Subconsciously covering her head, when Alice reacted that she was fine, 3 corpses suddenly fell on the ground. Turning her head to look at the zombie dogs that fell to the ground, Alice patted her chest, clearly frightened. Gaining 600 points again, Lee Moo looked at the wretched situation over here and spoke. This side is too dangerous, come with us. Without a gun, Alice also knew the danger, nodded and walked to Lee Moo's trio.
Where are you planning to go? We've been wandering around, you lead the way.
Surprised, Alice glanced at Lee Moo. Alice didn't expect Lee Moo to let her lead the way, but she didn't think too much about it. Stepping over the obstacles and the corpses of the zombie dogs, she pushed open a door and walked in. Finding Matt was a bit difficult. If Alice led the way, it shouldn't be hard. There was bound to be an inertial connection between the 2 protagonists. This side of the laboratory is more chaotic. From time to time there will still be zombie dogs running out, but simply cannot run over to Lee Moo burst head. Zombie dogs are still a little too weak, perhaps to Catherine to deal with just right. However, Catherine does not have 10 times the reward, too wasteful, or let him laugh at it. Once again, Lee Moo killed a zombie dog. Lee Moo's heart counted. This is already the 13th, and he also earned enough 2,600 points. He had just changed the magazines, when suddenly a series of gunshots came from the lab on the right, and there were also shouts from the players.
Quickly come over here. Matt is over here. Damn it. There are too many of these zombie dogs.
Chapter 57, Don't play tricks in front of a master psychologist, you'll yourself.
Wu Yong, do you think this will work?
In a certain area of the lab, a group of players were gathering here, and through the window, they could see that a player in the lab in front of them was constantly backing up with Matt, shooting at the dozens of zombie dogs that were surrounding them as they retreated. With the deterrent of the gun, these zombie dogs had been circling the perimeter looking for an opportunity, and the cries for help were shouted out from this player's mouth.
What's not working? It seems like you guys are the ones who came up with this plan, right?
Everyone has to be careful when that man is around, and just now Hao also said that he found that man next door. Now Alice has it, and so does Matt. Even if they are bitten by a zombie dog because of the plan, I still have an antidote on my side, and all the viruses below F class are immune. Wu Yong's voice was full of resentment. A few captain-level players around him leaned on his side. He was planning how to set up traps for Lee Moo, even using his own team members and the protagonist as bait. On the other side, hearing the sound of gunshots and cries for help, Lee Moo's complexion moved, and a few people quickly ran in the direction the sound came from. Separated by a door, looking at the players who were almost surrounded by zombie dogs as well as Matt, Lee Moo frowned and didn't rush over. With a hand pulling Alice, who wanted to rush out, Lee Moo shook his head and said, "If you go out like this, you'll only be giving it away for nothing, calm down." Soothing Alice, Lee Moo raised the M416, Catherine and the Heart of the Blue also did not idle, both raised the muzzle. Push open the door, instantly a few zombie dogs do not know whether they smelled the odor of living people or heard the sound, hideous and horrible head turned over. Also in this instant, Lee Moo and Shinlan, 3 people instantly opened fire.
Ta! Bang! Bang!
The sound of gunfire covered everything. 2 M416s and S686 fired at the same time. The dense rain of bullets instantly enveloped a dozen or so zombie dogs, especially Lee Moo and Catherine. The 2 advanced firearms proficiency almost pulled the M416 into a line. A dozen zombie dogs were splattered with dirty blood, instantly killed more than 10, only a few 3 backed up and disappeared around the corner. The zombie dogs still retained some of their intelligence, like they tended to avoid evil, possessing a beast-like intelligence, and would choose to retreat in the face of great danger. On the other side of the lab, Wu Yong and the others looked at the zombie dogs that were almost instantly wiped out, and their hearts were a little cold, but this was also part of their plan. As long as Lee Moo walked out and appeared in their line of sight, the guns in their hands would instantly beat Lee Moo into a sieve. They still didn't believe it. Even if Lee Moo was strong, he could still dodge a dozen guns? Walking towards Matt and another player's side, the more Lee Moo walked, the tighter his brows frowned. The Demon King's bloodline looked like it was signaling a warning. It was like he had a bad premonition in his heart. Carefully looking at the player in front of him who was dumbfounded, Lee Moo's footsteps suddenly stopped.
"Mr. Matt, come here."
His mind was in a trance. The sadness of his sister's death coupled with the fear of facing more than 10 zombie dogs made Matt come back to his senses after a long time. Looking at Alice, who was protected behind him, Matt then lifted his legs and walked towards Lee Moo. As Matt walked away, the players beside him panicked. The group of players of Wu Yong who were more than 10 meters away also panicked. A plan that was so hard to come by, how could they fail so easily? Mr. Matt, we came from this side is able to go directly back to the main control room side. This lord, you also go this way. Sweating on his head, Zhou Yalan tried to lure Li Mu over. He was aware of the plan. After successfully killing Li Mu, he would be able to get an extra 1,000 points, which was already a large amount. What's more, the plan was safe. There were antidotes and recovery potions. As long as he didn't die instantly, everything wasn't a problem. That's what his captain told him. Standing still and not moving, Li Mu narrowed his eyes. He could already tell that something was wrong. This player's line of sight kept looking to the right, and his head was sweating, and even his body shape was shaking a bit unnaturally. All of this proved that this player intended to do something.
You know what?
When a person lies or is weak-minded, their head will break out in a cold sweat, their eyes will flicker, they will subconsciously look around, and their body will have unnatural behaviors.
I don't know what you want to do, and I don't want to know, so you might as well go to hell.
Halfway through Li Mu's words, Zhou Yalan felt bad. Looking at Li Mu's raised gun muzzle, he showed a look of despair and opened his mouth to beg for mercy.
Bang! Bang bang!
The continuous sound of gunshots didn't even give him half a chance. Having been shot in the head multiple times, Zhou Yalan fell backward with unwillingness.
Ding!
You have killed player Zhou Yalan. You can obtain 1/5 of his points. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 points. 10 times reward talent activated. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points.
Li Mu. Chapter 58, Lickers Out of the Cage, Raising Bloodline.
Zhou Yalan died. He was very upset. He had accumulated so many points for so long that he was about to be able to redeem a Barrett sniper cannon, for which he hadn't even strengthened his personal attributes by much, now. But now he died so simply. He was so unwilling that he even kept his eyes open. Suddenly gained 10,000 points, huge money. Li Mu a little back to God. 1 or 200 points okay, 3 or 400 can also understand, but your sister's body with 5,000 points?
This kid is sick, right? Does he have a great talent like himself?
Li Mu was a bit skeptical.
Character, Li Mu. Strength, 7. Agility, 63. Spirit, 66. Physique, 67. Hidden attributes. Charisma, 100 SSS. Gnosis, 40. Luck, 21. Comprehensive Strength Evaluation, F. Special Bloodline, Demon King Bloodline SSS. Bloodline Awakening Level, 1100. Skills, Demon King Transformation, Hell Demon Flame, Dark Demon Ball, Primary Recovery. Talent, Tenfold Reward. Possessions, Dark Bloodline Gift Pack 810, Substitute Puppet X2, 10% off Prop Card X8, Crystal Core X20. Character points, 31,350 points. Teammate, Li Xinlan, Catherine. Slave, Catherine. He had just killed 6 zombie dogs again, and when he added up all the points, he had more than 30,000 points. Li Mu couldn't help but let out a breath in his heart. Eyes looked to the right, separated by an unknown number of glass. There was nothing over there. Li Mu did not say anything, turned his head to look at the astonished Alice too, said, "Let's go back." Li Mu suddenly killed Alice. 2 people are a little afraid, did not dare to ask more questions, turned his head toward the way to go. Following behind, Li Mu's heart lifted. Just now it was obvious that those players were planning to lay hands on him, but he was the same, only they came faster. The main prop's zombie dogs were killed quite a lot. The plan was 80% fizzled. Li Mu searching for the next plan to come. He did not intend to let these players leave the Resident Evil world alive. Duong! Duong!
A sound echoed from somewhere. Li Mu's footsteps paused, and his face took on a more joyful color.
Unlike Li Mu, Catherine's face was filled with worry. She could hear that it was the sound of lickers breaking open metal vessels. What was the situation now? Did the lickers come out of their cages en masse? Get out of there! The lickers were a danger and a help. Li Mu had the confidence to face those players, but those guns were still too much of a headache. It was true that they couldn't keep up with his speed, but a dog jumping over the wall would be bad. This is why Li Mu did not force his hand. Rushing all the way back to the main control room, he happened to run into a few people from Rain. The main thing was that the 3 Rain people didn't have those players around them. Li Mu didn't care if Alice and Matt were dead or not. What he cared about was the 1,500 points, which after the tenfold reward was 15,000 points. It wasn't a small amount.
Heart Blue, Catherine, you guys go back over to the main control room. You don't need to do anything, just wait for me to come back. I have something important I need to do. I'll be back within half an hour. Taking out a portion of the bullets and handing them to Xinlan and Catherine, Li Mu turned around and walked into the lab again. With Heart Blue in, Li Mu can completely rest assured. These days he didn't pay less rations, at least 3 times a day. The current Heart Blue Bloodline Awakening degree is as high as 3%. Phantom transformation up to 15 seconds, after the transformation of the 4-dimensional attribute increase of 2 points, not to mention, but on the spirit of this attribute, as high as 86, and the heart of the blue there are 28 kernels.
Li Mu really doesn't believe that there are any players with more than 8 points of spiritual attributes. As long as they don't exceed that, in the narrow space of the main control room, Heart Blue's charming eyes will be able to kill those players.
Turning a corner, Li Mu stopped, looked at the number behind the bloodline, and tapped down with his intention.
Ding! May I ask if you are spending 1000 points to raise the 1100 Bloodline Awakening?
Yes, the Heart Blue Bloodline Awakening degree he could raise by paying rations, but he had to use points on his side, the Thief Pit.
Confirm. Ding.
Deduct 1000 points, Bloodline Awakening degree 1, currently at 2100, Demon King transformation lasts for 10 seconds.
Ding. Please ask if you want to spend. Confirm.
Spending points was like running water, the original 30,000 plus points instantly dropped by single digits, eventually stopping at 26,350 points.
Ding.
Deducting 1000 points, Bloodline Awakening level 1, currently at 6100, Demon King transformation can last for 30 seconds. The bloodline of the Demon King in his body was boiling, awakened 5 times in a row. The Demon King's bloodline was assimilating the original Limu's bloodline, the blood was churning, roaring, and the battle intent was boiling. Breathe out. Limu has tried the Demon King transformation before. After the transformation, the 4-dimensional attributes instantly soared 3 points, compared to the Heart of the Blue that 2 points out of a full 1 point, to know, 1 point difference, cannot be reasonably counted. The most simple and intuitive is, you can't catch me, but I can always give you a big slap in the face. You hit me a punch, I a little pain, I hit you a punch to kill you. Chapter 59, Liquor has successfully taken 1 blood. Wu Yong was now in a heavy mood. It was even if the plan failed. When they returned the same way, they once again ran into zombie dogs. A full 20 zombie dogs instantly made the players change their faces. This was zombie dogs. The scary thing about the zombie virus was the contagiousness, which if they were accidentally bitten, if they didn't return to the infinite space before turning into a zombie, they would definitely turn into zombies. Infinite space could spend points to recover from injuries, which was the reason why the players didn't appear disabled. Facing the siege of more than 20 zombie dogs, and on the contrary, there were not enough bullets, and under the confusion, now Wu Yong didn't know where he was running to here. But fortunately, his 2 teammates were still around.
Damn it, which one of you remembers the way back?
This side is too roundabout. If we can't find our way back, we might be trapped to death here. Cursing darkly, Wu Yong looked at his 2 teammates and inquired. Hearing Wu Yong's words, the 2 players' faces were equally bad. The zombie dog fury just now was too terrifying. I don't know, this is like a maze, I can't remember the way long ago. Me too. Wu Yong cursed in his heart. He himself can deal with the zombie dogs. He is afraid that the number of zombie dogs is too many. Players are able to see the attributes of the zombie dogs. 28 strength, 31 agility, and his side of the 51 strength of a punch to the head is enough to kill in seconds, and his agility attribute also has 4 points. He took the route of force sensitivity. Of course, the spirit of physical fitness of these 2 also have to strengthen. But his 2 teammates will be a little difficult. He was even thinking of abandoning the 2 teammates when necessary, to buy him time. We can't stay like this, we have to find the original plot characters, otherwise we can't get out. In a terrible mood, Wu Yong could only give this order with a black face. Just after saying that, Wu Yong realized that the 2 teammates in front of him had very wrong faces. Their eyes were wide open as if they had seen something horrible, and they were staring at his back. Heart has a bad feeling. Wu Yong also did not ask him what was behind him. The words did not say foot force a step, instantly scurried out. Midway quickly turned around, when saw behind him from some laboratory climbed out of the horror of the creature. The face is green. Muscles flared and tilted, the skin looks like it has been stripped alive, everywhere is bloody, thick, and abnormal limbs have more than a foot long sharp claws, sharp fangs are densely covered, blood-colored tongue in the bloody mouth like a snake fluttering. Silently, the terrifying behemoth carried a monstrous bloodthirsty aura, and just by eyeballing it, they felt a visual pressure, as if they were facing a natural enemy, and the aura of death quickly enveloped the 3 of them. Species, Liquor. Strength, 47. Agility, 4. Spirit, 3. Physique, 6. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Wu Yong only felt cold all over his body. 47 strength is just a little bit closer than him. What kind of speed is 4 agility? What's even more terrifying is the 6 points of constitution. Are you kidding? This attribute can completely abuse the 3 of them. Most importantly, this monster seemed to have discovered them. What kind of monster is this? Brave, what should we do? The 2 players' teeth were shaking. This was different from what they had imagined. Other zombie worlds had normal zombies, at most a zombie dog or something like that. How could a horrible monster of this level appear on their side? Hiss. In a ferocious low hiss, not allowing Wu Yong to speak at all, the tongue as hard as a steel whip flicked, and Wu Yong's horrified gaze across a distance of more than 10 meters instantly penetrated. Grass. Cursing angrily, Wu Yong bent down and dodged, but... poof. Poof. Cough. Turning his head to look at his teammate who was penetrated from the back, Wu Yong's pupils shrunk, 3 levels of body armor. Being penetrated from the front and back, how terrifying is this? Run! Angrily shouted, Wu Yong decisively turned his head to run. He did not go to continue to stay as waiting for death. Sober up, looking at the companion who fell to the ground has not been broken, a jolt, turned his head toward Wu Yong chase, not yet run 2 steps, Wu Yong 2 people's footsteps stopped. At the corner in front, a blood-colored sharp claw poked out, followed by the Liquor's hideous size. The second Liquor appeared. With a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him, Wu Yong's heart went cold as he raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger without even thinking. Ta! The sound of gunfire raged. The lickers in front of them had a single blood splatter emerging from their bodies, hissing as they quickly retreated back. Clutching the gun in his hand, Wu Yong didn't dare to stop. Turning his head and running towards the right, the other player rushed to follow. Before he could run out a few steps, his ankle was suddenly penetrated. Planting himself on the ground, looking down at the tongue that penetrated his ankle, the player screamed in despair. Don't! Brother Yong, save me! Don't! 60 chapters decapitate lickers, joyful Wu Yong. The piercing sound of gunfire, even 100 meters apart, Li Mu could hear it clearly, except that the experimental area was too big and chaotic, like a maze, plus the echoes. By the time Li Mu arrived, there were only corpses left on the ground, as well as the 2 lickers that were enjoying a gourmet feast. Type, licker. Strength, 51. Agility, 43. Spirit, 31. Physique, 66. In Li Mu's line of sight, the 2 lickers were getting bigger and bigger, and their attributes and fury were getting stronger and stronger. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air, 51 strength, which was just a little bit more than him, and the most terrifying thing was the physique, which was as high as 66, knowing that the licker's resilience was terrifying. Simply put, high defense, blood is still thick. Although Li Mu had long thought that the licker's attributes would be awesome, he didn't expect that it would swell to this extent, especially the point of ingesting genes to become stronger. It was too terrifying. Grasping the 3-pronged military spike in his hand, Li Mu's feet quickly stepped. The distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in an instant, and the sharp 3-pronged military spike in his hand flashed with a piercing cold light. The target is clear. Li Mu is to penetrate the licker's head. This is the only weak point of this monster. Wait for the licker's head to grow hard skin in the later stage. That is difficult to fight. The strong wind brought up by Li Mu attracted the attention of the 2 lickers. Inside the licker's perception, Li Mu was very powerful, and the essence blood in his body was as red as a bright light. Hiss! Hiss! The cunning licker hissed harshly at Li Mu, and its tongue, which had evolved again, fluttered like a steel whip as it swept towards Li Mu. The licker's agility was only 43, but this tongue could do more than that, especially when it was close at hand. It was even more deadly. Sidehead to avoid the licker's tongue, Li Mu has long been on the defense of this killer. The licker's most powerful is not his sharp claws and fangs, but is as hard as a steel whip terrifying tongue. Boo! Almost in an instant, the laboratory with a fire axe can only smash a small hole in the glass was actually broken under this blow. Li Mu did not hesitate. The hand 3-pronged military spike suddenly stabbed down. Plop! Stirred with force, Li Mu backhand swing out. There seems to be a huge figure in front of the eyes swooped over, 3-pronged military spikes flashing with a burst of blood, the fishy wind raging. The figure flipped and landed steadily on the ground. After Li Mu fell, a body fell, fragile head disappeared half, licker's huge size no longer half alive. Ding! Congratulations on killing 1 licker, you have gained 100 points, the Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 1000 points, your kill count is currently 1. Ding! Congratulations on killing 1 licker, 100 points earned, Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on earning 1000 points, your kill count currently stands at 2. Gaining 2000 points again, it was a way to make up for the previous spending. Glancing at the miserably dead players, Li Mu looked at the direction and chased out down the right side. Wu Yong was now devastated. 2 teammates had died one after another, and now he was left on his own, wandering around like a headless fly, and the most important thing was that he was now out of bullets. 5 zombie dogs consumed his last bullets in the middle of the journey, and now when he encounters a zombie dog, he can only use a melee weapon. Wu Yong didn't dare to think about it anymore. Ta! Suddenly the sound of a gunshot came. Wu Yong's heart rejoiced. There is a gunshot? As long as there are gunshots, it proves that there are people, and if there are people, it will be much safer. As if injected with new vigor, Wu Yong quickly ran towards the direction where the gunshots came from, and at the same time, Li Mu, who heard the gunshots, also reversed his direction and quickly chased after him. Turning the corner of the laboratory, Wu Yong's face instantly turned white when he saw those few players. There were 7 players in the not-so-wide corridor. At this moment, the 7 players were looking terrified, running and trying to shoot behind them, while in front of the line of sight, the 6 lickers were constantly chasing under the suppression of firepower. The speed of the lickers was simply not something that these players could keep up with. Even with a gun in place, they simply couldn't hit it, let alone the weak spot on their heads. Without even thinking, Wu Yong turned his head and ran. These were 6 lickers. And he also realized that these lickers were even more terrifying than the 2 he saw. Their 4-dimensional attributes were clearly stronger. Before he could run a few steps, he suddenly collided with Li Mu, who was chasing after him. Looking at Li Mu, who was holding a 3-pronged military spike a few meters away, Wu Yong froze, with a somewhat unnatural expression on his face, as he had previously made plans with those players to shade Li Mu to death. Looking sideways at the group of lickers behind Wu Yong, Li Mu's expression was playful, looking at Wu Yong with a smile, saying, "I'm still alive, are you very unhappy?" Drawing the corner of his mouth, Wu Yong dryly laughed twice. "How could you be joking?" "Joking? I don't seem to think so. I remember that you should have wanted to kill me before, right? In the lab over there."
Chapter 61, Do I Need a Reason to Kill You?
The atmosphere became cold. Listening to Li Mu's words, Wu Yong's heart thumped and his face changed. My lord is joking, how dare I disrespect you, my lord, please don't make things difficult for me. Whether or not it is difficult, you know in your heart, today you will die. Shaking off the blood on the three-pronged military spike, Li Mu no longer said anything, and walked towards Wu Yong step by step.
I have not done anything wrong. It's not like I made a mistake.
There are still so many liquors behind, leaving me behind can still share some of them for you. In his heart, he was frightened and angry, but facing Li Mu, Wu Yong couldn't muster the courage to resist. The psychological shadow of the previous kick was too big, and it almost killed him.
On what grounds? Do I need a reason to kill you? As for those liquors, there are not too many of you, and not enough of you.
Cold sunshine, Li Mu is not a merciful person, the law of infinite space he is very clear, and has always been carried out. The killing heart is fierce, the piercing murderous aura makes Wu Yong almost unable to move his feet, the oppression of the aura makes him unable to resist at all, this is the spiritual level of the pressure. Three-pronged military spikes wiped through, Wu Yong only felt a flash in front of his eyes, after that it was a sky of blood flowers blooming.
Ding!
You have killed a player, you can obtain 1/5 of that player's points, congratulations on obtaining 70 points, tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on obtaining 700 points.
700 points? Not bad at all.
Wu Yong's body fell, Li Mu didn't bother to look at it, his eyes looked towards the players who were getting closer and closer as well as those liquors, his expression didn't change, his feet stepped down and his figure quickly shot out. The players who were fleeing for their lives had a flash in front of their eyes, it seemed that a figure crossed over them and rushed towards those liquors, these players were surprised in their hearts, laughing at Li Mu's brainwashedness, but at the same time, it was more of a joy of surviving. After all, with someone holding back the liquors, they would have more time to escape.
Why was the body getting heavier and heavier? And it was also getting colder and colder?
There was something cold on their necks, and these players subconsciously touched it, and looking at the blood all over their hands, and then looking at the spray all the way under their feet, they understood. Li Mu was not a good man, these players were scared out of their wits, where was the chance to defend themselves against him? When they staggered past, Li Mu's arm swung out and quickly ended the lives of these players.
Ding!
You killed a player, you can obtain 1/5 of that player's points, congratulations on obtaining 40 points, 10 times reward talent activated, congratulations on obtaining 400 points.
Ding!
You have killed a player, you can gain 1/5 of that player's points, congratulations on gaining 60 points, the tenfold reward talent is activated, congratulations on gaining 600 points.
Ding!
7 prompts in a row, ranging from 400 to 800 points, the 7 players had contributed a total of 3,200 points to him, and the 5,000 points he had spent on raising his bloodline before was instantly made up. Too late to be happy, Li Mu sidestepped the tongue of a liquor, raised his leg and kicked over, as high as 7 points of power instantly erupted, 350 kilograms of power erupted in a single point, even with the liquor's physique couldn't withstand it. This is Li Mu full outburst, different from on Wu Yong's side, the powerful kick instantly collapsed the liquor half of the body, flew backwards out of more than 10 meters, rolled several times in a circle on the ground hissing and could not get up. Behind the strong wind whistling, quickly bend over to avoid fishy wind on the face, Li Mu did not even think to raise the three-pronged military spikes blocked in front of the body.
Bang!
Dull sound, Li Mu backward several steps, breathing cannot help but some heavy. There were a total of 6 liquors, one was seriously injured and couldn't climb up, while the other 5 were looking around like lone wolves, their ferocious aura spreading continuously. Looking at the 5 liquors in front of him, Li Mu took the initiative to attack, and the three-pronged military spikes in his hands disappeared, replaced by the purple-black hell magic flame. Provoked by Li Mu, the 5 liquors pounced together, upper, middle and lower different angles, these liquors devoured human genes, intelligence has made great progress. Ducking his head to avoid the zombies on top of his head, Li Mu's speed was faster than these liquors, and with a hell magic flame slap in his hand, the deep purple magic flame instantly enveloped one liquor. With a backhand, a liquor was grabbed in his hand, like waving a windmill, Li Mu continuously danced, the rest of the liquors were slapped away, the powerful force sent these liquors hissing. Enveloped by the hell demon flame, the 2 liquors continuously hissed and rolled, but was the hell demon flame so easily extinguished? The remaining 3 liquors had already suffered heavy damage, the hell demon flame was withdrawn, the three-pronged military spikes once again flashed with a purposeful cold light, the figure flashed quickly, the 3 liquors didn't even have time to stand up before they were penetrated by Li Mu's head. Turning his head, looking at the liquors on the ground that had been kicked and ruined, Li Mu walked over step by step, and seeing Li Mu walking over, the liquors that couldn't even crawl over hissed as if they were warning Li Mu. Side head to avoid the dying counterattack, three-pronged military spikes backhandedly chopped off the tongue, looked at the liquor that constantly hissed, coldly laughed. I'm not afraid if you're not crippled, let alone if you're crippled now. 62 chapters on the liquor's 100 ways to die. Poof! Lifting his foot and stomping down, and then there is no more half-resistance liquor head instantly exploded, so far, 6 liquors are all completely destroyed.
Ding!
Congratulations on killing one liquor, you have gained 100 points, the tenfold reward talent has been activated, congratulations on gaining 1000 points, and your current kill count is 3.
Ding!
Congratulations on killing one liquors, you have earned 100 points, the tenfold reward talent is activated, congratulations on earning 1000 points, and your kill count currently stands at 4.
Ding! Ding!
Congratulations on killing one liquor, gaining 100 points, tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 1000 points, your kill count currently stands at 8. It had to be said that these liquors were really worth their weight in gold, 6 liquors contributed another 6000 points to him, this trip to the biochemical crisis, the points were simply not too horrible.
Character, Li Mu. Strength, 7. Agility, 63. Spirit, 66. Physique, 67. Hidden attributes. Charisma, 100 SSS. Gnosis, 40. Luck, 21. Comprehensive Strength Evaluation, F. Special Bloodline, Demon King Bloodline SSS. Bloodline Awakening Level, 6100. Skills, Demon King Transformation, Hell Magic Flame, Dark Magic Ball, Primary Recovery. Talent, Tenfold Reward. Possessions, Dark Bloodline Gift Pack 810, Substitute Golem X2, 10% discount Prop Card X8, Crystal Core X20. Character points, 38250 points. Teammate, Li Xinlan, Catherine. Slave, Catherine. The points were already close to 40,000 without realizing it, and after sweeping the bodies of the players on the ground, Li Mu wasn't sure if there were still any living players, and even if there were, he didn't have time to look for them. The agreed half an hour was about to arrive. If he didn't go, he might not be able to get out in a while. Looking at the time, there was still a total of 1.5 hours left. Li Mu under full speed, the speed is still very fast, especially do not need to take a detour, directly back to the main control room side, 63 agile, almost 30 meters per second. In the main control room, Rain's few people looked at this hideous-looking, murderous liquor on the ground, and their hearts were all a bit shocked. Such a terrifying creature, Rain and the girls felt that they would be torn apart in a moment if they touched it, right? Turning their heads to look at the heart of the blue, Lei and a few people heart is even more shocked to know this liquor, but by the eyes of this young girl took a look at the control of the roll, let lift the claws on the paw, simply don't be too obedient. They all wondered if Heart Blue was human or not. Heart Blue sighed, Catherine Hart also shocked, this is a liquor a glance to control? This young girl who was usually as charming as a leprechaun and followed Li Mu every day was too scary, wasn't she? It's not that she hasn't seen Xinlan controlling monsters in the Dark Zone, but this is a liquor, even with a strength of up to 6 points and an agility of up to 54, and she was controlled without even saying a word in a single glance? Looking at Heart Blue speak and smile, Catherine couldn't help but shiver in her heart. What kind of are the two people in this team? Just as several people were having different thoughts, Li Mu's voice suddenly came from outside the main control room door. Heart Blue, are you guys okay? Hearing Li Mu's voice, Heart Blue didn't care about letting liquor roll around and turned his head towards the door. The door was opened, Li Mu scanned around, and when he saw the liquor rolling on the ground, Li Mu. Okay, really good at it. It didn't need to be seen to know that this unlucky liquor ran over to die, and then was controlled by Heart Blue. Originally wanted to shoot to death, but after thinking about it Li Mu still didn't do it, but he still shot. Bang! A body fell, it was Spence. Li Mu came back and killed someone. Instantly several people from the contingent raised their guns and looked at Li Mu vigilantly. Don't look at me like that, everything here was made by this person. He stole the virus with the intention of selling it to arms dealers for profiteering, and when he was leaving, he broke the virus container, and you all understand what happened after that, except that he didn't run out of here either, and was stayed back. Hearing Li Mu say this, Lei and a few people will believe it. There's no time to waste with you guys, let's go now, we can go through the plumbing, be fast, time is running out. After saying this, Li Mu didn't care if Lei and the others believed it or not, he turned his head and walked towards the outside. Bringing a few people to the entrance of the plumbing pipe, Li Mu grabbed the lid and liquor drilled down first. There were no zombies down there. Listening to Heart Blue's report, Li Mu shortened his body and jumped down, with Rain's few people following closely behind. Walking quickly inside the plumbing pipes, with the liquors in front, a few zombies in the way were instantly crushed. Looking at the ladder in front of him, Li Mu pointed and said, Kaplan, you guys go up first, we'll take the rear. Waiting for Kaplan a few people to go up, Heart Blue commanded the liquors to crash through the fence, instantly scampered in. The age-old pipe smoothly let Kaplan 4 people climb through. When it was Catherine's turn, the pipe has been a little shaky. As for the bottom, it is dense zombies. After all, there is always a need to play skills, right? Putting skills always need energy. If every point of awakening has to provide 4-dimensional attributes, then the back is afraid to explode. 63 Chapter Are You Tinkerbell? On the opposite side of the pipeline, the 4 Kaplan people looked at Li Mu's trio with some concern. The bottom is full of zombies, and the pipeline is about to collapse. It's very likely that Li Mu will be buried in a sea of corpses when they're halfway there. Catherine, you go over first, Xinlan you second. For this situation, Li Mu's face was unchanged and he calmly said,
Across the pipeline, the 4 Kaplan people were able to hear what Li Mu said. Li Mu let the 2 Catherine go first. This is obviously giving the chance to live to 2 people. This situation, undoubtedly let them respect. Nodding her head, knowing Li Mu's ability, Catherine didn't have any nonsense. 28's agility to pass through this more than 10 meters long pipe was simply not too easy. Feet quickly stride, not at all like Kaplan they climbed over. Each foot is like stepping on the hearts of the 4 hearts of Lei-En, just ran all the way through. Suddenly the 4 people a little skeptical of life. What the hell kind of speed is this? The plumbing shook a few times, like a warning before it was about to fall, or like plumbing, a person just ran past, a bit fast, didn't stop it. Turning to Heart Blue's side, scanning the hissing and scratching zombies below, Heart Blue's petite figure flickered, and 55's agility practically floated past in the blink of an eye. Looking at the Heart Blue standing in front of the smiling Heart Blue, Alice 4 people looked at each other, all a little confused, but think about the Heart Blue control lickers before, they keep telling themselves, to be calm, anyway, today shocked too many things, 2 more does not matter. As for the plumbing, they didn't even shake a bit. Plumbing pipe A, it seems like something flew past again just now? Plumbing pipe B, did it? It seems like something did go over? Plumbing pipe C, what are you thinking? People are flying, what are you guys worried about? When it was Li Mu's turn, Li Mu directly pulled out the black and hard, big and thick, and immediately stunned the opposite side of the several people. Catherine was no exception. Brother, where did you pull out the M249 big pineapple from? Are you Tinkerbell? In the gazes of a few people who were dumbfounded, Li Mu scanned the zombies below, and a few special symbols rose up in his eyes, which were money. These zombies can be points. Ta! In the midst of several people's confusion, Li Mu's M249 big pineapple opened fire. Like cutting wheat, the big pineapple swept across under Li Mu's control, and a large number of zombies' heads were exploded by points, after which they were stomped on by a steady stream of zombies. Ding! Congratulations on killing 1 zombie, gained 5 points, Tenfold reward talent activated, gained 50 points, current number of kills is 123. Ding! Congratulations on killing 1 zombie, gaining 5 points, Tenfold reward talent activated, gaining 50 points, the current number of kills is 211. Ding! Opposite Li Mu, a few people from Lei-En looked dumbfounded. You're here to cause trouble, right? Can't you just raid earlier? Do you have to make us crawl around in fear? What kind of devil are you? 556 bullets quickly finished, just when Rayon a few people breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mu to the back of a pull-out, out of thin air out of a magazine to change up. You're such a little ding-dong. Do you have a secondary pass through the back of your ass? How can you take out everything? Catherine was dumbfounded, looking at Li Mu's non-stop protrusions. She was truly envious. It's not fake. How many zombies are there? These points are going to earn crazy Indeed, Li Mu's points are about to go crazy. 1 zombie is 50 points. How many zombies are densely packed underneath? How many zombies are there underneath this densely packed area? 300 to 400 are there. Watching Li Mu change one magazine after another, Lei-En a few people are going blind. You really are a small ding-dong. This is the 5th clip out. The zombies below were all killed. Ding! Congratulations on killing 1 zombie, you have gained 5 points, the Tenfold reward talent has been activated, you have gained 50 points, and the current number of kills is 437. Removing the 81 that he had killed before, he had killed 356 zombies here, 50 points for 1, which gave him 7,800 points, and his total points now amounted to 50 points. Nearly 60,000 points. To know that when Li Mu entered the Resident Evil world, he only had more than 1,000 points Before the Infinite World had even ended, Li Mu had increased his points by more than 50,000 points, not counting the 5,000 points for raising his bloodline. Putting away the M249 Big Pineapple, Li Mu was very satisfied with this gun, with many bullets and enough strength. On the opposite side, watching Li Mu throw it behind him, so Big One disappeared, a few people believed even more that Li Mu was little ding-dang. Quickly crossed the plumbing pipes, Li Mu looked at the several people who had been dumbfounded Rain and said, "Let's go, what are you looking at? Look at Tinker Bell." Chapter 64, Demon King's Bloodline, Catherine's Change of Heart. After a short period of farce, through the plumbing and electrical pipes, once again back to the previous workspace, at this time those water-filled workspace doors had all been opened, and the dead bodies were nowhere to be found. Walking step by step, as if she recalled something, Alice pressed herself against the glass and looked inside. "I remember, here." Before the surprised Alice finished, Li Mu directly interrupted, "Don't think about it, the antidote here has long been taken away by that Spence. If you don't want that woman to die, quickly go out." Alice, who did not believe it, pushed open the door and ran in, looking at the empty container. Her face was ugly. "Hurry up and go, or do you want to get Rain killed?" Leaning against the door, Li Mu urged. There really wasn't too much time left now. If nothing else, there was another battle at the station, and the time wasted at the plumbing was, to put it mildly, half an hour. The time left for Li Mu and the others now was only still 40 minutes, the train needed to drive for less than 10 minutes, and the rich time was only like 30 minutes. Hearing Li Mu's urging, Alice ran out from the pool, looking at the zombie that suddenly sat up behind them. Li Mu raised his gun. Bang! The zombie fell with a sound. Alice was startled and turned her head to look at the fallen zombie with some palpitations. Walking out of the studio, Rain's face seemed even paler. Alice hurriedly went over to support him, and the group accelerated towards the station. Passing through the stairs, and finally back to the station platform, looking at the large and small boxes on the platform, Kaplan had a feeling of being in a different world, and had just breathed a sigh of relief, when suddenly a few crunching sounds came. Ka-la! Ka-la! Hiss! Hissing sounds came, with the sound of glass breaking and walls being destroyed. Kaplan several people looked up, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Only to see a terrifying beast climbing over the ceiling. It was clearly the lickers that they had seen before. How to do? There were too many of them looking at the 6 or 7 lickers. Kaplan panicked. Carried by Alice and Matt, Rain looked up at the zombies on the ceiling and said breathlessly, "Go! Quickly go! Get on the train and escape. These monsters shouldn't be able to catch up to the train." Can't catch up with the train? Limu shook his head. The speed of these lickers was not something that could be surpassed by the train. Lickers catching up was like playing. In order to ensure the survival of Alice and Matt, Limu turned his head to look at Catherine and Heartblue and urged, "You two protect them, I'll exterminate these lickers." Step back a few steps. Catherine Hart knows she is absolutely not the opponent of these speedy and powerful lickers. The skill is no longer powerful, but also cannot match the absolute power. Crossing away from the crowd, this kind of open space is too suitable for this group of lickers to play. Heartblue and Catherine can't defend themselves against a few lickers. In order to have a quick battle, Limu doesn't intend to hide his strength anymore. This world was ending soon, and there was no need to hide his strength anymore. The power of magic runs through the whole body. Purple magic flame spreads out around Limu. A head of clean broken hair becomes long. Purple light dances crazily. A powerful aura spreads out, as if there is a hurricane crossing the border. The devil pattern dazzle, head more 2 devil horns, fine lines rotate on it, a pair of devil feather wings leisurely stretch, belong to the power of the devil finally at this moment appear. Behind Limu, Catherine blocked the gale in front of her. Her eyes swept over Limu's body, looking at the man who was 3 feet off the ground covered in demonic flames. Her eyes were filled with horror. Now she finally understood why Limu was so powerful. Bloodline. This was the power of bloodline, the most central power of infinite space, and it looked like this bloodline was of a very high grade, with a head of demonic horns, back of demonic wings, and surrounded by demonic flames. This was a demonic bloodline. Only Catherine wasn't sure what level of demon bloodline it was, but even the definition of a trashy demon bloodline was S-rank, and an S-rank bloodline required a minimum of 800,000 points. Catherine wasn't clear on how Limu's 800,000 points came about, but she already understood the real gap between him and Limu. Before obtaining an S-rank or above bloodline, no matter how hard she tried, she was a mole in Limu's eyes. Now she was incredibly glad that if she hadn't said the slave contract in the first place, Limu at that time definitely wouldn't have hesitated for half a second and would have killed her directly, because at that time, she was a mole. The difference was that if she said it, she was a mole cricket with cultivation value, and if she didn't say it, she was a cup of yellow earth, and died of a heart attack after leaving infinite space. The hate in her heart didn't know why she couldn't hate anymore. It was more of a striving for strength. She had to work hard and let Limu see her value, otherwise she didn't even have the value to be nurtured. Once she lost her value, then she would become a dispensable slave. How could she allow such a thing? The change in her mindset made Catherine no longer resist Limu, and even wanted to show her value in front of him. Chapter 65, Powerful Demon King Form, Crushing Lickers. Ding! You have opened the Demon King form. The attribute panel has been refreshed. The magic power in the bloodline allows one to maintain this state for 30 seconds. Please use with caution. A mechanical beep echoed in his mind as surging power gushed out from his body. The ineffable power gave Limu the illusion of being able to blast through space. The surging demonic might spread out with unimaginable pressure. The 6 lickers let out hissing sounds. Their original forward posture stopped, as if they were half frightened, and began to retreat. Phew! Double wings flapping, Limu's eyes flashed with purple magic light. How would he let these handful of points slip away just like that? As if instantaneous speed is difficult to capture with the naked eye, almost in an instant, he crossed a distance of tens of meters, his palm covered with fine black scales grasped down with force. The surging power instantly grasped and exploded the head of a licker. Ding! Congratulations on killing 1 licker, obtaining 100 points, tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on obtaining 1000 points, your kill count is currently 9. Kill in seconds. Limu in his Demon King form was in an invincible state, instantly killing a licker in seconds when everyone didn't react. Flapping his wings, his ghostly figure flashed across the platform, and seemingly sensing the crisis, a licker let out a furious hiss, and its steel whip-like tongue instantly shot out of its mouth, aiming directly at Limu. The devil claw waved, the palm covered with black scales grasped the tongue of the licker, the arm containing infinite power waved. The licker was like a windmill constantly rotating in mid-air, and the hissing sound of panic resounded throughout the platform. Phew! After spinning several times, Limu's palm loosened. The huge force instantly threw the lickers out. A licker in the distance was instantly taken out, and in mid-air, the 2 lickers exploded into a mist of blood. Ding! Congratulations on killing one licker, you have gained 100 points, the tenfold reward talent is activated, congratulations on gaining 1000 points, and your current kill count is 10.
Ding!
Congratulations on killing one licker, you have earned 100 points, the tenfold reward talent has been activated, congratulations on earning 1000 points, and your kill count currently stands at 11. Before and after but 5 seconds, 3 lickers died instantly, the remaining 3 lickers hissed in fear, their huge bodies constantly retreating backwards. Li Mu's might was too amazing, these bloodthirsty ferocious beasts were cowed.
Want to go? Did you ask me? If I let you guys go, won't my Demon King transformation be in vain?
With a cold snort, 2 purple-black demonic flames surged up in his hands, the hellish demonic flames scorched the air, and the space was distorted.
Go!
Throwing out both hands, 2 balls of hellish demonic flames shot out with the aura of death. The 2 backward lickers were simply unable to dodge, and instantly transformed into 2 balls of purple-black flame.
Hiss! The last licker jumped back and forth, the screams of its companion's tragic death caused this licker to wince and frantically flee. Did I let you go?
Waving his wings, his figure instantly spanned 100 meters, and his palm burning with demonic flames instantly slapped the head of the last licker.
Ding!
Congratulations on killing one licker, you have gained 100 points, the tenfold reward talent is activated, congratulations on gaining 1000 points, and your kill count currently stands at 12. The completely dead corpses were enveloped in purple-black demonic flames and burned into flying ash almost instantly, and it was only at this time that Li Mu relaxed and glanced at the Demon King transformation's countdown timer. At this time, there were still 20 seconds left for the Demon King transformation, and the attributes at this time made Li Mu's eyelids jump.
Character, Li Mu. Strength, 711. Agility, 63-103. Spirit, 66-106. Physique, 67-107. Hidden attributes. Charisma, 100 SSS. Gnosis, 40. Luck, 21. Magic power, 1930. Each point of magic power can maintain the Demon King form for 1 second. Comprehensive Strength Evaluation, F. Special Bloodline, Demon King Bloodline SSS. Bloodline Awakening Level, 6100. Skills, Demon King Transformation, Hell Magic Flame, Dark Magic Ball, Primary Recovery. Talent, Tenfold Reward. Possessions, Dark Bloodline Gift Pack 810, Substitute Golem X2, 10% discount Prop Card X8, Crystal Core X20. Character points, 62100. Teammate, Li Xinlan, Catherine. Slave, Catherine. The 4-dimensional attributes broke through 10 points in unison, and the strength rating was finally no longer an F but a true F. To be clear, this was his second world. The deep purple magic flame retracted into his body, the magic pattern disappeared into thin air, and the magic horns on top of his head and the magic wings behind him similarly dispersed, as Li Mu once again changed back to his human form. Ding!
Demon King form is over, your remaining usage time is 19 seconds, no cooldown, depletion of magic power in your bloodline will prevent you from using the Demon King form, and you will recover 2 points of magic power every hour. Chapter 66 Game Over, Hidden Reward? Transforming into a demon and killing the terrifying looking lickers in almost an instant, Rain's few people looked dumbfounded. Living in the age of science, a mythological demon suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. Anyone who saw this would have to be scared silly.
My god, what am I seeing? A living demon? Or is it one of our teammates?
Kaplan was dumbfounded, his eyes staring blankly at Li Mu, who had fallen to the ground, and it was only after a long time that he came up with such a sentence. Being framed by Alice and Matt, Rain spat out a mouthful of bruised blood and said with a pale face,
"Your head is caught in the door, right? Why don't you hurry up and open the door?"
Leian's state has been getting worse and worse. The few people who are out of danger do not dare to delay, turn their heads and quickly walk towards the train. Walking from a distance to the side of the several people of the Heart Blue, Li Mu scanned a circle to make sure that there is no danger, then said to the Heart Blue, "Kill that licker you were controlling before, we're leaving." A licker also has 100 points. This is the points belonging to the Heart Blue. Li Mu did not intend to personally kill. 10 times the reward talent is indeed very good, but let the Heart Blue so let the points out. How can not say? The main thing is that he cannot say the secret of the talent. It's not that he doesn't trust Heart Blue, there are some things that it's better to know only by himself. Nodding his head, Heart Blue controlled the licker and walked out, while the Kaplan guys who had just gotten on the train were startled. After blowing the licker's head off with a shotgun, the crisis was lifted, and the 3 of them, Li Mu, boarded the train. Looking at the time, there were still 21 minutes before the final closing time of the gate. Time is still relatively abundant, just don't know if Rain can get out alive. In the original, Rain is because of procrastination for too long, in the train corpse, but even if you go out, I'm afraid that there is no good result outside the door, but there is a clone of the doctor waiting outside. The train stopped, Rain did not turn into a corpse. Li Mu and his group walked off the train, all the way up the steps. When walking up to the gate, Li Mu 3 people's ears steeply came a beep.
Ding! The Resident Evil world is over, now starting to return to infinite space.
The line of sight blurred, and eventually the backs of Alice's several people disappeared, and when they reappeared, Li Mu's 3 people had already appeared in the settlement space.
Ding!
Dear player Li Mu, congratulations on successfully completing your mission. Now start handing out mission rewards. Mission 1, follow the task force and survive until the end of the world line, i.e. escaping the hive, rewarded with 1000 points. The mission has been completed. Congratulations on receiving 1000 points.
Ding! Tenfold reward talent activated.
Congratulations on receiving 10,000 points. Task 2, ensure that Alice as well as Matt survive until they leave the hive, reward points 500. The task has been completed, reward points 500.
Ding!
The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 5,000 points.
Ding! Hidden rewards will now begin to be handed out. Ding!
As you led the protagonist squad to successfully leave the hive, and Task Force Kaplan and Rain survived, you are hereby rewarded with 200 points.
Ding!
The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 2,000 points.
Ding!
As you have killed more than 10 lickers, congratulations on obtaining the title of Liquor Killer, rewarding you with 1,000 points.
Ding! Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points. The series of reward messages made Li Mu a bit confused. This reward was too generous, right?
If he had known that taking the contingent and leaving alive would also earn him points rewards, where would Li Mu have let them die?
It's a loss. It's a bloody loss.
However, these rewards were not bad at all. They all added up to 7,000 points, which instantly brought his points to 9,100 points.
This was a huge sum of money.
Turning his head to look at Xayan and Catherine, the two women's faces similarly carried joyful colors. Even if there was no tenfold talent reward, the light mission had rewarded them with 2,500 points, which was already quite a lot.
It looks like everyone's harvest is still good? Nodding her head, Heart Blue showed off.
Brother Li Mu, Heart Blue now has 3,100 points.
Touching Xinlan's little head, Li Mu laughed.
Okay, Xinlan is the best. It's almost time. Let's go back. When the time comes, we can still make a fortune.
With a dumbfounded face, Catherine instantly understood Li Mu's meaning. You're not thinking of selling those T-virus potions, are you?
Nodding his head, Li Mu didn't hide his thoughts. The T-virus potions were useless to him and Xayanlan, and with their uncontrollable nature, keeping them would only take up space. I don't just intend to sell these potions, I also intend to sell intelligence, the detailed intelligence of the Resident Evil 1 world. There should be quite a few people willing to spend money on it, right?
Chapter 67 Logic Ghostwriter, just came back and you're messing up? Selling information? You mean like that fat guy? Smiling and nodding, Li Mu asked. Don't you think that the industry of selling intelligence is very profitable? In order to have an extra hope of survival, I think those players definitely won't skimp on points, right? There are so many zombies inside the hive, 5 points for one. How many benefits can those players gain by bringing enough bullets? The main quests plus the hidden quests, do you think those players will still skimp on the points?
Catherine was speechless. Maybe this was the gap between her and Li Mu. Li Mu's brain spun faster. She would only think about how to improve her strength.
Then how much do you plan to sell the information for?
For this, Catherine was more curious.
I'm not too dark. Selling 1,000 points a piece of intelligence, that's not dark, right?
Pinching his chin, Li Mu considered for a moment and said.
Catherine was a bit confused. 1,000 points wasn't black?
This was nearly a quarter of her points. Looking at Catherine's strange gaze, Li Mu rolled his eyes and said.
You calculate how many points they can harvest in this world?
The main quest is 1,500 points. The important thing is the hidden quest. One person is 100 points. How many people are in the task force? And you forgot to count the points gained by the zombies.
If you do the math, they can get through safely. Each person will earn at least 1,000 points for nothing. How many people in a squad? How many people in a squad? When you think about it, it really doesn't seem like a loss. Ding!
The return to infinite space will now begin. Please prepare yourselves. The line of sight blurred for a moment, white light flashed by, and Li Mu's trio had returned to the middle of the residence. Still in the original position, Xinlan spread out his hands and directly leaned back on the sofa, beautiful curves, charming and seductive look, so that Li Mu a burst of side-eye, the heart cannot help but some fire.
Just came back and is so exciting, is it really good? To not treating him as a man, right? Well, it's still the sofa at home that's comfortable. The cat-like whispers made Li Mu's eyebrows jump. This was clearly provoking him. Can you stand it? Absolutely not.
I was planning to go out and sell information in T-virus medicines, but now I'm not selling anything.
First clean up this girl and then say.
With both hands, Xinlan was instantly picked up and carried on his shoulders. Li Mu turned his head towards the bedroom.
Wow, Li Mu brother, what are you doing? Quickly put me down. Snap. Be honest. Half a day without teaching you a lesson, you go up to the room, see how I clean you up. By the way, Catherine, you are tired, first rest for a while. A moment there is time, I will find you again. Oh wow, quickly put me down. Xinlan did not dishonest.
Covering her petticoats, Xinlan screamed in aggravation.
I did not pay attention to the heart blue. This girl Li Mu know very well, the heart of the ghost. Now put her down, may want a sneer.
The words did not finish, completely changed tone. Greasy ear sobbing sound listening to the living room of Catherine sit uneasily. Looking at the closed door of the room, the sound that ran out between the cracks made Catherine gaze a little blankly. At the station, Li Mu's power made her fearful, and she couldn't even give birth to the idea of hatred or rebellion. After giving in internally, Li Mu's countless merits suddenly popped up in her mind. Catherine didn't even know what was wrong with her.
Even if she liked Li Mu, this was too fast, right? How long had it been? Less than a week full. Be reasonable. She was obviously forced into slavery.
Catherine wanted to pry open her head to see what was inside. How could it be so indisputable? Self-destructively lying on the sofa, Catherine felt that it was useless for her to think about this at all. Li Mu didn't seem to have her in his eyes, and if he did, he was defensive towards her, and she wasn't enough to be trusted.
What am I doing here now? Razor-sharp head? Unrequited love? Nuts.
Catherine was going crazy. She was at least the queen of the assassin world, killing without blinking an eye, with a noble heart. How come she was suddenly captured? Lying on the sofa, Catherine was distressed. Cursing darkly, Catherine hurriedly dragged her powerless petite body towards the room, like she was afraid that Li Mu would come out in a while and be bumped into this appearance.
Chapter 68, The Frantic Catherine. Are you guys finished?
This sleep is a day. Li Mu woke up when the sky outside has darkened. Think it should be to the night. The difference between day and night in infinite space lies in the dark areas. Once the light of the city dims, then it means that night is coming. And the players who had nothing to do would wander around the city, and the city that was clean during the day would become lively. After stretching his body and holding Heart Blue in his arms, Li Mu was a bit reluctant to get up, but thinking about the points, Li Mu felt that he still had to fight. It wasn't just Li Mu who awoke, there was also the king's right that was confiscated by Heart Blue. Grunting twice in a daze, Heart Blue opened her eyes, and the dorky lowly yawned.
This yawn is so white. No, this yawn is really big. Nor is it right.
Cursing darkly, Li Mu patted Heart Blue's petticoats and opened his mouth.
Shinlan is up, we're going out for a spin.
In Li Mu's arms rubbed, like a lazy Persian cat, Shinlan said with a petulant.
I'm still a little sleepy. A face of black question marks. Li Mu how to think is not his reason, right?
It seems like this little girl is the one who started the war all the way through.
This can still blame him? Snap.
A crisp ringing sound echoed, a slap was slapped down, and instantly Shinlan was no longer sleepy, staring at Li Mu with wide eyes, his bulging little face exasperated.
Hit me again.
Hit is you, everyday dumping black pot, you still have reason.
Without showing weakness, Li Mu disliked back with a stern face.
You can only bully me, this kind of weak, pathetic, and helpless little lowly.
You? Weak? Pitiful? Helpless? Lori? Can you take out your ID card to see how old you really are?
Seemingly reading the meaning expressed by Li Mu's eyes, Shinlan grunted and raised his little head to call out.
I don't care. Don't I look like a lowly to you? Is my Heart Blue's little face not lowly enough, or are you Li Mu floating? Li Mu.
No, I think it's you who have drifted. Next I will let you know what the result of drifting will be.
Rolling over onto the horse, Xin Lan, who was still on top, was instantly held down. Well, that's mean. Bullying again.
In the living room, Catherine, who had just walked out, had her face darkened, and listening to the petulant chants coming from Li Mu's side, if anything, she felt that she was 80% going crazy.
There's no end to this, ah.
More than an hour later, Catherine watched Li Mu come out with his arm around Xin Lan, who was covered in herb, and she couldn't help but feel a little envious in her heart. There is a man's woman and no man's woman is simply two concepts. The Heart Blue this was fed to the full, between the eyebrows are written, the whole person's temperament and luster are different. It looks like you rested well, go out together, sell information in T-virus agents to go. Catherine did not know how to spit out, where on earth do you see that I rested well? After being tossed around by your noise for hours, it would be a hell of a thing to rest well. Noticing Catherine's grumbling gaze, Li Mu couldn't help but touch his nose, as if the soundproofing at home wasn't very good. Leaving the residence, the city was more lively than in the daytime. There were players everywhere, coming and going in an endless stream, and there were even quite a few people setting up stalls to sell things. Li Mu walked while looking, mostly some props, guns and ammunition and some things inside the major worlds, looked at a few eyes. Not many can look at, but there are a lot of players looking. Li Mu, 3 people so conspicuous walking on the road caused a lot of people's attention. Infinite space inside the female, although many, but take out the crooked, really beautiful, not many. Especially like the Heart Blue, a Catherine, this kind of very good is even more rare. The most let these players cannot stand is, Li Mu unexpectedly one person dominated 2 very good. Hiss, this your sister's that man is afraid not to die of pleasure, ah. The other one is also not bad, ah, that body, that face, first class, ah. Then our planet, what goddess are beautiful, that kid is also too happy, right? Who's the big shot with a woman like that? If he's a weakling, unless he doesn't leave the city, these 2 women will be replaced in a few days. I'd be willing to live 10 years less if I could have any one of these 2 women. I would also be willing to live 20 years less. Listening to the whispers around, infinite space or look at the fist, these players are not little cute. Shouldn't say something, or understand, or maybe one day we'll die in the dark area. Finding an empty space, Li Mu took out the T-virus potion, swept his eyes and opened his mouth to shout.
Cell bloodline.
69 chapter terrifying T-virus potion, players have gone crazy. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The word bloodline instantly blew up the sanity of all the players, and an unknown number of people lunged over towards Li Mu's side. Using the word riot to describe it was not too much. The players on the entire street flocked over, wanting to see exactly what bloodline Li Mu was selling.
Bloodline ah.
The most central power of infinite space, the huge increase it brought was simply unimaginable. The only drawback was, it was too expensive. Inside the infinite store, the lowest grade bloodline was a D grade bloodline, and the increase in attributes brought about after the first fusion added up to no more than 0.5, but even so, the selling price was as high as 10,000 points.
10,000 points. The entire F-class area is almost prohibitively high. It's not that the players don't have the points, some of them do, but is it worth it?
10,000 points to buy a D-level bloodline. The awakening of the increase adds up to 0.5 attributes, but also to enhance the late bloodline fusion, although there will be skills, but 10,000 points is still too much of a loss. A large number of people surged over, all the players stretched their necks wanting to see the so-called bloodline in the end. How? Don't get so close, get out of the way, I don't dare to bring out the bloodline if you are like this. In the infinite space, there was such a thing as a stall, and the infinite space didn't prohibit players from trading with each other.
Hearing Li Mu say this, at once many players leaned back, each complaining. Holy! You guys don't crowd. Move back a bit, don't crowd. MMP who topped me. I'm a guy. Isn't it more exciting to be a man?
A real man has to rise to the occasion.
Only sissies dislike women. With his face blackened into a pot, Li Mu was dumbfounded. When did infinite space become like this?
Waiting for the players to retreat about half a meter, Li Mu then put the T-virus potion on the ground, and at once all the players' gazes looked over. Hiss.
Am I blind?
Come let me poke it with my hand and you'll know if you're blind or not.
Roll your ass. This is a C-class bloodline.
It's horrible that there's a C-class bloodline in an F-class area.
That's awesome. You didn't buy this in the infinite store, did you?
I don't know which player suddenly came out with such a sentence, and all the players suddenly looked over. Being set on fire by all the players' gazes, the player who uttered this sentence suddenly shrunk his head and hurriedly waved his hand and said,
I'm just saying.
The players rolled their eyes and compared their middle fingers in unison. See grade bloodline 30,000 points, which player is brain dead to buy it from the store and sell it?
What's wrong with you?
Big brother, where did you get this bloodline from?
Can you give us a hint? How many points are you selling this bloodline for? Can you make it cheaper? I have 7,000 points here.
Go away, you poor bastard.
7,000 points for a C-class bloodline? Are you out of your mind?
I'll give you 10,000 points.
I'll give you 15,000. Sell me, big brother. I'm a lone ranger. It's hard to save up this much.
I was planning to save up again to buy a good bloodline for the E-class area.
Codes. I've lost everything.
Big brother, I have 20,000 points.
That's for the level up melee. Have mercy on me. A leveling battle?
Li Mu's heart fluttered. It was a new word. He'd have to ask Fatty what the hell was going on when he had time. Ahem, everyone wants the T-virus potion, this is clear to me, but if you want to take it away for $10,000 or $20,000, it's really a bit of a look down on me as a bloodline. You guys take a closer look at the introduction. Hearing Li Mu's words, at once the players were not calm, they just looked at it and didn't see it clearly, they hurriedly looked at it again.
Bloodline, T-virus potion. Grade, C. Effect, by taking this potion, the bloodline can be purified and become a new human, gaining powerful recovery and 4-dimensional attributes.
Evaluation, this bloodline possesses a great deal of uncertainty, there is a chance of failure, and an equally great chance of obtaining a boost, advancing to a grade A bloodline, with the bloodline optimized to be an exalted, with the mental attributes receiving a substantial boost and obtaining powerful nimble power skills. Tip, you can spend points to lower the failure rate and increase the chance of bloodline optimization. After reading this hint, at once all the players sucked in a breath of cool air. This was actually a bloodline with a rank potential. This is so powerful that it's bursting at the seams. A class bloodline. At least 200,000 points to start with. Oh, my god. Why don't I have any points? There was once an A-class bloodline in front of me, but because I didn't have the points, I watched it slip away in front of my eyes. I hate that. Just as all the players' eyes were about to turn red, a clamor suddenly came from the distance. All get out of the way, all get out of the way, the boss of the blood slaughter team is here. Chapter 70, Faces worth a few bucks, don't you have a little pussy in your heart? The boss of the blood slaughter team? Li Mu's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. He had long thought that there would definitely be an organization inside the infinite space. It was only that the time he had been here was too short, plus he had been busy in the dark area, and at night, he had been concerned with playing games with Heart Blue that only adults would play. Ahem, it was to raise Heart Blue's Bloodline Awakening degree, also did not come out, naturally, did not pay attention to this matter, did not expect this time to sell Bloodline, but unexpectedly bumped into these teams. The crowd dispersed, the players looked towards the back in unison, with a look of fear in their eyes. It was obvious that the boss of this blood-killing team was very prestigious. The line of sight looked over, outside of the crowd, a squad was coming this way. The squad was quite large, Limu counted as many as 7 or 8. The number of people in a team was not absolute, but it was better to have fewer people, so that they could be divided into the same game, and if there were more people, they could be divided into different worlds, or certain large-scale replicas. Inside the line of sight, walking in the forefront is a stout man, covered with bloodthirsty gas, nearly 2 meters of body, almost like a giant tower, like a copper bell-like eyes with a murderous aura, quite intriguing. Unsurprisingly, this is the captain of the Blood Kill Squad. Behind the strong man, 6 Blood Kill Squad members of the same momentum is not weak, far away, a group of people with a huge oppressive force. The players around the retreat again and again back, enough to make a 5-meter wide road. The tower-like strong man walked to Limu, squatted down and looked at the T-virus potion placed on the ground stall. His eyes flashed with a piercing light. This potion, are you sure you want to sell it? The power of the T-virus potion makes Yang Feng's heart excited. His attributes have long reached the requirements, only that he has never proceeded to walk to the final step. He is saving up his points, wanting to buy some life-saving props and powerful equipment. Every infinite player who wanted to leave this region to promote to a higher region would have a promotion test, which was a melee copy, and the winning party would be able to successfully promote. As for the losing side, the laws of infinite space were cruel: lose and you die. His players were likewise waiting. With the crystal cores of the dark region, they rarely used points to enhance their attributes, which was the mainstream choice for players, only he didn't expect that someone would take out a C-rank bloodline to sell. Even the potential of the bloodline was as high as grade A. Almost the instant he got the news, he rushed over with his people in order to take this bloodline. Infinite space, bloodline was the core power. The power brought by bloodline was too great, but the price of the bloodline made many people shy away. And in front of his eyes, there was now a bloodline with a class potential. How could he not be excited? One had to know that for an A-class bloodline, the Infinite Store sold it for a minimum of $300,000. Of course he had to sell it, or else show it off. What, you want to buy it? Sweeping a glance at Yang Feng, Limu asked back. Seeing that Limu wasn't oppressed by his aura, it made Yang Feng a bit wary. He didn't remember when there was such a character as Limu in the F-class area. Friend, how many points are you selling this bloodline for? After pondering for a moment, the seductive power of the bloodline made Yang Feng unable to resist opening his mouth. What I want is not high, T-virus potion, 100,000 points is not expensive, right? The price of blood veins is clear in Limu's heart. The points that can be taken out of the F-class area should also be limited. 100,000 points to buy a blood vein with a class potential is definitely not expensive. Face changed, 100,000 points for Yang Feng, or too much. This points he is not no, but all of a sudden take out, is simply cutting his meat. How about a negotiation? 50,000 points. Yang Feng, will sell you a favor. Soon I will be promoted to the higher region. At that time you go to me, I can help you do one thing. As soon as Yang Feng said these words, the surrounding players let out a gasp of surprise and all looked at Limu with some envy. A favor from Yang Feng? Hiss, awesome 50,000 points for a favor, blood money. In addition to those few teams in the F-level region, the Blood Slaughter Squad could be said to walk horizontally. Even if they went to the higher regions, it wouldn't take long for them to rise up. This was considered to be hugging an invisible big fate. Not to mention the higher regions, as long as the Blood Kill team has not been promoted, the entire F region is afraid that no one dares to mess with this kid. Listening to the surrounding exclamations, Yang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes couldn't help but look at Limu, intending to see what he had to say. Frowning, Limu's face didn't look very good. Selling 50,000 points for a favor? You're planning to whore yourself out for nothing. How much is face worth? Why don't you have a little bit of a hard-on in your heart? If you want to buy a favor for nothing, just say so. Either buy the bloodline for 100,000 points, or stay away and don't get in the way of my business. Do you want to buy it or not? If you don't, make way for others. Chapter 71, Sell your blood with your heart, you can't afford to buy it. You. Being sneered at by Limu for a while, when had Yang Feng ever suffered this anger? Fury released, the whole person angrily stared at Limu, even a few members of the team also surrounded. Kid, how are you talking? Are you afraid that you don't want to leave the city? Believe it or not, as long as you go out of the city, this bloodline of yours will be gone along with your life? I think this kid is not dead. Also do not know the prestige of our blood kill team. Give you 50,000 points is already quite a lot. Prefer to give face shameless. Captain, the big deal is to wait for a while. I don't believe this kid won't leave the city. The bloodline will be ours sooner or later. I'm Yang Hao, the vice captain of the blood killing squad. As long as the next infinite world who killed this kid, 50,000 points, this blood vein we blood killing squad to take. Hearing the words put out by Blood Killing Squad, the surrounding players exclaimed and looked at Limu basically as if they were looking at a dead person. TSK, seeing good things and not accepting them, the road ahead will be difficult, and in the end, lives and blood veins will be lost.
This is what happens when you are greedy. Wouldn't it be better to sell it for 50,000 points?
It can also improve a lot of strength, not a bit of foresight. 50,000 points, hey, if you can share the same world with these players, fear is cool, moving 50,000 points.
In front of the ground stall, Li Mu had expected this result. What kind of bull favor? Is it useful in infinite space? If Yang Feng and the others die, his points are not wasted? Who doesn't know how to use empty gloves?
Behind Li Mu, Xayan and Catherine did not show any weakness, standing next to each other on the left and right, their eyes glaring fiercely at the members of the blood-killing squad.
Showing your true colors? You can't buy them by force, but you're threatening them instead? It seems to be the usual routine, but I'm sorry, in my eyes, you guys aren't really any pushy things. F-class area, it's not up to you guys to say anything, there are plenty of people who can make you kneel down and call your dad. Li Mu, this sentence is not for nothing. Opposite these few stinky fish and shrimp he really did not put in the eyes. The big deal is that the points to enhance the four-dimensional attributes. When the time comes the Demon King transform, Li Mu will absolutely let the opposite side of this what the Bloodkill squad know what is called cruelty. More than 10 points of attributes is considered a kind of sublimation, just like the high realm to beat the low realm. How can you lose? Ha! Brother said well, Young Feng this kind should beat him on his knees and call his father, so that he will know who is his father. No money to buy your paralyzing bloodline. Loud laughter came from behind the crowd, the voice was rough, like muffled thunder, and carried an air of wildness. The crowd quickly dispersed and looked behind them, with a look of awe in their eyes. It was Thunderstorm Captain Lei Yan. I heard that these two squads hadn't fought much in the depths of the dark region, as if they were both building up their strength to advance to a higher region, and this time they came over 80% to buy blood veins as well. This is a good show now, the two major teams are arriving in unison. I'm afraid that several teams will be attracted here today. A class bloodline will definitely be attracted over big brothers come, we these players are afraid of no chance. In the midst of the players' discussion, Thunderstorm Squad's Lei Yan led a few team members to the front of Li Mu's stall, first checking the bloodline, and then brightening up. Looking at this Thunderstorm Squad's captain in front of him, Li Mu's gaze was a bit strange. By the way, with such a rough voice, it should be similar to a big guy like Young Feng, right? The result? In front of the eyes of this buddy more than 1.7 m appearance, dry, looks very thin, this body is how to make such a wild voice? Hey, brother, don't look at me like this, but I'm very capable of fighting. Right, you have 100,000 points for this bloodline, right?
I'll take it, I'm not like Young Feng,
brother trade it. This is too direct. Li Mu is confused. Wait a minute. Don't trade yet. The highest bidder wins. I'll give you 110,000 points. Don't trade yet.
Before Li Mu could trade, another voice roared from the back of the crowd, and Li Mu instantly. Hearing this voice, Lei Yan's dry and thin face revealed a look of egg pain, and hurriedly said,
brothers, how about my 1.15 million points? Hurry up and trade it.
Dude, I really don't have many points left, I'm counting on you to save my life here. Lei Yan's side is still broken, the crowd once again make away, a few figures with very fast speed ran to Li Mu in front.
I $120,000. Jiang Hu saved the day.
The moment the figure of 120,000 points came out, the expressions of the players on the sidelines couldn't mention how wonderful they were. Even Yang Feng, the captain of the blood-killing squad, changed his face.
If he didn't talk nonsense and spent 100,000 points to buy it earlier, there would still be so much going on behind him.
Running all the way to Li Mu's side, Li Yang almost vomited from exhaustion. Originally he was at home hugging his female team member and was getting high, but then he suddenly heard the news of the A-class bloodline. He couldn't even explode in time, he put up his pants and ran out.
He still remembers his female teammates' grudging gaze. If he didn't buy the bloodline, it's really a loss. Brothers, give a word you sell or not sell Who are you selling it to? 72 chapters. See, this bloodline did not? I won't sell it to you even if I keep it.
Looking at the several people who were looking at him with bated breath, Li Mu did not even consider the question of who to sell to. The T-virus potion is not just one bottle, the two people are sold is not better? Looking at Li Mu backhanded out again a bottle of T-virus potion. Lei Yan and Li Yang, two people almost sprayed, next to the sneering Yang Feng also almost did not stare out of the eyeballs. As for the surrounding players, they were even more dumbfounded.
How many T-virus potions do you have? You're not selling fake drugs, are you?
Taking out 2 bottles of Class A bloodline at once, this is indeed a bit of a challenge to the nerves.
I have 2 bottles here, you said a discount, I'm not black, one person 110,000 blood take, how about it?
Weighing the T-virus potion in his hand, Li Mu is very calm. It seems that his hand is not a bloodline worth 220,000 points.
Li Mu is calm. Li Yang and Lei Yan, two people are not almost lying on the ground. If this fall, their class bloodline cannot get off.
I'll take it.
No problem, $110,000 is $110,000.
Brother, don't turn it upside down, my heart is not good, I'm about to have a heart attack, please turn it upside down, let's trade first. The two people's heads were nodding like chickens pecking at rice, anxious as if they were afraid that Li Mu would be unstable and drop it. The 2 bottles of T-virus potion to the two people traded over, looking at the skyrocketing 220,000 points, Li Mu heart happy.
Li Yang and Lei Yan, who had gotten the bloodline, were also relieved, and their hearts were equally pleasantly surprised. A few families were happy and a few were sad. Yang Feng's side was about to spit out blood. There is still a bottle of this? His eyes stared at Li Mu. He wanted to know whether Li Mu had a third bottle or not. Seemingly sensing Yang Feng's gaze, Li Mu turned his head, his mouth grinned and asked with a smile. Are you trying to ask me if I still have any? His face was a bit unsettled, but for the sake of the bloodline, Yang Feng gritted his teeth and said, if there is still any, 110,000 points, I also want to buy a bottle. Yang Feng would like to slap himself in the face. What is the point of having a good time? I have to spend 10,000 points more. With a flip of his hand, another bottle of T-virus potion, Li Mu shook it, seemingly attracting Yang Feng's attention. Of course, it was very successful. Yang Feng's face was happy, instantly attracted by Li Mu. See? This is the third bottle, keep it and don't sell it. On the side of the ground stall, originally intended to go Lei Yan and Li Yang, two people heard almost did not laugh spray, especially see Yang Feng that iron blue stink face. The two people originally heartache instantly disappeared, but more kind of superiority. What? You have points, so what? You still can't buy it. His fists pinched and clacked. The strange gazes of the surrounding players made Yang Feng's face as black as the bottom of a pot, especially the mocking expressions of his two old rivals, which made him so angry that he couldn't wait to glare at Li Mu with his eyes. Humph. You're good. Better not let me see you outside. Let's go. With a cold snort, Yang Feng, where to stay, turned his head and led the way towards the outside of the crowd. The players didn't dare to touch the bad luck and hurriedly made a path. Coldly watching the people of the blood-killing squad leave, Li Mu didn't have any fear in his heart. A mere blood-killing squad, he didn't put it in his eyes. Yang Feng wanted to kill him, so why wouldn't he? Yang Feng had at least 100,000 points on him, right? Killing him, 1/5 is 20,000, 10 times the reward, this is 200,000 ah. Much more money than selling bloodlines. At this moment, Yang Feng was like a walking 200,000 points in Li Mu's eyes. Buddy, be careful, this Yang Feng has a lot of small means. There are a lot of players who have been killed by him. Even if you are not afraid, there are still your teammates. I have to say, buddy, you are really lucky to have a lot of sex. Back to God, looked at Li Yang scowling at himself. Li Mu can only shrug his shoulders. Anyway, he explained that no one will believe, and then again, his thoughts were not correct, simply default. Behind Li Mu, Heart Blue did not feel anything, but some beauty. Catherine's side is a little bit of delicacy. She cannot be Li Mu's people, but Li Mu did not deny. Catherine did not open the mouth to explain, lowered his head, do not know what he was thinking. I will pay attention to this issue. He wants to move me, also need to see if he has that ability. Alright, you just have it in your heart, then I will leave first. Waving his hand, Li Yang hurriedly left. Lei Yan sighed, looked at Li Mu, hesitated for a moment, grinning. If there are any difficulties, you can come to me, can help. We Thunderstorm will not excuse, as an investment. Will. Nodded, Li Mu did not excuse himself. After Thunderstorm's people left, the players didn't have much of an idea of what to watch, although the bloodline is still there, but 100,000 points, they can't afford to buy a. Seeing that the group of players were about to leave, Li Mu's eyes turned and he quickly said, brothers, don't go I have a world's detailed information over here, do you want it? 73 Chapter Ruthless Slaughter of a Dead Fat Man. The world's detailed information? This immediately attracted the attention of the players. It was important to know that in the infinite world, every game was risking one's life, and with detailed intelligence, one could greatly increase the survival rate, and the death rate in the infinite world was very high. No one wanted to return to the real world and die of a heart attack afterwards. Seeing that the group of players were interested, Li Mu heatedly smiled, these are points. I can guarantee you guys that you'll be able to earn at least 1,000 points or more without any danger. Of course the death-defying kind doesn't count. The players' eyes lit up, 1,000 points with guaranteed safety? This seemed to be very tempting, but there were quite a few players who were waiting to see what would happen. After all, how can you trust empty promises? It's not that we don't believe you, how can you prove that what you're saying isn't a lie? In the crowd, a player was questioning. Li Mu didn't even think about it, raised his hand and said, in the witness of infinite space, I, Li Mu, swear that what I said is not half false, and if I go against it, I am willing to accept the punishment of obliteration. Seeing Li Mu make such a vicious oath, at once the players believed in it. In the infinite space, oaths are supervised by the infinite space, no one dares to send them out indiscriminately. With a foundation of trust, several players in a row came up. Boss, how do you sell this message? What's the price? Looking at these few players who gathered around, Li Mu assured, absolutely detailed, charge 1,000 points, deduct this 1,000, you can still earn at least 1,000 points, the price is still fair, right? Li Mu's words, a few players looked at each other, but did not refute. There is no danger of going through a world and earning 1,000 points for nothing, is this still considered black? Thinking about the punishment for failure, not moving enough points to wipe out, this is already very earned. But I have a word in front of me, you guys also have to swear not to tell the second person to know what you know, so that the deal can be established. Looking at these few players in front of him, Li Mu didn't want to turn his head and these guys started to be second-hand dealers.
A few players swore. Li Mu collected points one by one, and only then the plot of the Resident Evil world. Everything was said, including the hidden mission. Li Mu has nothing to hide. T-virus potion in addition to the first brush, and then appeared as the task items. Players picked up also useless points. More cannot be used as a bloodline. Li Mu naturally not afraid. More than an hour, only 7 players to buy information. Li Mu some disappointment, but he originally did not expect to sell information to live. Can earn a little is a little, but at present it seems, is no way. Li Mu called up Xinlan and Catherine and went around a few streets to find Shangguan Xian. Not to mention, Shangguan Xian's place is still very busy. As an intelligence peddler, it seems that this guy is living a desperate life. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry, waiting for Shangguan Xian's side to be empty. Li Mu sat down. Seeing that it was Li Mu, the big patron, Shangguan Xian immediately smiled, the fat meat on his face twitching. Old customer to the door. Today looks like there are a lot of questions. What is it? Want to know what? Old brother, I know everything, of course, no points exempt, small business. With a smile on his face, Li Mu is going to kill this dead fat guy this time. I have a world of exclusive information on this side, from the hidden mission to how to safely obtain points to leave the world, even the main line with a hidden mission, the guaranteed 2,500 points. The more courage, the stronger the ability, the higher the points. Shangguan Xian's fat face shivered, his 2 small eyes suddenly widened, and the whole person was not calm. Seeing Shangguan Xian like this, Li Mu smiled in his heart and spoke again. Exclusive information, guarantee to leave from you and never tell the second person again, 10,000 points, buy it or not? The fat face collapsed. Shangguan Xian cried, poor brother, old brother, I am also a poor, let's. Not waiting for the dead fat man to finish, Li Mu directly interrupted his crying poor. A tone of non-negotiable said. Dead fat less with me crying poor, you fat flowing oil, 10,000 points not 2 prices, you were in certainly more, and then nonsense I will go. Instantly put away the crying face, Shangguan Xian looked at Li Mu with a serious face and said. Hand over the money with one hand and the information with the other. Li Mu. I really believe in your ghost. Once again getting 10,000 points, Li Mu repeated the information about the Resident Evil world once again, and after finishing, quietly waited for Shangguan Xian's following. As a businessman, Shangguan Xian quickly figured out the business opportunities here, and didn't feel any pain. His fat face was almost smiling. According to Shangguan Xian's calculation, if this is bold, with good, this one world 3 or 4,000 points are possible. This information is absolutely worth money. Well, dead fat, don't be happy, I know you earn a lot, I have a few questions I want to ask you. No problem, 10 points for ordinary questions, 100 points for important questions. Li Mu, I'm Nima. 7,475 Chapter Heart Blue, a day without skin I feel bad all over. Of course, the dead fat guy who made a big profit didn't ask for Li Mu's points in the end, and Li Mu got the information he wanted. In infinite space, from F-ranked areas to 3S-ranked areas, whenever an attribute met the requirements, there would be a promotion trial, which was a test to travel to a higher area. This test was when the dual attributes reached the requirement, which was 10 points of dual attributes, but of course, one could also choose to be stuck like the 3 squads, constantly saving points and exchanging powerful props to ensure the survival rate of the test copy. The test copy is usually a sparring copy or a melee copy, where multiple teams and multiple forces mix it up, and the eventual victor is promoted, or if the requirements are met, he can be promoted as well. The reason why the 3 squads had so many points, experiencing many worlds, was one aspect, the other was brushing monsters in the dark area. A crystal core 90 points to sell, cheaper than the big light orb reinforcement 10 points, sales are still very good, and in order to ensure survival, basically these players' 4-dimensional attributes are almost stuck at 99 this way. After all, no one wants to die, mole crickets still steal life, let alone people. Only after understanding this did Li Mu take Xinlan and Catherine back to his residence. In the living room, Li Mu hugged Xinlan and leaned against the sofa, his fingers frosted, and his delicate waist felt unusually good. Brother Li Mu, what are you thinking about? Since coming back, Li Mu just quietly leaned against the sofa, hugging her and not speaking, a thinking look. Xinlan could not help but be a little curious. Catherine looked at Li Mu with the same curiosity. Since the change in her mindset, Catherine unconsciously began to pay attention to Li Mu's every move. Returning to his senses, Li Mu looked at Heart Blue and Catherine's puzzled looks, and couldn't help but smile and say, I'm thinking about the blood-killing squad. After offending them today, there will definitely be retaliation. After all, money moves people's hearts. I have so many points in my hand, they will definitely hit the idea, not to mention losing such a big person. If I don't retaliate, I don't believe it. Although I have absolute confidence that I can crush them, but it's easy to avoid the dark arrows. You guys are kind of a short board. I'm thinking about what I should do in the end. Hearing Li Mu say this, Xinlan couldn't help but lower his head and said with some self-reproach. Xinlan is dragging his feet again. Rubbing the little girl's head, Li Mu was dumbfounded. You don't look at how many worlds they've experienced, the dead fat man said. At least 30 or more. How many are we? We only have 2 worlds. What are you thinking? And you, why are you so frustrated? Aren't you the queen of killers? With the same starting point, don't you have any confidence? Why are you acting like I'm a liability? Are you two in a collective rebellion? Lowering her head, Catherine clenched her jade hands and whispered. Confidence I have, but recently I still don't go out, save trouble, wait for the strength to raise up, I will go to find their trouble, even to a higher area, I will kill them all. Catherine said this sentence with determination. She is the queen of the assassin world. When has she ever pushed to such a point? Once a woman holds a grudge, it is terrifying. Don't worry, don't need to be like this. If tomorrow, we will go out as usual, I naturally have a countermeasure, a mere blood-killing squad, still want to promote to the higher region? If you mess with me, I'll kill them all. I'm a person who doesn't take revenge overnight. Looking at the cold light on Li Mu's face, Xian Lan tilted his head and said, Isn't tomorrow the overnight? After this night. Li Mu. You're a comedian sent from the opposite side, right? I'm not going to sleep tonight, you don't want to sleep either, let's fight until dawn. I didn't close my eyes, this is still considered overnight? See how I will clean you up tonight. Wide-eyed, Xinlan stared blankly at Li Mu, completely not expecting that she would be punished so cruelly for telling a big truth. One night will die, or how about a discount? Hands folded, looking at Li Mu in supplication, Xinlan's bitter little face pitifully begged for mercy. During the daytime, she had experienced Li Mu's, and she couldn't even do it before without raising her bloodline, so she's even less of a match after raising it. Baring his teeth, Li Mu's expression was hideous. Sorry. Can't. On the opposite side of the sofa, listening to the chat between Li Mu, the old dirty turtle, and Heartblue, Catherine said that it was too explosive, and this newbie said that she couldn't handle it. On the side of the bloodshed team, as Li Mu thought, Yang Feng, who had been madly punched in the face, was sitting on the sofa with a grimace on his face, and the faces of a few of the team members were also not very good. I want that person to die. Even if he doesn't get promoted for a while longer, I want him dead. Yang Hao, you send someone to keep an eye on him, as long as that kid leaves the city, I want him dead. There are also those two women. 76-78 Chapter Killing Heartstrong. Killing one person is a sin, killing 10,000 people is a male. Once again spending more than an hour to give Catherine a long memory, after stopping, Catherine felt like she was going to fall apart. Li Mu, this bastard is too animal, she said she can't and still won't let her go. God gave her a long memory, can you find a better reason? Tired and sleepy, Catherine really consumed too much today. After Li Mu's life was sprinkled amongst her, she completely slept. Full of spirit, comparing to Catherine, Li Mu is not at all like an old ox that is busy farming. After teaching Catherine a lesson, looking at the cheongsam on her body that is more decorative than practical, Li Mu is finally taking her off. Put the quilt to Catherine cover. Li Mu had also intended to give her bloodline, but it looks like we have to wait to come back. Catherine, this way, I'm afraid to sleep until the night. Covering up the quilt, looking at the tear stains still in the corners of Catherine's eyes, Li Mu smiled slightly and lowered his head for a kiss, before turning to leave. Finally taking a shower, Li Mu changed his clothes and pushed open the door with a cold smile. Having been delayed for most of the day today, I'm sure the blood-killing squad was waiting impatiently, right? Without the slightest thought of concealing his movements, Li Mu just swaggered through the streets, walked out of the city under the watchful eyes of countless players, passed through the primary area, and disappeared in front of countless people's eyes. That just now seemed to be the Li Mu who disliked the blood-killing squad, right? He actually left the city? Hiss. Is this dude bold or stupid? He disliked the Bloodslayer squad and still dared to leave the city? Isn't he afraid of death? What can he do? He's got 200,000 points, he's got money and he's not afraid to die. I heard that Yang Feng, the captain of the Bloodslayer team, has said that as long as Li Mu leaves the city, the Bloodslayer team will surely kill Li Mu, so I am afraid that something is going to happen today. You have a life to take money and no life to spend it? In the crowd, there are players who marveled, there are also players who mocked, there are even some players who are sour. 200,000 points is still too much of a deterrent. If not for the fact that Li Mu is wanted by the blood-killing team, they may have to try. Not caring at all about those players' comments and gazes, Li Mu came out today to kill Yang Feng's 100,000 points he coveted. Even if it was 1/5 of it, when it reached him in double tenfold, it could catch up to what he had gotten from the two Lei Yin people. Yang Feng wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill Yang Feng even more. Li Mu wouldn't allow these people who had murderous intentions towards him to live. He didn't want to leave himself with future problems. Li Mu's killing intent was incomparably firm from the moment he first stepped into infinite space. Killing one person was a sin, killing 10,000 people was a male. He just wanted to kill until no one dared to be his enemy, and kill until everyone was chilled when they heard his name. Even in this infinite space, as long as he had that ability, Li Mu wanted to kill, no matter if he was a lord god or whatever. The killing heart was fierce. Stepping with a firm pace, Li Mu made his way through the two middle and junior high school regions and completely set foot in the advanced region. Deep in the advanced area, Yang Feng, who had long been holding his fire for a day, seemed to have eyes that were about to spit out fire. It had been a day. Li Mu hadn't seen a shadow for an entire day, how could he not be angry? Walking inside the city, every player's gaze made him feel like he was mocking, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Blood Slaughter squad was indeed powerful, but how many players were there in the entire F-rank area? He couldn't afford to go away even if he committed public anger, and they weren't the only players with high attributes in the Bloodslayer squad. A fist blasted the demon's head. The splattered bloodstains made Yang Feng's murderous aura around his body more and more dense, because of the anger and distorted face more hideous. Just at this time, a silhouette in the distance quickly ran over. Before the person arrived, his voice came first.
Brother Feng, that Li Mu came out.
Looking instantly happy, Yang Feng turned around violently, looking at the player who ran over. His feet stepped hard, and his figure shot out suddenly.
Grabbing the arm of the incoming player, Yang Feng anxiously asked, "Where is it? Where is that kid?"
The person who came was a member of the blood-killing team. Coldly seeing Yang Feng in this hideous appearance was also startled, and his speech stuttered. Li Mu he came over towards the higher regions. The essence light in his eyes skyrocketed. Yang Feng also knew that right now his appearance was a bit scary. Let go of this team member and drank in a low voice.
"Lead the way. Everyone follow me.
I'm going to abuse that trash today. I'm going to make him beg for mercy at my crotch. I will pay back all the shame 100 times over." With a command, the entire blood-killing squad responded and followed behind Yang Feng towards the edge of the higher region. With a bloody light in his eyes, Yang Feng took large strides forward at a swift pace, and it didn't take long at all before he bumped into Li Mu, who had come all the way here. When enemies meet, their eyes are red. Yang Feng had a hideous smile on his face as he laughed.
"If you don't come out, I really can't do anything about you, since you came out to die. Today, I will let you know what it means to be worse than death. Indifference."
For Yang Feng's words, Li Mu took the attitude of indifference. For a dead person, Li Mu was too lazy to say half a word. Magic power was boiling. Purple magic flames spread from the body to the outside of the body. Wherever the magic pattern passed, black scales spread all over the body. The four-dimensional attributes instantly skyrocketed, and almost in an instant, it exceeded the limit that could be reached in the F-class area. If someone could see Li Mu's current attributes, they would be shocked to find that in this instant, Li Mu's thinking attributes exceeded 10 points in unison, especially the strength attribute, which soared to 11 points. The magic power in his body was boiling. The pressure brought by the Demon King's bloodline brought up gusts of wind, flying sand, and stones. The demonic aura was volatile. The pitch-black demonic wings were stretching out, and the purple demonic aura was scattering in all directions with streams of light, bringing with it a demonic might that made people fearful. Opposite Li Mu, Yang Feng and the others looked at Li Mu, who was 3 feet off the ground and exuding a terrifying demonic might, and each of them turned pale in shock.
Surprisingly, it was a demonic bloodline. The phrase demon bloodline instantly made everyone's heart sink to the valley. Demon bloodline, ah.
Even the worst demonic bloodline was S-ranked, and even more so, it came with powerful bloodline skills, so it was easy to exterminate a lowly player like them. Infinite space, with bloodline as the honor, bloodline is the greatest power of infinite space. The purple devil's eyes were burning with demonic flames, and he looked down on the ground at the terrified members of the blood killer squad, and the feeling of having the world in my hands and controlling the wind and clouds with just one hand mesmerized Li Mu. Aiming his palm at the direction of the blood-killing squad, a black ball of energy coalesced in his palm, and the tyrannical magic power quickly condensed with a powerful destructive force.
Dark Magic Ball. Chapter 79, You Want to Die? I'll satisfy you.
The moment he saw Li Mu transform, Yang Feng knew that it was not good, especially the moment the demon wings stretched out and the demonic might spread. He knew that he had kicked the bucket today. Just as his team members said, the demon bloodline, at least, was an S-rank bloodline, not to mention the attributes that the bloodline boosted, just the skills that the bloodline brought. It was not something that he could resist. However, he wasn't worried, and even looked at Li Mu with a gaze filled with ice.
So what if you have an S-rank bloodline? Can you break my shield? With a fierce face, Yang Feng laughed wildly up to the sky and looked at him angrily. Even in the face of the dark magic balls that came bursting out, he did not have the slightest bit of fear.
Yang Feng was not afraid, but those members of his team were not. One by one, they quickly retreated with fear.
Boom!
The dull roar splashed up a large amount of smoke and dust. In mid-air, Li Mu's expression was a bit gloomy. Through Yang Feng's words, he knew that today, Yang Feng was afraid that he wouldn't die that easily. The smoke and dust dispersed. Looking at Yang Feng, who had a light shield over his head, Li Mu subconsciously looked at Yang Feng's wrist, where a bracelet was emitting a faint glow. Energy Shield, D-grade defense prop, automatically triggered by damage. The shield can offset multiple attacks by D-grade ability users. The actual data floats by the strength of the ability user, priced at 10,000 points. This thing, he also had it, but he didn't expect that Yang Feng would also buy it. It looked like he couldn't buy the bloodline and had thrown his life away.
Come on. You come and kill me. So what if you have an S-class bloodline? Can you kill me? I'm standing here today, can you touch a hair on my head? Face rampant, looking at Li Mu's serious face, Yang Feng do not mention how pleased. Yesterday in the purchase of this energy shield when he was heartbroken for a long time, I did not expect that today will come in handy. Flying in mid-air, Li Mu did not get annoyed. The energy shield is indeed a very strong defense, he really cannot break, but Li Mu want to kill people, really can live? Energy shield replaced by others, perhaps really no way, but he here, really not afraid of this energy shield. Purple black hell demon flame rose in his hand, Li Mu sneered. Since you beg for death, I'll give you a big gift, you catch it.
Hell Devil Flame descended. Yang Feng's face changed wildly, although he did not know what the Hell Devil Flame was, but the cold smile on Li Mu's face gave him a very bad feeling. Even on that purple-black Devil Flame, he also felt a strong death crisis.
Run. Must run. There was definitely something odd about this Hell Demon Flame.
Instantly turned around. Just how could he be as fast as the Hell Demon Flame? Before he could run out far, the original white energy shield instantly turned into a purple-black color, just like a purple-black giant egg. The Hell Demon Flame ignited at the slightest point, not giving Yang Feng a chance to react at all, completely sealing off all of Yang Feng's retreats. Even if he took off his bracelet now, the Hell Demon Flame could instantly ignite him.
Damn it!
What is this thing? Roaring angrily, looking at the light on the bracelet that kept flickering, he suddenly had a bad premonition. This energy shield, shouldn't it not be able to block this Hell Demon Flame, right? Take your time to play by yourself. When I kill a few of your teammates, I will come back to talk to you. With a cold smile, the devil wings on his back flapped, and his figure instantly appeared behind a blood-killing player. Explosion! With a forceful pinch of his fist, this player didn't even react, and his head was instantly pinched and exploded. Ding! Congratulations on killing a player. You can obtain 1/5 of that player's legacy, rewarding you with 100 points, and with the Tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on obtaining 1000 points.
WTF? How come it's only 100 points?
Li Mu was confused, turning his head to look at Yang Feng, who was constantly roaring. He instantly understood. Together all of them were preparing for the melee copy and used up all their points? But it doesn't matter, Li Mu is here to kill people. It doesn't matter if there are points or not, it's better if there are. It doesn't hurt if there aren't.
Run! Run!
Li Mu instantly killed one of his teammates, and the remaining blood-killing players didn't know who suddenly shouted, and instantly the few remaining players dispersed in a flurry.
Run? Can you run away?
Instantly turning around, Li Mu's speed nowadays is not something that this group of players can compare to. Devil wings waving, almost right after a player just ran out 2 steps, Li Mu chased after him. Pitch-black magic claws flashed with the light of death. A claw fell, the expected seconds did not appear, a golden light pattern appeared, instantly collapsed, and the player was instantly bounced out of 10 meters. There was a stinging pain coming from the palm of his hand, and at the same time a boost rang out in Li Mu's mind.
You have received a rebound from the amulet and have taken minor damage. Amulet?
Shaking his head, no matter what life-preserving things there were, no one could escape today. The figure shot up. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the player in front. Li Mu didn't hesitate for a second, his palm slapped down again. Death! Without any obstruction, the player spat blood and shot out, and the powerful force instantly shook the player to death in mid-air.
Ding! Congratulations on killing a player. This player has no points.
The blood-killing team counted a total of 7 people including Yang Feng. Now Yang Feng was enveloped by the Hell Demon Flame, 2 players were dead, and only 4 players were still fleeing. Killing heart, looking at the 4 players who were fleeing, Li Mu's gaze was ice cold, and he instantly chased after them.
Kill! Everyone will die.
The time it took to kill the 2 players before and after was only 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Even if the 4 players fled without looking back, they didn't run out far, not to mention, they were still going in the same direction. Li Mu was clear that these people didn't want to run separately, but they couldn't. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the demons were, and even when they reached a certain area, the players would be instantly demonized by the terrifying demonic aura, and they could only run towards the lower level areas. With killing intent on his face, Li Mu's speed was not at all comparable to these players. Listening to the sound of breaking wind coming from behind him, one of the players who was running at the very back had a horrified look on his face, and turned around violently, roaring.
I'll fight you. Bang!
The powerful punch instantly blew him away, spraying blood furiously midway, but not dying. The white chemise instantly shattered. The F-rank chemise defended this player from most of Li Mu's attacks. Flying up to add another kick, without even looking, Li Mu continued to chase towards the front. With the demons in the way, these few players didn't run as fast as imagined. Almost every player had something on them to save their lives, and the thing that hurt Li Mu the most was that these few players basically didn't have any points on them. Slapping the last player to death, Li Mu turned around and looked at Yang Feng, who was roaring and crashing behind him, and his figure flickered and landed not far away.
How's it going? How much longer can your energy shield last? Aren't you begging me to kill you? Don't you think that you're invincible with a shield? 80 chapters of Ruthless Man. Maniac. Dragging a corpse along.
In the middle of the energy shield, Yang Feng looked horrified, constantly roaring. Under the burning of the color of the hellish demonic flames, his bracelet was flickering faster and faster, and the light was also rapidly dimming. The most desperate thing for Yang Feng was that the purple-black demonic flames completely blocked his vision, and he had no idea where he was now, and where he was running towards. He only had this energy shield on his body. Once it shattered, it would be his death. He never thought that Li Mu would have such a terrifying means, that he could even break through a D-grade defense prop. Having already recovered his Demon King transformation long ago, Li Mu leisurely looked at Yang Feng, who was wrapped in hellish demonic flames, and the killing intent in his eyes was enough to chill anyone. Li Mu absolutely did not allow any enemy that could threaten him to exist. As long as there was one, he would definitely strike out brazenly and completely kill it.
This was infinite space, and if you didn't pay the slightest attention, you would die. Getting 10 times the rewarded talent, Li Mu swore that he would become the person who stood at the peak of the pyramid, killing God in God's way, killing Buddha in Buddha's way, killing until no one dared to be their enemy, killing until everyone's heart was chilled. Hell Magic Flame is like a maggot on the bone. Like Energy Shield, this kind of energy type props are typically given for nothing. Want to extinguish the Hell Magic Flame? There are only two ways. The strongest man to break his wrist, or with absolute strength instantly crushed, otherwise life is endless. Hell Devil Flame is more than burning energy, after the shell, and then after the soul, until completely gray. This is the overbearing Hell Demon Flame. Li Mu. You'll die a horrible death. I curse you. You're going to die. Sooner or later, you'll die too. I curse you. Spiteful roars of rage swirled from Yang Feng's side. Li Mu laughed coldly in his heart. Ever since he stepped into the infinite space, he was prepared for the path of being cursed by countless people. If you want to live, you can only step on other people's corpses and bones. The grudge is shocking and the curse is haunting you, but so what? Let your grudge shock the heavens. I will break it with one punch. I was not even his opponent in life. What is a mere curse and grudge? I was wrong. Forgive me. I don't want to die. Please, spare me. I don't want to die. The spiteful curses turned into pleas for mercy. Li Mu raised his eyes to see that the arc of energy shrouded by the Hell Demon Flame was shrinking, and even collapsing in places, thinking that the energy shield was about to run out of energy. Ignoring Yang Feng's dying wail, Li Mu waited quietly for the news of Yang Feng's death. Soon there was no sound from Yang Feng's side. Li Mu frowned. He could be sure that Yang Feng had not died, just why was it so quiet? A crisis suddenly attacked his heart. Li Mu frowned tightly. Without half a minute of hesitation, his figure instantly retreated. The sense of crisis was still terrifying. The devil wings suddenly stretched. In a moment Li Mu flew out more than 100 meters. Boom! A heaven-shaking roar came from the sky. The purple-black demonic flame was blown apart, and the blood mist in the sky was ignited into a purple-black demonic flame almost instantly. The terrifying shockwave caused by the explosion spread, and earth and stone fragments swept with airwaves for hundreds of meters in a circle. Face as black as the bottom of a pot, Li Mu did not expect that Yang Feng would be so decisive, that he would directly blow himself up, so that he did not gain half a point. It would be a lie to say that it wasn't a pity, but Li Mu had no way out. The energy shield wasn't something that the current him could break. However, the purpose was achieved. The blood-killing team was completely wiped out. Li Mu was not too disappointed in his heart. If he was given another chance, he would do the same. Such a thing as capitalizing on the enemy, he would never do it. His points were not lacking to that point. Taking a deep look at the place where Yang Feng died, the smoke and dust dispersed, and the place had turned into a 10-meter-sized huge pit, with spider-web-like cracks densely crawling all over the hundreds of meters of earth in a circle, and the earth was devastated. Turning his head to look at the tattered corpses of the Bloodslayer players on the ground, Li Mu casually pulled up one that was still intact and took a step in the direction of the city. In the intermediate level area, many players were struggling for crystal cores until Li Mu pulled a corpse out, and immediately all the players were startled. That was the recently buzzing Li Mu, right? He actually went to the advanced area? What was he pulling behind him? The corpse of a zombie? Some players were puzzled and tried hard to see what exactly Li Mu was pulling. Hiss! That one being pulled seemed to be Wang Keqian from within the blood-killing team. I definitely won't be mistaken. I've seen this person many times before. A player recognized exactly who the corpse Li Mu was pulling was, and cries of shock instantly rang out, and immediately the nearby players all took several steps back in horror, and some players were even bullied by the demonic creature and suffered minor injuries because they were too shocked. Surprisingly, it really is a member of the Bloodslayer squad. This time the beam can be tied up. The two sides are going to be immortal. This Li Mu was really a ruthless person, even said to kill the people of the blood-killing squad. If the people of the blood-killing squad knew about it, they would definitely make a scene. Listening to these players' comments, Li Mu did not say anything, still walking calmly. Along the way up the demons, Li Mu did not even look at them, casually shot out, but any close to the demons, all were Li Mu shot broken head. He killed them all with a single blow. This kind of strength makes a lot of players in the intermediate area chilled. How to say it is also 5 or 6 points of demons. Can you give some face? We've worked hard to kill one, and you're just going to slap it to death without even looking at it? Regardless of what these players thought, Li Mu pulled the corpse all the way towards the direction of the city, and the players along the way all looked at Li Mu in awe and gave him a path. Infinite space is in awe of the strong. Everything relies on the fist to speak. Strength is the truth. Without strength, there is no such thing as reason. Reason are all out of the fight. The corpse had been ground beyond recognition. Along the way, I don't know how many players witnessed this scene, and in their hearts, while they were in awe of Li Mu, they were also marveling at his madness. Ruthless man. Crazy man. This is the definition that all the players gave Li Mu, because there is a grudge, because the wanted went out to the high-level area to kill a blood-kill player, and then dragged the corpse in the middle of it, walked back unhurriedly, not afraid of being surrounded by the blood-kill players in the middle of it. Under the gaze and even follow of countless players, Li Mu walked all the way to the primary area, and even to the very edge, until close to the city. Li Mu loosened his hand only half of the corpse. Bang!
The corpse fell to the ground, bringing up a small sound, but to the ears of all the players, it was like a clap of thunder. From today onwards, in the F rank area, there will be no more blood killing squad. This
is what happens when you offend me. Chapter 81-84 Li Mu traveling, players retreating, the terror of the Dark Elf King's bloodline.
After having breakfast, Li Mu left the city with Xian Lan and Catherine and plunged headlong into the dark area, and the players along the road made way when they saw Li Mu's figure. This ruthless man had done a great thing yesterday. He had destroyed the blood-killing team by himself, dragged the corpses for more than 10 miles, and laid out the members of the blood-killing team at the edge of the city. This kind of overbearing behavior had scared a lot of people. Blood Kill Team was already famous for arrogant and domineering, now out of a more ruthless, how can these players not be afraid? This is how the world works. The soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the horizontal are afraid of the rash are afraid of the life-threatening. Li Mu was even more terrifying than the life-threatening, and he specializes in wanting other people's lives. Yesterday, Li Mu's words spread throughout the city overnight. I Li Mu hate trouble. If anyone else dares to mess with me, the blood-killing team is the example. Just because of the fear of trouble, the blood-killing team directly eliminate the roots and leaves no one alive, so there is really no trouble. People are dead, the ghosts will come to look for trouble. Now F-class area players understand a reason, afraid of being looking for trouble simple directly first to solve the trouble is not finished? Other people want to kill me is even simpler, I killed him first, dead people will not look for trouble. Li Mu this behavior is simple and rough, but more shocking. On the way, Heart Blue watched the players around them look at their party in awe, even backing away from a distance. What shocked her the most was that a player had clearly dug up the crystal cores, but when he heard Li Mu's name, the cores flew away in fear and didn't dare to pick them up, and hurriedly hid far away. Even if that player was heartbroken, he could only look at the crystal core on the ground, not daring to come over to pick it up, because that crystal core was right in front of where they were walking. It wasn't until after they passed by that Heart Blue turned her head and watched that player pick up the crystal core, and only then did she ask with some curiosity. Brother Li Mu, they seem to be afraid of us? Why is that? On the other side, Catherine was also very curious, but she didn't know that Li Mu had cleaned her up yesterday and came out to do something big. Without even looking at those players, Li Mu knew that what these players were in awe of was just his strength. If he didn't have the strength, the situation definitely wouldn't be like this. Infinite space is a man-eat-man world. Without strength, you can only be slaughtered. Nothing, it's just that after eating Catherine the Goblin yesterday, I came out and wiped out the entire blood-killing team, then dragged the corpses and laid them out near the entrance of the city to warn these players. With a flat tone, Li Mu seemed like he was talking about a very simple matter, which froze Catherine and Heart Blue in their tracks. Then what? Dumbfounded, Heart Blue asked, and still hasn't regained her senses. Then they became like this. As for why? Stopping in his footsteps, Li Mu glanced at the two women and shook his head. This is all because of strength. They are in awe of my strength, not me as a person. They are afraid of death, but not of me. Looking dumbfounded at Li Mu, Xinlan asked, is there a difference? There is. Glancing at Li Mu, Catherine continued, all people will die, but as long as they don't provoke the master, they won't die. Well, stop talking, we have arrived. Let me see how powerful your bloodline is, the bloodline that is claimed to be able to kill God. I still have some expectations. Stopping in his footsteps and looking at the demonic monsters coming out of the higher regions, Li Mu looked at Catherine and said indifferently. Hearing Li Mu's words, Catherine's beautiful turquoise blue eyes flashed with a brilliant light. She was also looking forward to how strong her bloodline was. The figure disappeared just as suddenly. Li Mu didn't even feel how Catherine disappeared, and this bizarre situation caused Li Mu's heart to shake a little. Just based on this hand, this bloodline was worth looking at. Based on the link of the slave contract, Li Mu looked towards a demonic monster, and according to the slave contract's sensing, Catherine was there. The darkness was hidden, and suddenly, a polished white wrist holding a three-pronged military spike appeared, stabbing down at an extremely fast speed. The target was clearly the demon monster's head. Poof! Hiddenly, Li Mu only heard such a slight sound, after which the white wrist quickly disappeared, while the attacked monster was still slowly walking around. The assassination failed? Just when Li Mu was a bit puzzled, the demon monster that was still walking suddenly half-kneeled on the ground and finally collapsed, and on the back of that head, there was clearly a diamond-shaped hole. A single strike killed it. Even the demonic monster didn't react to being killed, still walking in vain. The whole process, in addition to holding a three-pronged military thrust of the hand, appeared for a while, and then no more half a difference. This kind of weird and horrible assassination, in the end, who can block? If this is a Black Knight assassination, any enemy has thousands of horses, there is no effect at all. One strike to kill, far away from thousands of miles, with darkness hunting this skill in, the enemy even want to catch Catherine is difficult. This kind of killer, simply too horrible. Death do not know how to die, but the disadvantages are the same. That is, invincible in the darkness of the night, or shuttle under the shadows. If you encounter that kind of place without half a shadow, Catherine is not so powerful, can only be considered a powerful killer. This kind of bloodline, weird and powerful, lies in that, invincible in the darkness of the night. To know, even he, without the link of the slave contract, can't find Catherine's figure. I don't know if it was the excitement of killing. Catherine's figure jumped in the darkness as if it was instantaneous, and every time the glistening white wrists appeared, it could take away the life of a demonic monster. However, it wasn't long before Catherine reappeared beside Li Mu. At this time, her face was a little pale, but there was a look of excitement in her eyes. It was too powerful. With this bloodline, as long as it's someone I want to kill, unless there's a treasure to protect their life, they will definitely die. Master, I am finally able to help you. Excitedly looking at Li Mu, the Resident Evil world, she was basically in the sauce, even if the heart blue or controlling a liquor, but she did not play a role at all. Now with such a powerful ability, how can she not be excited? A woman is a woman who pleases herself, inside the infinite space, although not to say, but Catherine in Heart Blue, still proud to help Li Mu. Every woman wants to show herself in front of her man. Heart Blue like this, Catherine is the same. But some pity, now awakening bloodline degree is too low, only killed a dozen monsters, the magic power in the body is insufficient. Chapter 85, All Boosted, Infinite Stores Surprise. Infinite Space, honored by Bloodline. Bloodline is honored because it can significantly improve personal attributes, but also provide powerful skills and talents. Bloodline is the foundation of the player's power. Without Bloodline players, within the same stage, is simply not able to fight with the players with Bloodline. Skills? You have, Bloodline players have the same, unless the restraints are too severe, or the one who loses will definitely be the player without a Bloodline. Bloodline is powerful, but it has a big disadvantage, that is, Bloodline is not obtained on the end of the matter, but also need a little bit of fusion. The more powerful the Bloodline, the fusion of Bloodline is more difficult. For example, Li Mu's Demon King's bloodline was powerful, but it required a lot of points, while Xanlan's Phantom Demon's bloodline required the essence of a powerful bloodline, which seemed easy, but in reality? Which player with such a bloodline wasn't a self-appointed noble and powerful overlord-level character? Will simply give the body to others to play? First of all, the heart cannot pass that hurdle. Even if there is a beloved man, but the essence is a person's top priority, the phantom is known as a juicer, ordinary bloodline cannot stand? Don't look at Li Mu every day to suppress the heart of the blue to live and hobble. Many high bloodline inside, only the Demon King bloodline and High Dragon bloodline can have this kind of ability. Otherwise, even if they were replaced with the same SSS class bloodline, they would have to be squeezed dry. Higher bloodline is powerful, but it is also difficult to raise the degree of awakening. Now the degree of awakening of Heart Blue's bloodline is only 7%, want to raise it to 10%, still need to communicate with Li Mu more. Looking at Catherine's somewhat pale pretty face, Li Mu smiled and said, "It's all the same, we came this way in the beginning, slowly raise the bloodline awakening degree, what are your requirements?" Speaking of this, Catherine spoke with some joy in her eyes. The way I upgrade my bloodline is simple, I just need to kill these monsters, just like upgrading skill proficiency, kill a monster, upgrade a little. Killing monsters to upgrade, that's not bad. Since this is the case, it just so happens that you have time in these few days, let's raise your bloodline here, and when the time comes, when the new infinite world opens in a few days, that's when it's time for your bloodline to shine. A few days of time in the blink of an eye, these days inside Li Mu and Heart Blue, two girls in the daytime in the dark area brush crystal core, night at home to exchange life ideals, spare Heart Blue and Catherine, two people teamed up, every day also by Li Mu clean up the legs, walking are not good. And the results of these days are quite good. Li Mu harvested 30 crystal cores, Catherine 36, Heart Blue 31. On the living room sofa, Li Mu held a pile of crystal cores in his hand and crushed them with force. The 30 crystal cores plus the 20 from before, a total of 50 crystal cores, were distributed in a 14:12:12:12 manner. His physique was strengthening, Li Mu felt his strength growing even more, his mind was clearer, and his body had become much lighter. 50 crystal cores brought 5 points of attributes, this enhancement could be clearly felt. Character, Li Mu. Strength, 84. Agility, 75. Spirit, 78. Physique, 77. Hidden attributes. Charisma, 100 SSS. Gnosis, 40. Luck, 21. Magic power, 6060. Each point of magic power can maintain the Demon King's form for 1 second. Magic recovery speed, 12 per hour. Comprehensive strength evaluation, F. Special bloodline, Demon King bloodline SSS. Bloodline awakening level, 10100. Skills, Demon King transformation, Hell Magic Flame, Dark Magic Ball, primary recovery. Talent, Tenfold reward. Possessions, Dark Bloodline Gift Pack 710, 10% off Prop Card X8, Replacement Puppet Bound, T-Virus Potion X3, Energy Shield Grade D. Character points, 203100. Teammate, Li Xinlan, Catherine. Slave, Catherine. After checking the current attributes, Li Mu let out a long breath. 3 attributes of 7 points or more, strength attribute of 8 points or more. This kind of strength, it can be called horrible. Put it in the real world, it's already considered as a small superhero that level. Opening his eyes, his sight swept over Xinlan's body, and an attribute information flashed in front of Li Mu's eyes. Character, Li Xinlan. Strength, 6. Agility, 7. Spirit, 9. Physique, 62. Overall strength rating, F. Special bloodline, Phantom SSS.
Bloodline Awakening level 8100. Skills: Charm Demon Transformation, Eye of Charm, Primary Recovery. Talent: Charm SS. Possessed items: Energy Shield Grade D, Substitute Puppet Bound. Character points: 3,100 points. Captain: Lee Mu. Heart Blue's side also improved a lot. 59 crystal cores, 10 to 15 to 24 to 10 ratio down. Heart Blue's attributes are always good, the same as SS class bloodline. Heart Blue's is obviously still a bit weaker. Eyes swept to Catherine. Lee Mu similarly nodded, at least it was hanging on to a king level bloodline. Catherine's enhancement was also obvious. Character: Catherine. Master: Lee Mu. Strength: 74. Agility: 78. Spirit: 73. Physique: 6. Comprehensive Strength Rating: F. Special Bloodline: Dark Elf King. Bloodline Awakening level 5100. Skills: Dark Elf Transformation, Heart of Darkness, Darkness Hunt. Talent: Unable to hit. Possessed items: Substitute Golem Bound, Energy Shield Grade D. Character points: 3700. Compared to Heart Blue, Catherine was more well-rounded, with 10:10:10:9. The powerful evasion rate of the Dark Elf King's bloodline seemed to predispose Catherine to not focus too much on her constitution, but there was no harm in adding more points. The higher the constitution, the more tenacious the vitality, and being alive was the capital of everything. Considering that he was about to start the next world, glancing at the time, it was already 8 a.m. Under normal circumstances, there was still an hour left before he had to participate in the third Infinity game. Lee Mu planned to see if there was anything to buy inside the store. Opening the Infinite store, Lee Mu kept searching. Originally he was planning to kill some time, just really let him find something that caught his eye. Flash, Grade C skill, Spatial Class. When used, it can span a distance and instantly appear in another location. This skill can be upgraded. Price: 20,000 points. Flash? This was a good skill, one that could save one's life at critical moments. 20,000 points? Buy it. The idea went down, and another skill appeared in front of Lee Mu's eyes. Teleportation, B-rank skill, Spatial Class. After using it, you can specify to teleport to a certain area. You need to have a specified target. This skill can be upgraded. Selling price: 50,000 points. Hiss. Another Spatial Class skill. This one definitely has a great use. It saves on rushing and such. 50,000 points is definitely not a loss. 50,000 points? Buy it. There were too many things inside the Infinite Store to be able to accidentally see these two good skills. Lee Mu was very satisfied. Just as he was about to close it, the corner of his eye suddenly saw something, and immediately Lee Mu sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. Surprisingly, there was this kind of good stuff. Chapter 86, Props that surprise Lee Mu. The third game begins. I go. There's even this kind of prop inside the Infinite Store? The moment he saw this prop, Lee Mu was shocked. It wasn't how powerful this prop was, on the contrary, this prop wasn't very good, at least for the other players in Infinite Space. But for Lee Mu, it wasn't. Character replacement card, unrated props, can replace a character in the Infinite World, can't replace the main character, supporting characters, use requirements, have the exact character's name, living location, and personal biography. These three requirements, at least two can be used. Selling price: 10,000 points. Character replacement card. This was actually a character replacement card. Although the requirements were very harsh, not being able to replace the protagonist in supporting characters, and requiring so much more, for Lee Mu, this prop card was really useful. If it was the other players in the Infinite World who might think that this thing was a chicken rib, because they didn't even know the characters inside the game world, not to mention those three harsh requirements, this thing was naturally useless. But not for Lee Mu. 2 consecutive worlds, and even from the information he got from Dead Fatty, Lee Mu could confirm that the worlds experienced were all the anime, games, and movies on Earth and so on. He was very knowledgeable about these. Even if the replacement was not the main character, it could still bring a lot of convenience. Redemption. Ding. Deducting 10,000 points. Congratulations on obtaining a character replacement card. Deducting 10,000 points instantly, together with the 70,000 points from before, Lee Mu spent 80,000 points this time, but Lee Mu wasn't heartbroken. What he got was definitely far more than what he paid. Exiting the Infinite Store, opening his personal backpack, looking at the character replacement card inside, Lee Mu rubbed his fists together and seemed to have already planned to use up this prop card in the next world. In addition to this prop card, Lee Mu still has 2 skills that he hasn't used yet, but there's no hurry now. Lee Mu looked at Shinlan and said, Heart Blue, I'll give you 70,000 points. You buy a skill called Flash and Teleportation inside the Infinite Store. This skill will help you a lot. Hearing Lee Mu say this, Shinlan also did not have any pretense. People are Lee Mu's, what else can be pretense? Points once again lowered, Lee Mu some spending down, 200,000 points instantly bottomed out, only 50,000 or so points left, but these are enough. I believe that in the next world, the spent can still all earn back. Eyes looking toward Catherine, Lee Mu thought or said. Heart Blue doesn't have any life preservation or escape skills. Without letting Lee Mu say more, Catherine knows that Lee Mu this is afraid of her messy thoughts. Charming smile, the master does not need to say more, Catherine understands.
In the past few days by Li Mu doused I do not know how many times, now Catherine. Ahem, no need to call master, now we are all on our own, it's not good to call master again. Coughing, if this were any other time, Li Mu would directly roll over and get on his horse, but right now the next world is about to start, Li Mu can only extinguish this thought.
No, slave girl just want to call so, master do not think that this is more flavorful?
The pink fluffy tongue licked on the herb lips, the seductive breath came to the surface, originally has been in the restraint of the king's power instantly manifested the existence of the flag raised high to see the Catherine giggled.
Goblin.
Gritting his teeth and glaring at Catherine, Li Mu had already decided that when he went to the game world, if it was convenient, he would definitely clean up this little goblin. In order to avoid this little goblin from teasing himself again, Li Mu put his attention inside his backpack and used the two skills of flash and teleportation with his mind.
Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the spatial class skill, Flash. Ding.
Congratulations on acquiring the spatial skill, teleportation. A stream of spatial arcana entered his mind, and Li Mu only felt his head spinning, as the understanding originating from space was continuously digested by him. It took a long time to open his eyes, Li Mu knocked his head and couldn't help but exhale a breath. The power of space, it's still too vast, just flashing and teleporting are so arcane. Opening the skill bar, Li Mu checked these two skills. Flash, using the power of space, you can instantly move in all directions for a distance, limited to 10 meters, with a cooldown of 1 hour, this skill can be upgraded at the cost of points. Teleportation, utilizing the power of space to open the art of teleportation, you can specify the teleportation to a certain area, you need to have an accurate target location, the distance is unlimited, limited to a single person teleportation, the cooldown time is 1 hour, this skill can be upgraded at the cost of points. Both skills are very good, Li Mu is very satisfied, as for spending points to upgrade, Li Mu did not consider, this matter is better to wait until later. Retracting his thoughts, his eyes looked towards Xinlan. It seemed that Xinlan was also familiarizing himself with these two skills. Looking at the time, there were still 5 minutes to go, it would be 9 o'clock. It doesn't take long to familiarize with the skills. Soon Heart Blue opened his eyes, his face was full of joy, obviously these two skills Heart Blue was very satisfied.
Ding!
The third game of the Infinite game has officially begun, please get ready, the teleportation will begin immediately. With a heartbeat, Li Mu collected his mind, the teleportation light pillar appeared, and the three Li Mu who were originally sitting on the sofa instantly disappeared. After the sense of weightlessness disappeared, Li Mu opened his eyes, and only after seeing Heart Blue and Catherine did he breathe a sigh of relief. Sweeping his sight around, Li Mu frowned and realized that there seemed to be a bit too many people this time. Inside the huge space, under a careful count, there were a full 42 people.
A large copy?
Li Mu didn't think that the third game, where none of their attributes had reached 10 points, had dropped them inside a melee copy.
Not only was Li Mu surprised, the players who were dropped over were also a bit surprised. Why are there so many people this time? My attributes haven't even reached 10 points yet, this isn't a melee copy, is it?
Bull melee copies aren't like this at all. I heard the intelligence peddler say that melee copies are at least 100 people or more, this should be a versus copy or a large copy, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people.
I think it's about the same, after all, more than 40 people's copies, in addition to the melee copy, can only be a battle copy or large copy, otherwise there will not be so many people. I hope we don't encounter the zombie siege kind of large pitiful copies, or I'm afraid it's going to be cold. Please shut up, last world I just escaped from the zombie siege, more than 80 players, alive out of even less than 10. Listening to these players' comments, Li Mu's three looked at each other and quietly waited for the prompt from Infinite Space. Ding!
This world is a versus copy, the camp selection is Rice and Hydra.
Ding!
Release a mission for the Rice camp, help Rice stop Hydra from nuking the world.
Ding!
Release the Hydra camp mission, help Hydra destroy the world.
Ding! Once the camp is selected it cannot be changed, this game world will open in 5 minutes, please choose in time, players who have not chosen a camp at the start of the game, erase. Chapter 87 using character replacement card, Camp Quest. A camp-based versus game?
After the tone disappeared, all the players present froze, they just said that, they didn't realize that it was really a camp-type battle game, no wonder there were so many players present. But after thinking about it, these players' faces weren't very good. Camp-type games, survival-type games are not the type that players like, because the mortality rate is too high, once the mission fails, it is either death or backward points, so above the camp, it must be careful cannot be more careful. At this time, all the players' mission panels have been refreshed, looking at the mission, all the players are silent one by one, completely unaware of how to choose.
Does everyone have an idea? As I see it, why don't we join Hydra?
Destroying the world seems to be relatively simple, stopping it looks like hard work. In the crowd, a man with tattoos on his arms and a burly figure scanned the circle before opening his mouth, and the majestic power within his body caused many of the surrounding players to subconsciously look over. We are players of the infinite world, destined to be different from those ordinary people, we are the equivalent of humanoid pointy soldiers, wanting to help Hydra destroy the world is still relatively simple.
As we all know, destroying is always easier than guarding, there's only one day to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief, what does everyone think?
What the lanky man said does make sense, this point Li Mu does not deny, but he does not intend to go to Hydra, he has his own ideas, the main thing is that he knows the plot, this is the biggest help.
Use the character replacement card. Ding. Please point out the character you wish to replace. Note that the character replacement card cannot replace the protagonist or supporting characters of the original world. The requirements: you need to have the exact name of the character, the location where they live, and their personal biography. The 3 requirements should be reached by at least 2 of them. These 3 requirements, non-Earth people are certainly not mentioned, coupled with the high price of 10,000 points, will not be thrown for nothing, and only familiar with the plot, Li Mu dare to spend this money to buy. Team America 1, this time is definitely earned off.
Sighing, Li Mu's heart silently read, alternative character life location for the Soviet Union Red Room, personal biography for the Rice Army in the Soviet Union undercover agent, Red Room instructor, colonel rank.
Ding.
Character replacement card in use, personal name not given, this requirement has not been met, location of life retrieval, this requirement has been met, personal biography retrieval, this requirement has been met, character replacement card use successful.
Ding. The character's name is not determined, please confirm the name by the player himself.
The beep in his head made Li Mu's taut heart relax, and after thinking about it, he said,
use name, Li Mu. Ding.
Player profile has been determined, name Li Mu, undercover agent dispatched to the USSR by the meter country to detect the specifics of the Red Room, colonel rank, position is Red Room instructor.
Ding, you have automatically selected the Rice Camp, do you wish to teleport now?
You will be teleported to the Soviet Red Room.
No.
Li Mu still had something to say to Xinlan and the girls. If this suddenly left, these 2 girls would probably be anxious. Xinlan, Catherine, let's pick the Rice Camp, but I won't be going with you for a while, so be careful on your own when you get to the Rice side, and don't trust anyone else, got it?
Brother Li Mu, what about you?
As an authentic plot party, Xinlan didn't have any opinions, it's just that Li Mu won't go with them, which kind of made her puzzled. Li Mu didn't explain too much and just responded, I'm going to another place, you 2 should be careful, I'll meet up with you soon.
Okay, we know, but brother Li Mu, you have to come quickly. Without asking too many questions, Xianlan nodded and said, Ding.
There are still 10 seconds until the end of the countdown. Players who haven't chosen a camp yet, please pay attention. Players who haven't chosen a camp by the end of the countdown will be wiped out. The 2 words filled with the aura of death caused many players to panic in their hearts and hurriedly determined their chosen camp.
Ding.
The countdown is over, the camp quest has begun, pay attention. Every time you kill a player from a hostile camp, you will receive 1,000 points.
Ding. Teleportation will now begin.
A familiar feeling of vertigo came over him, and after the vision in front of him cleared up, Li Mu couldn't help but turn his gaze around. He should be in his own room now, which was the replacement instructor, and judging from the surrounding decorations and the size of the room, the Red Room's instructor was still treated very well.
Ding.
The identity replacement has been completed, and the camp mission is now released. Mainline Mission 1, Stop Hydra from nuking the world, reward points 2,000 points, failure deducts points 4,000 points, insufficient points, obliterate. Main Mission 2, ensure the survival of Captain Steve Rogers until the end of the game, and stop Hydra's assassination of Captain Steve Rogers, reward points 1,000, failure deducts 2,000 points, insufficient points, obliterate. Mainline Mission 3, kill 100 Hydra soldiers, reward points 1,000 points, failure deducts points 2,000 points, insufficient points, obliterate. The tone disappeared, Li Mu opened the mission panel and took a look at it, and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This time the mission rewards can be said to be very generous, all complete a full 6,000 points, but the punishment is equally high, a full 8,000 points, not to mention that there are also camp killing tasks, kill a hostile camp players as 1,000 points. If either side wins, the winning side will definitely earn a lot of money, as for the losing side, it is estimated to be wiped out.
Knock.
A knock came on the door, Li Mu's gaze flinched, he hadn't forgotten that this was the Red Room, the Soviet Union's secret agent organization. Once his identity was leaked, it would definitely be troublesome.
Who? The voice naturally came out, Li Mu subconsciously blurted out, just when he thought it was going to be bad, he unexpectedly realized that it was in Soviet language. Instructor Li, today is the day for selecting agent candidates, and you are needed. Selection of agents? Li Mu's eyes flashed with essence and he said in a deep voice. Right away, wait outside the door. Yes, sir instructor. Standing up from the bed, Li Mu looked down at the clothing on his body. He didn't know when it had turned into a Soviet uniform. After checking that he didn't find anything wrong, Li Mu then pushed open the door. Leading the way in front. Following the guard leading the way, Li Mu came to a huge square. In this square, at this time, there were nearly 100 girls standing, their eyes swept over. Noticing his sight, these girls stood one by one nervously. Raising his hand, Li Mu had little expression on his face and ordered, "Give me the list of these agents." Chapter 88, Young Black Widow, Is It Wrong to Be Too Handsome? The early morning sunlight was a little white. The Soviet Union was close to the poles and cold all year round, so much so that the sun's rays weren't even that harsh. Natasha Romanoff came out of the line. The young girl with long date red hair standing in the queue heard Li Mu's call and couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart as she hurriedly stepped forward and said, Report instructor. Natasha Romanoff is waiting for your instructions.
The young girl's crisp voice was somewhat rakish, a characteristic of the Soviet language, and with his gaze turned, Li Mu looked towards this female agent who had a strong mark in the history of Marvel, with an inexplicable light in his eyes. The young girl was still young, but her body had already grown. Western girls develop earlier, such as the Natasha in front of her. Date red hair in the sunrise irradiation exudes a faint golden glow, delicate face like a porcelain doll, white face with a seductive halo, still some tender delicate body like a green apple, although some sour, but let a person cannot help but want to taste her flavor. Surveying the Natasha in front of her, no one would have thought that it was such a young girl who was already proficient in an unknown number of killing techniques, and would have so many tragic histories afterward. To say in the Marvel series, if Li Mu preferred which few women, Natasha was one of them, that is, the later Black Widow, and now that he has the opportunity to come to Team America 1, Li Mu naturally does not want Natasha to be so tragic in the future.
Handing the list to the soldier next to him, Li Mu opened his mouth and said, "Just her." The guard accompanying Li Mu was confused. "Just pick one?" "Sir instructor, you need to pick 10 agents, after which they will undergo a week of special training, and then let them compete for the Black Widow's name, you see?"
Squinting at the guard next to him, Li Mu said in a cold voice,
"Soldier, do I need you to teach me what to do?"
Being startled, the guard hurriedly said, dare not, my subordinate is just afraid that you forget before reminding. Everything is based on the will of the instructor first." Inside the red room, the instructor is the sky, and he, a small soldier, is nothing at all. The line of sight returned to the young girl in front of him. Li Mu opened his mouth and said, "Follow me." Not daring to be slow, Natasha followed behind Li Mu. Her heart was a little apprehensive. Inside the red room, the instructors were all very strict and bad-tempered. There were quite a few contemporaries of the agents who were trained to death alive because of offending the instructors, or were sent to carry out tasks that would surely lead to death. Natasha was scared now. She didn't know what she was about to face would be.
"Natasha, you're scared? Your breathing is rapid, your muscles are tense from tension, your heart is beating too fast. Are you afraid of me?"
The footsteps stopped. With Li Mu's 5 senses nowadays, he could easily detect Natasha's abnormality, which made Li Mu couldn't help but sigh. The current Natasha was still too young, and didn't have the valor at all that she had when she officially debuted.
"I instructor I." Panicked and not knowing what to do, Natasha's body was tense, and her words were somewhat at a loss. Turning around, looking at the young girl in front of her who did not dare to raise her head, Li Mu opened his mouth and said, "Look up at me. Today I'll teach you a truth. No matter when, you have to hold your head high and color the moon hun. Averting your eyes and being afraid of these negative situations will only make you die faster." The serious and cold voice was like a pot of cold water, instantly calming Natasha down. Looking up at Li Mu's handsome face, Natasha couldn't help but freeze. "I know I'm handsome, but on the battlefield if you would also be dumbfounded, the current you would already be dead." The voice was icy cold. Li Mu was a bit puzzled in his heart. What's wrong with this Natasha? How did she make so many mistakes one after another? Can't walk when she sees a handsome man? He shouldn't have chosen the wrong person, right? Thinking of this, Li Mu couldn't help but glance at Natasha. "Are you sure you're Natasha Romanoff? In my impression, you're not this bad." "Not this bad in my impression?" Natasha was a little confused in her mind.
"Sir instructor, I am Natasha Romanoff, currently on this side of the red room. I am the only one with this name. Normally I wouldn't be like this, it's just that the aura on you, instructor, is too terrifying. It exceeds those instructors many times over. And just now when I looked at you, it felt like I was hypnotized. My consciousness couldn't concentrate at all, and I could only look at your face and be dumbfounded, as if I was sucked by a magnet." Frozen for a moment, Li Mu instantly understood. Agents like Natasha were able to sense the approximate strength of their enemies. His current strength had exceeded that of ordinary people by an unknown number of times. Even those so-called instructors, he could kill a piece of them with one hand, and it was natural that standing beside him would be very stressful. As for seeing his face as if he was hypnotized and couldn't move away at all, Li Mu couldn't help but glance at his attribute panel. With 100 points of charisma, it should be that this played a role. Coupled with the Demon King's domineering evilness, it was normal for Natasha, a fledgling little girl, to look dumbfounded. It all boils down to this. "I'm too handsome?" Li Mu did not know what to say in his heart. These days it is not good to be handsome, and it is not good to have too much charisma. Knowing the problem, Li Mu didn't look for trouble with Natasha anymore, and turned his head towards his training ground. On this side of the red room, instructors training trainees have training grounds, and naturally, Li Mu also had one, except that there were only 2 people on this training ground, Li Mu and Natasha. Standing face to face, Li Mu stared at the Natasha in front of him. At this time she was already a budding flower. The day of blooming was not far away. With his teaching, Natasha would definitely not be that Black Widow again. "Today is the first day. There's nothing to teach you. There's nothing to teach you. All I can do is to raise your strength as much as possible. Being transformed, you have a talent that surpasses that of ordinary human beings. Now I'm attacking you. In order to stay alive, work hard on your defense and counterattack." With a stamp of his foot, Li Mu's figure instantly exploded out, and a fist blasted towards Natasha. Bang! There was no room for half resistance at all. With a punch in her belly, Natasha instantly flew backwards, rolling on the grass several times in a row before stopping. Coldly looking at Natasha on the ground, Li Mu opened his mouth and said, "This punch, I only used the equivalent of twice the strength and speed of an ordinary person. Stand up, or die under my next blow." Covering her belly, Natasha got up with difficulty. Li Mu didn't push too much. Training also needs to come little by little. As long as Natasha's will is still there, it's good.
Bang! Get up! Bang! Get up!
Are you playing dead on the ground? 89 Chapter Pitiful Camp Mission, Training Natasha. Li Mu was training Natasha on the Soviet side, while Catherine and Heart Blue were dropped off in New York, a country of rice. Heart Blue hadn't been to New York and had no idea where was where, but fortunately with Catherine around, at this time the two women had found a place and were calculating how they were going to succeed in joining the army. Yes, we're transported over to the two of them are ordinary citizens. The first task is to successfully join the army. Within a month to become a soldier in the United States. The mission directly failed. The result is to wipe out. If you cannot even join the army, the back of the main task is simply open. The necessity is not. The two people are not Li Mu, come up to the rank of colonel. Simply even the premise of the task did not take a hint.
Catherine, why don't I control those officers and put the two of us in? At that time, we will wait for Li Mu's brother to come over. What do you think?
Thinking about it, this is the only way. Catherine nodded and said, "This is good. Hell knows how there are so many problems in this era. Surprisingly, women joining the army is so troublesome.
They have tried to enroll in the army before, but unfortunately the door did not go in. People only need men who can hold a gun and fight in the war. Just this one, they want to enroll in the army closed the possibility."
Heart Blue, you wait for me here first, I'll go and get some information.
As the words fell, Catherine's figure disappeared into the darkness.
It wasn't just Catherine and Heart Blue, almost all of the players had encountered this situation. The Hydra side was fine, as long as you show your loyalty to Hydra, great, then you're a member of Hydra. On the other hand, on the right side, the few players who were already few were suddenly dumbfounded.
What the hell? Still want to join the army? There wasn't even an identity.
However, the physical quality of the players basically far exceeded the requirements, and almost on the day of the selection of the soldiers, they managed to be selected with fake resumes, and even caused a bit of a stir. After all, the physical qualities that far exceeded normal people by a few times, a lot of big shots were more than interested.
Soviet Red Room, training ground.
A fist blasted out, Natasha was once again sent flying. Looking at Natasha who fell to the ground and struggled hard to get up, Li Mu couldn't help but side-eye her for her toughness. 2 hours time, Natasha was blown away by him more than 60 times. Each punch has 100 kilograms of power, not to mention such a little girl, even if the boxing champion came, was so beaten probably will not be able to stand up.
This is a solid center punch, not a block.
That's it for today, training is over. The icy voice had never made Natasha feel so pleasing to the ear. 2 hours of time, she had an incomparably torturous time, constantly standing up, constantly being knocked out, and now there was no place in her body that didn't hurt, and it hurt even more in her stomach as if she was being churned up. This instructor was too terrifying. The look of wanting to beat her to death made her heart cringe. Step. Lying on the ground, listening to the sound of footsteps ringing in her ears, Natasha couldn't help but look up, only to see Li Mu walking towards her.
Teaching instructor.
Looking at Natasha struggling to get up, Li Mu couldn't help but squat down and hold her. Bending down to pick her up, Li Mu turned his head and walked back to the room. Being held by Li Mu like this, Natasha was a little terrified, her blank gaze looking at the side of Li Mu's face, completely unsure of what this instructor wanted to do. After being beaten for 2 hours today, Natasha was even more intimidated by Li Mu, and that stemmed from strength. As far as Natasha was concerned, there was no comparison between those instructors and Li Mu in the past, and although she couldn't beat those instructors either, at least it wouldn't be like this, without the slightest resistance.
Instructor, what are you doing? Being put on the bed, watching Li Mu start to undress herself, Natasha couldn't help but panic.
Self-consciously undressing Natasha's clothes, Li Mu swept her a glance. His tone was still ice cold. "You bean sprouts I can't look at. Today's injuries, if I don't heal you quickly, you'll be wasted." Being said to be bean sprouts, Natasha Hart is not convinced. She is now the age is small, but the development is very good. In the women's dormitory side, she raised the biggest buns, a hand cannot catch. Looking at Natasha's body full of bruises and injuries that are beaten out by him in a circle, if replaced by an ordinary person, I'm afraid that it would have been killed, and Natasha is only seriously injured, enough to prove how powerful the transformation potion is. Pressing his palm on those wounds and rubbing lightly, the magic power little by little unblocked Natasha's blocked blood vessels, alleviating the injuries. Curiously looking at Li Mu, Natasha was a little surprised and puzzled. Whenever Li Mu's hand was placed on a place, it didn't hurt anymore, and it was also a little cool, such a magical thing she had never seen before.
Does it hurt?
Subconsciously asked. Natasha subconsciously nodded her head and hastily shook her head. The pitiful look Li Mu could not help but hook a smile at the corner of the mouth. Dumbly looking at Li Mu's curved angle, Natasha was attracted again. "Instructor, you look really good when you smile."
HM?
Instantly awakened, looking at Li Mu who had once again raised his face, Natasha hurriedly lowered her head and didn't dare to speak more. After repairing all the injuries, Li Mu stood up and said, "Rest for a while, continue training in the afternoon, don't just remember to defend, but also attack appropriately, disrupt my rhythm so that you can get beaten less, I'll go out first, you rest." Turning her head towards the door, in the bedroom, Natasha looked at Li Mu's back as he walked out, some warmth in her heart. She had seen a lot of indifference over the past 10 years or so. No one had ever given her this kind of warmth, even though it looked icy cold, the care sandwiched in there, she could still feel it. The instructor seemed to be okay too, it would be better if he didn't have a stern face. Standing on the training ground, for Natasha, Li Mu had already had a belly-to-belly. He didn't know any fighting techniques, might as well train Natasha's strength and agility. If she could remain undefeated under his attacks, those ordinary agents were not worth mentioning at all, and the name of Black Widow would naturally fall on Natasha's head. And in the end, it was Li Mu's time to enjoy her. Of course, it wasn't Li Mu who wanted to, but it was stipulated that every Black Widow who walked out of the Red Room needed an instructor to deflower her, that is, to break her body, and to completely break all thoughts of it. As for why it was so stipulated, Li Mu was not clear. Just as Li Mu stopped to think, at the entrance of the training ground, Natasha's voice slowly appeared. Turning his head in some surprise and looking at Natasha who walked over, Li Mu realized that he somewhat understood why the Natasha of the later life was so outstanding. "Instructor Natasha has rested enough, please start." 9091 Chapter 9091 Natasha's Progress and Love, Raise the Flag. The morning in the Soviet Union is always so cold, the miserable sunrise does not bring much temperature, maybe just brightness and some heart comfort. Walking out the door of the room, followed by Li Mu, was Natasha wearing a black leather jacket. This outfit was prepared by Li Mu for her long ago. Without the black leather jacket, is it still the same Black Widow? This body tights in the original version of the basis of changing the zipper into a seamless structure. The entire leather jacket, only neck where the round neck is the only way out, completely eliminated the possibility of going bare. As for the clothes, how to take off and how to put on, only Li Mu and Natasha, two people, know. "Remember? 7 days ago, this is how I brought you here. At that time you were very nervous, and looked at me to be dumbfounded." Walking on the road, Li Mu had a smile on his face as he talked about the scene 7 days ago. Walking behind Li Mu, the leather-clad Natasha was simply the center of attention. Although still young, her delicate face and devilish figure were enough to attract all men's eyes. Exquisite face with a slight blush, Natasha glanced at Li Mu in front of her and said, "Even now, Natasha still looks at the instructor and is dumbfounded. The magic power on the instructor, Natasha can't help it." He lightly laughed twice. Li Mu shook his head and said, "Just you speak well." Still that square, Li Mu brought Natasha to the time. The personnel have almost all arrived. Li Mu, two people came in, immediately attracted do not know how many eyes, but here are not ordinary people. Quickly put the line of sight or collected back. Return to the team. The tone was flat, and from within Li Mu's words, there was no way to hear the far more unusual relationship between the two. "Yes, instructor." Returning to the line in silence, under the instruction of certain instructors, explaining the rules, as the gate behind the training ground opened, 100 female agents trained by the Red Room quickly rushed into the dimly lit jungle. The Black Widow's selection was a total of 3 days. Li Mu didn't care too much. After 3 days, Li Mu believed that Natasha would return safely. Turning back to the instructor's dormitory, Li Mu closed the door and silently clicked on his personal attributes. The line of sight was pulled down, looking at a certain skill that he had previously acquired, and under Li Mu's intentional control, a beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Upgrading the teleportation skill requires consuming 50,000 points. The next level can form a teleportation gate, which can teleport the unit 2 people to a specified location. Please ask if you want to upgrade? Without hesitation, Li Mu nodded and said softly, "Yes." Ding! Deducting 50,000 points, the teleportation skill is upgraded to a teleportation gate. After 5 seconds of preparation time, it can form a teleportation gate that is 1 meter wide and 2 meters high, and can teleport 2 people at once. Upgrading the teleportation skill to a teleportation gate, Li Mu sighed in relief, but looking at the only 3,100 points left, Li Mu smiled bitterly. The points were really fast. Remembering that there were 200,000 before he came, he bought a few skills and was left with 50,000. Now that he upgraded his skills, it was even better. It directly became a 4-digit number. Li Mu didn't even dare to think about how hard it would be for those players. After all, this skill needed to consume a really large number of points, but those players had those players' way of living. He just shortened the process infinitely. Upgrading teleportation to portal, Li Mu was considered to be high. If he didn't have the skill of portal, he wouldn't have been able to take Natasha away. He was destined to go back to Rice. The USSR wasn't a battlefield. And it's been so many days. Heart Blue and the girls are 80% getting anxious. Heart Blue and Catherine have indeed gotten anxious. It's been 7 days without seeing Li Mu's shadow. If it wasn't for Catherine's half-heartedness, they would have thought that Li Mu had an accident. "I must work hard to save points, and then buy a thing that can communicate, otherwise there is no way to contact Li Mu's brother. This kind of dry waiting cannot do anything, feeling is too unbearable." Stomped his little feet. Li Mu does not live these days. Heart Blue looks a little anxious, just like without a backbone. Catherine is not much better. The first love of a woman will always suffer, afraid that Li Mu met some danger outside. Don't think about it, the master's side will be fine. Don't forget, the master still has teleportation. A few seconds of time can be teleported over, no one can stop him at all.
Saying this as if he was self-consoling, Shinlan nodded his head, and peace returned to the room once again.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Red Room training ground. Li Mu came here for the third time, and after this time, it was the last time he came here. At the back door of the training ground, under Li Mu's quiet gaze, a figure suddenly appeared at the back door that hadn't seen a silhouette for a long time. Long date red hair, exquisite face, blue eyes, black leather jacket with some dust and bloodstains. The figure was a little tired but determined to walk towards the training ground. The gates of the training ground slowly closed. The long-awaited senior officials of the Red Room looked at the returning Natasha and said with a somewhat gloomy face, "Congratulations, Natasha Romanoff agent, 3 days of selection, through trials and tribulations, you can return intact. I will grant you the title of Black Widow, from now on to replace your name, only the code name, Black Widow." In fact, the so-called ceremony is just that. After the ceremony was completed, the senior official of the Red Room called away Li Mu, did not know what to say. Li Mu came out with a somewhat playful look. Palm raised, looking at something in his hand that resembled a pill and a chip, Li Mu finally understood what the so-called first night was all about. It was nothing more than utilizing the day of the first night to implant this controller into Natasha's body, thus controlling Natasha, and the fact that Natasha couldn't give birth later on was probably because the uterus was taken out in order to take out this time bomb. But now, putting this controller in place, Li Mu walked towards his residence as if nothing had happened. Pushing open the door, Li Mu was a bit surprised. In front of the doorway, Natasha Naru was wearing that leather jacket, quietly looking at him, as if she had been waiting for him to come back. Closing the door, Li Mu could not help but ask, "Waiting for me?" Thinking of what is going to happen next, Natasha had some expectations in her heart, nodded and opened her mouth. "Instructor, Natasha was injured during the selection. Can you treat me?" Natasha has no way to open the leather jacket now.
Injured? There's no way to open the leather jacket?
Li Mu tensed up for a moment, and hurriedly walked over, shutting down the incorrect look on Natasha's face. Her hands touched her back twice, and in an instant, the black leather jacket was just unraveled. After a few days, Natasha's petite body was still so flawless. Li Mu nervously gazed around, and didn't find any wounds. Then he was puzzled.
Where was the wound?
Being touched all over by Li Mu, Natasha's pretty face oriented into a piece, pulling Li Mu's hand to put it under her belly. "Here's a big wound. Instructor, quickly help me patch it up. It bleeds every month." 9293 Chapter Steve and his little partner Bucky confused.
Me? New York? Queens? Natasha was confused. Wasn't she in the Soviet Union a few seconds ago? How come in a matter of seconds she had traveled halfway across the world to another country? What? Unbelievable? There'll be a lot more incredible things to come with me. Okay, come with me. Let's go to the council. Natasha didn't know anything. For the rice country she only existed in the cognition. Now over here, can only hope that Li Mu won't leave her behind. Dare to walk out a few steps, a burst of drinking and cursing came. There was also a dull sound. It seems to be someone is fighting? You just won't give in anyways, right? I can spend all day with you. Listening to this classic conversation, Li Mu blinked. Such a coincidence? Team America taking a beating, eh? Turning the corner and looking at the two figures fighting at the end of the alley, Li Mu patted Natasha's small hand and took a step over. Bang! Bam! Just as he came closer, Li Mu happened to see the still incredibly skinny Team America being knocked to the ground by a punch. Li Mu couldn't help but shake his head. Fighting only knowing defense is meaningless. The best defense is attack. Even if you were spared a serious injury, you have to bite a piece of flesh down from the other side. What is the result of mere defense? Just as Li Mu shook his head in disbelief, the skinny young man who had been knocked to the ground, Steve Rogers, stood up again, and despite being a little shaky, he continued to look at the burly young man in front of him unyieldingly. This time, however, Steve froze. Steve froze, but the youth who assaulted him would not freeze. Just as he wanted to swing his fist again, Li Mu grabbed his arm. Suddenly being grabbed, the youth obviously didn't react a bit. Just as he was about to turn around, a huge force kicked him in the bend of his leg. Ka-ching! Ah! Miserable screams echoed in the alley. Li Mu's kick was not something that anyone could take, even if he had collected 90% of his strength. Letting go of the youth's arm, Li Mu's complexion was a bit icy. As a person from the Celestial Kingdom, everything that the Celestial Kingdom experienced during the World War II period, he had in his heart. This youth in front of him simply didn't know what it meant to live in peace and think of danger, not to enlist in the army but to bully the people of the country to have a hand in it. What is the difference between that and being a traitor? Mr. Xian, what are you doing? Everything in front of him happened too fast. Stephen looked at Li Mu in front of him, obviously a little puzzled. I heard that you want to join the army? Without answering Stephen's question, Li Mu looked at the Steve in front of him with interest. At this time, Team America was depressed, his skinny physique and asthma disease plagued him, and despite his passion, there was no way for him to join the army. Even forged a number of resumes to the military screeners, and every time it was 4F unqualified. Dumbfounded, Steve looked at Li Mu. Steve was even more confused, but he heard and understood a sentence, that is, this instrumental and very dignified man in front of him seemed to ask himself, want to join the army? Want. I want to join the army. Destroy those invaders. Can you help me? Smiling meaningfully, Li Mu patted his shoulder and said, wait for the good news, in a few days, you'll be a qualified soldier. In the middle of this alley, the yet-to-rise Team America looked at the man in front of him and nodded heavily. The confidence in the other party's tone made him unable to help but believe, or rather, even if there was a glimmer of hope, he believed. The screams were still echoing. Soon a burst of footsteps came. A sergeant wearing an army green uniform ran over, first glancing at Steve and Li Mu, before putting his sight on the youth on the ground who was constantly howling miserably. What's going on here? Turning his head, Li Mu looked at the tall and lanky youth in uniform in front of him. The future winter soldier was still just an ordinary sergeant at this time. Sergeant James Barnes? Coldly hearing Li Mu call out his name, Bucky froze. He was now just as confused as his good friend. What's wrong with this man? How could he come up and call out someone's name? He had only just come down from this position. How did this man across from him know? You can call me sir, Li Mu, rank colonel. This man on the ground, attacking a senior officer, I'm sure he's welcome in the prison. Lightly glancing at the dumbfounded Bucky, Li Mu turned away without looking back. After Li Mu left, Bucky turned his head and looked at Steve, confused. You recognize that? No, I was just about to fight back and it just so happened that this gentleman came over and called me by name in one sentence. The thing is, I don't even know him, but he said to wait for good news, that I have hopes of joining the army. I think he said he was a colonel? Looking at the excited face of his best friend, Bucky couldn't bear to strike him, and glancing at the enlistment form on its floor, he knew it was another forgery. Looking at the man on the ground who was still howling miserably, Bucky lifted him by his collar and yanked him up, dragging him towards the outside of the alley. Let go of me. Where are you taking me? I'm going to the hospital. You're not going anywhere. First you're going to walk with me to the prison, and by the way Steve, remember I'll meet you at night. I've got a date with a girl. Looking at Bucky walking away without looking back and carrying a person, Steve couldn't help but look at his skinny arms and sigh helplessly. When will I have Bucky's height and strength? Downtown, military and government building. Wearing a military uniform, Li Mu saluted the old man in front of him and opened his mouth. Colonel Li Mu came to report on his duties. The Soviet agent organization Red Room has been thoroughly mapped out. Here is all the information. Receiving the information handed over by Li Mu, the old man looked at it and looked at Li Mu appreciatively and said, did a very good job. All these military merits are enough for you to move up one more promotion. 20 years old general, you are very good. This one on the side is? This is the Black Widow selected by the Red Room, expert martial artist, karate, judo, kenpo ryu karate, ninjutsu, aikido, French boxing, as well as various styles of kung fu, archery, and weaponry experts, and most importantly, she is the first case of the fruits of the super gene at present. The information about the super gene was also in this information, except that it was difficult to have the results molded, and it required extremely harsh requirements for the physique. The old man kept nodding his head. There was a look of delight in his eyes. Obviously this answer sheet from Li Mu made the old man very satisfied. This time you have made a great achievement. The above will definitely reward you well. I don't know what kind of reward you want. 94 chapter hidden reward after hidden reward, rewriting the Marvel plot. Reward? Coming. It's coming. It's finally here. This is what Li Mu was waiting for. This is what the role replacement card is for. Otherwise Li Mu wouldn't have been so painstakingly staying over at the Red Room for so long, although there were also Natasha's reasons included. I want Natasha to be recognized by the Me Kingdom, get an official position, and have me set up a superhuman organization that specializes in dealing with some superhuman cases, with the organization referred to as the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau. The old man froze for a moment, completely confused by Li Mu. Superhuman? Seemingly knowing that the old man didn't understand, Li Mu lifted his leg and stomped hard on the ground. Instantly the entire ground shook, the floor made of fine steel and concrete instantly crumbled, and the spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread out into the distance. Bang! Protect the general! Ka ka ka! Almost instantly, the door of the Supreme Council chamber was slammed open, and dozens of soldiers entered in a line, their guns uniformly pointing at Li Mu and Natasha. Out! Awakening from his shock, the old man looked at the large crater that had been stepped out under Li Mu's feet as well as the horrifying cracks in the surrounding area, and his entire body was stunned. This was a floor that couldn't even be blown up with a grenade, but it was actually crumbled with a single kick. The soldiers who rushed in were dumbfounded, not knowing what to do at all. Hurriedly coming to Li Mu's side, looking at the ground that crumbled under Li Mu's feet, the old man's face was overwhelmed with surprise. This power, it was enough to shock the world. Recently, he had also heard rumors from the army below that there were a few people whose physical qualities far exceeded those of ordinary soldiers by several times, and now that he had truly seen the power of Li Mu's kick, the old man instantly understood. Turning his head to glare at the soldiers at the door, the old man roared, "Do you still want me to say it a second time?" Now these soldiers knew what to do, and hurriedly put away their guns and ran out.
Walking back behind the desk, the old man looked at Li Mu and asked with an incredibly serious face.
Are there many warriors like you who are beyond ordinary people?
Many, even our enemy, the Nazi organization already has dozens of people, while as far as I know, army only has a few people, and within that, there are still 2 of my subordinates. The enemy's strength far exceeds us all. General, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. The Hydra organization has recently searched for the Infinity Gem in the universe and created a weapon that can instantly vaporize people into atoms, with a terrifyingly abnormal power. I'd like to ask the general to relay this to the higher-ups. Being startled, the old man couldn't even care about the meeting. He directly dialed the phone and told Li Mu's side of the story.
The phone hung up. The old general looked at Li Mu and spoke. Colonel Li Mu is at your service.
Saluting a military salute, Li Mu's heart was excited. The future shield was just pitched over to him. Effective immediately, Colonel Li Mu was promoted to Major General, commanding the superpower organization Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau, giving the greatest authority, green light all the way, make sure to clear all obstacles for the Empire. Former Red Room agent Natasha serves as an armchair, assisting in all matters, with the rank of captain.
2 orders were issued. Li Mu almost laughed out loud. This is a great benefit. Now don't look at the shield. No, Li Mu don't believe that he will advance to the higher regions later on. There will be no mission in the Marvel world. Then casually mobilize the shield. Simply don't be too buggy, okay? But the surprise is far more than that. Just when Li Mu was surprised, the infinite spaces beep suddenly rang in Li Mu's ears.
Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden mission, rewriting the fate of Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and making her fall in love with her as an important plot character, rewarding you with 10,000 points.
Ding!
Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations, you have gained 10,000 points.
Hiss. Surprisingly, there was this hidden quest. The original 4-digit points instantly skyrocketed to 6-digit.
Li Mu's heart was about to burst with joy. If it wasn't for this old general, Li Mu would have hugged Natasha and loved her. But there were times when surprises didn't come alone. Just like woe is me, the rewards weren't one and the same.
Ding!
Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden mission and rewriting the course of the original world, successfully creating the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, hereby rewarding you with 10,000 points.
Ding!
The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on receiving 10,000 points. Hair. A character replacement card had actually earned back 20 times the amount of points, blood money.
The most important thing is, for the future to come to Marvel again, to lay a firm foundation, not to mention, but also earned a Black Widow for nothing. This earns the sky up. Li Mu decided that this character replacement card must be prepared more often. Ding!
As the first player to reach the rank of general in the Marvel World's military, you are hereby rewarded with 1,000 points, licensing you the privilege of turning underground without being suspected.
Ding!
10 times the reward talent activated. Congratulations, you get 10,000 points, privilege change to act autonomously, not governed by the state.
Holy! 3 times in one shot, this your sister. Li Mu didn't even know what to say. His move was really worth it all. Points are secondary. Acting autonomy from state management, what does that mean?
He can do whatever he wants, the country won't even manage it. Not that it won't manage it, but it's infinitely intellectually brainwashed about him. Even if Li Mu says this pig can fly, the country will say, well, this pig can really fly.
This is really dangling. Can save him a lot of things. For example, the United States team sleep in the sea for 70 years, he also disappeared for 70 years, the country will not ask? What have you been doing all these years? Why don't you have a letter? Are you a traitor?
And the most important thing is that he can always get back the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D., even if it is to let some bent on becoming stronger, and finally became bald director Fury. Temporary acting can be. General Li Mu, the authorization order will be issued in the next few days. I hope that you can abide by your heart and clear those obstacles for the country. Returning to his senses, Li Mu nodded. This matter is not said, he will also do it. This is something that is favorable to him. Although there were already quite a lot of points now, but who would mind having more points? Not to mention that this was a place where he was going to create a base camp out of. Leaving the military and government building, Li Mu turned his head to look at this majestic building and felt a sense of relief in his heart. It was time to go find the Heart Blue girls. This breath, Catherine, and the girls should be over here. With the link of the slave contract in place, within a certain distance, Li Mu was able to sense Catherine's approximate location. Natasha, let's go, I'll take you to meet the Heart Blue girls. Chapter 95, Infinite Space, Natasha's Decision. New York, a certain apartment building inside, 2 women of stunning color were sitting on the sofa and sighing longingly. 10 days, brother Li Mu has not yet returned, and then a few days later we will go to the side of Ingrun. We do not know when my brother will be able to rush back, or I will control that officer in a few days, so that he can drag the 2 of us back a little bit more? Listening to Heart Blue's suggestion, Catherine nodded. Without waiting for Li Mu, they would not leave without authorization. At this time, Catherine once again felt the importance of communication. If there was a communication condition, they wouldn't be so passive. Just when Catherine was a bit frustrated, a connection suddenly appeared in her heart. This feeling was
The master was coming.
The dejected look was swept away, as if she had found a spiritual pillar. Catherine's essence was instantly different.
Ha? Where?
Heart Blue was also delighted in her heart and looked around before reacting that this was inside an apartment building. How could there be Li Mu? Shook his head, the sensation between master and servant as a servant. When Li Mu, the master, took the initiative to release his breath, she could feel it, but couldn't find the location. Only Li Mu, the master, was able to determine the exact location of her, the slave. I'm not sure exactly where it is, but since the master has already released his senses, he should be looking for it soon, so the two of us will just go wait at the door. Excitedly nodded. After not seeing Li Mu for 10 days, Xinlan's heart was almost flying out from wanting to see him. Opening the door, the two women's eyes constantly swept across the street, incomparably expecting Li Mu to appear. On the other side, feeling Catherine's breath moving, Li Mu smiled faintly and pulled Natasha's feet to speed up again. Now Natasha's heart was flustered. She also only just realized that Li Mu had other women. She turned out to be a latecomer. She couldn't let go of Li Mu, but fortunately, the other party was 2 people. Since there were 2 people, it should be too hard to accept a third person as well.
Natasha could only comfort herself with this now.
Turning a corner, looking at the 2 women whose backs were constantly looking at themselves, the anxious and expectant looks on their delicate side faces touched Li Mu's heart. Not caring about being shocked, plus no one on this side was paying attention, Li Mu's figure appeared behind the 2 women almost instantly. Even from Natasha's point of view, she only saw a black shadow flashing by. Warm fragrance into his arms, Li Mu could not allow them to be nervous. Almost the moment he hugged the 2 of them, he opened his mouth and said, "Sorry, I've kept you waiting for a long time, I'm back." Hearing Li Mu's long-lost voice, as well as the wide embrace, Catherine and Heart Blue 2 girls excitedly turned around, one side of the other tied into Li Mu's arms, embracing his arms incomparably tight, as if afraid that he would run away again. Okay, I'm not back. I went to do a very important thing, for our world and the subsequent world are very good. After a good comforting, Catherine and Heart Blue then poked their heads out, and only after calming down did they notice that there was actually a teenage girl standing next to them. Looking at the young girl nervously looking at the 2 of them, as well as constantly looking at Li Mu's side, the 2 of them instantly understood, especially the young girl's eyebrows between the corners of the kind of flavor that had just been picked not long ago, which 99% was eaten up by their man. Originally there was no intention to hide it from Heart Blue and Catherine. Li Mu beckoned to Natasha and said,
"Natasha, you come over."
There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. As Marvel fans, they knew what the name stood for. This young girl was the Black Widow who later became famous.
Pulling the nervous Natasha, Li Mu spoke.
"You two should have thought of it, Natasha Romanoff, the first generation of the Black Widow. I just went to rescue her, and by the way, I harvested some points in hidden missions."
Rejoicing at Li Mu's harvest, the 2 women looked at Natasha curiously, but there was no resistance.
Seeing that Heart Blue and Catherine were more curious than angry, and didn't even mean to be angry at all, Natasha was relieved in her heart, and at the same time, she was also a bit puzzled. How come they all seemed to recognize her? Both parties had doubts. Li Mu looked around and whispered,
"Go in first and talk."
Inside the living room, explained the situation of the 2 sides. Heart Blue and Catherine is not too surprised. After all, Natasha's biography, they probably know some. On the contrary, Natasha surprised enough. Li Mu, they actually came from a supreme space, shuttling through various worlds to acquire abilities and constantly improve themselves, while she, and even this world, was nothing more than someone else's fantasized world, which was then materialized by supreme mana.
What's wrong? Surprised and unable to accept it?
Looking at Natasha, whose pretty face was dumbfounded, Li Mu had already expected this to happen. After all, anyone who knew that they were just illusory characters wouldn't feel too good in their heart. Just to Li Mu's surprise, Natasha shook her head. Leaning in Li Mu's arms, Natasha seemed a little helpless, as if she wanted to hold on to something, with a somewhat pained look on her face. None of this mattered. Natasha was fine as long as the instructor was there. It was just that. Raising her head, the young Black Widow's eyes herbally looked at Li Mu, the only man who was kind to her and made her feel warmth and peace of mind.
"Are you going to leave when you finish your mission?"
"Can you stay longer? Identity, I don't mind. Anyway, the only one I can rely on is you. I just can't accept the fact that you're leaving me." Separated by 2 worlds, this has basically in life and death parting no difference. From the United States team, 1 time is the earliest Iron Man category, but also enough 70 years of time. 70 years has been an ordinary person's lifetime. Pat Natasha's jade back, the young girl's trembling petite body makes Li Mu some heartache, but this matter is not without other opportunities to turn around. "Don't cry, I didn't say I'm going to leave you behind. When I leave this world, as long as you're willing to go with me, I can spend points to turn you into my contracted person so you can leave this world with me. It's just that every world experienced in infinite space is a great danger. Are you really willing to go through those dangers with me?" Hearing that Li Mu could take her away, Natasha directly ignored the words that followed. Just like Li Mu's question during the Red Room, as long as she could follow Li Mu, she wouldn't consider anything about the USSR or the Red Room.
I'm willing.
Staying over here alone, living for 70 more years is not as good as snuggling in the instructor's arms for 7 seconds. No matter what, I'm willing.
Chapter 96, Black Widow follows, Li Mu's bold idea.
Li Mu sighed. Catherine and Heart Blue, two women, looked at Li Mu's arms curled up, like a discarded kitten like Natasha, the harder some from time to time taste.
If it was them, the result should be the same.
Patting Natasha's tender shoulders, Li Mu softly comforted. Good, since you promised to go with me, when I leave, I will take you with me.
Ding!
Congratulations, you've won the heart of Black Widow Natasha from the Marvel world. She has decided to follow you till death do you part. After the end of this world, you can spend 100,000 points to bring her back to the infinite world.
100,000 points. Is it expensive? Expensive. But is it worth it? Yes. Absolutely. Natasha is priceless.
Whether she is strong or weak, his Li Mu's woman, in his heart, is priceless.
Not to mention 100,000 points, even if it was 200,000 points, Li Mu wouldn't even blink an eye. Points can be earned, but without a woman, can it be earned?
There won't be the same similar flower in this world, even if it's exactly the same, the inside has changed. Li Mu doesn't want him to regret it one day.
Really will take me away? Really? Will you really take me with you?
I'll take you with me, I'm not lying.
I'm really sorry.
The panic and fear in the heart of the young girl Li Mu can feel, the more lonely for a long time, the more eager for this warmth. Without saying more, Li Mu put the arms of the young girl tightly, and even force a little too much, did not withdraw. Sometimes, this excessive attention will be more to let the young girl peace of mind. Just as Li Mu thought, responding to Li Mu's violence so could do, Natasha bravely responded. Although the waist was strangled very tight, even some pain, she did not say half a word. Pain stimulates the mind, this will make her feel Li Mu's presence at all times. Loosen Natasha's small mouth, the violence of the suku do not let that herb moist small mouth or some herb swelling, sandalwood mouth spit fragrance, now Natasha is no longer make trouble. Embracing the arms of the good and quiet kitten, Li Mu rubbed Natasha's smooth and fluffy little faded, while saying, now that my position is that of a major general, I'm already able to do a lot of things. I'll go over there to take a look at Dr. Erskine's side. As for the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau side, the three of you will be my assistants, and as for those players, they'll just be small soldiers.
And what if those players don't agree? Turning his head to look at Heart Blue, Li Mu asked back, what do you think should be done?
Kill. This sentence was said with a firm and decisive voice. Heart Blue's small face was icy cold, and her gaze was cold as she said, Heart Blue won't let anyone get in the way of her brother's plans. Well, the furious Shinlan is already a bit like a little tigress, Li Mu the scale who touches who dies. We have the advantage of the plot. My plan is to plunge Hydra's lair with Team America, those energy guns, I want it, that kind of energy weapon, at least E grade. Grade may be a little lower, but the number is enough. This is the most important point, energy guns, it is a pity that the kind of machine gun on top of the armored car is too big, not suitable for carrying, too bulky. Mentioning the energy gun that uses unlimited energy, Heart Blue and Catherine looked at each other, their eyes were bright. Since childhood, there were handguns that were easy to carry, rifles, and energy guns that were a bit bulky and heavy, and a single shot would be equivalent to the power of half a missile. Instantly blowing up a tank would not be a problem. If you have this kind of weapon, the future world will undoubtedly be much more convenient. The most important thing is that the quantity is large enough, and do not need to spend points. The matter is settled. In fact, I also have an even bolder idea, just do not know if it can succeed. If it can succeed and go well, then it can be said to be the biggest harvest in this world. Slowly spitting out these words, Li Mu's eyes flashed with a crazy light.
Brother, you mean that?
Tentatively speaking, Heart Blue guessed what Li Mu wanted. Almost a little bit, Catherine's eyes similarly flashed with a brilliant light. Well, it's just the envisioning stage now, it's still early in the day, my military orders should be passed down, let's go find those players. Looking at the sunlight outside the window, Li Mu said. Good. Without half an opinion, Li Mu's arrival filled Catherine and Heart Blue with vigor.
Lowering her head and kissing on Natasha's small rupture, the young Black Widow enjoyed the moments of intimacy with Li Mu.
Putting down the kitten in her arms, Li Mu also pinched on the fluffy plumpness when he was about to let go. Great touch. There is no thick and thin. Heart Blue and Catherine have waited for so long, to give a small comfort in advance. Embracing the two one by one kissed once, Li Mu this is refreshed to stay in the three women out of the apartment. Military base, Li Mu wearing a military uniform, with Catherine three women walked in, directly found the lieutenant colonel in charge of this place. After returning a military salute, Li Mu this asked.
Previously found that a few play cop, those few far beyond the ordinary soldiers of the sergeant where?
Li Mu is now a general, bigger than this lieutenant colonel do not know how much, plus Li Mu is now the authority department, he a small lieutenant colonel cannot dare to hide. Following the lieutenant colonel to the front of a building, Li Mu looked at the floor in front of him and opened his mouth. We won't go in here, you go and call them all down, I'll wait for you guys to come over there. The lieutenant colonel did not dare to talk nonsense, the official big level presses people to death, and hurriedly led the people into the sergeant dormitory building. Standing under the tree, Li Mu four people attracted the attention of an unknown number of soldiers, but in seeing the rank on Li Mu's shoulders, one by one, they were scared out of a cold sweat, where to look at it again, honestly walk away without slanting their eyes. Didn't wait too long, a sound of footsteps came, and soon stopped 3 meters in front of Li Mu. Report General, a total of 5 sergeants have all been brought, please take a look. Waving his hand, Li Mu did not care about this lieutenant colonel and opened his mouth. You can step back first, this general has some things to ask them and will bring them away later. Nodded, the lieutenant colonel did not dare to say anything, turned around and left. This master, but there is a transfer order. He dared to blow up the stab, absolutely a jerk to the end. The next day will be sent to the front line as cannon fodder. After the lieutenant colonel took people away, Li Mu looked at the 5 players in front of him who did not dare to raise their heads, and in his heart he wanted to laugh, and behind him the 3 Catherine girls also had a smile on their faces. Don't be nervous, we're all players, I'm looking for you this time to discuss something. After Li Mu finished his sentence, the 5 players with their heads down were confused. What the hell? The general is a player? Chapter 97, if you don't listen, I have a great deal of means to play you to death. Confused, the 5 players who had just been called down were confused. They had been apprehensive in their hearts that a general-level officer wanted to see them. The law of infinite games, if you can't offend the game world's official or plot characters, don't offend them. If you offend the official, your mission will be cool. If you offend the plot character, if you are lucky to be a trash character, you may not have much to do. If you are an important supporting character or protagonist, then you are also finished. If the plot characters are uncooperative or have an aversion to it, how can you do this mission? It's straightforward to wait for failure. The 5 of them were showing their strength so that they could have a big career on the battlefield, and the customary rule of the infinite game was that after the number of kills required for the mission was enough, there was an extra reward for killing again. Their idea was to attract the attention of the higher officers and get some privileges or something, and it turned out that there was indeed a high-ranking officer coming, General Ah. What a big officer! As a result, after half a day of apprehension, when this general opened his mouth, he turned out to be a player? What kind of joke is this? The apprehension in his heart disappeared, hearing that it was a player, or a camp. It was good to say, at least there wasn't that much of a burden. The 5 players raised their heads and looked at Li Mu in front of them, one enviously. How did you become a general? How come we still need to join the army? When did Infinite Space even assign official positions? As the captain of the 5-member squad, Lu Tianrun asked curiously. His eyes turned to Lu Tianrun. Seeing that the 4 people didn't open their mouths, Li Mu sized him up. Standard military uniform, somewhat robust body, somewhat ordinary looking, not very noticeable. This question, you do not need to know, I find you here, is something to command, or orders. Li Mu's words were a bit cold, with the aura of a superior. The commanding tone made several other players a bit angry. Command? Orders? Who do you think you are? We are all players, who are you to order us around? Right away, someone couldn't help but open their mouth, and several other players also had a look of indignation in their eyes. Eyes looked towards Lu Tianrun. This man was the calmest of the 5 players, sure enough, to be able to become the captain and subdue the remaining 4, he was somewhat capable. Do you think so just like them? Looking at Li Mu's indifferent sight, Lu Tianrun shivered in his heart. He had experienced the world sort of more, and was also far more sensible than his 4 teammates, and said at once. I don't think so, you are the general, you have the final say, we will abide by all your orders. Captain. The remaining 4 players were puzzled, disbelief written all over the inside of their wide-open eyes. Their captain actually said that he would listen to other people's orders? If you still consider me as a captain, listen to me, I'm saving you guys. Lu Tianrun had no choice but to remind his teammates in this way. He knew one thing in his heart, Li Mu was a general, and they, a junior soldier. If Li Mu got angry and took them down directly, they would be finished. This was a military base, could they kill their way out even if they were strong? Becoming a rebel, they would have to face a never-ending hunt and the punishment of failing the mission, a punishment of up to 8,000 points. They altogether were not enough for one person. Good. Captain, we'll listen to you. The 4 players clenched their teeth and said with great reluctance. Unexpectedly glancing at Lu Tianrun, Li Mu didn't expect this guy to have a high prestige. Don't be so unwilling, your captain is doing this for your own good. See this shoulder badge? Here, I am a general and you are sergeants. One order from me and you will face a punishment of 8,000 points per person. The flat voice carried a piercing killing intent. Li Mu's icy gaze swept across, and instantly the 4 players broke out into a cold sweat in unison. They then remembered that Li Mu was not only a player, but also a general of the Mi Kingdom, and could completely play them to death. Looking at the miserable faces of these players, Li Mu lightly hummed and said, It looks like you all recognize your place. Be good and listen. I can let you earn a lot of points. If you don't listen, I have ways to get you killed, understand? Back straight cool air. Li Mu's icy voice made these few players nod their heads repeatedly. Understood. Retracting his sight, Li Mu commanded. You guys stay for now, and when some time passes, set off with me. After a while? A few players looked at each other, and finally Lu Tianrun boldly asked. General, if we go over earlier, won't we be able to get something earlier? If Hydra starts to level the world, won't we lose out? Nuking the world? That's funny. If the Red Skull wasn't at the end of its rope, how could it level the world? I suggest you understand the situation of this world before asking questions. Even if you go to the front line now, you'll still be captured. I'll tell you guys one more thing, asking less questions and doing more will be good for you, Shinlun, let's go. Dropping a sentence, Li Mu turned his head toward the outside. After Li Mu's people walked away, a player indignantly stomped his foot on the ground, and a small pit several centimeters deep appeared on the ground. This person is too arrogant, isn't he just a general? Code. Sooner or later, I will secretly kill him one day.
Zhang De, shut up. Don't get yourself into trouble.
And don't drag the whole team down because of you.
Coldly glaring at the player, Lu Tianrun warned.
The player named Zhang De was glared at by Lu Tianrun. His aura immediately weakened quite a bit, and he said in a defiant manner,
Captain, why are you so afraid of that kid? Isn't he just a general? Yelling.
Looked at this idiot teammate a glance. Lu Tianrun did not have the good taste to say,
I beg you to use your brain. Will infinite space assign a player the status of a general? He was able to get the position of general. Do you think it's possible that he doesn't have some means? If you have the ability to get me a general, I'll listen to you from now on, okay?
The words are clear, if you want to die I will not stop you. Being said so by Lu Tianrun, Zhang De also sobered up, scratched his head and said in a hurry, Captain, I know I'm wrong, I didn't think about it, I'll do as I'm told. On the other side, following Li Mu out of the military base, Shinlan asked with some curiosity,
Brother Li Mu, do you think they will be obedient?
Without stopping his steps, Li Mu casually said,
Does it matter? If they don't listen, they'll just be destroyed.
Chapter 98, Players from the same camp as bait, plotting for super soldier genes.
Is it important?
If you don't listen to me, I'll just destroy you. Simple words filled with unparalleled confidence, this steady victory to control everything in the hands of the look of the heart blue three women's eyes flashed through the light of worship. Confident, powerful men often have a fatal attraction to women.
Master, Catherine still some do not understand, these players should not have any effect on us, right?
Their abilities to say the least, just now the slave girl alone was able to kill them all. Following behind Li Mu, Catherine had some doubts in her mind, her delicate face carried an unconcealable charm. As she walked, the fullness in front of her body set off waves. This was a special creature that was focused by the eyes wherever she went. The piquant voice reached his ears, and the fluffy sound was very pleasing to Li Mu, especially Catherine's title, which gave Li Mu more vanity for no reason at all.
Secretly said Siren, enjoying Catherine's flattery, Li Mu Su opened his mouth. They can all be moving points. Remember our mission? The second one, to protect Captain Rice. How many people do you think will be attracted by having them follow Captain Rice and then letting the wind out? And you should not underestimate those 5 players, maybe 4 losers are not worth mentioning, that Captain still has some brains. I think there must be a lot of preparations. When the time comes to have them to attract firepower, we are not much easier? When the time comes, we'll be able to fish in troubled waters. A player from a hostile camp is worth 1,000 points.
After listening to Li Mu's planning, followed by the heart of the blue, 3 people could not help but stop in their tracks, looked at each other, all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Li Mu had actually calculated every step long ago, not even sparing the players from his own camp, including the Rice captain. Turning his head and looking at the shocked 3 women, Li Mu smiled and said, It's not that I'm far-sighted, it's not that I'm hard-hearted, but this is infinite space. If you don't count on others, others will count on you, like those 5 players. If we were the weak ones, the same treatment would be the same. Don't stare, let's go, we're going to find Dr. Erskine, although we can't use it, but the super soldier serum, I'm very interested in it. Returning to her senses, the 3 Catherine girls nodded, and moved their feet, chasing after Li Mu with a fragrant wind. Sucking in the true fragrance.
Taking a deep breath, Li Mu couldn't help but sigh.
Angrily glancing at Li Mu, the 3 women had a faint delicacy on their faces, but did not avoid it. Leaving the military base, while it was still early, Li Mu quickly found Dr. Erskine in the laboratory. For the arrival of Li Mu's 4 people, the somewhat aged great doctor was a bit surprised, and after Li Mu's surface identity, he immediately came to be interested.
Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau? The superpower organization?
The old doctor pushed his glasses to look at Li Mu. His words expressed a strong sense of surprise. He did not expect that, in addition to his super soldier serum, there was still the existence of Superman in the world.
Taking the liberty of asking, General Li, is there this kind of Superman at the moment?
I've heard about it on the military side. There are a few particularly powerful recruits with strength and speed that far exceeds that of normal humans. It's just that I haven't had the time to go over and see them yet. For the so-called Superman over there in the barracks, the old doctor was a bit scornful. He thought that 80% of it was exaggerated. After all, there are those born with godly powers within human history, only a very small number of human beings. As long as his super soldier serum was released, it would definitely make that type of people appear drastically. Nodding his head, Li Mu didn't begrudge the display of power. The super serum was still of great interest to him. The way to create the serum was only available to this old doctor. Li Mu didn't feel like forcing it to be useful. For what the doctor wants to see, I can personally display it, but after that I have a request. I hope the doctor can agree.
Are you asking me to manufacture the super soldier serum in large quantities? Dr. Erskine asked. Talking to a smart person is simple. Li Mu did not deny it and nodded, yes.
Frowning, before Dr. Erskine could say anything, Li Mu raised his hand to stop what he wanted to say. Dr. Erskine, don't rush to make a decision, just watch what happens next first. Dropping these words, Li Mu lifted his foot and stomped down, the magic-infused kick adding even more powerful destructive force. Boom! The entire laboratory shook, the powerful kick instantly shattered the ground, a half-meter-sized deep pit appeared under Li Mu's feet, cracks were all over the edges, the reinforced concrete ground was damaged to this extent, the power of Li Mu's kick was evident. Being startled, Dr. Erskine would have fallen to the ground if he hadn't been holding on to the equipment next to him, and after standing still, the elderly doctor looked at the shorter Li Mu, and was horrified in his heart. Especially when he saw the horrible crater that was destroyed, his heart was shocked beyond words. Under this kind of power, his so-called super soldier gene didn't seem to be so important. Walking out from inside the pit, Li Mu had a bashful look on his face as he looked at the horrified Dr. Erskine and inquired, "Doctor, do you have anything else to add?" Taking off his glasses, the aged doctor eased his mood for a while before putting them back on again. "I have nothing more to say. This power is indeed many times more powerful than my super soldier gene. In order to defeat the Nazis, I will endeavor to create this serum." Finally convincing this old doctor, Li Mu inquired with some joy on his face, "Doctor, how much of this serum do you have now?" After hesitating for a moment, Dr. Erskine said, "Not much, 13 sticks. This is the initial result. If the test is feasible, only then will we continue to make it." 13 sticks. Inside the memory, Captain Rice used 12 sticks, and when he used it that day, Hydra sent someone over to steal the drug, finally shattering that last hope, and Dr. Erskine died. Now that he was here, Dr. Erskine was still going to die, but while he was alive, he could get something useful. "Dr. Erskine, please lead the way. I need to get over there and look at these serums." "Okay." Following Dr. Erskine to another laboratory, looking at the potions quietly held inside the vessels, Li Mu's heart was a little excited, not knowing if these potions could bring him benefits. Fingers touched on the test tube, and just after picking it up, a beep sounded in Li Mu's ears, instantly making him excited. Chapter 99, Taking away the serum, pulling up the tiger's skin to hang a big flag. Ding! Discovered super soldier gene, can raise basic attributes by 1 point after taking it, limit of 3 bottles per person. Super soldier gene, surprisingly it can enhance the basic attributes by 1 point. What are the basic attributes? 4-dimensional attributes. A 1-point boost in 4-dimensional attributes adds up to 4 points. This was equivalent to earning 4,000 points for nothing. However, this wasn't what excited Li Mu the most. What excited Li Mu the most was the tips at the back. Ding! The super soldier gene allows players with a bloodline to receive an additional bonus to their 4-dimensional attribute override points, which can only be raised by 1 point per person. What bloodline overdrive was, Li Mu didn't know for the moment, but it was definitely a good thing. Super soldier gene in general, there are surprises and disappointments. Li Mu originally thought it was a bloodline. I did not expect that it can only enhance the 4-dimensional attributes, and there are additional super limit attributes, but it's better than having no effect. General Li, but do you see something? You seem to be a little excited? Dr. Erskine looked at Li Mu with some curiosity. Just now Li Mu's kick had amazed him. If it wasn't that Li Mu's status was too high to speak up, he would have wanted to study Li Mu. Returning to his senses, Li Mu put the test tube back. Before Dr. Erskine could breathe a sigh of relief, the result was that the 13 vials of serum plus the utensils all disappeared directly in front of his eyes, and at once this old doctor was dumbfounded. My serum? I'm such a big box where? The super soldier gene serum was his heart and soul. When it disappeared right in front of his eyes, the old doctor became anxious. Ahem, Dr. Erskine, don't get excited, I took that case. Besides, Dr. Erskine, listen to the order. Pacifying the somewhat agitated old doctor, Li Mu was afraid that if he got agitated and had a cerebral hemorrhage, it would be a loss. Suddenly shouted by Li Mu, Dr. Erskine couldn't care about the serum, and hurriedly stood in front of Li Mu. Looking at Li Mu's serious expression, he was a bit confused. He wasn't a soldier either, why was he so nervous? Dr. Erskine, according to the intelligence, the leader of the Hydra organization, Schmidt, has already cracked your potion, but it's an unfinished version. In order to fight against those powerful soldiers, please make sure to create more super soldier serums out of it. On behalf of the country, I would like to thank you for your dedication. A military salute was given to Dr. Erskine. This big hat was snapped. Dr. Erskine was instantly dumbfounded, but as a peace-loving old doctor, Erskine was not ambiguous, and his hot blood surged. He assured, definitely live up to General Lee's trust. My side will step up production, and soon there will be a new batch of serum manufactured. Putting down his arm, Li Mu put away the serious expression on his face. His heart was very happy. Next, there should be a batch of super soldier potion falling into his hands. Dr. Erskine, I have someone on my side that I would like to recommend to you, perhaps the most suitable candidate in your mind. Of course, I will never take advantage of the privilege. You can test him on your own, whether he is suitable or not. How about it? Receive the benefits. Li Mu naturally want to push Steve out. The reason why the serum hope, all because the United States team performance is a little too bright. Counting the entire Marvel, the United States team is known as the Marvel 5-5, and who can play a fight without losing the wind, even with the glove of the exterminator. The United States team also over a number of strokes. The serum is really a little bit against the heavens.
Of course, there is a more important point. He took away the serum. Dr. Erskine will certainly work overtime to manufacture the serum. I guess there is no time to pay attention to Steve. This is because he changed the plot of the United States team no longer. That can be a pain in the ass. General Lee, are you sure you won't utilize your authority? Looking skeptically at Lee Moo, Dr. Erskine expressed his doubts.
Waving at Natasha, the young Black Widow handed Lee Moo the information she had been holding in her hand. Handing it back to Dr. Erskine and looking at his puzzled gaze, Lee Moo said,
"Open it, it's a very interesting youth."
Opened the file with confidence. Inside was a bunch of draft order resumes, but without exception, all of them were the same person, regardless of age or appearance, except for the name and place of birth, all of them were the same person. Of course, the more important point is that these resumes are all rated for F, that is, unqualified.
This situation made the old doctor confused. For F unqualified and still recommended to him?
But this young man seems
obsessed with joining the military? General Lee, can you tell me why?
Shaking his head, Lee Moo laughed. This needs Dr. Erskine to be observed by yourself, so that you don't say that I'm abusing my power again, and don't fall behind on the serum. I'll leave first. Patting the somewhat skeptical old doctor on the shoulder, Lee Moo led the three heart blue people to walk out, leaving Dr. Erskine alone and confused in place. Lowering his head and looking at the young man who looked very thin on his resume, Dr. Erskine picked up his clothes and walked out.
Leaving the lab, Heart Blue came up somewhat curiously and asked, "Brother, how effective is that serum? Is it a bloodline?"
Looking at the three women who were curious, Lee Moo whispered,
"Go back and talk about it."
Returning to the apartment, Lee Moo closed the door behind him, turned his head and walked over to the sofa and sat down. Looking at the three girls who were like curious babies, Lee Moo opened his mouth and said, "This serum is not a bloodline, but it can raise the four-dimensional basic attributes by 1 point, and there is another effect that I can't figure out, but I can try it now." After saying that, Lee Moo took out a bottle of Super Soldier Serum, peeled off the lid and drank it in one gulp. The flavor wasn't salty, it was just like ordinary water, and the moment he took it, a beep sounded in Lee Moo's ears.
Ding!
Taking the Super Soldier Serum for Dimensional Attribute 1, detected that you have the Demon King's bloodline. Your bloodline exceeds the limit point 1 and is currently at 5. The power of the serum turned into a stream of warmth, constantly strengthening his body, strength, agility, physique, and spirit. All of them received a good boost, and his strength was once again enhanced. The strengthening time was very short. After exhaling a breath, looking at the three women who were nervously looking at him, Lee Moo smiled and said, "The effect is not bad. The four-dimensional attributes have all increased by 1 point. It's just a pity that each person can only take 3 bottles. This is yours, drink it all." Handing Heart Blue and Catherine 3 bottles of serum each, turning his head to look at Natasha, Lee Moo said, "You don't have a bloodline yet. Wait until you go back to the infinite space, then I'll give it to you to use for strengthening." Natasha did not have any opinions, obediently nodded. For her, as long as Lee Moo did not abandon her. Once again taking out 2 bottles of serum, Lee Moo hadn't had time to drink it when he suddenly heard a cry of alarm coming from Heart Blue.
"Lee Moo brother, look at my attributes, so the bloodline overload is like this. 100 chapters of the bloodline of the powerful place. Bloodline is the sign of the nobility."
Heart Blue's surprised cry came not long after. Before Lee Moo could turn his eyes, Catherine's exclamation of surprise came in the same way.
"Master! This is too incredible. It turns out that the bloodline has this kind of benefit. Lee Moo, can't you guys get it straight?"
His eyes swept over Shinlan's body, and instantly an attribute bar appeared in front of Lee Moo's eyes.
Character, Lee Shinlan. Strength, 914. Note, SSS level bloodline characteristics, limited area attribute limit increase, double attribute full value can open the melee copy. Agility, 1014. Note, SSS level bloodline characteristics, limited area attribute ceiling increase, full value of both attributes can open the melee copy. Spirit, 1215. Note, SSS level bloodline characteristics, limited area attribute limit increase, full value of both attributes can open the melee copies. Physique, 9214. Note, SSS class bloodline characteristics, limited to the region attribute ceiling increase, full value of both attributes can open the melee copy. Comprehensive strength evaluation, F. Special bloodline, Phantom SSS. Bloodline awakening degree, 8100.
Skills, Charming Transformation, Charming Eyes, Primary Recovery, Teleportation, Flashing.
Talent, Charm SS.
Possessed items, Energy Shield Grade D, Substitute Puppet Bound.
Character points, 3100 points. Captain, Lee Moo.
Seeing this attribute, Lee Moo instantly froze, especially the brackets behind the 4-dimensional attributes as well as the hints. Limit area attribute cap. This is easy to understand. F level area limit attribute is 10 points. Double attribute reaches 10 points will open the melee copy, ready to advance to the next area, but now it's different. Players with blood veins can actually ignore this rule. Think about it, when others with 10 points of dual attributes dominate the entire region, suddenly the blood vein players stand out and hang with one hand. This is simply don't be too unreasonable.
Heart Blue's Phantom Bloodline was still a bit low, the law of attribute increase was 3:3:4:3, and Bloodline Overdrive seemed to be the same rule, but with the Super Soldier's Serum boosting 1 point, it suddenly became 4:4:5:4. It was a pity that the Super Soldier Serum couldn't boost the basic attribute increase, it could only boost the Ultra Limit attribute, but it was already quite unbelievable. Turning his head to look at Catherine, the same attributes appeared in front of Li Mu's eyes. Character, Catherine. Master, Li Mu. Strength, 104-15 Note, SSS level Bloodline characteristic, limited area attribute limit increase, double attribute full value can open melee copy. Agility, 108-15 Note, SSS grade Bloodline characteristics, limited area attribute ceiling increase, full value of both attributes can open a copy of the melee. Spirit, 103-15 Note, SSS level Bloodline characteristics, limited to the region attribute limit increase, full value of dual attributes can open the melee replica. Physique, 914 Note, SSS class Bloodline characteristics, limited to the region attribute ceiling increase, full value of dual attributes can open the melee replica. Comprehensive strength evaluation, F. Special Bloodline, Dark Elf King. Bloodline awakening level 5100. Skills, Dark Elf transformation, Heart of Darkness, Darkness hunting. Talent, unhittable. Possessed items, Substitute Golem Bound, Energy Shield grade D. Character points, 3700.
Worthy of being a king-level bloodline, compared to Heart Blue, Catherine's strength was undoubtedly a step higher, and her bloodline skills, in particular, were incredibly powerful. But it seems like wanting to participate in a melee copy in the next world is impossible, it seems like she'll have to stay in the F rank area for a while. Somewhat crying and laughing, he returned to his senses and looked at Heart Blue and Catherine, who were somewhat too excited to be themselves. Li Mu lowered his head, looked at the 2 bottles of serum in his hands, pulled out the cork and directly drank it. The power of the Super Soldier Serum continuously strengthened the body, all the attributes were improving, and the feeling of strength skyrocketing made Li Mu's heart very pleasurable. Clenching his fist and feeling the power in his body, Li Mu opened his attributes and looked over.
Character, Li Mu. Strength, 114-15 Note, SSS level Bloodline characteristics, limited area attribute ceiling increase, full value of dual attributes can open a melee copy. Agility, 105-15 Note, SSS grade Bloodline characteristics, limited area attribute ceiling increase, full value of both attributes can open a copy of the melee. Spirit, 108-15 Note, SSS level Bloodline characteristics, limited area attribute limit increase, full value of both attributes can open the melee copies. Physique, 107-15 Note, SSS level Bloodline characteristics, limited to the upper limit of regional attributes to enhance the full value of both attributes can open the melee copy. Hidden attributes. Charisma, 100 SSS. Enlightenment, 40. Luck, 21. Magic power, 6060. Each point of magic power can maintain the Demon King's form for 1 second.
Magic recovery speed, 12 per hour.
Comprehensive strength evaluation, F. Special Bloodline, Demon King Bloodline SSS. Bloodline awakening level, 10100. Skills, Demon King transformation, Hell Magic Flame, Dark Magic Ball, Primary Recovery, Flash, Portal. Talent, Tenfold reward. Possessed items, Dark Bloodline Gift Pack 710, 10% discount Prop Card X8, Substitute Golem Bound, T-Virus Potion X3, Energy Shield Grade D, Super Soldier Serum X4. Character points, 21, 3100. Teammates, Li Xinlan, Catherine. Slave, Catherine. This attribute point was luxurious, and the strength rating had finally changed from F to F. However, looking at the attributes in parentheses at the back, Li Mu knew that he or Xinlan and the girl still had a ways to go. However, once they were formally promoted to the E-class area, Li Mu believed that even in the E-class area they weren't considered the bottom of the heap. The role of the bloodline had been revealed more and more, no matter where they went, they were the most honorable, and the fact that the bloodline exceeded the regional limit was undoubtedly proof of the nobility of the bloodline players. It was equivalent to the nobility in the infinite space, while those players without bloodline were the commoners inside the infinite space. Indeed, where there were people, there would be fights, and there would be nobility and inferiority. And he, as well as Heart Blue and the others, had stood in the highest position from the very beginning, and would remain in the most honorable position in infinite space. Thinking about it this way, the points were truly not spent in vain. Sighing a bit, Li Mu looked up at the opposite side of the Heart Blue 3 girls, or simple with charm, or mature and bewitching, or green and delicious. The 3 girls each had their own style, and none of them were absolutely stunning. Speaking of which, there are also 10 days without loving Heart Blue and Catherine. These 2 plots of land can't be so deserted. Take advantage of the time is still early, turn over more before. Thoughts of electricity, Li Mu could not help but get up and walk over. A big hand instantly put the 3 women into his arms. Brother Li Mu? Master, what are you doing?
Heart Blue and Catherine's behavior was different. On the contrary, Natasha didn't say anything, obediently drilled into Li Mu's arms. She already had experience and knew what would happen next.
What for? Of course it is dry for so many days, you two are afraid that you are starving.
Nor did he shift his position, hooking up Catherine's delicate chin. Looking at her sultry and moving face, he lowered his head and kissed. 101,102 Chapter Peggy Carter's Contempt and Shock. Peggy Carter, a woman who has a strong presence in Team America 1, is considered a more tragic woman who likes Steven, but unfortunately, in the end, Team America dives headfirst into the deep sea and is frozen for 70 years before awakening.
70 years later, this female agent has also been old and married.
After returning the military salute, Lee Moo inquired,
"What is the opinion on Colonel Phillips' side? Regarding the candidate for the super soldier, does Steve have any questions?"
As a top agent, Peggy Carter had seen many high-ranking officers, but it was the first time she had seen a youth like the one in front of her. In Peggy Carter's memory, the position of general is filled by some old man. Even Colonel Phillips is already a half-old man. What exactly is the youth in front of her to achieve this position? General Lee Moo, Colonel Phillips believes that the soldier named Steve is too weak, 90 pounds of weight, skinny body, and that run a few steps to east to the end of the physique. He is really a little indecisive, but you and Dr. Erskine's double-sided guarantee, Colonel Phillips has already agreed to, just hope that the result is as expected. Nodding non-committally, he'd done what needed to be done, and it was up to him to see what happened next.
"I've heard that Agent Kath is a sharpshooter and has a good body?"
Quite interested in asking, Lee Moo had the intention to bring her back to the infinite space. This woman's potential is very good. People like him who don't look for teammates very much need these women in the plot to act as a booster. Hearing Lee Moo ask about this, Peggy Carter unexpectedly looked at Lee Moo, nodded and said,
"Do not dare to call yourself a sharpshooter, just a slightly more accurate shot. As for the body, it's not too bad. Your Excellency the General wants to test your subordinate a little?" Listening to this tone, it seems that he does not want to test this female agent. On the contrary, it is this female agent who wants to see his ability, right? Shaking his head and laughing lightly, how could Lee Moo not know that it was his rank that caused the accident? After all, other people fought their way up through the military ranks. While he was a general at such a young age, it was inevitable that this military flower would have fire in her heart. "It seems that Agent Kate has some opinions about me, but you are now in this outfit. It seems that it is not suitable for hands. I do have a small gift here that I would like to give to Agent Kate. Maybe you will like it very much." Touching his nose, Lee Moo probed his hand towards the bottom. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. For the women of this era, strong and brave men are what attract women's attention. Noble dukes who ascend to the top by the back door might not be their cup of tea. Taking out his own pistol from his waist, Lee Moo closed his palms together. The black pistol gradually contracted. The overburdened pistol clicked. Standing in front of Lee Moo, the contempt in Peggy Carter's eyes disappeared, replaced by a strong shock. This was a military-made pistol. Even machines were difficult to destroy and could only be melted down and rebuilt, and now it had been pinched into a ball? How terrifying was this man's strength? Weighing the black sphere in his hand, Lee Moo was relieved in his heart. He was almost about to lose his face. Handing the black metal sphere in his hand, he looked at the horrified Peggy and asked, "Agent Kate, do you feel satisfied with this gift?" Taking a deep breath, Peggy spread out her hand, and when the metal ball landed in her hand, her heart similarly sank. The top of the metal ball carried a faint heat. That was the temperature from Lee Moo's hand. The real pistol was pinched like this, which already proved that Lee Moo had the real ability to sit in this position. Precious and heavy to put away the metal ball, Peggy Kate solemnly saluted Lee Moo and apologized. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency General." Peggy apologizes for her previous slight. Waving her hand, Lee Moo spoke with a smile. "No harm done, normal phenomenon. My first time over here. I wonder if Agent Kate is interested in taking me out for a spin?" Not refusing, Peggy, who had greatly changed her opinion of Lee Moo, smiled slightly and said, "Peggy is honored to lead the way for you. In addition, the General can call me Peggy." I have to say, the cold beauty smile is still very stunning. Flaming herb lips is to let Lee Moo has a kind of taste, a little impulse. Walking side by side in the barracks, Lee Moo is still followed by Shinlan and the three of them behind him. Lee Moo will not throw Shinlan and the girls aside just because he is cultivating a relationship with Peggy. This female agent wasn't as well behaved as Natasha. This strong woman should be considered a jealous woman. Lee Moo was just trying it out. If she couldn't accept him and Heart Blue and the girls, Lee Moo wasn't going to force it. He can take Peggy away. This is a creation for her. Instead of praying for it, how the final result will be depends on how this woman chooses. Walking side by side beside Lee Moo, for the three women behind her who were not weaker than her in the slightest, Peggy was still very concerned. The corner of her eyes looked back from time to time and seemed to be somewhat concerned. Lee Moo was young and powerful. His robust body was slender and full of beauty. It could almost be said to be perfect. After unraveling her prejudice against Lee Moo, the powerful charm deeply attracted her attention. Beautiful women attract men. Tall and strong men attract women's attention even more. There are times when a woman's boldness can be much more powerful than a man's. "General Lee Moo, I took the liberty of asking you a question. I wonder what is your relationship with these three female soldiers behind you?" Peggy has been paying attention for a long time. Behind these three female soldiers also step by step to follow behind, that the eyes but never left the back of this man, did not even look at her a glance, completely treat her as air, which if there is no content, beat her to death do not believe. "You mean Heart Blue, Catherine and Natasha?" "It's very simple. All three of them are my women."
There was absolutely no idea of concealing it. If one condescends to one's woman in order to pick up a girl, what kind of man is that? Li Mu's bluntness made Peggy slightly dumbfounded. She had thought that Li Mu would make up some lies to at least temporarily fool her, but she didn't expect Li Mu to be so blunt.
Are you joking? The laws of the meter don't allow it. Do you have to get married just because you love them?
And there seem to be quite a few high-ranking officials who have lovers. As long as we are happy, everything is not a problem.
And,
stopping his steps, Li Mu turned his head to look at the female agent in front of him and asked,
Peggy, do you think an excellent man will belong to a woman?
Chapter 103, Getting the Serum Again, the upcoming Hydra player. Li Mu walked away without turning his head back, leaving Peggy standing alone and dumbfounded. For this female agent, Li Mu is not so very attached. There is an opportunity to take it down. There is no opportunity he does not want to lick. No woman is worth him to lick.
Li Mu brother, that woman is so throwaway?
Followed Li Mu side, heart blue bright little face with a leaping expression. Just now Li Mu without half a hesitation to recognize the relationship between them. Heart blue is still very happy. If Li Mu hit it, or hoodwinked Peggy, although not saying it, Xan Lan's heart would still be a little lost. I'm happy to have you three. I'm already happy to have you three. There's no need to aggravate you.
Shaking his head, Li Mu said frankly. LOL, thank you master for loving me.
Covering her small mouth, Catherine laughed like a siren. Her flavorful appearance looked at Li Mu's heart secretly shook his head. Just when Li Mu was planning to warn Catherine a bit, a soldier quickly ran over. Report General, the colonel sent his subordinates to inform you that the super soldier program is about to start. Please move to supervise it.
It's going to start?
Essence light flashed in his eyes. Speaking of which, these days Li Mu hadn't gone to Dr. Erskine yet. Those serums he wouldn't let go.
Ding. Release the camp mission.
Trigger mission, please protect the safety of the Rice Captain Steve and fend off the attack from the Hydra forces. A successful mission will result in a 1,000-point reward. The death of the Rice Captain will result in the mission failing, and the entire camp mission will end. Turning his head to look at Catherine and Heart Blue both, Li Mu looked a bit gloomy. You have also heard, once the mission fails, we will have to face a huge amount of compensation points. Catherine, you are hidden in the dark. There should be quite a number of Hydra players involved in the attack. Those who dare to venture out will be killed directly. Heart Blue, you are also. The ability to charm should be resisted by no one. Eyes turned to Natasha, looking at the young girl's expectant appearance. Li Mu did not have the heart to refuse, commanded.
Natasha, you should be ready to cope, and look for an opportunity to assassinate.
The three girls nodded their heads one after another to show that they understood. Li Mu turned his head to look at the somewhat confused soldiers and said,
Lead the way.
Following the soldier leading the way to a tent, several people were already waiting there, and 5 players from the same camp were watching from afar. General Li Mu, the airplane is ready. We will be flying to New York soon. I hope your choice is not wrong. In front of the tent, the somewhat aged Colonel Phillips looked at Li Mu and said in an unassuming manner,
Won't let you down.
Turning his head to look at Dr. Erskine as well as the short Steve, the future Team America seemed to be thrilled to see him, and should know that being able to enlist in the army had the credit of Li Mu's recommendation.
Hello again, Steve. Thank you for your recognition, General. Steve will definitely not fail you.
Excitedly looking at Li Mu, to be able to join the army was Steve's dream for I don't know how many years, being denied so many times. Finally he came to the army. Everything was all helped by this general in front of him. Patting Steve's shoulder, Li Mu's sight turned to Dr. Erskine, inquired.
Dr. Erskine, you haven't forgotten what you promised me, right?
General Li Mu accounted for the matter. How dare I forget, but limited to the materials. The number of produced is limited. The specific wait until we go back to talk about it. Howard's side is already in the preparation. Mentioning this matter, Professor Erskine was obviously a bit excited. Whether his serum would work or not depended on what happened next. Nodding his head, Li Mu beckoned to the several players who kept observing this side. Receiving the signal, Lu Tianrun several players hurriedly ran over. Boarding the airplane, the several hours of flight finally returned to Rice again. Inside the lab, Li Mu and a group of powerful people stood together. Below was Dr. Erskine's group of people who were busy preparing. Li Mu was a little disappointed. After returning, Dr. Erskine handed him only 8 bottles of serum. The remaining 13 bottles were prepared for Team America, 12 of which were used for reinforcement, and the other bottle was used to continue research. This situation, Li Mu also did not intend to want to come over, mainly because there is no reason. Cannot say that in a moment you will die, and then finally used for research may still be broken, right? Standing inside the room for the dignitaries to visit, Li Mu was always on guard. Catherine was hidden in the darkness, Heart Blue was inside the lab below, and the remaining 5 players were guarding the hallway outside. This was the arrangement made by Li Mu. As long as those Hydra players dared to jump out, Li Mu would dare to make them unable to return. As for Natasha, Li Mu instructed her to do something else.
As long as those Hydra players dared to come, be prepared to die.
The lab was proceeding methodically. The skinny Steve was already lying inside the experimental vessel, and the potion had been injected normally. As Howard activated the machine, the huge human-sized vessel closed, and a large amount of electric current catalyzed the ultraviolet rays to start irradiating. Li Mu even had some doubts that the reason why the super soldier serum was not considered a bloodline was because these latter steps were missing.
Miserable howls rang out, and everyone stood up. Even though the light was a bit blinding, they still gazed intently at the laboratory below. The light reaches a critical point, the surrounding machines are bursting, flashing electricity, seems to be some wiring overload burned out. When the light dims, the huge vessel separates, revealing the figure of Steven inside. Everyone is excited. The original skinny like a girl Steve is now transformed, tall and robust, fit muscles all over the body. This situation is not proving that the super soldier program has been a success. After all, inside the anticipation, the super soldier serum was to massively equip the soldiers, not thinking to develop towards the superhuman aspect. Steven could become like this from a small man. The plan was already very successful. And the success of the plan also meant that Hydra's assassination was coming as well. As the powerful people surged towards the inside of the lab, Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. There was a killing aura, the Rice Captain had officially appeared, and it was time for the Hydra players to strike. Taking advantage of others not paying attention, Li Mu casually picked up a small toy on a certain chair and dropped it inside his backpack. Looking at a certain man in a plaid suit in front of him, Li Mu hemmed and hawed. Without a bomb, I'll see what else you can do with a detonator. Chapter 104, Obtaining the Rubik's Cube Energy Gun, exasperated Hydra players. Following behind the dignitaries, Li Mu didn't go in the first time, turning his head to look at the corridor behind him. The few people standing there made Li Mu can't help but be a little wary. These people might be Hydra players. I should have known that I should have bought a scouting skill, that would have been much easier. In order not to scare the snakes, Li Mu did not move these people, rushed to the end and walked inside the laboratory. The sound of exclamations and long sighs kept ringing out. Some officials and dignitaries looked at Steve in awe, obviously thinking that it was a bit magical for such a small man to transform into a strong man. Standing at the very back, watching the man in the plaid suit slowly probe his hand to his waist, Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. Coming. Without moving, he moved over and looked at the detonator that the man pulled out. Li Mu smiled in his heart. Click. Pressing down with force, even Li Mu keenly heard a soft sound, after which the Hydra's undercover agent was confused, and even a little panicked. After pressing it several times in a row, the expected explosion didn't come, which made it hard for him. Wasn't it curious why it didn't explode? The voice from behind him made Hydra's undercover agent's heart a panic, and without even thinking about it, he grabbed his hand to his waist. Click. Easily snapped the undercover agent's neck, just that the undercover agent seemed to be more than just this one. Inside the crowd, a few men in suits had their arms quickly raised, their black muzzles carrying the aura of death. Dropping the undercover agent who was already dead, Li Mu pushed through the crowd and punched over. At the same time there was also the light of a three-pronged military spike flashing in the shadows. Bang! Bang! The sound of the gun still rang out. Li Mu kicked over. The gun that went off instantly flew away. The bullets didn't even know where they flew to. Shadows flashed. A total of 3 undercover agents lurked in the crowd of these powerful people. One can only imagine to what extent Hydra had infiltrated the Rice Country. Protect Dr. Erskine, protect Steve. With a stern shout, the shrieking power elites had long since fallen to the ground in fear, and it didn't even work half as well as it should have. The chaos was not only inside the lab, now even outside was in chaos. The sound of gunfire and screams echoed. It seemed that the battle was fierce. Boom! The door of the lab was shattered. Several figures dressed in black suits, dressed as bodyguards, killed their way in. The pistols in their hands with a blue glow made Li Mu's pupils shrink. It was a new type of weapon researched by Hydra, a pistol that used tesseract energy. The chaos inside the lab had already been suppressed. Li Mu didn't care that others would see it, and with a forceful slap of his palm, a black magic ball was shot out. Boom! The dark magic ball exploded like several grenades roaring in unison. The ground shook, and a large amount of dust fell from the roof of the laboratory. Ding! Congratulations on killing a player from the opposing camp, you have gained 1000 bonus points, and with the Tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 10,000 points. Ding! You have inherited 1/5 of that player's legacy, congratulations on earning 500 points, Tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on earning 5,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on killing a player from the opposing camp, you have gained 1000 bonus points, the Tenfold reward talent is activated, congratulations on gaining 10,000 points. Ding! You have inherited 1/5 of that player's legacy, congratulations on gaining 200 points, Tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 2000 points. Smoke and dust raged, 2 consecutive beeps sounded in Li Mu's ears, and in the midst of the chaos, several blue pillars of light struck. Li Mu's heart flinched, and he leapt forward, instantly pushing Steve away. Thud! A muffled sound. It was simply too late to react. Dr. Erskine was instantly beaten into a piece of atoms. Li Mu did not even have a chance to save, he was already fast. It was just a pity that Dr. Erskine and Steve were standing too far away. The most important point is that Li Mu did not want to test his body. The damage of the Tesseract weapon is still unclear. In case the energy shield can't carry it, his substitute puppet will be wasted. PFFFF. Ah! Dull rattling sounds came, with screams, seemingly coming in from outside the lab. Pressing Steve, Li Mu admonished. Don't move around, I'll go out and exterminate that group of people. You are the hope of the Rice Country, you absolutely can't be in trouble, you stay here well. I order you as a general.
Team America without the vibranium shield is too brittle. If it is rubbed a little, it is estimated that it will be vaporized in an instant. Li Mu does not want him to have a hot head and cause his camp mission to fail. A few dodges appeared at the entrance of the laboratory, picking up a few pistols with a blue glow from the ground. The moment he picked them up, a crisp beep came from Li Mu's head.
Ding! D-class energy weapon detected. The Rubik's Cube pistol was actually a D-grade weapon?
The grade really isn't low already, just don't know how powerful it is. Walking out of the lab, the inside of the building was a mess. Gunshots were heard everywhere, and the blue beams of light destroyed a large portion of the wall every time they flashed by. Several players dressed in black brazenly suppressed fire in several directions. Roars of rage constantly resounded inside the building.
Damn you, Wu Lin Jiang, you don't want to die, do you? Do you still want to complete the mission? You are not afraid of not enough points to be wiped out?
The furious roar came. Li Mu froze for a moment after hearing it. His eyes looked towards the several fearless players in the building, and several messages appeared in front of his eyes.
Character, Wu Lin Jiang. Formation, Hydra. Strength, 71. Agility, 68. Spirit, 51. Physique, 65. Bloodline, none. Currently in the charmed state, this player died and teammate Li Xilan gained all bonus points. Character, Hao Zhang. Formation, Hydra. Strength, 54. Agility, 61. Spirit, 57. Physique, 6. Bloodline, none. Currently in the charmed state, this player dies and teammate Li Xilan receives all bonus points.
There were a total of 4 players, all of them were controlled by Xilan, and since they were puppets controlled by Xilan, Li Mu was able to see the attributes. Heart Blue, you have these 4 people go to the entrance of the lab and guard it. You're responsible for protecting the people in the lab. I'm going to exterminate those Hydra people. Unable to find where Heart Blue was, Li Mu felt more and more the importance of communication items. When he went back, he had to prepare one. Heart Blue obviously heard Li Mu's words. A few of the controlled players froze for a moment, and one by one, they began to retreat towards the laboratory. Watching these players retreat, Li Mu looked in the direction where the sound had come from before. His feet moved and he quickly forced his way over. Inside the room, Mu Xiaodong looked at his energy shield that was about to shatter. His mind was about to collapse. Originally the attack on the lab was going well. Suddenly a black ball flew out, instantly exploding the energy shield for a while shaking. 2 players from the same camp died without saying a word. Behind them also suffered a sneak attack. A player instantly died violently. If he did not have an energy shield estimates then also have to cool. He did not know where the enemy came from. Just relax a little. Wu Lin Jiang several people suddenly with crazy light guns at him as a burst of shooting. That is a D-class energy gun. Hydra developed a new type of weapon, hit in the body of the person instantly to gasification. He is not with an energy shield is estimated to instantly also to die a violent death. A total of 9 people attacked the laboratory. The results of the laboratory door did not even enter the group will be destroyed. Don, what should we do? My energy shield is about to break. I saved 7 worlds to save out of 10,000 points. But an energy shield is not yet warm, it will be gone. He cursed. If not for this as a teammate, he wanted to smoke over. His energy shield is not saved 5 worlds to save out of it? Several times he almost lost his life. Don't talk nonsense. I count 1, 2, 3, run together. There are still players behind the door. Go to find them to join. 105 chapter Hydra's players are so rich. The door is not closed, separated by a wall. Li Mu want to not hear what is said inside is difficult. There were still players at the door? Li Mu felt that this group of Hydra players were really bold, really think that they are infinite players and don't put rice in their eyes? However, with the infiltration of the Hydra organization into rice, it seemed like it wasn't really hard to escape. It's just a pity that he met him. Since he's here, none of them will want to leave. He's only killed 2 players, he hasn't earned enough points yet. The ripples of space flashed, and the figure instantly disappeared in place, as if there was never anyone standing here just now. 32. Flashing over just in time to hear Mu Xiaodong counting down, Li Mu raised his energy gun and fired a burst of point-blank shots at the 2. The energy gun was almost silent, several pillars of blue light shot out, and the energy shield on Mu Xiaodong's arm exploded before he could finish counting the last one. With a roar, Mu Xiaodong's eyes were red. He also planned to buy some energy batteries to recharge after the game ended in this world. As long as the energy was filled up, the energy shield could continue to be used, and now that it had been blown up he could only rebuy it again. And to buy a D-grade energy shield again, it would take a whole 10,000 points. How long would he have to save up? Mu Xiaodong went berserk. The D-grade energy shield that he had worked so hard to save up had been blown up. How could he endure this? Turning around violently, before he could do anything, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw that there seemed to be another person next to him, and behind him, his teammates who were originally on the same team as him had long since turned into ashes. Don't! Snort! Without an energy shield, he instantly turned into a pile of atoms and disappeared in place under a single strike from the Tesseract energy gun. Ding! Congratulations on killing a player from the opposing camp, you have gained 1,000 bonus points, and with the Tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 10,000 points. Ding! You have inherited 1/5 of that player's legacy. Congratulations on gaining 800 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 8,000 points.
Ding!
Congratulations on killing a player from the opposing camp. You have gained 1,000 bonus points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 10,000 points.
Ding!
You have inherited 1/5 of that player's legacy. Congratulations on gaining 1,200 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 12,000 points. Instantly pointing out these two players, Li Mu's heart was pleasantly surprised. These two players were too rich, right?
1/5 of him had gotten 2,000 points. These two were afraid that they would add up to 10,000 points?
But in the end, it was all cheap for him. Picked up the magic cube energy gun on the ground. Li Mu heart some pity. This magic cube energy gun, although good to use, is too few bullets. Great energy weapon seems to be in the infinite space. Selling price is not cheap. The two pistols put away, Li Mu also does not stop and quickly ran toward the door. Just now these two players said, there are people at the door. Now should be his side of the 5 players blocked.
In the antique store, Lu Tianran and his 4 teammates are cowering behind the obstacles, looking at the blue light pillars that keep flying over their heads. They are going to curse. What the hell kind of weapon is this? His D-grade energy shield had actually dimmed quite a bit after being hit. This was a D-grade prop. It was able to withstand the attack of a rocket launcher, and it was actually dimmed by a beam of light? If he didn't have an energy shield, would he have lost it? Captain, what should we do? The opposite side's firepower is too fierce. I don't dare to raise my head. Listening to the complaints of his teammates, Lu Tianran is also very desperate. Opposite Hydra players how can be so fierce? Why they are a bunch of super weapons. Hydra treatment so good? Looking down at the broken gun in his hand, Lu Tianran heart don't mention how disgusted. What is the difference between this and the burning stick? Had he known this, he would have brought his teammates to choose the Hydra camp? Suddenly a scream came, followed by the sound of bodies falling to the ground. Lu Tianran's few people looked at each other and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Could it be reinforcements? The scream sounded again, the blue beams above their heads all disappeared. A few people couldn't help but raise their heads, only to see the Hydra players shooting in all directions like madmen. Captain, the Hydra players are crazy? Lu Tianran was also a bit confused now. What was going on? Just when he was confused, an arm suddenly appeared behind a certain Hydra player, and the 3-pronged military spike with blood on it instantly stabbed down. Put! Bang! White light flashed. The 3-pronged military thrust was blocked by a white shield. Lu Tianran's gaze narrowed. It was the light of the energy shield. Suddenly stabbed, the player became even more frantic. Regardless, he turned his head and pulled the trigger. Snort! A player was hit, a golden light flashed. It seemed to be a body protection prop, only to shatter instantly. The remaining blue light column instantly reduced that player to dust. Hiss. Instantly taken aback. This is too terrifying, right? A shot that even hit a person with a defense prop into flying dust? Especially Lu Tianran, just now he took a hit. No wonder the energy shield dimmed a little. Such a horrible power, who can withstand? Hidden in the shadows of the killer so that Hydra players everyone in danger. 6 people gathered together, vigilantly looking around. The heart has already hid fear. Don't even shoot indiscriminately. What about Ka? This side of the rice country even has such a horrible killer. Seems to be a player. Are we going to leave? This side has made such a big commotion. The Mi security forces will soon come over. Wait for 2 more minutes. If we can't get out again, we'll leave. Otherwise we might not be able to leave. The voice said in a low voice. Wu Kuei glanced at the 4 corpses on the ground, with a scornful light in his eyes. In just a few minutes, 11 of them were assassinated 4 times, and they just shot one by mistake, but they didn't even see the shadow of the assassin. It was too suffocating. He was also assassinated twice. If it wasn't for the energy shield on him, he would have been seriously injured without dying. The antique store was quiet. The quieter it was, the more depressing the atmosphere became. Boom! With a loud bang, the door leading to the basement was blasted open, and a large amount of smoke and dust splattered out, while a figure quickly scurried out. It's not our people. Shoot! With an explosive shout, the 6 players of Hydra aimed at the black shadow and pulled the trigger. Brother Kuei, I can't hit it, it's too fast. It's rushing over. A player's face turned pale as he shrieked. Wu Kuei's heart was also frightened. What the hell kind of speed is this? It's too fast. Grass. Let's go, we won't wait for those people. Chapter 106. Fleeing in disarray, 10 blades a second, energy shield is useless. Blasting open the door used for camouflage, Li Mu passed through the smoke and dust. His eyes instantly locked onto a pair of Hydra players approaching the doorway, and even more so, he sensed Catherine lurking in the shadows through the slave contract. The figure didn't stop. Li Mu didn't want to let these players run away. With full speed, he instantly chased after them towards the doorway. The Rubik's Cube energy gun was indeed powerful, but it also had to keep up with his movement speed. Abandoning the cube energy gun, Li Mu carried the 3-pronged army spike upside down. At this time it was better to use a melee weapon. Magic power was injected into his feet, his speed rose once again, and the 3-pronged military spike quickly fell and lifted up again. Ding!
Like the sound of golden iron, a light broken, Li Mu heart sneer, he still do not believe it, protective props he has a second. The three-pronged military spike fell again, this time there was no more obstruction, the Hydra player with his back to him was instantly penetrated through the neck. Ding! Congratulations on killing a player from the opposing camp, you have gained 1000 bonus points, and with the tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 10,000 points. Ding! You have inherited 1/5 of that player's legacy, congratulations on gaining 400 points, tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 4000 points. Another 14,000 points in hand. Li Mu's feet didn't stop, the glistening white wrists flashed before his eyes, his hand rose and fell, a Hydra player who was only concerned about escaping fell to the ground once again. Chasing out of the antique store, the 4 players who were promoted shot at Li Mu while running, on the contrary, Catherine who was sneaking in the darkness was half affected. Li Mu was puzzled, everyone is a SSS bloodline, Heart Blues is the charm talent, Catherine's talent is also very, how come he has no talent as a demon king? This is funny, isn't it? Could it be that the 10 times reward talent took up the talent slot? Li Mu was a bit confused. In his heart, Li Mu's footspeed is faster and faster, magic power is constantly injected, the speed of 100 meters a second makes the only remaining 4 Hydra players to despair. Running in the forefront, Wu Kuei's face was ugly, this time the Hydra camp failed, the rice captain was not killed, not only that, more than 10 players were exterminated, but fortunately, the mission's punishment wasn't very serious, 2000 points he could still take out. Now he needs to think about how to escape, that player behind him is too fast, this is a fully sensitive player, right? Poof! A muffled sound, Wu Kuei heart shivered, the sound of a sharp blade stabbing into the body is so familiar, he did not know how many times he had heard it, after 21 worlds, he personally killed not 1,000 but also 800 people, this sound is familiar cannot be more familiar. Brother Kuei! Save me! Help me! It was Feng De. The first time he heard this voice, Wu Kuei reacted, this Feng De followed him for 17 worlds, is considered to be a senior member of the team, the strength is very good, today. He didn't dare to stop, he could only run, once he stopped, he might be buried here as well. Fast! Just one more street to turn around is where the Hydra submarine is stored. Crossing over the fallen body, this Hydra player was not killed by him, but Catherine, the female assassin who lurked up was too terrifying, hand up and down, several attacks in a row, it was the energy shield that was a bit unable to withstand it. Feet step hard, magic power burst, Li Mu's figure instantly scurried out more than 100 meters, 3-pronged military spike swung down, a white light shield appeared. Ding! Great energy shield, this is a rather annoying thing. Unchanged expression, a foot kicked out, this player could not maintain balance, a series of several staggers instantly turned into a rolling gourd. Raising his leg and stomping down, the energy shield flashed again, and the 3-pronged military spikes in his hand stabbed down one after another, 10 times a second, even the D-level energy shield couldn't withstand Li Mu's attack. Ka-la! Don't kill me! The energy shield ruptured, the Hydra player who was kicked to the ground screamed miserably, without giving him another extra chance, the 3-pronged military spike stabbed down instantly. Put! Ding! Congratulations on killing a player from the opposing camp, you have gained 1000 reward points, and with the tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 10,000 points. Ding! You have inherited 1/5 of that player's legacy, congratulations on gaining 100 points, tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 10,000 points. Another 20,000 points in hand, pulling out his 3-pronged military spike, looking at the Hydra player who had already run out of shadow in front of him, Li Mu quickly followed. All the way to the place where Catherine stood, Li Mu stopped, the coastal place, huge water ripples, full of black science and technology vestigial feeling of the submarine is slowly diving, inside that submarine, the only 2 remaining Hydra players are coldly watching him and Catherine. Master, I let you down, Catherine didn't catch up with them, she just broke the energy shield, but there was no way to stop them from getting on the submarine. Catherine blamed herself a little in her heart, clearly Li Mu had said before that she would destroy all of these players, but in the end, she let 2 of them escape. Turning his head to look at Catherine's dejected appearance, Li Mu knew that she was blaming herself. It's okay, you've already performed well, you killed 2 players at the entrance of the lab, 4 at the antique store, and 1 on the road, that's already 7 Hydra players, and this time Hydra only came with 20 players. What's more, they have energy shields, D-level shields are still a bit too thick, when we go back, we will find you a dagger that can break shields, the 3-pronged military spike should be retired. Li Mu is not saying this, just killed these players seemingly crushed, in fact, it is indeed crushed, but this D-level energy shield still slowed down the pace quite a bit. Otherwise, there was no need to run here at all, these Hydra players would have all been destroyed long ago. Touching Catherine's small face, Li Mu suddenly asked. Catherine, do you remember the plot here in the movie? Mentioning this question, Catherine raised her head and looked around, a few moments of confusion flashed in her eyes, and only after a long time did her eyes sparkle. This seems to be the place where Team America chased that man in the suit and ended up taking poison, right? I should have thought of that a long time ago. What a pity. Just because you didn't think of it doesn't mean I forgot about it.
Turning his head to the corner next to him, Li Mu glanced at Catherine and laughed. Natasha, if you don't come out, be careful that Catherine will give you little shoes to wear at night. In Catherine's gaze, Natasha walked out from behind the pillar. A few steps to Li Mu's front, in Catherine's expectant gaze, Natasha took out something from her pocket and handed it to Li Mu. Seeing what Natasha handed to Li Mu, Catherine's eyes flashed with surprise. Chapter 107, Calculated, all Hydra players extinguished. Dang. Inside the submarine, a muffled sound echoed. Wu Kuei's eyes carried anger. A mission, a whole 20 people, only he and another captain were left. It was a total loss. His 6 team members are all dead. Not only that, his life-saving prop's energy shield was also broken. Even if he has energy batteries are useless, there is no time to replenish. The most frustrating thing is not with energy batteries, but there is no time to replenish. Watch 10,000 points of props were alive to burst. Thinking of the horrible speed of 10 knives a second, Wu Kuei's heart was chilled. That assassin was too horrible. How could there be such a horrible assassin in the F-rank area? Do not even know where to come out, as long as the appearance must be behind. That 3-pronged military spikes like the Scythe of Death, D-level energy shield energy scale with running water like down. In a few seconds, his shield was broken, and if it wasn't for his quick reaction, it might have been his head that was broken in the next second. Zhou Fei, what are you going to do? Your team members are all dead as well. Do you want to form a team together when you get back? At most 4 more worlds I'll have to go through the melee copy. I'm at 26 worlds now, and there are only 4 worlds left before the limit of 30. The total loss of teammates is undoubtedly a huge loss, inside the infinite space, without a team, but it is very difficult, especially the melee copy. Without a team is basically cannon fodder. Beside Wu Kuei, Zhou Fei's will was a bit depressed. It was hard to pull the team to the present, but he was the only one left, almost lost his life. He was a bit disheartened. Glancing at Wu Kuei, Zhou Fei thought for a moment and nodded. Let's get through this world first. If the mission fails, 8,000 points is not enough for me. Good. There was no forcing. Wu Kuei's current points were only 6,000 or so. If the camp mission failed, he would have to be wiped out as well. Zhou Fei, what are you stepping on under your feet? Seems to see something. Wu Kuei cannot help but push Zhou Fei's fade. Under my feet? The two looked in unison, and when they saw the densely packed detonation bombs underneath the seat, a bad feeling instantly rose in the hearts of the two. On the shore, looking at the water that has completely calmed down, received the detonator handed over by Natasha, and gently pressed his finger. After an interval of less than a second, thousands of meters away, the surface of the sea suddenly exploded. Tens of meters of huge waves, the entire surface of the sea shook, the waves rolled, and the fire instantly exploded at the bottom of the sea. Ding! Congratulations on killing a player from the opposing camp, you have gained 1,000 bonus points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 10,000 points. Ding! You have inherited 1/5 of that player's legacy. Congratulations on earning 1,100 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on earning 11,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on killing a player from the opposing camp. You have gained 1,000 bonus points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 10,000 points. Ding! You have inherited 1/5 of that player's legacy. Congratulations on earning 900 points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on earning 9,000 points. The huge waves splashing on the surface of the sea and the constant shaking of the sea caused many of the citizens who were watching this side of the sea to gasp in surprise. After all, several officers were standing here, and there were also gunshots and assassinations before that, so it naturally attracted most of the people's attention. A large number of bubbles boiled on the surface of the water, pulling out his ears that were a bit buzzed by the shock. Li Mu couldn't help but look at Natasha. My little baby, did you stuff a nuclear bomb into it? Why is it moving so much? Being said by Li Mu to lower her head, Natasha said with some delicacy. I'm just afraid that they'll run away. After all, the instructor said that they're players just like you guys, and they might also have life-preserving props, so Natasha put in 40 detonation bombs just to make sure. Hiss. This is too ruthless, right? 40? This could blow up a building. With this much power, not to mention a D-grade energy shield, even a C-grade or even B-grade would have to be scrapped. But caution is good. Anyway, these bombs don't cost anything. They are all taken from inside the armory. If not for the fact that the weapons in this era are too hot chickens, Li Mu would want to go to the armory to take a look around. Touching Natasha's small head, Li Mu laughed. Good job. I'll give you a reward for sleeping in my arms at night. The delicate little face delicacy into a piece, continuous so many days of development so that this little girl has already had the later Black Widow a trace of flavor. Is this trace is also for the young girl to increase the color a lot? Let's go. There are too many people over here. First go back to see the situation over there in the laboratory. Aha! Taking Catherine and Natasha back to the laboratory, this place is already a mess. Let Li Mu's surprise, the last bottle of super soldier serum was also broken in the chaos. The atmosphere in the lab was a bit strange, and when Li Mu's 3 people walked in, all eyes looked over. Steve, what's wrong with you? Looking at the somewhat bruised and swollen Steve, Li Mu wondered, how did this properly get beaten up like this? Could it be that he accidentally touched it? but looked at his face that 35 yards of shoe prints, Li Mu searching, this is to people's feet into it? Seeing Li Mu come over, I don't know if it's respect or something, Steve said obediently. That I want to go out. You also saw, Dr. Erskine was killed by those people, not even the remains, Li Mu instantly understood, his eyes looked at the heart blue, compared to Steve's face, the more he looked at this 35 yards of shoe prints, the more like the heart blue. To know that usually Li Mu but not a lot of holding heart blue fluffy play, small arch, crystal jade toes like cardamom, how to play will not be greasy. With a playful smile on his face, Li Mu continued with the words of the American team. Then you were stopped by my men's heart blue, you still had to show off, and as a result, you were beaten by a little girl who couldn't find her way out, right? Embarrassed nodded his head, Steve do not mention how depressed, he clearly feel that he is now able to second heaven and earth and air, the result of the. A few times, he was kicked down, and then there was a burst of beatings. Seeing Li Mu come back, Colonel Phillips walked over and first glanced at Steve before saluting Li Mu. I'm sorry General, the experiment was a success, but there are still quite a few things missing, the serum has been destroyed, and the results after the inspection just now can't be analyzed at all, which means that the super soldier program is on hold. As for Steve, Li Mu understood what he meant, basically it was the same as the original, Steve was nothing more than a mascot, but unfortunately because of his outburst, Steve didn't even have the qualifications to be a mascot anymore. Colonel Phillips, I still say, there are no absolutes in this world, want to bet? Chapter 108 You look like a vegetable virtual koan. I'm not sure if you want to bet on it. Colonel Phillips is confused. What is this? Your Excellency General, I don't know what you mean. Looking at Colonel Phillips whose face was a little weak, Li Mu smiled slightly and patted his shoulder and said, Relax my colonel, it's not that difficult for you, as long as Steve proves his strength on the battlefield and is strong enough to play a great effect alone, then you have to apologize to Dr. Erskine and Steve. After all, Dr. Erskine gave his life for Rice, and it wouldn't be too hard for Steve to get an apology and an acknowledgement from you if he can really do what I say, would it? Staring blankly, Phillips did not expect Li Mu's request to be so simple. Turning his head to look at Steve, Colonel Phillips nodded and said, No problem, Dr. Erskine already deserves my respect. This is the super soldier program not being mass-produced makes me just a little disappointed. If Steve can really do what the general said, I will give the greatest recognition. Ding! Trigger the hidden mission, let Captain Rice get the affirmation of Colonel Phillips, the mission rewards 1000 points, failure deducts 2000 points, insufficient points, wipe out. Ding! Trigger mission failure will be awarded with the title You Look Like a Vegetable Vein Kuan. Li Mu was confused, was this hinting at something? Did infinite space owe green Shurhan? But on second thought, forget it, 80% of it will be sent next door. Colonel Phillips left, the situation is a big disappointment, the European side of the battlefield still need him to supervise. In the lab, Stark was scrutinizing the gun he obtained from the Hydra player, and Li Mu was leaning on the side with somewhat nothing to do. This gun is the most common gun we have, but his kinetic energy is strange. I've never seen this kind of energy before, but it's terrifying. Of course there are things inside this gun that are worth studying, but that's not the point is this energy source. After looking through half a day, Howard Stark gave this conclusion, which was expected by Li Mu. Hydra's things are relatively ahead of the current MiG, who let people get lucky and discover something unimaginable. This energy comes from the Cosmic Tesseract, it's something you can't understand right now, I can explain it in detail for you if there's time, but it's obviously not right now, isn't it, Agent Kate? At the door of the lab, Peggy Kate walked in, glancing at Li Mu, especially the three heart blue girls who were not moving an inch behind Li Mu. Her face was unchanged, but Li Mu felt that the woman was angry. Mr. Stark, Colonel Phillips informed us that we need to rush to London tomorrow at the latest, we are needed on the battlefield over there, Hydra's forces are counterattacking hard. Of course, if the general has time, he can also come along, after all, your department is somewhat important, and Hydra's special forces are not something our soldiers can resist. With a smile on his face, Li Mu sized up the cold and noble female agent in front of him. What was this? Convinced of weakness? Being Li Mu looked up and down, unbridled gaze even if she as an agent have eaten. Just when Peggy Kate was about to run away from Li Mu, a soldier walked in. Agent Kate, this is the war report from the front line. Hurriedly received the war report and pretended to read it to hide her uneasiness, but soon she didn't have time to be uneasy. The more she read, the more alarmed she became. What's going on? The alarming sound attracted everyone's attention. Even Stark, who was studying his pistol, couldn't help but raise his head. What's going on? With a gloomy expression, Peggy raised her head and looked at Li Mu and said, A major rout occurred on the front line. Schmidt's special forces attacked, consecutively broke several directions, several battle regiments were broken, nearly 1,000 people were captured, heavily killed and wounded, less than 100 soldiers withdrew back, 257th Infantry Regiment, 107th Infantry Regiment. Wait, 107th Infantry? Steve, who was honestly sitting in his chair without saying anything, instantly stood up and interrupted Peggy's words. Looking at this super soldier suspiciously, Peggy asked, What's wrong? Mr. Steve? Taking 2 steps forward, Steve looked at Li Mu and pleaded. General Li Mu, please make sure you bring me to the battlefield, I will not let you down. The plot advancement made Li Mu a little surprised, but it didn't matter much, saving the transition time. Let's go, are you going to save your friend Bucky? Just in time, I also intend to let you show your strength, so as to let Colonel Phillips understand that he did look away. With an extra smile on his face, Steven saluted Li Mu and thanked him. Thank you, General Li Mu. Shrugging his shoulders, he took the magic energy pistol from Stark's hand, and looking at the gaze of Stark who followed, Li Mu rolled his eyes. Don't look at it, it's time to go, trust me Stark, when you go to the London side, you'll have endless things to study, the technology on Schmidt's side is enough to blow your mind. The group moved on to London, returning to the barracks once again. Colonel Phillips had only been back for a short while and was signing the list of the fallen. Judging by the darkened face, the colonel seemed very unhappy. Colonel Phillips, hello again, I've brought Steve to fulfill our bet. With a somewhat gruff look, glancing at Steve, Phillips said. General Li Mu, militarily, I think I would have more say than you. Acting rashly will not do us any good. They are 30 miles behind the enemy lines. They would have to go through the most heavily guarded area in Europe. If we go to rescue them, our losses will be even worse. Have you really thought this through? Propping his hands on the table, Li Mu's gaze is so firm that the veteran general doesn't dare to look at him. Before coming here, I have already considered clearly, and have a proper plan. Only need to borrow you a warplane, piloted by Stark. By then, I think you will change your opinion of Steve. The rescue was going to happen no matter what. It was about the mission that followed. If you didn't go, you wouldn't even know about the rest of Hydra's strongholds, and pulling a tug of war wouldn't be half as good as it could be, knowing that Schmidt had the Tesseract. Okay, I approve. I hope your eyes are not wrong. Swatches. The sky is filled with thunderclouds like this. The roar of artillery fire constantly resounds on the earth. Inside the airplane, Li Mu looked at the dim sky outside the window and opened his mouth. Steve, did you understand the tasks explained to you before? Behind Li Mu, Steve was holding a shield made of fine steel. The current one had not been affirmed. Naturally, he could not get good equipment. General, I am clear, just you also together on the field. You don't need to say anything about this matter. If I don't bring someone here, you probably won't even be able to enter the base camp. Just as Li Mu's side was talking, the airplane suddenly shook violently, and Stark in the pilot's seat shouted. The artillery fire ahead is too dense, I can only send you here. On the airplane, hearing Stark's words, Peggy's heart lifted up, nervously looking at Li Mu for a few moments, her fingers pinched a little green. Do you have something to say to me? 109 Chapter Dinner in the evening? Peggy offers a kiss. Do you have something to say to me? This sentence attracted the attention of many people on the plane. Being focused by the eyes of the crowd, Peggy's cold face had more herb halos. Just inside the dimly lit airplane it wasn't very clear to see. Nervous in her heart, looking at the three women behind Li Mu, Peggy summoned up the courage to say. If you come back safely, I think we should be able to have dinner together. Have dinner together? Lu Tianren. Several people looked at each other and rolled their eyes in unison. Eating dinner is fake, you guys are planning to eat people. Captain, I really don't have envy, you have to believe me. Do you believe me when I say I'm not envious either? I believe you. Anyway, I'm really not envious, I'm just a bit sour. MB, the same are players, why anyone between will be so much difference. We are a big head soldier, others directly as the general, others have plot beauty to send embrace, we can only hold each other warm. I'm not a big fan of this. Heart pleased, Li Mu face with a smile. Dinner together in this open country, the meaning is self-evident, because there is an old saying, full of warmth and lust, eat nothing will be messy thinking. By the time you have the heart I have the intention, all natural water to the channel. Your confession I promised, but have you considered it? Looking at Li Mu complacent look, Peggy really want to go up and step on 2 feet, even hiding Li Mu a few days, but the more I think about it, the back is better. She did not hide all cannot find Li Mu, this man should go to hell. You are not married, why can't I fight for it? Who is the winner is still not sure. There is also the fact that, can you stand it alone? Be careful not to cope with it when the time comes, there is no way to do it. This is really too poisonous. Men hate us to say no. Just not waiting for Li Mu put harsh words. The front of the Starks could not stand. I say you flirting cannot change a place. I really cannot hold out. This side of the fire network is too dense. We will be shot down at any time the danger. The color of his face was awe-inspiring, and he couldn't care less about joking. If the plane blew up in the sky, everyone would be collectively finished. Pulling open the door of the airplane, Li Mu drank. Don't hesitate, quickly jump. There were no ordinary people on the airplane. Hearing Li Mu's order, everyone was alert and jumped down one by one. Just as Li Mu wanted to jump down, Peggy suddenly pulled him back. What? Half of the words were blocked back. The cold female agent sent a kiss. Li Mu did not hesitate, backhandedly embraced the past, wantonly knobbed a few handfuls on the fat, until Peggy pushed him away. Li Mu only then let go. Very fragrant, next time I come back it will all be mine. Declaring his sovereignty, Li Mu put on his goggles and jumped out of the airplane. Being released by Li Mu, Peggy faded a soft, fat still left on the aftertaste of Li Mu pinched, probing her head to look at the boundless night sky. Peggy face herb like blood, just by Li Mu's strong embrace kiss, she felt that in this life may not be able to get away from it. Agent Kate, hold on tight, we're heading back. Under the night sky, Li Mu accelerated the fall, speaking of which this is considered the second time to parachute, the first time, or just entered the infinite space, in a flash, are already the third world.
Safe landing. After waiting for everyone to arrive, Li Mu scanned the circle and said, "Everything according to the plan. Action. We attract the attention of the enemy. Steve, you go to save people. By the way, to fight out, the most important point, Hydra's secret base distribution map. Do not need you to remember. You directly to me stuffed into your crotch, understand?" Steve was a little embarrassed and said in a hurry, "Got it, General." Promised to complete the task. Through the woods, the distant Hydra base is in sight. Pointing to the transportation truck in the distance, Li Mu gestured, and several people nodded in unison. With Li Mu's group of people's stature, wanting to sneak attack a transportation truck was simply not too simple. After killing the 2 ghost Hydra soldiers in the carriage in seconds, several people quietly waited to enter the Hydra base.
Do you remember the plan clearly? Each person kills as many Hydra soldiers as possible, 100 people's mission. You guys still remember it, right? If you have the ability, kill as many as you can. If you don't, bail out, got it?
In short, make as much of a mess as possible. Lu Tianrun's 5 people nodded. The 100 Hydra soldiers mission they could finally do by now. This has been waiting for almost a month. General, we understand. This is all war merit.
We understand.
Nodding with satisfaction, Li Mu turned his head to look at Heart Blue and hit a color. Heart Blue naturally understood. Her charm skill against the Hydra soldiers was simply not too terrifying. 12 points of mental power was enough to control a 100-man unit.
Catherine, you pay more attention to Steven's side. There is also the assassination of players from the Hydra camp.
Nodding her head, Catherine knew her strengths. There was nothing to stop her in the darkness of the night. The darkness of the night was her home turf. She would be in control of everything. In the middle of the explanation, the transportation vehicle slowly stopped. Heart Blue was the first to step out. A purple light flashed in her eyes, and instantly a few Hydra soldiers froze. A group of people fishtailed down. Steve quickly ran towards the distance. Li Mu waved his hand. At once several players were hidden into the darkness. The 3-pronged military spikes in his hand reappeared. Dealing with these ordinary Hydra soldiers, simply don't be too simple, beyond the limit of human speed. Under this night, even if it is a player from the Hydra camp, Li Mu can make them die without even letting out a fart. A flash of blood bloomed in the darkness, putting down the last Hydra soldier. A prompt sounded in Li Mu's ears. Ding! Completion of Main Quest 3 has been achieved, rewarding 1,000 points, Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations, you have gained 10,000 points.
Ding!
You have completed the kill mission. From now on, you will receive 10 points for every Hydra soldier you kill. Phew, this year's Sister's Egg Pain mission finally started giving points, but now I should go find those players. Players have more points than soldiers. Killed 100 Hydra soldiers, a point did not give, and the Resident Evil world is not the same. But think about it, Resident Evil world was counting on the killing of zombies to get points. If you give a limit, the player may as well wait for death. Just as Li Mu was about to go find those Hydra camp players, a series of gunshots came from the distance.
Were they exposed?
110 chapter copying Hydra's arsenal. There's no mercy in this game. Lu Tianren now had some egg pains. He didn't expect that he would suddenly win the lottery and bumped into a Hydra camp player. It was a pity that he didn't get this player killed in the first place.
An E-rank shield blocked his fatal blow. Ta! Continuous gunshots instantly shook the entire Hydra base, and large swaths of Hydra soldiers converged in the direction of the gunshots.
Inside the prison, Steve was unlocking the door and almost dropped the key when he heard this gunshot. More than 1,000 people's cells, Steve was enough to open nearly half an hour. As the plot, none of these people have Bucky inside. After instructing these prisoners some things, Steve hurriedly ran towards the factory isolation ward side. Hydra base is in chaos, just convenient for these captives. Otherwise, such a large number of captives, the target is still too big. But there are advantages. Unrest up Hydra's soldiers more difficult to block. Inside the Hydra base, in the first instant that the base was in turmoil, all the players received a mission to keep the Hydra base and repel the raid by the MiG captain. The reward for success is 2,000 points, and the penalty for failure is 4,000 points. If Li Mu had known about it, he would have definitely said that it was a giant pit. Schmidt was a very ambitious leader who also didn't treat his men as human beings, and when the base went haywire, he didn't hesitate to detonate the entire base, and this group of players who chose Hydra would definitely be pitted to death. Since he had already been exposed, Li Mu also stopped hiding. Holding a 3-pronged military spike in his hand, Li Mu directly swept across. A large swath of Hydra soldiers that had surged out hadn't even understood what was going on before they fell to the ground. Ding! You killed a Hydra soldier, rewarding you with 10 points, 10 times reward talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 100 points. Ding! You have killed a Hydra soldier, rewarding you with 10 points, tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 100 points. There are too many hints. Li Mu didn't pay attention to them. Anyway, these Hydra soldiers will die no matter what. Might as well die in his hands and add some points to him. All the way to invincible, Li Mu's existence is too buggy. On the ground, Hydra soldiers' magic energy rifles Li Mu did not pick up. Too waste of time. Li Mu intends to directly copy Hydra's arsenal. Killing all the way in, Li Mu just walked into the armory and froze. In front of him, several players from Hydra's camp were stuffing weapons and ammo into their backpacks, and it was clear that they also knew the benefits of these weapons.
Someone was robbing weapons from him?
Li Mu was instantly unhappy. Although he couldn't take all the things inside the armory, or even only a small portion of it, Li Mu just wasn't happy in his heart.
You say that a bunch of you walking points don't send them up properly, and you dare to plot against his property? Simply audacious. With a step of his feet, the moment Li Mu moved, several players also reacted, picking up the magic energy rifles on the weapon racks and were about to shoot at Li Mu. Seeing this, Li Mu wanted to say a word of stupidity. If they weren't so reliant on these weapons, they would definitely still be able to resist for a while, but picking up these weapons, they didn't even have any room to resist. These magic energy guns can only bully ordinary people. When they can't keep up with the speed, it's too irrational to insist on taking the guns. The damage of the weapons is indeed high, but what's the point of not being able to hit them? The body is like no shadow. The speed of 100 meters a second exceeds the imagination of these players. Under the magic outbreak, this group of players want to find Li Mu's figure is 1,000 times more difficult. The three-pronged military spike penetrated a player's throat, and with a casual fling, the body flew out horizontally, and in mid-air it was smashed into a piece of atoms. Ding! Congratulations on killing a player from the opposing camp. You have gained 1,000 bonus points, and with the Tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 10,000 points. Ding! You have inherited 1/5 of that player's legacy. Congratulations on gaining 420 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 4,200 points. When the points came to mind, Li Mu had already pulled the three-pronged military spike out of the other player's neck. Ding! Congratulations on killing a player from the opposing camp. You have gained 1,000 reward points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 10,000 points. Ding! You have inherited 1/5 of the player's legacy. Congratulations on gaining 200 points. The Tenfold reward talent is activated. Congratulations on gaining 2,000 points. The bodies fell powerlessly towards the ground. There were a total of 5 players inside the armory. 2 were dead and 3 were left. Step by step, the 3 players looked like they had been scared out of their wits. Holding their magic energy rifles, they didn't even dare to pull the trigger. Every time Li Mu took a step forward, they took a step back. When it seemed like there was no way to retreat, a few players crashed into the metal frame. One by one, they were scared out of their wits, and their eyes were filled with a terrified gleam. No, don't kill me, I can surrender. I can surrender too. I don't want to die yet. Spare me. I don't want to die either. Please Lord, let me go. I'm still young. I don't want to die yet. Looking at the 3 players begging for mercy in front of him, Li Mu sighed and completely lost his fighting spirit. Even if he wanted to spare them, what could he do? If they failed the camp quest, wouldn't they still be wiped out? With a stamp of his foot, a bloody light flashed, and the 3 figures fell softly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on killing 3 players from the opposing camp. You have gained 3,000 reward points, and with the Tenfold reward talent activated, congratulations on gaining 30,000 points. Ding! You have inherited 1/5 of the 3 players' legacy. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points. Turning around, there is no mercy in his eyes. These people can come this far. The people they killed are equally many. There is no mercy in infinite space. If he is not strong enough one day, he will also end up like this. Exterminating these few players, Li Mu looked at this huge arsenal in front of him. He hated his teeth. Why couldn't he fit them all in a magic pistol, magic rifle, magic cannon, all stacked the same 99. Anyway, occupying the grid is also occupying. Why not take a little more? Pistol magazines, rifle magazines, magic cannon magazines. Li Mu loaded a dozen grids one by one, and even threw out all the guns that he had previously obtained from Jedi Survival, leaving only the 2 sniper rifles, AWM, M24. With a backpack full of weapons, Li Mu turned his head and left the armory. The whole base is now in chaos. Li Mu opened the backward communicator and shouted, "Catherine, how's it going on your side? How is Steve's situation? Did Schmidt open the base destruction device?" The communicator stabbed for a while, and soon came Catherine's message. Hearing this news, Li Mu admitted that he was moved. 111 Chapter Intercepting Schmidt, Cosmic Tesseract. The news that Catherine said was simple and seductive. The Tesseract. As the 6 Infinity Gems throughout the Marvel series, the Tesseract possesses a strong presence, setting the stage for the snapping of fingers, family planning, and also leading to the invasion of Earth by the Big Purple Potato Exterminator later on. Before, Li Mu also thought of taking the Tesseract from the Red Skull, but did not want to think so early. But the final battle later, the United States team and the Red Skull against A, when he will try to obtain the Tesseract. Li Mu heart, there is another worry, not enough strength. Touch the Tesseract is going to have a very bad end, such as the Red Skull, the end of the end by the power of the Tesseract transported to other planets, guarding the Soul Gem. That's where the Exterminator pushed his daughter off, and that guide was the Red Skull. The Tesseract, if you can get it, will definitely have a huge boost in strength, but the consequences of failure are just as serious. But living in infinite space is a fight for your life, and Li Mu intends to try it now. Where are they? Master, just follow my location and come over. Team America is confronting the Red Skull. Hanging up his communicator, Li Mu confirmed Catherine's location, and with a hard step, his magic wings stretched out and his figure instantly disappeared into the darkness. On the overpass, Steve angrily stared at Schmidt on the opposite side and coldly shouted, You won't be able to hide for long. You are bound to fail. The catwalk was retreating, the dozens of meters of abyss allowed Steve to only stare angrily at Schmidt on the opposite side. Fire was exploding, the whole base was roaring, this place was about to be destroyed. Having the base destroyed by Steve, Schmidt had the same rage in his heart. What made his rage even greater was the fact that Dr. Erskine's serum had been successful on Steve, while he had turned into an inhuman, ghostly monster. This made the fire of jealousy within him grow even stronger. I am the most successful outcome of his success. I will surely rule this world. You and I are the same kind of people, we have superhuman strength, but you are willing to become someone else's slave. We are the true gods of the new world. Fighting to take off his human skin mask, the blood-red skull only had a layer of false human skin. Humph. I thought that the group of people that came out of nowhere would give me a boost, but I didn't realize that they were all a bunch of losers. What a waste of so much of my time. Just wait, Captain Rice, I will let you know what despair is. Turning around and walking to an elevator, Schmidt, dressed in a black leather jacket, led Dr. Zola inside and casually closed the elevator. Boom! With the explosion still roaring and being shaken backward by the wave of air, Steve turned his head to look at Bucky beside him and said, "We'll take the top." The two climbed the stairs all the way up, and shortly after their figures disappeared, a sultry figure appeared in the darkness. Watching the two men leave, Catherine's figure disappeared again. On the tarmac, after handing the keys to Dr. Zora, Schmidt boarded the plane with a storm of anger, and had just put the Tesseract away when he heard a strange noise behind him. Who? Alertly turning around, looking at the two silhouettes that suddenly appeared behind him, Schmidt was crushed inside. When did two more people appear inside the airplane? Ignoring Schmidt, Limu gazed at the Tesseract, the small blue crystal emitted infinite energy, as vast as the boundless universe. Being ignored by Limu, Schmidt was annoyed and pulled out the magic pistol on his waist to shoot. A phantom shadow flashed by, and a whip kick sent the gun in Schmidt's hand flying. Catherine sneered. "You'd better be honest, or I don't mind giving you a heavy lesson here." Looking at the bewitching and moving Catherine in front of him, Schmidt was a little frightened in his heart. This woman's speed he couldn't even see clearly, and her strength was even stronger than him. Walking to the edge of the Tesseract, Limu raised his hand and grabbed it, calm as water. The Tesseract didn't seem to be half threatening, but it was this calmness that was more and more disturbing. When his palm touched the Tesseract, the vast and endless power made Limu feel incomparably small, and his heart and mind were about to be shocked. Ding! Unranked item Tesseract detected. Handing into infinite space will earn you a reward of 5 million points. 5 million points. Enough points to shock Limu. Once he chose to turn it in, with the gift of 10 times the reward, he could instantly get 50 million points. 50 million points. Combined with the rest of those 10% discount cards, Limu couldn't know how many things he could buy. Trying to put the Tesseract into his backpack, a beep came. Ding! The Tesseract is too high in level and cannot be included in personal space. Ding! Turning in the Tesseract can be rewarded with 5 million points. Please make a choice as soon as possible. The energy of the Tesseract will soon begin to recoil. With a heartbeat, Limu did not hesitate any longer and quickly released the Tesseract with his palm. Not to turn it in. This was Limu's decision. The value of the Cosmic Tesseract definitely exceeded the value of 5 million points. Even if it was 10 times the reward's 50 million points, it definitely exceeded it, which could be seen from Infinite Space's incessant urging. The Tesseract, something that even Infinite Space wanted to get, how could Limu give it away like that? Limu's ambition was great. As long as there was a little hope, he wanted to get rid of Infinite Space's control, or even counteract Infinite Space. He wanted to grasp his fate in his own hands. The Tesseract is placed in the Marvel world. It can't run away. When he gets stronger, then he will come back to get it. There will definitely be another chance to come to the Marvel world in the future. Master? Limu picked up the Tesseract and put it down again, a situation that made Catherine a little puzzled. Shaking his head, Limu looked at the astonished Schmidt in front of him and smiled faintly. With a wave of his palm, the power of space surged out from his palm, deep blue light was surging, and a pitch-black abyss was revealed from behind the gate. Schmidt, you firmly believe in the myth that there is, just whether you can reach that point or not, depends on your own ability. Catherine, let's go. Turning his head and walking into the spatial portal, after Limu and Catherine's figures disappeared, the portal slowly closed and eventually disappeared as a point of light. Looking at Limu and Catherine's shocking way of leaving, Schmidt's eyes carried a color of boundless fervor. This kind of magical means, the strength that crushed him, and the words on the way out, all made Schmidt's heart rise up with boundless ambition. There really were legendary gods in this world. He must ascend to the divine throne. Become the supreme god. Chapter 112113, Candlelight Dinner, Women Like Wine. The Demon King had already bared his fangs. Peggy was startled. Although she had said yes before, now she suddenly panicked. This plot is not right. Shouldn't there be a candlelight dinner and finally release all the passion under the romantic light? How is it not quite the same as what she thought? Don't it still light? Don't you think you should give me a romantic dinner that belongs to you and me? Pushing Limu's shoulder, Peggy tried to keep herself away from Limu, as if she would be compelled to lose her mind if she got too close. Limu also intended to just tease her. Bold, all dare to interrogate him. Fortunately, he is more resourceful. Early contact broken, otherwise today I am afraid to be complained.
Steve needs to be bright enough to highlight their own merits, otherwise it is not possible to convince those at the top. The number of more than 1,000 troops is too large, the enemy's large rear, once discovered, it is a big problem. In order to ensure that there are no accidents, Li Mu this followed all the way back. The coldness is gone, in front of Li Mu's strength, her shell was cracked open, and she can only obediently obey. General, Colonel Phillips asked his subordinates to inform you that military orders have been sent from London for you to enter the city immediately, and Colonel Phillips is waiting for you. Outside the tent, the soldier's voice came in, immediately startling Peggy.
Well, this general will be here in a moment.
Took his hand out of Natasha's arms, looked at the little girl Herb's face. Li Mu raised his hand and smelled it.
Refreshing nice fragrance, really good.
Waiting for Natasha and Peggy to organize their clothes, Li Mu lifted the tent and took the 4 women to walk out. Riding in a military vehicle to the center of London, attended a series of meetings, nothing more than a commendation meeting. After that is the main event, about Hygra's hidden base map. With Li Mu's instructions, Steve directly brought back the entire map, which saved a lot of trouble. The whole meeting Li Mu was a spectator, nothing more than the same as the plot. Steve led the army to knock down those strongholds, all he needed to do was to help out while brushing some more Hygra soldiers' points. How to say a soldier is worth 10 points, after 10 times the reward is 100 points, kill 100 is 10,000 points, kill 200 is 20,000, this is all for nothing. After the meeting ended, Li Mu found Peggy, looking at the cold-colored agent who had obviously dressed up a bit. Li Mu smiled and invited.
Beautiful young lady, I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Today should be an incomparably wonderful evening.
Her pretty face slightly erred. How could Peggy not know what Li Mu meant by that? Thinking about what would happen in the evening, Peggy became a little weak.
As you wish, Your Excellency General.
Inside the restaurant, Li Mu and Peggy sat together face to face, under the dim candlelight. The cold beauty is more and more delicate, Herb lips pursed, teeth chewing. A beautiful woman even eating is a visual enjoyment.
Why don't you eat?
Seeing that Li Mu has been staring at himself, Peggy was a little panicked in her heart and couldn't help but ask. With a slight smile, Li Mu held his wine glass and gently shook it, and said in the middle of the day. I was thinking, such a beautiful woman, exactly how should I eat it at night, in what way? Her heart skipped a beat. In the candlelight, Li Mu's eyes seemed to hold a magical power. Peggy dared not look at him again, nor did she dare to ask any more questions. She lowered her head and ate her dinner, finding it increasingly tasteless. Beautiful lady, I think this is the perfect time for a drink. She looked up nervously, bumped glasses with Li Mu, and took a few sips of the wine. Peggy felt a bit dizzy. Seeing Peggy unable to hold her drink, Li Mu helped her up and whispered. You're drunk. Let me take you back to rest. Slowly calming down, Peggy's pretty face betrayed her exhaustion. She really couldn't go on and had to submit to Li Mu.
Really can't go on? I remember someone said 4 people should be careful not to get drunk.
Seeing Li Mu's smug smile, Peggy couldn't refute him, nor did she have the strength to do so. She had been drained of all her energy. Just as she was about to refuse, she was defeated with a single move, collapsing into Li Mu's arms. Peggy could only submit to his will. The thought of being with several women at once made her head spin. Opening another door, Li Mu saw Catherine and the others waiting impatiently. He gave a wicked smile, hugged Peggy, and charged toward them.
Chapter 114, remember to wipe your mouth clean after sneaking a bite. You rest for a while. I'll go check on Steve. Don't get up today. After instructing Peggy, it seemed that yesterday Steve had gone to find the rescued soldiers to prepare an attack on Hygra's base. Steve was easy to find, and Li Mu didn't have much trouble. When he saw Li Mu coming over, Steve's face was filled with gratitude. Li Mu seemed to have been helping him from the start. Without Li Mu, he felt he wouldn't have achieved such results. After inquiring about the situation, the raid was about to begin. Delaying would risk complications, and they would launch an attack on the nearest target by evening. After the discussion concluded, Li Mu patted Steve on the shoulder, gestured toward the female soldier sitting outside, and said with a knowing look, You can take this opportunity to treat yourself. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Steve couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No, General, don't say that. With a meaningful glance at Steve, Li Mu pointed to his own chin and said, Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, this can prove it. Remember to clean your mustache next time. Hurriedly wiping his beard, Steve felt he was in for it. In the end, Li Mu didn't know if Steve had developed a deeper relationship with the girl. It wasn't until evening that Li Mu appeared with Catherine and Shinlan, and Steve also appeared before him, fully equipped. Vibranium shield, tight-fitting suit. Glancing instinctively at Steve's back, Li Mu patted his shoulder and whispered, Your butt is a bit perky. Steve? Thanks to a well-planned strategy and the element of surprise, the 1,000-strong army quickly wiped out the Hygra base, with all refusing to surrender Hygra soldiers being killed. One by one, the Hygra strongholds on the map were eradicated. Whether it was a plot device or not, Bucky still fell off the cliff during the train battle, likely setting up a plot point for the future Winter Soldier storyline. Bucky's death left Steve deeply grieving, and Li Mu didn't offer much comfort, telling him certain things too soon wouldn't do any good. Ding!
The destruction of the Hydra base drove Schmidt mad. He was preparing to destroy the world. Quickly eliminate the last stronghold and stop Schmidt from using nuclear bombs to bomb the entire world. The final mission arrives, which is essentially Mission 3, just restated. Reflecting on the plot, Limu muses that there aren't that many nuclear bombs on the plane anyway, just enough to destroy the United States and Europe.
What kind of destroy the world is that? The Alps. This is Hydra's final stronghold. Once we eliminate this base, Captain America's mission in this world will be complete. With Steve's help, Limu and his team infiltrated the base. Thanks to the heart blue seduction skill, they successfully blended in. However, this time, Limu had no opportunity to eliminate the Hydra soldiers. Limu must ensure Steve isn't killed by Schmidt. Good always triumphs over evil is just nonsense from TV. If Steve is accidentally hit by a stray bullet, Limu won't even have a place to cry. Inside the plane, Limu had already infiltrated with Catherine and the others. If Steve couldn't defeat Schmidt, Limu would definitely intervene. Of course, the ultimate mission still required Steve to crash the plane into the deep sea. This is essential. Captain America needs to sleep in the deep sea for 70 years. If the plot is altered arbitrarily, Limu wouldn't even know. Next time he comes to the Marvel Universe, the plot might be completely different. Limu was part of the military faction, not the villains. If he had been on the villain's side, the Hydra faction, he could have acted recklessly without consequence, but since he was following the plot, he couldn't play by those rules. People will die. Watching Steve and Schmidt fight, Limu couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't seen the other players from his faction lately. Do you two remember those players? I haven't seen them lately. The mission is almost over, and I was planning to use their heads to exchange for some points. With so many missions completed, 1/5 of the points should be quite a lot, right? When Limu asked, Catherine replied innocently. When we went to rescue the hostages, I accidentally killed them all. They weren't much use anyway, and they were just getting in the way. Limu. Glancing at Catherine, Limu suddenly remembered that this seductive female assassin was, in his eyes, a tempting little vixen who could charm anyone to death, but at her core, she was still a poisonous rose with thorns. Alright, since you've already done it, I'll let it go. I was planning to collect the heads myself, but I guess I was a step too late. Ah! A furious shout echoed from ahead. Limu turned to see the Red Skull clutching the cosmic cube, apparently making a desperate last stand. Unfortunately, his abilities were far from sufficient to control the cosmic cube. That boundless power was far beyond his control. Wait and see. It won't be long before you're mine. Plotting in his mind, Limu planned to claim the cosmic cube for himself, but not yet. He would wait until he grew stronger, reaching the level of a heavenly father in this world. At that point, he believed he would be able to take the cosmic cube. Or perhaps not even that level. A deep blue beam of light pierced the sky, revealing a vast expanse of stars above the plane. The energy of the cube transformed into beams of light, carrying the Red Skull away, while the cosmic cube, deprived of its support, plummeted toward the ground. Watching Steve pilot the plane toward the deep-sea glaciers, Limu spoke slowly. Let's go. Our mission here is complete. We should leave. The spatial teleportation gate opened, and Limu, accompanied by Catherine, vanished into the spatial portal. Xian Lan followed closely behind. Upon emerging from the spatial portal, a prompt sounded in Limu's ears. Ding! The infinite game world has ended. Return to the infinite space now. Ding! Detected uncontracted original plot characters Natasha and Peggy. Would you like to spend 150,000 points to bring them along? Chapter 115, Bringing Natasha and Peggy Back. A major haul in the Captain America world. 50,000 points for Natasha, 100,000 for Peggy. This was already known, and Limu didn't hesitate. Take them. His own women were definitely coming with him. Limu wouldn't leave them behind. Ding! 150,000 points deducted. Natasha and Peggy will return to the infinite space with you. A white light beam descended, and as soon as they emerged from the teleportation gate, Limu and the three others vanished from their original spot. Settlement space. 5 beams of light flashed, and Limu, Catherine, Shinlan, Natasha, and Peggy slowly appeared. Is this the infinite space? Curiously surveying their surroundings, Peggy initially thought Limu was joking when he told her the truth, but now she finally faced reality. Ding! Main Quest 1, Prevent Hydra from nuking the world. The task has been completed. Reward, 2,000 points. Tenfold reward talent activated. Congratulations on obtaining 20,000 points. Ding! Main Quest 2, ensure the survival of U.S. Captain Steve Rogers until the end of the game and prevent Hydra from assassinating him. Reward, 1,000 points. The task has been completed. Reward, 1,000 points, and the Tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points. Ding, task settlement has been completed. Players may temporarily stay in the settlement space or choose to return to the infinite space. He didn't return immediately. Limu glanced at Xian Lan and Catherine. Both women had delighted expressions, seeming to have gained quite a lot. Opening his personal attributes, Li Mu wasn't even sure how many points he had. Character, Li Mu. Strength, 114-15. Agility, 105-15. Spirit, 108-15. Constitution, 107-15. Hidden attributes. Charm, 100 SSS. Intelligence, 40. Luck, 21. Magic power, 60-60. Each point of magic power sustains Demon Lord form for 1 second.
Magic recovery speed, 12 per hour.
Overall strength rating, F. Special bloodline, Demon Lord Bloodline SSS. Bloodline awakening level, 10,100.
Skills, Demon Lord Transformation, Hellfire, Dark Magic Orb, Basic Healing, Teleportation, Portal.
Talent, 10x reward.
Items possessed, Dark Bloodline Grand Gift Pack 710, 10% off item card X8, Substitute Puppet Bound, T-Virus Serum X3, Energy Shield D rank, Super Soldier Serum X12, Magic Energy Cannon, Magic Energy Rifle, Magic Energy Pistol.
Character points, 33,000. Teammates, Li Xinlan, Catherine. Slave, Catherine. Contract characters, Natasha, Peggy. There are still 300,000 points remaining.
Li Mu can be said to have entered the Captain America world with nothing, using the remaining 50,000 points to enhance the teleportation gate, leaving only a few thousand points in his pocket. In one game, he netted 450,000 points. Although he spent 150,000 points to contract Natasha and Peggy, it was definitely worth it. After several battles, in addition to the 100 Hydra soldiers required by the mission, Li Mu eliminated 327 Hydra soldiers, contributing 32,700 points. Not bad at all. Regaining his focus, Li Mu looked at Natasha and Peggy, who were staring at him curiously. He walked over, wrapped his arms around their waists, and smiled, saying,
"This is the settlement space, not the true infinite space.
The infinite space requires us to exit, but we need to wait for Xianlan and the others to finish their settlements first."
Nodding in understanding, Natasha and Peggy leaned against Li Mu's embrace.
The familiar scent soothed their nerves, which had been on edge due to the new environment.
Wow! Li Mu, Xinglan has over 19,000 points.
We earned so many points in this world. Xinglan alone killed over 700 Hydra soldiers. Cheers echoed, and before Li Mu could turn around, he felt a heavy weight on his back as Xianlan jumped up, her ample breasts pressing down on him so hard he could barely breathe.
Over 700 Hydra soldiers?
Even with mental preparation, Li Mu found it hard to believe. However, Xinglan's seductive power was too powerful. The deaths of the controlled soldiers were counted against her. Such a method was bound to be fast. Giggling, Xinglan admitted, "This time I'm still a little behind my sister. Just a little. This time, my sister earned 26,000 points here."
A seductive laugh echoed from behind.
Releasing Natasha and Peggy, Li Mu turned around. Catherine, who had finished settling the accounts, walked over in a cat-like manner, her every smile and frown enchanting all who saw her. Stepping down from Li Mu's back, Xianlan wrinkled her delicate nose and hummed lightly.
"Next time, I'll definitely surpass you. You old fox."
This time, the rewards were quite good, but all of this was thanks to Li Mu's powerful status and the fact that they had completely wiped out the opposing camp. Otherwise, the points wouldn't have been this high. Having tasted the benefits of the role swap card, Li Mu decided to buy one every time he started a mission, whether he needed it or not. Better safe than sorry.
Everyone had a good haul. Since that's the case, let's head back.
A white beam of light flashed, and Li Mu and the others returned to their home after being away for some time.
Collapsing onto the sofa, Xianlan hummed.
There's nothing like being at home. Running his fingers through Xianlan's hair, Li Mu also felt a rare sense of relaxation. In the Captain America world, despite holding power and a high status, every moment was spent calculating, every step requiring careful consideration. There was no such thing as the relaxation he felt at home. Turning to look at Peggy and Natasha, Li Mu opened his backpack. The Bloodline gift pack had unlocked 2 more items, which should be for Natasha and Peggy. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mu opened the Bloodline gift pack with his mind.
Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an SS rank Bloodline, Venom Black Widow Bloodline, rated SSS, with the potential to ascend to Queen. SS rank Bloodline? Venomous Black Widow? Potential SSS rank?
Li Mu nodded to himself.
Even he felt that Xinlan's Bloodline didn't even qualify as SSS rank. A single attribute boost of 4 points was truly a disservice to an SSS rank Bloodline. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an SSS tier Bloodline, Blood Lord. Blood Lord? What is that? Li Mu was a bit confused. The first bloodline was understandable. The venomous Black Widow was likely the original inspiration for the Spider bloodline, and this bloodline should suit Natasha, given their compatibility. As for the Blood Lord, Li Mu felt it was better to let the two of them decide.
Snapping back to reality, Li Mu turned to look at Natasha and Peggy sitting beside him, explaining the 2 bloodlines.
Almost as soon as he finished, Natasha had already chosen her bloodline. "Instructor, I want the SS class Black Widow bloodline. I think I should be well suited for that bloodline." With only the Bloodlord lineage remaining, Peggy didn't hesitate.
She personally preferred red, and the Bloodlord lineage should suit her well.
I prefer the Bloodlord. Since Natasha is giving it up, I'll take it.
Otherwise, if you suddenly go for a world-ending level, the protagonist might end up being a sacrificial lamb.
Chapter 116, The Beautiful Poisonous Spider, the surprise brought by the contracted character. Natasha and Peggy chose their bloodlines so quickly, which slightly relieved Li Mu.
The last thing he wanted to see was the two of them arguing over bloodlines. Fortunately, their bloodlines were compatible. Since you two have made your choices, I'll pass on the bloodline to both of you.
That way, we can go out and strengthen our abilities. Otherwise, in the next world, you might feel useless.
Looking at the two women, Li Mu briefly explained the situation.
Natasha was fine after her, as her attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary person.
Peggy was the only one who lagged behind, as she hadn't undergone any.
Nodding, Natasha looked at Li Mu with anticipation.
She didn't want to be a burden, and as for Peggy, there was no need to mention her. In the Captain America world, Natasha could at least participate in some missions, but Peggy hadn't participated in any. Li Mu's words were too dangerous. If she went, she'd have to split her attention to take care of her. It was better to stay home quietly and wait for him to return. Though it was for her own good, Peggy still felt a bit uneasy. However, she was still rational and didn't cause any trouble for Li Mu. Every night, she would indulge him physically. Since she couldn't help Li Mu, she would at least let him find more pleasure in other ways.
He raised his hand and placed it on Natasha's head. The venomous Black Widow bloodline flowed through his palm into Natasha's body. With this bloodline, Natasha had officially earned the title of Black Widow. As the bloodline entered her body, Natasha's delicate body trembled, and strange energies blossomed within her.
The human bloodline was consumed, and the new bloodline took its place, eventually fusing into a bloodline unique to her.
Her long hair flew wildly as the bloodline continued to strengthen. Natasha's skin grew increasingly smooth, completely losing the large pores typical of Westerners. Her limbs were transformed, and in Li Mu's perception, Natasha's four-dimensional attributes were all increasing at an astonishing rate.
Click! Crisp sounds echoed continuously. Under the astonished gazes of Li Mu and Catherine, the young Natasha seemed to be undergoing a second growth spurt. Her waist grew even slimmer, her limbs more gracefully elongated. Vaguely, a black shadow began to manifest. Behind Natasha, a black poison sac condensed into a shadowy form, with 4 pairs of claws as sharp as steel blades, flashing with a blinding cold light. A blue glow flickered, seeming to contain an unimaginably terrifying poison. Seated atop the poison sacs, her slender legs were wrapped in black leather armor, the contrast of black and white catching the eye. The black poison sac is a shadowy form, but at its core, Natasha retains the physique of a human. Yet she can sit atop the shadowy form, her slender, sensual legs curved and rounded. This is the Black Widow. Her beauty was almost demonic, an irresistible charm that made even those who knew they would die rush toward her like moths to a flame, only to be tortured to death by the poison. The true horror of the venomous Black Widow lies not in her venom, but in the 8 sharp spider-like spine she wields. Those who underestimate her will face a fate too gruesome to behold. As his gaze swept over Natasha, a piece of information appeared before Li Mu's eyes. Contract target, Natasha. Master, Li Mu. Strength, 8714. Agility, 8914. Spirit, 8113. Constitution, 7813. Overall strength rating, F. Special bloodline, Venomous Black Widow SS. Bloodline awakening level, 1100. Skills, Venomous Body, Throat Sealing Venom, Heavenly Net. Talent, Ultimate Venom. Items possessed, none. Having already undergone physical enhancement experiments, Natasha's base stats are already quite high. Now, with the inherited bloodline, her power has instantly reached a new level, rivaling Li Mu. Focus on her skills with an SS rank bloodline, they can't be too shabby. Venomous Body can transform into a venomous Black Widow, significantly enhancing all 4 attributes. Each attack deals terrifying poison damage. Throat Sealing Venom, a passive skill that inflicts terrifying toxins with every attack, which can be attached to weapons. The duration of the poison's effects depends on the target's strength. Heavenly Net can weave spider webs, which carry throat-sealing venom and barbs. The size of the web depends on the player's strength. Innate Venom, as a venomous creature, the venomous Black Widow's bloodline grants immunity to venom of different grades based on the awakening level of the bloodline. When fully awakened, it ignores all venom and can control venom of different realms based on the awakening level. After reading Natasha's bloodline, Li Mu was stunned. On the surface, these skills didn't seem that impressive, but in practice, they were terrifying. Setting aside the poisonous body, just look at the throat-sealing poison. It's a passive skill that doesn't consume any magic power. Every attack is accompanied by the throat-sealing toxin. Who could withstand that? Even without a high-quality weapon, as long as you can pierce the skin, the throat-sealing toxin will take effect, and without an antidote, you're as good as dead. As for the Heavenly Net, if you get caught in it, you're as good as dead. The spider webs are poisonous and have barbs.
You'd be like a beehive, and there's no need to waste any antidote. As for the talent, there's no need to mention it.
How disgusting and terrifying the poison is, only those who've experienced it know. The most terrifying aspect of this talent is that it allows control over the poison, which is utterly twisted.
Ding! Attention, contracted characters cannot earn points in the game world.
Kill-based rewards are directly credited to the player, and corresponding items must be paid for by the player. Li Mu was truly stunned.
Contracted characters cannot earn points? Kill-based rewards are directly credited to him? Put. Brilliant!
Li Mu was about to laugh himself to death. All of this is counted toward his score, and all points are multiplied by 10. His score will skyrocket in the future.
However, where there are benefits, there are also drawbacks. Bloodline upgrades and purchasing items all require him to pay, but is that really a problem? No. This isn't a problem. Xianlan and Catherine are all relying on him to support them, aren't they?
Energy shields, substitute puppets, these are all things Li Mu has no issue with. If he couldn't afford to support them, he wouldn't have taken in Natasha and the others.
Moreover, this isn't about keeping a vase. Natasha and Peggy aren't vases.
Once they unleash their power, they'll bring him substantial benefits. A soft sigh escaped her lips as Natasha opened her eyes, and Li Mu snapped back to reality.
Looking down at Li Mu and Xinglan's group, Natasha blinked and realized she seemed to be standing a bit too high.
Lowering her gaze, she saw the sharp spider spears beside her and jumped in surprise.
Just as she tried to dodge, she realized the spider legs were moving too, and instinctively pushed away. Soft?
Turning her head, she saw the massive poison sac and was completely stunned. However, she realized that the poison sac hadn't grown out of her. Her legs were still intact. She was simply sitting on top of it.
She tried moving a bit and found it seemed pretty useful. Instructor? What's happening to Natasha? Chapter 117, The Blood Sea Never Dries, The King Never Dies. Li Mu could sense that while Natasha was overjoyed, she was also tense and fearful.
After all, a normal person suddenly turning into a monster girl was indeed hard to accept.
However, click. With a snap of his fingers, Xianlan and Catherine, who understood his intent, channeled their magical energy. Pink and black mist spread out, and two completely different figures appeared before Natasha.
With pink devil horns on her head, devil wings on her back, and a devil tail trailing behind her, the heart-shaped tip of the tail emanated a deadly allure. Her slender, tall figure, pointed ears, and overall appearance were not too different from a human. Black mist swirled around her, and her figure vanished.
Just as Natasha was stunned, two heavy mountains suddenly appeared on her back. Cute little spider, do you need your big sister to pamper you tonight?
She shrunk her head, facing Catherine's teasing as an elder, and quickly shook her head. Enough, Catherine, stop teasing Natasha. Be careful or she'll sting you, and you'll be too poisoned to take care of yourself.
After defusing the situation, Natasha looked toward Li Mu and froze once more.
Black devil horns jutted out boldly and dominantly, making her already handsome and rugged face even more sinister. Devil wings engraved with mysterious patterns emanated a powerful aura, and her purple demonic eyes flickered with blinding demonic light, like the king of demons. The blood in her veins trembled in fear.
Glancing around, Natasha suddenly understood Li Mu's intention.
It wasn't her who was inhuman. Li Mu had done this to help her escape her panic sooner.
Instructor, thank you. Throwing herself into Li Mu's arms, Natasha was overcome with emotion.
Indeed, the instructor was the kindest to her. Patting Natasha on the back, Li Mu comforted her.
It's okay, there's nothing to be afraid of. Try to control your bloodline and return your true form.
Right now, even though your transformation looks powerful, after the first time, if you keep doing this, you'll end up exhausted.
Li Mu wasn't joking. During the first transformation, the bloodline boiled, so it naturally took longer.
After that, it couldn't be sustained for such a long time unless the bloodline's awakening level was increased.
Natasha obediently retracted her bloodline and transformed back into human form.
She looked at herself curiously, finding it incredibly, especially the surge of energy, which made her feel like she could easily defeat her previous self. Seeing that Natasha had calmed down, Li Mu turned to Peggy and said,
"Are you ready? I'm about to begin." Taking a deep breath, Peggy nodded and said, "I'm ready." Having just witnessed Natasha's transformation, she felt envious.
The Black Widow form that followed had startled her, but with Li Mu's demonstration, Peggy felt somewhat more confident.
She longed for it. She longed to help Li Mu.
No woman wanted to be a mere ornament, especially not a strong, independent woman like her. She wanted to support her man, not hold him back. Or like a housewife filled with anxiety, waiting in fear every day for her man to return. The power of her blood surged through her body. In that moment, Peggy felt her blood boil. The bloodline passed down through generations carried a domineering intent, devouring her human blood as soon as it appeared. The two combined to form a new bloodline unique to her. Her short, deep red hair grew longer, the previous waves disappearing, the color becoming more vibrant. Her features were refined, impurities removed, constantly beautified, pores becoming finer, and her skin radiant and smooth.
The exaggerated curves were refined, accentuating her feminine beauty. Her vibrant lips hinted at the allure of blood. As Peggy's bloodline was passed on, Natasha and the others could feel the blood in their veins humming. Exchanging glances, Catherine and the others could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. Even in their newly awakened state, they could already slightly influence the blood within their bodies. Once they fully matured, their potential would be limitless. Withdrawing his hand, Li Mu took a step back, staring at Peggy, who seemed like a different person yet even more stunningly beautiful. He nodded in satisfaction. Seeing his woman grow stronger and more beautiful, Li Mu couldn't help but feel joy. Blood-red wings suddenly unfolded from behind her, and the edges of her delicate lips revealed faint fangs. Li Mu froze for a moment. Blood Lord? Vampire? Regardless, it was a powerful bloodline. Glancing over, Peggy's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Contract partner, Peggy. Master, Li Mu. Strength, 4713. Agility, 5914. Spirit, 5814. Constitution, 5714. Overall strength rating, F. Special bloodline, Blood Lord SSS. Bloodline awakening level, 1100. Skills, Blood Lord, Blood Burst, Blood Blade. Talent, Blood Control. Items possessed, none. Compared to Natasha, Peggy, who is just an ordinary human, still lags behind in attributes, but these skills are quite powerful. Blood Lord, transform into the Blood Lord, significantly enhancing all 4 primary attributes and greatly increasing skill damage. Blood Burst, as the ruler of blood, the Blood Lord can detonate the blood within enemies, killing them silently. It can also detonate blood in the surrounding area, creating a terrifying explosion. The greater the energy contained in the blood, the more devastating the explosion. Blood Blade, form a blade from blood, usable for close combat or as a throwing weapon. Blood Control, as the ruler of blood, the Blood Lord is the master of blood. As long as their blood does not dry up, they cannot die. They can also absorb their enemy's blood to heal their own wounds. SSS class bloodlines naturally possess terrifying abilities. Each of these skills is worthy of caution, especially blood explosion. In the midst of battle, the blood suddenly explodes within the body, inflicting severe injuries even on the strongest opponents. No matter how strong one appears on the outside, the body is vulnerable, especially during a blood explosion. As a bloodline user, the bloodline itself becomes even more terrifying, and the damage from an explosion is naturally higher. The Blood Lord is a rather ruthless bloodline. It can fight and defend, its blood never dries up, and it can absorb external blood to heal itself. If it were to fight in a sea of corpses and blood, the Blood Lord would likely be invincible. Is this the power of bloodlines? Peggy had awakened from her bloodline inheritance at some point. Looking at her hands, she could feel the surging power and the newly gained control over blood. Bai Nong's fingers grasped at the air, and a blood-red dagger slowly materialized in mid-air. Skill, Blood Blade. Chapter 118, The Joy of Being a Rich Player You Don't Understand. Looking at the blood-red dagger in Peggy's hand, Li Mu thought for a moment, then took out a 3-edged military dagger from his backpack and handed it to Peggy, saying, "Try out how sharp the dagger is." Peggy remembered what Li Mu had said earlier. Holding the dagger, she slashed at the triangular military dagger. As it landed, the triangular military dagger snapped into 2 pieces, leaving Li Mu stunned. A 3-edged military dagger made of alloy had been cut in half like that? How much force did you use? Li Mu was curious about how sharp this blood-soaked blade truly was. I only exerted a little force, and the 3-edged military dagger broke. This dagger formed from blood is sharp, but it's not as formidable as I imagined. As the user, Peggy had more authority to speak on the matter. Why? She let go of the dagger, and the blood dissipated into the air. Peggy looked at her snow-white, delicate hands, and said, "This dagger consumes 1 point of magic every 10 seconds. I only have 5 points left now, so it won't last much longer unless I constantly absorb the blood of enemies to sustain the consumption." Nodding, that was enough explanation. Otherwise, having such a dagger that cuts through alloy like tofu in your hand would be unbearable for anyone. Waving his hand, Li Mu said, "You all sit down and get familiar with your own strength. I'll go browse Taobao and buy some things. We need to upgrade our equipment." This was an idea Li Mu had formed in the Captain America world. He had risen too quickly, leaving him feeling like he was missing many essential items. First, communication devices. Li Mu had suffered the frustration of not having any communication devices, unable to contact Xin Lan and the others, and they couldn't reach him either. Second, scouting capabilities. In the lab, if he had scouting abilities, even 100 Hydra players would be no match for him. He could take them all out one by one. In that case, Dr. Erskine wouldn't have died. If Dr. Erskine had been saved, this would definitely be a hidden quest, and the rewards wouldn't be a problem. Opening the Infinite Store, Li Mu browsed around and didn't buy anything else. He spent 40,000 points on 2 decoy puppets and an energy shield. These are for Peggy and Natasha. His own women deserve his care, and life-saving items are non-negotiable.
After purchasing these two items, Li Mu searched through his communication devices, and a variety of strange and unusual items appeared before his eyes.
After filtering through them, Li Mu purchased one of the items.
Communication device, communication equipment, no level item, usable for communication in any world, maximum range 100,000 kilometers, price 10,000 points.
What the hell?
The infinite space must be ripping him off on points.
One item costs 10,000 points, that's almost as much as an iPhone 10. What the hell?
However, upon further consideration, none of the players he had encountered so far had any communication devices, so it must be a high-end item.
With 5 people at home, that's 50,000 points.
Li Mu suddenly felt like he was buying a phone, an Apple X phone. This is just a joke.
How important communication is, you don't even need to think about it.
10,000 points is definitely not ripping off the main character. You guys keep saying I'm ripping off the main character's points, but I'm really grinding my teeth. At least take a look at what the main character is buying, it's all high-end stuff. After purchasing the communication device, Li Mu felt one less thing to worry about. He searched through the infinite space and found what he was looking for.
Piercing vision, S-rank item. Can see through all illusions and formations, view player attributes excluding skills. Price, 1.2 million points.
The skill is powerful, ignores illusions and formations, and can view player attributes. It's a bit pricey, but no problem. I'll take it with a 10% off item card. Privileged players are so powerful.
Ding! Using the 10% off item card, the next item you purchase can be bought at a 10% discount.
The crisp notification sound in Li Mu's mind put him in a good mood.
To be honest, the 10% off card is amazing.
Purchase the Eye of Truth.
Ding!
120,000 points deducted.
Congratulations on obtaining the Eye of Truth. The item has been sent to your personal inventory.
After purchasing several items, a shield, a decoy doll, a communication device, and the Eye of Truth, 210,000 points were gone in an instant.
Points are disappearing way too fast.
Li Mu had thought he had plenty of points, but
better not mention it.
With only 70,000 points left, Li Mu felt that points really don't last long. Thinking about how a few people still needed weapons, Li Mu had no choice but to grit his teeth and head to the weapons section. The Captain America world has many disadvantages, such as communication, reconnaissance, and weapons. Although there aren't many players with energy shields in the Hydra faction, only the team leaders and a few others have them, but they undoubtedly posed a significant obstacle to him and Catherine.
He needed weapons that could ignore shields, and he de-equipped Catherine and Natasha with them as well. As for Xin Lan, a succubus didn't need melee combat, long-range control was sufficient.
As for Peggy, he could directly control her blood, so energy shields wouldn't work on her. He glanced at the weapon interface and immediately excused himself.
QNMLGB.
Weapons that ignore shields are so expensive. They cost tens of thousands, and I can't afford them.
I'm out of here. See you later.
Settling for the next best option, in the F rank area, or even the E rank area, most people should be using D rank shields. C rank ones are too expensive, and even in the E rank area, few can afford them. After searching for weapons capable of breaking through D-class energy shields, the points required were still acceptable.
Demon Slaying Dagger, D rank item, ignores all D rank and lower defensive items.
Against D rank and higher defensive items, the demon slaying effect decreases based on the shield's rank.
Price, 20,000 points. This is a demon slaying weapon that cuts through shields. Against D rank and below, it's like slicing through butter. Against D rank and above, the demon slaying effect decreases by 50% for each higher rank. It's still acceptable, and at least it can be used for a while in C rank areas. At least within 5 or 6 worlds, you definitely won't need to replace your weapon. This cost effectiveness is well worth it. Purchase 3 magic breaking daggers. Ding! 60,000 points deducted. Congratulations on obtaining 3 demon slaying daggers. Ouch! It feels like having these 3 daggers stabbed into my heart. 300,000 points gone in an instant. Who can handle that? Damn it! In the next world, anyone who dares to provoke me will get a dagger straight to the heart. Even with a shield, I'll take them down in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Li Mu thought to himself, these items are really expensive. A demon-slaying dagger like this probably wouldn't even be bought in an E rank area, maybe a few more in a D rank area. It's way too expensive, but the effect is really good. What else can I do? Should I find someone to test it first? Chapter 119, Li Mu divides the treasure. The Eye of Truth makes a startling discovery. Chapter 119, Li Mu divides the treasure. The shocking discovery of the Eye of Truth. He almost spent all his points. Exiting the infinite store, Li Mu thought to himself, does that make him a spendthrift? He had just left the infinite world and already spent all his points. But thinking about other players, it seemed like they were all the same. Composing himself, Li Mu turned to Natasha and Peggy, took out the decoy doll and energy shield from his backpack, and handed them to the two, saying, "These 2 items are for your survival. Natasha, this demon bane dagger is also for you. It ignores all defense shields of D rank and below.
Combined with your throat sealing poison, the enemy will be as good as dead with just a scratch. They accepted the items Li Mu handed them without hesitation. They had already received the notification from now on, they were under Li Mu's command. All the points they earned from kills would go to him.
With better equipment, they could earn more points. Thank you, instructor. Li Mu examined the demon-slaying dagger, his eyelids twitching. If he accidentally stabbed himself with this. Unthinkable, unthinkable. He pulled out another demon-slaying dagger and said to Catherine, "This one is for you.
Your assassination technique paired with this dagger will make you virtually unstoppable, kill anyone, and they're dead. Oh, and here's the communication device. You won't have to worry about staying in touch in the next world." Taking the items Li Mu handed her, Catherine gave him a seductive glance and giggled.
This little slave won't be polite. I'll definitely repay my master properly tonight.
This little vixen was either tempting him or on her way to tempt him every day, with no intention of letting him rest.
Li Mu couldn't help but feel.
The communication devices had all been distributed.
Li Mu surveyed the area, then waved his hand and said, "Natasha and Peggy have just arrived in the infinite space.
I'll take you to see what it's like, so you can get a better understanding, and also test your current abilities." With a look of excitement on their faces, having just gained new powers, Natasha and Peggy were eager to try them out. If they weren't restricted at home, they would have wanted to test them there. The group of 5 stepped out of the house, and the team grew even larger.
Li Mu couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed.
This was only the third world, and there were already so many girls.
Infinite space? Infinite girls? My wallet can't take this.
During the day, the infinite space was still deserted.
Li Mu let Xin Lan and the others down the street.
Occasionally, players passed by, and upon seeing Li Mu, they all froze for a moment before turning and leaving without a word. This was the demon who had wiped out the Blood Kill Squad and dared to drag their corpses all the way to the city gates.
Instructor, why are those players so afraid of us?
Peggy was also puzzled. Those players seemed terrified, avoiding us from a distance, with most of their attention focused on the general.
What had the general done to make them so afraid?
As female agents, Natasha and Peggy both had keen senses.
Such an unusual situation made them feel uneasy, so they asked.
Before Li Mu could speak, Catherine, standing to his left, covered her mouth and giggled.
Our man is quite the tough guy. The other day, he ate someone so badly they couldn't even get it down.
Then he turned around and wiped out the top player squad in this area, dragged their bodies for 10 miles to the city gates, and made a threatening speech in front of thousands of players. When they heard the news, the underwear they had just changed into was soaked through.
Old CG's story was so sudden that it left Peggy and the others speechless. Li Mu rolled his eyes and said, "You're just making stuff up, but it's pretty much true. The situation was like this: in the infinite space, if you're not ruthless enough, others will walk all over you and act like they own the place. People always fear the strong." Taking this opportunity, Li Mu reminded Peggy and Natasha not to let their guard down. "We understand."
Not long after, seeing the fat man leaning back in his chair, sipping tea leisurely, Li Mu couldn't help but feel envious. That fatso sure had it easy. Selling intelligence was enough to sustain him. Just then, he remembered the true vision eye he had recently purchased. Li Mu quickly activated the skill, and his vision cleared, as if he had gained some new ability.
Ding!
Congratulations on mastering the skill, Piercing Gaze. Opening his eyes, everything seemed unchanged. He activated the piercing gaze and looked at the fat man, and suddenly an attribute appeared before Li Mu, leaving him speechless.
Character, Shangguan Qian. Strength? Agility? Spirit? Constitution? Overall strength evaluation? Special bloodline? Bloodline awakening level? World experience? What the heck? Why are there all question marks? Ding!
The Eye of Truth cannot detect the attributes of players whose base attributes are 10 times higher than yours.
Ding! Your surveillance has been detected. 2 consecutive alerts rang out, causing Li Mu to suck in a sharp breath. This fatso's stats are more than 10 times his own? For stats at 100? Are you kidding me?
And the most important question, his reconnaissance had been discovered. Pushing aside his shock, Li Mu couldn't help but glance over at the fat guy, his guard up.
Isn't this my big client? It looks like there's a big payday today.
He's come to visit the little shop again, but snooping on others' privacy isn't a good habit. In the seat, Shangguan Qian still had that smug smile on his face. Before, Li Mu thought this guy was asking for a beating, but now he didn't think so anymore.
How could there be a big shot with 100 attribute points in an F rank area? Li Mu thought he was an idiot. Anyone could sell intelligence? Anyone could avoid the punishment of entering the infinite world by using points to offset the cost? If that were the case, who would go to the infinite world to die?
Sitting there confidently, Li Mu wasn't afraid of this fatso.
If he wanted to cause trouble, he would done it already. Besides, this was the city a safe zone. What could this fatso do to him? At most, he wouldn't go out to fight monsters. Fatso, you're not a decent person.
You even steal points from us small players. You already have over 100 attributes, yet you still steal points from us small players.
Doesn't your conscience hurt?
With a sour expression, Li Mu grew angrier and more resentful.
The intelligence he gathered in the last biohazard world was definitely a loss.
Narrowing his eyes, Shang Guanxian chuckled and said with a smile,
"You can't say that. We did it willingly. You can't renege now that you've had your fun."
"Go to hell with not admitting it after having your fun."
"But you're really lucky, aren't you? An S-rank piercing gaze? Are you trying to defy the heavens?"
"I can already see a colossal god rising in the SSS rank region."
Chapter 120. The water in the infinite space is so deep. The dignity of a B-rank powerhouse? S-rank illusion piercing eyes? You bastard, you can even see skills?
Looking at Li Mu's wide eyes, Shang Guanxian gave a sly smile, looking utterly lecherous.
"You don't understand, do you?
You were spying on me earlier, and the infinite space alerted me.
However, under normal circumstances, your skills wouldn't be exposed. But you, my friend, you're really lucky. The S-rank piercing gaze costs 1.2 million points.
I can't believe how you got that many points in an F-rank area.
You know, in an SS rank area, only the big shots have that. Bro, you're blown away."
His face turned red, and Li Mu rushed forward to kick the fat guy.
"You're the one who blew it. How dare you talk like that? Can't you speak properly?"
However, Li Mu also sighed in relief. He had thought the fatso could see through his attributes and skills, which would have been terrifying. He flipped the fatso off, tapped the table, and said with a dark expression,
"Fatso, you can't be so shady in business. How many points did you take from me?"
Shaking his head sheepishly, Shang Guanshan rubbed his fingers and held up 2 fingers toward Li Mu.
20,000? Li Mu asked in astonishment, still shocked inside. Information about an entire world in an F-rank region could fetch 20,000 points? That was insane. No, 2 million. Put.
A mouthful of tea sprayed onto the fat man's face, and Li Mu's eyes widened in disbelief.
2 million? You fat bastard, I'll kill you, you heartless merchant.
Roaring in anger, Li Mu grabbed Shang Guanshan by the collar and lifted him off the ground.
You bastard, 2 million points. This fat bastard isn't human. Calm down, calm down. Don't panic. Let's talk this out. Let's talk.
Shang Guanxian hurriedly smiled apologetically. Whether it was because violence wasn't allowed in the city or something else, Shang Guanxian didn't have any intention of fighting.
Li Mu also came to his senses.
This fatso had all 4 stats at 100, so he calmed down instantly. Let go of the fatso, Li Mu sat back in his chair, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, he was also puzzled.
Are there really that many players in the F-rank area? Can you earn that many points in Resident Evil 1?
As if sensing Li Mu's confusion, Shang Guanxian straightened his collar, leaned his chubby face close to Li Mu's ear, and whispered mysteriously.
Brother, do you think the infinite space only has one F-rank area? Do you think that is possible? How big is the entire infinite space? Do you know how many players there are?
Startled, Li Mu felt a pang of doubt.
Could there be many more F-rank areas? Even at our current location, we haven't figured out exactly how many F-rank zones there are in the entire infinite space.
According to the information we've received from above, there are nearly 10,000 registered ones.
If you divide 2 million points among them, do you still think that's a lot? Picking up his teacup, Shang Guanxian took a leisurely sip before dropping a bombshell.
Among these nearly 10,000 regions, our Shangguan clan only holds a 1% share, which is just 100 F-rank regions.
Young man, do you realize how much you've helped our Shangguan clan?
Even I, your elder brother, have reaped significant benefits. The Shangguan clan, their share through Shangguan Xian, Li Mu seemed to understand a lot more. This infinite space didn't seem so simple after all.
You fat pig. You said I did you such a big favor, yet you haven't shown any gratitude? 2 million points. I could eat you whole.
Seeing Li Mu's menacing expression, Shang Guanxian nearly choked on his tea and hurriedly waved his hands, saying,
No way, no way.
We're such good friends.
We're family. If you want, I can tell you more about the higher-ups. As for points, I really don't have many left. I've already used them all. Inside information?
Actually, Li Mu hadn't planned on asking Shang Guanxian for points. He had just arrived in the infinite space and knew very little. If it weren't for Shang Guanxian's outburst today, he would have thought there was only an F-rank region. His horizons were still too narrow, he couldn't see the vastness of the infinite space. Even here with Shang Guanxian, he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. Tell me about your Shangguan clan.
If you can hold a 1% share, your Shangguan family must be a powerful clan, right?
Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Shang Guanxian's lecherous smile vanished, replaced by a bitter smile.
Our Shangguan clan once had its glory days.
We had an SSS-ranked powerhouse as our pillar, and over 10 SS-ranked powerhouses to intimidate the surrounding areas. We held a 5% share in the F-rank region. But then our pillar collapsed, the SSS-ranked ancestor died in the infinite world, and the entire clan was instantly plunged into crisis. If it weren't for the 10 SS-ranked experts holding the fort and an ancestor on the verge of breaking through to SSS rank, our Shangguan clan might not even be able to hold on to that 1%. After listening to Shangguan Qian's account, Li Mu fell silent. This was the infinite space. The fall of a patriarch could nearly destroy a clan, leaving it besieged on all sides by enemies. However, even in such a state, the ruined Shangguan clan remained terrifying. He, as a mere ant, could be crushed with a single breath.
Young man, are you interested in marrying into the Shangguan clan?
The resources will be excellent, and with your talent, you might become a great figure in the Shangguan clan one day. With a look of exasperation, Li Mu waved his hand at the fat man who looked like a pimp and said,
My surname is Li, not Shangguan. Don't even think about it. Tell me something useful. What's your current rank? How are the different ranks divided in the infinite space? Sighing regretfully, Shangguan Qian seemed quite eager for Li Mu to join. This expression made Li Mu's eyebrows twitch.
This guy was definitely trouble.
If he joined the Shangguan family, he'd definitely benefit. I'm AB rank powerhouse. I'm telling you, show some respect. Don't keep spilling my tea or pulling my collar. I'm telling you. I'm AB rank powerhouse. I have dignity. When AB rank powerhouse gets angry, it's serious. Got it?
Picking up his teacup, Li Mu ignored the man, took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and said, I still have intelligence about another world. It's a bit of a dilemma.
Whoosh!
Li Mu's hair nearly flew off, and he was startled.
Was he going to use force?
Oh, Mr. Li, let me massage your legs.
After walking so far, are your legs sore? I'll massage your shoulders too. Are you thirsty, Mr. Li? I have some good tea here.
Hey! Seeing Shangguan Qian suddenly act like a sycophant, Li Mu was completely dumbfounded.
The dignity of AB rank powerhouse? Chapter 120, Too charismatic, the girls are swarming, is it my fault? Chapter 121, Too charismatic, girls are flocking to me, is it my fault?
Under Li Mu's strange gaze, Shangguan Qian didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Joking aside, the intelligence of an entire world was a massive windfall. He had already enhanced his strength significantly thanks to the benefits his family had provided.
Is dignity more important than life?
No, I was just joking. I couldn't possibly accept such a generous gift from AB rank powerhouse.
Let us get back to business. How are the regions in the infinite space divided by level? Shut up, Shangguan Qian didn't think it was a big deal. Intelligence from an entire world wasn't something you could just obtain easily.
How many players would have to go through it before they could even piece together a rough outline, and even then it would be full of errors? Sitting back down, Shangguan Qian spoke again. Regarding the ranking system of the infinite space, F rank is 10 points, E rank is 20 points, D rank is 30 points, C rank is 60 points, B rank is 100 points, A rank is 150 points, S rank is 300 points, SS rank is 500 points, and SSS rank is 1000 points. You should be familiar with these attributes. The requirements remain the same, both attributes must meet the standards, and the remaining two attributes cannot be lower than half.
I am currently at the B rank stage, and I specialize in strength and stamina.
After hearing Shangguan Qian's intelligence, Li Mu was a bit confused.
Aren't these regions separate? How can there be SS rank and SSSS rank regions? I mean, even if your clan's ancestors have fallen, they should still be in an SSSS rank region, right? What does that have to do with SS rank regions?
Shaking his head, Shangguan Qian sighed wryly.
It's not that simple. Above B rank regions, there are no such things as regions.
It's more like a large world with numerous clans.
Most players are struggling to survive in the cracks.
Families like mine, which sell intelligence, are given world immunity items, allowing us to focus on collecting points for our clan without participating in the Infinite Worlds games.
World exemption items? Another new term.
Li Mu's eyes lit up, but he wouldn't bother buying them.
He was counting on earning points in the Infinite World. Why would he skip the game? Brother, is there anything else you want to ask? Li Mu said gratefully.
I owe you so much, I'll tell you everything I know. But if you have any information about the world, remember to tell your older brother.
Your success depends on me.
Snapping back to reality, Li Mu looked at the enthusiastic, overweight man across from him, who seemed ready to pledge his life, and his heart skipped a beat.
He quickly stood up and said,
No, maybe later.
I'll definitely remember you then.
After bidding farewell to Shangguan Qian with Xian Lan and the four women, Li Mu walked along the road, constantly thinking about the words Shangguan Qian had said. The waters of the infinite world were truly too deep.
Master, should we leave the city? What if? Catherine asked hesitantly from beside him. Li Mu furrowed his brows.
Though he trusted Shangguan Qian wouldn't ruin his own future, when it came to their lives, Li Mu believed caution couldn't be too much. After calculating the points he, Xinglan, and Catherine had, they had enough for 5,000 points, but the points themselves were likely to run out soon. Just as Li Mu was feeling a bit headache over the points, a surprised voice suddenly came from ahead.
Hey, isn't that brother Li Mu?
Looking up, he saw the gaunt young man walking toward them, followed by a small group of teammates.
Li Mu's eyes lit up. The points were coming.
The piercing gaze activated, and instantly, a set of attributes appeared before Li Mu's eyes.
Character, Lei Yan. Strength, 108. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 10. Overall strength rating, F. Special bloodline, Mutant New Human A. Bloodline awakening level, 10100. World experience, 30. Suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, Lei Yan, who was running toward him, shuddered. He looked at Li Mu, who was staring intently at him, and was instantly filled with dread. Brother! No! Even if we're close, it's not possible. Don't even think about it. Put!
He was so angry he almost spat blood. Li Mu wanted to punch him to death.
What the hell?
I've got so many beautiful girls behind me, I'm a god.
Sighing in relief, Lei Yan led his group of teammates over.
He glanced at the 4 women beside Li Mu, Catherine, and the others before saying enviously,
Bro, you're way too lucky. 4 of them. Please, have some mercy and leave some for the rest of us.
Shrugging his shoulders, Li Mu sighed helplessly, Brother, don't blame me.
Who can resist my charm? The girls are all clinging to me. It's not my fault. Lei Yan and his teammates nearly choked on their spit. They're practically begging to be in your arms. I shouldn't have come over to bother Li Mu. I'm just asking for trouble. I can't take this anymore. I have to go.
We're starting the chaotic dungeon tomorrow. I just came over to say hello, but you're feeding me all this lovey-dovey stuff.
It's too heartbreaking.
Waving his hands, Lei Yan covered his chest, looking like he was about to have a heart attack, and turned to leave with his men. Seeing the boss about to leave, Li Mu couldn't just let him go.
He hurriedly grabbed him. Brother, don't leave. I've got something good for you, do you want it?
Suddenly pulled by Li Mu, Lei Yan hadn't even processed what was happening when he heard those words, and his eyes lit up instantly.
Brother, what are you selling? Bloodline isn't necessary, I can't afford it.
He looked at Li Mu nervously. The 110,000 points were almost all he had left, and he really couldn't afford it.
I have some really powerful gear. You must have a D-rank energy shield, right?
My weapon can break through a D-rank energy shield. It's compact and easy to carry, and I'll sell it for just 10,000 points, plus I'll throw in 10 energy magazines.
How about it? Anyway, the stuff was all free, so selling it for 10,000 points wouldn't hurt Li Mu. Can it break through a D-class energy shield? For 10,000 points? Lei Yan immediately lost his composure.
D-class energy shields are so annoying in lower-tier regions, anyone who fights knows how tough they are. Even though they cost 10,000 points, many players still bite the bullet and buy them, but they're indeed effective.
He has one himself. Right, 6 bullets can break the shield. Each magazine holds 9 bullets. Want one? Seeing Li Mu's earnest expression, Lei Yan was tempted. If this was real, it would be truly powerful. I'll buy it. Brother, don't let me down. Am I the kind of person who would do that? Honest as the day is long, right? Alright, cash on delivery.
Gritting his teeth, he spent 10,000 points on this weapon.
It was worth it. He traded the magic energy pistol to Lei Yan.
The moment he saw it, Lei Yan knew its value. Even if it couldn't break a shield with 6 bullets, it was still powerful enough. Just the fact that it was a D-rank weapon item made it worth the points. Having successfully obtained 10,000 points, Li Mu and Catherine traded their points to Xanlan, leaving themselves with 18,000 points. Seeing Xinglan nod at him, Li Mu knew she had upgraded her teleportation spell to a spatial teleportation gate, capable of teleporting 2 people at once. With this added assurance, Li Mu felt much more at ease. Turning to see Lei Yan playing with the magic energy pistol, Li Mu decided to suggest, since we're going out to farm crystal cores anyway, why don't we go try out this gun's power? Chapter 121, The Thunderstorm Squad is shocked, the magic energy pistol's terrifying effects. Chapter 122, The Thunderstorm Squad in shock, the terrifying effects of the magic energy pistol. In the depths of the dark region, Lei Yan and his group arrived here, sensing the scent of living beings. From the darkness in the distance, one after another, hideous magical creatures emerged. Zombies, magic insects, skeletons, dark magic energy, and the scent of the dead mingled together, while the dry, hoarse screams made this already terrifying area even more eerie and terrifying. The magic energy pistol emitted a deep blue glow, targeting the approaching zombies. Just as Lei Yan was about to fire, Li Mu raised his hand to stop him. What's wrong? I was just trying to test its power, but I was stopped. Lei Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. He pressed his palm down forcefully. What seemed like lightning-fast zombies to low-level players were nothing special to Li Mu. Lower the gun. You'll be surprised by the first shot. With a smile on his face, Li Mu's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic glow. Uncertain what Li Mu was hinting at, Lei Yan didn't bother to ask. If Li Mu said so, there must be a reason. Lowering the gun barrel, he pulled the trigger, and a brilliant blue light instantly crossed nearly 100 meters. Puff! A faint sound barely audible, a deep blue light flashed, and the zombies rushing toward them from the distance were instantly vaporized. SSS. Gasping in shock, the players of the Thunderstorm squad stared at the zombies that had completely vanished, as if they had never existed, their eyes filled with awe. Staring at the compact pistol in his hand, Lei Yen could hardly believe that the shot had come from his own hands. That single strike was too terrifying. Even other D-class weapons couldn't match such destructive power, could they? Is this really a D-rank weapon? Even a C-rank weapon wouldn't be this powerful, would it? How about it? Are you satisfied with the weapon? You can try firing a shot at the ground and see the damage effect. Like the whisper of a demon, upon hearing Li Mu's words, Lei Yen couldn't help but raise the gun and fire at the ground. Whoosh! After a faint sound, a brilliant blue light instantly vanished into the ground, leaving a gaping hole in the earth. A hole 10 centimeters in diameter and 1 meter deep. A player from the Thunderstorm squad stammered out the number beside Lei Yen, his eyes filled with horror. Such single-target penetrating damage was simply too terrifying. It was important to note that this was the Dark Region, a place constantly corrupted by demonic energy, where the ground was abnormally hard. If a single shot could cause such devastation, the consequences of being hit directly were unimaginable. Gazing at the magic energy pistol in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure, Lei Yan's face was filled with wild joy, laughing like a child who had received a precious gift. Li Mu, you're truly my lucky star. The first time you brought me the bloodline, and now you've given me this powerful weapon. If we survive this chaotic battle, I'll definitely thank you properly next time we meet. Li Mu looked at Lei Yan with a half smile, and being stared at like that made Lei Yan feel a bit uneasy. Brother, I swear I'm not messing around. Don't look at me like that. If you misunderstand me, my reputation will be ruined. Put. WDNML. With a dark expression, Li Mu wanted to kick this shameless man to death. But never mind. Since you're causing trouble, we'll settle this properly. This gun is pretty powerful, isn't it? Lei Yan didn't understand why Li Mu was asking that, but he suddenly had a bad feeling, and a chill ran down his spine. Of course it's powerful. Impressive, huh? Awesome. The bullets are gone. Do you still want to use it? Of course I want to. What's the matter? Li Mu raised the corner of his mouth in a slight smile and said calmly. I just wanted to say that this gun doesn't have bullets in the Infinite Store. If you want to use it, you have to buy bullets from me. Otherwise, it's just a useless decoration worth 10,000 points. Lei Yan. Bro, are you kidding me? Lei Yan panicked. If there are no bullets left, the gun is useless. So we spent 10,000 points on 11 magazines? Patting Lei Yan on the shoulder, Li Mu couldn't help but smile inwardly. You were so confident earlier. Keep going, then? It's okay, we'll all be here today. You can go back and check the store to see if there are any left, then come back here to find me. After all, we infinite players can move quickly. Lei Yan was on the verge of tears. He had almost convinced himself, but he still clung to a sliver of hope. Lei Yan sent one of his teammates to check anyway. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry, looking as though he was waiting for him to return. The more he acted like this, the more anxious Lei Yan felt. Half an hour later, seeing the team member return with a grim expression and shaking his head, Lei Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Captain, there are no such weapons or ammunition in the store. They must have been obtained from the game world. Li Mu had already checked the Infinite Store earlier, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident. Brother, how much are you selling those magazines for? I want to buy some. The curve of his eyebrows grew even sharper. He patted Lei Yan on the shoulder, held up his index finger, and smiled mischievously. One magazine holds 9 bullets. Each bullet is worth 100 points, so 9 bullets are 1,000 points. Do you want them? How many? Put. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Lei Yan finally understood the consequences of being so reckless. It was simply too thrilling. Can I not take it? I can't refuse. Even if I know I'm being ripped off, I have to take it. Who can resist a monopoly? I want it. Give me 20 magazines. His heart was bleeding. Lei Yan felt like Li Mu was a vampire, sucking every last drop of blood from him. His poor points were now down to 4 digits. Li Mu handed Lei Yan 20 magazines, retrieving 2,000 points in the process. Seeing Lei Yan's pale face, Li Mu sneered inwardly. You asked for it. Li Mu didn't care about a few dozen magazines. He had plenty of bullets in his spatial storage, enough to fill dozens of backpack slots, more than enough for short-term use. Lei Yan left, staggering along the way, his face pale and dazed, looking like he had been drained dry. Once he could no longer see Lei Yan and his group, Li Mu finally withdrew his gaze and said to Natasha and Peggy, let's test your current strength. After taking the super soldier serum, both of you should be able to stay in this area. The only downside is that Natasha seems to have developed antibodies. 3 vials of serum only increased her 4-dimensional attributes by 1 point. Back at home, Li Mu had given each of them 3 vials of serum.
Peggy had seen significant improvements, but Natasha was the exception. 3 vials only boosted her attributes by 1 point.
The increase in bloodline potential means that Li Mu and the others still need crystal cores to further enhance themselves. At least until they reach full potential, Li Mu has no plans to take the women into chaotic dungeon raids. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, Peggy and Natasha, who had been eager to act, immediately charged forward, showcasing their strength, which left Li Mu momentarily stunned. Chapter 123, One-hit kills are fun, but continuous one-hit kills are even better. Long, slender fingers grasped the air, blooding, while the demonic creatures let out piercing screams. Their veins bulged on their bodies, as if something was about to explode from within.
Puff!
A burst of bloodlight filled the sky. The demonic creatures seemed to be sliced into 1,000 pieces, countless bloodlines erupted from their bodies, and the black blood turned into a torrent that eventually converged into one.
Blood clumps the size of human heads float in mid-air.
The demon, which could easily crush 8 or 9 players with high attributes, is no match for Peggy's hands. With a flick of her bare hand, a pitch-black blood clot flew out, exploding among the demon horde. The splattering blood instantly turned dozens of demons into sieves. The combination of the blood control and blood explosion skills unleashed a terrifying effect that left everyone in awe. Her body moved like a shadow, and the demon-slaying dagger in her hand flickered repeatedly. A faint blue light flashed, and the dagger, covered in throat-sealing poison, revealed its terrifying power. The terror of the throat-sealing poison left Li Mu speechless. He had assumed it would be ineffective against zombies and skeletons, but the poison clung to the monsters' bodies, its terrifying venom acting like sulfuric acid, reducing the zombies and skeletons to a thick liquid in an instant.
This poison is far too terrifying.
It even spares the trouble of disposing of the bodies.
Not wanting to let the 2 women take all the glory, Xin Lan and Catherine quickly charged forward as well.
They still had room for improvement and needed to work hard to collect crystal cores to enhance their 4-dimensional attributes.
Li Mu didn't linger either.
These monsters weren't a match for him with a single punch. His powerful punch sent zombies, monsters, and skeletons flying in all directions. The 5 of them held off the endless stream of monsters, but Natasha and Peggy were still slightly weaker. Their bloodline awakening was still low, and their magical power wasn't sufficient to continuously unleash large-scale attacks on the zombies. As evening approached, Li Mu shouted, and the 4 of them stepped back, breaking away from the battle.
The city's lights were growing dim. We should head back. Today's haul was only average.
After all, our current strength has already surpassed that of the demons in the higher regions in every aspect.
Speaking casually, Li Mu noted that with his current strength, these monsters could be killed with a single strike.
Over the course of the day, he had killed no fewer than 700 or 800 monsters, yet he had only obtained 10 crystal cores. If it weren't for accompanying Natasha and the others to familiarize them with their skills and strength, Li Mu wouldn't have bothered spending the time. The women nodded in agreement. As the core of the team, Li Mu was undoubtedly the undisputed leader. Retreating into the city, he looked out at the darkness enveloping the land, the chaotic screams of demons echoing through the air. Some greedy players had been defeated in the dark regions.
Li Mu turned away indifferently. Such scenes played out almost every day.
Passing by the dead fat man's stall, Li Mu couldn't help but shake his head at his smug expression. This dead fat man was just as he had expected. He hadn't caused any trouble, which relieved Li Mu somewhat.
Hey, buddy, do you still have that Bayubi gun? I want some. How about it?
Li Mu's heart, which had just settled, immediately jumped back up. He stared intently at the dead fat man, but before he could ask, Shang Guanshen waved his hands and said,
I'm an information broker, you know. I have principles, okay? Don't look at me like that. I'm not into that, brother.
Realizing what was happening, Li Mu glared at the fat man with hatred and said with a dark face, I'd love to take off my size 42 shoes and beat you to death right here. Let me tell you, the last guy who said that to me now has a wallet cleaner than your face.
Shang Guanqian.
Feeling a pang of guilt, Shang Guanqian hurriedly smiled apologetically.
Come on, it's just a joke. By the way, how much are you selling that gun for? I'm really interested. If you sell it to other regions, it'll be worth a lot.
Sitting in his chair, Li Mu was actually considering selling these weapons.
He didn't want to go to the Dark Zone to farm crystal cores anymore.
It was pointless. The monsters were too weak, killing them quickly yielded few crystal cores, and it was better to rest at home. Taking out the magic energy pistol from his backpack, Li Mu tapped the table and said after a moment of thought,
These are items from the dungeon.
They're limited in quantity, but they come with extra bullets. Each gun sells for 10,000 points, and each comes with 9 bullets. 6 bullets can break through a D-rank energy shield, and each magazine costs 2,000 points.
This was Li Mu's ideal price.
The magic energy pistol itself wasn't complicated. What mattered was the bullets. Although the pistol couldn't be replicated, the bullets were still the most important part.
After Li Mu finished speaking, Shang Guanqian didn't hesitate and said,
Give me 50 of these pistols, and 1,000 magazines. Li Mu was stunned, his mind filled with questions.
50 magic energy pistols? 1,000 magazines? Doesn't that mean he has no points left? That's 2.5 million points in total. This fatso.
Seeing Li Mu staring at him in shock, Shang Guanxian hurriedly explained.
Brother, I'm just placing an order with you. I don't have that many points on me. I'll have to apply for them from the clan. It should be ready for transaction in the next day or two.
Relieved, Li Mu jumped in surprise. If this guy had that many points on him, Li Mu would have to consider waiting until he was stronger to target this fatso, an intelligence officer, and take him down.
1/5 of the points multiplied by 10, how much is that?
Maybe we could just rob people and get rich. The magic energy gun hadn't been recovered yet, so they had to keep a sample.
Li Mu wasn't worried that Shang Guanxian would double-cross him. Alright, then we'll discuss it in a day or two.
When the time comes, cash on delivery. I still have 2,000 magazines and over 40 magic energy pistols here.
You can consider taking them all.
A gleam flashed in Shang Guanxian's eyes as he appraised Li Mu. He hadn't expected Li Mu's backpack to be so large.
Brother, you said it yourself. I'll report this to the family right away. You'll definitely receive a lot of rewards. You're truly my lucky star.
As the fat man's hand reached out, Li Mu pushed him away in disgust and said,
Don't touch me. I'm not into that. Shang Guanxian.
He froze in place, taking a moment to react. With the crowd around them, Li Mu's shout had drawn the attention of many, who now looked back and forth between him and Li Mu, their expressions clearly indicating they had figured out what was happening.
I don't do that either. I really don't.
Shang Guanxian hurriedly explained, but the more he explained, the more everyone's gaze toward him changed.
You fat bastard, go play by yourself. Let me tell you, I'm the man you'll never get.
Standing up and shouting loudly, Li Mu, with a mischievous smile, turned and ran away with the 4 others. Shang Guanxian trembled, he couldn't let Li Mu escape. He still needed to maintain his innocence.
You! Don't run! Come back! Stop right there! Chapter 124125, The Shangguan Family's High Esteem and Li Mu's Influence? Shang Guanxian is extremely excited right now. Since he spoke with the family elders yesterday, his excitement hasn't subsided, and he didn't even sleep all night.
When a massive sum of points was transferred to him, he nearly flew into the air. Just as Li Mu had mentioned, the allocation included 90 magic energy handguns and 3,000 magazines. The magic energy handguns alone were worth 900,000 points.
3,000 magazines. 6 million points.
Altogether, that's 6,900,000 points. To secure Li Mu, the player who keeps bringing surprises to the family even gave away 100,000 points for free, making it a total of 700,000 points. Goodness! He had never seen so many points in his entire life. 7 million points, even a pig could be upgraded to an A-rank powerhouse with that. And this was a player with an S-rank bloodline. He could already envision Li Mu soaring to new heights. Even more, the Shangguan family has actually proposed a marriage alliance. The granddaughter of the Shangguan family's elder, and a rank powerhouse, Shangguan Fengling. The prodigy of the Shangguan family in this generation, she rose to her current status through her own strength without relying on her family, a true ice queen. And Shangguan Fengling's grandfather, the current grand elder, is the pillar of the Shangguan family with the greatest hope of breaking through to SSS tier strength.
Shang Guanxian was utterly envious.
Shangguan Fengling is a goddess-like figure within the Shangguan clan. He dared not even glance at her in the past, yet now she is being proposed in marriage to Li Mu. Thinking about the 4 breathtakingly beautiful women standing beside Li Mu, and then thinking about Shangguan Fengling, Shang Guanxian suddenly felt a wave of sadness wash over him. He's still a single dog. Why is there such a huge gap between people? What is most frustrating is that Shangguan Fengling, that proud and aloof ice queen, doesn't oppose the marriage. She did, however, drop a single sentence. I don't oppose the marriage, but I, Shangguan Fengling, will never acknowledge a weakling.
If he could marry Shangguan Fengling, he would consider his life worthwhile. However, he had already gained quite a bit. He felt his position was worth mentioning, even if it meant going to the E-class region. The only thing he was reluctant to give up was Li Mu. Of course. He's not into that sort of thing, he's just reluctant to give up Li Mu's resources. How many times has Li Mu approached him? How many benefits has he brought him consecutively? It's hard to put into words. Last time, for the complete storyline of the Biohazard world, the Shangguan family directly rewarded him with 500,000 points and a great item. That greatly enhanced his strength. The so-called 2 million points are just temporary. The points and profits from the endless stream of players in the future will be far more than that. He decided to cling tightly to Li Mu's coattails, refusing to let go. With Li Mu around, he was sure to rise to greatness someday. Currently, his status within the Shangguan family was at least enough to have some say. Normally, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. After all, as a lowly B-rank player, what does he amount to? Where does he have the right to voice his opinions? Someone like him would be nothing but cannon fodder if thrown into battle. If it weren't for Li Mu, he'd still be a pensioner. Who knows when the Shangguan family might clash with another family, and he'd end up as cannon fodder. Sitting in his chair, Shang Guanxian had no heart to drink tea today.
His clothes felt like they were filled with ants, and his obese body kept shifting restlessly on the chair. His eyes darted around, searching for Li Mu's figure. Suddenly, Shang Guanxian's eyes lit up. From afar, he spotted Li Mu strolling toward him. Instantly, he leaped to his feet. The living ancestor has finally arrived. Shang Guanxian was almost moved to tears. Just then, a player happened to pass by. Seeing Shang Guanxian's flushed face and his fervent gaze fixed on the distance, he couldn't help but look over and immediately spotted Li Mu approaching. Recalling yesterday's rumors, the player shuddered and quickly moved away from Shang Guanxian, constantly patting his clothes, as if afraid of catching some bad habit. However, Shang Guanxian didn't care about that anymore. Seeing Li Mu approaching, he darted over in an instant, no longer bothering to hide his strength. The ancestor has arrived. Why hide your strength now? A figure suddenly appeared before him, nearly causing Li Mu to punch him out of reflex. A gust of wind swept across his face, and seeing the obese man before him, who looked like he had taken drugs, Li Mu's skin prickled with goosebumps. You fat bastard, why are you so close to me? I told you, I sell information, not my body. He quickly stepped back a few paces, his heart racing. Could this fat man have really awakened some strange fetish after being angered by him yesterday? Realizing he had been misunderstood, Shang Guanxian hurriedly rubbed his hands and said, No, Mr. Li Mu, let me explain. The family sent word that the points have been transferred. There are 90 magic energy pistols and 3,000 magazines, totaling 7 million points. Shall we make the deal now? Li Mu's expression turned astonished. He was speechless. This was way too fast. Did major families really handle things this efficiently? However, 7 million? Does he really think I can't count? It's clearly 6.9 million. This fatso must be trying to pull a fast one on me. Seeing Li Mu's skeptical expression, Shang Guanxian hurriedly explained. Mr. Li, here's the situation. The Shangguan family wishes to establish a good relationship with you. The 100,000 points are a gift. Oh, and there's one more thing I'm not sure if I should mention. Seeing the fatso hesitating, Li Mu couldn't help but feel curious. What do you want to say? Well, it's about the pillar of our Shangguan family. We want to arrange a marriage alliance with you. The granddaughter of the senior elder, Shangguan Fengling, she's a goddess. A goddess I wouldn't dare to defile even in my dreams. Of course, it's just an idea. The specifics will depend on your response. You're actually considering an alliance? However, Li Mu wasn't particularly interested. What's so special about the eldest elder's granddaughter? What's so special about a goddess? He didn't want to get involved in the mess of a powerful family. The young lady herself isn't opposed to the marriage, but after hearing about your situation, well, her words were a bit harsh. Li Mu was at a loss for words. Was he just caught in the crossfire? No wonder that fatso was hesitating. Alright, what did your young lady say? Our young lady said she doesn't oppose the marriage alliance, but she absolutely won't accept a weakling. After hearing that, Li Mu was puzzled. Did this girl hit her head on the door? The marriage alliance wasn't his idea, but this situation where one has no control over their own fate is indeed disgusting. Having some resentment is understandable, but why did she have to say it in such a hurtful way? Should he say something like, what goes around comes around, don't look down on the young and poor? Listen carefully, fatso. Pass this message exactly as I said it to your young miss. Make sure she hears it exactly as I said it. Have her clean herself up and get ready. Once I reach the higher regions, I'll give her a chance to pursue me. Chapter 126, Shang Guanxian was humiliated. You think this junk is something valuable? Clean herself up? Get ready? Wait for you to reach the higher regions? Give the young lady a chance to pursue you? Even Shang Guanxian, a B-rank powerhouse, nearly scared himself into kneeling on the ground. Big shot. You're really a big shot. You're the one who's crazy. You're absolutely incredible. Is Mr. Li really going to say that? Swallowing hard, Shang Guanxian was nearly speechless with fear. He dared not imagine the uproar this news would cause when it reached the Shangguan clan, or how furious the young miss would be. Without hesitation, Li Mu nodded firmly and said in a tone that left no room for doubt. Yes. Do exactly as I say. No changes. Tell her exactly what I said. Li Mu was also a man with a temper. Do you have 10 times the reward talent? No, right? Do you know the plot? You don't, do you? Besides being the daughter of a prominent family with a clan on the brink of collapse, what else do you have? Everyone has a temper, and Li Mu understood that. Being forced into an arranged marriage with just anyone would make anyone unhappy. But what does that have to do with him? He wasn't the one begging for the marriage. If he didn't have any value, would the Shangguan family go crazy and arrange a marriage with an F-rank player like him? They probably wouldn't even give him the time of day. The Shangguan family's foundation is nothing but time accumulated over the years. Give him time, and he alone could take on the entire Shangguan family. In the entire infinite space. No one has the qualifications to compare their future with his. His future is destined to be infinite. What he lacks now is time. With a grim expression, Shang Guanxian had no choice but to nod and say,
Alright, I'll pass on your message exactly as it is. Mr. Lee, are you sure you don't want to change it? Do you still want the equipment? Why are you suddenly being so verbose?
Looking at Shang Guanxian impatiently, Li Mu felt that this fat man was being too verbose.
Yes. Of course I want it. I've already prepared the points. How could I not want it? Panicking, Shang Guanxian didn't care anymore. It was just passing on a message, right? It wasn't his idea. Glancing at the fatso, Li Mu asked curiously, Where's the transaction?
90 magic energy handguns are a bit much, and 3,000 magazines, where are we going to put them? With a lecherous smile, Shang Guanxian patted his belly and said, The clan provided the spatial equipment. Just trade it directly. Unfortunately, we have to return it to the clan soon.
I've never seen such a large spatial equipment before.
Raising his eyebrows, Li Mu looked at Shang Guanxian curiously and asked,
How big is it?
100 storage slots, each capable of stacking 50 items. Looking at Shang Guanxian, who was strutting around with an air of superiority, Li Mu almost laughed so hard he couldn't breathe.
100 storage slots, each capable of stacking 50 items, and that's what makes you so impressive?
If you saw my 100 storage slots, with a stacking limit of 90, you'd be so scared your soul would fly out of your body.
Oh, that's so impressive. How many points did you spend on this space item?
Suppressing his laughter, Li Mu asked. Flattered by Li Mu's praise, Shang Guanxian narrowed his eyes and said proudly, Let me tell you, brother, no, Mr. Lee, this spatial item is incredibly powerful.
Just this one spatial item is worth that much in infinite space.
Looking at the 5 fingers the fat man held up, Li Mu raised an eyebrow.
5,000? Put. Almost choked on Li Mu's 5,000, Shang Guanxian looked at Li Mu in disbelief and shouted, 5,000, I'll buy it from you. I'll buy as many as you have. 50,000. 50,000 points for a storage item. How could it be only 5,000? Li Mu.
Looking at the furious fat man, Li Mu couldn't help but feel a bit innocent.
He really hadn't seen this before. He only knew that his initial storage capacity was 100 slots with a maximum of 90. Was that his fault? Is it his fault for starting with a high base? Seriously, it's just a crappy backpack that can stack 50 items. Is that really worth getting so worked up over? Such a tightwad.
Alright, since your backpack can hold it all, let us just trade directly. He transferred all the handguns and magazines from his backpack. Li Mu kept 1 magic energy handgun per person, and there were still over 100 magazines of bullets left.
For now, that was more than enough.
In his backpack, there were even more powerful magic energy rifles. This thing could be used as a rocket launcher, let alone the magic energy cannon. One shot could take down an entire building.
The Captain America world is truly a treasure trove. Magic energy rifles are C rank items, and magic energy cannons are B rank items. These will fetch a good price in the future. The transaction was complete.
Looking at the 7 million points that had suddenly skyrocketed, Li Mu suddenly felt unsure of how to spend them.
He'd never seen this many points before. While Li Mu was celebrating, Shang Guanxian was also thrilled.
With so much equipment, the profits for the Shangguan family would definitely exceed 7 million, with a minimum net profit of 1 million.
Note, some comments in the review section asked why they didn't auction the items or split the profits.
The main character doesn't have the capital for that yet, and more importantly, he had no idea there were so many F-rank regions before this. As the author, I know what happens later, but the main character doesn't.
The protagonist is just a newbie who has only experienced 3 worlds. The infinite world is so deep, how much does the protagonist really know?
Li Mu withdrew his thoughts from the attribute panel and looked at Shang Guanxian, who was smiling in front of him. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and patted his shoulder, saying,
Snap out of it. I have a question for you. Why do you call me Mr. Lee?
Coming to his senses, Shang Guanxian rubbed his hands and said,
You're my lucky star. Ever since you showed up, my status in the Shangguan family has been skyrocketing, and I've gotten all these benefits. You're my big shot, aren't you? The family even wants me to go to the E rank region, but I don't want to go. I want to cling to your coattails. That's a pretty odd reason. However, it seems like he's about to leave the F rank region. After one more world, he'll have to participate in the chaotic battle dungeon. You really want to cling to my leg?
The big head nodded repeatedly.
Shang Guanxian's attitude was firm.
Of course.
I'm not stupid. You're my lucky star. A gold mine. A treasure boy.
Go to hell, treasure boy.
Are you a spy sent by the Pencil Corps faction?
Looking at Shang Guanxian with a face full of exclamation marks, Li Mu said, I'm about to head into another chaotic dungeon.
The next area is probably an E rank zone. If you want to hug me, you'd better find another spot. What? You're moving? Shang Guanxian jolted awake. He couldn't let Li Mu, his big shot, get away.
Right, in a few days I'll be starting the next world.
Once I come out, it'll be time for the chaotic battle dungeon. If you want to cling to the big guy, you'd better keep up. Alright. No problem. I'll definitely stick close to Li Dage's big boss. I'll go prepare some stuff.
Chapter 127, Even Lady Luck bows to Li Mu in the face of points.
Shang Wanxian didn't even bother to put on a show. His obese body sprinted away at a speed that left everyone speechless.
Li Mu was completely dumbfounded. That speed was truly astonishing.
Dust was kicking up behind him.
After selling a bunch of gear, not only was his backpack empty, but his points had skyrocketed to 7 digits. He had no idea how to spend such a huge amount of points.
With a 10% off item card, his 7 million points could be worth 70 million.
Instantly becoming a millionaire, Li Mu was caught off guard, like he had randomly bought a lottery ticket and suddenly won 1.3 billion. Glancing at the 400 crystal cores in his backpack, Li Mu decided to head home first to process them.
Upon returning home, Xin Lan and the other 3 had already woken up.
When Li Mu pushed open the door, the women were busy cooking. He didn't go into the kitchen to disturb them. Instead, Li Mu sat in front of the large light sphere and decided to make some purchases first. To be honest, he had no idea how to spend 7 million points.
With points, you had to convert them into actual strength, right? What else were points for? To be honest, Li Mu really didn't know what to buy.
Points ranged from high to low, and there were plenty of items: divine artifacts, magical artifacts, forbidden artifacts, scrolls, and more. Li Mu thought he probably didn't need any of them. Divine artifacts were indeed within his budget, but the problem was he couldn't even lift them.
Divine weapon, Longinus spear fragment, SSS rank item.
As a weapon that once slayed a deity, it still possesses terrifying divine might, capable of breaking magic, breaking defenses, ignoring shields, and ensuring hits.
However, since it's just a fragment, the success rate drops to 50%, and the minimum usage level is SS rank. Price, 6 million points. Take a look at this. Is this something he can even use now?
The minimum usage level is SS rank. Even if he buys it, he'll probably just be able to look at it. The others are all pretty much the same, they're just for show.
What about the forbidden spell scroll? It requires a mental requirement of S? What kind of ridiculous requirements are these? Even with points, it's useless. This is so frustrating. Scrolling down endlessly, Li Mu couldn't find anything worth buying. As he flipped through the list, he suddenly spotted an interesting item. Lucky stone, and no great item. Still struggling with your extremely low luck?
A single lucky stone grants you endless luck, permanently increasing your luck by 1 point upon use. When your luck reaches a sufficient level, the goddess of luck might just lift her skirt for you.
Price, 100,000 points. Permanent 1 luck point? Li Mu checked his own 21 points. What is that? Failing or just barely passing?
Li Mu wasn't sure, mainly because he had no point of comparison.
However, when your luck points are high enough, the goddess of luck might lift her skirt for you? No. Li Mu doesn't need that.
He wanted to pin the goddess of luck down and make her cry for her parents.
100,000 points? Li Mu was a bit unsure.
10,000 points only increased his luck value by 1 point.
If he wanted to reach 100, he wouldn't even have enough points.
The 10% off card could only be used once and couldn't be used for group purchases, so Li Mu could only give up on that for now.
However, buy 10? Try it out? He silently bought 10 lucky talismans, watching the 1 million points disappear instantly.
Li Mu felt a sharp pain in his heart.
Damn it! It still hurts. Just as he finished feeling sorry for himself, when he saw the lucky talismans again, Li Mu gave a look that said, "Are you kidding me? Lucky charm stone, a non-leveled item. When your luck is high enough, the goddess of luck might lift her skirt for you. Price, 200,000 points. What the hell? You're even raising the price." Li Mu swore that once he was strong enough, he would beat the goddess of luck so badly she wouldn't even be able to call her father. Looking at the 10 lucky charm stones in his hand, Li Mu crushed them all to pieces. Ding! You have used 10 lucky charms. Congratulations on permanently gaining 10 points of luck. A mysterious force enveloped his body, and for some reason, Li Mu felt much more at ease, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. How mystical. Li Mu wasn't sure if it was just a placebo effect, but he didn't bother to think about it. He'd already spent the stones. What else could he do? Opening the infinite shop again, a prompt sounded in Li Mu's mind as soon as it opened. Ding! Lucky effect triggered. The goddess of luck is moved by your generosity and has slightly lifted the hem of her skirt, randomly refreshing a page of special items in the infinite store for you. Li Mu? What? Is that even possible? Is the goddess of luck a materialistic woman? Without bothering to comment on the lucky goddess, Li Mu glanced at the newly refreshed page of items. At first glance, they all seemed decent. Magic Heart, SS rank item, forged in the endless abyss, containing unimaginable terrifying magic power. It holds 10 seals, which will unlock and release colossal magic power as the user's bloodline rank increases. It boosts magic power recovery speed by 100%. Price, 5 million points. Li Mu knew exactly how crucial magic power and recovery were. If he used the magic heart now, he'd gain 24 points of magic power recovery per hour. How terrifying was that?
Not to mention that as his bloodline improved, it would automatically unlock more seals, providing even more magic power.
Use a 10% off item card. Ding! You have used the 10% off item card. Your next purchase will receive a 10% discount. Purchase the magic heart. Ding! 500,000 points deducted. Congratulations on obtaining the SS rank item, Magic Heart. The item has been delivered to your personal inventory. 7 million points remaining, now 5.5 million.
Looking around at other items, Limu wondered if his luck had run out, as he hadn't seen anything suitable.
Then he spotted an item.
Infinite Store Special Usage Rights, no level items.
Still struggling to purchase items in the infinite world?
This privilege allows you to purchase items freely in the infinite world, anytime and anywhere.
This privilege is unique and will disappear permanently after purchase. Price, 10 million points. Sigh.
Without mentioning anything else, the points alone were enough to make Limu gasp in shock.
10 million points?
This seemed to be the most expensive item he had seen so far, even more expensive than the Demon King's bloodline. However, the Infinite Store allows you to purchase items freely in the infinite world or anywhere else. This privilege is truly powerful.
The key point is its uniqueness. This is the key point. Any item marked as unique is proof of its extraordinary power. Not even the infinite space will produce a second one. Use a 10% off item card. Ding! You have used the 10% off item card.
All your future purchases will receive a 10% discount. Purchase the exclusive usage rights for the Infinite Store.
Ding! 1 million points have been deducted.
Congratulations on obtaining the unique item from the Infinite Space and special usage rights for the Infinite Store.
Chapter 128, The Wrath of the High Tier Region. Soaring Power. 1 million points, that's half a year's earnings for the lower regions of the clan.
Unlimited Store Special Usage Rights. In the High Tier region, a figure clad in golden armor, shrouded in golden divine light, murmured to himself. Every word seemed to influence the entire space. As the man frowned, the sky outside grew dark and gloomy.
If we have this privilege, the upcoming battlefield will be much more convenient. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Let's buy it.
As the man made his decision, the space trembled and the dark clouds outside dispersed. The golden light grew even brighter.
But before anyone could relax, the entire sky was suddenly engulfed by endless leaden clouds. Crash!
Deep blue lightning serpents rolled through the clouds, roaring with terrifying divine might, engulfing the area for dozens of miles in all directions.
The overwhelming pressure swept across the entire massive city. Who could it be?
The deafening roar sent shivers down the spines of the players within the city, their eyes filled with fear as they gazed toward the city center. Hundreds of feet tall structures pierced the sky, and the terrifying pressure emanated from that direction. The Jiang clan, the Ascension Pavilion, one of the top 10 terrifying factions in the entire infinite space, with over 1 million powerful warriors, at least 100 SS-ranked experts, and a single SSS-ranked supreme overlord who commands the entire Shanghai city and controls the boundless tide of destiny. A single outburst shook the heavens. This was the terrifying might of the Jiang clan's war god. All the players had no idea what had caused the pillar of the Jiang clan to become so enraged. Within the Ascending Heaven Pavilion, dozens of SS-ranked powerhouses opened their eyes simultaneously, gazing toward the highest point of the Ascending Heaven Tower. Their expressions varied, completely unaware of why the ancestral patriarch was so enraged. However, some of the stronger individuals had a vague idea. Could it be? The Ascension Pavilion and the star-picking platform were shrouded in golden light, trembling violently. The Jiang family's ancestor stared at the prompt in the Infinite Store, seething with rage, wanting to punch the heavens to pieces. Ding! The unique item in the Infinite Store has been purchased. You are not authorized to purchase it again. Seeing this message, the Jiang family's ancestor clenched his fists, seething with regret. If only he had made up his mind sooner. The purchase of this item had left him on edge. Anyone capable of spending such points must be from a major power. He must be extra cautious in the upcoming tasks. Otherwise, in the F rank area, the Infinite Shop was closed. Limu leaned back on the sofa and exhaled heavily. With a 10% discount card, he had spent 1 million points to purchase the Infinite Shop privilege. Earlier, he had thought he had no use for the points, but in the blink of an eye, 2.5 million were gone. This was with the discount card. Without it, his points would have been insufficient. Opening his personal inventory, Limu first looked at the Unlimited Store privilege card, his eyes filled with excitement, and he tapped it with his mind. Ding! Do you wish to use the Unlimited Store privilege card? Yes. Ding! The Unlimited Store privilege card has been bound. Unless the player dies, the Unlimited Store privilege card will not disappear. Ding! Dear player, you can now use the Unlimited Store privilege card freely. Enjoy your use. Leaning back on the sofa, Limu didn't open the large light sphere but called out directly. Infinite Store.
The infinite store interface appeared in his mind.
After opening and closing it several times, Li Mu finally focused his attention on his personal inventory.
Magic Heart. Looking at the item, Li Mu selected Fuse. Ding! The magic heart is a valuable item. Do you wish to fuse it now? Confirm. Ding! The magic heart is now beginning the fusion process.
As the prompt sounded, surging magic power erupted within his body, rushing out from his heart. The terrifying magic power nearly tore Li Mu apart, its intensity instantly overshadowing the magic power originally within his body.
Like raging waves, the magic surged endlessly.
Just as Li Mu's veins were about to burst, the boundless magic suddenly reversed direction, swiftly flowing back and being sealed within his heart by heavy chains.
Thud! Thud!
His heart pounded violently, each thud releasing a massive surge of magic power. The recovery rate of the magic power within his body greatly increased, and the surging magic power made Li Mu feel an overwhelming urge to release it. Opening his personal attributes, Li Mu glanced at the screen, and the surging stats filled his eyes with delight.
Character, Li Mu. Strength, 144-15. Agility, 145-15. Spirit, 149-15. Constitution, 147-15. Hidden attributes. Charm, 100 SSS. Intelligence, 40. Luck, 31. Magic power, 200,200. Each point of magic power sustains Demon Lord form for 1 second.
Magic recovery speed, 24 per hour.
Magic heart boost effect, 48 per hour. Overall strength rating, F. Special bloodline, Demon Lord Bloodline SSS. Bloodline awakening level, 10,100.
Skills, Demon Lord Transformation, Hellfire, Dark Magic Orb, Basic Healing, Blink, Teleportation.
Talent, Tenfold reward. Special title, chosen by the Goddess of Luck, Unlimited Shop privilege holder can use the Unlimited Shop anytime, anywhere.
Possessed items, Dark Bloodline Grand Gift Pack 510, 10% off item cards X5, Bound Decoy Puppet, T-Virus Serum X3, Energy Shield D-Rank, Super Soldier Serum X6, Magic Energy Cannon, Magic Energy Rifle, Magic Energy Pistol.
Character points, 4.5 million. Teammates, Li Xinlan, Catherine. Slaves, Catherine.
Contract characters, Natasha, Peggy. The 4-dimensional attributes are almost maxed out, and the magic power inside his body has tripled. The magic power recovery speed has also doubled, from 12 points per hour to 24 points per hour, and this is still his base recovery speed. The magic core has also been boosted by 48 points per hour, bringing it to 72 points. With 60 minutes in an hour, that's 72 points of magic restored per hour, a truly terrifying rate. Even with the hellish flames continuously draining his magic, Li Mu can sustain it for a long time.
As for transforming into a demon lord, he can maintain it for several minutes. As for that title, this title, the chosen one of the lucky goddess, must have been given for purchasing a lucky charm stone, right? Recalling the benefits he had just gained, Li Mu couldn't help but check the title. Blessed by the Goddess of Luck, your generosity has caught the attention of the Goddess of Luck. Of course, it's only a small glimpse of her favor. Perhaps, when you least expect it, good fortune will come your way. Effect, a 1 in 10,000 chance to randomly refresh a page of special items in the Infinite Shop. If you're generous enough, the chance can be greatly increased. The Goddess of Luck is such a materialistic woman. She must be after his points. This is exactly like someone sitting in a BMW crying while counting money, with others frantically spending behind them. After glancing at his points and then at the lucky talismans priced at 200,000 each, Li Mu made up his mind. Just wait. Once I have enough points, I'll use them to indulge in you every day. Chapter 129, Shangwan Fengling's Attitude, A New World? The Ninth Uncle? In the kitchen, Li Mu had just returned, and the 4 women Xianlan, Si, and the others who were cooking already knew he was back. They had initially thought he was coming in to cause trouble, but by the time they finished cooking, they hadn't seen him at all. What's going on? Has Li Mu changed his ways? Holding a plate, Xianlan asked curiously. The others in the kitchen, including Catherine, also looked confused. After placing the dishes on the table, Catherine removed her apron, walked with a cat-like gait, and swayed her slender waist, creating an alluring curve. Before she even approached Li Mu, Catherine sensed the bloodline of the Dark Night King trembling within her. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Li Mu's body, Catherine suddenly understood why he hadn't come to disturb them. Boiling demon blood roared within her. Though separated by several meters, Catherine saw a demonic shadow in her eyes, howling toward the sky. Li Mu's greatly enhanced power made her feel an urge to kneel and submit. Suppressing the sensation in her bloodline, Catherine walked over, kissed Li Mu on the cheek, and looked into his eyes as he opened them, smiling softly. Master, dinner is ready. Your humble servant prepared it personally for you. Pulling Catherine's head down, he kissed her thoroughly before finally releasing her, her eyes still hazy. Hey! You two, come and eat. At the dining table, Xianlan pouted and called out, and Li Mu finally let go of Catherine.
After dinner, Li Mu took out the 400 crystal cores he had purchased earlier and handed them to Catherine and the others.
These are the crystal cores I bought. Each of you gets 100.
Your strength should improve significantly. After the next game ends, take a short break, and then we'll start our advanced dungeon. Holding the crystal cores in their hands, the four of them didn't hesitate, absorbing the power of the crystal cores directly.
The combined 10 attribute points surged into their bodies.
Once the surging power subsided, Li Mu scanned the area, and the attribute panels of the four women appeared before his eyes.
Character, Li Xinlan. Strength, 1114. Agility, 1314. Spirit, 1515. Constitution, 11214. Character, Catherine. Master, Li Mu. Strength, 13415. Agility, 13815. Spirit, 13315. Constitution, 1014. Contract character, Natasha. Master, Li Mu. Strength, 13715. Agility, 13915. Spirit, 10114. Constitution, 9814. Contract character, Peggy. Master, Li Mu. Strength, 8714. Agility, 11915. Spirit, 11815. Constitution, 11715.
Xinlan and Catherine's strength has already far surpassed the attribute requirements set for the F-rank region, but only Natasha and Peggy still fall short. After all, they joined later, so once the next world ends, everything will improve. With no desire to grind for crystal cores, Li Mu decided to use the next few days to rest. Each world required constant calculation and vigilance, which was too mentally draining. With enough points now, he saw no reason to push himself further. Over the next few days, Li Mu and Xinlan spent their time at home in a blissful state, almost inseparable. The entire house became a playground for the five of them, with traces of battle everywhere.
The four women were nearly beaten into submission by Li Mu.
At the upper palace clan, outside a quiet room, a maid waiting outside had sweat dripping onto the ground. Since she had delivered the message to the room, there had been no sound at all. The deathly silence made the maid lower her head, move a muscle.
Give me the right to pursue him? What a bold statement. Pass it on. Tell that man. I am Shangwan Fengling. Wait and see.
From inside the quiet room, a cold, piercing voice echoed, as if it came from a glacier that had never melted, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing these words, the maid felt as though she had been granted a pardon and hurriedly nodded, saying,
Yes, miss. I'll go right away.
Her figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, the maid had vanished. Even a mere maid from a prominent family possessed such extraordinary strength.
This was the fallen Shangwan clan. How terrifying must the true might of a noble house be?
In the F-class area, which had been abandoned for several days, Li Mu and Xinlan finally dressed properly.
Today was the day the infinite game would begin. Ding! The infinite game is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. Teleportation will commence in 1 minute.
The countdown ended, and Li Mu and the others vanished.
When they reappeared, they found themselves outside an ancient town.
Surrounded by trees, Li Mu scanned the area. There weren't many players this time, including their group. There were only about 14 or 15 people.
It seemed to be a small-scale dungeon. Ding! The game world for this session is Zombie Master's World. Faction tasks are now being assigned. Human faction, assist Uncle Nine in suppressing the zombies.
Upon completion, you will gain the favor of Uncle Nine and the Rin family, as well as a certain amount of rewards. Zombie faction, help the zombies kill Uncle Nine and over 100 ordinary people from the Rin family.
Upon completion, you will obtain zombie bloodline. Ding!
Once a faction is chosen, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully.
The game will begin in 5 minutes. Players who have not chosen a faction will be eliminated. Zombie world? Li Mu couldn't help but perk up. After all, Lin Zhengying's zombie movies were a cherished childhood memory.
Unfortunately, he passed away too young, and zombie films never recovered afterward. Li Mu had always admired this Uncle Nine. Opening the Infinite Store, Li Mu directly purchased a character generation card. This card has a similar effect to a character replacement card, but it creates a character from nothing.
Of course, there are also some requirements. Ding! 20,000 points deducted.
Congratulations on obtaining the character generation card.
The simpler it is, the more expensive it is. That makes sense. Most people don't know the plot, so they probably wouldn't spend that much money on it. Taking out the character generation card, Li Mu used it immediately. Ding!
Using the character generation card, please provide the details of the character you wish to generate, including specific references such as interpersonal relationships and social status.
After some thought, Li Mu said. Character name, Li Mu. Status, a distant cousin of Ren Fa.
As a child, he studied martial arts with his ninth uncle for half a year and has recently returned from studying abroad.
Ding! Approval granted. Status is being generated. Ding!
Since you used the character generation card to generate a character from the 9 Uncle faction, you will be automatically assigned to the 9 Uncle faction.
Do you wish to change factions? No need. Just kidding, a lowly zombie bloodline? What use is that?
The zombies in this world aren't like the elite bloodline of Jiangchen, they're just low-grade trash.
Ding. Faction confirmed. The game is about to begin. Ding. The game is about to begin.
Chapter 130, I suspect you're up to something sleazy, the snobby Renault master. Having generated his own identity, Li Mu turned to look at Xin Lan and the 4 women.
There was no need for Li Mu to say anything. Xin Lan already knew exactly what to choose.
The eldest Miss Rin probably won't be able to escape again.
Sighing inwardly, Xinglan thought about Li Mu's inhuman combat power and felt a bit overwhelmed. A dozen beams of light flashed, and over 10 players with excited expressions were teleported to an unknown location. Li Mu knew what those players were thinking, nothing more than the zombie bloodline. For these F-rank players, choosing a faction to obtain the bloodline was an absolutely fantastic reward, enough to spare them countless worlds of hard work. The silent forest was now empty except for Li Mu and the 4 women. Turning to look at Xin Lan and the others, Li Mu spoke. Let's go. We should head to the next town.
Li Mu and his group moved quickly, but to avoid drawing attention, they remained restrained, appearing only as though they were walking hurriedly. Along the way, they recounted the entire plot of the zombie master world. Catherine giggled, her eyes filled with desire as she looked at Li Mu and teased.
Master, don't forget to capture that Ren Tingting. Such a beautiful young wife shouldn't be left for others. She'd make a great helper for us sisters. Otherwise, who knows when she'll end up dying happily in your arms.
Glancing at Catherine, Li Mu couldn't help but feel that this old seductress was up to something. He wanted to report her, but he had no evidence.
The instructor was indeed too skilled. Natasha had no objections either. Blushing, Natasha was completely dependent on Li Mu and showed no signs of jealousy.
Rolling her eyes, Peggy had grown accustomed to Li Mu's philandering ways in the Captain America universe.
Anyway, she wasn't his match. What could she do to stop him?
If Li Mu wasn't strong enough in battle, Peggy would have already lost her temper.
He couldn't even feed his own family and was looking for trouble outside? Leading Natasha and the other 4 women into the town, this area was still in the Republican era. The town's development was quite decent, with wealthy landowners driving growth, rivaling towns from later eras, though the architecture was a bit outdated. Li Mu and his group walked down the street.
Their clothing and lighting, far beyond this era, made them stand out in the crowd. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women caused many people to instinctively avoid them. After asking a few people for directions, they finally arrived at the Rin family mansion. Looking at the grand estate before them, Li Mu couldn't help but shake his head.
The wealthy landowners were truly wealthy.
Standing at the entrance, Li Mu instructed the servants to announce their arrival. The servants dared not delay, as the 5 of them exuded an air of importance and were clearly not ordinary visitors. At the Ren family mansion, upon hearing the servants report that distant relatives had returned from abroad, Mr. Ren hurried out to greet them. On the way, Mr. Ren was still pondering Li Mu's identity. However, with the character generation card, Li Mu's identity was beyond question. Before they even reached the gate, Mr. Ren had already recalled who Li Mu was. Stepping out of the gate, Ren Laoyi saw Li Mu standing outside, tall and handsome, exuding an air of nobility. He stood there, the center of attention, truly deserving of his reputation as someone who had studied abroad.
Li Mu?
Actually, Li Mu had noticed Mr. Ren as soon as he came out, but he didn't approach until Mr. Ren called his name.
Mr. Ren, thank you for coming out to greet me.
I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. Now that I've returned from my studies abroad, I'll be staying here for a while to get a sense of the situation back home. Patting Li Mu on the arm, Mr. Ren appraised him, noting his imposing demeanor and striking appearance.
You're truly impressive. No problem, no problem. We're all family, aren't we? There's no need to mention it.
Speaking of which, Tingting used to play with you all the time when she was little. Since you left the country, she's been talking about you non-stop. In fact, she said she's coming back in a few days, and she'll be thrilled to see you. Li Mu was completely baffled. He thought to himself, I didn't set this up. How could this be set up? The supporting characters and the main characters shouldn't affect each other, right? Looking at Ren Laoye's cloudy old eyes darting around, Li Mu suddenly understood.
So you were just making it up?
Li Mu only then remembered that Mr. Ren was a bit of a snob. In the plot, the security captain Renwei wanted to discuss marriage, but Mr. Ren didn't even acknowledge him. Now that he was in this position, a foreign returnee who had studied abroad. In the Republic of China era, that was a high status indeed. There was no choice but to go along with it, even if he didn't understand anything. There was even foreign tea. Thinking about it made Li Mu laugh.
Well, then, we'll have to trouble Mr. Ren. No problem, no problem. The house is big, you can stay as long as you like.
By the way, who are these ladies? Patting Li Mu on the arm, Mr. Ren turned to look at Catherine and the other girls, feeling a sense of crisis. His daughter Tingting might not be a match for these 4 girls. Turning to look at Catherine and the other 3 girls, Li Mu smiled and said,
They're all my female classmates and also my girlfriends. Li Mu had nothing to hide and nothing to fear.
Besides, this was the Republic of China era, and there were no laws against polygamy.
After confirming this from Li Mu, Mr. Rin felt even more threatened. He had brought so many foreign brides, but would any of them even look at his daughter Tingting?
Following Mr. Rin into the Rin mansion, after the rooms were assigned, Li Mu looked at Mr. Rin, who was bustling around attentively, and said,
Mr. Rin, I have some business to attend to.
When I was young, I studied martial arts with Uncle Nine for a few days.
I plan to pay him a visit now.
Upon hearing Li Mu mention visiting Uncle Nine, Mr. Rin paused for a moment before hurriedly replying.
Alright, I haven't seen Uncle Nine in a while. I'll accompany you to visit him. Uncle Nine is still quite respected in the town.
Li Mu suspected that Mr. Rin wasn't going to visit Uncle Nine, but rather intended to build a relationship with him.
Was this to pave the way for Rin Tingting?
Since Mr. Rin wants to come along, let's all go together.
I don't know the way either.
Since he had already harbored feelings for Rin Tingting, Li Mu naturally wouldn't refuse. Overjoyed, Mr. Rin led the way, guiding Li Mu and the others to Uncle Nine's doorstep. Looking at the simple and ancient gate, which was similar to Li Mu's memories, they knocked on the door. Soon, a man who looked sleazy and mature beyond his years opened the gate.
Wen Kai? Who's outside?
Upon seeing Ren Laoyi and Li Mu's group standing at the door, Wen Kai froze in place, staring blankly at Xan Lan and the four women, completely forgetting the question Nine Uncle had asked in the courtyard. Stepping forward to block Wen Kai's view, Li Mu looked at the man before him, half-long hair, a naturally bitter expression, and dressed in coarse cloth, and addressed the courtyard.
Uncle Nine, it's me, Li Mu, who studied martial arts with you when I was a child. I've returned from studying abroad to visit you. Chapter 131, Giving Wen Kai a Lesson. The Unusual Uncle Nine.
In the courtyard, the ninth uncle was still puzzled as he lay on the armchair cooling off. He wondered why Wen Kai took so long to open the door.
Suddenly, he heard Li Mu's voice and froze for a moment before reacting. Was there really such a disciple?
His memory was a bit fuzzy, and he seemed to have forgotten most of it. However, Uncle Nine was a man who valued the past and protected his own. Even though Wen Kai and Xiao Shang were such useless good-for-nothings, Uncle Nine had never looked down on them. He hurriedly stood up from the armchair, rushed to the door, and looked at Li Mu standing outside. He hurriedly said,
Come in quickly, come in quickly. It's been a long time, and I'm getting old. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten altogether.
Wen Kai, don't just stand there at the door, go pour some tea. Wen Kai was short and hunched over, while Li Mu was tall and broad-shouldered. No matter how much Wen Kai moved around, he couldn't see the four women behind Li Mu. As for Li Mu personally, he didn't like Wen Kai and Xiao Shang at all, even despising them. The two were useless and lecherous, completely disgracing the ninth uncle. The key was that they were unambitious, completely betraying the ninth uncle's hopes. However, since he had set his sights on Xin Lan and the others, he had to endure some hardship. Uncle Nine couldn't bear to discipline Wen Kai, but Li Mu certainly wouldn't. He raised his hand and slapped Wen Kai on the shoulder. Instantly, Wen Kai stumbled, his shoulder feeling as though it had been shattered. He snapped back to his senses. Wen Kai, Uncle Nine is calling you to pour tea. His shoulder hurt as if it had been cut by a knife. Seeing Li Mu's unfriendly expression, Wen Kai hurriedly said, Oh, I understand. I'll go right away. Watching Wen Kai run off while holding his shoulder, the old man in the coarse cloth shook his head and sighed. He knew Wen Kai's temperament. If it were anyone else, Uncle Nine would have intervened, but this was Li Mu, his disciple who had studied under him. He couldn't bring himself to scold him, so he could only shake his head. Master Ji, a strict teacher produces outstanding disciples. Indulgence will only ruin Wen Kai completely. Looking at Li Mu, Uncle Ji knew this truth well, but the problem was that these two disciples were truly beyond help. He had broken so many bamboo sticks on them. In the courtyard, Wen Kai, who had been slapped by Li Mu, glanced at his shoulder while pouring tea. It was black and purple, swollen like a big steamed bun, scaring him so much that he dared not look toward Xan Lan and the others while pouring tea. Holding the teacup, he listened to Li Mu recount his experiences abroad. Li Mu was eloquent and often praised the ninth uncle, making him smile broadly. Then he looked at Wen Kai. Forget it, I can't watch anymore. The more I look, the more annoyed I get. Li Mu, now that you've returned from abroad, what do you plan to do? After taking a sip of tea, Uncle Nine looked at Li Mu and asked about the purpose of his return. With a slight smile, Li Mu knew it was time to speak. I've come back this time to continue learning from Uncle Nine. There are things I didn't learn before, and I want to study them together. After traveling abroad, I still feel that Uncle Nine's teachings are more practical. Infinite space sells talismans and such. In the future, I might encounter the supernatural world, so learning more can't hurt. Besides, those talismans seem pretty expensive. What about the 5 Thunder Talismans and Heavenly Fire Talismans? Li Mu wondered if these weren't just Eastern-style forbidden spell scrolls? I wonder if Master Nine has any of those advanced talisman techniques. When Li Mu mentioned wanting to restart his training, Uncle Nine was taken aback before his expression brightened.
He had been out for a while, and it was clear that his teachings were superior. Look at how he speaks. Foreigners' teachings aren't as good as mine? That's giving me face.
Comparing himself to the entire foreign world, this made Uncle Nine feel a lot lighter.
Cough, cough. Well, since you want to learn, come early tomorrow. It's a bit late today. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, becoming Joshu's disciple.
You have been rewarded with 1,000 points, and the Tenfold reward has been activated.
Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points.
Earning 10,000 points, Li Mu was in a great mood.
Getting skills for free and earning points, what could be better?
However, amidst his joy, Li Mu remained vigilant.
Story character, Uncle Nine. Strength, 87. Agility, 93. Spirit, 167. Constitution, 62.
After reviewing Uncle Nine's attributes, Li Mu thought to himself, this is incredible. His strength, agility, and spirit are off the charts.
And don't let his age fool you, his constitution is also top-notch.
Looking at Wen Kai, Li Mu couldn't bring himself to speak. After all these years of training, he was only slightly better than an ordinary person. He felt ashamed to be associated with Uncle Nine. Speaking of how powerful Uncle Nine is, it's probably because he's achieved mastery in his cultivation. After all, he's from the orthodox lineage of Mount Mao. If he were just as ordinary as everyone else, how could he possibly capture zombies? He'd have been devoured by them long ago. Every world has its own depth. For example, in the Resident Evil world, even with Li Mu's current strength, he wouldn't dare to go to the lowest level and directly eliminate Dr. Isaac. As for the Captain America world, the stakes are even higher. Even the current zombie mister looks simple, but in a real fight, he is terrifying. It's just that it hasn't been shown yet. After staying at Uncle G's house for a while, it was getting dark, so Li Mu returned to the Ren family mansion with Mr. Ren. As for whether the players would target Uncle Nine, Li Mu wasn't worried at all.
Uncle Nine's strength meant that any players who came would be asking for death.
At the Ren family mansion, Li Mu didn't bother hiding anything and simply slept with Xianlan and the others.
However, he did exercise some restraint, as the soundproofing in those days wasn't very good, and Li Mu didn't want others to eavesdrop.
Even so, the intense battle in the middle of the night nearly caused Xianlan and the other three women to lose control and scream out loud, but Li Mu quickly covered their mouths in time. The all-night battle left Li Mu not the slightest bit tired. As dawn broke, he rose early, as he had to go to Uncle Nine's place to learn his craft. He couldn't linger in the embrace of a woman. After dressing, Li Mu kissed each of the four women on their lips, listening to their soft, cat-like murmurs. If the timing had been right, Li Mu would have wanted to fight another round. After helping Xianlan and the others cover themselves with blankets and locking the door securely, Li Mu teleported away.
An hour as cooldown time, might as well make use of it.
Under the still dark sky, Li Mu made his way to Uncle Nine's place and knocked on the door early. The door was opened by Joshu, who was a bit taken aback to see Li Mu so early. These days, there weren't many children who got up this early, like Wen Kai and Xiaoxing. Thinking about Wen Kai still asleep and Xiao Shang who wouldn't arrive until noon, the ninth uncle found Li Mu increasingly likable. He was articulate and eager to learn. What teacher wouldn't want a student like that? Chapter 132, Learning Taoist Arts, Rapidly Advancing, Palm Thunder Technique. Following Uncle G into the house, Li Mu saw Wen Kai sleeping on the straw mat, still hugging a green stuffed monkey. Li Mu was speechless. What an unusual hobby. As Li Mu was examining his surroundings, Uncle Nine emerged from the house carrying a small box.
Li Mu, come here.
Glancing at Wen Kai, Uncle Nine turned his gaze to Li Mu and called out with a serious expression. Curious about the small box Nine uncle was holding, Li Mu assumed it must be his family heirloom, the Taoist arts of Mount Mao. Opening the box, Uncle Nine carefully took out a book, more accurately, a manual. Li Mu could see the words Mao Shan Taoist Arts, General Principles written on the cover. This was the Mao Shan Taoist Arts. Holding the thin booklet, Uncle Nine handed it to Li Mu with great care and said, "When you were learning the arts, you were still young, and I hadn't had the chance to teach you this yet before you went abroad to study.
Now you can take a look. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me."
Nodding, Li Mu carefully took the general principles of the Taoist arts of Mount Mao from Uncle Nine. As soon as he held it in his hands, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, Uncle Nine has transmitted the general principles of Mao Shan Taoist arts to you.
Would you like to study it? Ha! What's going on? Learn. Ding.
You have learned the Mao Shan Taoist Arts Manual. Congratulations on obtaining Mao Shan Taoist Arts, Array Techniques, and Symbol Inscription Arts. As the prompt faded, Li Mu felt as though his mind had been filled with a vast amount of unfamiliar knowledge. Even with his current mental state of 149, he felt dizzy for a moment.
Li Mu? What's wrong? Seeing Li Mu's unusual expression, the ninth uncle couldn't help but ask with concern.
Fortunately, his nearly 15 points of spirit were still quite robust, and he managed to process all that knowledge in just a few seconds. Coming to his senses, he saw the worried expression on Joshu's face and waved his hand, saying,
"Uncle Nine, I'm fine. I just suddenly remembered something. You once showed me the general principles of Maoshan Taoism, and I think I have some vague recollection of it, even remembering some of the content. But I'll take a look first, maybe I'm mistaken. Having suddenly mastered the contents of the general outline of Maoshan Taoist arts, Li Mu couldn't very well show it off. He could only make up an excuse to fool Uncle G. After all, so many years had passed, Uncle G was probably long forgotten. Watching Li Mu flip through the book, Uncle Nine tried to recall if he had indeed shown it to Li Mu. After pretending to flip through it for a moment, Li Mu quickly put the book down and looked at Uncle Nine with a delighted expression, saying, "Master G, I didn't forget. The knowledge in here matches exactly what I remember. I told you I saw it before." The ninth uncle was stunned. "I showed you this many years ago, and you still remember it? Your memory is too good. Li Mu, when studying the Taoist arts of Mount Mao, you must be cautious. If you make a mistake, it could cause serious harm to your body. Don't joke around." Knowing that the old master was only looking out for him, Li Mu hurriedly said, "Master G, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, ask me any sentence, and I really remember them all." So confident? Uncle Nine couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. Picking up the Taoist manual, Uncle Nine asked Li Mu a dozen questions one by one. Li Mu answered every single one correctly. After putting the book down, Uncle Nine's face turned dark. He thought to himself, how long had it taken him to memorize the entire book? A year or two? When Kai and the others had spent 7 or 8 years on it, yet this young man had only studied for a short while and could recall everything so clearly after more than a decade. The gap between people shouldn't be this vast, should it? Alright, since you remember it all, we can skip a lot of steps. You can start practicing your breathing exercises now, and I'll watch you to make sure you don't go off track. Sit cross-legged, and begin meditating according to the knowledge in your memory. The magical energy within his body began to flow spontaneously, following a predetermined path. At the same time, a prompt sounded in Li Mu's mind. Ding! You are currently practicing the Mao Shan meditation breathing technique. You can use points to upgrade your skill level. Meow? Li Mu focused his mind and opened the attribute panel to check the skills. Mao Shan Taoist arts, practice breathing techniques to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing your internal energy, inner strength, chakra, and true chi. Current level 1, proficiency 0100000. Meditating for 1 hour increases proficiency by 10 points. Points can be used to further enhance proficiency. Array techniques can deploy various arrays such as the mysterious array, illusion array, killing array, and 5 elements array. Current level 1, proficiency 01000. Successfully deploying an array increases proficiency by 10 points. Proficiency can be further enhanced using points. Symbol carving technique, you can carve various symbols such as corpse sealing symbols, ghost sealing symbols, demon sealing symbols, and heavenly thunder symbols. The current level is 1, with a proficiency of 01000. Each successful carving of a symbol increases proficiency by 10 points, and proficiency can be further enhanced using points. Can points be used? Li Mu immediately became interested. This Mao Shan Taoist art could increase the upper limit of magical power. He thought learning formations was also worth a try, then he wouldn't have to teleport out in the morning. As for talismans, these were even more essential. The Heavenly Thunder Talisman had been on his mind for a long time, and there were also the Purple Shao Thunder Talisman and Heavenly Fire Talisman. These were must-learn techniques. He tried clicking on the Mao Shan Taoist arts proficiency level, and a prompt sounded immediately. Ding! To increase proficiency by 1 point, 1 point of experience is required. 1 point of proficiency requires 1 point of experience? If you meditate for 12 hours a day, you only gain 120 points of proficiency per day. 10,000 points would take years, so experience points are the way to go. Upgrade Mao Shan Taoist arts. Ding! 100,000 points deducted. Proficiency increased by 100,000. Congratulations, your Mao Shan Taoist arts level has been upgraded to level 2. Required proficiency for the next level, 020,000. A warm current surged through his body, and his magical power instantly increased. Li Mu could feel the improvement firsthand. Not only had his upper limit increased, but his magical power recovery speed had also improved. Glancing at the attribute panel, Li Mu's eyes lit up. Magic power, 220,220. Magic recovery speed, 26 per hour. Magic heart enhancement effect, 52 per hour. 100,000 points had increased his magic power limit by 20 points and even boosted the base recovery speed by 2 points. Those 100,000 points were well spent. No time to waste, let us boost the Mao Shan Taoist arts first. Ding! Would you like to spend 200,000 points to upgrade your Mao Shan Taoist arts? Yes. Ding! 200,000 points deducted. Proficiency increased by 200,000. Congratulations! Your Mao Shan Taoist arts skill has been upgraded to level 3. The required proficiency for the next upgrade is 030,000. Continue upgrading. Ding! Would you like to spend 300,000 points to upgrade your Maoshan Daoist arts? Yes. Ding. Would you like to spend 600,000 points to upgrade your Maoshan Daoshu? Yes. No, wait. Ding.
600,000 points deducted, proficiency increased by 600,000.
Congratulations.
Your Maoshan Dao Shu level has been upgraded to level 4. The proficiency required for the next upgrade is 01000000.
Ding. Congratulations on mastering the Palm Thunder technique.
Chapter 133, Uncle Nine is dumbfounded, Uncle Nine is scared silly, Uncle Nine begins to question his life. Originally, Uncle Nine had planned to observe Li Mu's normal operations for a full cycle. If anything went wrong, he could step in to correct it.
But what happened? How did this kid gain Taoist magical power just by closing his eyes? What's going on here? Having magical power is one thing, but your Taoist spellcasting level is skyrocketing. What does that mean? He is actually catching up to him. Uncle Nine is completely baffled. Are you kidding me?
Uncle G faintly recalled that it took him 5 years to reach the first level, 8 years for the second, and 17 years for the third. Yet this kid is already at the third level? Master Nine was almost too ashamed to show his face.
What kind of demonic cultivation speed is this? He felt like he'd lived to a ripe old age only to end up as a dog.
Before he could catch his breath, Li Mu's aura suddenly surged, and even his palms were tinged with sparks of lightning. Uncle Nine nearly choked to death from the shock.
Fourth layer? Palm Thunder technique? Uncle Nine felt he couldn't stay in this house anymore. What was the point of teaching disciples? He might as well go back to farming.
Shocked to the point of nearly collapsing, Uncle Nine hurriedly sat down on a chair, fearing that if he continued like this, he might end up sitting on the ground.
This is too extraordinary. Unaware of the shock he had caused, Li Mu was also stunned. Palm Thunder technique? Isn't this the legendary Taoist Palm Thunder technique? If Li Mu had been hesitant about spending his points earlier, he no longer cared now. Expensive things are indeed worth their price. This Palm Thunder technique is definitely worth every penny.
Opening the description of the Palm Thunder technique, Li Mu hurriedly read through it. Palm Thunder technique, utilizing the Taoist arts of Mount Mao, it channels internal energy power to form a thunderbolt of utmost yang and yang within the palm, possessing an incredibly terrifying power.
Holy cow! It's really the Palm Thunder technique.
The 1.2 million points he spent to upgrade his Maoshan Daoist arts to level 4 now don't bother him at all. Just this one Palm Thunder technique is worth a lot of points, and look at his current magic power and recovery speed.
Magic power, 300,300.
Magic recovery speed, 35 per hour.
Magic core enhancement effect, 70 per hour.
Level 4 Maoshan Daoist arts has increased the maximum magic power by 100 points, the recovery speed by 11 points, and the maximum boost from the magic heart by 22 points. Even without the Palm Thunder technique, the 1.2 million points were definitely worth it. Glancing at the array manual and symbol inscription techniques, Li Mu wasn't sure if he should upgrade again, but he definitely needed to learn the mysterious tracker array and corpse ceiling symbol.
Ding! Do you want to spend 200,000 points to upgrade the array manual and symbol inscription techniques to level 2? Well, the proficiency will be lower, but the points won't decrease.
However, considering the difficulty, Li Mu decisively abandoned the idea of practicing slowly on his own.
Learn! Ding! 200,000 points deducted.
The array techniques and symbol engraving arts have been upgraded to level 2.
The required proficiency for the next upgrade is 02000.
Seeing this, Li Mu decided not to upgrade further. The later stages would definitely be more challenging, and symbol engraving and array techniques had specific requirements, unlike the Taoist arts of the Mao Mountain School, where increasing proficiency simply raised the magic power limit. For example, with talisman inscription, even if you learn it, you need materials to draw it. Without materials, you'll just draw in the air until you're exhausted. The same goes for array formations.
After finishing his cultivation, Li Mu opened his eyes and couldn't help but exhale.
He hadn't even figured out what was happening when suddenly a face appeared before him. He almost punched it, but luckily Li Mu stopped himself.
Uncle G, don't scare me like that. I'm a coward.
Li Mu was genuinely afraid of hurting Uncle Nine. With a strength attribute of 144, even an elephant would be no match for him. Uncle Nine, with his mere 6 points of constitution, would be finished with a single punch.
Stop joking around. Tell me the truth, how did you cultivate this Taoist art? How did you reach the 4th layer so quickly after just starting?
Furrowing his brows and speaking in a low voice, Uncle Nine was in a complicated mood. When Kai and Xiao Shang hadn't lived up to expectations, and he'd been headache for years. Now, out of nowhere, Li Mu had appeared, but his cultivation speed was too bizarre he couldn't figure it out. Upon hearing Uncle Nine's question, Li Mu immediately had an answer ready.
Well, Uncle G, don't you remember the Taoist arts manual?
When I was abroad, I would always dream while sleeping, and then I felt a flow of energy circulating inside my body. My physical condition was also exceptional. An ordinary girl wouldn't be enough for me, so I ended up with a few girlfriends.
Now I finally understand it was all because of the Taoist arts manual.
Seeing Li Mu's expression of sudden realization and delight, Uncle Nine was deeply skeptical. He couldn't help but feel like his intelligence had been mocked. After thinking it over, he couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it anymore. Now that he suddenly had a disciple with such strong abilities, Uncle Nine suddenly felt that maybe it wasn't such a good thing after all.
Since you've mastered the Taoist arts manual, can you draw talismans and set up formations? Come over here, I'll teach you how to draw talismans first. Draw talismans? Li Mu's eyes lit up.
He had been worried about not having anything to draw talismans on. He had planned to buy some good cinnabar and talisman paper before leaving this world. He couldn't let his skills go to waste. In another room, Uncle G held a cinnabar brush and said to Li Mu,
"Watch carefully. Drawing talismans requires holding your breath and focusing your mind.
Once the brush touches the paper, it should move like a dragon or a snake, completed in one fluid motion. If there's even the slightest mistake, it will fail.
But don't worry too much.
Failure is common when you first start out in the art of talismans. I myself ruined over 100 sheets of talisman paper before I finally drew my first corpse binding talisman.
Just watch closely."
After saying this, Uncle G moved his brush like a dragon. As the vermilion brush moved, a talisman was completed in an instant.
From the first stroke to the completion of the talisman, it took only a second. After the talisman was completed, a faint glow flickered and vanished.
Li Mu could feel the fluctuations of magical power emanating from it. Setting down the cinnabar brush, Uncle Nine turned to look at Li Mu and said,
"This is the most commonly used corpse binding talisman. Come, try it. Don't be afraid. The power of Taoist arts lies in cultivation. Even if you can't draw talismans, it's still useless.
With your talent, drawing talismans shouldn't be too difficult. There are plenty of talisman papers at home, and cinnabar is also available.
You go ahead and draw first. I'll step out for a moment."
Watching the ninth uncle step aside, Li Mu took out a piece of unused talisman paper, picked up the brush, and dipped it in some cinnabar. As he looked at the talisman paper, knowledge began to flow spontaneously into Li Mu's mind. The brush in his hand seemed to have gained a life of its own, as if the corpse-binding talisman had been etched into it countless times before. Seeing Li Mu freeze, Uncle Nine sighed in relief.
If drawing talismans was also that extraordinary, he wouldn't know what to say. He picked up his teacup and took a sip.
Just as he was drinking, Li Mu moved.
With a single stroke, the brush danced like a dragon and a snake.
From start to finish, it flowed smoothly, almost in an instant, and an identical soul-binding talisman appeared on the table.
"Master G, I've finished." Put. Chapter 133, Nine Uncle Digs His Own Grave, and the Unruly Catherine. Chapter 134, Uncle Nine Digs His Own Grave, and the Unruly Catherine.
Before he could take a sip of tea, it sprayed out, leaving Uncle Nine speechless. Setting down the teacup, Uncle Nine rushed to the table without a second thought. Looking at the two identical soul-binding talismans on the table, he could tell that the one on the side was the one he had drawn, while the one in the center was the one Li Mu had drawn himself. Staring blankly at the corpse-binding talismans, Uncle Nine felt the world spinning, completely shocked and speechless. Seeing Uncle Nine frozen in place, Li Mu couldn't help but call out,
"Uncle Nine? Uncle Nine, are you okay? Are you okay?" Uncle Nine indicated that he was fine. He just wanted to kick Li Mu out with all his might. "Did you come here early in the morning just to cause trouble?
You're not here to learn Taoist arts.
You're here to deliberately provoke me."
Looking up at Li Mu's innocent expression, Uncle Nine suddenly felt like his toothache was acting up again.
"Is this your first time drawing a talisman?"
Pointing at the corpse-binding talisman on the table, Uncle G stared at Li Mu and asked, "Uncle G, this is indeed my first time drawing a talisman, and it feels pretty interesting."
Looking at Uncle G's expression, "Did I draw it successfully?"
Heaven knows, this was indeed Li Mu's first time drawing a talisman, and he knew it was successful, but he still had to put on a show. With a stern expression, Uncle G said, "This talisman is indeed successful, but don't get arrogant. Practice more and learn as much as you can while you're young.
Someone like me finds it hard to improve anymore. Youth is your capital."
Shaking his head, Uncle Nine turned and walked out with his hands behind his back.
"Uncle G, take your time."
Calling out to Joshu's retreating figure, Li Mu lowered his head to look at the blank talisman paper in front of him, picked up his brush, and continued drawing. He drew continuously for an hour. Midway through, when Kai got up, but seeing Li Mu drawing talismans, he dared not approach.
It seemed the slap from yesterday had left a lasting impression.
After finishing the last talisman, Li Mu put down the cinnabar brush and exhaled a breath of stale air. Drawing talismans was extremely mentally and spiritually draining, relying on the magical energy within his body. He wondered if it was because he was an infinite player, but these energies didn't seem to conflict with each other. Looking at the pile of corpse-binding talismans that had accumulated unnoticed, Li Mu was just about to leave when he happened to encounter the returning Joshu from his morning exercises. Lifting his head to see Li Mu about to leave the desk, Uncle Nine couldn't help but ask.
Not drawing anymore?
Nodding, Li Mu pointed to the pile of talismans beside him and said,
I'm done. I'm a bit tired. I've drawn over 200 already.
Nine Uncle nearly stumbled backward in shock. Looking at the small pile on the table, he was completely speechless.
200? Do you have unlimited magical power? After decades of practice, Uncle Nine can only draw over 300 non-stop before running out of energy, yet Li Mu did that in an hour? And there are so many corpse-binding talismans. When will they ever be used up? How did you draw so many corpse-binding talismans?
I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Uncle G's teeth were aching again, causing him to grimace in pain.
Scratching his head, Li Mu shrugged and said, Isn't that what you told me to do, practice more? Put. Alright. He really did say that. But aren't you tired? With so many soul-binding talismans, your magical power and mental energy must be almost depleted, right? Oh, that? It's fine. Uncle Nine, didn't you say I'm still young?
I should take advantage of my youth to learn more and not be arrogant. Before Li Mu could finish, Uncle Nine quickly raised his hand to stop him.
He felt that if he let Li Mu keep talking, he'd end up 6 feet under. This is so frustrating. The problem is that he actually said all those things.
There's no way to refute them.
Uncle Nine felt his liver ache terribly.
Seeing Uncle Nine's face all scrunched up, Li Mu hurriedly asked,
Uncle G, are you okay? You look like you're not feeling well.
Waving his hand, Uncle Nine endured the pain in his teeth, liver, and head and said,
I don't have time.
If you're tired, go rest first.
You can come back in the afternoon.
Usually, Uncle Nine looks forward to Qiushang being more diligent, but when it comes to Li Mu, he doesn't even want to think about it.
A disciple is better off being a bit slow.
Someone as smart as Li Mu makes him want to die.
Alright then, Uncle Nine, rest well. By the way, where in town can I buy cinnabar and talisman paper? I plan to buy some and keep them for later use. Li Mu wasn't joking. Without cinnabar and talisman paper, learning talisman inscription would be pointless.
After leaving Uncle Nine's house, Li Mu bought some cinnabar and talisman paper. As for the money, Mr. Ren was incredibly generous, treating him like family. He had already given him $100 silver yesterday. At that time, $100 silver had tremendous purchasing power. After spending $10 silver on a pile of talisman paper and cinnabar, Li Mu finally headed toward the Ren mansion. As soon as he entered the hall, Li Mu saw Mr. Ren sitting in his chair, sighing deeply.
Mr. Ren, what's wrong?
Lifting his head and seeing Li Mu return, Mr. Ren hurriedly said,
Nothing much.
I calculated the dates, and it seems the day for moving the old patriarch's coffin has arrived.
I was planning to find some time to discuss the matter with Uncle Nine. A thought crossed his mind, relocating the coffin? It seems like the plot is about to unfold. Oh, so that's it. I was planning to visit Uncle Nine this afternoon anyway.
I'll let him know, and we can invite him out for tea tomorrow to discuss it further.
Nodding, Mr. Rin thought that was fine and said, Alright, let's do that. We'll invite Uncle Nine out for coffee and discuss the matter of moving the coffin then.
After discussing the matter, Li Mu turned and returned to his own room. Fortunately, Xinlan and the others had already woken up. After a good night's rest, the 4 women's faces were radiant with a seductive charm, making Li Mu want to embrace them and pamper them.
Master, you look so happy. Is something good happening? Did you manage to seduce the Rin family's daughter?
Leaning against the curtain, Catherine's jade-like legs were crossed, and the black silk drapes emitted a sensual glow. Her delicate toes carried an irresistible charm.
Catherine, this little vixen, was always tempting him.
She was the typical type who remembered the pleasure but not the pain. Last night, he had disciplined her 3 times, yet she must have forgotten how she begged for mercy last night. Walking over to Catherine, Li Mu picked her up, her voluptuous body in his arms, and squeezed her tightly, warning her.
You're asking for it. Do you think I'll let you sleep in the room all day today?
With a giggle, Catherine gave Li Mu a quick peck on the lips, then her mischievous hands began to roam, teasing and tempting him. Her naughty behavior instantly made Li Mu furious. Holding Catherine's hair tightly, he moved her body up and down. If it weren't for the fact that he had to go out today, Li Mu would have taken her right there and then.
Chapter 135, Rentingting returns home, and Mr. Rin takes the initiative to matchmake. Pulling Catherine into his arms, Li Mu's hands grew restless as he spoke. The players in the zombie camp are too quiet. Go out and look for them today. I trust your bloodline. If you find anything, the master will reward you handsomely. He patted Catherine's delicate waist to help her stand up, watching her tidy her clothes as he instructed. Be cautious at all times. Stay in constant contact. She glared at Li Mu with a pout, feeling both annoyed and aroused. Now he was sending her on a mission after teasing her like that. This master was truly despicable. Master, you're bullying me. You did this on purpose. Watching Catherine's resentful expression, Li Mu chuckled inwardly. You provoked me for no reason. Now you'll get a taste of what it's like to have fire burning inside you.
Seeing the curve of Li Mu's lips, Catherine knew he was doing it on purpose. She gave a light snort and vanished from the spot in an instant. Pfft, ha, Catherine's sister has finally tasted her own medicine today. I never thought Li Mu brother was so cruel, torturing Catherine's sister like this. Covering her lips, Xin Lan's big eyes curved into crescent moons as her delicate body trembled. Li Mu glanced at her twice. No way. He's fainted. After the joke, Li Mu recounted what had happened that morning. Upon hearing that Mr. Rin wanted to move the coffin, the girls exchanged glances, all understanding that the plot was about to unfold. Li Mu, what should we do? Remember in the movie, it was because the ink wasn't applied properly, so sealing the coffin completely should be fine, right? Shaking his head, Li Mu sighed and said, it's not that simple. The players will definitely come to cause trouble. Plus, don't forget that the faction's mission is to eliminate Mr. Ren. Do you think sealing it will work? And we can't touch the body. Tampering with a dead person's remains is a major taboo in this era. Unless we eliminate everyone in the town, but that would go against the mission and end up helping the zombie faction's players. Actually, there's not much to worry about. We'll just have to defend ourselves and protect Rintingting and Uncle Nine. Nodding, Xin Lan patted Yu Xiangfu and said, don't worry, Li Mu. With Xin Lan and Natasha here, Rintingting will be fine. Uncle Nine just needs your protection. Li Mu nodded. He hadn't planned on sending Xin Lan and the others to protect Jiushu. Besides, whether Jiushu needed protection or not, when Kai and Xiuxing were both useless good-for-nothings who were a nuisance to Li Mu. The funniest part was that Xiu Shang had been tricked by a female ghost into losing his yang energy. If it weren't for Uncle Ji, Xiu Shang would have been sucked dry and killed. Just as Li Mu was discussing strategies with Xin Lan and the others, sudden footsteps were heard outside. Li Mu immediately stopped speaking, and soon the voice of Ren Laoyi could be heard outside the door. Li Mu, Tingting has returned from the provincial capital and is almost at the door. Should you go take a look? Outside the door, Mr. Ren's face was filled with anxiety. After the servant had informed him of Tingting's return, he had rushed over immediately. Last night, Li Mu had slept with Xin Lan and the others, so he needed to step up his efforts, otherwise, Tingting would likely be out of reach. Upon hearing the words outside the door, Li Mu paused for a moment before quickly reacting. Ren Tingting is back? Since Mr. Ren had come all the way to call him, he couldn't very well refuse. Besides, he was curious to see what Ren Tingting looked like in this world. His arm was suddenly pushed twice, and Li Mu couldn't help but look at Xin Lan. Brother, hurry up. The girl is right here. Go for it. Li Mu. You're really something. I'll go out and take a look first. If you want to go out and play, be careful and keep in touch. After giving them a quick reminder, he saw Xin Lan and the other two girls nod, then stood up and walked out of the room. Outside the door, seeing Li Mu come out, Ren Laoyi hurriedly smiled. Let's hurry up and go. Tingting is almost at the door. All right. Following Mr. Ren all the way to the door, Li Mu watched as Mr. Ren peered out and kept looking around, seeming even more anxious than he was. Li Mu couldn't help but shake his head. Here she comes. Li Mu, look over there. Tingting is sitting on the rickshaw. Pointing to the distance, Mr. Ren said anxiously, as if afraid Li Mu wouldn't see her. Looking up, the so-called rickshaw was like a small horse-drawn carriage, capable of carrying one or two people, pulled by a person running alongside a common mode of transportation in this era. At that moment, a young girl dressed in a pink Western-style dress was sitting on the rickshaw. Her delicate face, peeking out from under a pink hat, was flushed with a youthful glow, exuding the innocence and classical elegance characteristic of her age. Her slender waist was tightly cinched by the dress, accentuating her curves, while her full breasts formed an astonishing curve, contrasting sharply with her delicate waist. Li Mu couldn't help but wonder if a gust of wind would blow her away. Daddy! From over 10 meters away, the girl's clear voice echoed, like the first song of a nightingale, sweet and melodious. The rickshaw came to a stop, and Ren Tingting jumped down, her flushed face glowing with joy. Tingting, you've just returned from the provincial capital. Let me introduce you. This is your distant cousin who has returned from abroad. You should get to know each other. Before Ren Tingting could mention her experiences in the provincial capital, Mr. Ren eagerly introduced Li Mu to her. Even before arriving, Ren Tingting had already spotted Li Mu. There was no way to avoid it. Standing beside Mr. Ren, Li Mu was simply too conspicuous. Curiously staring at Li Mu, Ren Tingting nervously placed her hands on her abdomen, nodded slightly, and sweetly called out, Cousin Li Mu. Looking at the young girl before him, Li Mu smiled broadly, nodded in return, and said, I've been hearing Mr. Rin talk about you for the past 2 days. Now that I see you in person, you're truly beautiful and charming. Mr. Rin didn't even come close to describing you properly. Flattered by Li Mu's compliments, Ren Tingting nearly lost her balance. In this era, men rarely spoke so sweetly. Being looked at by Li Mu made her face flush and her heart race. If she hadn't been afraid he might misunderstand, she would have turned and run away. Seeing Ren Tingting's expression, Mr. Rin was overjoyed. From the looks of it, there was definitely a chance here. Don't stand outside.
Let's go back to the mansion first. I'm just an old man. You two young people should go out and spend some time together to build your relationship. Dad. Mr. Ren's words were so direct that Ren Tingting couldn't bear it. She stomped her feet and dared not look at Li Mu. Mr. Ren wanted to play matchmaker, and Li Mu wasn't made of wood. Seeing Ren Tingting's invitation, he said, I just arrived at the mansion yesterday and Haven T had a chance to look around. If Tingting has nothing to do, why don't you take me on a tour of the Ren mansion? Chapter 135, Rapidly Escalating Feelings, Discovering Hidden Players. Chapter 136, Rapidly Warming Feelings, Discovering Hidden Players. With Mr. Ren actively trying to bring them together and Li Mu's warm invitation, Ren Tingting didn't refuse. As she gradually relaxed, she became as lively as a nightingale, constantly introducing Li Mu to the Ren mansion. In the garden, sitting on a stone bench, Ren Tingting listened to Li Mu recount amusing stories from abroad. His witty and humorous manner had her giggling uncontrollably. At the corner of the garden, Mr. Ren secretly watched, observing the rapidly growing affection between Li Mu and Ren Tingting. Mr. Ren was overjoyed, finding Li Mu extremely pleasing to the eye, and he hoped that Ren Tingting would capture Li Mu's heart. As for Li Mu's other women, Mr. Ren didn't really care. After all, it wasn't a time of monogamy, and having a few concubines wasn't a big deal. Unaware that she had been sold, Ren Tingting giggled, gazing at the handsome, elegantly spoken man before her, growing more infatuated with him with each passing moment. Ting Ting? Ting Ting? Are you okay? Snapping back to reality, she saw Li Mu looking at her strangely and wanted to crawl under the table. It was so embarrassing to have been so captivated. On the other hand, Li Mu remained calm. With a charm rating of 100, his good looks were no mere facade. Ren Tingting, a naive and innocent young woman with no ulterior motives, couldn't resist his charm. Seeing Ren Tingting stammering and looking embarrassed, Li Mu said kindly, You just got back. You look tired from the long journey. I shouldn't have dragged you around the Ren mansion. Let me take you home to rest. Grateful, Ren Tingting knew exactly what Li Mu was doing to save her, and her feelings for him grew even warmer. After sending Ren Tingting back to her room, Li Mu didn't linger. Today had been enough. Too much of a good thing was never good. After Li Mu left, Ren Tingting lay on her pillow, her flushed face covered in a blush. Thinking about the moments she had shared with Li Mu today, a smile never left her lips until sleep overtook her, and she drifted off without realizing it. Returning to his own room, Xing Lan and the others should have gone out shopping. Li Mu didn't mind. They weren't canaries in a cage. He didn't plan to keep them confined all the time. With their abilities, he wasn't worried about them encountering any danger. However, Catherine had been gone for several hours with no word, and Li Mu couldn't help but wonder about her situation. Master. The communication device suddenly rang. Li Mu pressed his ear and asked, Catherine, how is it going over there? Deep in the mountains several miles away from Renjia town, Catherine had blended into the darkness, watching the half-human, half-corpse players in the distance with a look of astonishment in her eyes. After searching every corner of Renjia town for the entire morning, Catherine hadn't spotted a single player. With no other options, she had no choice but to focus her search outside, and to her surprise, she actually found what she was looking for. Looking at the group of half-human, half-corpse players in the distance, Catherine couldn't believe that the infinite space would play this way. The faction quest hadn't even ended, yet these players had been turned into zombies. It seemed they feared the sunlight. If things went as expected, only the zombie faction would emerge victorious, and these players would obtain the complete zombie bloodline. Night was her best camouflage. In Catherine's eyes, darkness did not impair her vision. It was no different from daytime. In her line of sight, the players were pale-faced, with dark circles under their eyes, looking more like corpses than living beings. At most, they still had a faint pulse, proving they weren't yet fully dead. After informing Li Mu of the situation here, Catherine stood still, waiting for Li Mu to arrive before deciding what to do next. On Li Mu's side, he quietly left the Ren family mansion and followed the information Catherine had provided, making his way deep into the mountains. At the entrance of the cave, Catherine's figure appeared. As Li Mu approached, Catherine walked up to him, embraced him, and kissed him passionately. After a passionate kiss, Catherine finally let go of Li Mu. Pointing into the cave, Catherine said, Master, those players are all inside. There are 13 of them. Should we go in? Li Mu hesitated for a moment, mainly because he hadn't issued a faction task yet. He thought to himself, should he wait for the plot to unfold, or else he might miss out on a lot of points. Let's go in and check the situation first. With the blood of a demon lord flowing through his veins, the darkness held no meaning for Li Mu. As he watched the players gathered in the distance, his piercing gaze provided information about the group. Zombie Camp, Su Tao. Strength, 91. Agility, 82. Spirit, 61. Constitution, 81. World Experience, 24. Zombie Faction, Wang Liang. Strength, 99. Agility, 89. Spirit, 67. Constitution, 8. World Experience, 26. Zombie Faction, He Yang. Strength, 8. Agility, 95. Spirit, 71. Constitution, 83.
World experience, 26. After reviewing everything, the group of players were all quite weak. Li Mu could easily defeat them all with one hand. Although these players were considered decent in the F rank area, they were no match for Li Mu, who had all 4 attributes at level 14. There's no way these players can come up with anything special.
Li Mu waved his hand and retreated with Catherine. Let us not kill them yet. The plot hasn't even started yet, and killing them now would yield too little benefit. Let us go back first and let them live a few more days.
Nodding, she withdrew her murderous gaze.
Catherine never forgot her true identity.
She was Catherine, the queen of the assassin world in the real Earth. She had never changed, and only in front of Li Mu did she show her allure. At other times, as soon as Li Mu gave the order, her terror would send enemies trembling. Back at the Ren mansion, Run Tingting must have been too exhausted she didn't appear again for the entire day.
That night, Li Mu fulfilled his promise, doling out punishment and rewards. Catherine didn't fall asleep until nearly dawn.
Early the next morning, Li Mu rose early. Today, they needed to discuss the matter of relocating the coffin, so Li Mu naturally had to go there. As soon as he stepped out the door, Li Mu encountered Ren Lao Yi and Ren Tingting, who seemed to have dressed up carefully, with light makeup and delicate powder, looking like blooming flowers.
Li Mu, so early? I was just about to come and call you. Today is the day we're discussing the coffin relocation with Uncle Nine. Let's go together.
As they approached, Mr. Ren was as warm and welcoming as ever. Standing nervously beside him, Ren Tingting looked at Li Mu and said in a soft voice, "Cousin Li Mu, Dad also told me to come along." Nodding, Li Mu looked at the pink dress Ren Tingting was wearing and took off his own coat, saying, "It's a bit chilly outside.
Why don't you put this on, Tingting? It'll be more comfortable." Chapter 137, Forgetting One's Father Once a Man Comes Along, a lesson for Qiu Shang.
With Li Mu's current physical condition, he could be said to be immune to both heat and cold. After taking off his jacket, his well-fitted clothes highlighted his tall, muscular build. Taking the clothes Li Mu handed her, Ren Tingting glanced down at her exposed shoulders, her pretty face flushing slightly.
"Dad, I'm going back to change clothes."
After saying this, Ren Tingting dared not look at Li Mu once and hurriedly ran away. Ah Ting turned to look at Ren Tingting's receding figure.
Ren Laoyi sighed after a long while, then shook his head at Li Mu and said, "Li Mu, don't take it to heart.
Tingting is just a child with a few quirks. It's no big deal, Mr. Ren."
Smiling, Li Mu didn't think much of it.
Today, Ren Tingting did look beautiful, but wearing that out in public wouldn't be appropriate. It was better that she went back to change, which showed that she cared about his opinion, a good sign.
"But if you were going to change clothes anyway, why did you take my clothes and run off?"
Ren Tingting took a while to change, but after she was done, she gave Li Mu a completely refreshed impression.
The white sundress lacked the youthful vibrancy but gained a touch of innocence and purity. Either way, it looked great. Seeing Li Mu staring at her, Ren Tingting pulled the hem of her dress and spun around, asking, "Cousin Li Mu, what do you think of this one?" The young girl's expectant gaze spoke volumes, and Li Mu didn't hesitate to praise her, saying with a hint of surprise, "It's very nice.
It's more conservative and pure, which suits you well." Delighted by Li Mu's words, she looked around and realized that Mr. Rin had disappeared without a trace.
She couldn't help but ask, "Cousin Li Mu, where's my father?" "Mr. Rin went ahead and told me to wait for you. Let's go now."
He naturally took Ren Tingting's small hand, whispered something to her, and pulled her toward the exit.
Ren Tingting didn't hear what Li Mu said. Being pulled by Li Mu, she felt completely flustered.
It was the first time she had been so close to a man. Looking up at Li Mu walking ahead, she thought back to the events of yesterday, and Ren Tingting unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand. At the coffee shop, Li Mu pulled Ren Tingting through the door and walked in. Seeing the waiter approaching, Li Mu said,
"We have a reservation. Where are Mr. Rin and the others?"
Upon hearing that they were looking for Mr. Ren, the waiter hurriedly led Li Mu upstairs.
"I heard that Mr. Ren's daughter, Ren Tingting, returned yesterday? Why isn't she out with him today?"
Before they got close, Li Mu heard Uncle Nine's words and hurried his steps. At the coffee table, Mr. Ren was about to speak when he saw Li Mu and Ren Tingting approaching, especially the way they were holding hands. Seeing Ren Tingting's delicate and charming appearance, Mr. Ren's heart filled with joy.
"Uncle Nine, isn't that her? She's here with Li Mu."
"That girl is so troublesome. She got up early this morning just to go back and change clothes." Following Mr. Ren's gaze, Uncle Nine immediately spotted Li Mu walking ahead. His heart ached instantly, clearly recalling the humiliation he had suffered the previous day. Shifting his gaze, he watched Ren Tingting being led by Li Mu's hand, then glanced at Wen Kai, who was staring dumbfounded beside him, and couldn't help but shake his head. This foolish disciple truly couldn't compare to Li Mu. One was in the heavens, the other on earth.
"Uncle Nine, Mr. Ren."
Seeing Li Mu approach, Mr. Rin hurriedly stood up, his old face beaming like a flower, pointing to the chair and saying, "Sit down, quickly." Sitting next to Uncle Nine, Li Mu directly addressed the waiter who was approaching.
"A cup of coffee. What would you like to drink, Uncle Nine?" Uncle G didn't know much about such things, so he waved his hand and said, "I'll have a cup of coffee too."
After placing the order, Mr. Rin began talking about the matter of moving the coffin. Li Mu sat beside him listening, but under the table, he kept playing with Ren Tingting's small hand. Ren Tingting pulled away twice but couldn't escape, so she pouted her little face and let Li Mu continue. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, but Ren Tingting lifted her head and looked at Wen Kai, who was acting like a pig, his prematurely aged and foolish appearance making Ren Tingting furious. Noticing Ren Tingting's unusual behavior, Li Mu looked up and saw Wen Kai still daydreaming, feeling a bit speechless.
"Tingting, didn't you say you wanted to buy some cosmetics?
I'll go with you. Let Mr. Rin and Uncle Gio discuss the coffin relocation."
Hearing Li Mu's words, Ren Tingting felt a surge of joy. She nodded quickly, glared at Wen Kai, and said, "Sure, let's go now."
After informing Uncle Nine, Li Mu led Ren Tingting out of the coffee shop.
As they walked down the street, Li Mu pondered whether he had inadvertently assisted Uncle Nine.
After all, he wouldn't have to endure Wen Kai forcing him to drink unsweetened coffee and eat egg tarts with sugar.
"Li Mu, cousin, which shop in town sells better cosmetics? Could you help me take a look?"
Snapping back to reality, he looked at Ren Tingting, who had somehow come up and wrapped her arm around his, and thought to himself, this seems like another step forward. However, when it came to cosmetics stores, Li Mu really had no idea. After all, he was a man, why would he care about that? After asking around, he found out that the entire town only had one cosmetics shop, run by Chiu Sheng's aunt.
Li Mu couldn't help but shake his head.
He never expected to see Chiu Sheng again. The inertia of the plot was truly remarkable.
Accompanying Ren Tingting into the cosmetics shop, Li Mu spotted Chiu Sheng at first glance.
Compared to Wen Kai, Chiu Sheng, dressed in a suit and tie, certainly looked quite presentable. However, as for his character,
Li Mu didn't bother to comment.
Li Mu was watching Chiu Sheng, and Chiu Sheng was watching Li Mu, or rather, both Li Mu and Ren Tingting. He was watching them both. Recalling what his aunt had told him earlier, Chiu Sheng's gaze grew slightly unsettling.
"Shopkeeper, what good cosmetics do you have here?" Ren Tingting didn't notice anything unusual. She looked at the cosmetics in the display case and asked. He casually handed Ren Tingting a bottle, gave a brief introduction, and then turned his gaze toward Li Mu. "Hey, brother, I have something to ask you."
Li Mu didn't want to bother with Chiu Sheng, but since the man kept insisting, he couldn't help but look over with some irritation.
"What do you want to say?"
Knowing the plot has its downsides, you know exactly what's coming next, but you can't interrupt. Otherwise, you'd be claiming to predict the future. That's just nonsense.
Seeing Li Mu's impatience, Chiu Sheng felt even more contemptuous. "Brother, this woman is indeed beautiful. The problem is she came from across the street."
"You're clearly well bred. There are plenty of well-bred young ladies in town.
There's no need to." Bang!
Before Chiu Sheng could finish, Li Mu swung his fist and hit him, not hard enough to hurt him, just enough to teach him a lesson and stop him from being so blind. Knocked to the ground by a single punch, Chiu Sheng was stunned for a moment, unable to get up.
Hearing the commotion, Ren Tingting hurried over. "Cousin Li Mu, what happened?"
Chapter 138, The Resurrected Corpse of Old Master Ren, Faction Tasks Driven by Plot Inertia.
"Chiu Sheng, what happened to you?"
The door to the cosmetics shop was flung open. Wen Kai, who had been chasing after him, saw Chiu Sheng lying on the ground, unable to get up for half a minute, and was completely stunned.
Glancing at Li Mu, Wen Kai felt a surge of fear. Could he also be unlucky enough to get beaten today?
He should have never chased after him. Pointing at Chiu Sheng on the ground, Li Mu frowned and gestured toward the Yihong courtyard across the street, saying, "He said my taste is poor for choosing a female companion from the Yihong courtyard."
"Yihong courtyard?"
Ren Tingting was still confused. She turned to look across the street at the prostitutes soliciting customers and was so angry her face turned red.
"Cousin Li Mu, we're not buying this makeup. Let us go."
Pulling Li Mu, Ren Tingting stormed out the door, glaring at Wen Kai as she left.
The two of them knew each other. They couldn't be good people.
As soon as Li Mu and Ren Tingting stepped outside, they saw Ren Laoyi and the ninth uncle approaching. Seeing the expressions on Li Mu and Ren Tingting's faces, the ninth uncle and Ren Laoyi exchanged glances and couldn't help but ask,
"Li Mu, Tingting, what's going on?"
Ren Tingting, who had been about to speak, glanced at Li Mu and obediently shut her mouth, though she was still furious. "I was taking Tingting out to buy some rouge. The shop assistant said Tingting came from the Yihong courtyard and that I had bad taste. I punched the shop assistant, and Tingting was so angry she dragged me out. Mr. Ren, Uncle Gio, I'll take Tingting home first." Watching Li Mu lead Ren Tingting away, Ren Laoyi was furious inside. Joshu glanced at the cosmetics shop and hurried inside, just in time to see Chiu Sheng and Wen Kai looking dumbfounded.
"You too. You've embarrassed me." Time flew by.
During the day, Li Mu and Ren Tingting were constantly nurturing their feelings. The delicate Ren Tingting was constantly being pushed to new limits by Li Mu, and her alluring appearance made him tireless every day. At night, the passion ignited by Ren Tingting burned all night long, constantly fueling the flames, making the four women even more alluring. The day of the coffin relocation arrived quickly. At the Rin family cemetery, Li Mu stood beside Rin Tingting, while a four-eyed fat man kept fawning over her. The four-eyed fat man was Rin Wei, the captain of the security team. Upon learning of Rin Tingting's return, he began to lavish attention on her, but she ignored him completely, clinging tightly to Li Mu's arm. This filled Rin Wei with jealousy. Ran Wei dared not offend Li Mu, who was a close associate of the late Mr. Rin and a returning overseas scholar. As a mere security team captain, he knew better than to provoke Li Mu. After paying respects at the grave, while listening to Uncle Nine's technical jargon, Li Mu took the opportunity to explain things to Rin Tingting.
Uncle Nine could hear them too, especially when they mentioned the magic staff.
The two clueless disciples didn't understand a thing, which made Uncle Nine shake his head in disbelief.
No comparison, no pain. A divine French-style funeral.
After the coffin was officially opened, Li Mu glanced at the body inside, which had not decomposed in 20 years. A message immediately appeared before his eyes.
Zombie, Old Master Ren. Strength, 11. Agility, 8. Spirit, 3. Constitution, 15. Level, Jumping Zombie. These stats are already catching up to Uncle Nine. This is still the bloodless Old Master Ren.
Once he draws blood, he'll be even more terrifying, especially after drinking Old Master Ren's blood.
Ding! Old Master Ren has been unearthed. The faction quest is now active.
Faction Quest 1, kill the Old Master Ren who has emerged from the coffin.
Successfully killing him grants 10,000 points, failure deducts 20,000 points. If points are insufficient, you will be eliminated.
Note, for every blood relative Old Master Ren consumes, his strength doubles, and the reward for killing him also doubles.
Faction Task 2, once the old patriarch breaks out of the coffin, the faction battle task will be officially activated. At that time, killing each enemy faction player will reward 1,000 points. A gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. It had finally begun. However, glancing at Old Master Rin inside the coffin, Li Mu had planned to take him out during the night, but it turns out he must first break out of the coffin. It seems he can't even alter the plot now, or else the entire faction mission will fail. Anyway, this infinite space is designed to trap and kill players, and Li Mu has almost gotten used to it. Something was off about the coffin, and Uncle Ji also noticed it. Almost everyone who came saw it. The body was intact, and birds were flying around the mountains and forests. Such an eerie situation made Mr. Rin feel something was amiss. When faced with Uncle Nine's suggestion to cremate the body on the spot, Mr. Rin refused outright. Li Mu had nothing to say. If they wanted to die, what could he do? The coffin was eventually carried away and taken to the public cemetery.
Uncle Nine instructed Wen Kai and Xiao Shang to burn incense at various graves. Li Mu naturally didn't get involved. Back at the Ren mansion, Li Mu and the four women Xinlan, Xinyu, Xiuqing, and Xiuqing discussed today's events.
For a moment, the room fell silent. Brother Li Mu, what do you plan to do? Should we save Mr. Ren?
Xinlan didn't ask about Ren Tingting. She had to be saved, no question.
The issue was Ren Lao Yi.
After feeding on blood, his strength had doubled.
From any angle, Ren Tingting couldn't be allowed to come to harm. After some thought, Li Mu took out a soul-binding talisman and said, "As for Mr. Ren, it's up to fate. I'll give him a corpse-binding talisman. If he's lucky, he'll be fine. If not, it's his destiny. At least we've done our best. As for Ren Tingting's side, Xa and Lan, you stay at the Ren mansion with Pei Ji and Natasha.
I'll go with Catherine to investigate the graveyard at night. I think those zombie-aligned players will definitely come to cause trouble, but it's hard to say for sure." Seeing the women nod in agreement, Li Mu stood up and said, "I'll go find Mr. Ren to deliver the talisman now, then head over to Uncle Nine's place to check things out. You all rest well now. We might have some work to do tonight." Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Xinlan and the others nodded solemnly and said, "We understand." After leaving the room, Li Mu found Mr. Ren and handed him the zombie-subduing talisman. Seeing Mr. Ren's puzzled expression, Li Mu explained, "This is a talisman to ward off evil spirits and protect against corpses. Keep it on your person at all times. It could save your life. Mr. Ren, please remember not to part with it." Mr. Ren took the item Li Mu had given him very seriously and placed it inside his clothes. After bidding farewell to Mr. Ren, Li Mu felt he had fulfilled his duty. As for whether Mr. Ren would survive, he didn't care. He wasn't a babysitter, and he had already done something that would clearly cost him points. Why should he go all the way to protect him? He wasn't at odds with the points system. Chapter 139, Public Grain and Sleep are two different things. Do you think so? It's pointless to even think about it. When they arrived at the charity house, it was already dark. Uncle Nine was watching Wen Kai and Xiao Shang play with ink and a measuring rod. When he saw Li Mu approach, his expression grew solemn. "Did you see everything that happened today?" Li Mu had cultivated the Taoist arts of Mount Mao to the 4th level, and he had memorized the core teachings as well. Coming here now, Uncle Nine didn't think Li Mu was here to see him. Nodding, Li Mu glanced at the two men playing the ink blotter and said solemnly, "Old Master Ren is about to turn into a zombie. We hope the ink line will make old Master Rin obey and stay in the coffin.
Otherwise, the Rin family will be in danger.
Yes. 9 Uncle sighed in agreement, then turned to look at Wen Kai and Xiao Shang, who were still dazed, and snapped, "Hurry up and play.
Make sure you don't miss a single note."
Ah.
Oh. Got it, Master.
Standing beside Wen Kai and Xiao Shang as they pulled the ink lines, Li Mu could not see the details inside the coffin and could not determine how far Ren Lao Taisher had evolved. If it weren't for the faction mission, Li Mu would have wanted to test the power of his palm thunder on the old master of the Rin family. After watching for a while, Li Mu knew that Xiao Shang and Wen Kai were bound to forget to play the bottom of the coffin. He didn't bother with them anymore, bid farewell to Uncle Ji, and under the pretext of returning to the Rin mansion, he actually ran to the roof as soon as he stepped out the door. He had come out today to see if any players from the zombie faction would show up. If they did, he would wait for them to rescue Old Master Rin, then go in and kill them. After all, Old Master Rin had already broken out of his coffin. Standing on the roof, with the darkness as his camouflage, Li Mu watched Xiao Shang depart, thinking to himself that he was likely to encounter the female ghost Xiaoyu, though he doubted anything would come of it. Time passed, and by the middle of the night, Li Mu, standing on the roof, heard the sound of Ren Lao Tai trying to break out of his coffin from inside the funeral home. The sound of Uncle Ji's agile footsteps echoed from the mortuary, but they soon faded away. Li Mu sighed. Today had been a fruitless endeavor, but tomorrow might be different. Returning to the Rin mansion, the 4 women in the room were still awake, likely waiting for him to return. Upon seeing Li Mu enter, the 4 women approached him and asked, "How's it going at the funeral home?" Nothing happened at the Rin mansion. Shaking his head, Li Mu embraced Xinlan and Natasha, who were closest to him, and kissed each one on the cheek before saying, "Everything is fine at the charity house as well. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be tomorrow. It's getting late, let's rest early." "All right." After putting Catherine to bed, Li Mu stood up and left the room. In the living room, Ren Tingting had already gotten up early and was trimming the flowers in the vase with a maid.
When Li Mu entered, Mr. Rin set aside Ren Wei and greeted him joyfully.
Ren Wei, who had repeatedly failed to propose marriage, was so frustrated that he even resented Li Mu. He wasn't blind, he could clearly see that Mr. Rin favored Li Mu more, and Ren Tingting also seemed quite interested in him. Just look at how Ren Tingting put down the flowers in her hands and ran over to hug Li Mu's arm as soon as he entered the room. He patted Ren Tingting's little hand, looking at the cute and happy little girl, and Li Mu felt quite pleased. Just as Li Mu entered, Uncle Nine arrived with Xiao Shang and Wen Kai. After exchanging a few words with Mr. Ren, when the topic turned to the coffin, Mr. Rin turned to Li Mu and said, "Li Mu, stay with Tingting for a while. I'll go to the study to discuss something with Uncle Nine." Nodding, he watched as Uncle Nine and Mr. Ren went upstairs. Ren Tingting glanced at Ren Wei and Wen Kai, who had just entered, then tugged at Li Mu's arm and said, "Li Mu, come and see. The flowers I arranged this morning are beautiful, aren't they?" "All right." Ignored by Ren Tingting and Li Mu, Wen Kai and Xiao Shang felt uncomfortable, but they were used to being ignored and didn't make a scene. Watching Li Mu and Ren Tingting huddled together, Xiao Shang pointed and walked over with Wen Kai. "Miss Run, I'm truly sorry about the incident at the cosmetics shop earlier. It was all a misunderstanding." Just as Li Mu and Ren Tingting were enjoying their private moment, Xiao Shang and Wen Kai suddenly joined them. Ren Tingting was extremely annoyed, but she didn't want to be rude, especially since they had come to apologize, so she didn't say anything. "That matter is already in the past. Just don't look at others with prejudice in the future," Li Mu said indifferently, not bothering to pay attention to the two of them. On the stairs, Ren Wei saw Wen Kai and Xiao Shang approaching Ren Tingting, and he immediately grew displeased. He was already annoyed that Li Mu was getting in his way, and now these 2 bumpkins were showing up? "Hey, what are you 2 doing? Trying to steal something?" He shoved Wen Kai and Xiao Shang aside and tried to get closer to Ren Tingting, but noticed Li Mu standing nearby. Glancing at Li Mu's cold expression, Ren Wei immediately abandoned the idea of pushing him aside. There was nothing he could do. Li Mu was clearly not someone to mess with. Listening to Ren Wei rant and rave like a clown at Wen Kai and the others, Li Mu remained silent, letting them fight it out. However, seeing that Ren Wei had a strand of hair pulled out, Li Mu couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. Were these 2 planning something? After chasing away Wen Kai and Xiao Shang, Ren Wei approached with a smug expression, but dared not get too close. He sat down beside her and started talking to himself, causing Ren Tingting to roll her eyes repeatedly. "Ren Wei, my cousin, Tingting already has someone she likes. This matter doesn't require your concern. Li Mu, my cousin, is a good person. You should find someone else." Such a bold confession of her feelings made Ren Tingting sneak a glance at Li Mu, her face turning bright red as she lowered her head. Just then, Li Mu sensed a faint fluctuation of magical energy, and Ren Wei began to act strangely. Slap! He slapped himself across the face. Although he knew it was Wen Kai who had done it, seeing the red mark on Ren Wei's face, Li Mu almost burst out laughing. This Wen Kai really was ruthless toward him. However, Ren Wei immediately tried to raise his hand, but Li Mu grabbed it firmly. Li Mu's grip was no ordinary strength. Ren Wei felt like his bones were about to crack. "It wasn't me.
Let go. Break it. I swear it wasn't me. Chapter 140 Zombie Camp Players with Enhanced Attributes. Li Mu takes action.
With a stern expression, he swung his arm backward, sending Renwei flying through the air. At the same time, a scream echoed from outside the door. He quickly stepped outside, saw Wenkai getting up from the ground and Xiao Sheng chasing after him, and kicked him with a swift kick. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Sheng was the disciple of the ninth uncle and was giving him face, Li Mu would have ended his life with that kick. Kicked by Li Mu, Xiao Sheng rolled on the ground for over 10 circles and couldn't get up for half a day. Grabbing Wenkai by the collar, Li Mu slapped him across the stomach, causing the talisman paper to fly out of his mouth. He tossed Wenkai back to Xiao Sheng's side, then glared at the two men clutching their stomachs and struggling to get up. Li Mu coldly barked. You spend all day learning useless things and practicing these heretical arts. You've brought shame upon Joshua's name. The commotion outside had already alerted the ninth uncle, who had rushed out. Seeing the talismans on the ground and recalling the scene in the living room, he knew exactly what had happened. What a disgrace to our master. Get up immediately. Turning to Li Mu, Uncle Nine sighed and said, This is all your fault again. Sigh. Li Mu understood exactly what the ninth uncle was saying. When Kai and the others weren't wealthy gentry, how could they afford to provoke Renwei, the security captain? If they were caught, they'd surely end up in prison. Master Ji is fine. In the living room, Renwei had been beaten senseless and dared not think about Ren Tingting anymore. If there was another time, he feared Li Mu would beat him again. As the sky grew dark, standing in the courtyard and listening to the hoarse cries of crows, Li Mu turned and returned to his room. Xilan, the three of you must protect Ren Tingting tonight. Be careful of everything. After giving his instructions, Li Mu turned to Catherine and said, Let's go to the funeral home. On the roof of the funeral home, Li Mu and Catherine had been waiting there for some time. They were waiting for the old man Run to emerge from his coffin and for any zombie players who might appear. Thud. Thud. At midnight, Li Mu and Catherine on the roof exchanged glances but made no move. The sounds grew more frequent. Li Mu narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the darkness in the distance. They're coming. With a low growl, Catherine followed Li Mu's gaze and saw a group of players, neither human nor ghost, leaping toward them from the darkness. The eye of truth swept over them, revealing the attributes of the players in Li Mu's vision. He couldn't help but be startled. Zombie Camp, Su Tao. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 21. Constitution, 12. World Experience, 24. Low-tier Zombie Bloodline Bonus. This bloodline has no further development potential. Zombie Faction, Wang Liang. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 27. Constitution, 12. World Experience, 26. Low-tier Zombie Bloodline Bonus. This bloodline has no further development potential. Zombie Faction, He Yang. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 31. Constitution, 12. World Experience, 26. Low-tier Zombie Bloodline Bonus. This bloodline has no further development potential. There are a total of 13 players, and all three primary attributes have been boosted to their respective levels. However, their spirit stats are all abysmally low, rendering them mentally impaired. Most importantly, this group of players is now useless. Low-tier Zombie Bloodline Bonus. This bloodline has no potential for further development. This single sentence alone renders these players useless, as the essence of a bloodline lies in sustainable development. For example, Li Mu's Demon King bloodline has only awakened 10% so far, but it can continue to develop in the future. However, these players have already reached their limit. What future do they have? Moreover, once they leave this world, these players will immediately have to engage in chaotic dungeon battles. Given their current state, 99% of them will be defeated and rendered useless. Just look at how Lei Yen and Yan Feng keep delaying their departure to avoid the chaos dungeons. That shows how dangerous and terrifying they are. Boom! A massive roar echoed from within the funeral home, as overwhelming malevolent energy spread, and the stench of death filled the air. Feeling this aura, Li Mu couldn't help but look down. Inside the funeral home, Ren Lao Taoya had already jumped out. Zombie, Old Master Ren. Strength, 14. Agility, 12. Spirit, 5. Constitution, 18. Level, Jumping Zombie. The attributes have also seen a significant boost. A few days of nurturing the zombies have caused Old Master Ren's attributes to skyrocket once again. How much would his attributes increase if he were to drain the blood of Old Master Ren? Act now. Kill the players first. Don't bother with Old Master Ren. With a low growl, Li Mu charged toward the zombie players in the distance, while Catherine vanished into the darkness. Within the zombie ranks, a group of players leaped into the air like birds, moving at incredible speeds. Their faces had turned completely blue, glowing with excitement. Hurry up! Go find Old Master Ren. Then we'll go to Ren Family Town to kill people. Drink their blood. Drinking the blood of 100 people increases your attributes by 1 point. The zombie bloodline is too powerful.
Now I can fight 10 of the previous ones.
Not a single trace of dissatisfaction showed on their faces despite their grotesque forms. Su Tao jumped the fastest, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he shouted repeatedly, completely indifferent to the lives of the civilians in Rinjia town. Following closely behind Su Tao, He Yang's eyes flickered with a sharp gleam as he growled. I'm going to suck the blood of those players. Their blood will definitely boost my stats even more. And those women, I'll turn them into zombies and keep them as my playthings. Be careful not to get sucked by those female players. Our bloodline doesn't have the ability to control others.
And I want one too. I've never seen such a beautiful player before. In the game world, I've never dared to mess around except for prostitution, afraid of provoking plot characters. Su Tao leaped to the front, his eyes brimming with savage excitement, but he didn't notice when a figure had appeared above his head. Not wanting to clash with Rin Laoyi, Li Mu immediately transformed into Demon King mode, with all 4 stats skyrocketing, nearly reaching 20 points. The surging power made Li Mu almost roar in anger. His demonic wings flapped, and Li Mu's figure plummeted downward, his eyes filled with brutal intent. Die! With a low growl, Li Mu delivered a heavy punch, and Su Tao, who was first hit, suddenly shone with golden light. The golden shield appeared to be a defensive item. Li Mu recognized it at a glance. Holy Light Shield, E-rank item, passive trigger. Upon taking an attack, it's into a 1-foot wide light shield capable of withstanding a single strike from an E-rank opponent. Boom! The golden light intensified, but shattered instantly under Li Mu's punch. What? A startled cry echoed as the E-rank Holy Light Shield shattered unexpectedly. This was something Su Tao hadn't anticipated. His purple-black, bluish-green palm rose, unleashing a powerful force that sent a howling wind toward Li Mu. With a cold snort, the second punch was unleashed. You dare to compete with me in strength. Today, I'll show you the true power of the zombie bloodline. Su Tao's battle intent surged as well. The zombie bloodline had boosted his confidence to the extreme, completely forgetting the scene of the E-rank Holy Light Shield being shattered moments ago. A mere speck of light. Die! Chapter 141, Demon King's bloodline sweeps the battlefield, the terrifying power of Palm Thunder. Within the zombie ranks, many players spotted Li Mu's sudden attack. As Li Mu prepared to clash with Su Tao, they all roared in unison, driven mad by the scent of living flesh. Kill him! Captain Su Tao, kill him! Let him taste the might of the zombie bloodline. You're asking for trouble. How dare you fight Captain Su Tao, who possesses the zombie bloodline? Smash him to pieces. Captain Su Tao. Kill him. I want to drink his blood. The blood of players must enhance our attributes even more. Kill him. A group of zombie-aligned players glared with bloodshot eyes. Li Mu's blood aura was so powerful that these players had been drawn in by its intensity, losing all rationality. They longed to drink his blood right now. Hearing the shouts of the players, Li Mu sneered inwardly. The zombie bloodline was being hyped up by these players to such an extent it was truly ridiculous. A single punch crashed down, colliding with Su Tao's outstretched palm. The impact was devastating, shattering bones with a series of cracking sounds that echoed through the night like firecrackers. Crack! How is this possible? I don't believe it. His hand bones were completely shattered. The force of thousands of pounds was far beyond what Su Tao could withstand. The terrifying force crashed down, and amidst his furious roars, Su Tao's body was beaten into a pile of rags. The immense force of thousands of pounds, accompanied by the pressure of the wind, nearly crushed Su Tao completely. Seeing Su Tao lying on the ground, reduced to a pile of flesh, the players suddenly snapped out of their trance and came to their senses. How is this possible? How could Captain Su Tao be dead? How could it be Captain Su Tao? Captain Su Tao's 3 attributes were all over 10 points. How could there be such a powerful player in an F-rank area? I don't believe it. It's all fake. Let's all attack him. Kill him and drink his blood. The players went berserk, screaming as they charged toward Li Mu, their sharp fangs glinting with a cold, menacing glow. Ding! You have successfully killed a zombie faction player, earning 1,000 points. The Tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on inheriting 1/5 of the player's inheritance, rewarding you with 1,800 points. The Tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 18,000 points. A sound rang in his mind. With a cold gaze fixed on the charging players, Li Mu snorted. Since these players were voluntarily handing over their points, he wouldn't refuse such a generous offer. He was also worried that these players might be scared off and flee, making it difficult for him to track them down later. This was exactly what Li Mu wanted. Die! Demon energy surged, and Li Mu punched out, sending a burst of blood mist exploding in the air. Ding! You have successfully killed a zombie faction player, earning 1,000 points. The Tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on inheriting 1/5 of the player's inheritance, rewarding you with 1,200 points. The Tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 12,000 points. Die.
With a furious shout, Limu casually flung a dark magic ball, instantly reducing a player to powder.
Ding.
You have successfully killed a zombie faction player, earning 1,000 points.
The tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on earning 10,000 points. Ding.
Congratulations on inheriting 1/5 of the player's inheritance, rewarding you with 800 points, and activating the tenfold reward talent.
Congratulations on earning 8,000 points.
Charging into the zombie player ranks, Limu punched, elbowed, and kicked.
The zombie players couldn't even touch him, he was too fast, far too fast. With only 10 points in agility, these players couldn't even catch Limu's speed.
With 18 or more points in agility, Limu could charge in and out 7 times without a scratch. On the other hand, every time Limu swings his fist or delivers an elbow strike, he sends a player flying. The immense force of thousands of pounds is simply too much for their 12 points of constitution to withstand.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Heads explode one after another, and blood flies everywhere, turning into a series of notification sounds in Limu's mind.
Ding!
You have successfully killed a zombie faction player, earning 1,000 points.
The tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points. Ding!
Congratulations on inheriting 1/5 of the player's inheritance, rewarding you with 500 points.
The tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 5,000 points. Ding!
You have successfully killed a zombie faction player, earning 1,000 points.
The tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on earning 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations!
You have inherited 1/5 of this player's inheritance, rewarding you with 1,600 points.
The tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on earning 16,000 points. Run! Run! Run fast! We're no match for them. Run! This is the demon bloodline. An S-rank demon. Run! Split up and run. Hurry up and split up. Otherwise, none of us will escape.
Nearly 10 players were there, and Limu instantly killed 6 of them. Finally, the players snapped out of their overwhelmingly defeated state and fled in panic, screaming in terror.
You only think to run now? Too late. Die.
With agility over 18, they could cover 100 meters in the blink of an eye. There was no way these players could outrun them.
Die.
Looking at the players with their backs turned, Limu punched out with all his strength.
Put.
The head exploded instantly, and the headless body ran nearly 100 meters before finally collapsing. By then, Limu had already arrived behind the second person.
Never leave your back exposed to your enemies. This is your final warning before death. Die.
A single punch sent out, as if hearing the whisper of death, the player's body went limp, unable to beg for mercy, and died instantly.
Ding!
You have successfully killed a zombie faction player, earning 1,000 points.
The tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points. Ding!
Congratulations on inheriting 1/5 of the player's inheritance, rewarding you with 300 points.
The tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 3,000 points. Ding!
You have successfully killed a zombie faction player, earning 100 points.
The tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on earning 1,000 points. 2 consecutive sounds rang out almost simultaneously.
Limu's figure turned mid-air and shot toward the player who had run several hundred meters away. Hearing the piercing wind sounds behind him, the player was so terrified that his soul seemed to leave his body.
He couldn't even think of running away. Instead, he turned around and instantly knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy.
Spare my life.
Please spare my life, sir. I beg you, please spare my life.
Without even glancing at the player, Limu swung his leg mid-air, sending the player's headless body flying dozens of meters away. With the vibration of his demonic wings, he moved at lightning speed, fixing his gaze on the last player. Limu raised his palm, and blue lightning flickered, hanging into a ball of thunder in the center of his palm.
Palm thunder.
The lightning bolt shot out dozens of meters, the blinding thunder light transforming into a thunder serpent that crossed space, instantly striking the last player.
Boom! The deafening explosion echoed throughout the mountains and forests.
Under the blinding lightning, the player was instantly reduced to ash, and the ground was blown out into a 10-meter-wide crater.
The crater flickered with lightning, and the entire area turned into scorched earth. Ding!
You have successfully killed a zombie faction player, earning 1,000 points.
The tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points. Ding!
Congratulations on inheriting 1/5 of the player's inheritance, rewarding you with 1,100 points.
The tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 11,000 points. Ding!
You have successfully killed a zombie faction player, earning 1,000 points.
The 10 times reward talent has been activated.
Congratulations on earning 10,000 points.
Ding! Congratulations! You have inherited 1/5 of this player's inheritance, earning you 400 points. The 10x reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on earning 4,000 points.
In a single battle, Li Mu wiped out all 10 incoming players. He swayed in mid-air before his figure plummeted downward. Wow, that palm strike was so draining. But the destructive power.
It's terrifying. Chapter 142, The Rin Mansion shakes, players fall into the trap.
In the darkness, a seductive figure flashed by, and Catherine appeared beside Li Mu. Holding Li Mu's arm, she looked at the massive crater 10 meters away, her eyes filled with awe. Human strength had reached such a level it was truly divine power. Even in the infinite space, such a terrifying strike was something Catherine could not even begin to imagine at present. Master, you're so strong now that your little slave is trembling with fear, almost ready to kneel at your feet. Hearing Catherine's seductive voice, Li Mu pulled her into his arms and kissed her passionately, holding her tightly until she went limp in his embrace before letting her go. Phew, the destructive power is terrifying, but it's also too draining on magic power. My current total magic power is 300 points, and that single palm strike consumes 60 points.
If it were you, you wouldn't even be able to cast it.
Catherine's bloodline awakening level was only 10,100, and her total magic power was a mere 50 points, not enough for a single palm strike. This was why Li Mu had repeatedly increased his magic power limit, otherwise, even with the palm strike, he wouldn't have been able to use it.
Similarly startled, Catherine couldn't help but gape in awe.
The palm strike was indeed terrifying, but its magic consumption was equally terrifying. Ordinary people couldn't possibly use it, at least an E rank was required, and even then it should only be used as a last resort.
Master, with such destructive power, even a D rank energy shield might not withstand a single hit, right?
Holding Catherine close, Li Mu thought for a moment and said,
It probably won't. The destructive power of the palm-held thunderbolt is too brutal.
After saying this, Li Mu looked toward the direction of the funeral home, his expression changing as he said,
Old Master Rin has already fled. We must return to the Rin family immediately.
At the Rin family mansion, a piercing scream suddenly rang out, startling everyone in the mansion. Ren Tingting was also awakened from her sleep. Startled, she sat up, clutching the clothes Li Mu had given her earlier, and looked toward the door in fear. Outside the door, there seemed to be footsteps approaching, chaotic and disorderly, as if many people were walking, but they soon grew quiet, making Ren Tingting even more panicked.
Who's out there? Is it Li Mu, my cousin? Is it you? At the door, Xing Lan's eyes flickered with purple magical light. Peggy and Natasha watched the three players in front of them warily, ready to act immediately if anything went wrong. In just a few seconds, the purple light in Xian Lan's eyes vanished, and the three zombie camp players who had sneaked in under cover of night also froze in place.
These three players have such low mental strength.
I didn't even have to exert much effort to turn them into puppets. With a mischievous smile, Xing Lan spoke, causing Peggy and the others to relax.
Just then, Ren Tingting's voice echoed from inside the room.
Brother's little wife seems a bit scared.
She's calling out for Li Mu brother right now. But the earlier screams must have been the old man. I didn't expect that even the corpse-sealing talisman brother gave him couldn't save him. With her mischievous eyes, Xian Lan glanced into the room, then took out several talisman papers and waved them in front of the three zombie players. The talismans emitted a faint glow of magical power, causing the controlled zombie players to retreat in fear. This only made Xinlan find it even more amusing. She kept waving the talismans back and forth, but the magical energy was fading quickly, and soon the corpse-binding talismans turned into worthless scraps of paper. Looking at the talismans in her hands, which seemed as useless as dead batteries, Xinlan stuck out her tongue.
It seemed like these talismans weren't very effective after all.
What Xinlan didn't know was that these players' strength far exceeded that of ordinary zombies.
Li Muhan T used much magical energy in the talisman, so it naturally couldn't hold them back for long.
Just like some zombies weren't afraid of the corpse-binding talismans at all, not because they weren't afraid, but because their strength was sufficient to ignore them. Ren Laoya's agonized scream echoed throughout the entire Ren mansion, causing chaos as screams erupted everywhere.
Inside the room, Ren Tingting grew even more terrified. Squeak!
The door opened, and Ren Tingting immediately saw Xian Lan and the three women standing at the door, along with three zombie players.
Ah!
She screamed once, but Ren Tingting was quite brave and quickly stopped screaming. Mainly because she noticed that Xian Lan and the other two didn't seem like bad people. Glancing fearfully at the three zombie players, Ren Tingting asked nervously, "Who are you?" Glancing at Peggy and Natasha, Xian Lan's meaning was clear. How should she respond? Facing this situation, Peggy and Natasha were also at a loss. If they said the wrong thing and let Ren Tingting, this cook duck, escape, even if Li Mu didn't blame them, they wouldn't feel good about it. "They're my women." Hurried footsteps echoed, and Li Mu's firm voice carried from afar. Upon hearing Li Mu's voice, Ren Tingting's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly froze. "They are my women?" Her gaze instinctively fell on Xian Lan and the other two. Each of them was unique, one mischievous and lively, the other elegant and aloof and all more beautiful than her.
Rentingting couldn't help but feel a pang of inferiority.
Upon appearing at the door, Li Mu first glanced at the three zombie players but did not pay them any mind.
His gaze grew heavy as he looked at Ren Tingting and spoke. Tingting, Mr. Ren has left. What?
Startled by Li Mu's words, Ren Tingting looked up, seeing the sincerity in his expression.
A wave of sorrow washed over her. Cousin Li Mu, what happened to my father? What happened to him? Grasping Li Mu's shoulders, Ren Tingting's fair face turned pale. The grief of losing a loved one was too much to bear.
Taking out 3 soul-binding talismans, Li Mu infused them with magic and stuck them one by one on the heads of the 3 players. Pointing at them, Li Mu said in a solemn voice.
It's old Master Ren who has returned. He has turned into a zombie like these people.
Uncle Nine had warned us earlier to cremate him on the spot, but unfortunately, even without Li Mu saying it, Ren Tingting remembered. Looking at the fangs on the 3 players' teeth and their blue-tinged nails, she felt a chill run down her spine. Why did grandfather come back to kill father? After a moment of silence, Li Mu looked at Ren Tingting, who was trembling like a frightened deer, and said, because Mr. Ren was his closest relative. Drinking his blood would bring immense benefits to the old patriarch, greatly enhancing his power.
This includes you as well. Tomorrow, it will be your turn.
Terrified, Ren Tingting burrowed into Li Mu's arms and said in a panic,
Cousin Li Mu, I don't want to. I'm so scared.
Patting Ren Tingting on the back, Li Mu comforted her.
Don't be afraid. I'm right here with you. I'll protect you. Go back to sleep now. We'll visit Mr. Ren tomorrow. If you go now, you might not be able to sleep tonight. Holding on to Li Mu tightly, Ren Tingting was too scared to let go, repeating.
No, Li Mu cousin, Tingting is so scared.
Don't leave. Alright, I won't leave. I'll stay here with you. Chapter 143144, Mr. Ren didn't come? Security team in turmoil, Runway caught in the crossfire? A deep blue teleportation gate appeared before her eyes. For Ren Tingting, it was no different from opening the door to another world filled with mythical and fantastical hues. Watching the blue light emanating from Li Mu's hands, Ren Tingting couldn't help but stare at him mesmerized, her slender fingers clutching her jade-like wrists even tighter. Cousin, are you a god? After opening the spatial gate, Li Mu turned back and kissed Tingting on the tip of her nose, smiling. I'm not a god, but I will be someday. For now, I'll take you to meet your future sisters. Picking up Ren Tingting, Li Mu carried her through the spatial portal as she gasped in surprise. Returning to his own room with Ren Tingting, Li Mu smiled at the 4 women Xianlan, Sinu, and the others who were still awake. You're all still awake? Leaning against the pillow, Catherine looked at Li Mu seductively, the thin silk blanket outlining her alluring curves. We're waiting for the master to come, aren't we? Your servant knows the master will come, so how dare I sleep? Smiling to himself, Li Mu carried Tingting over. The short distance of a few steps caused Tingting to whimper for a long time. By the time they reached Xinglan and the others, she had fainted. After placing Tingting down, Li Mu felt a bit relieved. Thankfully the place was spacious, otherwise he would have had to sleep on the ground. Looking up at the women, each more alluring than the last, Li Mu burst into laughter and pounced forward, triggering a series of shrieks and giggles, which soon turned into soft, sensual moans. After a fierce battle that lasted half the night, Li Mu woke up with Catherine and the others at dawn. Last night, Mr. Ren had been killed suddenly, so today was bound to be anything but peaceful. Even Ren Tingting, who had just become a wife, got up with Li Mu's help, allowing him to fully experience what it meant to have a delicate face and a weak body, supported by a maid. Holding Ren Tingting close, he entered the living room and looked at the white cloth laid out in the center. Li Mu patted Ren Tingting's small hand and asked, Do you want to take one last look at Mr. Ren? With a sorrowful nod, Ren Tingting whispered, I want to see my father one last time. Sighing, Li Mu lifted the white cloth, revealing Mr. Ren's lifeless face, especially the large hole in his neck, which was truly heart-wrenching. Terrified, Ren Tingting burrowed into Li Mu's embrace, unable to hold back her tears at the sight of her father's lifeless body. Patting Ren Tingting on the back, Li Mu comforted her softly. Just then, Xianlan and the others walked over, carrying a corpse-binding talisman. Looking at the unused corpse-binding talisman, Li Mu sighed. Cousin, what's this? Taking the corpse-binding talisman, Li Mu glanced at Mr. Ren's body and said, On the first day we opened the academy, Uncle Nine and I had already anticipated this. Unfortunately, Mr. Ren refused to allow cremation, ultimately leading to his own demise. This corpse-binding talisman was meant to protect Mr. Ren's life. If he had been wearing it, he would have been safe. Alas! Seeing Li Mu shake his head, Ren Tingting comforted him. Cousin, it's not your fault. It's all because Dad had a short life. It's all that feng shui master's fault. He was so cruel. Outside the door, the sound of footsteps grew louder. The entire town of Rinjia had heard of Mr. Ren's tragic death, and many respected villagers had rushed over, including the security captain, Renwei. Waving his gun around, he made a show of force, promising to solve the case, but Ren Tingting was too busy clinging to Li Mu's chest to even glance at Renwei, leaving him deeply disappointed. Soon, Uncle Nine arrived with Wen Kai and Xiao Shang. As expected, Uncle Nine took the fall.
Unfortunately, the players' bodies from yesterday were gone, and the infinite space had already been retrieved, so Li Mu couldn't testify. Even if Li Mu had spoken up, Rinwei would have likely not believed him. There was nothing Li Mu could do. He had already secured Rintingting, and Rinwei would not give him face. Moreover, he had to account for his actions to the townspeople, otherwise, his position as security captain would be in jeopardy. Before leaving, he exchanged a secret signal with Uncle Nine, indicating that he would protect Tingting and that Uncle Nine could rest assured. Both Li Mu and Uncle Nine knew that the old patriarch of the Rin family would return to the Rin mansion the following night. Soon, a funeral hall was set up at the Rin mansion, and the body of Old Master Rin was moved to the security team's quarters. Li Mu thought to himself that Rinwei would receive a good lesson tonight. After all, who told this fool to disobey? Li Mu had warned him that Mr. Rin would turn into a zombie after death and suggested cremation, but the fool ignored him. Well, that's just his bad luck.
He didn't let Rintingting keep burning paper money all night.
She had already gone through it once yesterday, and enduring it again would be too much for her. Li Mu couldn't bear to let her kneel there burning paper money all night, not even if she were his own daughter. At most, he held her close in the funeral hall for the entire day, until deep into the night. The flames in the spirit hall flickered.
Li Mu hugged Rintingting, with Xian Lan and the other four by his side.
Li Mu waited, hoping that Mr. Rin would come willingly, but after waiting left and right, Mr. Rin never showed up. Li Mu was completely baffled.
This wasn't how the plot was supposed to go.
Letting go of Rintingting, Li Mu walked to the door, channeling his magic power, and as his fingers swept through the air, the scene before him suddenly changed. Looking at the towering black pillar of smoke in the distance, Li Mu pointed in that direction and asked,
"Tingting, what's over there?"
After resting for a day, Rintingting had recovered quite a bit. She walked to the door and looked in the direction Li Mu was pointing, saying uncertainly,
"I think it's the security squadron, right?"
"Security squad?" Li Mu froze for a moment, then suddenly realized that Rinwei also had the surname Rin. His expression changed.
Li Mu knew something was wrong.
Mr. Rin hadn't come to the Rin mansion but had gone to find Rinwei instead. Before Li Mu could decide what to do, when Kai suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Rin mansion.
"Li Mu, Master sent me to find you.
Mr. Rin has gone to the security squad.
Hurry over to help. Master can't hold on much longer." He wasn't particularly shocked.
After all, Uncle Nine was in prison and had no weapons. A Maoshan exorcist without props was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person and still within the realm of normal humans. Li Mu dared not delay, picked up Rintingting, and ran out.
Xian Lan, follow us.
Rintingting and Li Mu would never stay here. If they didn't catch old Master Rin, Rintingting would be in danger. It was safer to keep her close.
They sprinted all the way to the security room. With Rintingting guiding the way and the overwhelming aura of danger, Li Mu didn't need to take a detour. A 10-minute journey took him only a minute. As for one Kai, he might be lagging behind.
After putting Rintingting down, Li Mu had Natasha and Peggy stay behind to protect her. He felt it wasn't safe enough, so he specially set up a tracking array for Rintingting and Peggy, scattering countless soul-binding talismans around them. This way, even if something unexpected happened, Li Mu could rush over in time. Most importantly, Li Mu left 2 magic energy rifles for Natasha and Peggy. Bringing Shilan and the 3 women to the prison gate, Li Mu heard the shouts from inside long before they arrived. He kicked open the cell door and, upon seeing the scene inside, sucked in a sharp breath.
"Uncle Nine, do we really have to make such a big scene?"
Chapter 145, The Terrifying Old Master Rin, and the Astonishing Kill Reward. Inside the prison, Uncle Nine, though old in age, was still as agile as ever, performing extreme maneuvers as a fragile mage battled 4 zombies. Yes, 4 zombies, Old Master Rin, Mr. Rin, Rinwei, and Xiao Shang. Li Mu felt his scalp tingle.
What kind of joke was this? Take them all out at once?
The eye of truth swept over them, and the terrifying attributes of Old Master Rin sent chills down Li Mu's spine.
Could drinking the blood of one's own kin make someone this brutal? Zombie, Old Master Rin. Strength, 28. Agility, 20. Spirit, 8. Constitution, 37. Level, Jumping Zombie.
Note, by consuming the blood of 2 relatives, Mr. Rin and Mr. Rinwei, the attributes of Old Master Rin are doubled. If a 3rd relative is added, Old Master Rin will undergo a leap in power, becoming a flying corpse. Flying corpse? Li Mu had no idea how ferocious a flying corpse could be, but judging by the enhancement level, this was already D rank. A flying corpse with such a massive leap in power must be at least C rank or higher, right? Li Mu felt a chill run down his spine. In such a small F rank world, such a terrifying zombie had emerged. Who could possibly withstand it? Inside the cell, Uncle Nine stepped carefully, avoiding the 4 zombies closing in on him. Hearing the sound at the door, he hurriedly shouted,
"Do you think I want to? Hurry up and help me."
Hearing Uncle Nine's cries, Li Mu turned to look at Xian Lan and Catherine and said, "You 2 handle Ren Laoyi, Rinwei, and Xiao Shang. I'll go with Uncle Nine to deal with Ren Lao Taiyi. Be careful." Apart from Old Master Ren, the other three zombies had relatively normal attributes, and Xian and the others could handle them with ease.
Especially Xian, who would likely subdue the three zombies in no time.
With a stomp of his foot, Li Mu leaped forward, spinning his hands to summon dozens of zombie-subduing talismans.
Go!
Like rain falling from the sky, the zombie-subduing talismans were flung out, infused with magical power and righteous energy.
As they approached the four zombies, they exploded like firecrackers. Bang!
A series of explosions sent the three zombies, except for the old man Ren, flying through the air, greatly relieving the pressure on Uncle Nine. Channeling his magical power, Uncle Nine struck Ren Lao Taisher with a single punch, sending him reeling. Without his magical power, Uncle Nine would have been the one flying through the air.
Stepping back from the battle, Uncle Nine finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Looking at Li Mu, who had landed beside him, he sighed deeply, his eyes filled with sorrow.
Li Mu knew that Uncle Nine was grieving for Chiu Shang. After all, he was Uncle Nine's disciple, and now he had become a zombie. Uncle Nine was a man of deep emotions, how could he not be sad? Master Ji, don't dwell on it for now. The urgent matter is to eliminate these zombies first. Otherwise, Renjia Town will be in danger.
He reminded the old master, for if he were to lose heart, Li Mu would have a tough time dealing with the old patriarch of the Ren family on his own.
I know. If you hadn't come, I would have met my end here. I'll hold them off while you cast your spells. We must eliminate Old Master Rin here today.
Speaking in a low voice, Uncle Nine took some zombie-subduing talismans from Li Mu and charged forward. Standing in place, Li Mu raised both hands, with lightning bolts dancing in his palms. Uncle Ji was alone against Old Master Ren, unarmed, and couldn't hold out for long.
He had to act quickly.
Magic power burned relentlessly, and the lightning in his palms grew increasingly brilliant. The righteous energy carried by the heavenly thunder caused the nearby zombies to tremble with fear, and even the hideous face of Old Master Rin showed signs of fear.
However, it was only a fleeting moment. Under the overwhelming pressure of the heavenly thunder, any evil entity would tremble and fear demons, monsters, and ghosts alike.
Closing his palms into seals, Li Mu shouted harshly,
"Uncle Nine! Step aside!"
Upon hearing Li Mu's command, Uncle Nine dared not hesitate. The thunder technique in his palm was the heavenly thunder. If it struck his body, he would be instantly killed.
The heavenly thunder was the might of heaven. How could a mere mortal withstand it?
He leaped aside, watching Ren Lao Taoye charge toward him. Under the thunderous light, Li Mu's expression grew fierce. He was holding back a powerful technique, and he wasn't feeling good either. The palm thunder technique wasn't something that could be used merely by possessing magical power. It injured both the attacker and the defender. If one's body wasn't strong enough, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming divine might and destructive force of the thunderbolts carried by the palm thunder technique.
Palm thunder! Die!
With a furious roar, Li Mu struck back with a backhand, and the dazzling lightning seemed to rise like a second moon in the night sky, instantly illuminating the entire cell as bright as day. Stunned by the lightning and the overwhelming divine might, the old man tried to step back, but Li Mu wouldn't let him escape. He accelerated his hand, and a palm strike containing all his thunder energy crashed heavily onto the old man's body.
Crash! Lightning bolts erupted, accompanied by the thunderous explosion of divine might.
Li Mu swiftly retreated, his terrifying roar echoing throughout the entire Rin family town.
Lightning bolts shot out, and a deafening explosion suddenly rang out. Boom!
The blinding light gradually faded. In the center of the cell, a charred corpse stood there. A hole the size of a human head on the moon-shaped wound flickered with faint lightning. Under the palm thunder technique, the old patriarch of the Ren family had been completely electrocuted into charcoal.
Ding! Congratulations on defeating Old Master Ren.
It has been detected that Old Master Ren had consumed the blood of 2 relatives, doubling his strength twice.
The task reward has been updated to 30,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the final task.
You have killed Old Master Ren and received 30,000 points. The Tenfold reward talent has been activated, granting you 300,000 points.
Ding! Your 2 contracted characters did not participate in the kill.
You receive 1,000 points as an alliance bonus, and the Tenfold reward talent has been activated.
Congratulations on obtaining 20,000 points.
Successfully defeating Old Master Rin yielded such a generous reward that Li Mu was speechless. Even without the Tenfold bonus, 30,000 points were already staggering. What surprised Li Mu was that Natasha and Peggy each received 1,000 points, which added up to 20,000 points when counted toward his total. Now Li Mu had truly tasted the benefits of contract characters. Although the reward points seemed modest, the Tenfold bonus made all the difference.
Li Mu, come quickly and kill these 3 zombies. Xian has already subdued them.
Just as they had finished off the old man, Xian also sent over good news. Seeing the 3 zombies in the distance completely frozen in place, Li Mu hurried over. Raising his palm, 3 zombie sealing talismans imbued with magic instantly struck the 3 zombies' heads, completely eradicating the remaining.
Ding!
The 3 zombies were only average in terms of points, with each worth 1,000 points.
After the tenfold reward, that totaled 30,000 points. Just then, a shaky figure appeared at the prison door. Li Mu turned to look and fell silent. Turning to look at Uncle Nine, Li Mu intended to seek his opinion. Also staring at the prison cell door, Wen Kai's face was ashen, with zombie teeth already growing, and he was on the brink of losing his last breath. Nine Uncle clenched his fists, turned around, and said, Li Mu, go ahead and act. Chapter 146, Return, Rintingting's terrifying drought demon bloodline. Both disciples had turned into zombies. Watching Uncle G's back, Li Mu felt as though he had aged significantly. A few leaps brought him to Wen Kai's side. Sensing the scent of a living person, Wen Kai instinctively bared his fangs. Li Mu swiftly slapped the Jin Shifu zombie suppressing symbol onto him. The magical power within the Jin Shifu was detonated, causing Wen Kai's body to tremble violently before he closed his eyes completely. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a zombie. You have earned 1,000 points. The tenfold reward talent has been activated, granting you 10,000 points. Wen Kai's body collapsed. Li Mu finally noticed that, at some point, Wen Kai's back had been scratched with several terrifying scars, and the zombie poison was spreading. This was the root cause of Wen Kai's transformation into a zombie. Ding! You have completed all tasks for the ninth uncle's faction. You may remain in this world for 12 hours before returning to the infinite world, or choose to return now. Ignoring this prompt, Li Mu had no intention of returning now. After making arrangements for the funeral, he comforted Jiushu for a moment before bidding him farewell. Upon hearing that Li Mu was also leaving, Uncle Nine felt a pang of sadness. Finally, he said, the world doesn't belong to the Rin family in Rinjia town. It's better for you to go out and make your own way. With such a major incident occurring in Rinjia town, Li Mu was unsure how it would be handled. At the Rin mansion, after initially finding it hard to believe, Rintingting decisively agreed to leave with Li Mu after hearing his account of the infinite space. Rintingting's response slightly reassured Li Mu. Glancing at the other women, he sighed at the thought of his harem growing once again, then spoke. Return to the infinite space. 6 beams of light flashed, and Li Mu and his group returned to the settlement space. After a brief stay, they directly returned home. Ding! You have completed all tasks in the Zombie Mr. world. The characters you brought out will no longer appear in their original world. The notification in his mind slightly reassured Li Mu. With so many players in the infinite space, the chances of being randomly assigned to the Zombie Mr. world were high. Li Mu didn't want Rintingting to reappear in the game world as a plot NPC. He instructed Xin Lan and the others to explain the situation of the infinite space to Rintingting, while he checked his personal attributes. There weren't many changes, except that his points had increased by 310,000. Combined with the previous rewards, his current points totaled 35,660,000. This was after deducting the 50,000 points required to bring Rintingting out. However, Li Mu was really looking forward to the next dungeon. A chaotic battle dungeon must be packed with people. As the fat guy said, it starts with 100 people. If we kill them all, the points would probably skyrocket. Opening his backpack, Li Mu saw the Bloodline gift pack offering another slot and used it immediately. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an SS rank Bloodline, bah. It does fit the Zombie Master world, but a zombie girl? Li Mu couldn't help but look at Rintingting. Noticing Li Mu's gaze, Rintingting couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Cousin, what's wrong? Shaking his head, Li Mu said. Nothing. Everyone has a bloodline. I got one for you too. Don't move. I'll transfer the bloodline to you now. Having just witnessed the power of Xin Lan and the others, Rintingting couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of receiving Li Mu's bloodline. Placing his hand on Xin Lan's head, a prompt sounded in Li Mu's mind. Ding! Do you wish to pass the Ba bloodline to Rintingting? Confirm. A cold, eerie current flowed through his palm into Rintingting's body, and the Insha energy instantly filled the entire room. Withdrawing his hand, Li Mu looked at Rintingting's pale face and showed little emotion. The only thing that concerned him was whether Rintingting would transform into a green-faced, fanged monster because of this bloodline. Fortunately, Li Mu's concerns were unfounded. Rintingting only had short, cute fangs emerging from her gums, her fingers became longer and more slender, and she looked a bit more rounded, with no other significant changes. Feeling the aura rising from Rintingting's body, Li Mu opened his piercing vision and took a look, feeling a surge of awe in his heart. Contract partner, Rintingting. Master, Li Mu. Strength, 514. Agility, 4713. Spirit, 211. Constitution, 514. Overall strength rating, F. Special bloodline, Ba SS. Bloodline awakening level, 1100. Skills, Drought Demon's Body, Soul Sucking, Bloodline Inheritance. Talent, Catastrophe. Possessions, none. None of this was particularly remarkable, but what truly astonished Li Mu was the skill description. Dry Demon's Body significantly enhances all 4 primary attributes. The dry demon's body can fly, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake, accompanied by terrifying high temperatures. Soul sucking forcibly restrains an enemy's soul as sustenance to enhance one's own strength. The ability to perform soul sucking depends on the enemy's strength and bloodline.
Bloodline inheritance. As a bloodline nearly at the pinnacle of the entire zombie clan, the drought demon can develop descendants through bloodsucking or cultivate them into zombie slaves. Descendants require a single drop of essence blood, with the current essence blood count at 2 drops.
Consuming essence blood inflicts severe damage on the main body. Innate ability, Catastrophe. As a Hanba, transcending the terrifying bloodline of the 3 realms and 6 paths, the Hanba embodies the body of Catastrophe. Wherever they go, catastrophe follows. Upon reaching full maturity, they can transform 1,000 miles into a barren wasteland with a single thought, increasing their mental limit by 50% and enabling the use of magical abilities. These attributes left Li Mu speechless. The drought demon's body is undeniably brutal. The soul-stealing ability is similar to Xinglan's charm, but more directed, drains your soul to enhance itself. If you can withstand it, you survive; if not, you die. The most important thing is the blood-sucking inheritance. Zombies or vampires both possess the ability to inherit bloodline powers, with the distinction being between Eastern and Western traditions. Peggy's bloodlord is considered the ancestor of vampires, but even her SSS-ranked bloodline lacks the ability to inherit bloodline powers. However, Ren Tingting does. By drinking blood, she can convert zombies into slaves, and by consuming essence blood, she can obtain bloodline descendants, the 2nd generation of zombies. This is truly impressive. However, the cost is quite high, as mentioned earlier, causing significant damage to the original body. Of course, this is the current state. Once Ren Tingting accumulates more essence blood, the effects won't be as severe. As for the final cataclysmic talent, it's completely unreasonable. Everyone knows that zombies cannot enter the 3 realms or the 6 paths, their souls are sealed, and they cannot cultivate a divine soul, making them immune to spells. However, this talent directly increases the mental limit, and it's a percentage increase. Think about the dim-witted old man Ren and those players who force themselves to act mentally impaired. This talent is absolutely mind-blowing. Most importantly, it can be used with divine abilities and spells. Ren Tingting can use it. This is too terrifying. Li Mu couldn't help but think of the Jiang Chen from the zombie contract, with his ability to manipulate time, space, and gravity. Could Ren Tingting be? But regardless, Ren Tingting's bloodline as a drought demon is simply absurdly powerful. So, what about his Demon King talent? Glancing at his talent attribute panel where the exclusive talent hadn't appeared yet, Li Mu once again questioned the meaning of life. Chapter 147, The Jiang Family? Are they that powerful? Hints of an infinite space. Chapter 147, The Jiang Family? Are they that powerful? Hint, infinite space. As members of the same team, Xian Lan and the others could also see Ren Tingting's attributes, and they were all stunned by the power of her bloodline. Especially the bloodline inheritance skill. It was truly terrifying. Once they reached higher regions, using it to control subordinates would be as easy as pie. Whether they're arrogant heavenly princesses or venomous snakes, they can be turned into zombie slaves or forced to inherit the bloodline. If they disobey, they'll be beaten senseless. He purchased D-grade energy arcs and substitute puppets from the infinite space, along with a communication device and super soldier serum, and handed them all to Ren Tingting. This was the standard equipment for Li Mu's women. What was giving Li Mu a headache was that the super soldier serum was about to run out. He had copied the serum data, but the problem was that he didn't know how to mix it, and he didn't have the materials either. This information, Li Mu would never share with the fat man. Anything that could enhance bloodline limits would cause a huge stir. While such items existed in the infinite store, those that boosted limits were exorbitantly priced. They cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, and only those powerful families that feed off ordinary players could afford them. Ordinary players should forget about it, don't even think about it. 3 vials of serum would be enough to cause a sensation. Li Mu decided he needed to plan this secretly. The serum must be produced by his own people and sold later, which would definitely bring a huge return in points. Snapping back to reality, his gaze swept over Ren Tingting. 3 vials of serum boosted 3 attribute points and 1 bloodline limit, pretty decent overall. Li Mu spoke up. Xian Lan, take Tingting outside to test your current strength. I'll go find the fat guy and buy some crystal cores. Stepping out of the house, Li Mu first browsed the street stalls. He planned to buy some crystal nuclei. With 6 people combined, they needed a total of 695 crystal nuclei, which amounted to 660-25 points. Including the items he had previously purchased for Ren Tingting, that instantly totaled over 90,000 points. If it weren't for the ample points, it wouldn't have been enough. After purchasing the crystal cores, Li Mu recalled the shocked expressions on the faces of the players selling crystal cores and shook his head. Before he even reached the spot where the fat man sold intelligence, Li Mu spotted a round figure running toward him. Old Li, hey, looks like you've made a big haul. The aura around you is even more terrifying. But our clan has news too, our young miss said. Seeing the dead fat man stammering, Li Mu raised an eyebrow and asked. What did she say? Something bad?
Shaking his head, Shangguan Xian said, "Not really. Our young miss said she's waiting," but the Shangguan clan was shaken up. Many of the clan's geniuses were furious, but they quickly forgot their anger.
Something major happened in the higher regions. A major incident?
Li Mu was very interested in the higher regions.
What major incident? Tell me about it. With a lecherous smile, Shangguan Xian's expression seemed excited, tinged with schadenfreude. You don't know, do you? The Jiang family's war god, an SSS-ranked ancestor, flew into a rage, shaking the entire city.
The pressure from a war god forced millions to bow their heads. He wasn't satisfied and directly charged into the dark region, returning with the corpses of over 10 SS-ranked terrifying monsters. The entire dark region erupted in chaos. It's said that the Jiang family's ancestor wanted to buy the only item in the infinite shop, but someone beat him to it. Rumors are circulating that the item is the special usage rights to the infinite shop. A chill ran down Li Mu's spine.
Special usage rights to the infinite shop? He glanced at the fat man, feeling a bit uneasy. This fool didn't even know that the one who had snatched it was him. But the Jiang family patriarch? An SSS-ranked supreme being? He actually went all the way to the dark region to cause a scene over this? That's terrifying. Li Mu felt incredibly lucky. If he had hesitated for even a moment, the usage rights to the infinite shop might have been gone, and he would be the one regretting it. The Jiang family? Are they powerful in the higher regions? Mentioning the Jiang family, Shangguan Xian's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "It's not just powerful, it's extremely powerful. They're one of the top 10 major clans in the higher regions, far surpassing the Shangguan family by an unimaginable margin. They even have hidden SSS tier powerhouses, and it's not as simple as what's on the surface. Even so, it's still terrifying. SSS tier supreme pillars, nearly 100 SS tier experts, and over 1 million powerful members within the clan, and that's just what's known. How terrifying is that?
If the Jiang family mobilizes a third of their strength, the Shangguan family would be wiped out." Seeing the terrified expression on the fat man's face, Li Mu finally gained a rough understanding of the Jiang family.
Fatso, I'm about to advance to the next realm. Are you ready?
At the mention of this, the fatso shuddered and hurriedly said,
"No problem, I'm ready. Take this jade token.
Once you successfully advance, it will automatically guide you to the area under our Shangguan clan's jurisdiction.
At that time, I'll go there to sell intelligence."
Taking the fat man's jade talisman, Li Mu put it away casually, chatted with the fat man for a while longer, then headed toward the dark region.
Finding Rintingting and the others, Li Mu distributed the crystal cores one by one. After taking turns protecting them, the attributes of the group instantly reached their bloodline limits.
After accompanying Rintingting to test her skills, Li Mu returned home with the women before nightfall.
As soon as he stepped through the door, a notification sounded in Li Mu's mind. Ding!
Your attributes have reached the required standards.
Please note that you will be entering a chaotic battle dungeon in the next world. Please prepare accordingly. Ding! Warning, the chaotic battle dungeon is extremely dangerous.
Please remain vigilant. 2 consecutive alerts specifically highlighted the terrifying nature of the chaotic battle dungeon, causing Li Mu to turn and look at Xianlan and the others. Seeing the surprised expressions on Xianlan and Catherine's faces, Li Mu realized they had also received the notification from the infinite space. On the sofa, Li Mu looked at the tense expressions on Xianlan and the others' faces and couldn't help but smile, comforting them.
We've already gone through several normal dungeons. What are you afraid of? A chaotic battle dungeon isn't a dungeon? It's the same thing. You just need to kill them. Or are you saying that you're so much stronger than those players that you're still afraid?
Hearing Li Mu say this, Xianlan and the others immediately relaxed, glancing at their own attributes and smiling. With attributes exceeding half of all players in the region, plus the bloodline transformation, their strength was effectively doubled, nearly reaching the threshold of the E-rank region. They truly had nothing to fear. Seeing the girls relax, Li Mu felt at ease and waved his hand, saying, "Alright, the next few days are a holiday. Relax at home and prepare fully for the chaotic dungeon raid." Hearing Li Mu mention relaxation, Xianlan and the others exchanged glances, all recalling their previous world's concept of relaxation, how they'd been so relaxed before entering the dungeon that they'd practically lost their resolve. It had indeed been too much of a letdown.
Chapter 148, The Chaos Dungeon opens, tasks littered with traps. So this is what relaxation feels like? This was Rintingting's exclamation.
She and Xianlan, who had been relying on each other for survival, supported each other as they made their way to the living room.
With their physical attributes barely above 10, they couldn't withstand Li Mu's strength alone.
They hadn't even left the house in days, and Rintingting couldn't help but feel incredibly fortunate. She was grateful to have Xianlan and the others by her side, otherwise, she would have been in serious trouble. We usually relax like this, but this time Li Mu is clearly even more powerful. I hope we can find more sisters in the next world. Finally, the next world has opened. Hearing Xinlan's sigh, Catherine and the others felt the same way. It was like the sisters came and went, but Li Mu was the constant. It was almost unbearable.
You're up? I was just about to come get you. Li Mu turned around and smiled from the sofa.
Everyone rolled their eyes, and Xinlan pouted, waving her hands hurriedly. We dare not let Brother Li Mu call us. Otherwise, we won't be able to get up today. You said the same thing a few days ago, but in the end, we were bullied again and didn't even get to eat.
Li Mu. Cough, cough. Thinking about it carefully, it does seem like that. He patted the sofa beside him and said, Everyone sit down. The chaotic battle dungeon is about to start. Are you all ready?
Mentioning this, Xianlan and the others stopped joking around, their expressions growing serious.
We're all ready.
Nodding, Li Mu closed his eyes and said nothing more, waiting quietly for the from the infinite world. With the infinite store at his disposal, Li Mu's strategy was to adapt to any situation. In the new world, he would buy whatever was needed rather than blindly purchasing items, which was infinitely better than making random purchases. In the quiet waiting, a prompt sounded simultaneously in the minds of Li Mu and the others.
Ding! Your attributes have all reached the promotion standards. The chaotic battle instance is now activated. Teleportation will begin in 1 minute.
Opening his eyes, Li Mu saw a strange glow in his eyes. After waiting quietly for a minute, a white light beam descended, and in an instant, the figures of Li Mu and the others vanished completely. In the vast, desolate space, Li Mu opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Xianlan and the others. After confirming that all the women were present, he relaxed, his eyes brimming with excitement as he looked around. In the vast space, countless teams were densely packed, with at least 100 people visible at a glance.
Ding!
Attention all players, the chaotic battle dungeon is about to begin. This world is the Alien vs Predator universe, divided into 3 major factions.
Faction 1, the human-led exploration faction. Faction 2, the predator-led hunting faction. Faction 3, the alien faction led by the predator's domesticated prey. Ding! Players from all 3 factions can choose freely. As part of the human faction, killing players from the other 2 factions will grant additional points. The rules are now being announced. This chaotic battle dungeon ends when one side is completely eliminated, with the surviving faction earning promotion qualifications. In the chaotic dungeon, each time you kill an enemy faction player, both the killer and their faction receive 1,000 points, while the opposing faction loses 1,000 points. The final victorious faction will receive a reward based on their total points. Ding! Time to choose your faction 5 minutes. Players who haven't selected a faction by the start of the game will be eliminated. Note, as the Explorer faction, human players will have the right to enter the dungeon 1 day earlier, followed by the Alien faction, and the Predator faction last. The infinite space has completely faded away. After a moment of silence, the entire space erupted into chaos. Mad Wolf, which faction is your team choosing? I think the Predator faction is the strongest. In this game, Predators are hunters, and they are the last faction to enter the world. As everyone knows, the later a faction enters the world, the more terrifying it is. I also want to join the Predator faction. Hunters definitely have an advantage. As domesticated prey, the alien faction will likely be wiped out completely. How can prey possibly resist hunters? Is there anyone in the human faction? Entering the world a day early to set up would definitely give us a huge advantage. Is there anyone in the human faction? Our Storm Squad has 8 top-tier players, and 3 of us have C-rank bloodlines. Is there anyone in the human faction? We're the Mad Wolf Squad teaming up with the Sky Slayer Squad, totaling 17 players, all with maxed out stats, and 5 of us have C-rank bloodlines. Is there any squad willing to join us? 17 players, 5 with C-rank bloodlines. This immediately caught the attention of many in the space, and soon others came to support us. Count us in the Stormwave Squad. 6 players, all maxed out, 2 with C-rank bloodlines, and the captain has B-rank bloodlines. The moment that shout rang out, a collective gasp echoed through the space. A team with 2 players possessing C-rank bloodlines, and the team leader even has B-rank bloodlines. This is too terrifying. As players began to waver, a loud shout rang out from the crowd. We are the Greedy Wolf Squad, 9 members, all fully level, 4 with C-rank bloodlines, and our captain, Greedy Wolf, is B-rank. The human faction can strategize in advance and earn extra points. Taking on a larger force with fewer members is the key to our rapid growth. Anyone want to join the human faction? The entire crowd erupted once more. A team of 9 people, 4 with C-rank bloodlines, and 1 with a B-rank bloodline. This was too terrifying. The idea of underdog tactics and extra reward points was tempting, and in the infinite space, wasn't it all about fighting to the death? Without fighting, where would the points come from? Me. We're the Silver Wolf Squad. Everyone's a wolf, count us in. Hunters have a natural advantage, and plot characters are also incredibly important. We Bloodhands are joining the Iron Blood Warriors camp. We're joining the human faction. Standing at the outermost edge, watching the chaos in the crowd, Li Mu would have been laughed at by these players if he didn't know the plot. Humans can indeed go in first, but they don't have the qualifications to set things up. As for choosing the Predators, that's definitely a good choice.
If Li Mu hadn't already had his mind made up, he would have chosen the Predator faction too.
Li Mu, I haven't seen this before. Which faction should we choose? Xian Lan looked at Li Mu and asked through the communication device using telepathy. I've seen this before. How should I put it? It's like the prey turning on the hunter.
Unfortunately, fate is on the protagonist's side.
What does the master plan to choose? Beside Xian Lan, Catherine also looked at Li Mu with curiosity.
Watching the bustling players, Li Mu curved the corner of his mouth into a meaningful smile and said, "In this world, of course we choose
the aliens." Chapter 149, Alien Queen.
Human players get screwed over from the start.
Aliens?
A gleam flashed in Catherine's eyes, and she immediately understood.
Indeed.
In the original plot, with the female lead's assistance, the alien queen ultimately suffered a crushing defeat. However, she had actually won in the end, as all the predators were parasitized.
Moreover, with these players who knew the plot, the final outcome would never have been the same.
Considering the aliens' terrifying parasitic nature and rapid formation speed, and looking at the crowded group of players, Catherine suddenly felt that these people were probably here to be sacrificed.
The more people there are, the worse they'll die and the more miserably they'll lose, especially if they don't know anything about the aliens. Ding. As the squad leader, do you confirm your choice to join the alien faction?
This decision cannot be changed once made. Please choose carefully.
I confirm. Li Mu wasn't afraid of being parasitized by the aliens.
This was the rule of the chaotic dungeon. Under the infinite space law, in a chaotic battle dungeon, even if the players joined in a fight between bugs, they would be automatically recognized as allies. After selecting a faction, Li Mu looked at the chaotic crowd and suddenly asked,
"Has anyone chosen the alien faction?"
Li Mu's voice was loud, and instantly all the players turned to look at him, their voices fading away.
Noticing Li Mu and his group, all the players lit up.
Mainly because, aside from Li Mu, everyone else was a woman and all of them were top-tier beauties.
Hey, kid, didn't you prepare it all before starting the chaotic battle dungeon?
You're going to get your team's little beauties killed.
What a pity. So many beautiful women are following such a fool.
But when the fighting starts, I might show mercy and let those little beauties experience what true pleasure is.
My older brother is really strong. Remember my name, I'm Greedy Wolf. Ha, Greedy Wolf, have you found a new target? Can we get a share when the time comes? Feeling isolated, Li Mu sneered at the players, laughing wildly, and said,
I have no interest in remembering the names of a bunch of dead people.
I choose to return to the alien camp. Ding. Squad leader Li Mu has chosen to leave the faction and select a new space. Teleportation is now beginning. As Li Mu and his group suddenly vanished, the crowd erupted into even louder laughter, though it didn't last long. As the countdown ended, all the players disappeared. Time seemed to freeze.
It felt like a second had passed, yet it might have been a day. When Li Mu's vision cleared again, he found himself in an endless darkness.
Ding. The human squad has entered the underground.
Your squad will synchronize with this world in 1 minute.
The alert sounded. Li Mu looked at the white transparent light screen before him and gazed outward.
A massive metal structure loomed ahead, with countless steel cables embedded in its surface, stretching downward into a gigantic icy pool. As Li Mu looked on, the cables seemed to be activated, and a massive creature shrouded in frost was pulled upward.
Ding! The game has begun. There are no faction missions in this world. The only requirement is to eliminate all enemy faction players and story characters.
Each player or story character eliminated will grant your faction 1,000 points, and killing an enemy faction player will grant an additional 1,000 points. There are no legacy kill rewards in this world. Upon hearing this prompt, Li Mu nearly burst out laughing.
Can you play like this? Story characters count too? The human faction is going to lose big time.
As Li Mu was thinking this, the players in the human faction were also grinding their teeth. Looking at the weak ordinary people around them, if it weren't for the infinite space that killing NPCs doubles the points deducted, they would have killed them themselves. Inside the Greedy Wolf squad, the squad leader, Greedy Wolf, had a grim expression. His mood couldn't be worse. If he had known the faction quest was so, he would have joined the Iron Blood Warriors faction instead.
How many ordinary people are there? There must be at least 17 or 18 of them, right? What the hell? But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that this is some kind of ridiculous hunting ground? It's not the forest we imagined at all. These ridiculous structures are going to kill all the human players. A group of human players gathered together. Greedy Wolf looked at all the players and said, "Be careful, this is probably another trick from the infinite space. But don't worry, we're evenly matched with the Predator faction, so don't let your guard down."
What about the alien faction? A player whispered within the group. Upon hearing this, all the players turned to look, and the player who spoke immediately fell silent. No one knows what's going on in this maze.
Do you think those prey have an advantage over us?
Greedy Wolf casually dropped this line, his words brimming with contempt.
Seeing the calm expression on Greedy Wolf's face, all the players calmed down a bit.
As the human camp players continued to explore the underground world, dozens of beams of light suddenly fell from the sky outside. Resembling missiles, these metallic containers crashed to the ground, sending snow and wind swirling everywhere.
Eventually, several players emerged, accompanied by 3 massive figures resembling humans but with braids on their heads.
After determining the direction, the 3 towering Iron Blood warriors pointed toward the power plant and sprinted forward in unison. Beneath the ground, flashes of electricity danced. Li Mu stared at the massive black creature before him as if it were a precious treasure. Its nearly 10-meter-long tail seemed like the perfect weapon for slaughter. Shrouded in frost, its streamlined body exuded a terrifying aura of malice. Looking at the terrifying alien queen suspended on the execution frame, her entire body shrouded in pitch-black exoskeleton, Li Mu tried to pull her down, but to no avail.
It wasn't that Li Mu couldn't do it, it was simply that the plot wouldn't allow it.
The alien queen needed to lay her eggs first, then the aliens would hatch and seek hosts. As for when she would be released, Li Mu had no idea, but it shouldn't be too long.
SSSS.
The piercing screech echoed throughout the space. Under the stimulation of lightning, the alien queen laid one alien egg after another from her ovipositor, which were then transported out by a conveyor belt. Li Mu could sense the queen's pain. Looking at the electrical devices, he pulled out his magic energy pistol and shattered each one in turn.
A cold gaze fixed on him.
Li Mu looked up and, through the streamlined head crest, felt the queen's gaze upon him.
Let me down. Chapter 150, The Unlucky Human Camp, The Sacrifice Chamber's Sudden Turn. Li Mu was stunned the alien queen actually spoke. It wasn't just Li Mu Xin Lan and the others had also heard it.
The few women who had been curiously examining the alien queen were instantly stunned.
Speak? Speak?
Furrowing his brows at the alien queen, Li Mu realized it wasn't that she could speak. She was still roaring, but she was communicating with them through her mind.
Why won't you let me down?
The icy voice sounded like that of a queen high above, cold as if it were eternal frost, devoid of any emotion, or perhaps simply indifferent to everything. Upon closer reflection, it seemed that the alien queen had been created as a cold-blooded executioner, devoid of any mercy toward other lifeforms. Her sole purpose was clear: to kill or capture any living creature in sight, use them as hosts to develop a terrifying alien army, a pure mass arming strategy.
Many space marines have been overwhelmed and killed by this tactic.
Unfortunately, the Predator's technology is superior, so if they can't defeat you, they simply destroy the world. Looking up at the alien queen, Li Mu didn't explain anything. He simply fired a shot at the steel cable beside her head. A blue beam shot out instantly, piercing the steel cable but causing no harm.
See? It's not that I don't want to save you, but it's currently not allowed.
This steel cable is protected by a mysterious force and cannot be shattered for now.
You'll have to hang there for a while longer. However, Queen, I've removed those pesky lightning bolts for you.
You still need to lay your eggs as usual.
There are Iron Blood warriors coming, many of them.
The alien queen stared at the steel cable before her, saying nothing. However, when Li Mu mentioned the Iron Blood warriors, the malevolent aura around the alien queen grew even stronger.
Iron Blood warriors. Right, why are you hanging here? How did you end up here? You should know the answer. I think the queen also wants to eliminate those Iron Blood warriors, right?
Li Mu knew well that the alien queen and the Iron Blood warriors were sworn enemies, a feud that would never end.
I will.
Once these steel cables are opened, I will pierce their skulls. The icy voice carried a thick aura of malevolence. The alien queen's limbs trembled, and the egg-laying process, which had temporarily stopped, began again.
Watching the alien eggs being expelled one by one, Li Mu looked up at the alien queen and said,
"When the time comes to release you, I will let you go. For now, let's go out and find those humans and Iron Blood warriors.
We'll capture them and parasitize them." The alien queen nodded imperceptibly.
Without the electric shocks, she could lay eggs without a single speck of pain. Turning to look at Xian Lan and the others, Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Just as he took a step forward, a notification sound rang out in his mind.
One human has been killed.
The Iron Blood warriors have earned 1,000 points. As the prompt faded, 2 more identical prompts sounded in quick succession. With a gleam in his eyes, Li Mu knew that this meant a plot character on the ground had been killed. There was nothing surprising about that, but the human factions players were really unlucky. The game hadn't even started yet, and they already had 3,000 points. In the underground chamber, the human players holding flashlights froze in place, their faces turning grim. Defeated before the battle even began, with 3,000 points lost instantly, no one present had even been harmed. It was clear without a doubt that something had happened to the NPCs above.
Bang! Damn it!
Furious, he punched the wall, the loud noise attracting the attention of several NPCs. "Mr. Greedy Wolf, your faces look rather grim.
What's going on?"
Within the group, several plot characters looked at Greedy Wolf and the players in astonishment, completely unaware of why their expressions were so grim. Fuming with anger but unable to say a word, Greedy Wolf and the group of players were on the verge of exploding. Thud! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, causing screams to erupt from the high platform. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the source of the noise. White ice mist rose, and everyone instinctively gathered around the stone coffin that suddenly popped out like a drawer. Even the players were no exception. No matter what, they couldn't let these plot characters come to harm. Losing one meant losing 1,000 points. Looking at the strange weapons inside the stone coffin, Greedy Wolf instinctively reached inside and pulled out one that resembled a hand cannon. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a D-rank energy hand cannon. His expression lit up. Greedy Wolf never expected to obtain such a item here, and it was even a D-rank weapon. No! Don't move! Just then, a loud shout echoed through the air. Greedy Wolf instinctively looked up, and his hand also left the stone coffin at that moment. Clank! Boom! The stone coffin closed instantly. At the same time, the entire tomb chamber underwent a massive transformation. All the doors that had been opened slammed shut. Some quick-thinking players tried to block them with items, but it was completely useless. Boom! Boom! All the doors closed simultaneously, separating the plot characters and players from one another. Damn it! We've been separated. Unexpectedly, this unexpected turn of events occurred. The Greedy Wolf, who had pulled out his energy cannon, turned pale and looked at the players and NPCs trapped in the sacrifice chamber, shouting repeatedly, "Protect those people. I'll bring reinforcements and come find you immediately." Greedy Wolf's words were unclear, but the players understood the only ones who needed protection were the NPCs. Deep within the underground palace, Li Mu, who was running, heard the series of loud noises, stopped in his tracks, and exchanged glances with Catherine, both understanding each other's thoughts. Speed up! Let's head to the sacrificial chamber. Our first targets are there. They sped up, and Li Mu, along with Xian Lan and the others, quickly arrived outside the sacrificial tomb. Da! The piercing sound of gunfire echoed, accompanied by deafening shouts and the clanging of metal. It must be the plot characters and players eliminating the face huggers that had hatched from the eggs. In a flash, Li Mu appeared inside the sacrificial tomb. The chamber was in complete chaos, and no one noticed his sudden arrival. Even if they did, no one would bother. After all, they were all human, and dealing with the monsters was the priority. Looking at the dead face hugger corpses on the ground and the few remaining ones, Li Mu grabbed one. Feeling Li Mu's presence, the face hugger immediately fell silent. In a flash, he appeared behind a player. Li Mu swiped his palm, and the face hugger instantly latched onto the player. Ugh! Unable to speak, the player clutched by the face hugger was paralyzed in an instant and then dragged into its belly. His figure flickered silently past, and as he passed a plot character, Li Mu swiftly brought his hand down like a knife. The plot character didn't even utter a sound before collapsing to the ground. Li Mu acted very discreetly, taking out two people in a row without being noticed. On the sacrifice altar, the face hugger died, but new eggs quickly emerged, impossible to eliminate completely. At some point, Xian Lan's figure also appeared. A seductive glow flashed, and several players were instantly controlled. In the darkness, Catherine wielded face hugger worms, casually flinging them out, causing players or NPCs to fall one after another. Soon, the entire sacrificial chamber fell, with no sound remaining. Looking at the nearly 20 fallen bodies, Li Mu and the others exchanged glances. The real hunt was about to begin. Chapter 151, The Frustrated Iron-Blooded Player, the aliens arrive. At the main entrance of the underground palace, as the Iron Blood warriors suddenly came to a halt, Crazy Wolf cautiously asked, "Iron Blood Lord, what's wrong?" Not only was the Mad Wolf curious, but all the players were staring at the three Iron Blood warriors, completely clueless about what was happening. Red beams spread out, revealing the entire underground palace model before their eyes. Seeing the transformed underground palace, the three Iron Blood warriors exchanged glances, said nothing, and charged forward without hesitation. This left the Iron Blood faction players in a bind. The three Iron Blood warriors didn't even bother to communicate, leaving the players no choice but to follow them in silence. Originally, they were happy about the sudden addition of 3,000 points, but now they couldn't be happy anymore. They suspected something had gone wrong. Near the stone coffin containing the sacred weapons, the three Iron Blood warriors came to a halt. The players all gathered around, staring at the stone coffin emitting a red glow, completely baffled by what was happening. "Those humans have taken our weapons. Hurry up and get them back." Two Iron Blood warriors growled lowly and split up to run off, leaving the players in a frenzy. "Just when we had gained an advantage over the human camp, this is just great. Our weapons have been stolen. Now we have to split up." After discussing, the Mad Wolf Squad and the Sky Slayer Squad each took a portion of the players to give chase, leaving the Storm Squad and some players to follow the Iron Blood issuing orders. Inside the sacrifice chamber, Li Mu lifted the stone door directly, and Rentingting and the others hurried inside. Looking at the players and plot characters lying on the ground, Catherine furrowed her brows and asked, "Master, what should we do now? Soon, the humans and Iron Blood will start fighting. Should we wait for the aliens to grow stronger?" After some consideration, Li Mu spoke. "For now, we won't wait for the aliens to emerge. Catherine, use your abilities to locate the players and NPCs. If you find the Iron Blood, that's even better.
Stay in contact at all times. Let's go.
He turned and ran toward the exit, while Catherine vanished into the darkness. On the human side, everyone moved cautiously, taking each step with care. Whether players or NPCs facing this suddenly eerie underground palace, they all felt an endless sense of vigilance. Inside the dungeon, it was deathly quiet, with footsteps echoing clearly. A player holding a gun scanned the area, but failed to notice that the air in front of him was slightly transparent and distorted. As they passed this anomalous area, the rope suspended in mid-air suddenly tightened, and a white light shield appeared, rendering the transparent rope immune.
The player who narrowly escaped let out a loud shout. Hearing the cries, other players and NPCs turned their heads. At that moment, a silver javelin suddenly flew out of the sky. Bang!
The white light shield reappeared, but it shattered instantly under the silver javelin, pinning the player to the relief carving.
Boom! A dull thud echoed, and the immense force shook the walls.
The player struck by the javelin began to bleed from his mouth and nose, his breathing growing faint.
Damn it! Someone ambushed us! He shouted fiercely, his eyes flashing with green light.
His arms had grown thicker, and he scanned the area warily. Under his green pupils, numerous anomalies caught his attention.
There! On the statue! Shoot! And there! They're coming!
Where the greedy wolf pointed, a blurry shadow flashed by, followed by the deafening sound of gunfire. Large pieces of the statue were shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. The chaotic battle erupted. The greedy wolf roared, locked onto his target, and charged toward the Iron Blood warriors. The human players also revealed their inhuman side, sprinting and leaping toward the Iron Blood players. With abnormally thick arms, Greedy Wolf now resembled a true werewolf, his massive frame towering far above the Iron Blood warriors. Sharp claws swung wildly, shattering the hard stone sculptures. The Iron Blood warriors held their guns, firing darts that danced through the air, tracing eerie arcs. Dodging the darts' trajectories, the greedy wolf's claws slashed repeatedly. Even the Iron Blood warriors, armed with spears, were forced to retreat step by step. The battle raged fiercely on one side, and Catherine quickly noticed. Upon receiving Catherine's notification, Limu swiftly brought Xianlan and the others over. Hiding from a distance, watching the chaos unfold, Catherine's expression grew serious as she asked. There are too many of them over there. Combined, they're nearly 40. Should we intervene? Shaking his head, Limu pointed at the stone wall and said, the mechanism is about to change. We'll take them out one by one then. Going in now will just get us targeted by everyone. As Limu finished speaking, the underground palace shook violently, and deafening roars echoed throughout the chamber. The players engaged in combat were startled by the sudden commotion. The ever-changing nature of the underground palace was something they had not anticipated, and only the Iron Blood warriors truly understood how to manipulate these changes. However, there were only 3 Iron Blood warriors, far fewer than the aliens, who were not only more numerous but also more agile. Most importantly, they lacked shared intelligence. Watching the massive changes unfolding ahead, with stone statues crashing down and layers of stone slabs separating dozens of people, Limu pointed to the that had appeared beneath their feet and said, let's go down. After so long, the aliens should have emerged by now. Once we're down there, we'll split up. Each of us will follow one alien. Capture those we can alive, and eliminate the rest on the spot. Jumping into the passageway, Limu pointed to the left and said, I'll take this side. Everyone be careful. After giving a brief instruction, Limu leaped into the darkness. Before he had taken a few steps, a series of alert sounds rang out. Ding! You have killed a player. You have earned 1,000 personal points. The Tenfold reward has been activated. Congratulations on earning 10,000 points. You have contributed 1,000 points to your faction. Ding! 4 consecutive alert sounds rang out. Limu paused for a moment. He knew that the player he had grabbed with the face hugger had died, and the translucent creature that had burst out of the moon had already grown into a terrifying killing weapon, a mature alien. These sounds continued unabated, ringing 19 times in total. Among them were those belonging to Catherine, Shinlan, and even the facehuggers that had attached themselves to other players, all of which were counted toward the faction's total. Of course, this had its advantages and disadvantages. Once these aliens died, Limu's side would also lose faction points. Bending over as he walked through the triangular passage, Limu suddenly stopped and turned his gaze toward the darkness on the right. Under Limu's gaze, a black figure slowly emerged. Sharp fangs, a streamlined head crest, an exoskeleton covering its entire body, and a constantly swaying sharp tailbone. The alien. It's here. Chapter 152, The Terrifying Alien, Pursuing the Greedy Wolf. Like the most perfect killing machine, if it weren't for the special connection between him and the alien, Limu wouldn't have even noticed it approaching. There wasn't a single sound, as if there was a stone statue standing beside him. Studying the alien before him, Limu knew it had no independent thoughts, much like worker ants in an ant colony, tasked only with the dirty and tedious work, with obedience being the sole purpose of their existence. Take me to find those humans. He gave the alien a single command, as if addressing the alien queen herself.
The alien bowed its head, let out a low growl, and sprinted forward. Li Mu followed closely behind. Aliens possessed an uncanny sharpness and insight toward living beings. By following the alien, Li Mu could easily locate the players trapped in the small black room. In a certain area of the underground palace, the greedy wolf's claws swung down, and the sharp claws instantly pierced the neck of the Iron Blood warrior. Hearing the in his mind, the greedy wolf's hideous face flashed with joy. He shook the blood off his claws, and his black fur gradually faded away, eventually transforming back into human form. His figure swayed slightly, and the weakness of his human form made the greedy wolf feel uneasy. Looking at the silver spear on the ground, he picked it up. At that moment, water suddenly appeared on the ground. The constantly dripping water made the greedy wolf instantly alert. He retreated swiftly, but just as he did, a sharp tailbone pierced down from above. Clang! The floor, as hard as steel, was instantly pierced by the tailbone, leaving a hole several centimeters deep. Greedy Wolf's heart tightened as he looked at the terrifying alien creature emerging from the darkness, his heart racing with fear. If his werewolf transformation represented strength, ferocity, and brutality, then the figure emerging from the darkness embodied the ultimate killing machine. SSSS. A piercing scream echoed through the air as the alien creature leaped forward, its sharp tail bone swinging like a steel blade, gleaming with a blinding cold light as it struck toward Greedy Wolf. Swishing his spear, the silver steel shaft and tail blade clashed repeatedly, filling the air with a piercing clang. From an unknown distance, the alien creature suddenly halted its charge, turned its head toward the source of the sound, let out a few screams, and swiftly turned and ran off. Li Mu, following closely behind, did not hesitate. The abnormal movements of the creature must have detected something. In the darkness, the greedy wolf grew increasingly uneasy. A sense of foreboding gripped him. An unknown danger was approaching, and he must act swiftly. Relying on his energy shield, Greedy Wolf took the alien's tail strike head-on, thrusting his silver spear straight into its core, instantly piercing its body. A white light shield appeared, the D-class energy shield blocking the alien's fatal strike. Green blood spurted down, and the white light shield shook violently. SSSHH. It seemed like a death cry. The alien's mouth, pierced through its body, opened wide, and a second head-like hammer instantly collided outward. Thud! A crisp sound echoed, the white light barrier trembled, but ultimately did not shatter. The alien, having delivered its final blow, collapsed to the ground. Pulling back his gun, Greedy Wolf's eyes widened in horror. The situation had been far too dangerous. He had finally witnessed the true terror of the alien. Looking at the green, thick blood on his passport, which was constantly being neutralized by the light shield, Greedy Wolf's eyelids twitched wildly. A D-class energy shield had nearly been shattered by a single blow from the alien creature. Holding the silver gun, he glanced at it. Luckily, the material was of high quality and hadn't been corroded. Scraping off the blood still draining the light shield's energy, Greedy Wolf quickly turned and fled. He needed to find a place to replenish the energy shield. This underground chamber was too dangerous. Soon, several figures appeared beside the alien corpse. Two of them were aliens, and the other was Li Mu. On his way there, Li Mu had already heard the alert of the alien's death. He had prepared himself mentally. This was a battle for survival. These aliens didn't want him, and with their life-saving devices, they only had two possible outcomes: life or death. Looking at the fallen Iron Blood warriors in the distance, Li Mu whispered, "Chase." During the pursuit, Li Mu's mind was filled with constant alerts. Humans were being killed, Iron Blood warriors were falling, and alien creatures were being eliminated. The faction's points fluctuated wildly, rising and falling like a roller coaster. As he continued the pursuit, standing at the exit above, Li Mu looked down at the Greedy Wolf below, who was injecting energy into the energy shield, and a fierce glint of murder flashed in his eyes. Li Mu recognized this man. He was once a captain who had boasted arrogantly in the faction space, possessing a B-rank bloodline and seemingly incredibly powerful. Looking at the silver spear lying nearby, Li Mu realized it was likely him who had killed the Iron Blood warriors and the aliens. Who? Sensing something was wrong, Greedy Wolf quickly grabbed the silver spear and stood up, even skipping the process of charging the energy shield. SSSS. Two aliens growled at Li Mu, signaling they wanted to charge first, letting Li Mu watch. This was the treatment reserved for the alien queen. Within their hierarchy, all aliens served the alien queen. Whether it was hunting, adventuring, or anything else, it was all carried out by these aliens. He patted the heads of these foolish yet adorable aliens. Of course, this was Li Mu's perception to their enemies. The aliens were far from adorable. Jumping down from the exit, Li Mu looked at the man holding a silver spear and said, "If I were you, I'd throw your gun aside. At least that would make me treat you fairly." He swung his silver spear, looking at Li Mu, who was unarmed, and said with a sly grin, "I really like this weapon. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'll kill you and then search for your teammates." It seems my words were wasted. Since that's the case. With a dagger in his hand, Li Mu stomped his foot, and his figure instantly appeared before Greedy Wolf. That's speed. Startled, Greedy Wolf raised his spear to block. Clang!
The demon bane dagger collided with the silver spear, sparks flying as the overwhelming force sent the greedy wolf flying backward. His body flew backward, his legs dragging along the ground for several meters. Greedy wolf's eyes were filled with terror.
How can your strength be so terrifying? My werewolf bloodline is all about strength. How could you possibly overpower me in strength? You're so narrow-minded. Go ask the king of hell about that.
Without giving the greedy wolf a chance to react, the demon-slaying dagger struck again. Facing Li Mu charging directly at him, the greedy wolf had no choice but to transform into a werewolf.
Roar! Chapter 153, Crushing the Greedy Wolf, Transforming into a Hunter in the Darkness. Come on. Fight. Let me show you the power of AB rank bloodline. I'll beat you to a pulp.
Transforming into a massive werewolf, with a hideous maw, black fur covering his entire body, sharp fangs, and claws, the greedy wolf emanates a brutal, savage aura. As the possessor of AB rank bloodline and the most prestigious noble in the infinite space, he has been invincible throughout the entire F rank region. Having broken through the 11-point strength limit, his power surged to 12 points after transforming, making him unstoppable in the story world. Now, having been repelled by Li Mu in terms of strength, Greedy Wolf has gone berserk. He intends to use his invincible bloodline to tear Li Mu to pieces. Roar! The roar echoed through the underground palace. Greedy Wolf charged forward, abandoning his silver spear, confident that his claws would be sharper than any weapon. A murderous aura engulfs Li Mu, who twists his head, and the demon-slaying dagger in his hand vanishes. Magic surged within him, and demonic blood raged. Facing the greedy wolf, who charged toward him like a black shadow, Li Mu's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and overwhelming power surged through his body. Today, I'll show you just how insignificant your so-called werewolf bloodline is in the face of a true demon lord. Break! A punch infused with all his strength unleashed a freezing fist aura, striking the greedy wolf's massive claws with a thunderous impact.
Crack! Crack! With a bone-crushing sound, the terrifying force shattered the greedy wolf's entire arm bone in an instant. Rise!
Gripping the greedy wolf's arm with a reverse grip, the massive form, over 2 meters tall, was lifted into the air by Li Mu's brutal strength.
Ah!
The scream was short and agonizing, filled with disbelief and terror. The extreme fear caused the greedy wolf to temporarily forget the pain.
Let me go! Let me go! How is this possible? Humph!
He swung his arms with all his might, like iron hammers, slamming them left and right. The heavy, thunderous crashes echoed through the pitch-black corridor.
Bang! Die!
With a final thrust, the greedy wolf was smashed into a mangled heap, its massive body crashing to the ground with a terrifying wind pressure, sending flying everywhere. The already damaged passageway, riddled with holes, cracked open into countless fissures.
Boom!
The underground palace seemed to tremble, dust and debris falling from the ceiling. In the passageway, the smoke and dust dispersed, leaving only Li Mu standing alone in the darkness. At his feet, the greedy wolf, now reduced to a human form, was deeply embedded in the floor. Even the rock as hard as steel had been blown to pieces, leaving a massive crater over half a foot deep.
Clang!
You have killed a player, earning 1,000 personal points. The Tenfold reward has been activated.
Congratulations on earning 10,000 points.
You have contributed 1,000 points to your faction, bringing your faction's total to 1,600 points. Letting go of the severed arm in his hand, Li Mu glanced at the alien in the darkness. An agile figure flashed by, and as he watched the departing alien, Li Mu turned and followed after it. Demon blood boiled within him, and Li Mu faintly sensed something about to erupt from his body.
Not enough. This isn't enough. Li Mu didn't know what he was missing.
The demonic energy erupting from his blood and soul seemed to be calling out to him.
What? A furious roar echoed through the underground chamber. Li Mu stopped in his tracks.
The boiling demon blood sharpened his senses. The darkness had awakened not only the demonic essence but also the sleeping king. Listening to the screams of the creatures, Li Mu raised his hand and pointed in another direction, saying, "This way." His tone left no room for doubt. The two creatures swayed their tails and leaped forward swiftly, searching for the best route for Li Mu. They didn't need to think, they only needed to obey. His footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Li Mu turned his head to the right, where a flashlight beam seemed to be flickering.
A flashlight beam meant there was someone there, an enemy. The bloodline of the dark camp did not require light. Even in the dead of night, to Li Mu and Xan Lan, the night was as bright as day. Can you hear me? Where are you? Hey! Don't shout. That will alert those monsters to our presence.
The voices echoed, and Li Mu's figure vanished in an instant, moving like the wind.
In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the two people. No need for words. Before the two could show any joy, Li Mu instantly grabbed their necks. The players who had been overjoyed to see Li Mu appear struggled to grab his arms and said with difficulty, "You're not from our faction." "Congratulations, you're right. Here's your reward, a face hugger." As the words fell, two face huggers darted out from behind Li Mu and clung to the two men in their terrified gaze. Face huggers possess a powerful paralyzing toxin.
While this toxin isn't fatal, it induces a strong state of unconsciousness, leaving the two in a coma almost instantly upon contact. He flung his hands away, and the two humans fell to the ground.
An alien creature peered out from behind Li Mu, who patted it and said, "Take these two to the incubation chamber." SSS. The alien shook its head, unsure whether it was joy or something else, and swiftly dragged the two unconscious humans into a nearby tunnel. Turning to look at the other alien, Li Mu lowered his head into the darkness and ran toward the direction where the sound had come from.
In the area surrounded by iron statues, 4 people watched nervously. Among them were 2 plot characters and 2 players. At that moment, a soldier holding a gun was screaming hysterically.
"It's not moving. Finally, it's not moving. Damn it. What is this place?"
Dr. Miller, holding a flashlight and wearing a brown jacket, shouted.
"Stay calm. You need to stay calm. We're not dead yet."
"Though I'm not a soldier, I know we need to stay calm now."
2 of the players exchanged glances, sighing in relief.
They were most afraid that these 2 would fight or something unexpected would happen.
"Dr. Miller, what should we do now?" Among the 2 players, Jelen spoke up.
Compared to the others who knew nothing, at least this doctor should know something. The flashlight swept around the area. Dr. Miller examined the relief carvings on the stone walls and said, "This pyramid moves approximately every 10 minutes.
If we want to get out, we have to wait 10 minutes, and there should be an exit then."
Behind the predator statue, Li Mu stood quietly.
Beside him was the alien creature, docile like a puppy. Glancing at the alien, the Dark Hunter stepped forward, pressing its tail blade against the statue. The stone door, which had been locked and would have taken several more minutes to open, suddenly began to rise. The stone door trembled, startling the 4 people trapped inside. Seeing the confused looks on their faces, Dr. Miller was also baffled by what was happening. "What should we do? Should we go out now?"
"No, you don't need to go out." Stepping into the sealed chamber, Li Mu raised his eyes to the 4 people before him and spoke.
"I will take you to a better place." Chapter 154, You're Too Weak. The chaotic battle at the entrance to the underground palace. "Damn it! It's the enemy!"
Seeing Li Mu suddenly appear and display hostility, the 2 players roared in anger, raised their guns, and pulled the triggers aimed at Li Mu.
Bang! "Are you really players? Don't you know that these ordinary guns can't harm players of our level?" With a tone of contempt, Li Mu didn't even flinch.
His hands moved swiftly, and the bullets that would be fatal to ordinary people seemed slow to him. His arms left after images as 4 people fired simultaneously. The gunfire was deafening, and the muzzle flashes instantly illuminated the entire enclosed statue prison room.
Click! Click!
The sound of empty bullets echoed, leaving the 4 people inside the confinement room speechless. Despite being targeted by 4 people, they didn't have a single scratch. It was utterly terrifying. He opened his clenched fists, and dozens of bullets appeared in his hands.
Tilting his palms downward, the bullet casings fell to the ground one by one. Clinking sounds echoed through the air.
The crisp sounds echoed in the minds of the 4 people. Catching bullets with bare hands had already terrified them all, including the 2 players.
"What kind of monster are you?"
Purple flames of magic flared in his eyes, and Li Mu's lips curled into a faint smile.
"A monster? Ha ha."
As he took a step forward, the 4 of them all stepped back in unison, eventually backing up against the wall with nowhere else to go.
"Scared out of your wits? I thought at least the 2 of you would dare to fight back. How boring."
The mocking voice left the 2 players speechless, their anger burning away their reason under the humiliation.
"Die. We'll fight you."
In an instant, Li Mu stepped forward, facing the 2 players charging at him with fists flying wildly.
His hands shot out. Clang!
A golden light flashed, and the E-rank defensive item was shattered by Li Mu in an instant, with no resistance at all.
Li Mu had already grabbed both of their necks. How weak!
2 face-hugging bugs darted out, clinging to the 2 men in their terrified gazes. Li Mu flung them aside, and the 2 fell to the ground.
"Please spare us. I don't want to die. I still have children." Looking down at the 2 characters, Li Mu sighed and said, "People are selfish. If I spare you, who will spare me?"
Driven to desperation, the soldier with a scar on his face roared and drew his dagger, lunging toward Li Mu. He raised his hand, crushed the dagger, and struck back with a reverse blow. The soldier collapsed to the ground, his body going limp. 2 face-hugging parasites emerged, and the last 2 characters were also parasitized.
"Take them back. SSSS."
A sharp screech echoed through the air as Li Mu turned and walked toward the exit.
Several alien creatures leaped down from above, their screeches sending shivers down the spine. Ding! Your faction has killed a human faction player, earning 1,000 faction points. Ding!
Your teammate has killed a player from the Iron Blood faction, earning 1,000 faction points.
Ding!
The Iron Blood faction has killed an alien.
Your faction has lost 1,000 points. Constant notifications echoed in his mind as faction points fluctuated.
Li Mu kept moving forward, with several alien creatures trailing behind him. As facehuggers continuously burst out of their hosts, the alien faction's ranks grew increasingly larger. A kilometer away from the dungeon exit, a group of plot characters and over 10 players were moving cautiously. Looking at her tablet, the female protagonist, Eliza, pushed aside the strands of hair in front of her eyes and pointed ahead, saying, "Follow this path straight ahead, and we'll find the way we came in. Then we can get out." Among the human players, several members of the Greedy Wolf Squad looked at Eliza and said, "Our captain is still inside." Turning her head, Eliza said, "I know. Our people are also inside. Our top priority now is to get out first. Once rescue arrives, we'll conduct a full-scale rescue operation. Otherwise, we'll all be trapped inside." The players from the Greedy Wolf Squad wanted to say something else, but Silver Wolf and the captain of the Storm Squad shook their heads in unison and said, "Stay calm. This isn't our territory. Once we're on land, without these traps, we still have a good chance of winning. Your captain will still be rescued then." The faction kill notification didn't display names, so the Greedy Wolf team players didn't know that their captain had already been killed by Li Mu. Speaking of which, how do you use this weapon? We have no idea how to use it. Holding the weapons obtained from the stone coffin, several players studied them for a long time but couldn't figure them out. Just as they were studying it, they must have triggered something, and the handgun-type weapon suddenly emitted a series of flashes of light. Strange pictographic characters flickered, causing the group to gasp in astonishment. At that moment, a silver light flashed, followed by a piercing sound, and silver darts sliced through the air. The players from the Greedy Wolf team holding the hand cannons saw a white light flash above their heads. Clang! A crisp sound echoed, and the light barrier shattered instantly. The silver darts also returned without causing any damage. Enemies! The sudden situation put everyone on high alert. 2 Iron Blood warriors exited stealth mode, and at the same time, dozens of players appeared before all the players. Since they had followed the Iron Blood warriors, the Iron Blood faction's players were relatively intact, unlike the human players, most of whom had been separated. If it weren't for the fact that many facehuggers hadn't hatched yet, the human faction's points would have plummeted into negative territory in an instant. Charge! Let's fight them! The players of the Greedy Wolf Squad dropped their guns, grabbed their weapons, and charged forward. They were still relatively clear-headed, knowing that ordinary guns were ineffective. The only way to win was through close combat. Bloodline power surged through their bodies as both sides clashed once more. Due to the overwhelming numerical disadvantage, the Iron Blood faction nearly overwhelmed the human faction, and with the addition of numerous ordinary plot characters, the score plummeted into negative territory. Sigh! The piercing screams echoed through the darkness. Sharp tail blades sliced through the walls, instantly piercing an Iron Blood warrior's body. The tail, several meters long, dragged the immobilized warrior into the darkness. Boom! Aliens descended from the sky, adding to the chaos of the battlefield. Near the entrance to the underground palace, the roaring sound shook the ground, and a large number of aliens surged toward this direction. Li Mu was also sprinting toward this direction. The demonic blood boiled. Closer. Closer still. It seemed as though the king hidden deep within the bloodline was about to awaken. Chapter 155. The villain dies from talking too much. Damn it! We're too passive. Both the Iron Blood faction and the alien faction are attacking. We have to protect the plot characters, leaving us tied up and unable to unleash our true strength. Within the Greedy Wolf Squad, Deputy Captain Xiafei's face was filled with anger. The strongest captain was lost, and now the squad was facing this situation. He felt utterly frustrated. If he had known things would turn out this way, he should have persuaded the Greedy Wolf Squad to join the Iron Blood faction. But now it's too late. The urgent priority is to find a way to break the deadlock. Kicking a player away, Yiming, the captain of the storm team, scanned the area and whispered, "Deputy Captain Xiafei, we have no choice but to break out. If we keep getting surrounded by these alien creatures and Iron Blood Alliance players, we'll be dragged to our deaths sooner or later." "I know that, but what should we do?" Dodging the tail blade suddenly swung by the alien, Xiafei spoke urgently and solemnly. "Let's activate our bloodline together and force our way out. At a distance of 1 kilometer, if we break through successfully, we can definitely escape. Otherwise, we'll all die here." Yiming had already lost all hope. Out of nearly 20 plot characters, only 10 remained. Originally, there were 47 players, but now there were only 19 left. Some had been killed by the Iron Blood faction, others by the alien faction, and some were missing. It was a complete mess. Now, he could only hope to break out. If they managed to escape, the human faction still had a chance of winning. If they were trapped underground, victory was impossible. Should he unleash his bloodline power to break out? Xiafei turned to look. The entire human faction now numbered less than 30, and that was after they had been protecting the plot characters all along. Some teammates were already injured. If this continued, they would be worn down and defeated here. "Liu Yang, Haozi, Xiafeng, follow my commands," he shouted harshly, and the 3 players in the human camp felt a chill run down their spines. "Now, let's all unleash our bloodline power and break out. Protect those who still have bloodline power and get them out first." It wasn't just Xiafei's side. Yiming also had his teammates unleash their bloodlines. In an instant, all the members of several squads unleashed their bloodlines, causing their strength to surge dramatically.
Hurry up! Go! We'll cover the rear.
Grabbing the plot characters and tossing them aside, Xiaofei, who had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant, grabbed several plot characters and hurled them away.
Among the human camp, players without bloodlines picked up plot characters and fled frantically.
Xiaofei, transformed into a giant, charged forward unstoppable, even grabbing the tail blade of an alien creature that lunged at him and flinging it away. Among the entire human camp, there were 7 players with C-rank bloodlines. Yiming led his team and joined Xiaofei, and the 7 C-rank bloodline players charged recklessly, catching the Iron Blood camp off guard and tearing open a large gap in their ranks. The 7 players blocked the Iron Blood camp tightly, acting like 7 war gods. Especially Xiaofei, whose mixed giant bloodline unleashed terrifying power, each slap carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, sending ordinary players flying backward, coughing up blood. With the formation broken and their human targets gone, the aliens shifted their focus entirely to the Iron Blood camp. Their tail blades whirled, cold light flashing, and their agile movements left the Iron Blood players in a state of despair. The Iron Blood players were now in a highly disadvantageous position.
They had witnessed the aliens' terror firsthand. These perfect killing machines were no joke.
Even their blood was corrosive acid, and D-class shields couldn't withstand their attacks for long. Every strike was executed with utmost caution.
Captain!
The greedy Wolf Squad and Storm Squad broke through the chaos. The sudden surge of Bloodline Brothers was overwhelming, and now these aliens are constantly launching surprise attacks. Our weapons are all corroded and rotting. What should we do? Throwing away his silver war blade, which had been completely corroded down to half its length, Captain Han Jingtao of the Storm team suddenly turned around. He looked at Xiaofei, who stood like a giant dozens of meters away, blocking their retreat, then glanced at the Iron Blood players cowering in fear.
He turned and shouted, "You worthless C-rank bloodline trash, dare to act so brazenly! Players with bloodlines, follow me! Eliminate these bloodline players from the human camp. Victory belongs to us!" Hearing Han Jingtao's shout, the Iron Blood camp players responded in unison.
Compared to facing the alien creatures, these players preferred to face other human players. That corrosive blood was truly terrifying. Even the slightest contact would result in a massive wound. With a pair of bat-like wings spreading behind him, Han Jingtao's figure shot forward like lightning. The blood-red glow in his hands flickered, transforming into a blood-red blade. As he passed by, he sliced a wound dozens of centimeters long on Xiaofei's body. Caught off guard, Xiaofei ignored his wound and watched Han Jingtao flying in mid-air with caution, his heart sinking. His transformation time was running out, and the opponent had just unleashed his full strength, a swift, agile bloodline.
As a clumsy giant, he couldn't outrun a vampire bloodline. Quick! Retreat! Don't leave your backs exposed to them. Fight while retreating.
Han Jingtao charged forward, and the players in the rear had already seen him, but they were powerless to stop him. He was simply too fast. A B-rank bloodline boosts agility by a full 1 point, bringing it to 12 after transformation, 2 points faster than them. They couldn't react in time, and Xiaofei was already injured.
Try to escape. Do you think you can get away? As bloodline possessors, you must know the enormous gap between bloodlines.
Today, I'll show you the true terror of a B-rank bloodline.
With a savage laugh, Han Jingtao's blood essence surged forth, extending his blood blade once more.
The blade emitted a pungent, fishy odor, so strong that even the scent alone caused a dizzying sensation.
Be careful. His blood blade is poisonous.
His expression changed, and Xiaofei quickly downed a bottle of antidote, the dizziness subsiding significantly.
Humph. What good is an antidote? It can only neutralize D-rank poison. My innate blood poison originates from a B-rank bloodline. A mere antidote can only delay me for a few seconds. Die.
His expression darkened. Xiaofei hadn't expected this outcome. He clenched his teeth and shouted fiercely,
"Let's fight him to the death. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape today. With so many of us, what are we afraid of a single B-rank bloodline?"
A palm the size of a millstone swept through the air. Han Jingtao sneered coldly, his figure instantly transforming into a blood-red light. The disparity in attributes was too great. Xiaofei had no way to counter it. A blood-red blade sliced across Xiaofei's body, and the blood poison instantly invaded his body.
The poison spread rapidly, and even with the antidote, it had little effect.
7 players launched fireballs and ice blades, but Han Jingtao's speed was too fast. Additionally, bloodline players from the Iron Blood faction divided the attacks, causing bloodlight to flash continuously. Soon, several bloodline players from the human faction either fell to the ground poisoned or were blasted away by the combined attacks of Iron Blood faction players. Looking down at Xiaofei and the others on the ground, their faces filled with despair, Han Jingtao smiled coldly, withdrew his bloodline power, and walked toward them step by step, saying as he went,
"Now do you understand the enormous gap between bloodline ranks? C rank will always remain C rank.
When facing a B rank bloodline, you have no choice but to surrender and die." As he raised his blood-stained blade, just as the crimson blade was about to descend, a voice suddenly echoed from above.
Have you ever heard this saying? Villains die by talking too much. Chapter 156, Han Jingtao, stunned by the attack, your speed is too slow. Following closely behind the alien, Li Mu rushed over, passing through the gap above, just in time to see Han Jingtao below showing off his strength. Especially when he heard the last line, he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. A B-rank bloodline has you acting so arrogant? Who? Ignoring the battle below, Han Jingtao swiftly retreated, keeping a wary eye on his surroundings. The scene was too chaotic, with constant battle cries, and the echoes in this area were severe, making it impossible for him to determine exactly where Li Mu's voice was coming from. Jumping down from above, the boiling demon blood surging within Li Mu's body fueled his thirst for slaughter. He intended to exterminate all these players here. Li Mu's sudden appearance startled Han Jingtao, but upon recognizing Li Mu's appearance, he immediately realized who he was. You're the player from the alien faction? It wasn't because Han Jingtao had a good memory, it was because Li Mu was too conspicuous. Surrounded by so many female players and having chosen the alien faction, he naturally caught Han Jingtao's attention. Flipping his fingers, Li Mu didn't answer Han Jingtao's question and said, "You all come at me together." An indescribable sense of humiliation washed over him. Han Jingtao laughed bitterly in anger. Since obtaining his bloodline, no one in the F-rank area had ever dared to speak to him like that. Stretching his body, the dark red bat wings reappeared. Holding the blood-stained blade, Han Jingtao glared coldly at Li Mu. "Since I left the newbie world and became the new king, you are the first player to speak to me like this. Today, I will test whether you have the qualifications to do so. You better have them, or else dying will be no easy task for you." Purple demonic flames flickered in his eyes as Li Mu coldly asked, "Are you planning to defeat me with just words? Has no one told you that you talk too much?" Rage boiling within him, Han Jingtao's figure burst forward, his eyes blazing with bloodlight, as he roared, "Looking for death." In an instant, he closed the 20-meter gap, his dagger nearly touching Li Mu's neck. Before Li Mu could react, Han Jingtao's eyes flashed with a cruel gleam. He tilted the blade downward, intending not to kill Li Mu immediately. He wanted to torture this damned brat thoroughly. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through the space, instantly plunging the entire area into silence. Everyone's gaze fixed on the figure flying backward, their eyes filled with horror. Looking at Li Mu, who remained in his striking pose, and then at Han Jingtao, who had been sent flying backward, the players were all stunned into silence. Han Jingtao, who possessed a B-rank bloodline and was the strongest in the Iron Blood faction, had been knocked flying by a single slap? Bang! The walls shook, clearly demonstrating the immense force of the blow. The white light shield trembled, absorbing the impact and protecting Han Jingtao. His gaze was blank, and the smug, ferocious expression on Han Jingtao's face froze. Though the slap hadn't landed on his face, it had knocked him senseless. When did the attack come? Who struck him? Why was he knocked flying? Under his bloodline transformation, he had 12 points of agility and 12 times the normal speed, yet he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the attacker's trajectory. He was completely stunned. D-class shield? Alright, I'll ignore that you have that. But it doesn't matter. A few more hits should shatter it. The calm voice echoed through the space. The Iron Blood faction players froze in place, while the aliens stood obediently behind Li Mu or hid in the darkness, watching this side. Coming to his senses, Han Jingtao looked at Li Mu, slowly lowering his hand, his eyes filled with horror. Was it this man who just attacked? When? Wasn't he just standing there in a daze? Wasn't he supposed to be paralyzed by his speed? Han Jingtao's mind couldn't process it, and he dared not even think that Li Mu's bloodline and speed surpassed his own. If that were the case, he would be doomed today. His gaze suddenly narrowed as he looked at Li Mu, who had appeared before him without warning. Han Jingtao instinctively reached for the blood-stained blade in his hand. A silver glow flashed, and the demon-slaying dagger ignored the white energy shield, slicing through Han Jingtao's wrist in an instant. Crack! The bracelet shattered, and the white light shield vanished instantly. No matter how strong the energy shield was, the bracelet that maintained it was fragile. Like swatting a fly, Li Mu casually struck out, shattering Han Jingtao's wrist into a pulverized fracture. Ignoring the agonizing screams, Han Jingtao kicked out with all his strength, but Li Mu grabbed his neck and lifted him off the ground. The old new king doesn't seem to be much of a threat. He's clearly no match for me, the new king. I told you all before, attack together, at least give me something to look forward to. But it's clear you were overconfident. With a forceful squeeze of his palm, a crisp cracking sound echoed. Han Jingtao, who wasn't even struggling, stiffened and remained motionless. Ding! You have killed a player, earning 1,000 personal points. The Tenfold reward has been activated. Congratulations on earning 10,000 points. You have contributed 1,000 points to your faction, bringing your faction's total to 4,100 points. The players infected by face huggers have been killed. A large number of grown aliens are rushing toward this area. The entire underground palace has been taken over by the alien faction. Casually discarding Han Jingtao's body, Li Mu turned to the players of the Iron Blood faction and gestured with his fingers again, saying, "The previous offer still stands. Come at me together, I won't hold back."
The Iron Blood faction players were filled with fear. Li Mu was too strong, even those with B-rank bloodlines had been instantly killed. What could they possibly do? Thud. Thud. The Iron Blood warriors tossed their steel guns aside, their eyes fixed on Li Mu beneath their masks, fists clenched, clearly intending to engage him in hand-to-hand combat. Iron Blood warriors never harm unarmed civilians. Their battles emphasize fairness. Since Li Mu wasn't holding a weapon, he naturally wouldn't use his silver steel gun. Iron Blood warriors? Looking at the one who was clearly the strongest among the Iron Blood warriors, Li Mu stomped his foot and unleashed a powerful punch. Leaning backward to dodge Li Mu's powerful punch, the Iron Blood warrior swung his fist backward toward Li Mu's head. Dodging to the side, his body spun around, and with unstoppable momentum, he spun his fist in a circle and unleashed it with even more terrifying force. Bang! The brutal punch struck the Iron Blood warrior's chest, shattering his internal organs with the force of years of training. His massive body hit the ground already dead. In this world, whether player or Iron Blood warrior, no one could withstand Li Mu's furious punch. If you need to go to school or something and can't watch, can you just skip this part? I promise the original content will remain intact, I won't rewrite it. Chapter 157, The Terrifying Might of the Six-Winged Demon Lord, wiping out all players. Bang! The bodies of the Iron Blood warriors crashed to the ground, their impact reverberating through the hearts of all the players. 3 Iron Blood warriors were all killed in an instant. Withdrawing his hand, Li Mu looked at the over 40 players before him and took a step forward. The moment Li Mu moved, all the Iron Blood camp players stepped back in unison. Raising an eyebrow, Li Mu looked at the Iron Blood players, whose morale had plummeted so much that some were even considering turning and fleeing. He spoke. I said, you can all come at me together. Either I kill you and walk out of this underground palace, or you kill me. There is no other choice. As if in response to Li Mu's words, a dozen or so aliens jumped down from above, completely blocking the players' retreat. Even if the alien creatures didn't block the way, where could these players possibly escape to? Behind them lay the depths of the underground palace, and Li Mu's side was the only exit. Escape was simply impossible. Terrified glances darted between the dozen or so alien creatures behind them and Li Mu, who stood alone blocking everyone's path. The players had no idea what to do. What are you all afraid of? He's just one person. Even if his bloodline is strong, so what? We're 42 people. We can wear him down until he dies. Follow me. Through the piercing gaze, a status bar appeared in Li Mu's eyes. Iron Blood faction, Hu Feng. Strength, 10. Agility, 111-106. Spirit, 112-106. Constitution, 10. Bloodline, Wind-type Psionic C rank. Wind-type Psionic? Not bad, but that's about it. Under Hu Feng's call, the players of the Iron Blood faction knew that if they didn't charge, they would definitely die, so they might as well fight to the death. Instantly, one after another, they charged toward Li Mu with bloodshot eyes and roaring. Li Mu withdrew his gaze and ignored Hu Feng, who had been the first to charge toward him. Considering that he had incited the players to their deaths, Li Mu decided to let him live a little longer. Humph. Exhaling forcefully, he punched out, and a player's golden light exploded, sending his body flying through the air. Facing a player's incoming punch, Li Mu didn't even bother to dodge. He struck again, and the sound of bones shattering filled the air, nearly shattering the player's body. Amidst the crowd, he kicked and spun, unleashing punch after punch. One after another, players were sent flying. Anyone struck by Li Mu's fist had their golden light shattered, their bodies instantly reduced to a pile of broken cloth. The demonic blood within his body burned fiercely, and the purple demonic flames in his eyes grew increasingly intense. The players grew more and more terrified as they fought, for anyone struck by Li Mu was inevitably turned into a lifeless corpse. Kill! Demon energy surged, and Li Mu roared, triggering his Demon King bloodline. A tidal wave of demon energy instantly blew the surrounding players away. Hellish flames blazed, casting Li Mu in a demonic glow as he emerged from the depths of hell. Horns protruded from his head, and 3 pairs of demonic wings spread behind him. Black-purple flames rose, and the overwhelming demonic might caused the surrounding monsters to scream and kneel on the ground. His figure flickered like a ghost, and space seemed to bend. Li Mu's form appeared before a player in an instant. He pointed his finger, and the player let out a muffled groan before being reduced to ashes. His figure flickered like teleportation, and Li Mu's fingers continued to strike out, instantly killing every player who hadn't yet landed. The lucky few who managed to land on the ground stared in horror at Li Mu, who bore 3 pairs of demonic wings, completely losing their will to fight. One by one, they fled in terror toward the distance. He swept his palm in front of him, and dozens of balls of demonic flame appeared. Go! The balls of flame shot forward, tracking each player. No! Don't! Ah! Dozens of humanoid fire torches burned in the arena. Li Mu, wielding his demonic wings, slowly descended, turned to look at the 7 human players lying motionless on the ground, and walked toward them step by step. Paralyzed by blood poison, they couldn't even stand up. Xiafei looked at Li Mu approaching step by step and asked in a low voice.
Before I die, can you tell me what kind of bloodline I died at the hands of? Li Mu did not hesitate to answer. Demon King's bloodline. The Demon King's bloodline. Rank SSS class? Ha, how laughable. It actually appeared in an F rank area. Xiafei, die without regret. Attack. As Xiafei laughed uncontrollably, Li Mu pointed his finger, and hellish flames instantly engulfed him. His gaze swept over the remaining players, and the purple demonic flames in his demonic eyes flickered, instantly stripping their souls away. Ding! You have killed a player, earning 1,000 personal points. The Tenfold reward has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points. You have contributed 1,000 points to your faction, bringing your faction's total to 9,000 points. Ding! Your current personal kill count is 62, temporarily ranking first in this chaotic dungeon. Ding! The Iron Blood Warrior faction has been completely wiped out. Only the human faction and the alien faction remain. Furrowing his brows, Li Mu turned and scanned the battlefield, but did not spot the original male and female protagonists. His gaze suddenly shifted toward the exit, his expression growing sharp. With a flick of his wrist, Li Mu shouted, "Chase after them! Capture as many as you can! SSSHH!" 20 or 30 aliens let out a simultaneous screech and vanished into the darkness. Clatter, clatter. A series of footsteps echoed, and Li Mu turned to see Xin Lan and the others emerging from the darkness. Master's display of divine power was truly impressive. This servant almost couldn't contain himself. Master, you must take responsibility. Even the gods almost couldn't help themselves. What responsibility are you talking about? Glaring at Catherine, Li Mu coldly snorted. I'll make sure to block it for you when we get back. I guarantee she won't have to hold back anymore. Click. Ignoring Catherine, Li Mu asked. How's the alien queen over there? And the other aliens? The alien queen is still hanging herself from the southeast branch, but it seems she can be saved. As for the players who were parasitized, they're all dead, and all the aliens have emerged. Can we let her down now? Recalling his earlier plan, Li Mu vanished into the darkness. Let's go find the alien queen. Not understanding Li Mu's intentions, Xin Lan and the others exchanged glances before turning to follow him. They made their way to the depths of the underground palace, where the alien queen was being held captive. Seeing her hanging there, motionless and silent, Li Mu stopped in his tracks. You're here. Can you let me down now? A cold voice echoed, and Li Mu couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt a faint longing for freedom. I can let you down, but there's one condition: I want you. Chapter 158, The Alien Queen's Demands, The Awakening of the Demon King's Talent. I want you. The moment those 3 words were spoken, the already quiet space grew even more still. The alien queen remained motionless for half a moment, her intentions unclear whether she was seething with anger or something else entirely. Meanwhile, Catherine and the other women stared blankly at Li Mu, completely oblivious to his intentions. After a long while, Xin Lan finally spoke, her voice trembling with disbelief. Brother Li Mu, the queen is a beast that big. Can you really handle her? Put. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, and Li Mu quickly turned around and gave Xin Lan a hard smack on the head. Duong. Ouch. That hurts. Why did you hit me? Glaring at Xin Lan, Li Mu said angrily. It seems I haven't taught you a lesson yet. Wait until I get back and see what I'll do to you. Xin Lan shrunk her head, covered it, and hurriedly ran behind Catherine and the others. If she really got targeted, even the Juice Queen would have to kneel. Li Mu isn't someone to mess with. What do you mean by that? Aren't we supposed to be together? Or are you saying you're going to leave me? The alien queen's icy voice echoed from above, filled with confusion. This couldn't help but make Li Mu marvel at the power of the infinite space, which had directly rewritten his perception and status in the alien queen's eyes. Without any orders, speaking from an equal stance, every word the alien queen uttered was as cold as ice, as if she were looking at another alien queen. However, alien queens cannot coexist. Regardless of how the alien queen viewed him, Li Mu explained. What I mean is, you belong to me. You serve me as your master. I will take you away from here. That's all there is to it. On the execution frame, the alien queen fell silent again, remaining quiet for several minutes before speaking once more. As for you, I have no intention of killing you. As for the others, you must know that within the same clan, there can only be one queen. The others must either die or be exiled to develop elsewhere. I never expected you to be the one to make such a request first. I can agree to your request. If you defeat me, you may keep me. If I defeat you and have no intention of killing you, I will keep you by my side to strengthen our clan. Li Mu had been waiting for this exact statement. Without further ado, he nodded and said, Alright, I'll let you down now. He leaped onto the alien queen's body. Her cold exoskeleton carried a chill, and he drew his magic energy pistol, shattering all the iron rings before jumping back to the ground. SSSS. The screeching echoed throughout the underground palace. The alien queen shook her body and instantly broke free from the shackles that had bound her for years. In the darkness, one alien after another emerged, watching from a distance. A murderous aura shook the heavens.
Looking at the terrifying beast before him, standing 10 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long, Li Mu's eyes gleamed with admiration.
What a perfect physique! An ideal killing machine with terrifying individual reproductive capabilities. This would be an excellent ally.
Once he reached the higher regions, he wouldn't need to seek out subordinates. He could simply parasitize them, break out of their bodies, and absorb the original host's full strength, allowing the alien larvae to grow rapidly into powerful allies. This was the alien terrifying reproduction speed, terrifying growth, and terrifying potential.
In principle, the stronger the host, the stronger the alien larvae it would produce. SSSHH. The roar echoed, as if celebrating the joy of rebirth.
Cold stares fixated on him. Though the alien queen had no eyes, Li Mu could still sense her gaze through her streamlined crown.
Fellow alien, are you ready? Do you really want to shatter this piece?
Without immediately answering the alien queen's question, Li Mu glanced at his current attributes, and the smile on his face grew even broader.
Do you know? Queen, I now possess my own unique ability. Character, Li Mu. Strength, 1616. Agility, 1616. Spirit, 1616. Constitution, 1616. Hidden attributes. Charm, 100 SSS. Intelligence, 60. Luck, 31. Magic power, 400,400. Each point of magic power sustains demon lord form for 1 second.
Magic recovery speed, 50 per hour.
Magic heart boost effect, 100 per hour. Overall strength rating, F. Special bloodline, demon lord bloodline SSS. Bloodline awakening level, 10,100.
Skills, Demon Lord Transformation, Hellfire, Dark Magic Orb, Basic Healing, Teleportation, Portal, Inferno Magic Lightning, Seal Magic, Array Techniques, Demon Lord's Eye.
Talents, Tenfold Reward, Six-Winged Demon Lord. Palm Thunder has directly transformed into Inferno Demon Thunder, incorporating Palm Thunder.
The two modes can be freely switched, with all 4 attributes increasing by 1 point.
The Bloodline base boost has been upgraded to a 5-point increase across all 4 attributes. Magic power limit and recovery speed are greatly increased, and an additional terrifying Demon King's Eye is added.
Demon King's Eye, when gazed upon by the Demon King's gaze, the target is intimidated by demonic might, fails a mental check, and has all attributes reduced by 30%. The Demon King can discern evil within the soul and ignite infernal demon fire to burn the soul.
Talent, Six-Winged Demon King. As the absolute ruler of the Dark Camp, all Dark Camp bloodlines that oppose the Demon King will have their strength suppressed by 30%.
Bloodlines from other camps will fail their strength checks and have their strength suppressed by 10%. Note, a young Demon King must endure the harshest trials to become a true ruler and awaken the Demon King's true form. The Dark Camp is ruthless. If you cannot endure until here, you are not fit to be a Demon King.
This is Li Mu's current strength.
His innate talent has yet to awaken, but once it does, it possesses terrifying potential capable of crushing all other bloodlines.
Fellow clan member, what are you talking about talent?
If you're not prepared, the battle can be postponed. Coming to his senses, Li Mu looked at the motionless alien queen before him and marveled inwardly.
Still as a mountain, yet moving like thunder, delivering the most terrifying attacks. This is the true terror of the alien race. No need, Queen. I am already prepared. To show my respect for you, I will unleash all my strength. The demonic blood within his body trembled, demonic flames rose, and 3 pairs of demonic wings suddenly spread out.
Purple demonic flames flickered in his eyes, and the pressure of a demon lord suddenly spread out.
Clang! Bloodline suppression successful.
The alien queen's strength will be reduced by 30%. Facing the Demon King's bloodline, the alien queen, with her ordinary bloodline, had no hope of succeeding in the suppression judgment. With her strength reduced by 30%, she felt her body grow heavy. The crown was raised high, and the alien queen stared at Li Mu, whose demonic might was radiating in the air, speaking in a cold tone. Fellow clan member, your strength has surpassed my expectations.
However, the final outcome must be decided through battle.
As her words fell, the queen moved. Her massive 10-meter-tall body showed no signs of bulk, and the distance of dozens of meters was crossed in an instant. Her sharp tailbones, gleaming with cold light, lunged toward Li Mu's face.
Chapter 159, Defeating the Alien Queen. The alien queen is blank as a sheet of paper. The alien queen doesn't strike unless she has to, but when she does, it's a fatal blow. Her black scaled claws shot out, and the sharp blades scraped against Li Mu's palms, sparking a shower of sparks. A massive black shadow flickered, emanating a chilling aura, accompanied by a piercing screech and a terrifying, blood-curdling wind. Releasing his grip on the tailbone, Li Mu's body erupted backward. A segment of the mouthpart struck the spot where he had been standing moments ago, causing the air itself to sizzle with the force of the impact. SSSS.
The brutal roar echoed endlessly as the alien queen continued her assault, swinging her sharp tail blades. The surrounding structures, harder than steel, shattered like crumbling tofu.
Queen, you are no match for me. You lack both strength and speed.
I do not wish to reveal my true power and harm you.
Surrender now.
Hovering mid-air, Li Mu spoke in a deep voice. What he said was true. The results from the truth-piercing eyes scan showed that the alien queen was indeed powerful, but compared to him, she was still far inferior.
Alien faction, alien queen. Strength, 126-18. Agility, 126-18. Spirit, 147-21. Constitution, 168-24. These stats completely outclass the Predator. An uninjured alien queen would easily outclass the Predator by several streets, but compared to him, it's really nothing. With the Demon King's bloodline fully unleashed, Li Mu's 4 attributes have all surged to 22 points. What does that even mean? Even an alien queen whose strength hasn't been suppressed only has 1 attribute higher than him, Constitution. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the alien queen is far too ordinary.
She lacks the numerous skills and remains stuck in the era of cold weapons and close combat. It's not that Li Mu looks down on this brute force over technique approach, but without absolute overwhelming power, this situation is simply too disadvantageous. It's like a martial arts expert. A second-rate expert with superior martial arts skills can easily defeat a first-rate expert who knows no sword techniques but only inner strength. This isn't because the first-rate martial artist is inferior, it's because he lacks the proper methods to unleash that powerful force and amplify it.
On Li Mu's side, the hellish demon flames need no introduction. 2 strikes from the Inferno Demon Thunder, and the alien queen is finished. The Demon King's eye glances over, and the attribute check fails.
The Inferno Demon Fire burns the soul, and she's done for.
How can one fight this? If one lets up even slightly, the alien queen is finished. If you wish to gain my recognition and submission, defeat me. Death or exile, the choice is yours.
The alien queen's voice remained as cold as ever, devoid of any emotion, not even caring about her own life.
This was truly something Li Mu couldn't handle.
Dealing with someone who's willing to die and stubborn to boot, yet you dare not strike too hard, it's unbearable.
Queen, since you won't listen, then I'll teach you a lesson. Her demonic wings flapped, and her fist struck out, directly deflecting the tail blade that had pierced through. Her figure didn't pause for a moment, instantly arriving beside the alien queen.
Standing on the back of the alien queen, Li Mu swung his fists wildly.
1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches.
Li Mu wasn't using his full strength, but the force was still considerable. Each strike carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing the alien queen to scream in pain as she swung her tailbones toward Li Mu. His figure soared into the air as Li Mu grabbed the alien queen's tail with one hand, while the other hand swung toward her back once more. Her sharpest weapon was rendered useless, and her back took the brunt of the blow. The alien queen screamed in agony, her body colliding wildly, hoping to knock Li Mu off by slamming into the walls. Her back was engulfed in terrifying demonic flames, and the walls, like snow under the scorching sun, melted upon contact, unable to harm Li Mu in the slightest. Hundreds of punches landed in rapid succession, like thunderclaps and drumbeats, sending the alien queen reeling. Her massive jaws were covered in green acid like blood. Another punch landed, and the alien queen lost control, crashing heavily to the ground. Sizzle! Acidic blood dripped from the alien queen's back, corroding the ground. Li Mu landed beside her head, gazing at her with a complex expression. He couldn't bear to see her die like this, but he also couldn't bring himself to kill her. He knelt down and touched the alien queen's crown, his expression calm yet tinged with an imperceptible aura of murder. Whoosh! Suddenly, the alien queen's mouth opened, and a small mouthpiece burst out, hurtling toward Li Mu's face. His palm suddenly grabbed out, and just as the mouthpiece was about to strike his forehead, Li Mu caught it. Queen, as the leader of your clan, do you really think you still have a chance of winning? After saying this, Li Mu released his grip, and the alien queen retracted her mouthpiece, collapsing onto the ground. My fellow clan member, you have won. You may decide my fate. From this day forward, I am no longer the queen. A clan only needs 1 queen. Hearing the alien queen say this, Li Mu raised his eyebrows. Seeing the alien queen's crown beginning to degenerate, Li Mu hurriedly said, "Wait. Queen, you've misunderstood. You are still the queen and must retain your reproductive ability, the ability to lay eggs. Do you understand what I mean? Within the alien tribe, 2 queens cannot coexist." Having been incorporated into Li Mu's tribe, the alien queen was not expelled or killed. She could only choose to regress her reproductive abilities and become a guard alien. Once Li Mu, the alien queen, dies, she can once again assume the responsibility of the tribe's queen. Same species, what do you mean? Don't you know that a species cannot have 2 queens? Facing the queen's question, Li Mu felt a headache coming on. She knew nothing but reproduction and hunting. That couldn't be a good thing. Let me explain, queen. I lack reproductive capabilities, so you must handle that. In simple terms, I am a male queen, and male queens cannot reproduce. You, as a female queen, possess reproductive capabilities. Does that make sense? Li Mu didn't even understand what he was making up anymore. Explaining this to an alien queen who knew nothing was clearly a bit much. In any case, what I need you to do is listen to me, reproduce, and manage the tribe.
Do you understand? I understand, but when will the alien race have a male queen? If they can't reproduce, what's the point of having a queen? Is the male queen just a queen version of the elite guards, a stronger type?
Li Mu was feeling pretty down, but it didn't matter. As long as the alien queen agreed, there would be plenty of time later to figure out exactly what was going on.
Queen, stay still. Let me check your injuries. He turned around to the alien queen's back, looking at the gruesome injuries. Li Mu felt he had been too harsh, but fortunately, the alien queen's healing ability was strong. Some healed areas even felt stronger, with defense clearly upgraded to a higher level. The aliens have exceptional learning abilities.
The same injuries, once healed, are essentially immune to certain conditions.
For example, high temperatures and vacuum environments. If not restricted by the world, the aliens would be an utterly terrifying race. Ding! The human faction has killed an alien. The home faction loses 1,000 points. Ding! 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 Chapter 160, The Shape-Shifting Pill, The Unparalleled Empress. The sudden alert sound startled Li Mu.
He expected that the alien creatures he had chased out would be overwhelmed and killed in such a short time. 10 of them were dead in the blink of an eye. It wasn't just Li Mu. Xianlan and the others also heard the alert sound, and their gazes immediately turned toward Li Mu. The faction points mysteriously decreased by 10,000, leaving Li Mu feeling utterly frustrated.
Catherine, you go ahead first. The Empress and I will follow shortly.
Nodding, Catherine and the others turned and vanished into the darkness. Amidst the rustling sounds, over a dozen aliens followed after them. Opening the infinite store, Li Mu scanned the items and selected a pill. Shape-shifting pill, SS grade item, allows non-human species to transform into human form. Price, 3 million points. Use a 10% off item card. Ding, the 10% off item card was used successfully. Your next purchase will receive a 10% discount. Purchase the shape-shifting pill. Ding. You have been detected as having a 10% off item discount privilege. 300,000 points have been deducted. Congratulations on obtaining the SS rank item, Shape-Shifting Pill. The item has been sent to your personal inventory. Open the backpack. Seeing the sudden appearance of a pill, Li Mu took it out. Instantly, a strange fragrance filled Li Mu's mind. He pried open the queen's beak and directly stuffed the shape-shifting pill inside. What did you feed me? The queen asked. I feel the wounds on my back healing. Not only were the wounds healing, but the shape-shifting queen's body was constantly shrinking. Under Li Mu's expectant gaze, the 10-meter-tall, nearly 20-meter-long shape-shifting queen finally stabilized at 1.75 meters. Her black hair cascaded across the ground, and she wore a black crown on her head. Her sharp, oval face bore an eternal icy chill, and her jade-like features showed no emotion. Her pitch-black pupils were filled with indifference, disregarding everything including her own life. Below her slender neck, 2 full breasts rise high, outlined by her black leather garment, her delicate curves and voluptuous hips shimmering beneath the black leather pants, utterly alluring. A devilishly seductive figure paired with a face as cold as an ancient iceberg. This stark contrast aroused desire while simultaneously suppressing any thoughts of desecration. Under the gaze of those indifferent eyes, everything seemed destined to vanish into nothingness. As Li Mu watched the alien queen take shape, he was speechless. This was too perfect. The only flaw was her eyes, which held no emotion. Li Mu knew he had a long road ahead to train her. What he desired was for her to be indifferent and ruthless toward enemies, yet seductive and fiery toward him. As his gaze shifted, Li Mu's vision suddenly froze. What was behind the alien queen's raised tail? The more he looked, the more it resembled a bone tail? That familiar exoskeleton, and those gleaming blades. Li Mu was certain he hadn't seen wrong. And it even had a tail? This is way too intense. What's happening to me? I seem to have turned into one of those parasites? Looking down at her own body, the alien queen raised her hands, completely confused by what was happening. Queen, I only gave you a shape-shifting pill. This way, you can look like me while we're together. Of course, you can always change back. Just imagine your original form, and you'll transform effortlessly. However, I don't recommend it. In this form, even if there are enemies behind you, you can easily grab them, unlike before when you couldn't do anything to me. She turned to look at her tail, which, under her mental control, began to grow from over a meter in length, swinging it a few times with no loss of power. The alien queen spread her hands, and sharp claws sprang from between her fingers. After moving around a bit, the alien queen seemed quite satisfied and finally transformed back into her normal human form. Fellow kind, this feeling is quite nice. That food is highly effective. If we give it to our tribe, their combat strength will greatly increase. Put. Li Mu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting. The entire clan? One is already life-threatening. Even selling the entire tribe wouldn't be enough. Queen, don't even think about it. The one I gave you is precious. There are no more left. At least not for us now. It's the only one we have. He hurriedly stopped the alien queen's bold idea. Li Mu really didn't have that many points, and even if he did, he wouldn't buy them.
Those aliens weren't worth it.
He took the alien queen's hand, and the cool, soft touch sent a shiver through Li Mu's heart.
Same kind?
The alien queen looked at Li Mu in confusion, not understanding why he had suddenly taken her hand. It felt strange.
Let us go to the ground. There are humans killing our kind over there.
Mentioning this, Li Mu's eyes flashed with coldness. He hadn't expected that the human players and plot characters who had gone out would kill so many aliens. A blue glow appeared in his hand, and a spatial teleportation gate materialized.
He gently pulled the alien queen's hand and said, "Let's go inside."
Curiously staring at the spatial teleportation gate, the alien queen had no idea what it was. Stepping through the portal and landing on the ground, Catherine was hiding in the shadows. When she saw Li Mu emerge, she froze in shock. It wasn't because she was staring at Li Mu, it was because she was staring at the alien queen behind him.
Her? The alien queen? Master, you really know how to come up with ideas. I can't believe she's the alien queen.
Her tone was filled with shock as she spoke, gesturing wildly.
Enough with the infinite space nonsense. Nothing there is shocking.
You were the first to arrive.
What's happening up there? Why are so many aliens dying?
Pointing toward the distance, Catherine said.
The human players and plot characters are over there. They have equipment, a familiar environment, and sturdy defenses.
Most importantly, they obtained the Predator's hand cannon and know how to use it.
Nodding, the Predator's hand cannon was too terrifying for the aliens to withstand. The deaths of the 10 aliens were expected, especially in such a flat area with fixed defenses. It was absolutely unfavorable for the aliens.
Glancing around, Li Mu sensed 12 more aliens lurking nearby.
Aliens were cold-blooded, but they weren't cute little creatures.
Without a suitable hunting environment, they were equally skilled at stealth. Looking at the distant tower, where the plot characters and human players had built defensive positions around it, Li Mu pointed at the faintly moving figures and asked,
"What do you think would happen if I fired a magic energy cannon at them?"
Chapter 161, The Power of a Single Shot, Destroying Heaven and Earth.
Fire a shot from the magic energy cannon at that direction? Catherine blinked her eyes.
She knew exactly what a magic energy cannon was, the massive cannon mounted on tanks in the Captain America universe, with immense power. Well, just looking at its C-class rating tells you it's brutal. In the Captain America universe, a single shot from this magic energy cannon could obliterate the gates of a Hydra base. Those massive gates were 10 meters long and 15 meters tall. 3 meters thick and weighing dozens of tons, this thing is so sturdy that rocket launchers hitting it are like scratching an itch. Yet, with a single shot from the magic energy cannon, all talk of unbreakable or only a nuclear bomb can destroy it is just a joke. It vaporizes instantly.
Master, you really underestimate those people. One shot like that, and that entire area would probably vanish.
Turning to look at Catherine's astonished expression, Li Mu shook his head and said,
"If one shot can solve it, why make it so complicated?
The aliens are all part of our faction. Each one killed is worth 1,000 faction points, which would be split evenly among the 6 of us. That's 6,000 points.
Do you think that's overestimating them?" Startled, Catherine finally understood and said apologetically, "Master, it's my fault. I didn't think of that." He pulled out the magic energy cannon from his backpack. The 2-meter-long barrel was shrouded in deep blue light, and the deep muzzle emanated a deadly aura of death. On the water tower, players and NPCs watched the surroundings warily.
A makeshift metal defense structure had been erected around the tower, covered in corrosion marks. Around them lay the corpses of 10 various alien creatures. While bullets could still inflict damage or even kill these ordinary aliens, the most critical factor was that the players had mastered the iron-blooded hand cannons. The pyramid was difficult to handle because of the terrain. The aliens came and went without a trace, and the players and NPCs couldn't find them. Now, on the open ice field, the aliens would have to pay a heavy price if they tried to launch a surprise attack. At the top of the water tower, the surviving players from the Greedy Wolf team and the Storm team stood vigilantly, watching their surroundings. "Sid, I have a strong, uneasy feeling in my gut." One of the 2 remaining players from the Greedy Wolf squad suddenly spoke, and upon hearing this, the expressions of all the players present changed drastically. The player who spoke was Nan Lizzie. He had no bloodline, but he possessed a natural talent said to have existed even before he arrived in the infinite space, known as danger perception. In the underground world, this talent had saved the Greedy Wolf team players on multiple occasions. Even during the previous alien attack, it was he who suddenly sensed their presence, while the others hadn't noticed that the aliens had already crept up on them. Fortunately, several players reacted quickly, and after paying a heavy price, they managed to repel the attacking aliens and recover a significant amount of faction points. They now plan to use the terrain advantage to turn the tide of battle. As long as they hold their ground, they believe victory will be theirs.
Nan Lise, are you sure? I haven't spotted any aliens. Did I misjudge the situation?
Another player from the Greedy Wolf team, Sid, scanned the area warily but saw no signs of aliens, leaving him somewhat confused.
We haven't seen any either. At least within dozens of meters, it's safe. This distance is more than enough for us to counterattack. Could you be overreacting?
The other players also looked around, their voices filled with doubt.
Looking around uneasily, Nan Lizi's expression grew increasingly anxious.
As time passed, he felt his heart tightening. The sense of impending danger had not dissipated but grown more terrifying.
Seeing Nan Ris's face growing paler, Sid couldn't help but ask with concern, Nan Ris, are you okay? Your face looks terrible.
Constantly facing the oppressive threat of death, it felt like a knife was pressed against his throat, his heart clenched tightly, and his mind was stretched to the limit.
How could Nan Ris possibly feel okay? More than once, Nan Lizi wished he didn't have this ability.
At times, a quick death would be far better than this agonizing torment.
His stress had no outlet. I'm fine. No, wait.
Responding to Sid's question, but at that very moment, the sense of impending death surged to its peak.
It was in that instant that Nan Ris, lifting his head, saw the dazzling blue light. Run! Jump down!
With a fierce shout, Nan Ris leaped toward the bottom of the water tower.
Sid's heart tightened without hesitating, he followed suit, leaving the still dazed Storm Squad and Silver Wolf Squad behind. Boom! A dazzling burst of flames erupted with a deafening roar, engulfing the water tower in an instant. A terrifying shockwave spread out, accompanied by a brilliant blue energy glow. Almost the moment the cyan blue light column descended, the water tower vanished, along with the dazed Storm players and Silver Wolf players.
A silver energy wave swept across a radius of tens of meters, reducing everything in its path to black dust. It was like racing against death itself. Nan Ris, who had dashed out first, was overcome by an intense fear of death, tears streaming down his face as he fled desperately, as if fighting for his life against the Grim Reaper.
The azure blue shockwave swept past, and Sid, who was chasing closely behind, stared in horror at the terrifying scene behind him.
As the blue halo was about to catch up with him, he screamed wildly.
No! No! Don't! I don't want to die.
The azure beam instantly passed over Sid, and his entire body exploded like a bubble, turning into dust that vanished into the void.
Sid's screams were short and terrified.
Nan Ris, who was sprinting away, turned around just in time to see Sid turn into dust. His hair stood on end, and as he saw the blue halo closing in behind him, he wished his legs could grow 2 more.
No! I don't want to die. Ah!
Whether it was a burst of latent power or not, Nan Ris suddenly leaped forward, instantly diving out several meters, his body rolling like a tumbling gourd for several meters. With great effort, he climbed to his feet, staring at the blue halo closing in on him.
Nan Lizi felt utterly hopeless. Just as he closed his eyes, expecting death, the expected end did not come. He could still feel the biting cold of the air. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the pale blue light beams retreating like collapsing waves. Nan Ris felt a surge of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. I'm alive? Ha! I'm alive! Chapter 162, The Sudden Arrival of the Iron Blood Fleet.
The alien queen froze, staring at the land that had been completely destroyed and turned into an abyss. Even the alien queen, who feared death not at all, was stunned. Especially the shock of seeing the players and plot characters instantly die, vaporizing and disappearing from the entire space, left the alien queen unable to recover for a long time. Cyan beams contracted, and the shockwaves from the explosion swept back, eventually dissipating into blue specks of light that vanished between heaven and earth, leaving behind only a massive black crater swallowed by the void.
I survived. Ha! I survived. The maniacal laughter echoed across the icy plains, piercing the ears.
The alien queen snapped back to reality, gazing at the magic energy cannon in Li Mu's hands. Her indifferent eyes flickered briefly before returning to their previous calm, like the surface of a still pond. Gazing at the massive crater spanning 50 meters in diameter, with the crater as its center, the area where the cyan blue light had passed was neatly carved away, leaving a smooth ice surface resembling a small basin, hundreds of meters in diameter.
This terrifying destructive power left even Li Mu speechless.
It had far surpassed the destructive capabilities of a C-class artifact, and even if it were classified as B-class, Li Mu would not consider it an overestimation.
This was truly terrifying.
Even having witnessed it once before, it still left a profound impression. Fortunately, the nine-headed snake forces had not had many opportunities to use it before their base was destroyed. Otherwise, the nine-headed snake might have truly conquered the entire world. Staring in awe at the abyss in the distance, Catherine couldn't help but utter a mix of wonder and awe.
Li Mu, you guys are way too fast. We just got here, and you've already finished?
Turning to look at Xian Lan and the others descending from the sky, Li Mu couldn't help but shake his head.
You were slow, not that I was fast. Come on, let's go check out that lucky bastard. This world is almost over, and this time, we've really hit the jackpot.
Exactly. He killed dozens of people on his own, plus the faction points, and with the tenfold reward, that's over 1,000,000 points.
This is the most generous point reward we've ever gotten.
Turning his gaze to the remaining players, Li Mu walked over slowly. The surrounding alien creatures also emerged in large numbers, numbering over 20 or 30.
I'm sorry, sir, your lucky time is over.
Standing behind Nan Lizi, Li Mu silently drew his magic energy pistol.
The laughter ceased.
Nan Lizi remained seated on the ground.
He knew he would eventually die.
The alien faction players were still there, and though he had survived that terrifying blow, it was only temporary.
Give me a quick death.
Looking at Nan Riss, who was facing away from him and the others, Li Mu raised the gun barrel. A blue beam of light descended, and Nan Riss instantly turned into a cloud of dust.
This is the fate of the defeated, and the cruelty of the infinite space.
In a single chaotic dungeon raid, over 90 top-tier F-rank players were slaughtered, and such scenes occur almost every day. Only 1 in 10 players can survive.
Ding! You have killed a human player.
You receive 1,000 personal points, and the Tenfold reward talent is activated.
After the chaotic battle dungeon ends, you will receive 10,000 points. Your faction's current points are 9,200. Ding! Your personal kill count is 72.
72 people, with only 100 players in the entire battle. Even if you add the 20-plus plot characters and 3 Iron Blood members, the total wouldn't exceed 130.
Li Mu alone had claimed over half of them. This was truly terrifying.
Glancing at the faction points, Li Mu shook his head.
If it weren't for the many aliens killed along the way, the faction points might have been even higher. Why hasn't the prompt to return to the infinite space appeared yet?
Suddenly, Li Mu grew suspicious.
Both factions had been eliminated. Why hadn't the infinite world ended yet? Could there be hidden players in the underground palace?
Just as Li Mu was pondering this, Xian Lan and the others were also puzzled. Before they could speak, a sudden alert sounded in Li Mu's mind.
Ding! Attention! The Iron Blood Warrior fleet is approaching. Teleportation will begin shortly. Please remain alive within 1 minute. Iron-blooded warrior fleet? Li Mu's heart sank.
At this moment, he recalled that in the final part of the storyline, the Iron-blooded warrior fleet would come to retrieve the corpses of the Iron-blooded warriors. That terrifying fleet, with its terrifying black technology piercing through the Earth's crust.
Whoosh! 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 Dozens of whistling sounds echoed through the air, followed by flashes of silver light. Li Mu startled and quickly stepped back.
Put! A series of bone-crunching sounds echoed, accompanied by the agonizing screams of the alien creatures.
The alert sounds from the infinite space in his mind rang out.
Retreating dozens of meters, Li Mu looked at the ground littered with energy cannons, silver spears, and darts, then at the alien creatures, nearly all of them dead, his expression dark and terrifying. All 31 alien creatures were dead, and the faction's points plummeted by 3,100. Li Mu admitted he had been careless, not expecting the Iron Blood Warrior fleet to arrive from behind. The space rippled, and the Iron Blood Warriors emerged from stealth, staring at Li Mu and the others. Their steel armor revealed no emotion, but the killing intent spreading from the space made it clear that these Iron Blood Warriors wouldn't stop at just killing a few aliens. As the Iron Blood Warriors raised their rear-mounted cannons, Li Mu's expression darkened. He swung his hands, stomped his feet, and formed seals with his hands, sending a pile of array flags flying into the air. The array flags landed, but the Iron Blood Warriors showed no reaction, not even a hint of aiming. The flags were nothing more than ordinary objects, like pieces of wood on the ground.
Would the Iron Blood Warriors fire at a piece of wood by the roadside? Moreover, these small wooden sticks hadn't even been aimed at them. This was the fundamental difference between the technological side and the mystical side.
The Iron Blood Warriors, who knew nothing about it, completely ignored Li Mu's array flags, leading to
Mizong formation. Activate.
A low shout rang out, and the battle flags planted in the ice plane instantly triggered certain rules.
Dozens of Iron Blood Warriors vanished from their original positions in an instant.
The sudden scene left the Iron Blood Warriors inside the warship dumbfounded. Looking around, they saw nothing but emptiness, yet their scans clearly detected the life fluctuations of Iron Blood Warriors in that area. Gritting their teeth, they looked up at the steel warship above them. Li Mu opened the Infinite Store, directly accessing the weapons page, and among the array of weapons, he instantly purchased one.
You're cheating me out of my points. I'll blow up this damn warship. Let's see how you'll fly now. Chapter 163, Kill the Aliens.
I'll destroy your battleship.
Ding. Purchasing an SS rank item, the Black Hole Annihilation Bomb, requires 4 million points.
A 10% discount card has been detected. Purchasing this item will grant a 10% discount.
Ding. 400,000 points deducted. Congratulations on obtaining the SS rank item, Black Hole Annihilation Bomb. The item has been sent to your personal space. Due to its immense power, please use it with caution.
With a flick of his wrist, a black object appeared in Li Mu's hand, resembling a fragmentation grenade. However, the terrifying energy it contained far surpassed that of a fragmentation grenade.
Black Hole Annihilation Bomb, SS rank item, single-use item.
Once locked onto a target and fired, it explodes upon contact, creating a terrifying spatial black hole capable of instantly devouring a 10-kilometer radius.
10 kilometers is equivalent to 10,000 meters.
The Iron Blood warship is massive, and from a distance, the entire whaling station appears minuscule. Li Mu was unsure whether the Black Hole Annihilation Bomb could destroy the entire Iron Blood warship, but even if it couldn't, he would make it pay dearly.
He didn't believe it. With a 10-kilometer wide hole in the middle, the warship could still fly? Accompanying the black hole annihilation bomb was a launcher.
Li Mu picked it up, aimed, and pulled the trigger instantly.
Bang! There was little sound.
The black hole annihilation bomb flew out like a stone, colliding with the Iron Blood warship in an instant.
There was no sound at all.
A black speck appeared, no larger than a mung bean. But as it exploded outward, the black hole expandedly, melting the iron-blooded warship's impenetrable steel armor in an instant, as if it were made of paper. Inside the Iron Blood warship, the Iron Blood warriors operating the vessel were terrified by the warning alarms and continuous damage alerts blaring from the control room. They had no time to lock onto Li Mu with their weapons.
The massive ironclad warship took off instantly, attempting to evade the destructive range of the black hole annihilation bomb.
Faced with this situation, Li Mu was completely helpless. While the black hole annihilation bombs were indeed powerful, they were fixed in a specific area, and their destructive range did not expand instantly. Within a few seconds, the blast had only spread out to about 5 kilometers. Even so, it inflicted nearly devastating damage on the Iron Blood warship, leaving a massive crater in the center and nearly splitting the warship in half. Unfortunately, even in this state, the Iron Blood warship defied physics and took to the air.
Ding! The 1-minute countdown has ended. Transmission is now beginning.
Those who wanted to use the magic energy cannon to blast the Iron Blood warriors trapped inside the confusion array to death were too late. Li Mu felt a hint of regret but didn't dwell on it.
Even if he left, what difference would it make?
These Iron Blood warriors would never escape. They would be trapped forever within the maze array, doomed to starve to death. Rather than eliminating them outright, this punishment of starving them to death was far more satisfying. It was just a pity he wouldn't be able to witness it. The 7 of them emerged from the light columns and appeared in the settlement space. Seeing the alien queen scanning her surroundings, Li Mu felt somewhat comforted.
The SS-grade shape-shifting pill saved him from spending more points to redeem the alien queen.
Given her potential, Li Mu estimated it would take at least 3 or 40,000 points.
With just the ability to reproduce infinitely and parasitize others, that's terrifyingly unreasonable.
Consider this: from larva to breaking through the moon, then to maturity, the alien parasite only takes 2 or 3 hours. It absorbs the host's perfect genes, completes them, possesses super strong adaptability, and perfectly inherits the host's strengths, abilities, and memories. Such a creature is simply unbeatable. Even Li Mu believed that his estimate of 3 or 40,000 points was an underestimate. It was highly likely that the alien queen required even more points. Ding! Calculating all gains from the chaotic battle instance. Ding! Congratulations on killing 72 enemies in the chaotic battle world. You are rewarded with 7,200 points, and your talent has been activated with a tenfold bonus. Congratulations on obtaining 720,000 points. Ding! Congratulations on breaking the record and becoming the top killer in this game world. The system grants you unlimited access to the special purchase rights in the Infinite Store, with all items enjoying a 95% discount. Ding! The tenfold reward talent has been activated, and the discount privilege is being updated. Congratulations on ultimately obtaining an 80% discount on all items in the Infinite Store, with this effect lasting for life. Ding! As the killing champion of this game, your championship reward is a 10% off item card X1 and 10,000 points. Ding! The tenfold reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining a 10% off item card X10 and an additional 10,000 points. Ding! Camp rewards are now being settled. Ding! In this game, you represented the alien faction. Your faction's total score is 1,000 points. As a special reward, you receive 6,100 points, and the 10x reward talent has been activated. Congratulations on earning 61,000 points. Ding! The settlement for this chaotic world has ended. A series of sounds rang out, making Li Mu's head spin slightly. After quietly listening to the infinite space sounds, Li Mu's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. Originally, his 10% discount item card was almost used up, and he was a bit regretful about it. But unexpectedly, he was rewarded with 10 more. Isn't this encouraging him to spend? It's basically like getting something for free. What was most devastating was that he now had lifetime access to an 80% discount at the Infinite Store. If he combined that with the 10% off prop cards, he was doomed. This was pure freebie grabbing. After sorting out his thoughts, Li Mu glanced at the reward points. The personal rewards and faction rewards combined totaled 1.31 million points. The Killer King reward was another 100,000, making a total of 1.41 million points. Li Mu thought about it. It seemed like he was spending more and more points. That's right. Before coming here, he only had around 3.7 million points. He spent 700,000 points on a shape-shifting pill and a black hole annihilation bomb, dropping his points to 2.76 million. Now he's immediately replenished 1.41 million, bringing his total back up to 4.17 million. This roller coaster of highs and lows is truly exhilarating. What Li Mu found a bit disappointing was that Peggy, Natasha, and Rentingting only received kill rewards, not mission rewards. Otherwise, his points would have been even higher. Out of his 72 kills, 20 were contributed by the three of them.
Ding! The settlement for this chaotic battle dungeon has concluded.
You will be teleported to the E rank area, and new attribute limits have been unlocked. Upon hearing the notification, Li Mu silently took out the jade talisman given to him by the fat man from his backpack, crushed it, and the teleportation beam once again enveloped Li Mu and the others. In the E rank area, Shangguan Xian, who had been waiting impatiently, suddenly perked up. He flipped his palm, and a jade talisman was flickering with a faint glow. Seeing the light on the jade talisman, Shangguan Xian's chubby face twitched, and his excited expression was impossible to contain.
Old Master Li, you finally emerged. The shape-changing pill is just a pill.
In mythical and fantasy novels, it doesn't seem to have any special abilities, but it's always depicted as extremely valuable.
Is its rating really that high, SS?
Chapter 164, Empress, I suspect you're involved in royal affairs. Please shut up. Ever since Li Mu entered the chaotic battle dungeon, Shangguan Xian had made arrangements with the Shangguan family. Not only did he rise from a lowly F-rank intelligence officer in a minor region to an E-rank intelligence officer, but now, thanks to Li Mu, he had finally gained some influence within the Shangguan family. At least he is no longer a nameless cannon fodder who would die without anyone noticing. The jade talisman he gave Li Mu could directly teleport him to a designated area and be detected by him immediately. Now that Li Mu was so valuable, Shangguan Xian was terrified that anything might happen to him. Since Li Mu entered the chaotic battle instance, he had been staring at the jade token in his hand, glancing at it every few seconds, his two small eyes, almost squeezed shut by the fat around them, growing wider with each glance. Now that Li Mu had finally emerged, Shangguan Xian was overjoyed, but he remained relatively calm, knowing that even if Li Mu came out, he wouldn't come looking for him right away. After all, the chaotic battle dungeon was so exhausting, surviving it must have been a grueling ordeal. He'd probably need to rest and recover first, and wouldn't he have time to spare for him until tomorrow at the earliest. With no one to worry about, Shangguan Xian rubbed his bloodshot eyes, yawned, and turned toward the room. After all, Shangguan Xian was a B-rank powerhouse. Even if he didn't sleep for a week straight, he wouldn't feel tired. Yet now he was feeling sleepy, which proved how tense he was and how tightly his nerves were stretched. Now that he had advanced to the E-rank area, Shangguan Xian's treatment had improved significantly. At least he no longer had to sell intelligence on the streets. Instead, he had a small shop, which seemed decent enough. Unaware that Shangguan Xian had already learned of his arrival in the E-rank area, Li Mu stared at the more upscale residence before him, momentarily speechless. Looking around, Li Mu was a bit surprised. The E-rank area was indeed better than the F-rank area. His place had become a small villa? The decoration was also quite nice. The TV and computer were all there. Seeing the computer, Li Mu thought that with Xianlan and the others around, at least they could teach the alien queen the difference between genders, rather than just being blank slates. Wow, our new home is so big. And there's even a computer. There are so many rooms. It wasn't just Li Mu who was inspecting the new residence. Xinlan and the others were doing the same. From the joy on Xinlan's face and her excited cries, it was clear that she was very satisfied with the new place. Smiling at Catherine and the others, Li Mu said, "It seems everyone is satisfied. The chaotic dungeon run wasn't too long overall. Are you all tired? If you're tired, you can rest first. I'll take care of getting some things for the queen." Exchanging glances, Peggy and the others didn't feel tired, but running around in the underground palace had left them feeling a bit uneasy. "I want to take a shower to relax." Peggy spoke up first, prompting Xinlan and the others to echo her. As the women went upstairs, Li Mu shook his head without saying anything. He looked at the alien queen, who remained motionless with no expression on her face, and walked over to take her small hand. Suddenly pulled by Li Mu, the alien queen turned to look at him, her voice cold yet tinged with confusion. "Same species?" Raising an eyebrow, Li Mu asked in confusion. "According to our rules, since I defeated you, shouldn't you call me king? Queen? Put." Li Mu was dumbfounded. "The Divine Empress. Call me king. Don't call me empress. And don't call me a fellow clan member either. Got it? This is a serious issue. Li Mu must establish the correct values and status for the alien empress." The alien queen nodded coldly and said, "All right, king." Holding the alien empress's hand, Li Mu walked to the sofa and said, "Sit down. Don't stand there." Sitting on the sofa, the soft feeling surprised the alien empress, but after touching it, she said, "It's not as good as the fungal carpet." Ignoring the alien queen's cold remark, Li Mu didn't take it to heart. After all, the alien queen didn't understand anything. Opening his personal backpack, he was not surprised to find that the bloodline gift pack had unlocked another bloodline. However, it was worth noting that there weren't many bloodlines left in the bloodline gift pack. Using his mind, he activated the unlocked bloodline slot in the bloodline gift pack. A notification sounded in Li Mu's ears. "Ding!
Congratulations on successfully unlocking the SSS rank bloodline, Dark Dragon Bloodline. He raised an eyebrow. Dark Dragon Bloodline? A dragon-type bloodline. It seemed to cost 6 million points in the Infinite Store. Feeling like he had struck gold again, Li Mu turned to the alien queen and said, "Queen, stay still. I'll give you something good."
Without a trace of emotion, the alien queen lifted her gaze from Li Mu's hand and asked,
"King, do you need to mate?" "Put. What the hell are you talking about? Where did you learn that? You're supposed to be a blank slate. You're supposed to know nothing. The alien race is asexual, isn't it? Where did you hear about mating?" Li Mu was stunned. "Wait a moment, do you even know what mating is?"
She didn't even realize how bold her words were.
The alien queen's icy face didn't even flicker.
Mating is the way to reproduce offspring.
"There's more, but I haven't received it yet." "Not yet received? What does that mean? Where did you even learn the term mating and its meaning?"
Furrowing his brows, Li Mu found it absurd.
No one had taught him, so how did the alien queen know? Pulling Li Mu's hand up, the alien queen's face showed no emotion.
"From here, the two of us come into contact. Through the king, pheromones are transmitted to me."
"Does the king want to mate with me to reproduce the alien race?"
Li Mu was dumbfounded.
Is that even possible? This is truly eye-opening. But, mating. He hadn't even thought about it, so why did the queen receive such pheromones? "Queen, calm down." "Alright, you're already calm. What I want to tell you isn't about this. I have something good for you."
Stand up, place your palm on the queen's forehead, and look at her exquisite, emotionless face, free from the cares of the world.
Think back to what was said earlier.
"Your Majesty, I detected a strong desire to reproduce from you."
Do you want to create a new species with the queen? What the hell? Who wants to create a tribe with you? You're crazy. The alien thing was created by you yourself. What does it have to do with him? Calm down. He needs to calm down. Right.
We need to pass on the bloodline first.
Use the Dark Dragon's bloodline. Target, the Alien Queen. Chapter 165, Alien Dragon Queen.
A despair-inducing talent skill.
Ding. The bloodline user has been confirmed. The bloodline inheritance process has begun. Surge after surge of overwhelming power coursed through his palms, ultimately flowing into the Alien Queen's body. The Dark Dragon's domineering bloodline and the Alien Queen's bloodline fused together. Vaguely, Li Mu heard the roar of a dragon and the screeching of a beast.
Stepping back, Li Mu watched as the alien queen raised her black hair, the mystical runes on her crown shimmering. His eyes gleamed with astonishment.
A massive black figure emerged from behind the alien queen.
The black dragon roared toward the sky, and across from it, the alien queen defiantly screamed back. The two colossal black monsters collided, their shadows gradually merging until they transformed into a terrifying creature.
The black figure instantly retracted into the alien queen's body.
At the same time, a prompt sounded in Li Mu's mind.
Ding!
Your contracted character, the Alien Queen, has undergone a bloodline mutation. She is now officially designated as the Alien Dragon Queen, inheriting all the advantages of both the Alien Queen's bloodline and the Dark Dragon's bloodline. Upon hearing this alert, Li Mu's eyes gleamed with astonishment. He knew the Alien Queen's bloodline had great potential, but he never imagined it could fuse with the Dark Dragon's bloodline and hold its own. Li Mu believed that the reason the Alien Queen's bloodline had such high potential was entirely due to the alien bloodline's powerful growth potential.
Theoretically speaking, the alien bloodline had no growth limit.
As long as it was parasitized by a sufficiently powerful host and not killed, within a few hours, a terrifying alien creature no weaker than its previous host would emerge. Alien creatures have no growth phase once they break through the moon and emerge, they are already in their mature stage. The Eye of Truth scanned the alien queen, and her attributes appeared before Li Mu's eyes.
Contract target Queen. Master, Li Mu. Strength 2228. Agility 2228. Spirit 2528. Constitution 2828. Overall strength rating E. Special bloodline Alien Dragon Queen SSS. Bloodline awakening level 11,100. Skills Empress Form, Dragon Breath, Dark Heavenly Veil, Inferno Death Ray, Reproduction 020. Talent Empress's Blessing. Items possessed none. The Empress's attributes are truly luxurious. With dual bloodline fusion, she matches the bloodline of an unawakened demon lord, with all 4 attributes boosted to 4.
In the E rank region, the maximum bloodline limit has been raised to 28 points, nearly half more than others.
This is without administering the Super Soldier Serum to the Queen.
Once administered, the upper limit can be increased further, and the 4 stat boost would become 5. Compared to the current Demon Lord bloodline, it is only slightly inferior. Even the royal class bloodline of Catherine and the others falls short by 2 points in 4-dimensional attribute boosts. It must be said that the Queen's bloodline enhancement this time is truly terrifying. Focusing intently on the skill, Li Mu was once again astonished, even shocked.
Queen's true form, awaken the true form of the demon dragon, greatly enhancing all 4 attributes. The bloodline inherently possesses dragon's might, capable of intimidating all beings. Dragon breath, exhale dark dragon breath, dealing devastating damage to enemies in a straight line. The breath possesses extreme corrosive properties, with its power determined by the user's strength. Dark Heavenly Veil, a dragon language spell that summons a dark veil, doubling the mana regeneration speed of all allied units within the area. Enemies within the veil suffer attribute suppression, with their mana regeneration speed reduced by 50%. Inferno Death Ray, a dragon language spell that inflicts severe injuries or death upon contact with the deathly light. When cast within the dark sky, it unleashes a chain of Inferno Death Rays, with the number of rays multiplied by 5 and the quantity increasing with the caster's power. Reproduction, using one's own blood, one can condense into an alien larva. The alien larva possesses 1/10 of the host's strength. After parasitizing a host, it will emerge from the host within 2 hours and obtain all the host's power within 10 minutes, reaching maturity. The reproduction limit is 20, which can increase with bloodline enhancement. Innate ability, Queen's Immortality, the most terrifying innate ability of the alien race, combining the defensive capabilities of the Dragon Clan. Attacks that hit the Queen do not result in immediate death. Attacks of the same attribute against the Queen will be immune to 50% of the damage, with the second attack immune to 80%, with a maximum of 80%. After reviewing the Queen's skills and talents, Limu fell into deep contemplation. This bloodline is way too powerful. Dragon Clan having dragon might is normal. Dragon speech magic is also normal. It's just a Dark Veil support type dragon speech spell, right? It's just an Inferno Death Ray, right? Alright, the reproductive ability is a bit extreme, no need for eggs, just dragon blood, and 1/10 of the Queen's power. Though it limits the Queen's reproductive capacity, it was within Limu's expectations. Infinite space wouldn't grant the alien Queen unlimited reproduction that would leave no room for other players to survive. They could just go to any world and start mass-producing troops endlessly. What mission could they possibly fail? It's like those players with zombie bloodlines, their zombie virus can't spread. Want to make things easy? That's impossible. The infinite space won't give such a flaw. However, 10 reproductive units are already quite a lot. As strength increases later, this number can also be increased. What Limu envied most was the Queen's innate ability, she couldn't die. This isn't just about being immortal. With an 80% damage reduction, even if she's not surrounded, the remaining 20% damage would require an unimaginable amount of attacks to kill her. It's nearly impossible to kill her. Limu understood that this talent likely originated from the alien's terrifying survival ability. No matter how harsh the environment, the alien could adapt. Additionally, there was that attack immunity talent, though it was likely weakened here. Even so, it was still terrifying beyond belief. A talent like the Queen's is unmatched throughout the entire infinite space. Limu felt fortunate that he had managed to subdue her. Such a terrifying bloodline would become the nightmare of all enemies in the future. A deafening roar echoed through the air. Faint growls and dragon roars echoed through the air. Limu looked up to see the alien Queen soaring through the sky, her dragon wings and tail bones flailing wildly. After merging with the bloodline, the Queen exuded boundless majesty, with a black crown atop her head, radiating an indescribable nobility. Under Limu's gaze, the Queen opened her eyes, and a surge of dragon might spread out, transforming into a whirlwind that swept through the living room. The power was released and then withdrawn, completely fusing the bloodlines. The Queen looked at her flawlessly white hands, then raised her head to meet Limu's gaze, her eyes now shimmering with an odd light. What power! Is this the gift of the king? Chapter 166, Changes in the Infinite Store. Fatso, I beg you to act like a human. Having fused with the dragon's bloodline, the alien empress could clearly feel her power had surged. Compared to before, her strength and agility had improved beyond measure. Most importantly, she now understood the gap between herself and Limu. The difference in their skills, the control over the power within their bodies, and the ability to release it with just a single dragon breath, she could effortlessly kill her former self. Not to mention the later Hellfire Death Ray and the like. The only thing that slightly displeased the alien Queen was that her reproductive ability had been weakened. Come down first. If you wish, tomorrow I can have Xayan and the others take you to the outer dark region to test your strength, so you can get a more accurate understanding of your current power. However, based on the current situation, we shouldn't stay in this area for too long. Limu wasn't joking. The attribute limit in the E rank area was 20 points. Although there was a bloodline limit, Limu felt he wouldn't be able to stay much longer either. Nodding, the alien Queen retracted her magical wings and slowly landed on the sofa, returning to her previous serene demeanor. Sitting down beside the Queen, Limu opened the infinite store, intending to buy her some self-defense items, such as a decoy puppet, a D-rank energy shield, and a communication device. However, Limu reconsidered. Does the Empress really need these? That talent. Adhering to the principle of not favoring one over the other, Limu decided it was better to buy them just in case.
Opening the infinite store, Li Mu scanned the items, instinctively ignoring the high-tier bloodlines and divine artifacts, and focused on scrolling down. But after a few swipes, something felt off. He scrolled back up and looked at the bloodlines in front of him, completely stunned.
Demon King Bloodline, potential SSS rank, price, 16 million points. Death God Bloodline, potential SSS rank, price, 14 million points. Angel Bloodline, potential SSS rank, price, 16 million points. Dragon Bloodline, potential SSS rank, price, 12 million points. What? How can the price of these bloodlines keep going up? Li Mu was instantly confused. After scrolling through the list, he noticed that the base prices for all items above a rank had doubled. What was going on? However, the good news was that items below a rank hadn't doubled in price. This bizarre situation left Li Mu feeling a bit dazed. Was the infinite shop starting to raise prices? Suppressing his doubts, Li Mu found the substitute puppet, communication device, and energy shield, checked their prices, and felt a bit more at ease. Substitute puppet, after being activated with a drop of blood, it can block one fatal attack and teleport you to a safe area within 10 kilometers. Price, 100,000 points. You gain an 80% discount on all purchases in the infinite shop. Purchasing this item requires 80,000 points. Communication device. Energy shield. After spending 96,000 points to purchase the 3 items, Li Mu suddenly realized that the 20% discount seemed pretty good after all. The points spent on the 3 items were still less than what he had previously paid for a single body double puppet. He handed the 3 items, along with the super soldier serum, to the Empress. After explaining their functions in detail, he finally said, "Empress, use all these items. I'll be leaving shortly. You can wait at home for Xianlan and the others to come out and hand over some knowledge to you." The Empress withdrew her gaze from the items, nodded, and replied emotionlessly, "Understood, Your Majesty." Standing up and walking out the door, Li Mu looked at the street and the city before him. Everything seemed similar to the F rank area, though the E rank area appeared more prosperous. He took out the jade talisman given to him by the dead fat man earlier and focused his mind on it. Soon, the talisman revealed the exact location of the dead fat man. Li Mu had many questions for the dead fat man, such as why the prices in the infinite store had suddenly doubled, and what the current situation in the E-class area was. Following the information from the jade talisman, Li Mu made his way to a shopfront. Looking at the 4 large characters hanging on the signboard, he nearly lost his balance and stumbled. Known to all under heaven. Li Mu was stunned. How dare they be so brazen? Known to all under heaven? Why not just go to the heavens? As he entered the courtyard, a servant girl with a panicked expression hurried out. The flush on her face seemed to have just faded had she been busy. However, Li Mu glanced at her and lost interest. This woman was nothing special. After being spoiled by Xianlan and the others, Li Mu wasn't impressed. If he were to rate her out of 10, she'd barely scrape by with a 6. However, what Li Mu didn't expect was that this maid actually possessed D rank strength, almost on the verge of breaking through to D rank. "Sir, is there anything you would like to inquire about? Our fees are 20 points for general information, 200 points for important information, and special information is determined on a case-by-case basis." The maid seemed to have undergone specialized training. Her speech was melodious and pleasant to the ear, and her tone was incredibly soothing, making one feel at ease upon hearing her. Li Mu tapped his fingers on the table and spoke. "Is Shang Guanqian here? I have business with him." Upon hearing Li Mu mention Shang Guanqian, the maid startled slightly, her gaze sweeping over Li Mu's face as if recalling something. She quickly pulled out a card, and after confirming the person on it matched Li Mu's appearance, she hurriedly said, "Sir, please wait a moment. Shangguan is resting. I will go fetch him immediately." Watching the maid rush off in a panic, Li Mu paused for a moment but said nothing. After all, he had plenty of time to spare. Before long, Li Mu heard a commotion of footsteps approaching. A round figure tumbled and crawled into the hall, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. "Oh my goodness! My dear Mr. Li! I've been waiting for you! You have no idea how worried I was about you. I couldn't eat or sleep, and I didn't close my eyes all night. Just as you returned, I finally felt at ease and managed to sleep for a moment, but I never expected you to come looking for me so soon. I'm sorry. I should have waited for you. I'm so sorry for making you wait." Seeing the fat man suddenly hugging his legs, Li Mu almost kicked him so hard he would have flown into the air. "Damn it, how can this fatso be so disgusting? Do you really think I didn't notice you had a little fun with the young maid? Get lost, you little bastard. Are you trying to make me sick? Get up immediately. I must be seeing things." With a mischievous smile, Shang Guanqian wiped away the imaginary tears from the corner of his eyes and stood up under the bewildered gaze of the young maid, asking with a playful expression, "Mr. Li, you came so quickly. When I saw you coming out of the dungeon, I thought you were going to rest for the day before coming over. That's why I went to sleep. Cough, cough, I had a little pre-sleep activity." Chapter 167, If it weren't for survival, who would want to be a sycophant? The fat man's smug smile didn't faze Li Mu anymore.
Glancing at the pale-faced maid beside him, Li Mu curiously asked.
What's this? Did you get promoted? Now you have a little maid? I'm curious, doesn't your maid have to go to the infinite space anymore?
Hee hee, the servant girl laughed wickedly and pointed at the maid, saying,
Do you know about slave contracts?
By using a contract to enslave players, the enslaved players are no longer under the jurisdiction of the infinite space. From then on, they experience the infinite world alongside their master. As you know, I don't have to go to the infinite world, so she is naturally exempt. Looking at Shang Guanxian and then at the maid, Li Mu was surprised to learn that the infinite space could be used this way.
So this maid is doing this voluntarily? Is this how one sells their life?
Shrugging his shoulders, Shang Guanxian said, Sir, you understand the cruelty of the infinite space.
Compared to becoming someone else's woman or plaything, death seems more terrifying, doesn't it? Better to live a miserable life than die a noble death. That's how it is.
Nodding, Li Mu understood, though it had nothing to do with him, he was just asking.
Fatso, I need to talk to you about the price hike at the Infinite Store. What do you think? Does the Infinite Store often raise prices? Price hikes? Shang Guanxian was completely baffled and didn't react for a while. Sir, I didn't understand. What are you talking about? I haven't seen any price hikes in the Infinite Store. The Infinite Store hasn't raised prices since I've known about it. Li Mu? Li Mu was baffled. Everyone else's prices hadn't gone up, but his had?
Even with a tenfold reward, this was too much to handle.
Doubling the price, who could endure that? Could it be that the infinite space has detected him as a virus?
Furrowing his brows, Li Mu thought for a long time, looking at the confused expression of the fat man, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. I saw the Demon King's bloodline items priced at 16 million points earlier.
When I was in the F rank area, before entering the Chaos Battlefield, I only had 8 million points.
I was planning to save up to buy it, but why did it suddenly jump to 16 million?
Is there a glitch in my Infinite Store? Did your Infinite Store raise the price? Upon hearing Li Mu's explanation, the fat man blinked and finally understood what Li Mu was talking about. Mr. Li, your Infinite Shop isn't glitching. This bloodline is priced that high.
The 8 million was the F rank region price, meant to encourage players to strive harder.
But once you reach the E rank region, it's 16 million points. However, this isn't even the true price of the Demon King's bloodline. The real Demon King's bloodline costs 100 million points.
Even the major clans in the higher regions don't have many of them.
You have to understand, that's 100 million points.
Take the Jiang family in the high-tier region as the simplest example.
The entire family has only a handful of members with SSS tier bloodlines.
100 million points is enough to cover the Jiang family's annual income.
This is just income, not including expenses for the family's offspring. The offspring of major families are quite resource-intensive. And even after saving for a year, they can only accumulate a few million points. Purchasing an SSS tier bloodline would require the Jiang family to save for over a decade. An SSS tier bloodline isn't something you can just buy on a whim. After hearing Shang Guanxian's explanation, Li Mu was stunned. He never imagined that the Demon King's bloodline was worth 100 million points.
The so-called 8 million points were merely incentives for players to strive harder, but in reality, they were completely unaffordable. However, the infinite space had not anticipated someone like Li Mu, an anomaly.
But there was only one Li Mu. Will the value of this bloodline increase once it reaches the D rank region? Upon hearing Li Mu's question, Shang Guanxian nodded without surprise and said,
Of course it will increase, all the way up to the B rank region. Once it's integrated into the higher regions, it won't increase anymore. That's how the infinite space works. It always gives you hope, making you think you can buy powerful bloodlines, but you'll never be able to afford them.
Won't the players feel cheated and give up? Li Mu was puzzled. He couldn't accept it himself. Wouldn't the players find it even harder to accept? What can they do? Seeing Li Mu's puzzled expression, Shang Guanxian shrugged inside. Isn't that how infinite space works? Life is like being forced into something you don't want. Since you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Either die from pleasure or die from exhaustion. Every player has gone through this. Does infinite space care about your worthless life? Pointing at himself with his chubby fingers, Shang Guanxian shook his big head and looked at Li Mu with pleading eyes. If it weren't for the hardships of life, do you think anyone would willingly be a sycophant? With a dark expression, Li Mu felt exasperated. This made him sound like the bad guy. He hadn't made the fat man a sycophant. Why was he taking the blame for everything? Looking at Li Mu's face as black as a pot bottom, Shang Guanxian rubbed his hands lecherously and laughed. Hey, of course. Mr. Li is so handsome and charming. As a fat guy, I'd be happy to be a sycophant. After all, you're like a shining star in the night sky. Your glow. Stop it, I'm going to throw up. You're enough. I'm asking you, what is the situation outside the city? Is this area still using crystal cores to enhance strength? Hurriedly stopping Shang Guanxian, Li Mu knew that if he let him start talking, he'd probably ramble on for half an hour without stopping.
Upon hearing Li Mu ask about the matter at hand, Shang Guanqian stopped joking around and said seriously. This area uses a prop called blood orchids to enhance strength, but it's occupied by a group of terrifying giant snakes. The entire dark region is their nest, and you need to form a team to obtain those blood orchids. Additionally, there seem to be rules in place. High attribute players cannot obtain blood orchids in lower tier areas and must go to corresponding regions instead. This serves as a form of protection for lower tier players, preventing them from monopolizing areas.
Listening to Shang Guanqian's explanation, Li Mu was slightly taken aback. Blood orchids? Giant pythons? The python plague? This is indeed interesting.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Li, I have something to tell you.
Do you remember the incident in the high-level area earlier?
That was impressive. The unlimited shop privilege. It turns out that the Zhang family patriarch had a 10% off item card. Without counting the item card, that privilege alone was worth 1 billion points.
1 billion points.
The Zhang family has made it clear that if any player obtains it, they will accept them as a son-in-law and invest heavily in their cultivation, effectively buying out the player's future. Even so, there are countless players desperate to get in.
If only I were that lucky. Sigh. Infinite shop privilege? Selling for 100 million points?
Thinking about the random shop he had obtained, Li Mu suddenly felt a bit fortunate. If he hadn't been in the F rank area, if he hadn't bought a bunch of lucky talismans, if he hadn't had a 10% off item card, that unlimited shop privilege wouldn't have been available to him at all. But the terrifying figure from the Zhang family, whose footsteps alone could shake the higher regions, couldn't get it, and he, Li Mu, does.
Chapter 168, Selling Intelligence for a Cut? The Shanguan clan's foresight.
Old Li, do you have any good stuff or intelligence over there?
Take a look, hey.
Snapping out of his reverie, Li Mu looked at the fat face of the dead man in front of him and decided to tell him about the situation with the zombie master copy. The best items in the zombie master world had already been obtained by him, and players would never obtain the ninth uncle's inheritance. Moreover, Run Tingting was no longer the same person, so overall, it had nothing to do with him, and he naturally felt no burden. However, this time, Li Mu wouldn't simply sell it off.
He had bigger plans this time.
The items in the infinite shop were so expensive, and he needed more points to develop quickly. Li Mu hadn't forgotten the challenge letter the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family had sent him. If he dragged his feet through dozens or even hundreds of worlds before finally reaching the higher regions, that would be too embarrassing. Fatso, I definitely have the information here, but as for the price, you might not be able to decide on your own.
You'll need to consult your family.
It's a world in an F rank region where you can obtain low-tier zombie bloodlines.
Shang Guanqian's chubby face twitched, and his small eyes, nearly squeezed out by his fat, gleamed with excitement.
He shuddered inwardly, nearly scared out of his wits by Li Mu.
F-class region intelligence? He had only mentioned it offhand, but Li Mu actually had it. But that wasn't all. Li Mu had dropped an even bigger bombshell. Low-grade zombie bloodline. This is bloodline. Even if it's low-grade, it's still bloodline.
Any bloodline is far superior to ordinary players, because even the lowest bloodline comes with innate skills, plus the attribute points it grants, making it completely superior to ordinary players.
Sir, you're my own uncle.
You must tell me this information.
My fortune and happiness all depend on you. You're my lucky star. Whatever you want, I'll make sure to pass it on to you.
With a thud, he knelt down on the ground.
Shang Guanqian didn't care about his dignity anymore. He just hugged Li Mu's leg and wouldn't let go. As for dignity, what's it worth? Can it be used as strength? Can it be spent as points? Kicking the sleeve didn't budge the stubborn fatso.
Li Mu was exasperated.
Couldn't they just talk properly? Get up, you idiot. I haven't even stated my conditions yet.
I'll tell you first, and your family might not even agree.
Get up first.
A man crawled to his feet, and Shang Guanqian said with a bitter expression, "Go ahead and say it, but don't make your demands too high.
Otherwise, the family might not approve." Li Mu nodded slightly. He understood this point well.
At present, he didn't have the strength to challenge the Shangguan family, and more importantly, he didn't have the connections or influence of the Shangguan family.
If he were to sell it himself, would anyone believe him? This involved bloodline who would spend a large number of points to purchase intelligence of unknown authenticity.
What Li Mu valued was the Shangguan family's intelligence and their vast influence. He would act as a middleman, sitting back and waiting for his share of the profits.
He hadn't even planned to ask for too much in the first place.
This intelligence, I want to establish a contract with your Shangguan family. I can sell the intelligence to you, but I need a share of the profits. My asking price isn't high, a 30-70 split, with me taking 30% and you taking 70%. If you agree, we'll start cooperating immediately. If you don't agree, I'll keep this intelligence to myself.
Staring blankly at Li Mu, Shang Guanqian didn't speak immediately.
This matter was beyond his authority to decide.
I can't make this decision on my own. I can send a message to the family right now and ask for their opinion. Nodding, Li Mu wasn't in a hurry.
Waiting here was no different from waiting elsewhere. Watching Shang Guanxian turn away as if fiddling with something, Li Mu didn't pay much attention, closing his eyes and waiting quietly for Shang Guanxian's response. After a few minutes, Shang Guanxian wiped the sweat off his forehead, turned around, and said to Li Mu, "Mr. Li, the message has been sent, but we'll have to wait a bit. Is there anything you'd like to ask now? I can tell you anything here." Opening his eyes, Li Mu tapped the table and asked a crucial question. "What does the Shangguan family think? If you were to arrest me directly, it would be easier to extract information. Why choose to cooperate with me? The Shangguan family, with its vast wealth and influence, wouldn't be unable to deal with a minor figure like me, would they?" Unexpectedly, Li Mu asked this question. Shang Guanxian paused for a moment and explained with a bitter smile. "Mr. Li, where did you get that idea? Do you think someone like me could even leave the city? Players like me, who exceed the acceptable range of the E rank area, can only sell intelligence within the city. Leaving the city is out of the question. As for targeting you, the Shangguan family is currently in turmoil and can't withstand any major upheavals. The infinite space is brimming with opportunities. You're still weak now, but your potential is terrifying. As the fat man said, you'll eventually carve out a place for yourself in the higher regions. Even I can see it, do the higher ups not? Higher regions aren't immune to family rise and fall. Often, a family's downfall stems from a single player or poor decisions, leading to its ruin. Paying a price, offering assistance, and befriending a future powerhouse can only benefit the Shangguan family. The Shangguan family isn't one of those terrifying major clans that have become arrogant and self-important. As for eliminating you, the Shangguan family isn't that foolish." After Shang Guanxian finished speaking, Li Mu fell into deep thought. This situation was so reminiscent of a fantasy novel, though he was fortunate enough not to be immediately suppressed upon arrival. Having resolved the lingering concern in his heart, Li Mu felt much lighter. At least he didn't have to worry constantly about revealing too much and being caught by the Shangguan family. Someone like Shang Guanxian, a high-level player, couldn't leave the city. Even if the Shangguan family wanted to cause trouble, aside from inciting other players to act, they didn't have many options. As for those incited players, well, it wasn't that Li Mu looked down on them, he simply didn't think much of them. Including the alien queen, there were now 7 people on his side, all with SS rank or higher bloodlines. If these players really wanted trouble, Li Mu didn't mind dragging out another battle, though this time it might get a bit messy. To put it bluntly, the queen alone could easily slaughter all the players in the E rank area, and her dragon breath alone could kill dozens with a single breath. Just as Li Mu was thinking these malicious thoughts, news suddenly came from Shang Guanxian's side. "Old Li. The clan has responded. Chapter 169, The Domineering Elder and the Arrogant Shangguan Fongling. They've replied? So quickly?" Li Mu was a bit puzzled. The Shangguan family is moving too fast. Could they have refused? If they refused, Li Mu would have to consider whether there was any point in continuing negotiations with the Shangguan family. Sometimes being too greedy wasn't a good thing. "What did your family say?" Not noticing the unusual tone in their words, Shang Guanxian's face was filled with excitement, and he was so thrilled that his face was trembling. "They agreed. The family agreed. A 30-70 split, the contract will be transferred immediately, signed personally by the senior elder, representing the opinion of the entire high-ranking officials. Every week, the points will be transferred to your side on time. Mr. Li. You're truly a lucky star for the fat guy. The Shangguan family has rewarded me with another 500,000 points and some items to enhance my attributes. My strength will rise again." How could Shang Guanxian not be excited? He sold intelligence to the Shangguan family, which was like having a regular job, a fixed monthly salary, with bonuses for good performance. If he performed poorly, his salary would be reduced, and the speed at which he could improve his strength was simply unbearable to watch. But since Li Mu appeared, in just 1 month, he went from earning 10,000 a month to 100,000, plus all sorts of items to enhance his strength. How could Shang Guanxian not be excited? "Stop. Don't you dare hug me. I'm not into that. If you come any closer, we're done." Li Mu hurriedly raised his hands to block him, fearing the fat man would come hug him again, and warned him. With a mischievous smile, Shang Guanxian didn't continue hugging him, but the excitement on his face subsided somewhat, though the excitement in his eyes remained unchanged. "Fatso, I'm just excited. Mr. Li, you're like my reborn parents. Enough with the emotional stuff. Just tell me what's going on with your family." Waving his hand, Li Mu was at a loss with this fat man, but he was certain the fat man was on the right track. After thinking about the message that had been passed on, Shang Guanxian hurriedly spoke up. "The family has agreed to the adult's suggestion. Your 3 families will take 7, and the contract will be transmitted here via the spatial portal shortly. The family also mentioned that if the adult has any information about the world, it can all be discussed." Nodding, Li Mu thought the Shangguan family was indeed reasonable and not overly greedy. At least their vision was sound. In such a complex high-tier region, to remain standing firm even as the tower was about to collapse, they must have some real skills.
High-tier region, Shangguan family. In the vast, silent chamber, the major figures of the Shangguan family gathered. At the head of the table, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face stared impassively at the elders below, who were engaged in heated discussion. He remained silent. Elder, giving that player from the lower region a 30% share of the profits is too much. This insignificant figure is asking for too much. If we continue like this, it will only fuel his arrogance. Elder, please reconsider. If this information is true, a 30% share of the profits amounts to at least 3 million points per cycle. Such a massive sum is far beyond what that insignificant figure could possibly handle. Elder, we second the motion. In the meeting room, over 10 elders with SS level strength echoed in unison, all opposing the decision to split the profits 3/7. Glancing around the meeting room, the Grand Elder spoke calmly. You all think it's unacceptable, do you? The moment the elder spoke, the meeting room fell silent. Linger, what is your opinion on this matter? Upon hearing the senior elder's words, the other elders in the meeting room's hearts skipped a beat, their gazes all turning to the stunningly beautiful young woman standing behind the senior elder. Dressed in a simple gown, her slender figure was gracefully curved. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, and her delicate, fair face had a faint glow. Though her sharp, oval face was undeniably beautiful, it was too cold, especially her icy eyes, which seemed as unyielding as an ancient iceberg. Under the gaze of the elders, Shangguan Fengling showed no emotion. Her voice was as cold as the wind, making the entire meeting room feel even colder. This request did not seem unreasonable to Linger. After Shangguan Fengling finished speaking, the elders exchanged glances, and soon, the meeting room erupted into chaos once more. Fengling, this concerns the interests of the family. Don't let personal feelings get in the way. A young woman should be more outward-looking. She hasn't even married yet, and she's already siding with outsiders. We hope the senior elder will consider this matter carefully. Fengling is still a child and cannot discern the importance of interests. At the head of the table, the Grand Elder's hands, which had been clasped together, moved. A pen appeared in his hand, and a contract appeared on the table. Ignoring the elders below, the Grand Elder slowly signed his name on the contract. As the final character was written, the contract slowly rose into the air, instantly tearing through space and vanishing without a trace. Elder. His piercing gaze swept downward. If Fengling's gaze earlier had been icy, then the elder's gaze now was filled with overwhelming killing intent. In an instant, the entire meeting room fell into complete silence, with all the elders trembling in fear under the Grand Elder's killing intent. Short-sighted fools. Good-for-nothings. The Shangguan clan hasn't been destroyed yet, and it's all thanks to you worthless lot. From today onward, everyone's monthly salary will be halved. Get out and reflect on your actions. This family. It is still I, Shangguan Longting, who holds the final say. As his words fell, the Grand Elder's figure slowly vanished from his seat. Even after he had left, the other elders in the meeting room dared not move. A cold gaze swept through the meeting hall. Shangguan Fengling gently parted her lips and spoke in an icy tone, regarding that man, our marriage was merely arranged by grandfather. I have said before, if he does not have the qualifications, I will never acknowledge him. Linger is currently weak, merely an S rank. The elders must heed my words now, but once I reach SS rank, if I hear any more slanderous remarks, do not blame Linger for disregarding our clan ties. The aura of an S rank is nothing to these SS rank elders, but the killing intent in Shangguan Fengling's words was enough to send a chill down their spines. Only after Shangguan Fengling had left did the elders breathe a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with a mix of relief and fear. This granddaughter of the Grand Elder is becoming more and more terrifying. Just a short while ago, she was only at the A rank, yet in just a few days, she has advanced to the S rank. Such talent is truly terrifying. Exchanging glances filled with fear, the elders vanished from their seats. The killing intent that had filled the entire meeting room gradually dissipated after a long time. In the E rank area, before Shangguan Xian had finished speaking, the space suddenly rippled, and a contract suddenly appeared, crossing the spatial barrier. Chapter 170, Signing the Dividend Agreement, Selling Bloodline to the Shangguan clan. The golden paper was engraved with mystical runes, seemingly containing boundless rules of power. As soon as it appeared, ripples spread throughout the space. Upon seeing the golden contract suddenly appear before him, Shangguan Xian panicked and opened his hands to catch it. Holding the contract in both hands, Shangguan Xian felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. Sir, this is the contract that was just sent from the clan. Please review it and sign once you confirm the details. Handing the contract to Li Mu with trembling hands, Shangguan Xian spoke nervously and cautiously. Taking the contract, Li Mu glanced over it. The contents were as he had expected, with nothing amiss. His gaze fell on the signature, and upon noticing the name, Li Mu suddenly asked, "Is your senior elder named Shangguan Longting?" Hurriedly nodding, Shangguan Xian said, "Yes, our elder is Shangguan Longting, the one who arranged for his granddaughter to be married to you." Li Mu. Why did you add that last line? Taking the contract handed to him by the fat man, Li Mu wrote his name on it. As the last stroke fell, the golden contract turned into two golden beams of light and vanished.
One beam entered Li Mu's forehead, while the other crossed through space, presumably heading toward the Shangguan clan. Feeling the sudden constraint in his mind, Li Mu nodded silently. Since the Shangguan family is being so accommodating, I'll tell you the truth now.
Do you need to take notes? Shaking his head, Shangguan Xian dismissed the maidservant and said, "No need. My mind is sharp. Just speak, sir."
Nodding, Li Mu carefully recounted the plot of the Zombie Master's World to Shangguan Xian, providing a detailed analysis of the priorities of the zombie faction and the Ninth Uncle's faction, which ultimately boiled down to Ren Lao Yi and Ren Daxiaji. After the character replacements, not only the names were changed, but also the identities. In any case, she definitely wouldn't be called Rin Tingting, so Li Mu could only use Miss Rin as a substitute. After listening to everything Li Mu had to say, Shangguan Xian nodded repeatedly, as if he had taken note of every important point.
I've pretty much said everything I needed to. However, I suddenly remembered there's something else I'd like to consult you about. Could you give me some advice? Looking up at Li Mu, Shangguan Xian asked with a puzzled expression. Advice? What would you like to consult me about, sir? I'm just an informant. I might not be familiar with the matter you're inquiring about. Please don't hold it against me.
Waving his hand dismissively, Li Mu said nonchalantly, "It's nothing."
You probably already know. Alright, go ahead. Do you remember the C-rank bloodline potions I sold you earlier?
They have some flaws, but they can be easily fixed to turn them into a rank bloodline potions. Upon hearing Li Mu mention this, the fat man's eyes lit up.
He knew about this.
After all, it had caused quite a stir.
If he didn't know about it, he might as well go back to farming. What's the matter? Do you still have that bloodline? Are you planning to sell it?
By the way, I don't recommend selling it in the E rank area. The players there are too poor.
If you're interested, I can deliver it to the clan for you and auction it off. Staring longingly at Li Mu, Shangguan Xian's eyes were filled with hopeful light.
If he had more of this bloodline, he could sell it to the clan and definitely add another contribution, which might even boost his status.
A great bloodline would definitely have a good market within the Shangguan clan.
While it's true that the Shangguan clan is wealthy and powerful, that doesn't mean all its members are rich. Such actions to enhance the strength of clan members would certainly be favored by the higher-ups. This would not only benefit him but also help Li Mu earn more points, making it a win-win situation. Seeing the fat man's face filled with hope, Li Mu couldn't help but shiver.
Damn it, don't look at me with those pleading eyes. I'm not into that. Why does every time I come to see you, it feels like I'm entering a den? Can't you act normal? I'm begging you.
Apparently aware of his slightly lecherous expression, Shangguan Xian composed himself and tried to maintain a serious demeanor, but
Li Mu found it increasingly awkward. Alright, then tell me how many points you think it's worth if you sell it to the Shangguan family?
Upon hearing Li Mu's question, Shangguan Xian saw an opportunity and calculated before saying, "Mr. Li, let me tell you, your bloodline I've seen it is at the bottom of the A-class bloodlines. The truly high-level bloodlines are S-class and above, each worth a fortune.
But A-class bloodlines are only worth around 1 million. How about 80,000 for yours? 80,000?
Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. This was already beyond his expectations.
I have 3 bottles of bloodline potions here. Talk to your clan and see who's interested.
Let me know, and I'll bring the bloodline over.
Cash on delivery.
After settling all the details, he bid farewell to the fat man and walked onto the street. He glanced back at the signboard on the door, shook his head, and headed toward his residence.
This trip had revealed many things and resolved a lingering concern.
Now, what he needed to focus on was how to enhance his strength and venture into higher-tier regions.
The eldest daughter of the Shangguan family? Since he had said it, he had to follow through. At least he couldn't let himself be looked down upon.
Opening the door, Li Mu entered the living room, scanned the room, and saw no one, but heard voices coming from inside. Curious, he followed the sound.
This. The Empress. This is what it means, don't get it wrong. Oh, right, and this one is a man, like Li Mu's older brother, and this one is a woman, like us. When a man and a woman are together, they have offspring. Reproducing alien eggs? No.
That's the behavior of your self-replicating species, but what I'm talking about is having real children with you and Li Mu's brother.
Children. Do you understand? Look at what's written here.
Before he could get closer, Li Mu heard Xinglan's voice breaking down.
He peeked over and immediately understood.
It turned out that Xinglan and the others were hugging laptops, educating the alien queen about basic knowledge.
Li Mu smiled and didn't interrupt.
He had been back for so long, and everything had been resolved. It was time to enhance his bloodline. You see, the F-rank region has always been blocked by bloodline limitations, only allowing awakening up to 10,100.
The feeling of having points but being unable to spend them is absolutely frustrating.
Looking at the number next to the bloodline, Li Mu clicked without hesitation.
This time, it went through smoothly. Ding! Would you like to spend 2,000 points to increase your bloodline awakening level by 1,100? Chapter 170, Pay to win players are so lucky. Unlimited revive skill? Chapter 171, Pay to win players are so lucky. Unlimited revive skill? 2000 points to increase Bloodline Awakening by 1%? Points double?
After considering that the points required to boost attribute points would also double, Limu felt it wasn't such a bad deal.
It's just 2000 points, right? It's all about simplicity and directness.
Looking at Xinglan, who has to squeeze juice every day to increase bloodline concentration, squeezing until he is exhausted and can barely walk, and then looking at Catherine, who has to kill countless monsters every day just to increase by 1%, it seems like his method is pretty simple. Limu finally got a taste of the joy of paying to play.
Add. Ding. 2000 points deducted.
Congratulations, your bloodline awakening level has reached 11,100.
You've unlocked the first shackle.
Congratulations on the significant boost to your attributes and magic power.
Ding. 2000 points deducted. Ding.
The notification sound rang 10 times in a row, and only 20,000 points were deducted.
Limu instantly felt. The Demon King's bloodline awakening is damn easy. Pay to win players are so damn lucky.
Magic power surged through his body, his bloodline boiled, and his magic power grew significantly. Both his recovery speed and personal strength saw enormous improvements. Not only that, but Limu also discovered that with the bloodline awakening once more, he had gained several new skills.
Character, Limu. Talents, Tenfold Reward, 6-Winged Demon Lord. Strength, 2632. Agility, 2632. Spirit, 2632. Constitution, 2632. Hidden Attributes. Charm, 100 SSS. Intelligence, 60. Luck, 31. Magic Power, 10001000. Each point of magic power sustains Demon Lord form for 1 second. Magic Recovery Speed, 100 per hour. Magic Heart Boost Effect, 200 per hour. Overall Strength Rating, E. Special Bloodline, Demon Lord Bloodline SSS. Bloodline Awakening Level, 20100. Demon Lord Exclusive Skills, Demon Lord Transformation, Hellfire, Dark Magic Orb, Demon Lord's Eye, Basic Healing, Inferno Magic Lightning, Soul Reaper, Dark Claws. Additional skills, Teleportation, Portal, Rune Magic, Array Techniques. Special title, chosen by the Goddess of Luck, Unlimited Shop Privilege Holder can use the Unlimited Shop anytime, anywhere with an 80% discount. Possessions, Dark Bloodline Grand Gift Pack 310, 10% off item card X13, Substitute Puppet Bound, T-Virus Serum X3, Energy Shield D Rank, Magic Energy Cannon, Magic Energy Rifle, Magic Energy Pistol. Character points, 4,063,975. Teammates, Li Xinlan, Catherine. Slaves, Catherine. Contract characters, Natasha, Peggy, Rentington, Alien Queen. Looking at his current attributes, Limu couldn't help but whistle in admiration. This Demon Lord bloodline was truly incredible. It was utterly unreasonable. It could easily dominate all players in the early game. This is an E-rank region with a level cap of 20. However, with his Demon Lord bloodline awakened, his strength skyrocketed to 26 points in all 4 attributes.
Even more terrifyingly, the Demon Lord bloodline ignores stage restrictions, forcing the level cap for his stats to be reset to 32.
32 points in all 4 attributes. What does that even mean?
When he participated in the E-rank area's chaotic dungeon raid, he was essentially a D-rank player running into a newbie village to bully the newbies.
Now, when he fights top-tier players in the E-rank region, he can take them down with a single blow, no second strike needed.
Most importantly, after transforming into the Demon Lord, he doesn't need C-rank defensive gear one hit, and they're dead, no escape.
I heard you have a D-rank energy shield? Oh, that's impressive. Come take a slap from me if I can't kill you with 1 hit, you're lucky.
That's exactly Limu's situation now, to the point where he can activate Demon King mode and instantly boost his stats to the point where he can take on the chaotic dungeons of the D-rank area.
With the Demon King transformation activated, Limu's 4 attributes have reached a terrifying 42 points.
That's almost at the ceiling of the C-rank region. Most importantly, the magic power within his body has reached a terrifying 1,000 points. Combined with his recovery speed, it reaches an astonishing 300 points per hour. This recovery speed is enough to drive anyone to despair. Limu felt that as long as it wasn't a large-scale battle, he didn't need to exit Demon King mode at all. His recovery speed could easily keep up with the consumption. Glancing at the newly added skills, Limu raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit surprised. Soul Harvest, each time an enemy is killed, a soul fragment is harvested. 100 soul fragments can be combined into a complete soul, which can replace one certain death. There is no stacking limit, and each soul fragment has a cooldown time of 10 minutes. What the hell is this skill? Infinite Resurrection? Is the Demon King's bloodline that powerful? Although 100 soul fragments seem like a lot, it's not a problem at all. The only thing worth mentioning is that you have to wait 10 minutes to harvest another soul fragment. But that's not a problem either. We can just kill monsters in the dark areas during the day. What's the big deal? The only downside is that the substitute souls can't be given to others. Otherwise, Catherine and the others would be much safer. Shaking his head, Li Mu felt he was being greedy. He shifted his gaze to the next skill. This skill was fairly standard, not particularly impressive, but not bad either. Dark Claw, channel magic to form demonic claws, which can attack or grab enemies. The power depends on the user's strength. There's not much to say about this. Telekinesis? Telepathic attacks? Probably something like that. After enhancing his strength, Li Mu opened his eyes to see Xian Lan and the others had already run over, all looking at him with curiosity. Why did you all come over? Aren't you continuing to teach the Empress knowledge? With a seductive smile, Catherine spoke with a look of submission and fear in her eyes. We suddenly sensed the Demon King's bloodline surging within our master, and the pressure caused our own bloodlines to surge uncontrollably, so we all came over. Judging by your appearance, have you enhanced your bloodline awakening and greatly increased your strength? Seeing the curious expressions on the women's faces, Li Mu finally understood that it was his bloodline enhancement that had resonated with theirs. He nodded and said, Yes, I just enhanced my bloodline awakening, greatly increasing my strength. How about it? Do you find staying at home boring? If you want to go out, I'll take you to the dark region. It's only midday, so we still have plenty of time. Upon hearing Li Mu mention going out, the women's eyes lit up, and they all nodded eagerly. Even the Empress's eyes flickered with a gleam. Seeing that the women were all interested, Li Mu smiled and waved his hand, saying, Let's go. I'll take you to see the giant python. A giant python? Us? A snake? Let's try it. Chapter 172, Python Mountain Range. Look around at your own risk. It could be deadly. Leading Shilan and the other women out of the city, Li Mu still felt something was off as they walked along. The E rank area didn't seem as desolate as the F rank area, and there were even recruiters for an organization. Li Mu thought they seemed pretty idle. Of course, it wasn't them who were idle, but the leaders of those organizations. Thinking about it carefully, in the movie Mad Python Disaster, blood orchids seemed to grow in large numbers. At least in that area, there were indeed quite a few. He just didn't know if the dark region was the same. If it was, then it would make sense why there were so many idle players recruiting others everywhere. As he continued on his way, Li Mu encountered 7 or 8 players approaching him to ask questions, but he ignored them all. Become someone else's subordinate? Li Mu wouldn't even bother being the leader himself, let alone become someone else's subordinate and run errands. Not to mention, are those people even qualified? Li Mu doesn't even acknowledge the upper official clan, let alone these small organizations. Li Mu had ambitions, but not in these low-level areas. At least he wanted to reach the high-level areas before considering whether to establish a faction. With Ren Tingting and the Empress by his side, a completely loyal faction could be established in no time. Moreover, at the very least, the bloodlines of his subordinates would be SS class. Of course, if those people pass down their bloodlines, the bloodline will weaken again. But even then, it's already terrifying. Not to mention that Ren Tingting can control the zombie slaves. For Li Mu, establishing a faction was within easy reach, so there was no rush. The top priority now was to enhance his strength and then head to the higher tier regions. After leaving the city, Li Mu and his group plunged into the dark region. The E rank area here was different from the F rank area. It was a mountainous region, with many players searching the mountain streams for traces of pythons. Once they found a python, they would be close to the blood orchid. Many players noticed Li Mu's group along the way. It was impossible not to notice them. Li Mu was the only man in the group, and the rest were all stunningly beautiful women. Cold and noble, seductive and alluring, pure and sweet, almost every type of beauty was present. Many players who were distracted were suddenly swallowed by pythons, their screams echoing as they were either strangled to death or severed at the waist. The screams echoed endlessly between the mountains, waking up countless players. It served as a lesson for them: don't look where you shouldn't, or you might end up dead. Upon reaching the central region, Li Mu stopped in his tracks, his gaze sweeping over Catherine and the other women. He spoke up. Let's stay here for now. The Empress and I don't need the blood orchid yet. We'll accompany you. Besides, I need to practice my skills. Nodding, Catherine vanished into the darkness. The dark region was her natural battlefield, and she had likely already tracked down the python's trail, preparing to begin enhancing her bloodline. Watching Xian Lan and the others leave one by one, Li Mu turned to the Empress and asked, Queen, do you have any requirements for enhancing your bloodline? Without answering Li Mu's question, the Empress seemed to be checking the requirements for enhancing her bloodline. Moments later, a flash of joy seemed to cross her eyes. To enhance bloodline, reproduction is required, that is, creating alien beings. To reach 12%, one must reproduce 20 mature alien beings. The Empress's bloodline awakening level had been changed earlier to 11,100. I forgot to mention that. If one has sufficient strength or possesses other bloodlines, they can inherit part of the awakening level when obtaining a higher tier bloodline. Oh? Simply parasitizing an alien can enhance bloodline awakening? That's quite advantageous. At the queen's current pace, she could significantly increase her awakening level in just a few days.
Moreover, it seems he can collaborate with the queen.
After she parasitizes an alien, the alien breaks out of its body, and the host temporarily doesn't die.
At that point, he can just kill it and collect a soul fragment, right? Come to think of it, it seems pretty simple. Since that's the case, let's go find a host and aim to parasitize 20 alien creatures today. Speaking of aliens, the queen's eyes seem to sparkle with joy. It seems that even after transforming into human form, the queen's mind still harbors deep-rooted thoughts of her alien clan. As they walked through the mountains and forests, Limu's 5 senses were incredibly sharp. As long as a python dared to show its head, Limu could detect it, even if the python was as silent as a mouse. As they walked on, the queen's aura suddenly changed. She took a step forward, but before she could act, Limu grabbed her. Looking at Limu in confusion, the empress didn't understand why he was holding her back. Don't rush. Let this python escape first.
We'll follow it, and when we catch up, we'll wipe out its entire nest.
You can parasitize them slowly afterward. Speaking calmly, Limu's words instantly silenced the empress. A nest? Parasitize slowly? That seemed like a decent plan.
Compared to one or a nest, the empress made her choice decisively. Looking out at the 100 meters ahead, Limu narrowed his eyes. This python was unexpectedly large, nearly 20 meters long and 2 meters thick. If this were on Earth, it would be considered a monster. But this was the infinite world, where anything could happen.
A 20-meter-long python was nothing special.
Pythons in higher-level areas were definitely even larger. He released a hint of the Demon King's aura, and the terrifying pressure instantly caused the python lying in the distance to raise its head.
Its tongue flickered constantly, and its massive body retreated backward.
The enormous python head remained vigilant, scanning its surroundings. The Demon King's aura surged again, and the terrified giant python darted away, crawling across the ground at an incredible speed toward the right. Having successfully caused the python to flee, Limu pulled the queen, and the two instantly gave chase. The reason for this was that the pythons in the dark region seemed to have undergone a mutation. Unlike those in movies, they were social creatures that sought shelter from their companions when danger arose. Most of the pythons were found near blood orchids. These snakes usually gather around the blood orchids, feeding on them when hungry, sleeping when full, or wandering around aimlessly.
Following the massive python, they didn't run far before it disappeared into a mountain pass.
Limu glanced at the empress, nodded, and pulled her inside. Upon entering the mountain pass and seeing the group of pythons before him, Limu was completely dumbfounded. Despite his formidable strength, he couldn't help but want to say, "Sorry for the disturbance. Sorry for the disturbance."
Chapter 173, Soul Harvest. The first alien is born.
Before stepping into the mountain pass, Limu had thought, even if he had stumbled into a python's lair, what could happen? With his strength, what could a group of pythons with attributes in the teens possibly do to him? Obviously, there was absolutely no need to be afraid. But when Limu actually stepped into the mountain pass, seeing the scene change instantly, Limu exclaimed,
"This is a setup."
This was truly a snake's nest. Imagine this: you push open a door, and the world suddenly opens up before you. But there are 100 or so giant snakes staring at you with eyes as big as copper bells, their tongues flickering in and out, as if sensing the intruder's presence. In such a situation, anyone would be completely overwhelmed.
Limu even began to wonder if this was some kind of twisted joke from an infinite space.
A snake valley this large, even if the top players from an E-rank region arrived, they need at least 20 or 30 people to survive this swarm of pythons.
SSSSS.
The sound of tongues flickering filled the air, and Limu's mood grew heavy.
As for fear? That wasn't the issue. When one's strength is sufficient to crush the enemy, numbers are just numbers.
If he let loose, Limu was confident he could wipe out every single python in this valley in no time. Glancing at the queen, who seemed quite interested, Limu understood her intention. She wanted to parasitize the alien creatures to strengthen her tribe.
"Empress, please." With a faint smile, he gestured toward the empress.
The empress, who had been waiting impatiently, darted forward instantly. Her black silhouette moved like a ghost, and the bone tail she had retracted earlier extended downward along her body, its sharp blades flashing with a blinding cold light. Almost the moment the queen moved, the snakes in the Snake Valley all stirred simultaneously. Over 100 giant snakes leaped into the air, and a terrifying stench filled the entire valley.
Roar! A loud dragon's roar, carrying the overwhelming might of a dragon, echoed through the air.
The pythons that had leaped out suddenly went limp and plummeted toward the ground.
Bang!
One after another, the giant snakes crashed to the ground. Limu clenched his palm, and the void instantly into a black demonic claw. The claw was lifelike, emanating terrifying demonic might, instantly crushing the head of a python.
Clang! You have successfully harvested a fragment of a soul. 100 soul fragments can be condensed into a complete soul. The current number of soul fragments is 1,100. Ding!
Your soul harvesting skill is currently on cooldown, with 959 seconds remaining.
A shattered python soul was pulled out and ultimately absorbed into the demonic eye. Li Mu withdrew his hand, and the demonic claw dissipated into the air. His gaze swept across the snake valley, where all the pythons trembled in fear, lying motionless on the ground, dared not move a muscle. The dragon's might was still too terrifying for these snakes. Though not all snakes feared dragons, these ordinary ones found the dragon's might too deadly. His gaze shifted to the empress, who stood there cold and elegant, like a 1,000-year-old ice sculpture. She was currently dripping a drop of blood into the python's fangs. Despite the python's massive jaws, which could easily swallow the empress whole, it dared not move a single inch. Approaching the queen, Li Mu observed the python instantly falling into unconsciousness. He knew the paralysis effect had taken hold, ensuring the alien would not be killed by the host upon emerging from the body. Moreover, this paralysis toxin erased memories, specifically those related to being parasitized. It was truly. Remember when the predator was parasitized? After waking up, he put on his helmet and left, completely unaware of what had happened. The queen? Why isn't she being parasitized? Turning to look at Li Mu, the queen shook her head, her voice cold and icy. There's a time limit, it takes 10 minutes. Li Mu seemed to detect a hint of dissatisfaction in the queen's words. Clearly, she was thinking, you've already limited my numbers. Why are you also limiting my parasitism time? With a humorous shake of his head, Li Mu pulled the empress into his arms. Whether it was because she had just been parasitized by an alien or because she was already dissatisfied and seeking comfort, the empress obediently let herself be embraced. Holding the empress tightly, Li Mu gently comforted her. Her delicate body brushed against him, making him reluctant to let go. The only downside was that the empress was too cold. It wasn't her body temperature, it was her attitude. Even when she was being held so closely, and Li Mu gently stroked her back, the expression on her face didn't change. Li Mu knew he had a long road ahead of him. The empress might be the hardest mountain to conquer. Under the empress's dragon-like aura, the snakes in the snake valley dared not move. 10 minutes later, the parasitized snakes began to twist violently, and then an alien larva burst out of its body, emitting its first bloodthirsty cry upon entering the world. SSSS. The surrounding snakes were all startled, beginning to fidget uneasily. The empress furrowed her brows, and her dragon's aura spread instantly, causing all the snakes to freeze in place once more. Under the watchful gaze, the alien larva burrowed back into the python's body, seemingly devouring its essence and growing rapidly. In just a few minutes, the massive python had been consumed nearly in half a speed that was truly awe-inspiring. The giant python died, and in its place emerged a terrifying alien creature over 7 or 8 meters in size. Its black exoskeleton was covered in dense snake scales, and its limbs seemed even more flexible and powerful. Li Mu noticed that this alien creature also possessed the snake-like sensory abilities. It could be said that this alien creature had inherited all the strengths of the python: immense strength, a flexible body, and scales that provided decent defense. As his gaze swept over it, the creature's attributes appeared before Li Mu. Python alien. Affiliation, alien dragon queen. Bloodline, alien. Strength, 17. Agility, 19. Spirit, 17. Constitution, 18. All 4 primary attributes are exceptionally high, perfectly inheriting the 4 primary attributes of the python's original form while significantly enhancing them. These attributes alone are sufficient to venture into high-level regions. The only thing that Li Mu finds regrettable about this alien, which emerged by breaking through the body, is that it did not inherit the bloodline of the queen. However, considering that it can reproduce 20 alien creatures daily, the infinite space wouldn't grant such a significant bloodline flaw. Even so, this alien creature is already terrifying. Raising his hand, the alien immediately knelt down, its massive head extending toward Li Mu, allowing his hand to rest on it. It seemed as though the alien could understand what Li Mu intended to do. Feeling the scales on the alien's head, Li Mu noticed their cold texture and the intricate black scales, which seemed to possess strong defensive capabilities. Another jade white hand reached out, and Li Mu turned his head to look. He saw a hint of joy in the queen's eyes, as if she was satisfied with this firstborn alien. At that very moment, a prompt sounded in Li Mu's ear. Ding! Soul Harvest skill cooldown complete. Chapter 174, Pay to win. Players are so lonely. Beauty has always been a source of trouble. The sudden alert in his mind caused Li Mu's hands to pause, and he looked at the empress, who had also turned her gaze toward him. He released the empress, letting her choose a parasitic python. Li Mu casually glanced around, then clenched his palm, and a python several meters away had its head crushed. Ding! You have successfully harvested a fragment of a soul. 100 soul fragments can be condensed into a complete soul. Current soul fragment count, 2100. Ding! Your soul harvesting skill is currently on cooldown, with 959 seconds remaining. Absorbing the fragmented soul, Li Mu exhaled. This was already the second soul fragment. It could only be harvested once every 10 minutes, and the cooldown seemed a bit long. However, time was the last thing he lacked. The awakening level of the Empress needed to be increased, and so did that of Catherine and the others.
By doing this back and forth, once his awakening level was maxed out, he would be the most leisurely one, needing only to harvest souls. Sigh, the troubles of a pay-to-win player.
How lonely.
The afternoon was spent in the Snake Valley. Every 10 minutes, Limu killed a python, while the Empress continuously parasitized the alien creatures.
After several hours, 20 alien creatures stood motionless in the Snake Valley like sculptures.
Over the course of these 3 hours, no one knew what kind of terrifying ordeal this group of snakes had endured.
Though invisible, the snakes heard the agonizing screams of their dying kin clearly, especially the terrifying shrieks as the aliens burst through their bodies enough to terrify even these ferocious snakes.
As his gaze swept over the 20 alien creatures, Limu had originally planned to spend the afternoon in the Snake Valley. Unfortunately, while his plan was sound, there were always those who sought to disrupt his soul harvesting scheme. To be honest, he just wanted to be a quiet, handsome gentleman.
Why was that so hard?
He pressed his finger against his ear, and Catherine's voice, sending shivers down his spine, came through.
Master, I'm in trouble. It's not just me, your little darlings have been surrounded, and they're trying to drag us away to join their team. They won't let us go, no matter how much we fight. I'm so scared. Limu, please speak clearly. Are you being surrounded by others? No. I think you're the one surrounding others. Limu didn't believe Catherine's lies.
After transforming, he easily defeated these E-rank players.
However, as a man, this wasn't the time to think about such things.
When he took in Catherine and the others, Limu had already anticipated these troubles.
Throughout history, how many wars have been sparked by beautiful women? Countless.
The War of the Six Kingdoms, the torture of the cannon, and the 1,000-mile delivery of lychees, all these historical anecdotes stem from women. Turning to look at the Empress standing quietly in place, saying nothing, Limu's expression grew cold.
Empress, let's go. I'll take you hunting. As if sensing the killing intent in Limu's words, the motionless alien suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura.
When it came to hunting, the Empress's demeanor changed instantly, and she appeared before Limu in the blink of an eye. From her very core, the Empress was a bloodthirsty being. Even with her icy goddess-like appearance, it couldn't hide the fact that she was an alien queen. As Limu and the others left the Snake Valley with the alien creatures, it was a long time before the snakes dared to crawl out, fleeing the valley as if their lives depended on it, as if some terrifying creature were chasing them from behind. In a dark region on a mountain, Catherine and Shinlan huddled together, surrounded by over 30 players, both men and women. The leader was a muscular man exuding an imposing aura, with a square face that seemed slightly masculine, but his cold, ruthless gaze completely shattered any trace of masculinity.
The man was Yang Gang, the leader of the Liangyang Gang, with nearly 100 followers.
He had been in the high-level area collecting blood orchids when his men reported that they had discovered several exceptional female players, both in terms of physique and appearance.
Upon hearing this, Yang Gang immediately became interested.
In the Infinite Space Entertainment Facility, women were essentially the only source of entertainment for men. While there were a few women within the Liangyang Gang, their numbers were too small, and he had grown bored with them. Now, upon hearing his subordinate's report, he naturally became interested.
Outstanding? How outstanding could they be?
Without bothering to continue collecting blood orchids, Yang Gang immediately gathered his men and rushed over. The moment he saw them, he was speechless. Cold and elegant, pure and charming, seductive and alluring, they had it all. He was so mesmerized that he couldn't help but think that the women around him were nothing but ordinary, unremarkable women.
However, these few female players were no easy opponents.
The olive branches he extended were rejected without hesitation, especially by one particularly seductive and alluring woman who nearly stole his soul.
But the words that came out of his mouth made him want to kill someone.
So many stunning women, and they were all being monopolized by one man. He wanted to tear that man to pieces. How dare he take all the best women for himself?
He wasn't leaving any room for others to breathe.
No matter what he said, these women refused to budge, showing no sign of fear.
This made Yang Gang grind his teeth in anger. Ladies, I am sincerely inviting you to join the Liangyang Gang. You are too few on your own. Even your men can join us. I welcome you with open arms. What do you say? Once we bring them into the gang, whatever happens will be up to him.
He'll definitely enjoy these women to the fullest. Such top-notch women are something he'd never give up for his subordinates.
The Liangyang Gang? We're not interested, and neither are our men. Are you trying to trick us in first and then do as you please?
Covering her lips, Catherine giggled, but her eyes flickered with a chilling intent to kill.
Catherine, in my opinion, why bother with these people? Let us just leave. I'm not like you who can awaken. I need Limu, brother. Let us hurry up and pick the blood orchid and go home. Xin Lan grew impatient. Her bloodline needed to be drained by Limu.
She also loved being drained, even though she was always left exhausted each time. But the feeling of being ravaged by Limu always filled her with joy. Natasha also thought it would be better to kill these people. After all, they didn't seem to have any good intentions. Xinlan and the other girl's blunt words made Yang Gang's expression darken.
The players from the Luyan gang had been eyeing them for a long time, and now they began to cheer them on. Big brother, why bother talking so much? They're just a few people. Let us all go together, we can do whatever we want. Exactly, boss. Just go and capture them. Why bother with formalities?
A cold gaze swept over Xianlan and her companions.
Yang Gang barked coldly. If you won't take the wine, you'll have to drink the punishment. You don't know when to stop. Attack. Chapter 175, Who do you think you are? One kick and you're done. As soon as Yang Gang finished speaking, the players from the Lian Gang immediately lit up with excitement.
They had been itching to fight for ages, and these beautiful women were something they had never even seen before. Even if they had seen her before, she was always surrounded by those big shots, and they were no match for those guys. Now that they finally had a chance to act, they might not be able to do much, but at least they could get a few hits in, right? Just as these players were about to charge forward in excitement, several sounds of flesh being torn apart suddenly echoed from the forest.
Put. Put. Put.
The sounds came out of nowhere, and before some players could even process what was happening, they felt an excruciating pain wash over them, followed by a loss of control over their bodies.
Ah! What is this? It hurts so much. Let me go. You're choking me. Help! Guild Master, save me. Monsters! There are monsters. Help! Save me.
The sudden screams sent a chill down the spines of the players present. Yang Gang's heart sank as he quickly looked toward the players being suspended in the air. When he saw the black monsters, Yang Gang froze in shock. What are these terrifying monsters with such overwhelming malevolence? Watching his subordinates being either strangled or pierced by the monsters' massive tails, Yang Gang was about to act when he heard a series of giggles. Master, if you don't come soon, your little servant will be captured by them. I'm so scared. Li Mu, who was walking toward them from a distance, nearly froze in his tracks at the soul-stirring voice. This little demoness was getting more and more daring. Accompanied by the Empress, she walked toward them step by step from a distance. Though she called it walking, each step covered several meters.
This ghostly movement sent a chill down Yang Gang's spine, and he immediately sensed something was amiss.
This person is not someone to mess with. Most importantly, from Catherine's address, Yang Gang realized that today he had probably stumbled upon a formidable opponent.
A single kick might break his leg.
Now he could only hope that the other party wasn't so arrogant as to be completely untouchable. What puzzled him most was that he had never seen this person before.
When had such a powerful figure appeared in the E-rank area?
Walking over slowly, Yang Gang forced a smile as he approached Li Mu and said, "That friend." As Li Mu walked past him without even glancing at him, Yang Gang felt both embarrassed and furious. He had greeted him with a smile, yet he had been completely ignored. However, considering the other party's strength, he decided to endure it for now. He led the Empress to where Xinlan and the others were standing. Seeing the little girl rushing toward him, Li Mu couldn't help but feel a surge of affection for this childhood friend, the young succubus who had secretly loved him for over a decade. He ruffled Xinglan's hair and comforted her.
"Come on, big brother is here now.
I'll take you home to eat chicken later."
Hearing Li Mu's promise, Xianlan's little face flushed, and she tapped Li Mu once.
She didn't even bother to cuddle up in his arms anymore, turning instead to run over to Peggy and Tingting. Glancing back at Catherine, who was smiling like a little demon, Li Mu glared at her. She was always causing trouble and never learned her lesson. He would have to give her a good scolding when they got back. Ignoring Li Mu's glare, Catherine didn't bat an eyelid. Her pink tongue swept across her lips, and her seductive expression made Li Mu instantly salute in admiration.
Click.
Muttering under his breath, "You little devil," Li Mu turned his head to look at Yang Gang, who was walking over with a smile, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He had been considering whether to follow the example of the F-rank region and drag the body around to intimidate others, but now he realized it was necessary.
"Brother, this is a misunderstanding. Look, can you please let my men go first?
I didn't know these beautiful ladies were your teammates, and I did send an invitation.
If any of you are interested, you can join my Liang Gang."
It was just a misunderstanding, and things got out of hand.
Could we just let it go?
Raising his eyebrows, Li Mu glanced at the dozen or so players hanging in mid-air.
Li Mu nodded and said, "Let them down." "Sure, no problem." Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Yang Gang's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected Li Mu to be so easygoing. Maybe he could recruit Li Mu into his gang later. Just as Yang Gang was thinking about the future, a dark shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Bang! Ouch, that hurts. Coming to his senses, Yang Gang looked down at his subordinate lying at his feet.
He didn't even bother to care about Li Mu's lack of restraint. He bent down to help him up. After all, winning over some hearts was necessary at this moment.
Put!
A dull thud echoed, and the screams abruptly ceased. As he looked at the shattered skull and headless corpse before him, Yang Gang's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant.
"What do you mean? Kill my men in front of me?" Turning to glare at Li Mu, Yang Gang's anger boiled over. "In front of you?
Li Mu laughed coldly, his lips curled into a contemptuous smile as he looked down at the man before him. He raised his foot and kicked him. Boom! The kick was so powerful it created a sonic boom. The silver-white energy shield shattered instantly, sending Yang Gang flying backward several dozen meters, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop.
All the players of the Liang Gang were stunned.
They had originally planned to put up a fight, but they never expected their leader, Yang Gang, to be kicked flying dozens of meters away in an instant, with even his D-class energy shield exploding instantly. What kind of power is this? Some people think there's something special, but in reality, they're not even worth mentioning. What do you say, Yang Gang, the so-called gang leader? With a single grab, a black demonic hand reached out from dozens of meters away, gripping Yang Gang by the throat and lifting him into the air. Looking at the demonic hand made of magic power before him, Yang Gang was filled with terror. The single kick had not only shattered his energy shield but nearly killed him, breaking dozens of ribs. If not for his powerful physique, he would have been instantly killed. Now, the demonic hand before him was even more terrifying. This was undoubtedly a terrifying skill. Though its rank was unclear, being able to lift him from such a distance meant it was at least B rank or higher. What kind of terrifying figure had he offended? With the demonic hand gripping his throat, Yang Gang felt his breathing grow labored. Inside his body, it felt as though he were being sliced into 1,000 pieces, and each breath felt like being pierced by 10,000 needles. Spare my life. Please spare me, master. The demonic hand gripped Yang Gang, while Li Mu looked down at the man begging for mercy like a dying dog, sneering in contempt. String them all up like sugar-coated hawthorn berries. Let's head back to the city. Chapter 176, a sudden disturbance caught me off guard and strained my back. Put. A series of bone-crunching sounds echoed as the alien creatures, obeying Li Mu's commands with machine-like precision, moved in perfect unison. Their razor-sharp tail blades pierced through every player's moon-shaped mouth. Even with defensive gear, the players from the Sunlight Gang were powerless to resist the aliens, whose attributes completely overwhelmed them. Spare my life, master. Spare me. I don't want to die. Master, I can be your slave. I can give you all my points and loot. Please spare my life. We are innocent. We were only following the gang leader's orders. It's not our fault. Please spare us, master. Just a few steps away, Li Mu heard the screams and pleas for mercy, and his footsteps came to a halt. Turning to look at the players hanging in mid-air, Li Mu curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Innocent? Following orders? In the infinite space, are there any innocent people? Every one of them is drenched in blood. Turning his head toward the city, Li Mu raised his hand and pointed his finger in the direction of the city, saying, "Let's go. Make the most of the time you have left. In 8 minutes and 40 seconds, the next victim will arrive, and another every 10 minutes. 10 minutes was intentional. The cooldown time for soul harvesting was 10 minutes. These players from the Sunlight Gang should be able to accumulate quite a few soul fragments for him. It was also convenient to return to the city, so it wasn't a waste of time." Following closely behind Li Mu, Peggy frowned as she looked at the alien creatures trailing behind them and said, "General, is it really safe to expose these alien creatures in public? I'm worried." Hugging Li Mu's arm, Catherine pressed her body against him, smiling seductively. "Little agent, what are you afraid of? Only the weak fear, while the strong dominate everything. The infinite void is the hell of the weak. Only by showing enough strength will you inspire others' fear and reverence." Glancing at Catherine, Li Mu nodded and said, "Catherine is right. Peggy, you need to be more careful. When your strength is overwhelming, there's no need to be timid." Bowing slightly, Peggy lowered her head and replied, "Yes, General. Peggy understands." Along the way, screams echoed throughout the dark region, startling many players who were either searching for snakes or planning to return to the city. As they watched Li Mu and his group approach, the players' eyes were filled with fear. These players were terrified, looking at the 20 terrifying alien creatures following closely behind, and the players hanging high in the air, screaming in agony. One by one, they sucked in their breath in horror. That's the Liang Gang. The Liang Gang. A major gang within the city, with over 100 members. The one hanging there is Yang Gang, the leader of the Liang Gang. These seem to be the core members of the entire Liang Gang, all powerful players with around 17 attributes. Now they were being hung up like dead dogs. Look at those terrifying monsters. They must have provoked the wrong people. Corpses litter the ground along the way, with one killed every 10 minutes. Look, several Liang Gang players have already been scared into a panic. Those players are truly terrifying. They actually have such a monster army under their command. The Liang Gang has really hit a brick wall this time. Look at those women who look like demons. The reason is obvious. We must take a good look and remember their faces. Never underestimate them. Along the way, the players followed closely, constantly discussing what they had observed. They had already figured out the pattern. Every 10 minutes, the man at the front would emit a deathly scream and take the life of one of the players. The footsteps came to a halt. Li Mu turned his head, looking at the players hanging in mid-air, and smiled slightly.
10 minutes were about to pass again. My adorable toys, which one should I kill this time? You? Or him? Or maybe you?
Like a demon grinning maliciously, Li Mu pointed his finger at them.
Every time he pointed, the players hanging in midair would frantically shake their heads. No, not me. Kill him. Kill him. Don't kill me. No, not me. Kill Li Wei. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Kill Ryan instead.
He's a monster who did all sorts of evil deeds.
Even on our planet,
He didn't spare elderly people in their 60s and 70s, and he's a man.
kill him. Kill this pervert.
Watching the players of the Liangyang gang start to turn on each other, Li Mu was speechless. There were actually such terrifying things happening, even sparing no one, not even men in their 60s and 70s. Such a pervert deserves to die 10,000 times. Suppressing his nausea, Li Mu turned to look at the man named Rain. I'm sorry, but it seems like death has chosen you. Having been sentenced to death, the player named Rain trembled all over. This was the fear of facing death. His face twisted into a hysterical expression. The player sentenced to death glared at the man beside him and sneered. You bastard, Li Wei. You're the one who should die. I didn't even spare your grandfather. Your damn grandfather. Didn't you expect that? Ha! Put. His head was crushed instantly, and Li Mu felt the world grow silent. Ding! You have successfully harvested a fragment of a soul. 100 soul fragments can be condensed into a complete soul. The current number of soul fragments is 36,100. Ding! Your soul harvesting skill is currently on cooldown, with 959 seconds remaining. After harvesting another soul fragment, Li Mu turned around, his expression unchanged, and said, Keep moving. He took a step forward, and the alien tailbone following behind him swung out, instantly flinging the headless corpse away. Bang! The corpse hit the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air, and the splattering pus and blood made the players watching from a distance shudder. That's brutal. True disregard for human life. Stepping out of the dark area, Li Mu walked and killed his way forward. By the time he reached the outskirts of the city, there were still 11 players from the Liangyang gang hanging in mid-air, including the gang leader, Yang Gang.
Li Mu spared his life because he might still be useful, and killing the other members of the Liangyang gang could also serve as a deterrent. However, executing Yang Gang in public would have an even greater deterrent effect. Turning around, he looked at Yang Gang hanging in mid-air, his face pale and bloodless. Li Mu smiled slightly, then shifted his gaze to the players in the darkness before quickly returning his focus to Yang Gang. In your next life, keep your eyes open and don't provoke those you shouldn't. With a flick of his hand, Yang Gang didn't even have time to speak before his head exploded. The scene left all the players gasping in horror. Yang Gang, the leader of the Liangyang gang. He was actually killed without any mercy. Moreover, the players noticed the calm, unflinching gaze Li Mu had just cast their way, as if he didn't even acknowledge their existence.
Then, with a casual flick of his fingers, he crushed Yang Gang's skull. This arrogant and reckless attitude filled the players with anger, but also with deep fear.
Chapter 177, Coach, I'm reporting him. He's fishing for a response.
Arrogance and recklessness were Li Mu's capital, and this capital was rooted in his own strength. The F rank area was merely a starting point, where he had already begun to soar. The E rank area was where he truly showcased his sharpness. At this point, he completely disregarded this group of players.
The terrifying might of his SSS rank bloodline had already begun to show its terrifying edge.
Without even transforming, his strength already surpassed nearly half of the attributes of these players. Once he transformed, even a C rank player wouldn't stand a chance. In the E rank region, Li Mu was undeniably invincible. Even if 100 or 200 of these players were to come, they wouldn't be enough to kill him. And that's not all. Li Mu isn't alone. He has Xin Lan and the others, and even more terrifying alien creatures. Even if it were just the Queen alone, she could lead an army of alien creatures to annihilate all the players in the E rank area. That is the true extent of Li Mu's power. No! Spare us. So many have already died. Please spare us. If you can save my life, I, Red, will serve you for life. Who will save me? I have dual attributes at 198 and all other attributes above 16. Whoever saves me, I will serve them for life. Me too. My 4 attributes are all 18 points. I also have a D rank skill. Save me. I don't want to die. I have it too. Li Mu's intent to kill is too strong. Along the way, these players from the Liangyang gang have been terrified out of their minds. Unable to beg for mercy, they can only turn to the surrounding players for help. They've been poached countless times before, but none of them were ever taken. Now that their lives are on the line, they're willing to sell their freedom for survival. Li Mu didn't stop the Liangyang gang players from their desperate struggles. In fact, he even hoped they'd cause more chaos. Only then would the other players step forward, giving him the chance to kill more of them. There was no other option. Soul harvesting required souls, and night was approaching.
The dark zone was off limits, so Li Mu had no choice but to target these players. On one hand, he was showing off his strength, on the other, he was accumulating souls. Most importantly, these players seemed to be quite wealthy. He had already killed over 10 people, and with the tenfold reward, his points were about to rise by 10,000. The day's haul instantly sparked Li Mu's desire to kill and loot, but he couldn't just kill people for no reason. He had to wait for them to come to him. In the darkness, the crowd was restless. Clearly, some gangs were getting restless. Soon, the players were separated, and several players led groups of people out. Friends, show mercy where you can. I am Lai Qingfeng, the leader of the Qingfeng gang. Why not give me some face and let them go? The Qingfeng gang would be eternally grateful. The first to speak was a man wearing a blue coat, with a somewhat scholarly appearance and a smug expression on his face. Behind him, over 40 players remained silent, seemingly trying to intimidate the crowd. Ignoring Lai Qingfeng, Li Mu turned his head toward the other two groups and nodded his chin, signaling. What do you two say? The player with the D rank skill, we will protect him. Please give my friend Lu Wuxin some face. Bowing slightly, Lu Wuxin remained expressionless, his tone though conciliatory, carried an unmistakable air of finality. Ignoring Lu Wuxin, Li Mu looked at the players who had yet to speak, his meaning clear. Young man, being too aggressive isn't good. You've already killed quite a few players. Hand them over now, and it'll be better for everyone. I, Zhang Guowa, am willing to act as a mediator and smooth things over. Let's just let this matter drop. What do you think? Looking at the middle-aged man with a forced smile on his face, Li Mu remained calm, his expression unchanged. The atmosphere grew tense, and the players in the distance seemed to sense something was amiss, whispering among themselves. This doesn't look good. Yeah, this player seems pretty confident, not giving the three major gangs any face at all. What's the big deal? A young bull isn't afraid of a tiger. Didn't you see how he wiped out the core of the Lianyang gang as soon as he arrived? He's just being arrogant. Hey, the members of the Wuxin Society aren't something the Luyan gang can match, let alone the three major gangs together. This is interesting. Do you think this powerful dragon can overpower the three major gangs, these local thugs? Or will it be swallowed by the local thugs? Local thugs? That's hilarious. It's more like a snake that doesn't know its place trying to suppress three real dragons. The players were buzzing with discussion, their voices loud enough for Li Mu and the leaders of the major gangs present to hear clearly. Furrowing his brows at Li Mu, Lai Qingfeng asked with a hint of displeasure. Friend, you really don't plan to give my Qingfeng gang any face? My patience is not unlimited. Facing Lai Qingfeng's warning, Li Mu glanced at the time, shook his head helplessly, and said. What a pity. The time hasn't come yet, it's going to be wasted. What are you talking about? Furrowing his brows even more, Lai Qingfeng demanded. Lifting his gaze, his eyes glowing with a purple magical light, Li Mu smiled faintly. I'm saying your time is up. Furious, Lai Qingfeng drew his long sword, and a streak of sword light flashed, sending his sword chi rushing toward Li Mu. You worthless fool. Today, you'll see the true power of an ancient Chinese swordsman. Die. Raising an eyebrow, Li Mu watched the sword light erupting toward him. He raised his palm and instantly caught it in his palm. Ancient Chinese swordsman? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? You think Chinese internal martial arts are no good? You're clearly not from Earth. You're just showing off in front of the master. He clenched his fist, and the sword light shattered. This scene caused the hearts of all the players present to skip a beat. To crush the sword light of Lai Qingfeng with bare hands? Lu Wuxin, the leader of the Wuxin Society, grew vigilant. Each served their own master and knew the other's capabilities. Such sword light had awakened Lai Qingfeng's bloodline inner energy, making it ruthlessly sharp, capable of easily slicing through the earth. Now it had been caught bare-handed and crushed? On the side of the Wuxin Society, Zhang Guowa's smile froze. Bare-handed crushing of sword light? This must be a formidable opponent. As the one directly involved, Lai Qingfeng was completely stunned. His sword chi had been crushed by bare hands? Are you kidding me? With his current inner strength, he could only unleash around 20 sword chi attacks. Even Lu Wuxin and the others wouldn't dare to face them. Yet this man. Shaking his hand, Li Mu looked at Lai Qingfeng, who had stopped in his tracks, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. And now? Is that all you've got? Chapter 178, I've only just started, how did you die so quickly? Like a demon smiling, Li Mu's grin sent a chill down Lai Qingfeng's spine. Crushing his sword chi with bare hands was simply too terrifying. Forcing himself to steady his mind, Lai Qingfeng shouted harshly. Playing tricks. I don't believe you can block all my sword chi. Die. His long sword swung wildly, slashing through the air with blinding speed, its icy glow cutting through the air as it charged toward Li Mu. With a look of disdain on his face, he thought, the same technique won't work twice on a saint fighter. Although Li Mu didn't think he was a saint fighter, he couldn't expect the first move to work and still hope for the next ones to be effective. Like swatting flies, Li Mu's palms slapped repeatedly, shattering the sword chi in midair. The fierce sword chi shot out, carving several centimeter-deep craters into the ground. Clang!
Seemingly having exhausted all his inner energy, Lai Qingfeng knelt on one knee, sword in hand. His eyes stared in disbelief at the front, where Li Mu effortlessly shattered the final sword light. His composed and graceful demeanor seemed as though he had done it casually, without exerting much effort at all. But how is this possible? That was the sword energy he hated by exhausting all his inner strength. With his current strength, even a stone the size of a meter could be easily shattered. But why? Why could this man so effortlessly shatter his sword energy? How strong is this man? Is he too weak? No. Absolutely not. He had already given it his all. Just look at the terrified Lu Wuxin and Zhang Guohua standing by his side. His strength hadn't weakened in the slightest. The only possible explanation was that this man was incredibly powerful. This is truly a case of a mighty dragon passing through. He, the local tyrant, is nothing but a mere insect. Yet he dares to be so arrogant, looking down on the world from his well. Crushing the last swordlight, Li Mu looked down at Lai Qingfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, and murmured with admiration. I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you've already fallen? If you don't have better tactics, I'll have to act. I hope your defense is stronger than your attack, otherwise you'll die. Glancing at the time, he played around for a moment. Exactly 10 minutes had passed, which meant he could harvest another soul fragment. He was one step closer to reaching the 100 mark. Hearing Li Mu about to act, Lai Qingfeng was filled with dread. He instinctively tried to stand up, but seeing that Li Mu wasn't paying attention to him and was instead looking at his watch again, he quickly turned around and tried to escape into the crowd. You tried to show off and now you want to run? You really don't think much of me, do you? His palm grasped at the air, ing demonic energy into a massive hand that instantly seized Lai Qingfeng in its grip. Let go. Let me go. Today, I, Lai Qingfeng, have lost. Please let me leave safely. Those people, the Qingfeng gang, doesn't need them anymore. Lai Qingfeng's face turned deathly pale as he shouted repeatedly. Behind him, the players of the Lai Feng gang grew enraged and began to shout insults. Let go of our helpers. Or else we'll mobilize the entire gang to hunt you down. Release our leader now, and we'll give you a chance to live. You brat! Let go of our help, or else your life is forfeit. Click! A crisp sound rang out, not loud or piercing. Li Qingfeng, who had been struggling, suddenly stopped moving, with no sign of life remaining. Ding! Congratulations on killing a player. You have earned 12,000 experience points. The Tenfold reward has been activated. Congratulations on receiving 120,000 experience points. Ding! You have successfully harvested a fragment of a soul. 100 soul fragments can be condensed into a complete soul. Currently, you have 37,100 soul fragments. Ding! Your soul harvesting skill is currently on cooldown, with 959 seconds remaining. Li Mu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lai Qingfeng to be so wealthy. 1/5 of his inheritance alone was worth 12,000 points. This was like killing a minor boss. Li Mu was overjoyed, but on the other side, no one was happy. Lai Qingfeng was dead, and it was so sudden. With a crisp snap, he was crushed to death. Even under the threat of the Qingfeng gang, this man showed no fear, striking him down without hesitation. This meant he had already killed 2 gang leaders in a row. It was important to note that the Qingfeng gang wasn't like the Liyan gang. There were nearly 100 members with 4-dimensional attributes exceeding 16. That's 3 times the size of the Liyan gang. Yet, despite that, Lai Qingfeng is still dead, crushed to death by this demonic man. You dare kill our gang leader? You have the nerve. Brothers, attack. Kill him. Call everyone over here. No matter the cost, we must kill this madman. Coming to his senses, Li Mu sneered disdainfully at the enraged Qingfeng gang players, not uttering a word. Instantly, the alien creatures moved. From complete stillness to chaos, it happened in the blink of an eye. The aliens flung the players hanging from their tails away, their massive bodies bursting forward. Their sharp claws, mouthparts, and tail blades lashed out, instantly unleashing a storm of blood and gore. Even with their defensive gear, and even though the Qingfeng gang players outnumbered the aliens 2-1, the aliens didn't need to communicate. They had their own network, coordinating with perfect precision. Like a meat grinder on a battlefield, every time the aliens revealed their sharp edges, a player would be impaled or their defensive gear shattered. The one-sided battle didn't even require the women or Li Mu to intervene. The battle was a complete rout. A mere 2 or 3 minutes later, all the Qingfeng gang players lay on the ground with broken limbs. 20 aliens gathered together, their warning screams constantly intimidating the surrounding players. In 3 minutes, with 20 against 40, the worst injured alien creatures were only severely wounded but still retained their formidable combat strength. However, the Qingfeng gang players were all incapacitated, their limbs severed, unable to flee. Such a terrifying battle left the surrounding players in utter shock, staring in fear at the alien killers in the center of the battlefield. Satisfied with the outcome, the aliens' performance lived up to their reputation as the most perfect killing machines. Even when facing enemies outnumbering them by more than 1 to 1, they executed their attacks with flawless precision. Suddenly, Li Mu seemed to sense something, raising his eyebrows and turning his gaze to the other side. There, in the direction of the Wuxin Society and Zhangguo, he saw the two groups trying to escape in the chaos. A cold smile appeared on Li Mu's face. Did I give you permission to leave? Chapter 179, The Desperate Nightmare. Are you ready to face death? Did I give you permission to leave? As soon as those words left his mouth, the entire space fell deathly silent. The onlookers, who had been retreating step by step, trembled once more, unable to believe what they were hearing as they stared at Li Mu. Today is going to be a turning point. The mighty dragon isn't just here to crush a local tyrant. It's here to wield its claws and fangs, shattering the spines of 3 local tyrants at once. Anyone who isn't a naive newbie can see that the Qingfeng gang is finished. 40 core members had been defeated at the city's edge, the gang leader Lai Qingfeng was dead, and with no one left to take charge, the Qingfeng gang would be divided and conquered in no time. And now, this man, who is like a demon, isn't even planning to spare the Gentleman's Hall and the Heartless Society. This is truly defying heaven. To crush 3 major gangs single-handedly, such a feat is not only unseen but unheard of. While feeling utterly terrified, the onlookers couldn't help but feel an overwhelming excitement. This was a scene they had never witnessed before. Today, they actually had the chance to see it. Stopping in their tracks, Lu Wuxing frowned and turned his head, and even the players from the Wuxin Society came to a halt. Your strength is indeed formidable, but the Qingfeng gang is about to arrive. The Wuxin clan isn't a pushover either. Are you sure you want to fight to the death? On the side of the Junzi Hall, Zheng Guo wore a fake smile, his face betraying his true feelings as he looked at Li Mu. Young people having a strong desire for revenge is a good thing, but being too rigid can lead to breaking. It's better not to overdo it and regret it later. Poof. With a dismissive smile, Li Mu raised his eyes to look at the Wuxin Society and the Junzi Hall, his gaze contemptuous, as if he were looking at a group of ants. You come here to show off your might and think you can just leave? It's not that easy. And who do you think you are? I could crush you all with a single finger. Do you really think you're qualified to lecture me on morality? The entire crowd erupted in chaos. Hearing Li Mu's words, the players hiding in the dark areas were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. To disregard the 2 major factions so blatantly, and even boast that he could crush them with a flick of his fingers. How arrogant! It was utterly shocking. Furious, his face turned ashen, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Lu Wuxing glared at Li Mu, his anger ignited in an instant. You dare! Today, I'll test your strength. How much power do you have to make such bold claims? Members of the Wuxin gang, follow me and attack him. Kill this arrogant fool. Zheng Guo, you hypocrite, are you just going to watch? Lu Wuxin wasn't foolish. Lai Qingfeng's strength was on par with his own. Since Lai Qingfeng had been beaten into submission, it was clear how powerful Li Mu was. He didn't want to die in vain, especially by dragging his own Wuxin Society into it. At this moment, he had to call Zheng Guo. He doesn't believe Zheng Guo lacks such foresight, watching his Wuxin Society get crushed without lifting a finger. If that happens, the Junzi Hall won't escape either. The principle of mutual dependence is clear to Zheng Guo. If the 2 sides were evenly matched, he would be delighted to see Li Mu and Lu Wuxin fight to the death. But now the situation is different. Li Mu's true strength remains a mystery. Everyone from the Junzi Hall attacked together. Today, let this hall master gauge just how strong this so-called strong dragon truly is. With a loud shout, Zheng Guo broke away from the crowd, chasing after Lu Wuxin, and charged straight toward Li Mu. His aura surged, and a cold glow gathered in his hands. The Junzi Hall and the Wuxin Society joined forces, with their 2 leaders leading nearly 100 top-tier players, their killing intent erupting. The players in the dark region were all excited, their eyes wide with desire, eager to join the fray, shouting constantly, "Attack! Kill him!" With the 2 faction leaders of the Wuxin Society and the Gentleman's Hall taking action, plus so many top-tier players, this time they would definitely kill that man. No matter how strong you are, you can't stand against the combined might of 2 major gangs. Look behind us. Members of the Qingfeng gang are returning from the dark zone. This time, that man is completely trapped. This is the final blow. That man is as good as dead. Daring to challenge the 2 major gangs, he must be tired of living. It's a shame about those women, they were all top-notch. Listening to the whispers of the players on the outskirts, Li Mu sneered coldly, glanced at the sky, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Kneel. The demonic energy surged out from within his body, a towering demonic aura piercing the sky like smoke, purple-black demonic flames burning, 3 pairs of demonic wings flapping with suffocating pressure. The might of the Demon King spread out, instantly causing the players from the Heartless Clan and the Gentleman's Hall who were charging toward him to groan in unison, their expressions changing drastically. Damn it! My body feels so heavy. My head is spinning. My power. How could my power have been weakened so much? What's going on? What a terrifying pressure. This bloodline power is actually demonic bloodline power. Damn it, how could this happen? Players from the two major factions screamed in terror, their expressions filled with fear. The overwhelming demonic might made them feel as though they were suffocating, and the abyssal magic left them without the courage to advance. Especially when they looked at Li Mu, shrouded in demonic flames, his figure resembled an inescapable nightmare. Unbeatable. Unbeatable. Despair. Fear. Various emotions surged through the players of the two major factions, their morale completely shattered, some even too terrified to move. With heavy hearts, Lu Wuxin and Zhang Guohua never imagined that Li Mu could possess such terrifying bloodline. This wasn't demon bloodline, it was at least SS rank high-grade demon bloodline. They hadn't just hit a brick wall, they'd collided with a steel fortress. Retreat. Withdraw. Run as far as you can. Hurry. Retreat. Suppressing the fear in their hearts, Lu Wuxin and Zhang Guohua roared furiously, their figures daring not to linger for a moment as they turned and sprinted toward the dark region. Roar. The heavens and earth paled, as if the entire space was trembling. A loud dragon-esque roar echoed across the heavens and earth. Dark clouds rolled in the dark region, and a vast black canopy enveloped the area within 100 meters. Under the terrified and despairing gazes of the players, a black dragon over 10 meters long spread its terrifying wings. It's a dragon. Damn it, it's a dark dragon. How could such a powerful dragon appear in a low-level area? And that demon from earlier, oh my god. The dragon's might is terrifying. I can't even stand up. Help! I don't want to die. I want to leave the Heartless Guild. I want to leave the Gentleman's Hall. I don't want to die. Spare my life. Looking down at the ants on the ground, Li Mumo's eyes flickered with a cold light. You all, are you ready to face death? Chapter 180, Dragon's Breath. Revenge at any cost. Massacre of over 10,000 players. Roar. The loud dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth. Under the blackened sky, the players, already cowed by the Demon King's might, sank further into the ground as their attributes were once again weakened. Standing mid-air, the demonic eyes swept across the players of the Heartless Guild, freezing them in place. Before their eyes appeared grotesque demons and an endless abyss of hell. The demonic soil, filled with the scent of lava and sulfur, trembles constantly. One by one, players and NPCs who have met a gruesome end crawl out from beneath the earth, their cries of agony and curses echoing endlessly. Sharp demonic claws pierce their bodies, tearing apart their souls. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries, the players of the Heartless Guild drown one by one in the illusory realm, unable to endure the torment of their minds. Under the terrified gazes of countless players, the players of the Heartless Guild, who had all come to a halt, suddenly erupted with black-purple demonic flames. Without a single scream or cry, dozens of Heartless Guild players were transformed into human-shaped torches in the palm of Li Mu's hand. Even the guild leader, Lu Wuxin, was not spared. Ding! Congratulations on killing a player. You have been rewarded with 14,000 experience points. The Tenfold reward has been activated. Congratulations on obtaining 140,000 experience points. Ding! You have successfully harvested a fragment of a soul. 100 soul fragments can be condensed into a complete soul. Current soul fragment count, 38,100. Ding! Your soul harvesting skill is currently on cooldown, with 959 seconds remaining. Ding! A series of alert sounds rang out continuously. Wu Xin had defeated 43 players, contributing a total of 330,000 points. No wonder they're all high-level players, they're really wealthy. Of course, without the Tenfold reward, these points would only be average. Roar! The dragon's roar deafens the ears, and black light flickers in the Queen Dragon's mouth as she prepares to breathe fire. Li Mu raises an eyebrow, ignoring the magic power consumed by the Demon King's eye, and focuses intently on the Queen Dragon's breath. Dragon breath. This was the first time Li Mu had ever seen a true dragon exhale its breath, far more awe-inspiring than anything in games or his imagination. The black light contained death and destruction, and the black dragon breath poured out with terrifying acidity. The players from the Gentleman's Hall couldn't run far enough, and the black torrent swept past in an instant. Like snow under the scorching sun, all the players of Junzi Hall melted away in an instant as the dragon's breath swept over them. The so-called defensive items were nothing but a joke. As one of the dragon's signature moves, the power of the dragon's breath was no longer just terrifying, it was beyond comprehension. In this vulnerable state, without internal energy to protect them, relying solely on those low-level defensive items was a suicide mission. No one should even think of trying to withstand the dragon's breath. The black torrent poured down upon the earth, sweeping across a 7 or 8 meters wide and nearly 100 meters long stretch of land. The entire Junzi Hall was instantly vaporized, leaving not a single trace behind. Even the earth itself was corroded by the dragon's breath, forming massive trenches. The terrifying sight left the onlookers in the distance speechless. The scene of destruction surpassed their wildest imaginations. It was like a battle between gods and demons, with each strike capable of reshaping an entire region. Hovering mid-air, Li Mu glanced at the sky, his eyes flashing with an even colder light. He was a man of petty grievances, unforgiving even of the slightest insult. Even a single word of disrespect, if heard, would be met with retribution.
The players trapped in the dark zone were safe from Li Mu's direct attacks, but
the rules of the infinite space, or rather the terrifying darkness, would naturally deliver a fatal lesson to them.
Don't speak what shouldn't be spoken. Don't look at what shouldn't be seen.
A flood of kill notifications flooded his mind. The queen was his contracted target, so completing tasks wouldn't earn him points, but killing enemies would still count toward his score. This meant another large sum of points would be added to his tally. The only thing Li Mu found regrettable was that this didn't count as soul harvesting, and the time hadn't yet arrived.
Ding!
Congratulations on killing a player. You have been rewarded with 15,000 points. The Tenfold reward has been activated.
Congratulations on receiving 150,000 points. These 3 guild masters are one richer than the next.
Just from these 3, Li Mu has earned nearly 500,000 points, and the entire Gentleman's Hall has contributed 350,000 points to him. Killing really is the fastest way to earn points.
If it weren't for asking the fat guy, the Dark Zone doesn't allow large-scale killings.
Those spectating players Li Mu would have loved to play the role of a butcher.
But it won't be long now. These players are about to die, though I wonder how many will survive.
As if to confirm Li Mu's thoughts, the sky in the dark region grew even darker, and the black mist thickened. Boundless fear swept over the area, and pitch-black waves surged forward like a tsunami from the distance, obliterating everything in their path, mountains, rivers, and trees alike. Li Mu remained motionless, maintaining his demonic posture, his terrifying aura still sending shivers down the spines of all who dared to look.
He didn't need to move.
Within a 50-meter radius of the city walls, it was safe.
The darkness couldn't cross that boundary, and the onlookers were standing hundreds of meters away. This distance was more than enough to claim their lives.
Watching the show comes at a price, the price of admission. Only this time, the admission fee was their lives. In the darkness, there seemed to be the sound of snake tongues flickering.
Along with the darkness came endless giant serpents. Li Mu looked over, and the number of serpents was countless.
Compared to daytime, their attributes had increased by 2 or 3 times.
This was already at least C-rank difficulty.
A group of E-rank players, even with defensive gear, had no chance of survival.
Damn it! It's getting dark. It's getting dark. Run! Ah! Don't! Don't leave me! Wait for me! Darkness engulfed them.
Some players regained their senses and shouted fiercely, while others were torn apart by the swarm of snakes. Numerous players fled in panic, tears streaming down their faces contorted in fear.
Li Mu coldly looked down at the players, feeling no pity, only mockery and laughter. The pitiful screams came too quickly and vanished just as fast. The wave engulfed the land, claiming countless lives.
As far as the eye could see, there were thousands upon thousands. Terrified players fled back to the safe zone, still shaken by the ordeal.
Some of them glared angrily at Li Mu, who was suspended in mid-air. You clearly saw the darkness coming. Why didn't you warn us? Do you even know how many people died? You monster! You disregard human life. You're a traitor to the entire E-rank region. Chapter 181,183, terrifying thousands of players to their knees. Do you still have complaints? Tonight's city was destined for unrest. The appearance of 2 A-rank bloodlines, the clash of 3 powerful teams, the humiliation of the Bloodshed Squad, and Yang Feng's parting threat all made these bored players feel there was a good show to watch. Infinite players have energy far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Even days without sleep pose no problem. With so little entertainment in the infinite space, these players without women can only channel their excess energy into gossip and spectating. As for venturing outside the city? That's absolutely out of the question.
Not because no one has tried. A player with dual attributes nearing 10 points was reduced to ash the moment they stepped outside. The dark regions after nightfall are filled with great terror, a fact known to all players. As the players discussed this, the protagonist, Li Mu, who was currently in the storm circle, was checking his attributes and planning to spend his resources wisely.
Character, Li Mu. Strength, 7. Agility, 63. Spirit, 66. Constitution, 67. Hidden attributes. Charm, 100 SSS. Intuition, 40. Luck, 21. Magic power, 30. Each point of magic power sustains Demon Lord form for 1 second.
Magic regeneration speed, 2 per hour.
Overall strength rating, F. Special bloodline, Demon Lord Bloodline SSS. Bloodline awakening level, 6100. Skills, Demon Lord transformation, Hellfire, Dark Magic Orb, Basic Healing. Talent, 10x reward. Items possessed, Dark Bloodline Grand Gift Pack A10, Substitute Puppet X2, 10% off Item Card X8, Crystal Core X20, T-Virus Serum X3. Character points, 32, 6100. Teammates, Li Xinlan, Catherine. Slave, Catherine. This sale of potions and intelligence yielded a total of 23,700 points, adding to the previous 9,100, bringing the total to over 320,000 points. Seeing so many points, Li Mu decided to purchase some equipment to arm himself and Xinlan. Level 3 bulletproof vests are really too weak, they can only block bullets. If you get hit in the legs or other areas, they won't even stop the bullets. Li Mu planned to buy some armor and weapons. After all, points are meant to be spent, aren't they?
Opening the Infinite Store, Li Mu planned to prepare a set of high-quality armor for himself, Xinglan, and Catherine.
His eyes scanned the items quickly, and soon a pile of items appeared before him.
Chemical Protection Suit, F-Rank Protective Gear, grants immunity to one attack from F-Rank or lower ability users, full body type, priced at 1000 points. Energy Armor, E-Grade Energy Type Armor, full body, 100 energy points.
Once energy is depleted, the armor loses its effect. Price, 3000 points. Energy Shield, D-Grade Defensive Equipment. Activates automatically upon taking damage. The shield can nullify multiple attacks from D-Grade ability users. Actual effectiveness varies based on the ability user's strength. Price, 10,000 points. Distortion Stance, C-Rank Protective Item. Uses the user as the focal point to distort all attacks, capable of distorting attacks from C-Rank and below ability users. Equipped with a nuclear power source, once energy is depleted, the Distortion Stance will deactivate. Priced at 20,000 points. There are even higher tier items, but Li Mu didn't bother to look further. At this stage, these were more than sufficient, and anything else was completely unnecessary. After careful consideration, Li Mu ultimately chose the Energy Shield. Compared to the others, the Energy Shield offers the best cost-effectiveness, as it can be recharged, which is also why it is priced higher. He spent 30,000 points on 3 energy shields, causing his points to drop significantly. However, Li Mu didn't feel the loss, as his life was more important than points. After finishing with the armor, Li Mu scanned the area but couldn't find anything else he wanted. Out of boredom, he stumbled upon an interesting item. Soul Stone, F-Rank Item. Upon use, it increases the maximum magic power by 1 point.
Priced at 3000 points, with a purchase limit of 1010 units.
This is actually an item that can increase magic power limit?
Li Mu immediately perked up. The Demon King transformation was powerful, but at his current stage with an awakening level of 6100, he could only maintain it for 30 seconds before being forced back to his original form. However, this item that increases the magic power limit could solve his problem. 3000 points might seem a bit pricey, but it's no problem at all.
He, Li Mu, has money. Are you afraid of a pay-to-win player?
Without a second thought, he bought 10 magic soul stones, and 30,000 points were gone in an instant.
Li Mu didn't care. He would even buy 50,000 points if needed.
The value of these items was far more than just 30,000 points. 10 magic soul stones equaled 10 points of magic power.
Consuming 1 point per second, he could play an extra 10 seconds.
Combined with the previous 30 seconds, that was nearly a full minute.
How terrifying is Li Mu with 4 attributes exceeding 10 points?
Even 10 blood kill squads combined wouldn't be enough to take on Li Mu alone. Having discovered the magic soul stones, Li Mu couldn't help but start searching for similar items.
If he found any, he would definitely buy them without hesitation. As it turned out, Li Mu did find one. Soul Returning Magic Crystal, F-Rank Item.
Upon use, it increases magic power recovery speed by 1 point. Priced at 6000 points, with a purchase limit of 1010 units. The importance of magic recovery speed goes without saying. Currently, Li Mu can only recover 2 points of magic per hour, meaning it takes 15 hours to fully recover 30 points of magic.
This speed is definitely unsatisfactory for Li Mu.
He spent another 60,000 points to purchase 10 soul returning magic crystals. What was originally 320,000 points was reduced by nearly half in an instant, leaving only 6,100 points remaining. Closing the Infinite Store, Li Mu settled himself and took out 3 bracelets from his backpack. These are energy shields, bracelet type, simple and lightweight, very convenient to carry.
Seeing Li Mu suddenly pull out 3 bracelets, Xinlan and Catherine were both stunned.
What are these, brother Li Mu? He slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, then handed the other 2, one to Xinlan and one to Catherine.
Me too?
Catherine's words were filled with surprise. She hadn't expected that her efforts would even earn her something.
After reading the description of the bracelets, Catherine was instantly stunned. D-rank defensive items.
To be honest, Catherine was truly stunned.
A D-rank defensive item.
It was far superior to the level 3 armor she was wearing. In the Infinite Shop, level 3 armor wasn't even considered a proper rank, yet it could still be sold for 200 points.
The price of a D-rank defensive item must be unimaginable. Is this really for me?
Seeing Catherine looking a bit flustered, Li Mu waved his hand and said generously, "Take it. You're more valuable alive. Of course, if you can't prove your worth, your benefits will end here." Catherine silently put on the bracelet, glanced at Li Mu, nodded, and didn't say a word, but her heart was far from calm. Without paying much attention to Catherine, Li Mu took out several gems from his backpack. Looking at the gems in his hand, which emitted a faint glow of energy, Li Mu's eyes sparkled. He clenched his fist tightly and crushed the gems.
Ding! Chapter 184, The Dark Nobility, the Holy Spirit Born in Darkness.
Li Mu came over early in the morning to inquire about the status of the T-virus serum. In his case, the serum was useless and merely taking up space, so he preferred to convert it into points as soon as possible. Points were something Li Mu could never have enough of. In the infinite space, points were the foundation of power. Now that he had a surplus of points and even more coming in soon, it was time to start strengthening his own abilities and those of Xianlan and the others. Li Mu wouldn't overlook anyone around him. Relying solely on himself in the higher regions wasn't enough, especially since the Empress and the others could provide immense assistance.
The Empress's alien parasitic ability and Rintingting's bloodline inheritance both offer immense benefits.
Now that the bloodline is established and the skills inherited through it are available, the remaining task is to maximize magical power. Magic power is the foundation. More magic power means more skills can be unleashed. If his magic power had been sufficient yesterday at the city gates, he could have turned thousands of players into torches with a single glance. Of course, the warning about the infinite space is a different matter. Any powerful skill consumes a terrifying amount of magic power. Without sufficient magic power, even with high attributes, the skill's effectiveness is limited. If you really start spending magic power, the consumption of points is terrifying. Moreover, the most important thing is that these items disappear once you leave the designated area. For example, the soul stones used to enhance magic power in the F-rank area are now out of sight for Li Mu. Although he couldn't buy them before, at least they still existed. Now they're completely gone, which has dashed some of Li Mu's plans. Therefore, from now on, certain matters can no longer be delayed. Li Mu asked urgently, and Shang Guanxian dared not delay, hurriedly responding. After last night's emergency family meeting, 80,000 points have already been allocated by the elders. Due to some competition among them, the points even increased by 10,000, reaching 90,000 points.
The points are currently in my possession. Shall we proceed with the transaction now? The points increased by 100,000?
This was something Li Mu hadn't anticipated, but free points were a good thing.
I'll give you the remaining T-virus serum right now.
After exchanging the remaining 2 bottles of T-virus serum, Li Mu's points instantly increased by 2.7 million, bringing his total to 7.7 million points, a new record high. Looking at the nearly 8-digit points, Li Mu's eyes sparkled with joy. This time back, there would be so much to improve, and even if he spent them quickly, they would still be gone in no time. Holding the 2 bottles of T-virus serum, Li Mu examined them carefully before putting them away. Shang Guanxian, noticing Li Mu's cheerful mood, asked after a moment.
Mr. Li, your bloodline with your wife seems quite powerful? Coming back to his senses, Li Mu didn't hide anything.
After causing such a commotion yesterday, it would be strange if the fat man didn't know. He had already prepared himself for questions today.
The bloodline is decent. But yesterday, you killed too many people. The infinite space gave me a small warning. I also have some questions for you. Li Mu didn't elaborate, and Shang Guanxian didn't press further. It was better to know what was necessary. Knowing too much wasn't always a good thing.
Go ahead. Turning to look at Shang Guanxian, Li Mu couldn't help but ask, recalling yesterday's events.
Do you know what the dark region is really like? Why do players die inside, yet some monsters remain unharmed?
Li Mu hadn't forgotten that last night, the alien had directly charged into the Dark Explosion's tidal wave and emerged unscathed. Now, Li Mu could even sense those aliens.
It had only been one night. If it were another player, even the B-rank powerhouse Fatso would likely have met his end there.
Although the snakes weren't very strong, their numbers were overwhelming, and their attributes had tripled, making them more than capable of overwhelming even the fat. When Li Mu asked about this, Shang Guanxian's fat face twitched, and he scratched his chin as if recalling something. After a long pause, he said, I'm not entirely sure either, but I've heard from higher-ups that the Dark Region is an opposing faction. The previous monsters and the current blood orchids are all manifestations from worlds that were breached by the Dark Region.
Infinite worlds conquered by the Dark Region?
Li Mu looked at the fat man in astonishment, completely unprepared for such a revelation.
Nodding, Shang Guanxian's expression grew solemn.
Yes, the Dark Region also has supreme-level beings. They seek the origin of the infinite worlds, constantly plotting to destroy them to strengthen the Dark Region. Those zombies, monsters, and snakes are all creatures corrupted by darkness, controlled by the terrifying beings within the Dark Realm. According to the experts in our clan, in higher realms, one might occasionally encounter the nobles of the Dark Realm when entering the infinite world.
Nobles of the Dark Realm?
The more Li Mu learned, the deeper he felt the waters of the infinite space were. Before, when he knew nothing, it was better. Now, the more he knew, the more insignificant he felt.
What are the nobles of the Dark Region? Li Mu frowned and asked.
The nobles of the Dark Realm are the offspring of those terrifying beings in the Dark Realm, such as the sons and daughters of the elders. Even in our E-rank realm, there are some. His expression grew solemn, and when mentioning those terrifying beings, Shangguan the Fat showed a look of fear on his face.
There are also Dark Region nobles in the E-rank region?
Shang Guanxian nodded solemnly and said, "The E-rank region we belong to is part of the Mad Python disaster world. The deepest part of this region nurtures the sacred spirit of this world, the soon-to-be-born Dark Nobles. Our players' strength isn't enough to reach that place.
It's a terrifying demonic land. Without an S-rank bloodline, players can't even step foot there.
This restriction applies to all players in the E-rank region.
Even if someone from above is sent down, they can't enter a single step. That's the rule. This world has been integrated into ours for decades.
The terrifying entity within it has been incubating for an unknown period of time. Due to the rules, its power is confined to the E-rank region, but its bloodline is terrifying, and it is aided by 10,000 serpents.
It is simply not something players can contend with. After decades of incubation, a giant serpent transforming into a sacred spirit? Becoming a dark noble with terrifying bloodline? This isn't exactly good news, but...
Turning to look at Shang Guanxian, Li Mu suddenly asked, "Fatso, are you saying that only those with S-rank bloodlines are eligible to enter that region, and even if this divine spirit is born, its power will still be confined to the E-rank region?" Chapter 185, The Rich Reward for Killing the Holy Spirit, Wealth That Moves the Heart. Chapter 185, The Rich Rewards for Slaying a Holy Spirit, Wealth That Moves the Heart. My dear Mr. Li, you mustn't go. That place isn't simple. The place where the Holy Spirit is nurtured is a forbidden zone, and the monsters inside are terrifying. Even with an S-rank bloodline, it's not something you can easily step into. The rewards are indeed generous, but you have to be alive to claim them.
Shang Guanxian was so anxious he was pacing back and forth. He wasn't blind. Li Mu's eager expression clearly meant he wanted to give it a try. Li Mu was a money-making machine. He couldn't let him take such a risk. This concerns his future and his fortune. Shang Guanxian was so frustrated he wanted to slap himself twice. This Zhang Ji talks too much and says anything, and now he has gotten himself into trouble. Generous rewards? Unlimited space and rewards? Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Li Mu's eyes lit up.
He hadn't expected this twist, and his interest was piqued even more.
What? Shang Guanxian was completely baffled. How could he have mentioned the rewards? With a bitter expression, Shang Guanxian pleaded earnestly, "Please, sir. I beg you, don't go."
The infinite space does indeed offer rewards for eliminating the Holy Spirit, and they are incredibly generous.
But, do you know what terrifying creatures are guarding the Holy Spirit in the Forbidden Zone? They're S-rank bloodline snakes. Even if you have an S-rank bloodline, how many S-rank snakes can you handle? Even if you have a few ladies to help you, how many people are on your side? You can't all be S-rank bloodlines, can you?
You're not only endangering yourself but also putting the ladies in danger.
You may not know this, but the higher regions have attempted this before. 50 SS rank experts led the charge, with hundreds of S rank experts forcibly killing the sacred spirit in the Forbidden Zone. The sacred spirit they nurtured was slain, but do you know the horrific price paid? 50 SS rank experts were killed, leaving only one survivor. Out of hundreds of S rank experts, only 3 survived. The rewards were indeed generous, but what was the cost? Have you thought this through?
His mind was shaken.
Li Mu never imagined the Forbidden Zone could be so terrifying.
This dispelled some of his ideas, but the desire to go there never faded. He needed to plan carefully. Let us talk about the rewards for eradicating the Holy Spirit.
From Li Mu's expression, Shang Guanxian couldn't glean much information. Sighing helplessly, he said, "At the time, the Holy Spirits we eradicated were SS-ranked bloodline beings, with strength approaching SSS rank, plus those S-ranked bloodline monsters.
The reward was 100 million points, a random SS-ranked bloodline, and 3 exclusive exploration cards for the Infinite World. If it were a lower-tier region, the reward might be significantly reduced."
You may not know what an exclusive exploration card for the Infinite World is.
It's essentially ownership of a world, with the card serving as proof of ownership. However, possessing the card doesn't grant full control over the world. One must explore and complete tasks within the infinite space to fully obtain control. In the future, if the world contains valuable resources, obtaining it in the infinite space could yield a substantial profit. More importantly, it provides sustainable resources. Once you acquire the world, you can continuously sell items and even access its human resources. Picking up the tea beside him to moisten his throat, Shang Guanxian took a deep breath and tried to dissuade him again. These benefits are indeed terrifying, but you need the strength to claim them. Mr. Li, you don't have the ability to touch that Holy Spirit yet. You lack both the people and the strength. Upon hearing this, Li Mu smiled. The rewards mentioned earlier by the fat man were indeed staggering. Even if the rewards were significantly reduced due to the low-tier region's ranking, he was still willing to give it a try.
Standing up from his seat, Li Mu looked at Shang Guanxian and said, "Fatso, thank you for the information. I'll consider what you said. Empress, let's go."
Turning around, Li Mu hurried toward the villa. Having just obtained 2.7 million points, he needed to start preparing early to explore the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone was dangerous, so he had to build up his strength and have the Empress spawn more alien creatures. Back at the villa, Li Mu pulled the Empress onto the sofa and pointed at the large glowing sphere, saying, "Empress, there's an E-grade soul stone and a soul-restoring crystal in the store.
You can buy 10 of each. Here's 300,000 points. Buy them all and use them."
After transferring 300,000 points to the Empress, Li Mu only had permission to purchase 10 of each type. He couldn't buy both types of stones and give them to the Empress, she had to purchase them herself. Following Li Mu's instructions, the Empress spent the 300,000 points, and 2 stones emitting magical energy appeared in her hands. One is the Soul Stone, which provides a 10-point increase in magic power limit per stone, priced at 10,000 points. The other is the Soul Restoring Magic Crystal, which increases magic power recovery speed by 5 points, priced at 20,000 points.
By crushing them, one could enhance the magic power within their body.
Magic power allows for extended combat duration. After instructing the Empress once more, Li Mu opened the Infinite Store, looked at the 2 magic stones, and spent 240,000 points to purchase them. This was the benefit of the 20% discount, saving a full 60,000 points. Crack! Both magic stones were crushed simultaneously, and surging magic power flooded into his body, unseen, causing his strength to rise another notch.
Ding! Congratulations on increasing your magic power limit by 50 points and your magic power recovery speed by 50 points.
Whether it was the fluctuation in magic power that caught the attention of Xianlan and the others in the bedroom, the door opened, and Xianlan and the others, already dressed, walked out.
Upon seeing Li Mu, they all gathered around. "Li Mu, what are you doing? Are you enhancing your strength?" Xianlan sensed the magic power fluctuations.
Turning to look at Xinlan, the piercing gaze swept over her. After the enhancement of her bloodline, Xinlan's strength had clearly increased significantly.
Character, Li Xinlan. Strength, 2028. Agility, 2230. Spirit, 2532. Constitution, 2230. Overall strength rating, E. Special bloodline, Succubus King SSS.
Bloodline awakening level, 13,100.
Exclusive skills, Succubus Transformation, Seductive Gaze, Basic Healing, Pink Illusion, Succubus Seed.
Additional skills, Teleportation, Spatial Portal.
Not only have the attributes skyrocketed, but the enhancements across all categories now finally match the power of an SSS tier bloodline.
As for the 2 newly introduced skills, they have left Li Mu thrilled.
Pink Illusion consumes magic power to create an illusory realm. Enemies who enter the realm will be overwhelmed by various desires, ultimately dying from loss of vitality. The size of the realm depends on the user's strength.
Succubus Seed consumes magic to create a succubus seed, which can control enemies, making them completely loyal to the user. Their behavior remains unchanged, and they retain clear consciousness.
Restriction: the enemy's cultivation level must be 1 level lower than the user's.
Both of these skills are extremely powerful. The illusion is one of the most insidious abilities, as enemies are caught off guard and don't even realize how they died.
As for the Demon Seed, it allows you to control enemies while they retain their clear minds and behave normally. This is an excellent skill for recruiting subordinates.
In the past, when Xinlan controlled enemies, they all became as lifeless as wood.
This time, it's different.
However, the immediate priority now is to enhance the strength of the women and carefully plan for the sacred spirit of the Forbidden Land.
Chapter 186, The Surprise of the Infinite Shop Privileges, Moonlight Tears.
Not only has Xinglan's strength improved, but Runtingting and the others have also seen a significant boost in their abilities, with their awakening levels breaking through major stages and each gaining their own unique skills. He transferred 300,000 points to each of Xianlan and the others, causing his total points to drop instantly to 5.66 million. The points were being spent at an astonishing rate. Just a few items to enhance magical power had already consumed so much. Li Mu mused that even the major clans wouldn't dare to play like this. They couldn't afford to burn through their fortunes like that. He could only console himself that there weren't too many sisters in his family yet, otherwise, no matter how much he earned, he wouldn't be able to keep up. He instructed Xinglan and the others to purchase soul stones and soul restoring crystals. Li Mu looked at the infinite shop, intending to find any items that could enhance magic power. He really wanted to prepare magic hearts for Xinglan and the others, but the problem was, there were none. His magic heart was obtained through grinding, and replicating another one would be challenging.
Li Mu could only look for ordinary type items.
As he browsed through the items, Li Mu came across a rather peculiar piece of equipment.
Magic Energy Crystal, a grade magical item. Stores 500 points of magic power internally.
When equipped, it can be freely accessed. If magic power drops below 500 points, it will recharge at a rate of 100 points per hour.
Price, 1 million points. Magic Energy Crystal? 500 points of magic power?
This item seems decent enough, but the only downside is that it doesn't increase the personal magic power limit, making it somewhat lackluster.
It might be useful for emergencies, though.
Ignoring this item, Li Mu continued scrolling down and suddenly his eyes lit up. Moonlight Tear, a no-level item formed from condensed moonlight. Consuming it increases the magic power limit by 100 points and magic power recovery by 5 points.
Price, 900,000 points. Note, this item is an exclusive privilege for owners of the Infinite Shop.
It randomly refreshes high-quality, low-cost items in the shop, and such items are only available for 3 minutes.
Li Mu? The Infinite Shop privilege has this kind of benefit? Li Mu was stunned.
The points weren't wasted after all, and the goddess of luck really didn't give away money for nothing.
Glancing at the time, there was less than a minute left. Li Mu jumped in surprise.
Counting the number of people, he exclaimed, "Goodness gracious.
Including him, there are already 7 of us."
Li Mu wasn't just thinking about Xinglan and the others, he wouldn't forget about himself. As the pillar of the family, his strength had to be powerful first before he could consider upgrading Xinglan and the others. Only by being able to withstand the pressure could he have further development. 7 people, each with 900,000 points, that has 6.3 million points. After the 20% discount, that has 5.04 million points.
Damn it!
He only had 5.66 million points in total. He almost got knocked back to square one. Glancing at the time, there were only 10 seconds left. Li Mu clenched his teeth.
He bought it. Ding! Purchase 7 drops of Moonlight Tears. Detected that the player has the 20% discount privilege for the Infinite Shop. 5.12 million points deducted.
Congratulations on obtaining 7 drops of Moonlight Tears.
The items have been sent to your personal inventory.
The notification sound rang out, and Li Mu felt a pang of pain in his heart.
5.04 million points were gone in an instant.
This single-use item wasn't even worth using. A 10% discount card. 1 drop required 1 card.
That was such a waste. Li Mu felt a bit reluctant.
He felt a pang of regret. After this shopping spree, he was left with only 620,000 points.
However, it was worth it.
Flipping through the Infinite Store, Li Mu specifically searched for the name Moonlight Tear.
The Infinite Store showed that the item was unavailable, which reassured Li Mu.
This thing is unique to him. Others can't buy it even with money.
It's a bit expensive, but it's worth every penny. What are the benefits of increasing the magic power limit? What are the benefits of increasing magic power recovery speed?
When breaking through barriers, the stronger the foundation, the more powerful the burst.
Whose strength breaks through without their inner energy or true chi doubling? Spending points now is worth it. Take the heirs of major clans, for example. Sometimes they want to spend this money but can't even afford it. I'm doing this to become even stronger in the future. I'm doing this to eliminate that holy spirit in the E rank region. The rewards from the infinite space will definitely make me rich beyond belief.
Whether you upgrade early or late, it's still an upgrade. It's definitely worth it. He kept repeating this to himself.
Spending over 7 million in just a few minutes left Li Mu feeling a bit overwhelmed. The emotional roller coaster was intense. Li Mu, what are you muttering about? Why does your face look a bit pale?
By the sofa, Xinglan, who had just finished fusing the Demon Soul Stone, noticed Li Mu's pale complexion and asked with concern. Snapping back to reality, Li Mu waved his hand, took out the Moonlight Tear from his backpack, and handed it to Xinglan and the others one by one. Placing the last porcelain bottle into the Empress's hands, Li Mu said, "This is Moonlight Tear.
It's a precious item.
Drink it now, it will enhance your magical power." After saying this, Li Mu opened the porcelain bottle, tilted his head back, and let a drop of Moonlight Tear fall into his mouth.
Ding!
You have consumed the rare item Moonlight Tear. Your maximum magic power has increased by 100 points, and your magic power recovery speed has increased by 5 points. His magic power surged by 10%, and his magic recovery speed also increased significantly. Li Mu exhaled a breath of turbid air, opened his eyes, and his eyes shone with a brilliant light. It wasn't just Li Mu. The others nearby, including Natasha, were experiencing the same phenomenon. Their magic power was surging violently, and the overwhelming energy was difficult to contain, even spreading out as an oppressive force.
It seems everyone has improved nicely. Let's head out now to increase our bloodline concentration and collect blood orchids.
I'll continue to act alongside the Empress. As he stood up and outlined today's plans, Li Mu couldn't wait to go out and harvest souls. To advance into the Forbidden Zone, he had to prepare for a fierce battle. The group left the villa and entered the dark region. Upon seeing Li Mu and his companions, the players panicked and scattered, fearing they might be turned into human torches or melted by a dragon's breath.
You few stay together. I'll take the Empress to continue cultivating the mutants. Contact me immediately if anything happens.
In the advanced area, Li Mu left a parting remark, then turned and departed with the Empress. He would go to the Forbidden Zone, but not yet. He needed to leverage the Empress's advantages to develop a large force of alien creatures as cannon fodder. The harvesting of souls continued, and aliens kept emerging from the bodies of snakes.
1 day. 2 days. 6 days. An entire week passed.
Every day, he spent the daytime in the dark region and returned home at night to fight relentlessly, causing his delicate wives to cry and beg for mercy. During these few days, Li Mu managed to gather 3 complete souls. This meant he could die 3 times without harming his true form, but that was still insufficient. With such a meager advantage, venturing into the Forbidden Zone was out of the question. Though the E-rank region wouldn't be as terrifying as higher tier zones, it certainly wouldn't be easy. Without absolute certainty, Li Mu would not act rashly. Inside the villa, Li Mu closed his eyes, sensing the 140 connections to the distant dark region, feeling slightly more at ease. After a week, the queen had successfully parasitized 140 alien creatures. This progress was quite good. However, the reason he hadn't gone out today was because a new infinite world was about to open. Ding! Dear player, please note that the infinite world will open in 1 minute.
Chapter 187, The World of Werewolves and Vampires, Moonlight Goddess. Chapter 187, The World of Werewolves and Vampires, Moonlight Goddess. Here it comes.
The moment these sounded, Li Mu's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't feel much else. He had nothing to fear from the worlds within the infinite space. As a seasoned content creator, Li Mu declared, "Give me any plot twist, and I'll explain it to you in detail."
The teleportation light flashed, and Li Mu and the others vanished from their original spot in an instant. A torrential downpour poured from the sky, the dark heavens seeming to carry endless gloom.
The depths of the night were enough to strike fear into anyone.
A transparent light barrier blocked all the raindrops outside.
As he regained consciousness from the teleportation beam, Li Mu turned to look around. There were 27 people in total, excluding his own group, making 20 players. The number wasn't too large, but it wasn't small either, a fairly standard group. Inside the isolated light barrier, it wasn't just Li Mu observing the other players, they were also surveying their surroundings and
potential enemies.
When they spotted Li Mu and his group, all the players' gazes paused.
There was no way around it, Li Mu's group was too conspicuous.
This was a situation Li Mu had grown accustomed to.
After scanning the area, he didn't notice any fearful glances. Either they weren't from the same E-rank region as him, or they didn't know about his actions.
However, Li Mu believed the former was more likely.
Ding! Welcome to the realm of the undead, the Night Legend world. Note, this game world is a faction-based conflict between the vampire faction and the werewolf faction. The top performing team will receive the corresponding faction's bloodline, vampire bloodline or werewolf bloodline.
As the prompt ended, the players present erupted into excitement. They had stumbled upon a world where such a rare bloodline reward, something that might not appear even after hundreds of world resets, was up for grabs. Not all bloodlines in the game world need to be purchased, nor can all players afford them. However, they can try their luck. Maybe with good fortune, they'll stumble upon a world where bloodlines are given away for free.
For example, the Legend of the Night.
Of course, to obtain a bloodline, one must perform exceptionally well, and only one team can win it, the ultimate victor.
Even if they are from the same faction, others will not receive the bloodline.
In this infinite space, there is only first place, no second place.
Only the first place winner can claim glory. Ding! This world is a faction-based battle. Each time you kill an enemy faction player, you receive 2,000 points. Each time you kill an important figure from the enemy faction, you receive 5,000 points. Ding! Faction characters have been released. Werewolf faction, assist werewolf leader Lucian in eliminating the vampire faction. Vampire faction, assist the vampire leader Victor in eliminating the werewolf faction. Ding! The game world will begin in 5 minutes. After the countdown ends, players who have not chosen a faction will be eliminated. The from the infinite space faded away.
Li Mu looked at Catherine and Xinglan. In the infinite world, only he and the two of them knew the plot.
Xianlan shook her head at Li Mu, indicating she didn't know the plot, while Catherine nodded. Li Mu was puzzled. Wasn't Catherine the queen of the assassin world? How did she know the plot of every movie she watched? As if sensing Li Mu's confusion, Catherine gave a seductive smile and whispered, "Assassins are also human. We need rest too. Different people need different ways to release negative emotions. Watching movies is just one form of entertainment."
Alright, Li Mu gave this reason a perfect score, not afraid that Catherine would get arrogant.
Alright, you guys know the deal, so I won't have to explain.
There are 2 bloodthirsty ancestors in the team, so they're in the vampire faction. As for the werewolves, I sure as hell don't want to live in the sewers. Her eyes sparkled, and Catherine giggled, teasingly glancing at Natasha's direction and cooing.
Hee, the master must have set his sights on that moon goddess, right?
Natasha, you better watch out. That moon goddess is also a leather jacket enthusiast.
Her figure is unforgettable.
Even I, as a woman, can't help but be tempted. Clearly flustered, Natasha immediately grew tense as she looked at Li Mu.
The instructor would never abandon Natasha.
Rolling his eyes, Li Mu sighed.
You know that, so why are you getting so worked up?
Li Mu was exasperated.
The current Natasha hadn't turned into the Black Widow yet, especially when facing Catherine. She was often teased into submission. This will take time.
Choose the vampire faction.
Ding! You have chosen the vampire faction. Teleportation beginning. The teleportation light flashed, and Li Mu and his group vanished into the rain, along with the other players.
In the bustling train station, Li Mu and his group appeared quietly, along with many other players.
Blending into the crowd, Li Mu and his group went unnoticed by passers-by, as if they had always been there. Ding! Mission assigned.
Main Quest 1, protect Selena and help her escape the train station without being captured by werewolves.
Success, 2,000 points.
Failure, 4,000 points deducted.
If points are insufficient, character will be eliminated.
Upon hearing the prompt, Li Mu showed no reaction, instead turning his gaze to the players behind him who had also chosen the vampire faction.
Counting them, there were exactly 12. That meant there were only 8 players in the werewolf faction? Li Mu couldn't help but shake his head.
It seemed like there weren't many points to be earned in this world.
What a tragedy.
However, the immediate priority was to keep an eye on Selena, the moonlight goddess.
Failure would result in a 4,000 point penalty, and Li Mu didn't want to lose points for nothing.
Ignoring the other players, Li Mu led Xinglan and the others forward. The dozen or so players clearly didn't want to walk alongside Li Mu, the popular guy, perhaps because it was too painful to be reminded of their own loneliness. His gaze swept sharply through the crowd. The train station was too crowded to find Selena easily, but thinking about it another way, maybe it would be easier to spot her by her leather jacket? As he looked along the platform, Li Mu hadn't taken a few steps before he bumped into a tall, stunning figure.
Compared to Natasha, the woman before him was even taller.
Her short black hair was casually tousled, and her cold, beautiful face bore an icy expression that seemed to push everyone away. Under her black windbreaker was a form-fitting black outfit that highlighted her stunning curves.
The Moon Goddess Selena. Chapter 188, Selena, devastated, pursues the werewolf. The Moon Goddess, Selena.
Just a few steps away, Li Mu smiled slightly as he looked at the coldly beautiful woman in her black trench coat. Her short black hair, coldly beautiful face, and blue eyes were indeed worthy of her title as the moon goddess. She was both beautiful and coldly alluring. Especially the black leather jacket, which added a touch of uniform temptation.
As Li Mu stared at Selena, Selena also stared back at him, but not for long.
Suddenly, a muffled roar echoed through the train station, followed by the piercing sound of gunfire.
Vampires! Upon hearing the muffled roar, Li Mu knew exactly who it was.
Reyes, a muscular black man, a werewolf of the Wolfken tribe, and also the leader of the Wolfken tribe, a trusted subordinate of Lucien.
Da!
The piercing gunfire echoed through the train station.
Li Mu furrowed his brows.
The train hadn't stopped yet, which meant the werewolves had alerted their players that there were vampires at the station. Since the plot had been disrupted and the crowd had scattered, catching Mike on the way would be impossible. In this situation, it was best to return directly to the vampires' base camp.
A figure suddenly appeared before Selena.
Facing Li Mu, who had appeared out of nowhere, Selena swiftly drew her dual pistols and aimed at Li Mu.
Foolish.
You've wasted the vampire's relatively decent bloodline. With a swift motion of his palm, Li Mu snatched both pistols from her hands. Before Serena could react, she found herself surrounded by a group of women. Yes, a group of women, each more beautiful than the next, far surpassing her in appearance.
Did you see that, little Natasha? Her leather jacket is shinier than yours. Your status might be in trouble. Catherine's sister. Enough, don't say anymore. A angry little tiger is so cute.
Raising an eyebrow, Li Mu felt that Catherine had secretly stepped on the gas pedal.
Surrounded in the middle, the subtle pressure made Serena dare not move a muscle. Who are you people?
With walls behind her and people on all sides, Serena felt she was trapped and couldn't escape.
If we were werewolves, you'd already be dead. Instead of asking who we are, why not come with me to see something interesting? I'm sure you'll be interested in the werewolves' lair. Hundreds of werewolves should give you quite a scare.
Turning around, Li Mu threw the dual pistols in his hands toward the rear. Seeing the pistols flying toward her, Serena caught them instantly. Watching the women around her chase after the men, Serena was now a bit confused about what was happening. These people were too mysterious, and she felt a sense of unease. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly remembered the last thing Li Mu had said.
Hundreds of werewolves? If I were you, I wouldn't be so foolish as to turn and run away. And do you truly understand the nature of your vendetta against your own kin?
From a distance, Li Mu's voice reached her ears.
Serena was filled with confusion, but she didn't have time to think about it.
She watched Li Mu grow smaller in the distance and hurriedly gave chase. Walking ahead, Li Mu curved the corner of his mouth into a smile before stopping at the entrance of a sewer.
Catching up to Li Mu and the others, Selena asked urgently. My blood feud? Isn't it the werewolves?
Staring at the sewer, Li Mu made it clear he didn't want to go down there, a place infested with stinking rats. But he was just complaining, points were more important.
Who told you that? Victor? You naive fool. Come on, let us go down first.
I'll lead you to the werewolves' lair, then we'll return to your laughable birdcage and see how your rotten kin are faring. I hope they're not too miserable. His words were filled with mockery and contempt. Li Mu truly looked down on the vampires of this world.
Damn vampires fighting werewolves in hand-to-hand combat. What a bunch of idiots. He kicked open the manhole cover and jumped down first. Bang! Bang! Bang!
A series of muffled sounds echoed, and Li Mu slapped his hands twice, his face brimming with disgust as he said,
"The smell is indeed terrible. Those werewolves have been living in here all this time, they must have some real perseverance." Following closely behind, Selena watched Li Mu's back, feeling deeply resentful. They were vampires, nobles who lived above others, yet they had become so putrid? A birdcage?
The contempt and mockery were evident, and the arrogance in her words made it seem like vampires weren't even worthy of tying his shoes.
Selena was dumbfounded. What kind of madman was this man?
"This way," he said, and Li Mu took a step forward, following the sewer toward the front.
Following closely behind Li Mu and his group, Selena wanted to see what Li Mu was up to.
Inside the train station, two groups of players were searching through the chaotic crowd. They were frustrated they had been given a main quest half an hour ago and hadn't even found the person yet. If it weren't for the fact that the mission failure message hadn't arrived yet, they would have thought that Serena had already been killed. Within one of the teams, several players gathered together, discussing the situation.
"Kaiser, what should we do? We still can't find that woman named Selena.
The worst part is, we don't even know what she looks like." The man called Kath was the leader of this small team, and he was also growing impatient.
Bang! He punched the wall. Though angry, he hadn't lost his composure and didn't use much force, otherwise, the wall wouldn't have withstood that blow. Damn it! Keep looking.
There's no other option.
Let's hope we find her soon.
Additionally, check the other two teams to see if they found any traces of Serena.
Several figures scattered and quickly blended into the crowd.
In the sewer, following Li Mu for half an hour, they turned left and right, finding nothing.
However, they did spot some werewolf claw marks, which prevented Selena from mocking him.
Even so, after so long without spotting any werewolves, Serena was starting to lose her patience. Just as she was about to speak, Li Mu, who was leading the way, raised his hand. "If I were you, I'd keep your mouth shut and watch quietly." The words on the tip of her tongue were cut off by Li Mu's words. She looked around the sewer but saw nothing unusual. Just as she was about to ask, her pupils suddenly contracted. Under the vampire's keen senses, several figures slowly emerged from the distant sewer.
Vulcan tribe werewolves.
Chapter 189, Stunned into Questioning Life, Eyes Can Be Donated to Those in Need.
Damn it, they're werewolves.
Seeing several burly figures approaching from ahead, Selena's expression changed instantly. She drew her dual pistols and was about to fire at the werewolves in front of her. Click, click. With a swift motion, Li Mu snatched both of Selena's guns away again. "I told you, stupid woman, don't act rashly.
This is the second time. Just watch carefully."
Her dual pistols were once again disarmed by Li Mu.
Hearing his indifferent words, Selena wanted to kick him in the face. Was this man insane? If we don't fight now, once those werewolves arrive, will vampires have an advantage in close combat against werewolves? Which family did this foolish vampire come from? Serena was certain that Li Mu wasn't human.
She had never seen a human more powerful than a vampire, and he wasn't a werewolf either. If he were a werewolf, she would have died multiple times already.
"Hey, they're coming over here. Why aren't we leaving? Why aren't you shooting? What are you thinking?" As the werewolves grew closer, Selena couldn't help but ask anxiously. "Eyes aren't necessary, you can donate them to those in need." "Moon goddess? You feel more like a moon vase to me." With a faint response, Li Mu pointed at the approaching werewolves and asked, "Do you think werewolves are blind in the dark? Can't they see us in the sewer?" Startled, Selena looked at the werewolves, now less than 10 meters away. She didn't understand werewolves could see in the dark, so why hadn't they noticed her so close? As the werewolves passed by, Selena's body tensed up.
Soon, an incredible thing happened. The werewolves simply passed by them without noticing, as if they weren't even there. Turning his head, Li Mu glanced at Serena and said,
"Let us go. They'll take us to the werewolves' lair.
Then you'll see how ridiculous your so-called rule really is."
The illusion continued to unfold, though it couldn't be used against the werewolves.
However, keeping them from noticing was still relatively easy. After circling around a few times, when they reached a passageway, the sound of loud wolf howls coming from ahead caused Selena to widen her eyes in shock.
How could there be so many werewolves? At the end of the passage, two werewolves were engaged in a fierce battle, surrounded by hundreds of onlookers. Serena didn't think the werewolves were putting on a show for ordinary people. Why were there so many werewolves?
Li Mu smiled, turned to look at the stunned Selena, raised his hand to grip her chin, and leaned in close to say, "You should ask your leader.
Find out what kind of treaty he signed with the werewolf tribe." Looking at the mockery and disdain on Li Mu's face, Selena calmly asked, "Are you saying that Cleven is colluding with the werewolf tribe?"
Letting go of her chin, Li Mu flicked his hand, and several bullets flew through the air without drawing any attention.
He tossed the bullets to Serena and said, "Let's go. It's time to return to your birdcage. Take a good look at these bullets.
If you don't know their effects, you can shoot yourself or go back to your bat lair and try shooting someone else.
It'll be quite interesting."
Looking at the blue-purple bullets in her palm, the liquid substance inside gave her a strong sense of danger. She looked up at Li Mu and his group, who had already walked a distance away, then turned to look at the werewolves at the end of the corridor before chasing after Li Mu.
She had to find out everything from Li Mu.
That man was like a mystery, seeming to know a lot: the werewolves' lair, their estate, their identities, and
her true origins.
After witnessing so much, she had begun to believe what Li Mu had said. Walking beside Li Mu, Catherine noticed Selena catching up and teased with a playful smile. "Master, your ruthless way of confronting people is truly impressive. You've even managed to fluster that cold and aloof goddess, leaving her speechless." Shaking his head, Li Mu sighed and glanced imperceptibly at Selena chasing after them, saying,
"The vampires of this world are quite disappointing.
They fear light, have no wings, and aside from meeting the 4 basic attributes, I can't see any other use for their bloodline."
The werewolves, on the other hand, have impressive healing abilities. Compared to vampires, they're like immortal parasites.
However, their bloodline can be sold for profit, so it's up to Peggy to handle that. As he spoke, Li Mu's gaze passed over Catherine and landed on Peggy. Nodding silently, Peggy whispered,
"I won't let the general down. Peggy will extract all those bloodlines." Bloodline extraction: manipulate the power of bloodlines.
Under conditions where the enemy cannot resist or is completely overwhelmed, one can forcibly extract an enemy's bloodline and condense it into essence blood.
Those whose bloodlines are extracted will degenerate into ordinary humans. Bloodlines of S rank or above cannot be extracted.
This was Peggy's second stage awakened skill, a highly useful ability. The only drawback was that bloodlines of S rank or higher could not be extracted. Li Mu plans to treat all these vampires and werewolves like pigs, extract their bloodlines, and sell them in the infinite space. After all, these people are going to die anyway, so why not make them contribute something?
Perhaps, once they become ordinary humans, they won't even have to die. Most importantly, the perfect blood.
Li Mu was eager to see just how miraculous the perfect blood truly was. After leaving the sewer, Li Mu breathed in the fresh air and felt as though he had been reborn.
The smell inside the sewer was truly unpleasant.
Just as he stepped out of the station, a notification sounded in Li Mu's mind.
Ding! Main quest 1 completed. Selena has survived.
Each player receives 2,000 points as a reward.
Ding!
Your team successfully protected Selena's safety, granting an additional 1,000 points to each player. His footsteps paused briefly, but Li Mu didn't feel particularly unhappy. He actually hoped that players in the same faction would earn more points, because
he could kill more enemies and earn even more points. 10 times the reward. Even a fifth of the inheritance would be a lot.
Having successfully earned 30,000 points, Li Mu was in a fairly good mood. Sitting in Serena's car, since there were too many people, Peggy randomly found a car on the road, hacked it, and followed behind. The car sped down the street. Li Mu looked out the window, his mind wandering elsewhere, until they arrived at a mansion. The iron gates opened, and the 2 cars drove in together. The surveillance cameras at the entrance seemed to have detected unauthorized vehicles. After Li Mu got out of the car, he could already sense unusual activity inside the villa.
But it didn't matter.
In Li Mu's eyes, they were all dead men and moving points. Closing the car door, she glanced at Li Mu before pushing open the villa's heavy doors with a heavy heart. Chapter 190, The King Among Vampires, Kneel Down.
Clang! The villa's front door swung open with a loud clang, and Selena stepped inside first. Xianlan and the others followed behind, and Li Mu glanced over.
The interior decoration of the villa was still quite luxurious, reflecting the refinement of an aristocratic family. However, upon seeing the tables in the hall and the women dressed in heavy makeup, wearing provocative clothing with fabrics no more modest than those of street prostitutes, Li Mu felt sick to his stomach. The black silk robes on those women not only failed to exude sensuality or allure but instead made Li Mu unable to look directly at them. Especially since these women seemed to have lived too long, having picked up too many vices. Smoking, drugs, and alcohol. Li Mu could smell the stench emanating from them from a distance, just as he had described it, the rotten flesh of decaying corpses. Beautiful women sipping wine was a visual delight, but with these women, Li Mu wanted to die, to kill them all. These bloodsuckers were nothing but useless parasites, and it was a miracle they had survived this long.
Compared to these women, Selena was like a lotus flower blooming in the mud.
Li Mu regretted the harsh words he had spoken to her earlier.
Staying among these vermin without being corrupted was truly rare.
As Li Mu stared at all the vampires in the hall were also watching Li Mu and his group as they entered. Stunning gazes flashed through the eyes of all the vampires. Li Mu and his group, regardless of gender, were too dazzling to behold. The men were handsome, the women were beautiful, so much so that the vampires in the hall were all left speechless.
"What's happening? Selena? Who did you bring back?"
The sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs, accompanied by angry roars. Turning to look upstairs, a flash of light appeared in Li Mu's eyes.
Vampire leader, Cleven. Strength, 14. Agility, 17. Mental strength, 17. Constitution, 19. Weakness, fear of sunlight.
Having uncovered Cleven's true identity, Li Mu paid him no mind.
He was but an insignificant insect. What was there to take seriously?
Descending from the upper floor, Cleven, who had just finished roaring, froze in place. Glanced at by the Empress and the others, Cleven felt his words stumble out awkwardly. If he had once sought Selena in vain, then the women before him now were far superior to her in every way. As he descended the stairs, Cleven kept his eyes on Li Mu and his group, and the anger he had felt earlier had dissipated by more than half. Stepping in front of Selena, Cleven swept his gaze over her and demanded, "Serena, who are they? Why did you bring strangers to our estate? But since we're all of the same clan, which side are you on?" Before finishing his sentence, he turned his gaze toward Li Mu, clearly intending the latter half of his words for Li Mu and his group. "I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. But I have something to ask you." Glaring coldly at Cleven, Serena wasn't particularly fond of him. "Are you certain you killed him with your own hands? I saw hundreds of werewolves at the train station today. In the sewers. Cleven, is this the peace you brought under your rule?" After Selena finished speaking, the hall fell silent. All the vampires looked at Cleven in confusion. Clearly, Selena's words had a huge impact. "What are you talking about? What proof do you have?" Taking a deep breath, Cleven grew tense. He hadn't expected such an incident today. "Serena, I'm warning you, don't speak recklessly. I can tolerate your usual capriciousness, but don't push your luck. Guards, take Serena back to her room. She is not to be allowed out without my orders." Concerned about his status, Cleven couldn't spare a thought for Selena. He had to suppress this matter at all costs. Glancing at the vampires in the hall, whether in movies or real life, these vampires were utterly disappointing. They lacked the elegance and power one would expect from vampires. Born in adversity, die in comfort. That's probably how it goes. "Alright, the preliminary assessment is more or less complete. To be honest, you've disappointed me greatly, but it's also strengthened my resolve to sell your bloodline to those who need it more." The calm voice echoed through the hall, drawing the attention of many toward Li Mu. Behind Claire, a blonde girl with a good figure looked at Li Mu and demanded, "What did you say?" Stepping forward from behind Li Mu, Peggy's sharp gaze fixed on the group of vampires as she coldly ordered, "Kneel." The bloodline of an SSS-ranked bloodlord erupted, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept through the entire villa. Instantly, the villa fell into complete silence. Bang! Unable to resist, these inferior vampires were completely overwhelmed by the bloodline pressure of Peggy, the SSS-ranked bloodlord, and instantly knelt down on the ground. All the vampires in the hall stared at Peggy in horror. Their bloodlines trembled with fear and submission, completely beyond their control, as if their bodies no longer belonged to them. Under this unmatched pressure, they felt that they would die easily in the next second. Looking at the kneeling vampires, Li Mu walked step by step toward Cleven, who dared not lift his head. Li Mu said, "Serena, I think the questions you ask him now might reveal a lot of information, such as whether Lucien is really dead, what the werewolves are all about, and who the true murderer of your parents is." "Peggy." Stepping forward to stand beside Li Mu, Peggy whispered, "Peggy is here, General." Looking down at the kneeling Cleven, Li Mu nodded and said, "Let's begin. Extract his bloodline. If he doesn't tell the truth, let him taste the pain of having his bloodline severed from his body." "Yes, General." Extending her palm toward Cleven's head, Peggy turned to look at Selena and said, "You may ask." Serena stared at Cleven with a look of confusion and fear, clenching her fists and asking, "What happened to my parents? Who is the real murderer?" Kneeling on the ground, unable to resist the overwhelming pressure, and with the terrifying sense of danger looming above him, Cleven dared not hide anything and hurriedly said, "The one who truly killed your parents was Victor. As the one who set the rules, he was the least bound by them, often going out to hunt. However, that time, he couldn't bring himself to drain all your blood because you reminded him of his deceased daughter. That is the truth." Shocked by this answer, Selena took several steps back, shaking her head repeatedly and said, "No, that's impossible." Seeing Serena's unwillingness to believe, Li Mu sneered. At that moment, a notification sound rang out. Ding! Hidden quest triggered, uncover Serena's true origins. Help Serena uncover the mystery of her origins. Upon completing the quest, you will obtain Vampire Bloodline Optimization Serum, which can optimize incomplete vampire bloodlines. If the quest fails, all obtained vampire bloodlines will become useless. Chapter 191, From Player to Controller. Hidden quest? Li Mu, who had previously dismissed these vampire bloodlines as useless, wingless and afraid of sunlight, now saw them in a new light. What's the use of being able to jump off a building dozens of meters high without getting hurt? With high attributes, even players without bloodlines could do that. However, the appearance of this hidden quest gave Li Mu hope. Uncovering Selena's true origins? This was practically a gift. Perhaps other players would find it difficult, but for Li Mu, it was a piece of cake. Moreover, Cleven had already made it clear if anything went wrong now, that would truly be a disaster. Looking at Selena, whose face was filled with disbelief, Li Mu couldn't help but say, "If you don't believe me, Victor should be asleep."
Just wake him up, and everything will be revealed. The truth will come out, and you'll know for sure. Glancing at Peggy, Li Mu signaled with his eyes. Act now. There's no need to ask any further questions. Let these vampires go down the sewer and see for themselves whether Serena's words are true or false. Upon receiving Li Mu's order, Peggy's magical power surged within her body. She clenched her hands, and instantly, Cleveland's expression changed. His face contorted, his body trembled uncontrollably, and the blood in his veins began to flow backward, eventually seeping out of his body drop by drop. A bone-chilling scream echoed through the hall. The kneeling vampires were all terrified, some even losing control of their bladders. Li Mu couldn't help but frown. Taking the pistol from Serena's waist, Li Mu loaded an ultraviolet bullet into it. Pointing the gun at the incontinent vampire, he said, "You were curious about the purpose of these bullets, weren't you? Now I'll show you." Bang! The bullet struck the vampire without a hitch. The ultraviolet bullet exploded inside the vampire's body, and then a terrifying transformation occurred that filled all the vampires with fear. The vampire hit by the bullet quickly charred and melted from the inside out, emitting a faint glow that was clearly the result of a chemical reaction with ultraviolet light. In just a few seconds, the vampire hit by the bullet was completely reduced to ash. Li Mu handed the pistol back to Selena and said, "Did you see that? This is the weapon werewolves use against you vampires. Your leader, Claw, had already made plans with him long ago. Yet you live like a bunch of parasites, and your disgusting appearance is enough to make one vomit. Having trash like you in the dark camp makes me ashamed." Turning to face Selena, Li Mu said without looking back, "Peggy, leave no one alive in the hall." "Yes, General." Craven, whose bloodline had been completely drained, convulsed and collapsed to the ground, while Peggy's palm held roughly several dozen milliliters of blood. Craven was dead. This was the consensus among all the vampires. But upon hearing Li Mu's final order, all the vampires were filled with fear. "No! Don't kill us! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Spare my life! Please, spare me! I don't want to die! I can serve you!" Her pant leg was being tugged, and Li Mu looked down to see the blonde woman from before clutching her pant leg, pleading desperately. Li Mu recognized this woman. She was one of the few decent-looking women in the vampire camp. "Unfortunately, I don't like you. Get out of here." He kicked her away. Li Mu didn't want to mess with trash like her, especially not someone else's trash. She dressed provocatively and acted promiscuously. Li Mu wasn't that desperate. Walking over to Serena, he looked at the helpless woman and said, "You've probably already believed it, haven't you? But to put your mind at ease, it's better to go to the sleeping chamber and awaken Victor. I'll tell you in person, and you'll probably give up then." Avoiding Li Mu's gaze, Serena finally turned around and led Li Mu toward the sleeping chamber. Opening the door to the chamber of slumber, Li Mu and Serena led the way, followed by several trembling so-called experts, the elders tasked with awakening Victor. Li Mu also wanted Victor's bloodline. This vampire grew stronger with age, and his bloodline was naturally more powerful. Who knows, there might be some unexpected benefits. As he watched the so-called experts begin their work, Li Mu suddenly asked, "If Victor admits to being the murderer of your parents, what would you do?" Serena, who had been staring at the coffin, suddenly flashed a look and clenched her fists tighter and tighter. "I would kill him." "Ha, that's a fine resolve. But do you really think you can kill Victor? With your strength, you're no match for him. You should know that." Li Mu's words were not exaggerated. Even Mac, who had the blood of both werewolves and vampires, had been beaten so badly he was begging for mercy. If it weren't for Serena's sudden ambush, Victor wouldn't have died. But as for Serena herself, even 10 more would be no match for her. "I want you to help me. The price is my own life." Turning to look at Catherine, whose gaze was fixed on him, Li Mu smiled and shook his head. "Your value isn't high enough yet. However, follow my orders from now on. If you perform adequately, I'll hand Victor's life over to you." "Thank you. Let's go." "Since you've already believed me, there's no need to wait here. Once I've finished the task I want you to do, Victor should be back to normal by then." Watching Li Mu leave, Selena turned to glance at the elders performing the awakening ritual, then turned and followed Li Mu out. The normal awakening ritual takes 2 days, giving her ample time to satisfy Li Mu. The entire villa echoed with screams. In the study, following Li Mu's instructions, they reviewed the surveillance footage, searched for a long time, and finally zeroed in on Mike. Room 501? The familiar address had been identified. The remaining task was to apprehend Mike. By now, the chaos at the train station had been resolved, and Mike should have returned home. "Serena, go instruct the death messenger to bring men and capture Mike. This is a test for you. You are responsible for supervision. If anything goes wrong, you should know the consequences. Don't do anything foolish." Without a word, Serena nodded solemnly at Li Mu, then picked up her coat and weapons and turned toward the door. As Serena's figure disappeared, Li Mu stood alone in the empty room and suddenly said, "Catherine, follow them. If anything happens that I don't want to see, knock them unconscious and bring them back. Once Victor fully wakes up, we'll turn them into specimens together. Understood, master. Your humble servant will certainly keep an eye on this little lamb for you. The seductive figure vanished in an instant, and Li Mu couldn't help but shake his head. It's tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. It all depends on your choice. Chapter 192193, Li Mu's Plan, Perfect Blood. Li Mu's attitude towards Selena was ambiguous. In this world, the only person worth keeping was Selena. However, this woman lacked decisiveness. Of course, that was in the movie. In the real world, Li Mu didn't know how things would turn out. Therefore, Li Mu left the choice up to Selena herself. If she truly followed his plan, taking the Deathwalker with her, capturing Mike, and returning to supervise him obediently, nothing would go wrong. The only concern was that she might lead herself into a trap. He can live without her and doesn't particularly like her, but he will never let anyone else have her. He walked downstairs. The screams in the hall had grown much quieter. Most of the vampires lay on the ground, and around Peggy were rows of specially prepared bottles. Walking over to Peggy, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist and looked at her pale, delicate face. Li Mu hurriedly said, "Rest for a moment. There's no rush. They can't escape. I don't want you to tire yourself out." Holding Peggy and looking at the row of small bottles before him, Li Mu's eyes sparkled with joy. Once he obtained the bloodline enhancement agent, the bloodline grades of these vampires would be further enhanced. According to Li Mu's estimation, these bloodlines would be upgraded to around B rank. B rank bloodlines, if sold to the Shangwan family, would likely be highly sought after, and he could also make a profit in the process. Vampire bloodlines. Werewolf bloodlines. Perfect blood. He must obtain them all. The holy spirit of the serpent's curse zone, he must slay it. He needed a large amount of points to arm himself an Xin Lun. One world isn't enough, he must wait. At least 2 or 3 worlds, only then will he have a chance. Once he slays a holy spirit, the rewards from the infinite space will be beyond imagination. In the sewers, the gathering place of the wolf tribe, several werewolf players were huddled together, seemingly discussing something. "Captain, the werewolf clan's mission has been messed up. Why don't we go and retrieve that Mike tonight? At least we can make a name for ourselves with the werewolf clan leader, Lucien." The 8 players were all part of the same team. The one speaking was the strategist of the group, who usually came up with the plans. It was he who suggested the stir the pot strategy at the train station. While stirring up trouble was risky, the enemies were in the dark while we were in the open. After learning how badly the werewolves were faring in this world, they resolutely abandoned the werewolf clan's original plan. They all had mission prompts to escape the vampire camp's encirclement, indicating that the situation was unfavorable for the werewolf tribe. Additionally, with players still present, staying any longer would result in heavy losses for the werewolves. After hearing the strategist's suggestion, several members of the team expressed their support, believing the plan was feasible. However, the most critical issue was that they had no idea where the specific Mike was located. With that, the carefully planned operation came to a halt, and they could only first locate Mike's house before discussing how to capture him. Just as the werewolf players were planning to capture Mike, several vehicles came to a stop outside Mike's house. The heavy rain by the river showed no signs of letting up, continuing to fall relentlessly. As the car doors opened, Selena glanced at the Deathwalkers getting out and pointed upward. Several of them nodded in response. Kicking open Mike's door, the sudden loud noise instantly woke Mike from his sleep. Before he could figure out what was happening, a cold gun barrel was already pointed at his head. He jolted awake, all sleepiness gone. Mac lowered his head and dared not move, fearing he might cause a misunderstanding. "Are you sure you have the wrong person? I'm just a lowly intern. I haven't offended anyone. This is overkill, isn't it?" The gun pointed at Mike's head, and Serena coldly snapped. "Stop wasting time. Are you Mike Cowan?" Holding his hands up, Mike looked at the several men surrounding him, each holding a long gun, and confessed honestly. "I am Mike Cowan, but..." Bang! The butt of the gun struck Mike's neck, sending him crashing to the ground with a clean, decisive blow. "Take him away." A cold command echoed as Selena holstered her gun and turned toward the door. Several death messengers dragged Mike to his feet and helped him out of the room. In the darkness, Catherine's figure slowly emerged, chuckled twice, and vanished back into the room. Inside the villa, Li Mu didn't have to wait long. Just over an hour later, Selena returned. The villa's front door opened, and Catherine walked in. Looking at the bodies littering the floor, her eyes showed little pity or anger. She had never liked these so-called nobles, and now that they were dead, it was for the best. As Selena entered, 2 death messengers dragged an unconscious man behind them. A glance revealed a message appearing before her eyes. Mac Cowan. Strength, 1. Agility, 11. Mental, 1. Constitution, 11. Possesses perfect blood. It must be said that this is the lowest set of attributes Li Mu has ever seen with his piercing gaze in all the time he's been around. To think that he started out so weak and grew into this over time.
Withdrawing his gaze, Li Mu turned to look at Selena and nodded approvingly.
You did well in this matter. As long as you obey my orders, once Victor wakes up, I will hand over his life to you, and you may dispose of it as you see fit. Finally getting the answer she wanted, Serena nodded, thought for a moment, and stood behind Li Mu, effectively declaring her allegiance. Looking up at the several death messengers, Li Mu pointed at the corpses on the ground and said, "Go clean up those bodies. It seems like Amelia is almost here. A new battle is about to begin. By then, it will be time to counterattack the werewolves." Turning his gaze back to Mac Cowan, the intern doctor with the perfect blood, Li Mu nodded at Peggy. Upon receiving Li Mu's signal, Peggy stepped forward, summoned her palm, and droplets of fresh, fragrant red blood flew out. Unlike the vampire's essence blood, every drop of blood on Mac's body was usable, including the purest heart essence blood. Once all the usable blood had been drained, Li Mu took the bottles containing the heart essence and ordinary perfect blood. A prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining perfect blood. After fusing the two ordinary bloodlines, you can advance one rank, limited to S rank and below. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining perfect blood essence. You can now fuse any two bloodlines, with a restriction of SS rank or below. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Chapter 194, The Lamb That Comes to the Slaughterhouse, Vampire Elder Victor. Woof! 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 The barking was piercing. Holding Peggy close, Li Mu frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "Selena, go check it out." "Queen, you go with her." The reason for his frown was that at this time of night, there should be no strangers at the vampire estate. Mac was dead, and Catherine and the others had deathwalkers accompanying them, so they wouldn't disturb the dogs inside the estate. Soon, the dog barking ceased, as if someone had entered. Not long after, Selena returned with news. "Sir, there are suddenly over 10 unfamiliar vampires outside. They claim to have discovered the werewolf's trail and have come to report the information and offer assistance." Li Mu raised an eyebrow, surprised that these players had come to them voluntarily. This was actually better, it saved Catherine and the others from continuing their search. "Catherine, everyone come back. There's no need to search anymore. Those players found the estate on their own. Hurry back." Pressing the communication device, Li Mu sent a message to Catherine. Since these players had come on their own, Li Mu felt it would save him the trouble. "Serena, go arrange for those people. Have the Deathwalkers keep an eye on them. If they cause any trouble, you can shoot them on the spot." Nodding, Selena left the room to make arrangements. Actually, Li Mu's last two sentences were unnecessary. As players, they dared not offend the plot-driven factions, as doing so would make it impossible to proceed with subsequent missions. If the mission couldn't proceed, the players would have no choice but to wait for death. Not everyone knew the plot like him, nor did everyone have his strength to directly control the vampire faction. Xianlan had expended too much energy today, and controlling those players would be challenging. They could only wait until tomorrow. Li Mu was still quite pleased a dozen or so easy targets had come to him. Once the mission was over, he would slaughter them and convert their points into his own. Following Li Mu's orders, Serena entered the hall and waved her hand, summoning a squad of Deathwalkers. "Take them to rest. Without permission, they are not allowed to move around freely. Once their identities are confirmed, they will be released. Any suspicious movements will result in immediate execution." Facing over 20 Deathwalkers, even though these players weren't much weaker, none dared to act recklessly. After all, they had finally made it to the vampire manor. These players were different from Li Mu. They had come directly to the estate with Selena. They had found them at the train station, disoriented, and had mysteriously received points as a reward. However, before they could relax and celebrate, a new task arrived, instantly dampening their joy. The task required them to find the vampire manor, join it, and if they hadn't joined the vampires by the time the werewolves and vampires clashed, they would be eliminated. Fortunately, this task was relatively simple. The vampire's estate was easy to find, and they successfully infiltrated it. As for their so-called identities, they weren't afraid. Although the infinite space was a bit of a hassle, their identities were absolutely secure. Watching the players being taken away by the Deathwalkers, Selena turned and headed upstairs to report back to Li Mu. Inside the room, listening to Selena's report, Li Mu nodded and said, "That's enough. You may leave now. Do not act on your own. Wait for further orders." As Selena stepped out, Catherine and the others, who had been out with the Deathwalkers, rushed back. Seeing Li Mu and Peggy's expressions, they engaged in a heated argument. In the end, Xianlan and Catherine, who had been the most rowdy, were beaten so badly they couldn't even open their eyes. Holding the Empress close and closing his eyes, Li Mu continued to subtly influence her. Unfortunately, this iceberg was a tough nut to crack, but Li Mu wasn't in a hurry. At dawn, Li Mu woke up, released the Empress, and looked at Xianlan and the others sleeping peacefully. He kissed each of them on the forehead before leaving. After walking around the villa, Li Mu didn't see a single person, leaving him completely puzzled. It took him a while to realize that the vampires, they sleep during the day and work at night.
Thinking of this, Li Mu nearly felt depressed. Given the current situation, he wasn't suited to go out either.
He'd probably have to stay cooped up in the villa all day.
He turned back to his room, crawled back between the women, and had no desire to sleep. Instead, he opened the infinite store to see if there was anything good. The moonlight tear he had found earlier was a valuable item. After browsing for a while, Li Mu didn't find any randomly refreshed items, so he closed the infinite store with a sigh of boredom. His points were currently low, so many items were out of his price range. He could only mark them for later and wait until he had enough points.
Master, what's wrong? Your face looks a bit off. Is there anything you'd like to share with your servant?
Snapping back to reality, Li Mu looked at Catherine, who had woken up without him noticing, and sighed. He told her what had happened.
After listening, Catherine was also stunned.
He spent the entire day cooped up in the villa, but there was one piece of good news: Victor had regained consciousness, or more accurately, he was able to move again.
Li Mu hadn't gone to see the old bat at all.
Mainly because the desiccated corpse was too ugly, and the foredrip was too disgusting.
Li Mu said he didn't want to see it.
Due to previous instructions, the elders dared not tell Victor about what had happened in the villa.
As evening fell, Li Mu brought Selina to the chamber of slumber.
The moment the door opened, Li Mu felt a piercing gaze. His gaze shifted to the center of the chamber, where the piercing gaze originated. Dressed in a luxurious and noble black robe, with a ruddy complexion and some signs of age, his sapphire blue eyes gleamed with a scrutinizing light. Within that somewhat aged body, Li Mu could sense the terrifying power lurking within.
Vampire Elder, Victor. Strength, 26. Agility, 25. Spirit, 24. Constitution, 28. Weakness, fear of sunlight.
All attributes exceeding 20 points is terrifying in an E rank area, and his strength attribute is even on par with his own.
As for Constitution, it surpasses his by 2 points. Of course, this is before Li Mu transforms. In fact, Li Mu doesn't even need to transform. The Demon Lord's aura alone would render Victor useless in an instant. As Li Mu appraised Victor, the true ruler of the vampire clan was also observing Li Mu. Who are you? A new member of the clan? Where is Cleven? Why didn't he come to see me?
Chapter 195, Victor's Despair, The Fall of the Thousand-Year King.
Along with the questioning voice came a heavy aura of pressure.
Li Mu didn't feel anything, but the woman beside him, Selina, trembled all over and was about to kneel down on the ground. According to vampire clan etiquette, Selina was required to kneel and pay respects to Victor. Though vampires of this era were weak, they had already established clear hierarchies and bloodline-based authority. Placing his palm on Serina's shoulder, Li Mu dispelled Victor's aura and said calmly,
"Under my command, you will only kneel before me. No one else."
With Li Mu's assistance, Serina felt a sudden lightness throughout her body. The pressure Victor had imposed on her vanished, and her fear diminished significantly.
She glanced at Li Mu with gratitude.
After learning that Victor was the one who had killed her parents, she wanted to kill him right then and there, let alone kneel before him. Seated in his chair, clad in a black ceremonial robe, Victor's murderous intent surged. What he could not tolerate most was defiance. He was the supreme authority of the vampire clan. To enforce his laws, he would even execute his own daughter.
Very well. It seems that over the years, Cleven has become increasingly useless. Perhaps I should consider finding someone else to take control of the vampire clan.
Narrowing his eyes, Victor turned to the elders who dared not lift their heads and demanded,
"Where is Cleven? Bring him here immediately. I want to ask him what he's been doing during the 200 years I've been asleep."
As soon as Victor finished speaking and turned his head, he sensed something was wrong. He turned back to look at the elders, who remained motionless, his eyes filled with disbelief. He shouted harshly,
"Do you dare defy my orders as well?"
Hearing Victor's harsh shout and the overwhelming pressure emanating from his bloodline, the few elders responsible for preserving the memories felt a chill run down their spines. The surging intent to kill was so intense that they thought they were about to die in the next second. Before they could kneel down, the terrifying pressure vanished suddenly. At the same time, Li Mu's voice echoed slowly through the chamber.
"Don't waste your efforts. Your anger is laughable to me. Cleven is already dead. I've taken care of that traitor for you. Collaborating with werewolves is a crime worthy of death. By the way, he was collaborating with Lucien."
Victor suddenly stood up, his sapphire blue eyes glaring at Li Mu, demanding,
"What did you say? Lucien?"
"Yes, Lucien. The one who slept with your daughter and got her pregnant."
With a mocking smile on his face, Li Mu turned his head, gripped Selina's chin, and examined her closely before saying, "The one who resembles your daughter, Selina."
Mentioning the wound in his heart, Victor's murderous intent could no longer be controlled. Enormous power shattered the steps beneath his feet, and his figure instantly lunged toward Li Mu. A look of contempt flashed in his eyes, and purple magical light flickered as the might of the Demon King erupted.
"Kneel."
As the ruler of the dark forces, no one could defy the Demon King's authority, especially someone like Victor, a lowly vampire.
Like an earthquake, the heavens and earth collapsed.
The fear coursing through his veins caused Victor's face to pale, and his body no longer obeyed his will. His bloodline instinctively forced him to kneel toward the ground. Boom! A dull sound echoed, and the ruler who had dominated the vampires for over 1,000 years knelt before Li Mu in boundless fury. Turning his head to look at Selena, Li Mu spoke.
Ask away. You were eager to know the outcome, weren't you?
Handing the initiative to Selena, Li Mu waved his hand. The elders responsible for passing down the memories, who had been terrified into submission, rushed out as if they had been granted a pardon.
Victor, did you kill my parents?
Despite exerting all his strength, Victor could not stand up. The rage burning within him was enough to consume his reason, but an equally overwhelming fear gripped his heart.
His unmatched strength couldn't even touch Li Mu's shadow.
2 casual words had left him kneeling on the ground, unable to rise.
Such power was simply too terrifying. Hearing Serena's accusation, Victor couldn't believe his ears.
He never expected Serena to know this secret. Thinking of the already deceased Cleven, he realized it must have been Cleven who revealed it.
However, he still did not believe he had done anything wrong. Looking up at Selena, Victor demanded. So what?
After all these years of raising you, I granted you eternal life instead of an ordinary human existence.
Don't you owe me gratitude? Gratitude?
Serena shook her head, her gaze as though she were looking at a madman.
Gratitude? Gratitude for treating me as a substitute for your daughter? Just because I resemble your daughter in appearance. You killed my parents. Turned me into a vampire? I wish I could kill you right now.
The hysterical words, filled with unbounded hatred, echoed endlessly. Burdened with the hatred for her parents, she had been deceived by Victor for centuries, like a little doll.
How could she endure it?
Peggy, come to the sleeping chamber. Serena's hatred was nearly consuming her sanity. Li Mu could give Victor to Serena to kill, but Victor's essence blood was too valuable to abandon. The essence blood extracted from a dead Victor would be greatly diminished.
Upon receiving Li Mu's orders, Peggy hurried over.
Approaching Serena, Li Mu pulled her close and said,
Calm down. You need to stay calm.
Soon, I will let you kill him with your own hands.
Held by Li Mu, Serena calmed down.
Seeing this, Peggy walked over to Victor, raised her palm, and as magic surged, Victor's blood began to flow endlessly from his body.
No! What are you doing? Stop! As his bloodline vanished, Victor's expression turned terrified.
Ignoring the excruciating pain caused by the extraction of his bloodline, he screamed repeatedly. This was his power. Only by possessing this power could he wield those rights. Without it, he would be nothing. He couldn't allow this to happen. He couldn't bear to give up the power he held in his hands.
Ah! Stop! Stop! Return my bloodline!
Within his perception, the power within Victor's body was fading at a visible speed. His face grew increasingly aged, and as his bloodline left his body, he could no longer maintain his youth.
A dagger appeared in his hand, and Li Mu handed it to Selena. Take it. Go and end Victor. This way, you can avenge yourself.
Taking the dagger from Li Mu, Serena looked at Victor, who was screaming in agony, and walked toward him step by step. Her eyes held no struggle, only endless hatred. Raising her arm, the demon-slaying dagger flashed with a blinding cold light. A silver glow flickered, and a spray of blood suddenly erupted into the air.
Chapter 196, Selena's Loyalty. Congratulations, you're now hostages. How sharp was the demon-slaying dagger?
As Selena swung it down, Victor's head flew into the air, and at the same time, the last drop of his essence was drawn out by Peggy. Holding Victor's essence blood in her hands, Peggy's face betrayed a hint of joy.
Master, the bloodline of this vampire king is still decent.
It can barely be considered an A-rank bloodline. With perfect blood essence, we can synthesize the first S-rank bloodline.
The Eye of Truth scanned the essence in Peggy's hand, and an attribute appeared before Li Mu's eyes.
High-grade vampire bloodline, rating A, fierce sunlight. This weakness can be repaired using points or eliminated using perfect blood.
It's not exactly an A-grade bloodline, it's between B-grade and A-grade.
However, once we obtain the werewolf's essence, we can use perfect blood to neutralize it and obtain an S-grade bloodline.
Thud.
Thank you, sir, for helping Serena avenge her family's murder.
Serena swears allegiance to you and will remain loyal forever. Ding. Story character Selena has sworn allegiance to you. Do you accept? Accepting allows you to spend points to bring her out of the infinite space. Rejecting will cause you to lose her allegiance. Judging from her performance over the past few days, Serena has been doing quite well.
The system prompts have all appeared, and Li Mu didn't waste any words.
He nodded and said, I accept your loyalty. You may rise. With Li Mu's approval, Serena sighed in relief. Thank you, master. This is your dagger.
Looking at the broken magic dagger held in Serena's hands, Li Mu pushed it back.
It's yours.
Leading Serena and Peggy out of the sleeping chamber, Li Mu turned to the Deathwalkers guarding the door and ordered,
Clean up inside.
Placing his finger to his ear, he activated the communicator and said,
Xian Lan, come here. After saying this, Li Mu looked at Serena and said, "Lead the way. Come with me to check on those friends from last night." "Yes, master." In a room of the villa, the members of the sky-piercing squad were all bored, sitting around in the room. Last night, they had heard that they were not allowed to wander around, and there were vampire soldiers guarding the doors outside. They didn't want to cause trouble with the vampire faction, as that would ruin their points. "Captain, it's almost nighttime. That's probably when the vampires start moving around. Do you think they'll let us out tonight?" Sitting on the sofa, Wade glanced at his teammates. His face, covered in a thick beard, looked solemn. "I'm not sure. Let's see if there are any missions. If there are, we might have a chance to get out. If not, these vampires haven't figured us out yet, so they might keep us locked up. Anyway, we're fine. What's there to be afraid of?" Beside Wade, a muscular black man chuckled and suddenly said, "Captain, did you see last night? The female vampire who gave us the lecture was really beautiful, so cold and elegant, especially that leather jacket, it was absolutely stunning." Mentioning this, the atmosphere in the room immediately grew lively. "Yeah, she was so stunning. I think I'm in love. That female vampire is probably the target we're supposed to protect, Selena. I wonder how she escaped last night. What a pity we missed the chance to be heroes and save the damsel in distress. What's there to be sorry about? We earned points, didn't we? Besides, she's a plot character. We probably won't have any chances with her anyway." Sigh, that's true. Everyone knows the female lead is meant for the male lead. Unless this world doesn't have a male lead, but I doubt that's possible. Watching his teammates discuss the matter, Wade couldn't help but recall the Serena he had seen last night. She had been breathtakingly beautiful, but he still had enough sense to know that getting her was impossible. Competing with the male lead for a girl? We'd probably end up dying without even knowing how, and even if we tried our hardest, we'd just end up with a cold shoulder, and might even anger the male lead, who'd then give us a hard time. Click. The sound of the front door opening echoed through the room, causing the players of the Sky Squad sitting on the sofa to perk up. Being trapped in a room with their freedom restricted wasn't something anyone would find pleasant. Their eyes turned toward the door, and the first person to enter was a man? Following him was Serena, whom they had seen last night, and two other women who looked even more familiar. "Captain, does that man look like the male player we saw earlier?" I definitely recognize the two women behind him. "Yeah, Captain, this guy seems to be from the same faction as us. Why is Serena walking behind him? Could she have been recruited?" Wade had already recognized him. The first one to walk in was the same player as him, though he couldn't remember his name. Li Mu's team was too eye-catching, just one man, and the rest were all goddess-level figures. Wade had also paid close attention to them for a long time. Stopping in his tracks, Li Mu smiled slightly and said to the players in front of him, "It seems like you're all in good spirits. From now on, congratulations, you've become hostages. Xin Lan, get to work. Plant the succubus seeds in them and make sure they stay put in the villa. Don't let them go anywhere." The sudden turn of events startled Wade and the others. The obvious hostility made them ready to act without hesitation, but the world before them seemed to have changed. In the pink-hued space, the players saw their loved ones' family and partners. Faced with their loved ones' greetings, their vigilance faded unnoticed, and they gradually became puppets of the illusory realm. The pink light in their eyes gradually faded. Xin Lan clapped her hands, looked at the dazed players before her, and chuckled, then snapped, "Wake up!" At her sharp command, the players snapped back to their senses. Upon seeing Xin Lan, they knelt down without a moment's hesitation. "Greetings, Master." The gap between Xin Lan and these players was enormous. Her attributes were nearly twice as high as theirs. Facing Xin Lan's illusions, they had no power to resist. With her hands on her hips, Xin Lan spoke with authority, waving her small hand and shouting in a strong voice, "All of you, get up. From now on, you will stay in the villa and not leave under any circumstances." After subduing the players, Li Mu led Selena and the others out of the room. He had a hunch and wanted to test it. If it proved true, it would be of immense help. "Tingting, come here for a moment." Chapter 188, The First Blood Descendant of Rentingting. Chapter 197, Rentingting's First Bloodline Descendant. In Selena's room, Rentingting received Li Mu's message and rushed over. "Cousin, what's the matter?" Li Mu gently stroked Tingting's cheek and smiled, saying, "It might be something that needs your help shortly. Since your strength has improved, the harm it will cause you shouldn't be too severe." His gaze swept over Rentingting, and an attribute panel appeared before Li Mu's eyes. Contract partner, Rentingting. Master, Li Mu. Strength, 2330. Agility, 2026. Spirit, 1424. Constitution, 2330. Overall strength rating, E. Special bloodline, BA-SS. Bloodline awakening level, 13,100. Skills, Drybane's Body, Soul Sucking, Bloodline Inheritance, Time Stop. Talent, Catastrophe. Bloodline Inheritance. As a bloodline nearly at the pinnacle of the entire zombie clan, the Dropbane can develop descendants through bloodsucking or cultivate them into zombie slaves.
Descendants require a single drop of essence blood, with the current essence blood count at 4 drops.
Consuming essence blood weakens the main body.
Time stop, a formidable power to control time, allowing the user to stop time. The duration and targets of time stop depend on the user's magic power and strength.
After breaking through their bloodline, the terrifying power of the Hanba's bloodline has been revealed. The terrifying effect of time stop is something Li Mu finds terrifying just thinking about it. Everyone's time is stopped, and during that time, only Rentingting can move. How terrifying is that?
However, Li Mu didn't need the time stop skill. What he needed was the blood-sucking inheritance. Li Mu hadn't forgotten that in the world of Aliens vs Predator, a single shape-shifting pill had turned the queen into his contract partner, saving him points.
What about Rentingting? Could he directly drain her blood to turn Serena into a second-generation zombie? Would the effect be the same? Currently, Rentingting has 4 drops of essence blood, which is more than enough to give it a try. The skill description also mentioned that it would cause weakness.
Turning to look at Selena, Li Mu pointed to the bed over there and said,
"Lie down there. You don't need to worry about the rest. I'll handle it." Nodding, Selena walked to the bed, took off her shoes, and lay down.